Chapter 1, Bonds. Amaze, from now on, we go our separate ways. Amaze, walking at the front, paused as she heard these words. Her frail figure froze on the spot. She turned around to see her cousin and teammates standing 10 meters away. She had already entered the territory of the legendary Stage 5 zombies, where the red soil seemed stained by the blood of other psychics. Strangely, this zombie hardly roamed around but stayed fixed in this area. However, it was said that no one who entered its territory survived. The one who spoke was her cousin, Tasha, whom she had grown up with for over a decade. Also, the one who lured her into danger. Why? Didn't you say you found clues about Elroy here? Her trembling voice and tear-filled eyes seemed to please Tasha. Don't blame me, Tasha slowly replied, her dimples still visible on her petite face, though her gentle smile gradually turned sinister. My father passed away long ago. I only used his name because I feared you wouldn't come. A bulky man nearby couldn't bear to listen any longer and interrupted Tasha, speaking directly. The apocalypse has been going on for 3 years, yet your water psychic ability can't provide us with water. There are many people who can kill zombies, but not many can supply water, and you aren't helpful. You've wasted so many of our resources. What use is keeping a burden like you? In consideration of your being Adirong's cousin, we won't charge you for anything you've consumed before. Go away. At this moment, Tasha stepped forward. Yizzy, remember my father's past kindness and don't hold grudges against me. Farewell. Ha, kindness. Entering here almost guarantees death. How could this be treating her with kindness? Where was there even a hint of sentimentality? Amaze curled her lips, glancing at the few people in front of her. They were all properly dressed and robust. In the apocalypse, this was a pretty good situation. She, however, was barely surviving due to her useless abilities, dared not ask for too many supplies, and actively served them out of guilt. Now, not only was she starved to the point of skin and bones, but she was also tricked into this place where no one had ever lived to tell the tale. She had a clear conscience, while they did not deserve her loyalty. Amaze watched as Tasha's small figure was protected by team members, leaving her standing alone, separated by an invisible boundary. She suddenly remembered the two of them fighting for their uncle's embrace when they were little. Both parents dead since childhood, it was always her uncle who raised Amaze. The sisters often fought over things, even their uncle's affection. To ensure both children weren't sad, the uncle would hug both of them at once, acting as both mother and father and taking meticulous care of their lives. But now, Tasha was using the pretext of fighting zombies to send her ahead and claimed she wouldn't charge her due to her uncle's past kindness. Ha ha ha. Amaze's derisive laughter echoed, as if long-suppressed emotions were finally released. She had always been careful, longing for love bit by bit, but her cousin saw it as a competition for fatherly affection and resented her, bullying her constantly. She kept quiet, enduring it because Tasha was her elder cousin. She only wanted to survive the apocalypse, yet her cousin thought she was useless and wasting resources. She couldn't take it anymore. Despite her efforts all these years, they remained unseen, unappreciated, disrespected. And now, even threatening her life. You're unworthy to mention Elroy's name. He taught me that family is for acceptance and love. What have you learned? All these years, what you did to me, both you and I know. You're unworthy. Amaze felt somewhat crazy. Finding her uncle was her motivation to live through the apocalypse, but Tasha used it to deeply wound her. Suddenly, the few people in front widened their eyes and hastily retreated another dozen meters, staring fearfully behind Amaze. Danger. Before she could react, a thick rope nearly as wide as her wrist tightly bound her, wrapped her up snugly, and dragged her into the air. She swung helplessly for nearly 10 seconds, making her feel sick. With a thud, she landed on the ground. The perpetrator was a willow tree, its branches writhing victoriously. Mutated willow tree. Amaze was shocked. No wonder the zombies didn't leave. It must be because of the cooperation between mutated plants and zombies that so many teams were killed. Perhaps it wasn't as strong by itself. But the pain of her internal organs shifting made her too weak to think clearly. Pain. Amaze's brain went into overdrive, warning her of the rapidly approaching stench. With a quick roll, Amaze dodged the zombie's first attack. The spot where she had just been was now a pit the size of a watermelon. She lay on the ground and looked back at the zombie. Its face had been gnawed on several times, with black and red wounds congealed across it, distorting its features. A piece of flesh with bite marks still hung from the left side of its face, swaying grotesquely with every movement, utterly repulsive. Under the sunlight, the thick arm that shimmered with silver light hinted at its enhanced area. Just this look-back motion had already drained all of Amaze's strength. Now, she could only lie on the ground as the hideous creature approached her step by step. Putrid saliva almost dripped onto her body. Damn it. Amaze felt hatred. She hated being unable to kill the zombie and also resented Tasha for tricking her here. Rather than be bitten by the zombie, becoming a mindless, emotionless living dead, she might as well end it herself. If there's an afterlife, she, Amaze, would make sure Tasha never has it easy. Everything she had gone through, she would make sure Tasha experiences too. With thoughts of ending her life, Amaze mustered all her remaining strength to crush her own crystal core. But she wasn't strong enough. The pain in her body continuously overwhelmed her consciousness, and the hand she raised to end her life dropped halfway. Yizzy. Amaze followed the voice and saw a blurry figure running towards her, tall and lanky, sprinting frantically in her direction. Cherit, her eyes slowly closed, lacking the strength to open them again. They say that when a person dies, the last sense to go is hearing. This proved true. Amaze heard the person quickly eliminate the zombie and the mutated willow tree, extracting their crystal cores. She also heard that hoarse voice calling out to her, each cry tearing at her heart. How wonderful. There's someone who still cares about me in this world. The one who cares about me is safe. Unfortunately, Amaze could no longer respond to this unknown person. Chapter 2 Bud. Alicia. That call jerked Amaze awake. She sat up abruptly. Her blue and white hospital gown was soaked with sweat, and her hair stuck to her face. Her eyes revealed lingering fear. The familiar furnishings of a hospital room came into view, the pungent antiseptic smell reminding her that this was a hospital, the one where she used to work. Was this before the end times? Her phone displayed June 17th, Cherry R37, 11 a.m. Only 4 days until the official start of the apocalypse. Amaze watched the time on her phone slowly ticking away, taking a while to regain composure. She got out of bed, seeing people passing in the corridor, each busy with their own affairs, orderly. Amaze closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Gone were the days when everyone had to be on guard for their lives. She decided to clean herself thoroughly, something she couldn't do for months during the end times. Facing the mirror, she touched her reflection gently. She still looked like she did 3 years ago, full of collagen, oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and features with a touch of masculinity, softened by a little plumpness, even appearing cute. This face had no scars or signs of extreme weight loss. It was just that it hadn't smiled in too long and felt somewhat unfamiliar. As she tried to smile, dimples appeared on her cheeks. However, she noticed a hint of vermilion red behind her earlobe, winding around to the back of her ear. She tilted her head slightly and saw what seemed to be a bud, either forming into a flower or a small ball, uncertain as to what kind of flower it might be. This flower had never been there before. Amaze lightly caressed the bud, which began to warm up, releasing an aroma. System has been bound, host identity activated. The unfamiliar voice in her mind made her eyes widen, secretly wary. What system? The post-apocalyptic survival system will safeguard your supplies. Supplies. So many had died in the end times due to supply shortages. Was this system really reliable? Please collect items. Amaze was puzzled. Please collect items. Not knowing how to proceed, she opened the faucet nearest to her. Clear tap water flowed, a resource she could only dream of in the post-apocalypse. Can I collect now? Just think collect. The system reminded. Collect. Following the instructions, Amaze focused. Collection successful, gained water source creation function. Closing the faucet, she saw a floating panel displaying 1 bottle of mineral water in her inventory. Below it, a previously grayed out option, water source creation, was now lit up. She thought silently, create water. Her palm quickly condensed into water droplets, dripping onto the floor. A smile curved on her lips. With water, survival during the apocalypse was already halfway assured. Amaze seemed to have found the knack. Looking at the icons on the panel, she felt excited. These were essentials for survival. But since she was still half-dressed in the bathroom, it was inconvenient. So she replied in her mind, can I unlock more content later? No. No. The situation was a bit awkward. Unbelievable, a system that didn't like to negotiate. But if not now, when? So she compromised. Alright, let's unlock more now. Sorry, no additional functions can be unlocked yet. Speechless. The cold mechanical voice instantly doused her curiosity. She wanted to delete this troublesome system from her mind. Dangerous thoughts, please show respect, host. Amaze. Though unsure about the unlocking conditions, the water problem should be solved, right? Now, there were only 3 days left before the apocalypse. Despite the limited time, Amaze planned to prepare early, trying to stockpile supplies. Her bank card still had plenty of money, both her hard-earned savings and living expenses provided by her uncle. The uncle was a CEO of a listed company with only his daughter, her cousin. After her parents died in a car accident years ago, he took her in. Amaze considered him as her father. And her cousin, who claimed to care for family bonds. An enemy indeed. While heading downstairs to get her car from the underground garage, Amaze called her uncle. Elroy, can you buy some things at the villa over the next few days? I plan to take a break there soon and need to stock up on food. The middle-aged man's deep voice responded, my dear girl, thinking of me, finally. Rare to hear from you. Amaze heard the voice she hadn't heard for 3 years. Her restrained composure slipped, and her fast pace slowed. Her voice trembled as she spoke, Elroy, take good care of yourself. The person on the other side of the line sensed something was off with Amaze's voice. He scratched his head, not knowing how to comfort her. My dear girl, you can tell Elroy anything. You break my heart when you cry. It's nothing. I just miss you. I'll send you a list. Buy everything according to this list and store it in the basement. Wait for me to come back, okay? Amaze wiped her face and continued walking, trying to shake off her momentary vulnerability. Alright, whatever you say. Just don't cry anymore. Okay, I have to go now. Goodbye, Elroy. Amaze quickly hung up the phone, got into her car, and rested her head on the steering wheel. Her shoulders shook as large tears rolled down her pale cheeks. Elroy, I didn't think I would see you again. Amaze spent 5 minutes composing herself before driving straight to the nearest large supermarket to stock up. rice, flour, oil, and water were indispensable. Most important were the water sources and lighting tools. Within 3 days after the apocalypse began, almost all places would lose water, electricity, and internet. Everything she could think of needed extra supplies. Meanwhile, she sent a copy of the list to her Elroy to ensure he had the basics for survival during the early stages of the apocalypse. Although the system seemed capable of creating items, the quantity and variety couldn't be guaranteed. Better to rely on oneself than others. Before long, her extravagant shopping spree caught the attention of the store manager. "Miss, your purchases already meet our delivery fee requirements. We can deliver them directly to your home." Amaze gave her address, dismissed the manager, and started wandering around, actually testing which items the system could collect. Thus, the entire supermarket watched as that slim figure in casual clothes wandered around curiously, examining things here and there. Only Amaze knew that the unlocking notifications hadn't stopped. Picked up 1 bag of flour, unlocked wheat seed creation. Picked up 1 potato, unlocked potato seed creation. After about an hour of these prompts, Amaze finally guessed that this unfeeling system could collect items and create similar ones. Chapter 3, Begin. For example, picked up 1 iron bowl, can unlock the manufacturing of a small knife. A small knife. Could there be other weapons? Like, missiles? Dangerous thoughts, please take care, host. Alright, Amaze knew that this meant her idea was being negated. Soon, Amaze settled the bill and left the supermarket, wincing at the 5-digit bill. But all of this was worth it. She returned to her apartment not far from the hospital, which was just a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room unit with no basement. Amaze stored some of the items she bought in her manufacturing space. The manufacturing space came with the system, and anything that could be collected could be stored unlimitedly within the space. Other things were placed in the living room, filling the whole house before she felt secure. After a tiring day, Amaze didn't finish everything until around 10 at night. She lay on the bed to understand her manufacturing system. This manufacturing system had so many seeds, except for water, rice, flour, etc., which could be directly manufactured into finished products. Most other food items were only seed. With so many seeds, do I need to plant them myself? She felt a bit of a headache, as she knew nothing about planting. Cherries, you can use manufacturing water to irrigate and accelerate growth. Amaze roughly understood that she would have to do much planting in the future. Planting different species earned different experience points. Simple vegetables matured in a day, yielding only 1 to 2 experience points. Trees, when their fruits matured, would give 30 to 50 experience points. Accumulating experience could upgrade and exchange for more items, not limited to food but also including small thermal weapons. Indeed, this is a good thing. The more Amaze understood this system, the more excited she became. The stronger one's ability, the higher the chances of survival in the post-apocalyptic world, the better the opportunity to protect the people she wanted to protect. Thinking of this, Amaze suddenly sat up, fiddled with her phone, using several new SIM cards and a hacker she found online to send a message under different identities. Doomsday has arrived, what should we do? The article included some popular science knowledge about zombies and the awakening of superpowers. Using monetary means to push this title instantly to the trending list, it sparked extensive discussions among netizens. She forwarded this message to her social media circle, reminding her friends to stockpile food appropriately. After doing these things, Amaze took a deep breath and lay back on the bed. This might be the last thing she could do for the public. Before she knew it, it was the day of the apocalypse. With the fermentation on the internet, many people went to supermarkets to stock up, even if many just bought a little for the fun of it, which would serve as insurance for the post-apocalypse. At this moment, having just completed a surgery, Amaze was resting in her office when her phone vibrated, drawing her attention. On the screen was a message. "Spencer, I'm in your hospital's garage, need your help." Amaze frowned. Spencer was her neighbor older brother when her parents were still alive. Even after moving, they occasionally kept in touch over the years, accompanying each other to worship ancestors. Today was clearly not the day for such visits. Besides, wasn't he on a mission? Okay, wait for me 5 minutes. Amaze sensed this message wasn't simple, so she changed clothes and headed for the garage. Walking in not long, a top-of-the-line SUV blinked to signal her over. Just getting in the car, the sharp Amaze noticed something was wrong. "Balder, are you injured?" Spencer leaned back against the seat, despite his height of nearly 6 feet, curled up pitifully. His handsome face was pale, his lips tightly shut, looking far from his usual lively and debonair self. It appeared he had serious injuries. "Cherries, during the mission. But now I can't go to the hospital officially, so I thought of you. Can you sew me up?" His eyes half closed, gazing straight at Amaze, without revealing too much about his mission. Amaze understood the confidentiality, nodding straightforwardly, "I have nothing with me. Wait for me." Amaze glanced at the time. It was probably less than 10 minutes before the zombies outside the hospital would start biting people. There simply wasn't enough time for a round trip. "Stay in the car and don't move. I'll find you. No more than 30 minutes, don't fall asleep." Amaze started to get worried, as his condition wasn't good and this unexpected visit disrupted her plans. Back in her office, Amaze packed up her things and prepared to leave. At this moment, a mixture of male and female screams suddenly came from downstairs, drawing many people's attention. Amaze thought of her colleagues who had been working busily just now. She had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos to grab some supplies but decided to put that idea on hold. Though she didn't want to get involved at first, thinking of her co-workers, she resigned herself to go downstairs to isolate the zombies, hoping more people could survive. Helping everyone escape was Amaze's kindness, but kindness has its limits. Once it exceeded her capability, Amaze would prioritize her safety first. The scene was far messier than Amaze had imagined. The first to turn into zombies were the hospital security guards, overwhelmed by the zombie swarm outside, unable to escape their fate of mutation. They continuously bit new victims' hands, arms, shoulders, and needed not only fresh blood but also the energy from human bodies. Amaze went down to the first floor and saw Reborn being bitten. Initially, he fought back, shouting for help. People around him tried to pull the zombies off without success. In just 10 seconds, the toxins spread through his body, his skin turned blue and grey, eyes glazed over, face twisted for a few seconds before the infected started to move. The man, lying haphazardly on the ground, his abdomen rising, legs standing up while his upper body still leaning back, with one effort, he bent forward and lunged. His wife, who was crying beside him, became an unsuspecting victim, getting bitten mercilessly. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, almost half of the first floor was infected. Their eyes, some turning red, charged straight toward the crowd, who stood in disbelief. Run. Get in the cars if you have them, otherwise get into rooms. Amaze's shout woke up the surrounding people, and those who hadn't been bitten scattered everywhere. At this moment, Amaze took out the surgical knife pack she had grabbed earlier from her manufacturing space. The sharp surgical knife was perfect for cutting flesh. With 3 years of post-apocalyptic experience, dealing with newly infected zombies was like slicing melons for Amaze, almost 1 cut per zombie. Chapter 4 Fishing. Seeing that Amaze, with her small stature, could dispose of zombies with a wave of her hand, many people followed suit and began to fight back vigorously. Some were frantically creating obstacles and fleeing in all directions. Watching everyone start to escape, Amaze took advantage of the chaos to slip into the storage room and began collecting various surgical instruments, sheep gut sutures, alcohol. Pick up sheep gut sutures times 50. Pick up alcohol times 10, unlock alcohol manufacturing. A series of notifications rang in Amaze's mind, but with everything so chaotic outside, she didn't have time to ponder them carefully. She collected everything she could reach. Medical treatment and medicines had become luxuries in this post-apocalyptic world. Most people scrambled daily for their safety and food. No base prioritized building hospitals. Anyone who fell ill had no choice but to tough it out. Thus, gathering enough medicine and materials was the reason why she risked coming to work today. The pharmacy on the first floor was unguarded, and Amaze went in and emptied all the shelves as she did before. Alicia! A loud shout attracted many zombies towards them. She was startled. It was Spencer. Damn! Amaze cursed inwardly countless times. The wounds on his body hadn't been treated yet, but he still came to find her. The smell of fresh blood was attracting zombies from all over the building. Without thinking twice, Amaze pulled Spencer towards the underground garage. Originally, Amaze had come by car, which was already reinforced, but compared to Spencer's modified vehicle, it was inferior. Thus, she abandoned her own car for this safer and more reliable option. They didn't speak during the drive. Amaze climbed into the driver's seat and sped off. At this moment, there were still many people fighting zombies in the garage. There was nothing Amaze could do to save more people. The only thing she could do was honk continuously to distract the zombies. Zombies at this time had very acute hearing and sensitivity to the smell of blood. By now, the car was on the main road, and many zombies from the garage followed. The honking attracted nearby zombies, resulting in a large number following the car. They hadn't mutated yet, so their speed wasn't too fast, just like a person running. This is gauze. Change it. Hold the used one out the window to lure them. Spencer followed her instructions, pulling down the bloody gauze and placing it outside the window to attract zombies. Smelling the blood, the zombie horde grew larger. Amaze glanced at the fuel gauge. After leading the zombies for about 20 or 30 kilometers, they reached a sparsely populated area by the mountainside. Thinking that most zombies were lured away, many people might survive. So Amaze decided to go home early, throw it away. Let's head home. As the bundle of gauze fell to the ground, the zombies following closely behind pounced forward as if they had found a delicious treat, biting at it fiercely. The rear ones also joined in, but due to the limited size of the gauze, many zombies started fighting among themselves. Amaze then stepped hard on the gas and quickly left them behind. Looking through the rearview mirror, seeing those creatures being tricked by a piece of gauze, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. However, she ignored the man beside her. You seem to know them well. Those monsters. Amaze turned and chose a relatively safe route back home. Indeed, I've watched many movies. They aren't monsters but zombies. They enjoy eating human flesh and drinking blood, as you saw just now. Spencer nodded, trying to phrase his words properly. I saw you take all the medicine from an entire pharmacy. Amaze tightened her grip on the steering wheel, then relaxed. Cherries, I can store some things inside. She glanced at Spencer, trying to detect any signs of discomfort on his pale but handsome face. It was a gamble. Their eyes met for less than a second before Spencer winced from the pain, sweat dripping down his forehead, veins bulging. Without waiting for his response, Amaze stomped on the gas pedal, crashing through several zombies and rushing home. As Amaze focused on driving, Spencer spoke again, his voice trembling slightly. Don't tell anyone about this. It's not safe for a girl. Amaze's heart warmed a little, and her throat felt choked up. She didn't make a sound or turn her head but simply nodded to show that she understood. She had made the right gamble. Actually, Amaze's small apartment was also near the hospital. Because of the commotion they caused earlier, many zombies were lured away. Now there were only 3 or 5 zombies left in the residential area. The sound of the engine clearly startled them. Amaze stopped the car and helped Spencer quickly walk home. These few zombies weren't much of a threat, they were easily dealt with in no time. After returning home, Spencer immediately lay on the single sofa in the living room to rest, seeming unsurprised by the pile of food and other supplies in Amaze's living room. Amaze took out the surgical knife pack and some other necessities, preparing everything before waking Spencer, who was almost unconscious. Spencer took the towel and grabbed the knife himself, slicing open his shirt where the flesh had already healed over the fabric. He took a deep breath, needing great determination to tear off the clothes in one go, revealing the wound. Amaze, who was focused on driving earlier, hadn't noticed his wounds, a deep gash across his body and bullet holes. After he tore it, old and new wounds mingled, and fresh blood flowed out. This was far worse than what she had imagined. Ordinary doctors, used to life and death, wouldn't feel too distressed, but when the injured person was a relative, everything would be different. Amaze's hands couldn't stop trembling. It's okay, Alicia. I believe in you. His face was pale, yet he still tried to comfort the nervous person in front of him. Amaze swallowed hard, gathering her courage and starting her work. During this time, Amaze didn't dare to look up, while Spencer endured like a tough guy, not moving as she treated his wounds as if it wasn't his own flesh. Time slowly passed, and finally, everything was done. Amaze collapsed on the ground. Though she had 3 years of experience dealing with zombies in the previous apocalypse, this body seemed not to possess such strong abilities. Today, after fleeing and treating wounds, she had exceeded her usual physical capacity. Sweating profusely, she fell asleep outside without any light, her phone set to silent showing several missed calls. I forgot to report my safety. Amaze slapped her forehead and hurriedly replied to her uncle's message. In the early stages of the apocalypse, there was still internet, electricity, and water. By the 3rd day of the apocalypse, various resources began to be cut off. Her uncle's phone had been busy all along, which made Amaze a bit anxious. Chapter 5. Working. Elroy, I'm safe now, you don't need to worry about me. As soon as the call connected, Amaze immediately reported her safety. I happen to have stockpiled some supplies. Did you put the things I asked you to buy at home? The person on the other end was very worried. I'm relieved that you're okay. I called you several times but no one answered, which scared me to death. Do you think you can find a chance to come over and stay with me for safety? Or shall I go find you? Amaze quickly stopped him. Balder is with me. Once the situation improves, we will come over. That's good, that's good. Amaze understood his concerns, and they exchanged messages to reassure each other. Finally, Amaze softly said, Happy Father's Day. After saying this, she hung up. It wasn't that she didn't want to find Elroy, it was just that the supplies were not enough yet. Since she had a chance to start over, she must seize this opportunity to safely get through the apocalypse with her family and friends. After the apocalypse, the government did indeed intervene in the first place, but the bases they established required residents to hand over all their supplies to gain accommodation and water supply. Food still had to be exchanged for the loot from killing zombies outside. Many bases actually operated under a family system, refusing outsiders, and after handing over all the supplies, they would murder them to cover their tracks at night. In the post-apocalypse world, robbing and killing were commonplace. For someone like Amaze, who had her own stockpile but wasn't particularly strong, giving up all her supplies was not a good idea. Perhaps in this lifetime, she could rely on her system to build a small nest for herself in the post-apocalypse world, protecting those she cared about and surviving well. Alicia, come eat some food. Hobart's words broke Amaze out of her daze. She looked up to see the tall man who was pale earlier now wearing the strawberry bear apron she impulsively bought. His face had regained some color. It seemed his physical fitness was robust, and he would recover quickly. Dinner was tomato beef noodle soup. The noodles were chewy, and the combination of tomatoes and beef emitted an irresistible aroma. Amaze raised an eyebrow, so Balder knows how to cook. It's common for us on missions to cook our own meals due to inconvenience. There are other dishes I'm skilled at. I'll cook them for you in the future. Amaze was busy eating and didn't notice Hobart's gaze gently tracing her outline. Do you plan to go back? Hobart knew what this go back meant. Almost everyone else on this mission was gone except him, and the final order from above was simply to survive. The failure of the mission was already forgotten, so there was no need to go back. Floyd is dead. Hobart has nowhere to go. Would Amaze be willing to take him in? Amaze couldn't continue eating her noodles. The tall man before her could defend the country, yet he was once a child sitting at the gate of the courtyard, watching other kids play. Their childhood friendship ended when Lynn's parents passed away. Although they occasionally interacted, they didn't see each other often. Sure, then Hobart can work for Amaze. They both smiled, but this moment of peace was interrupted by noises outside. It seemed zombies were scratching the door, making a rasping sound. The door was specially reinforced with a thick steel layer and wood by Amaze to enhance protection. While zombies didn't pose an immediate threat, it was irritating. They decided to deal with the zombies early next morning. Early next morning, after satisfying their appetites, They set off to clean up the zombies. Because of Hobart's wound, Amaze took the lead while Hobart provided support. This arrangement suited Amaze's private thoughts. Although she had 3 years of survival experience, this body hadn't undergone any supernatural transformation. Only more practice could improve her physical fitness, allowing her to fight zombies even without awakening powers. Amaze lived on the 5th floor. During the day, the zombies on this level were elsewhere. As they went downstairs, they locked the entrance with an iron rod, killed a few minor zombies, and planned to clear the entire building for temporary safety. Until the 8th floor, they hadn't seen many zombies. Perhaps because it was a weekday, there were fewer zombies in the apartments than on the streets. Amaze squatted on the ground, inspecting the zombie she had just killed. She wore a white shirt with a blue knitted vest, and it seemed to be an elderly teacher who lived upstairs. It was a pity. Before she could finish lamenting, the elevator that had been stopped at the 8th floor suddenly opened its doors. Several zombies, their voices hoarse and filled with the smell of decay, immediately rushed toward Amaze. Hobart, who was resting against the wall opposite the elevator, tensed up. Alicia, behind you. Ignoring his wound, he sprinted forward. Amaze also reacted, but as she stood up, her leg went numb, blood rushed to her head, and everything went black. She could only instinctively stumble toward Hobart, who was running toward her, without time to react. Her body was uncontrollable, but Amaze felt that the figure charging toward her looked incredibly familiar, as if they had met somewhere before. Hobart pushed Amaze backward and got up to fight the zombies. As someone from a special department, even with his injuries, he managed to spare a moment to check on Amaze. Within 5 minutes, he efficiently dealt with all the zombies and cleared any potential ambushes before rushing to check on Amaze's condition. His hand landed gently on Amaze's forehead, the warmth reassuring. Feeling his concern, Amaze felt a bit embarrassed about admitting she had fainted due to leg numbness and insufficient blood flow to the brain. Seeing her flushed cheeks and ears from the touch of his hand, Hobart chuckled softly. The sound resonated in Amaze's neck, making her realize she couldn't pretend anymore. Just as she was considering whether to act like an ostrich or pretend to wake up unknowingly, she was suddenly carried over one shoulder by the man. Like carrying a sack of rice. Forced to return home, this marked the end of today's brief exercise. Back home, Amaze sat on the sofa with her eyes closed, organizing her thoughts. It took her a while to remember that Hobart was still a patient. Originally intending to rebandage him out of worry, she abruptly opened her eyes and directly locked gazes with the patient. Remembering what happened earlier, she jumped up and left hurriedly, saying, "I'll go plant vegetables," before rushing to the balcony to squat down and study. On the balcony were large boxes for growing vegetables that she had bought previously. She hadn't figured out exactly how to cultivate them to gain experience before the apocalypse arrived. While Amaze was still contemplating where to start, Hobart's footsteps approached, and he tapped on the glass. "I brought you a stool, in case you get up and faint again." Chapter 6, Gardening. Xie, xiao ji. Amaze gritted her teeth in response to Hobart's words, practically seething. Hobart, however, remained calm. "You take care of your business. I'll go tend to my wound." Hobart's wound had definitely reopened again, but his spirits were still good, and Amaze was confident he could manage applying medicine to it on his own. Her face flushed with anger, she sat on a small stool and took 2 deep breaths before she could focus on the work ahead. The planting boxes were made of iron, and when bought, they came equipped with specialized soil and nutrient solution. To gain experience points, Amaze chose to use seeds and water produced by the system for cultivation. According to the information she found, she selected some easily grown, fast-growing plants as trial specimens. She sprinkled the seeds and covered them thinly with soil, fetched water from the system, and poured it over. That completed the task. The sun outside was just right, making one feel drowsy and lethargic. In a half-dream state, Amaze thought about how many more peaceful days like this lay ahead. After resting sufficiently, Amaze dragged Hobart along without hesitation to act as a bodyguard while continuing to clear zombies from the hallway. It wasn't until sunset that they finished. The two had a fairly good understanding of the building's current status today. Apart from possibly empty households, there were 2 elderly women living side by side on the 2nd floor, both looking frail and fearful, presumably in their 60s or 70s. A pregnant woman with short hair appeared efficient, her baby bump only just beginning to show at around 4 to 5 months. She lived alone upstairs from Amaze. It was said that the father of her child was no longer around. There was also a middle-aged uncle from the countryside looking for his son. His child was still alive and they were in contact but had no opportunity to meet. He lived on the topmost floor. That night, there was a sudden knock on Amaze's door. The knocking sound was distinctly different from the zombies scratching. Alerted, Hobart went to open the door while the relatively smaller statured Amaze crouched nearby, ready to act. It was the pregnant woman from upstairs. Still cautious, Hobart didn't let his guard down. Trust used to be limited to team members, and now except for Alicia, no one else could be trusted, even a seemingly weak pregnant woman. "My home was burglarized by those 2 old ladies downstairs. They sneaked in with kitchen knives while I was asleep. I dared not make a sound for fear of hurting the baby. Everything visible is already gone." Amaze and Hobart exchanged glances. Despite her pitiful condition, they felt no obligation to assist her. "Can you help arrange a talk with them? This is a conflict between us, and constant vigilance isn't a solution. We need to address this now." Amaze hadn't expected a single pregnant mother to confront the situation so boldly, which earned her some respect. Thus, she gestured Hobart to invite her in. Actually, besides asking you to witness this, I also come in earnest, hoping to join you. Sitting on the sofa, Amaze noticed she held a laptop computer running some programs, casting a mysterious glow reflected through her blue light blocking glasses. This shows the current content on various countries' system networks. As many countries are still unstable, the information is incomplete. You can look and understand the current situation. She confidently pushed the screen toward them, letting them see freely. This is my sincerity. Anything available online, now or in the future, I can ensure you have access to the latest research. Looking at the woman before her, Amaze noted her slender build, barely showing signs of pregnancy. Her demeanor changed dramatically once she opened her laptop, suggesting strong confidence in her professional skills. Hobart did not get involved but kept vigilant, considering he himself was someone Amaze had taken in. Just watching the woman's excited expression, Amaze finally spoke slowly. May I ask your name? Alana. Amaze nodded, keeping her expression neutral, though inside, her thoughts churned tumultuously. Alana became famous in various bases in the second year of the apocalypse because she had always been doing data research for the authorities. However, her child was kidnapped by the leader of a private base when she wasn't paying attention. Later, when she openly declared war on the base with homemade weapons, her child died in the conflict. Since then, Alana has become a headache for both public and private sectors. Her revelations can be seen on all frequencies and networks, in various forms. And before that incident, no one knew she could also develop many weapons, or else no one would have dared to cause such a big issue. At that time, Alana had already disappeared, but there were still legends about her. Such a clear-cut person, who clearly expressed love and hate, was still regarded as a female devil by many people. Amaze was secretly pleased that the person she picked up turned out to have such a significant background. And, Miss Lin, there is a $50,000 network expense bill that needs your confirmation. Alana further tempted her. Network expense bill. It was probably the hot search topic at the time. So it was you. Cherries, it was just a small effort. But I didn't expect Miss Lin to know quite a lot. Alana leaned back on the sofa, gently placing one hand on her belly, relaxed, even somewhat tired. After all, she was pregnant. Why don't we go back to my room to rest for a while and talk about future matters? After organizing her thoughts, Amaze immediately became somewhat fawning. After all, this person was a treasure. Knowing her ability to predict the future was now leverage in Alana's hands. If she couldn't bring herself to kill her, she had to pull her in. It seems you acknowledge my abilities. I also have a different view of you. In the future, we will definitely cooperate well. Can I call you Alicia like Hobart? Alana used both soft and hard approaches, being polite and courteous. Amaze raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. Even though she had already accepted that there might be no secrets before this woman, like how those base leaders in the previous life loved red underwear being exposed, it was still unexpected that in just one day, everything between her and Hobart had been laid bare. Of course not a problem. I know what you seek, and you understand my intentions. I hope we can cooperate well in the future. Josephine Chignard. The atmosphere between them remained harmonious as they returned to the bedroom, leaving only Hobart staring at the computer, sighing about these strange women. Chapter 7 points. At 4 a.m, Amaze tiptoed out of the room. Hobart, who was still on alert, immediately opened his eyes. In recent days, they had been taking turns keeping watch. One person would keep watch during the first half of the night while another watched during the second half to ensure safety and prevent zombies from catching them all asleep. You get some rest, I'll go check things out on the balcony and wake you up at 8. Amaze softly answered Hobart's puzzled gaze. I just can't sleep, I want to admire the moon. So, Amaze sat alone at the entrance of the balcony, gazing at the moon, her thoughts unknown. Hobart lay down on the sofa bed but did not fall asleep. He kept an eye on the solitary figure under the moonlight. For a moment, everything seemed to be frozen in time, with only the silent passage of time breaking the stillness. Amaze broke the silence. Say, if the moon disappears someday and the sun turns blue, what would the world be like? Hobart didn't know how to respond and eventually drifted off to sleep as she spoke gently. Left alone, Amaze stared at the system panel displaying an additional 4,000 points in shock. Where did these 4,000 points come from overnight? Congratulations, host. These are points earned for rescuing humans. 1,000 points per person? Amaze realized that several items in the point store that were previously unattainable were now within reach. Super Strength Potion, 1,000 points provides strength equivalent to a comparable individual for half an hour, causes exhaustion for 5 hours after effect wears off. Energy Pill, 2,000 points restores random energy levels when consumed. These two items were the only ones unlocked by Amaze, requiring substantial points to redeem, yet offering little practical use since neither she nor Hobart had developed any special abilities. For now, physical training was the most practical option. The vegetables on the balcony, nourished by the system's water supply, had matured rapidly. Lettuce, cilantro, leeks, and other greens flourished in lush green patches. As Amaze picked the vegetables, more notifications sounded. Picked lettuce ×1, plus 1 point. Picked lettuce ×1, plus 1 point. She had grown accustomed to the sound of these notifications and could ignore them while harvesting. Picking vegetables, she thought, it would be great if we could raise some chickens. In the early morning at 8 o'clock, Amaze prepared some simple food and woke the two others up. She gave each of them a bottle of water for washing up. The water seems off this morning. For safety, let's stick to mineral water, said Amaze, twisting the faucet open, the water appeared clear enough. But as she turned it off, faint yellow stains lingered on the sink walls. All three knew something was wrong, the water was likely contaminated. Amaze understood that soon both water and electricity would be cut off, marking the real beginning of the apocalypse. This calamity was just getting started. After breakfast, Alana said seriously, "I'll go downstairs and talk to those two. Matters like this should be confronted in person." The entire hallway was secure, with no zombies around. Although Alana was safe going out alone, the trio still went together. Amaze had many thoughts. After all, this person was a valuable asset. If anything happened in the future, they could rely on this internet prodigy for advance information. Amaze only knew about major events in the next 3 years, but details were hazy. Moreover, the end times might last longer than 3 years. What would happen in the future? Much of their news would likely depend on Alana. As for Hobart, he would naturally stay wherever his adoptive parents were. The three descended the stairs, and Alana knocked 3 times on the iron door on the left, with Amaze and Hobart standing behind her. An elderly woman answered the door, her face lined with deep wrinkles, appearing kind. Seeing Alana, she quickly tried to shut the door, only to have Hobart stop it with his hand. "What are you doing?" the old woman asked, looking worried. From behind the door on the right came rustling sounds, but no one opened it. No need to guess, someone was likely hiding behind the door, too afraid to open it. Amaze scoffed mentally, having the courage to act but lacking the nerve to own up to it. Even bullying a pregnant woman, didn't they fear retribution? During the apocalypse, not being overly kind or righteous was wise, but self-preservation also had its limits. Bullying the weak was utterly despicable. Alana remained calm. "Can you return the items taken last night? That's baby formula I prepared. I know you're short on food, but bullying a pregnant woman is unethical." The old lady smiled and looked up at Alana. "What are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying. Look at you, have you gone hungry and lost your mind?" Alana glanced sideways at the two emotionless people behind her, then turned back to the frail old lady in front of her. "You know what I'm talking about. It's just that my two friends here don't seem to be in a good mood. You see." Following her gaze, the old lady scrutinized for a long moment before recalling these tall, slender young figures were the ones who had killed zombies in the hallway. Instantly, she swallowed her words, begrudgingly glanced at the tightly closed door opposite, and grumbled as she moved from the doorway. Only when Alana retrieved the baby formula, diapers, clothes, and other items, did the three of them return home. Amaze and the others had already planned that they might need to use force to retrieve the items. They hadn't expected this old lady to be so cowardly. A slight threat was all it took to make her give in. Alana didn't forcefully take back the food from the other room, but left it alone as if she had forgotten about it. Amaze knew that unequal distribution would lead to conflict. After they left, those two might end up fighting. She exchanged a look with Hobart. This person's intelligence wasn't just in computer skills but also in social interactions. This teammate was worth it. Thinking this, Amaze felt happier, and the road to survival became safer. The three returned to Alana's previous room where there were still items prepared for the future child, baby clothes, formula, and some food supplies. The couple must have been filled with anticipation for their child's arrival. Unfortunately, seeing these supplies, Alana was still happy. "Let's take all this back. Consider it a thank you gift." Neither of the two refused. Who wouldn't want more supplies in the apocalypse? After spending the morning fussing, after a brief rest, Amaze pulled Hobart out to kill zombies again. She was still too weak, and in a few weeks, when zombies mutated, she would likely be no match for them. There were now more zombies than before. Since the day the apocalypse began fell on a workday, most residents in the complex were housewives and elderly, with few young adults. Based on Amaze's observations, the strength of zombies seemed related to the physical condition of the humans before mutation. If the human wasn't strong before mutation, the resulting zombie probably wouldn't be strong either. These weak zombies in the complex suited Amaze perfectly for practice. Chapter 8 Awakening. Soon, the nearby units were almost completely cleared of zombies. Some doors were already broken, probably because the owners had either turned into zombies or escaped. Amaze naturally did not refuse the unclaimed supplies. Listening to the chimes of credit messages and watching the numbers on the control panel rise little by little, this peculiar sense of happiness made her feel very content. Having been busy for 2 days, the 2 adjacent buildings were basically cleared out. In recent days, everyone, lacking water and electricity, started to adapt to a lifestyle where they woke up with the sunrise and rested at sunset. Except for Amaze, who went out every night to look at the moon, almost no one noticed that the originally silver moonlight had gradually dimmed, and even the sunlight during the day had slightly changed. However, an incident occurred when it was time to clean Unit 7. For some unknown reason, there were exceptionally more zombies in this unit. When the unit door opened, nearly 100 zombies surged out, their menacing faces pressing toward the 2 people like a dark cloud. Amaze was now very proficient at dealing with these zombies. She cursed inwardly but resigned herself and rushed forward. With a jump, knee strike, and back throw, she took down the front zombies. A light swipe of the surgical knife left one zombie decapitated. At this moment, Amaze realized this zombie was different from the others. While other zombies' brains were soft like tofu pudding, this zombie's head felt much harder. The surgical knife hit something solid as it pierced through its skull with a clink, making Amaze realize that zombies were starting to produce crystals. It had only been a week, yet there were already zombies with first-stage crystal cores. So, there must be someone who has developed an ability by now, right? Amaze recalled that in her previous life, first-stage zombies appeared simultaneously with awakened ability users. She tried to recall more details, but a moment's distraction let a zombie pounce from behind, ready to feast with its fangs exposed. Spencer saw Amaze's predicament and felt an urgent need to act. He immediately grabbed the two zombies in front of him and used them to crash into each other, instantly splattering white substance everywhere. After resolving the situation in front of him, Spencer dashed over to Amaze. Simultaneously, Amaze also noticed the danger behind her and rolled away from the attack range. Spencer delivered a flying kick, temporarily solving Amaze's crisis. They hurriedly found another place to temporarily evade the zombie pursuit. Just as Spencer was about to reprimand her for being careless, he saw her squatting down, and his words faded away. Balder, you should hold on to this. Amaze lifted her hand to show her new discovery, a small nail-sized, milky white, fluffy object sparkling in the sunlight, though not as dazzling as her smile. Seeing the slight sweat on the man's face, Amaze knew he must have been worried about her. Stunned, he didn't respond to her, so she repeated, this is really useful. If you encounter any other zombies with something like this in their heads, take it out. Spencer couldn't understand why she was so concerned about this object but couldn't bring himself to refuse her. He finally nodded. Unable to utter a harsh word under her gaze, after a long pause, he could only manage, take care of yourself. Safety first. Then he turned to kill zombies with noticeably cleaner and sharper movements, clearly wanting to get home safely and quickly without giving Amaze a chance to practice. Amaze misunderstood Spencer's actions, thinking he was angrily killing zombies out of spite, not leaving any for her practice. Thus, both of them moved faster than ever, slicing zombies like cutting watermelons, eliminating all the zombies in a short time. However, Amaze didn't encounter any first-stage zombies, and Spencer showed no signs of collecting crystal cores. Just as Spencer pulled his blades out of a zombie's brain, he felt something unusual. Upon inspection, he found a small crystal core lying inside, identical to what Amaze had shown him. Spencer carefully took out the crystal, examining it closely. Suddenly, a tingling current seemed to course through his body. Almost instantly, his eyes turned red, he breathed heavily, veins bulging, and a faint mist rose from his body. This scene utterly shocked Amaze. Through multiple experiments conducted by people in this apocalyptic world, it was discovered that crystal cores are toxic and need to be disinfected according to a specific ratio before they can be used. Otherwise, crystal core poisoning could occur, which might lead to death from toxin overload. Just like Spencer now, his body's energy couldn't withstand the overflow. Even though crystal cores are toxic, people have found ways to use them effectively for energy replenishment and to help those with abilities enhance their levels. Thus, many people developed a fervent interest in crystal cores. However, using undisinfected crystal cores usually led to fatal poisoning. Amaze immediately panicked. Yuan, drink some water. Slow down, she stuttered, deeply worried about Spencer's condition. The system-generated water was special, but whether it could alleviate crystal core poisoning still required time to verify. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Spencer remained seated on the ground, breathing erratically. His fists were clenched tightly, sweat drenching his clothes, making him look pinkish as if he had been steamed, with steam rising from his body and dispersing into the air. Amaze quietly stood guard beside him, protecting him. Meanwhile, many neighbors were peeking through their windows to see what was happening. Without time to think much, nor daring to move Spencer, she could only wait on the spot. In a flash, Spencer suddenly opened his eyes, looking fiercely determined, and struck the ground with his right hand. This punch, filled with immense energy, sent cracks spreading from the point of impact to all around. He had created a pit in the stone slab floor. Amaze was greatly astonished, thinking he must have awakened a strength-based ability. Cherit, she vaguely remembered that absorbing crystal cores required learning and expending significant mental power to access the energy within. How could Spencer absorb just by touching casually and actually awaken an ability? If it were so easy, how could so many people live their entire lives without any abilities? Chapter 9. Dual Abilities. Although the utility of strength-based abilities might diminish somewhat in the later stages, they are still exceptionally powerful in the early stages. Especially when one can awaken their ability just a week after the event started, it's definitely worth celebrating. Her thoughts were racing, going through various possibilities in her mind. She had just prepared to congratulate him on his newly awakened ability. Spencer's originally calmer expression suddenly became distorted, and he let out a roaring shout. The heat wave that accompanied it made Amaze, who was standing quite close to him, feel endangered. She quickly retreated several steps. The roar lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds. Though they were in a relatively safe and open area, several zombies appeared, clearly attracted by Spencer's roar. Turning his head towards the stunned Amaze, Spencer said, Alicia, I think I may have awakened the ability you mentioned. Furrowing her brows, Amaze analyzed the situation. Given this immense strength, it should be a strength-based ability. It's pretty formidable in the early stages. However, something about Spencer's condition seemed peculiar. Before she could finish her sentence, Spencer ran forward a few steps and singled out the strongest-looking zombie for a solo confrontation. Spencer has always been special, so even before awakening his ability, dealing with these zombies was easy for him. This time, however, instead of engaging in close combat, he lifted his hand. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a flame emerged from his fingertip, a blend of orange and red, small yet persistent despite its flickering form. As Spencer extended his hand, the flame transformed into a thin thread of fire that shot toward the nearest zombie. With a twist of his finger, the thread of fire, as if understanding his intentions, wrapped around the zombie. Though the flames appeared weak, they scorched the zombie enough to make it roll around on the ground. Slowly closing his hands, Spencer tightened the fire thread, slicing the zombie into 4 or 5 pieces. With another upward motion, the entire zombie was engulfed in flames. The whole process took only 3 to 5 seconds, truly astonishing Amaze. In her previous life, she had seen many fire-based ability users awaken and even some who had mastered fire attack techniques. None of them could master their abilities so quickly right after awakening. Even more terrifying was the fact that Amaze had initially thought Spencer had awakened a strength-based ability. Could it be that he actually awakened both strength and fire abilities simultaneously? Amaze's worldview was crumbling. She couldn't believe that the boy who grew up with her, this neighbor and brother-like figure, possessed such remarkable talent. So, strong individuals are this common now? Watching Spencer use his fire ability without showing any signs of exhaustion didn't surprise Amaze much anymore. As for the issue of the crystal core not being sterilized or diluted, Amaze decided not to mention it for now. Since the government hadn't researched this yet, revealing it would raise suspicion. Now that only he had awakened his ability and was immune to the toxins from the original crystal core, it was best to keep quiet about it. While Amaze was processing everything silently, Spencer was also very excited. She had described the feeling of being an ability user like this, hadn't she? I feel there's still plenty of energy in my body. Let me take this opportunity to practice my ability. You go rest over there. Spencer spoke, urging her away, and Amaze saw no reason to compete for the zombies. Walking to the side, she wanted to cheer him on, reminding him not to overuse his ability and exhaust himself. But just as she was about to speak, Spencer raised his hand, and the familiar little flame appeared again. However, this time, the flame was only about the size of a fingernail, about 1/3 the size of the previous one. This made Amaze chuckle. Indeed, fairness still exists in this world. Even someone as talented as Spencer didn't have unlimited energy immediately after awakening his ability. Spencer's ears turned bright red. He had tried to show off but failed. Seeing how embarrassed Spencer looked, Amaze laughed heartily, her eyes squinting into crescents. Even though Spencer had embarrassed himself, seeing her laugh so brightly made him smile too. Once Amaze finished laughing, she kindly pulled Spencer out of his nearly mortified state. There aren't many left. Let's finish them off together and then go home for dinner. Hearing her say go home so naturally calmed all of Spencer's emotions instantly. Sure, let's go home. They exchanged a smile and began working together to clear out the zombies. At this point, many people had started venturing out of their homes cautiously to gather supplies. With fewer zombies in the residential area, the common folks' courage was also growing. Because Amaze and Spencer covered a long distance during their operations, some people copied their actions stealthily, extracting the items from the zombie heads. Actually, even before, quite a few people secretly picked up supplies after they cleared out the zombies. Amaze and Spencer understood their difficulties and didn't make things hard for them. However, this time, the crystal cores were far more important than the previous supplies. The zombies were killed entirely by them, and the crystal cores were collected and hidden quickly. When it came to killing the zombies, no one else showed up. Amaze felt somewhat aggrieved. Their actions could truly be disheartening, even though she didn't clear zombies seeking others' approval or gratitude. This only reinforced her desire to leave this place as soon as possible. What surprised her was that among those digging out the zombie crystal cores were not just adults but also a child. It was a little girl, tiny amidst the crowd, around 6 or 7 years old. Despite her small size, she was incredibly brave, using her hands to extract the zombie crystal core, displaying more courage than many adults. While collecting the zombie crystal cores, Amaze observed this fearless child. The little girl looked up with her big eyes, holding up the newly extracted crystal core she dug out, running toward Amaze and offering it to her. Big sister, you're looking for these things, right? I found this one, here you go. Amaze was very surprised, not expecting such help from a young child. This made her feel even more uncomfortable. Even a 6 or 7-year-old child understood the proper thing to do, yet those adults who were still busy picking up the crystal cores and stuffing them into their pockets didn't get it. Indeed, human desires are boundless. Chapter 10 Exchange. Thank you. Amaze raised her hand to pat Daphne's head. Wait here for big sister for a moment, okay? Seeing Daphne nod in agreement, Amaze then ran to the side to bring out some vegetables and water. These green vegetables were what she had been growing on the balcony over the past few days. The water from the spatial ring was incredibly useful. It could grow a large quantity of vegetables within a day, more than enough for several people. It could be said that these vegetables were priceless now. Adding in a few bottles of water, this would be considered payment for Daphne this time around. Upon seeing Amaze bring over many fresh green vegetables, Daphne was at a loss. You don't need to give me so much, I don't want them. Seeing Amaze insist, Daphne reached out her small hands to pick up just a few leaves. This is enough to make me very happy. The child's innocent smile was a rare sight in this desolate world. Not wanting to press any further, Amaze nodded and the two made their exchange. Water, I have water, exclaimed the little girl as she lifted her hand. Drops of clear water trickled out from between her fingers, falling to the ground. A water manipulator, and she was such a young child. Amaze envied her greatly. She had awakened her own abilities quite late into this new era. She only hoped that this time around she could awaken sooner. Next time when you see this again, you can also exchange it for vegetables and water with me. Smiling warmly, Amaze spoke to Daphne, while also making an announcement to everyone else nearby. Crystal cores could be exchanged for vegetables. Instantly, many people suddenly took no interest in the crystal cores they had in their hands. After all, it seemed that this thing currently had no use. Future use would be something to discuss once they had survived. Until then, almost immediately, a group of people gathered around. I have 2 here. I was planning on giving them to you earlier. Can I exchange them for some vegetables? Me too, I have 1. Amaze answered with a smile. Of course, different colored cores are fine too. I have both water and vegetables. A core can be exchanged for either a pound of vegetables or a bottle of water. In terms of prices from the previous life, Amaze was at a loss with this deal. But even for those who were still getting used to this new era, this condition was easily accepted by them as well. There was practically no difference compared to getting it for free. Soon after, several more people surrounded Amaze. Many scrambled to present their collected cores to her, but there were naturally those who secretly stashed away their cores and left this trouble-prone area. Through this method, Amaze incentivized many to take care of themselves by killing zombies in exchange for supplies. In the following days, they gradually cleared out almost the entire neighborhood. During this period, the little girl appeared again, bringing a bottle of water this time. Big sister, this is the water I made. After inquiring, Amaze learned that Daphne had awakened due to a sudden fever one day. Upon waking up, she found herself surrounded by water. My mother says that I'm someone who can produce water. So, I gave water to my family members. I am finally able to help my mother. Big sister, the vegetables you gave me a few days ago were really tasty. Mother asked me to give you this water to thank you. Her simple and sincere words elicited laughter from the crowd, but Amaze realized that everyone's awakening of their abilities indeed came about in strange and varied ways. Only now did she know that her body showed no signs of abnormality yet. It might be a long time before she awakened her ability. Within a week, they sealed off all entrances to the community. They had almost cleared out all the zombies in the entire complex. Meanwhile, several others had awakened their abilities, causing a pang of envy in Amaze. However, she could only falsely claim that she was a wood manipulator capable only of growing vegetables. Amongst various feelings, only Amaze and Spencer, who knew the truth, were privy to her actual abilities. The community was home to numerous property management staff and security personnel. The safety system installed pre-calamity included an electrified fence. By turning on the backup generator, they created a protective layer of high-voltage wire around the perimeter. If any zombies approached, alarms would sound and the zombies would receive an electric shock. Thus, the community's security system was basically fully established. Amaze continued to trade vegetables and water for crystal cores, unknowingly collecting a handful of them, nearly 100 pieces in total. The energy contained within was almost sufficient to elevate Spencer to level 2. However, Amaze did not tell those who found the cores how to use them. Based on the timeline of her past life, experts from the government would inform everyone through radio broadcasts regarding the function of the cores as well as methods to remove the toxicity from the cores within 1.5 months. That day was coming close, so as long as they didn't experiment recklessly with the cores, it wouldn't cause any harm to them. Amaze and her 2 companions had prepared all necessary materials and were ready to leave the residential complex for the villa where Elroy was. Thus, when she returned home that night, Amaze soaked all the crystal cores she had accumulated recently in the spatial water for about 3 days. The original milky white impurities inside the crystal cores should have disappeared, and clear crystal cores suitable for energy absorption should have appeared. But there were no shiny crystal cores. There was only a cup of translucent water, which was different from the water filled with flocculent impurities after soaking in the previous life. Amaze speculated that the spatial water not only purified the impurities in the crystal cores but even dissolved them, making this method more economical than before. However, everything was just a guess, so Amaze felt a bit nervous inside. Yuan-ge, try this. Seeing her somewhat tense expression, Spencer made a joke. What, do you think I eat too much? Planning to poison me? Although he said that, he drank the entire glass of water without hesitation. Just as he finished speaking, Spencer seemed to react. Did you really poison me, girl? He endured the collision of energy within his body while smiling at Amaze's reaction. Seeing her frowning forehead and worried eyes, Spencer couldn't help but laugh. An orange glow emerged from Spencer's body, instantly lighting up the night room. Amaze could feel the flow of energy but experienced no burning sensation at all. Looks like you're trying to burn me to death. His words carried laughter, without a trace of pain. Amaze finally relaxed, touching her nose guiltily. Maybe I wanted some roasted meat. The flame around him gradually dimmed, and with a snap of his fingers in the dark, a palm-sized flame appeared on Spencer's fingertip, many times larger than when he first awakened. Second stage. Second stage. The firelight reflected on both their bodies. Amaze's eyes sparkled, her joy barely concealed as she alternated between looking at the small flame and Spencer. Spencer felt ticklish inside, finding this little girl in front of him irresistibly adorable. I. Both spoke at the same time and then fell silent, waiting for the other to speak. You speak first, Alicia. I'm going to check the balcony vegetables first. Sleep well tonight. Chapter 11 Leaving. The word Spencer was about to say circled in his throat and was suppressed again. He could only utter, okay, call me if you're tired. Amaze quickly agreed with a couple of hums and bounced back to the balcony where she had spent most of her time. Spencer extinguished the flame in his hand as well. After all, the person he wanted to admire had already left. What was the point of showing it? He lay on the sofa, gazing at the balcony as he usually did, chasing after the scenery he desired to see. Alana gave a soft laugh from inside the room but didn't say anything. A long silence spread in the darkness. Back on the balcony, Amaze took care of her plants carefully. These plants thrived even during sunless nights, meeting the harvesting rate of once a day, bringing in 500 points each day. Added to the 4,000 points she earned for saving people earlier, she had made over 7,000 points. The two people inside were her chosen friends and her support in this post-apocalyptic world. With her skills and the abilities of others, especially with her uncle still alive, these were almost the most content things for Amaze in this world. Tonight's moon was still silvery white, just a crescent moon, with plenty of black fog surrounding and encroaching upon its light. But this was not something Amaze could prevent. Everything has its own rules, and she could only wish for herself to grow stronger, much stronger. The water that Balder had swallowed without hesitation just now was actually their trust in each other. Spencer had given her too much safety already. Moreover, the figure running towards her, Amaze speculated, was very likely to be Spencer. Now Amaze believed that in the future journey of the post-apocalypse, she would never be alone. By the second week, there were actually very few zombies left around the perimeter of the complex, with only occasional appearances. That noon, they still received national radio broadcasts as usual. Some of the news included information about the country constructing bases. Many people in the neighborhood heard this news and rushed to share the message that they would soon be saved. This matter Alana had already told them several days ago, but the exact date of sending the message hadn't been set. Now, the base locations were announced to the public, along with news that some region squads could pick up survivors. Everyone was extremely excited. Alana showed no reaction. Do you plan to go? Amaze's aim was to reach her uncle's home, where the villa area would be more suitable for survival. As for how long they could survive, according to the current system, assuming there was no attack by a zombie wave, they should be able to live for quite a long time. Spencer naturally knew Amaze was concerned about her uncle and wouldn't turn to large bases. What do you think? Amaze didn't answer but asked her instead. Through these days, they had come to understand each other's character. Alana cared only about her child. I'll follow your lead, but I don't suggest going to a big base. Amaze nodded in agreement. Before their supplies ran out, Amaze didn't plan to rely on any base, either public or private. The three agreed, putting an end to this discussion. Where do we prepare to go? This complex won't be safe for long. From what I know, there used to be large squares nearby, and it's feared that a mass of zombies will arrive soon. Amaze marveled at the accuracy of big data, which almost matched the information she knew as a reborn person. We will leave in the next 2 days. Spencer joined in, then hurry. They've already followed the instructions on the radio broadcast. Colorful cloths have been tied outside the complex, so if a squad passes, they'll take everyone away. Fearing crowds may attract waves of zombies. They will be gone, and we will be surrounded. Better to start early. Amaze thought the same. Spencer's power was already at the second level, invincible for the moment, and her agility and techniques had improved to match her previous life after constant hunting of zombies. Even with an additional pregnant woman, their strength would be more than enough. After reaching an agreement, the three packed up their supplies in the third week since the apocalypse began. They placed some items in the car and drew considerable fuel from unclaimed vehicles in the underground garage before preparing to leave. Currently, every departure from the complex required informing the security guard to open the gate. Normally, they left empty-handed, but now, driving off in her SUV, it was a different story. What is Pearson preparing to do with all these things? Cherries, wasn't it said that a convoy would come to pick us up to go to the big base? Why are you guys still preparing to leave? Everyone asked Amaze many questions in rapid succession, all expressing their surprise at the group's decision to leave at this time. Amaze really didn't want to explain too much, so she put on an acting persona. Isn't it because I got in touch with my uncle earlier? He's still alive. He's my only family left, and naturally, I want to reunite with him. Half-truths turned into a sudden strong desire to be back by her uncle's side. It had been 3 years since they last met. This news spread quickly, and soon almost everyone in the community knew about it. Some people lamented the lack of a place to exchange vegetables, while others genuinely worried about the safety of the three of them. The little girl ran away from the crowd, returned home, and then came down again. Josephine, here's the water we've saved up at our house, for you. Mom says, wish you a safe journey. The child's words warmed their hearts. Alana, who adored this child, accepted on behalf of Amaze. Thank you. Aunt will also give you something. With maternal affection, Alana put some of the supplies meant for her own child into the box, along with the bottle of water, and gave it to Daphne. Amaze added some vegetables as well, as a gift for the little girl. As the three sat in the SUV, heading towards the villa area of Province Y, Amaze sat in the passenger seat, watching the scenery outside the window fly by, filled with infinite thoughts. No one in this post-apocalyptic world has an easy life. She only hoped that everyone in the neighborhood, whether good or bad, would grow stronger and survive in the days to come. Many zombies chased after their vehicle, attracted by the rumbling sound of the engine. Alana exclaimed from the back seat, "Look! Chapter 12 Speed." Both of them turned back and followed the direction she pointed, only to see there was actually a zombie outside the window. He looked like he was only in his early teens, still wearing school uniform, with a round face that made his eyes look like slits. The uniform almost tore as he ran. His greenish-grey skin revealed his zombie identity, and now this little zombie was able to keep up with the car. At 50 miles per hour, he was actually able to catch up easily. It must be a speed mutation, allowing him to match the car's speed. Don't worry, he won't attack. Before her words faded, The guy outside raised his hand to hit the car window and even opened his mouth to roar loudly. A jinxed mouth. Amaze felt regretful. No one expected such a coincidence would happen. Not only did this guy start attacking, but he also roared to attract other zombies. Is there any open space nearby? We need to take care of him first. Amaze pondered over this matter. Just 3 weeks after the apocalypse began, a zombie had already reached level 1 mutation, while there were very few humans who had awakened their mutations now. If people didn't rise up to kill zombies now, they would surely face more difficulties in survival in the future. Alana saw their different expressions and decided for them. Turn right at the next intersection. I remember there is a small park there. I used to stroll around there. The car sped up, and the speed zombie fell just a bit behind, clearly unwilling to give up the food within reach and persistently chased the car. After just a few minutes, the trio arrived at their destination. As soon as the car stopped, Amaze held Alana's hand which was about to open the door. We'll get out, but you stay here. Their eyes met, and Amaze read the concern in her eyes, gently patting her hand. I have a secret weapon. Don't worry. Then the two of them got out of the car and could already see the shadow of the zombie. Leaning against the car door, Amaze tilted his head and said, It's your turn now. Spencer nodded, indicating he was ready. In an instant, the zombie rushed towards him with a lunge. The fat on the zombie's body was still quivering when it encountered the attack, instantly locking its hostility on Spencer. Spencer's speed wasn't enough to hit him, just to scare him and test his skills. This was why Spencer was chosen. His physical strength and skills were the strongest among the three. Since he couldn't hurt the zombie from speed, he needed to drag time. To deal with a speed zombie, if you can't be faster than him, you can only endure. Sure enough, the zombie was immediately enraged, constantly roaring and spitting greenish-white pus everywhere, aiming for a vicious bite at Spencer. Spencer reacted quickly, sidestepping his attack and giving a solid kick, instantly activating his fire dragon ability to wrap around the zombie's body. The zombie pushed its speed to the limit, forcing its way past him. In a moment, Amaze saw the one human and one zombie exchange over 10 rounds of attack and defense, each attack narrowly missing, causing no damage. Boulder. Amaze hurried to remind him. Their plan didn't require him to really kill it, as it was too difficult. Receiving the signal, he withdrew directly. The zombie, unaware of being set up, followed Spencer's figure immediately. 3, 2, 1. Amaze silently counted down in his heart, pressing the trigger as the countdown ended. Spencer fell to the ground precisely. The zombie pounced without hesitation and was hit by the tranquilizer needle midair. Phew. Amaze breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything went according to plan. Now, zombie's defenses were still low, so the tranquilizer took effect quickly. Hit by the needle, the zombie moved somewhat numbly, its head landing on Spencer's upper body and instinctively opening and closing its mouth. The sound responding to its bites was only a crackling plastic sound. Spencer flipped the zombie's body with one hand, followed closely by his ability burning its body, leaving only a small crystal core on the ground. Now Spencer could control himself and wouldn't absorb the core completely upon contact. He stood up, his shirt bitten to pieces, exposing a plastic bottle close to his skin. They had planned this before leaving, letting the most powerful Spencer restrain the zombie, killing it if possible, or creating an opening to finish it off with anesthesia. The armor close to his skin was just a plastic bottle wrapped in tape to withstand the zombie's bites. Unbelievably, the first attempt went perfectly without rehearsal, making both of them very happy. Hobart wiped the sweat and handed the crystal core to Amaze. I'm all sweaty now. You drive. Amaze turned to open the car door, but her arm was stopped. There's someone, at 3 o'clock. Amaze looked and didn't expect a car to be driving over from afar. Little Han? That's great, you're still alive. The newcomer was in a suit, speaking excitedly as he walked, unable to hide his joy at meeting an old acquaintance. I didn't expect to meet you here. Before Amaze could answer, another car slowly drove up from behind him. A weary male voice came from inside. Since you've found someone, I'll leave first. Without waiting for a response, he rolled up the window and left, leaving him rubbing his hands and wiping his nose, smiling foolishly at Amaze. Where were you planning to go? Only then did Amaze have time to greet him. Big brother Shetien, it's wonderful to see you again. Then she pulled Hobart who was behind her. This is Hobart, Boulder, and this is my neighbor Obduraman. The two men met for the first time, shaking hands for about 3 or 4 seconds before letting go. Amaze hadn't expected them to value each other so much. Brother Shetien, are you planning to come with us? We're about to leave. Amaze knew Obduraman fairly well. He worked as a manager in a local media company and was quite skilled at managing people. If they could go together, he would make a good manager for their future base. Sure, I don't really have anywhere else to go. Please take care of me from now on, Obduraman smoothly replied. Hobart hadn't expected Amaze to pick up so many people. Previously there was Alana, and now there was Obduraman. Hearing Obduraman's response, he instantly stared at the man in front of him, barely counting as accomplished or attractive. Just a neighbor, shorter than him, not as capable, and he hadn't known Alisha as long as he had. But Alisha smiled at him. Hobart immediately took off his shirt, removed his armor, and without giving Obduraman any chance to resist, put the armor on him. This is special armor we designed. It works well against zombies' bites. I've already tested it for you, so rest assured. He patted Obduraman's arm after speaking, admiring his work up and down with satisfaction, waiting for Amaze's response. Amaze saw Hobart taking off his shirt without any hesitation, the muscle lines pleasing to the eye. She laughed and urged the two of them, hurry up, otherwise it will be completely dark when we get there. Obdraman glanced at the saliva-stained armor on him, then looked at the two people already seated in the front row of the car. He smiled helplessly and followed along. Chapter 13 Villa. Hello, my name is Obdraman. I'm Alana. After introducing themselves, the two looked at each other and said in unison, I've seen you before. Amaze didn't expect the conversation between these two people to go so well. The group passed the time with laughter along the way. Spencer took a turn and stopped at a gas station. Looking around, he found that this gas station had been abandoned for some time now. It seemed like someone had been here recently, as zombies had already been cleared out. Amaze hesitated and spoke up, someone has been here, I wonder if there's still any fuel left. We won't know until we check. Spencer parked the car somewhere easily accessible for a quick getaway. He and Amaze went to look for gasoline, leaving Obdraman to protect Alana. It took them several minutes to find over 10 barrels of remaining gasoline in a warehouse. Amaze touched the barrel of gasoline, mentally noting down the collection. 200 L of gasoline picked up. No prompts about unlocking crude oil or petroleum production. Her heart sank. Gasoline was hard to produce in this world, and almost all transportation needed refined fuels. It was inevitable that there would be competition for fuel in the future. The journey continued, while the two people in the backseat had become fast friends. They talked enthusiastically about post-apocalyptic network construction and operation, with very complete ideas for the future. However, after getting in the car, Amaze remained silent. She was thinking about various aspects of establishing small bases in the post-apocalypse era. During the 6-hour drive, Amaze's eyebrows were furrowed. The biggest problems of food and water had been solved. As for the rest of the problems, she would just have to see them step by step. Family must be protected at all costs. Friends could not be abandoned either. Amaze was very greedy, wanting to protect both her family and friends. With the experience from her previous life, she had confidence in herself and hoped that her friends wouldn't let her down. Only through joint efforts could they survive peacefully in this apocalyptic world. While she was lost in thought, they arrived at her Uncle Amiel's villa area. It was still dark outside, and there were no zombies around, which testified to the power of the security system. The two people in the backseat got out of the car eagerly. Amaze was too engrossed in her thoughts and did not react. Stop worrying, everything will be all right. Amaze felt warmth in her heart as Spencer gently stroked her hair. Someone still understood her, not all teammates would betray. The couple got out of the car, the evening breeze blew against them, and their hearts felt relaxed for a moment, as if they were back in pre-apocalypse times. Who are you? A flashlight shone on them, blinding everyone. Amaze squinted to face the security guard with the flashlight but was shielded by Spencer from the glaring light. Alana covered her eyes with her hand and was also sheltered behind him. We're looking for someone, the homeowner of Unit 3 to 15, Amiel. You need to wait, someone will notify him to come pick you up. The guard then turned off the flashlight, leaving only the car lights illuminating the surroundings. Only then did they clearly see the villa complex. Barbed wire surrounded several houses as basic defensive structures, although it was unknown whether it was electrified or not. Only about 10 households had lights on inside, the rest were pitch black. Most notably, the guards at the entrance stood in neat rows, 3 in a row, armed with guns, appearing more serious than ordinary security personnel. Amaze guessed that this was a patrol team organized by homeowners, taking turns to ensure the safety of the entire villa area. They were surprised by the presence of weapons, making them realize how safe and yet potentially dangerous this place was. All of them knew the principle, an innocent man bearing treasures invites disaster. Amaze possessed too many resources, which might draw their attention. Others were observing each other as well. In a strange place, the more information they had, the higher their chances of survival. Soon, they heard Amaze's familiar voice in the distance. Finally, girlie, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The speaking man was slightly chubby, his tone filled with affection. Before they saw him, they heard his voice. This was Amaze's uncle, Amiel. Elroy. Amaze rushed forward, throwing herself into Amiel's arms. Cherries, yes, Elroy is here. He gently patted Amaze's back, softly comforting her. Actually, Amaze hadn't hugged Amiel much since she grew up. After experiencing rebirth, she wanted to make up for the past lack of care towards her uncle. Seeing Amaze cry like this, Amiel was nearly heartbroken, consoling her while patting her back. Look at you, crying your little face all red. How will you find a husband like this? Amaze knew this was to comfort her, and she soon turned her tears into laughter. Her friends were deeply moved by the sight of her crying but also wanted to laugh. Especially Alana felt both surprised and reassured. She hadn't expected this seemingly cool and confident girl to break down into tears when seeing family. This only proved how much Amaze valued those she acknowledged. Having someone like her to face the coming days would surely be an exciting adventure. After composing herself, Amaze introduced her friends to her uncle, Marshall. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Amiel, solid and strong, introducing himself and startling Alana. Marshall is skilled in martial arts, you can spar with him if you want. Amiel introduced Marshall as well. Amaze was familiar with him. He had always stood behind Amiel without drawing attention. If not for his greeting, Alana might not have noticed him. He had received training in a prestigious family as a child, with mysterious movements and strong close combat skills. Due to internal conflicts within his clan, he split away and was taken in by Amiel as a bodyguard, treated like family long ago. Amaze trusted him completely. So, Amaze and Amiel slowly walked back, while Marshall drove the others back to the villa first. The summer night was pleasant. The two chatted and laughed all the way, causing many lights in the nearby homes to turn on one after another. There weren't many residents in the villa complex, only about 30 households, all wealthy or influential. Most families had bodyguards. Every time new people came in, it brought some changes to this temporary alliance formed to defend against external threats. Thus, Amaze openly learned about their situations, while they observed her just as openly. She came here only to create a shelter of her own and wouldn't provoke anyone. But if anyone dared to challenge her, she would show them that even tigers have their limit. Chapter 14, Sierra. Do you still know to come back, girl? Let Auntie take a look and see if you've lost weight. Are you scared or not? The slender person speaking was none other than Sierra, who had been with the Lin family for over a decade and had raised Amaze. Though her back was now slightly hunched, she still commanded unparalleled respect within the Lin household. Amaze walked up cheerfully, holding Sierra's arm as she introduced the others. This is Alana and Obduraman. As for Hobart, they had known him since childhood, so no introduction was needed. Good. It's delightful to see all you young people. Sierra will cook something delicious for you. A blonde-haired person emerged from the villa, nodding at them as a form of greeting before standing silently aside. Elroy Lin happened to have two bodyguards with him this time. One of them, Marshall, had been his personal bodyguard since childhood. The other one, called A, used to be somewhat restless but had become quieter after the apocalypse began. Though Amaze wasn't very familiar with him, today he seemed unusually quiet, which caught her attention. After introductions were made, everyone settled into the guest rooms on the second and third floors as arranged by Sierra and got some rest. Sierra always kept Amaze's room spotlessly clean, and the room next to hers belonged to Tasha. Come have a glass of milk before going to sleep. There was a knock on Amaze's door, and it was Sierra. If anything happens, we can talk about it tomorrow. Tonight Marshall is on night duty, so sleep easy. Amaze felt reassured. Although this was their first experience in the apocalypse, their preparations were thorough. Back in her room, Amaze brought out all the iron boxes she used for growing vegetables in the apartment. She harvested the matured crops and replanted new ones. Although she had just over 10,000 points now, the items in the exchange store were all priced in the thousands, making her hesitant to spend. More importantly, she discovered that crystal cores could be exchanged for point. Unfortunately, all her previous crystal cores had been dissolved into crystal core water. Now she only had one core left, which Hobart had obtained when killing an infected during the day. Early the next morning, Amaze thoroughly investigated the surrounding environment. The villa had 3 floors above ground, with 9 habitable bedrooms, living rooms, kitchens, storerooms, etc. Including the basement, the entire property covered around 500 square meters. In front of the building was a small courtyard, approximately 60 square meters. According to Amaze's calculations, if the entire front yard were planted with vegetables daily, she could earn 5,000 points per day, producing about 125 kilograms of vegetables each day. About 1 kilometer behind the villa lay a scenic hill within the compound, which was essentially a small green space. It was largely abandoned now and could be considered unclaimed territory, though there might still be infected lurking inside. Between the villa and the hill, there was considerable open space. If cleared, it could be used for planting trees. With her accelerated growth ability, tree seedlings could grow into full-grown trees and bear fruit within 3 to 5 months. No points would be awarded for planting, only upon harvest would each fruit grant 100 points. The most urgent task now was to tidy up the front yard to ensure a steady daily point income while also guarding against potential infected from the hill. Quickly accumulating points was crucial for obtaining items from the system store. Chickens, ducks, and fences. Amaze hadn't tasted fresh meat in a long time. She planned to gradually clear the area behind the villa and plant fruit trees there, ensuring fresh fruits in a few months. Any surplus vegetables would be bartered with neighbors or traded using crystal cores as currency, similar to the arrangement in the residential area. However, the exchange rate would be adjusted to 5 crystal cores for 1 kilogram of vegetables and 3 crystal cores for 1 liter of water, with limited daily supply. Having toured the land and made these plans, Amaze encountered the others as they woke up. She decided to discuss the feasibility of her plans with them. Sierra served breakfast and prepared to leave, not wanting to get involved in their discussions. We'll chat about serious matters, involving an old woman like me won't help. I won't listen. With that, she left to tend to her own tasks. I have awakened with a wood elemental ability, which allows me to cultivate a lot of vegetables. I can also manage the water situation. Just follow my instructions. My plan is to convert the front yard into a vegetable garden and plant some trees at the back. With my ability to accelerate growth, these vegetables will be ready for harvest tomorrow. Amaze continued to pretend she had a wood elemental ability, preferring to keep her reincarnation and system abilities a secret. If someone were disloyal, they might make a fuss and turn her into a target of criticism. The others, unaware of the specifics, heard that she could ripen vegetables overnight, and their shock was evident on their faces. Especially Amiel. He knew that there was another wood elemental ability user in this villa community who could only ripen a few vegetables every day. How could it be possible for a large vegetable garden to be ripened overnight? Alana wasn't surprised at all and was the first to propose an opinion. I still agree with this. However, I need to set up the electrical wiring. The voltage in the villa is unstable, and the lights flicker on and off, which is uncomfortable. To everyone's surprise, Obduraman agreed. Shinya and I will go together, and we'll sort out the network cables as well. We should see if we can contact the outside world and gather more information. Amaze acknowledged this, recognizing the value of expertise. Amaze glanced over at Amiel, who said mysteriously, there were many flowers and plants grown in the front yard before, so there's a lot of nutrient-rich soil stored. If you need it, just let Marshall take you there. Marshall remained silent, indicating agreement. Hobart nodded. Amaze's thoughts were his thoughts. Unexpectedly, Sierra, overhearing the topic that interested her, chimed in happily. That's great. Then I can cook a lot of delicious meals. You know, I bought a lot of vegetables before. They've been left for 3 weeks and have all wilted, which made me very sad. Sierra was already 60 years old, having lost her husband in her early years and her son in middle age. She had lived with the Lin family ever since, taking care of the 3 of them and often nagging them. Amiel originally wanted her to rest but couldn't get her to stop. She took charge of cooking and managing household affairs from when she was young until now. Amaze patiently listened to Sierra's endless chatter, thinking that with more people in the villa now, preparing meals would indeed be exhausting. Sierra, why don't you take some time off, and we'll handle the cooking for a few days. Hearing this, Sierra became anxious immediately. You girl, are you tired of eating my cooking? Let me tell you. Amaze quickly interrupted. No, I love it, keep cooking. After giving Amaze a stern look, Sierra finally quieted down. Chapter 15, Joyful Heart. Amaze continued, because we produce a large quantity of vegetables every day, more than we can consume. So we could consider selling them to our neighbors. 1 pound of vegetables for 5 crystal cores, or 1 liter of water for 3 crystal cores. She took out a crystal core from her hand. It was about the size of a thumbnail, white with a faint green hue, the crystal core from that speed-type zombie she killed yesterday. Sierra hurried to interject. Oh, exchanging such tiny things for vegetables. It's such a loss. Before Amaze could explain what it was, Sierra went on, it's at least a human life. If there's a little loss, then so be it. This remark made everyone laugh, but upon reflection, it did make sense. These are zombie crystal cores. Only evolved zombies or those of higher ranks have these. Therefore, this price is also quite reasonable, Amaze explained. Since different abilities of zombies result in differently colored crystal cores, this variation is fine. Even colorless and transparent ones are acceptable. Everyone can pass around the crystal core to see what it looks like. These are useful to me, so please give me the collected cores temporarily. If you need any, come to me. DeAndre looked very pleased as he watched Amaze speak calmly and confidently. He hadn't expected that the formerly delicate girl had become someone who could now make important decisions. I wonder if your elder sister will ever come back. I spoke with her, and she promised me that she would return. Amaze had been deliberately avoiding Tasha all along, the betrayal from her last life still fresh in her mind. She won't die. This statement seemed to strike everyone like a thunderclap. Alana and others didn't know what role this so-called elder sister played and lowered their heads, focusing intently on their food. DeAndre responded as if nothing unusual had happened. It's good to hear you say that, ha ha ha. Clearly, he was well aware of the tension between the two. And Amaze unusually chose not to respond, wanting to avoid confronting Tasha whenever possible for DeAndre's sake. If they met face to face, she feared she might lose control and kill her right in front of her uncle. After careful consideration, she estimated that Churong should already be on her way back to the villa, possibly meeting her so-called boyfriend who had been manipulating events behind the scenes back then. Such villains never perish easily. Tasha wouldn't die either. She wanted to take revenge herself for a satisfying resolution. Thus, the meal ended under slightly eerie circumstances. Amaze prepared and set off to work immediately, with Spencer following closely behind. Surprisingly, even DeAndre wore an apron to protect his clothes. The pig design on the front was stretched out by his round belly, almost comically. Amaze couldn't help but laugh. You ungrateful child, am I not helping you? No need, she reconsidered. In this post-apocalyptic world, it would be beneficial for him to get some exercise. Go over there and remove the flowers. Amaze directed DeAndre here and there, and although not much work was done, he broke into a sweat. You mischievous girl. Amaze enjoyed herself thoroughly, feeling like she was back to the old days with Elroy Lin. What can I do? Marshall appeared suddenly, startling Amaze momentarily. But Spencer, who was nearby, showed no reaction, seemingly having sensed Marshall long ago. Clear up the area on the right side of the yard. I want to raise the fence. Following orders, Marshall went about his task, ignoring his employer's plight. Amaze searched for A but couldn't find him, only seeing Alana coming over, clutching her stomach. I came to see where to lay the wiring. I remember we brought a generator. Sierra laughed and replied, they're all in the basement. Miss Mark, you can follow me. Call me Shinya, Sierra. Miss Mark sounds too formal. Oh, let's go. Teach this old lady how to handle those high-tech gadgets. Their conversation gradually faded, leaving the people in the yard focused on their tasks without making a sound. The afternoon slipped away quietly. The garden was cleared, and the soil was turned over again. Everyone watched Amaze divide the land into sections and plant different seeds. Then, she poured water she had exchanged for, just like ordinary planting. Is that all? Sierra watched reverently throughout the process, expecting magical growth from her abilities. But it turned out to be no different from normal gardening. Hearing Sierra's hope for an ability-driven cultivation, Amaze couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps real wood-type ability users could create the scene she imagined, but she was a fake wood-type user after all. Spencer, however, chuckled softly. Sierra, watch me give you a little show. He then activated his ability, and a fire dragon spiraled upward, dancing gracefully. It wasn't a metaphorical fire dragon but an actual flame in the shape of a dragon, swaying forward before everyone's eyes. Amaze smiled faintly. In the third week of the apocalypse, a second-stage ability user was actually performing to win approval. Chariot, his gaze kept drifting toward a certain direction. Following his line of sight, Amaze realized it was A, who had not appeared all this time. It seemed this performance was not just for entertaining Sierra, perhaps there were other intentions. The others, ordinary people without abilities, marveled at Spencer's skill with envy. Especially Amiel, whose eyes were filled with order. Little Yuan, your ability is quite impressive. Can you teach me how to get one? This question left Spencer at a loss for words. After all, the circumstances of his ability awakening were unique, likely due to his body involuntarily absorbing energy from the crystal core he touched. Noticing impure intentions among them, he hesitated whether to reveal the information. It happened while I was killing zombies. I suddenly felt unwell and awakened my ability. You have more chances of gaining an ability if you exercise more. Amaze understood his concern and teased, I'm counting on you to protect me in the future. Amiel nodded, looking enlightened, and immediately started imagining what kind of ability he could get. Entertaining Amiel, this was something Amaze excelled at. Her words sounded flattering, but they contained her genuine hope for him. In the apocalypse, only by becoming strong can one protect oneself and one's family. Chapter 16, Impressive. At this moment, Alana and Obduraman had fully investigated the situation around the villa. Seeing them chatting and laughing, she casually joined in their conversation. I used the extra generator here to enhance the backup circuit and laid a network cable, which is enough to cover the entire villa. If you have time, you can check that the internet connection for computers and phones is already set up. As long as someone from the outside world logs into the original network again, we can receive their messages. There's a lot of official information on it. You should take a look. I glanced through it briefly, and it also describes many characteristics of psionic powers awakening. As she spoke calmly, the impatient Sierra couldn't wait to say, Oh, I'm telling you, this girl is really impressive. Sierra resumed her chattering, and the others listened patiently, except for the two members of the Lin family who had heard these stories so many times they could recite them in their sleep. As the sky grew darker, Amaze arranged the night watch duty roster. Considering it was a demanding task, he removed Alana and Sierra's names from the list. Everyone else participated, divided into shifts for the first half of the night and the second. Amaze volunteered for the second half of the night himself. You're being disrespectful to elders. That's unfair treatment. Sierra immediately raised an objection. Alana also opposed, exactly, you're also discriminating against pregnant women, but surprisingly, the usually outspoken Sierra changed her stance. I also think pregnant women shouldn't do night watch. Alana, left high and dry by her ally, wanted to protest but remembered respect for elders and bit back her words. Everyone found the exchange quite amusing. Amaze ignored them and declared firmly, both of you go get some rest, don't worry about other things. Though they disagreed, they had no right to rebel and were quickly overpowered. The dead of night was when people were most relaxed and drowsy. Sitting alone in the courtyard, Amaze saw that the vegetables had grown to a certain extent, giving her a great sense of satisfaction. On a whim, she poured the pre-soaked crystal core water onto the nearest vegetable patch. Only a few bubbles appeared on the ground before all the water was absorbed completely. Apart from that, nothing changed. Amaze wasn't disappointed. Experiments don't always yield positive results. She was well prepared for any outcome. Looking up at the sky, she saw the current moon was waning, and after the full moon came, there would likely be bloodshed. How could such peace last? The next morning, everyone saw the scene in the front yard and was stunned speechless. After just one night, the garden of vegetables, which had been seeds yesterday, were now all fully grown. Sierra, who loved gardening, rushed over, touching and examining everything, utterly disbelieving that these vegetables had matured overnight. Wow, you little girl are truly impressive. Making all these veggies mature in one night, I wish I could become a psionic user too, seeing your skills. The person being complimented found it funny that in Sierra's eyes, the most impressive thing about psionic users was making vegetables grow rapidly. Actually, Sierra still has a chance to become a psionic user. You've always been healthy, so who knows? Amaze pulled her arm with a smile. We need your help to harvest these vegetables. Jarrett knew very well what kind of psionic users resided in the villa complex, pondering silently that there was more to this young girl than met the eye. But there never seemed to be a chance to talk to her privately. After harvesting all the vegetables, it was already afternoon. After resting for a while, the restless Amaze suggested clearing out zombies. Although the bodyguards from various households had already eliminated nearby zombies, whether there were more in the mountains behind remained unknown. Psionic enthusiast number 1, Jarrett, raised his hand. I want to go. Number 2 enthusiast Sierra wasn't far behind. Me too. And a third person, who just wanted to tag along. No way. Before she could finish, the others unanimously vetoed her request. Amaze, playing her role, smiled and embraced Sierra. You're our leader. We need you to stay home and oversee things today. We just harvested all these vegetables and need to distribute them to neighbors. After they try fresh vegetables, they'll come knocking on our door to buy more. Sierra thought about it and agreed. All right, I'll sort out the vegetables at home. I'll leave her here to run errands for you. Agreeing instantly, in the end, Amaze set out with Jarrett and Marshall, while the rest stayed behind. This lineup was carefully chosen by Amaze. Not every household in the villa complex had electricity, let alone the protective net outside. It was merely for show. This was a significant safety hazard. Since the power issue couldn't be resolved immediately, it was better to take advantage of the time when zombies weren't yet powerful to gain some experience. Awaken psychic powers if possible. Another reason was that Jarrett had been hesitating to speak up quite often lately. Giving him some confidence wouldn't hurt. Even without mentioning reincarnation, other matters could comfort him. Marshall was also more reliable than A, and it was fine for him to know certain messages. Leaving Hobart in the villa could also maintain balance. The trial location was set on the main road outside the villa complex. The Lin family's villa was at the farthest end, so they still needed some time to reach the main gate. Thus, an eco-friendly, non-wasteful mode of transportation was born: bicycles. Jarrett had never directly confronted zombies before, left one and A always handled them, so he was a complete novice. Hence, the plastic bottle armor that once protected Hobart became Jarrett's life-saving gear. Hobart fumbled with something in his car for a long time before mysteriously handing it over, only to be immediately dismissed by Jarrett. What is this? How can it save lives? Are you trying to fool me? After all, Amaze had plenty of tricks up her sleeve. Under suspicion, Amaze patiently explained, this can prevent zombies from biting through your body, giving you an extra life. Isn't it a treasure? Unsure if he was convinced, Jarrett furrowed his brow but still put on the armor, muttering incessantly, I wouldn't wear this ugly thing if you hadn't made me. Cheria, yeah, sure. Amaze didn't expect that the once prominent CEO, who had achieved success in business and made decisive decisions, would now become just like Sierra, becoming nagging and talkative. Chapter 17, The First Battle. After leaving the villa complex, they headed west for about a kilometer. By the roadside, they spotted a zombie shuffling slowly along. Clearly detached from the main group and without any food nearby, its movements were exceptionally sluggish. Amaze carefully surveyed the surroundings, finding no possible hiding spots for other zombies. Thus, he confidently let Amiel face this lone zombie. Marshall followed like a shadow after leaving the villa, blending into the background but providing protection for Amiel elsewhere. Therefore, Amaze felt very reassured letting Amiel confront the zombie alone. A skinny guy, how hard could it be to handle? Amiel held a dagger, gesturing toward the zombie that was 30 meters away. Upon noticing fresh and plump meat in front of it, the zombie eagerly moved towards it. Seeing the running figure approaching, Amiel's chubby body trembled slightly. Amaze gave him an encouraging nod, which prompted Amiel to swallow his saliva, grip the knife tightly, and charge forward. Fortunately, despite looking timid, Amiel wasn't genuinely scared of this bony zombie. As the zombie lunged with open jaws, its greenish pus-covered face looked disgusting, just as it was about to bite Amiel. He pushed the zombie off balance by pushing its shoulder and stabbed the dagger into its chest. After pulling out the knife and delivering a second stab, he kicked it away. Throughout the encounter, his brows remained furrowed. The scene was too horrifying to bear. Unexpectedly, the zombie came flying back at him again, gnawing viciously at his face. Fortunately, Amiel reacted quickly, raising his arm to block it. The zombie only managed to bite a plastic bottle on his arm, making a crackling sound without causing any real harm. The life-saving device was really effective. Watching this awkward battle, the two people in the background felt quite uncomfortable and urged him on, finish it quickly. Awakened by their shout, Amiel finally realized that zombies were not human. Who could survive being stabbed twice? He punched the zombie's eye socket, pushing it back several meters and stretching his limbs. Seeing Amiel preparing seriously, Amaze felt more assured. After all, many people struggled to kill zombies because they used to be humans, even if those zombies posed a threat to their lives. This hurdle proved insurmountable for many. Truly fitting for my uncle. The head. Stick the knife into its head, and it will be over. Hearing Amaze's advice, Amiel realized that stabbing the heart made no difference for these undead. Grasping the attacking zombie, he pushed it to the ground, pinned it down with his knee on its chin, and stabbed the dagger into its head. Instead of red blood, a sticky white substance oozed out. Amaze approached the battlefield. This is a recently mutated zombie without a crystal core in its brain. Over time, it will develop a hard object inside its head, like what you've seen before. Stabbing into the brain would feel like hitting a solid object. Even if you can't attack the head, targeting the back of the neck works too. Severing the spine has the same effect. At this moment, Amiel stared at Amaze, who provided professional instruction, realizing how much Daphne he had raised had changed. Thinking there might be something Amaze wanted to say, he prepared to listen earnestly, but unexpectedly. I know you have some secrets that you can't share with your uncle now. But if you feel tired, remember I'm still someone you can rely on. Your uncle will do his best. Amaze, who was prepared for serious conversation, didn't expect such comforting words. But the matter of reincarnation was too mystical. Many things in this world had changed since her arrival, and even she couldn't predict whether revealing her past would affect his destiny. She couldn't tell him. So she nodded. Elroy, if the zombies you killed today have crystal cores, remember to give them to me. In the future, I'll tell you their uses, but I can't right now. All you own isn't mine. Wait here, and I'll kill a few more zombies to keep you entertained. Amaze knew he was teasing her and didn't want to expose him. Okay, let's see who kills more. Thus, the three people split into two groups, with Amaze alone and Amiel with Marshall. Mostly it was Amiel doing the work while Marshall watched from the side. Amiel's body was indeed somewhat sluggish. He became exhausted after killing just a few zombies. Amaze seized this opportunity to give them each a diluted crystal core water in a simple mineral water bottle, nothing special about it. Amiel didn't have any particular thoughts about it, but Marshall clearly sensed it wasn't ordinary and stared directly into Amaze's eyes as he drank it all at once. Amiel swallowed the water and frankly said, "This doesn't taste very good." There was an acidic taste, but seeing Amaze's expression, he didn't dare voice his true thoughts. "It's not too pleasant, but it's beneficial for you. It helps to unblock your meridians," she responded mysteriously, building up suspense for both of them. Soon after she spoke, whether it was psychological or not, Amiel felt aches all over his body after drinking it, hugging himself in pain for quite some time until sweat started trickling down. Amaze thought he had awakened his powers from these few sips and stared at him for a long time, but found that besides the pain, there were no changes. Just when she wondered if she should continue observing, Marshall suddenly volunteered, "Can I have a little more? I feel like I'm sensing something." Amaze was shocked. She didn't expect this diluted solution could still trigger powers. Marshall's physical foundation must have been improved so well. She handed him a bottle of normal concentration. "This one is stronger. It will be more uncomfortable, but it might bring a surprise." He nodded resolutely and gulped down the entire bottle in one go. Amiel also reached out for another bottle but didn't get it. Maybe next time. His condition wasn't looking promising, so they didn't insist. The two of them watched Marshall until sunset, yet nothing changed. Marshall gave up first. "Perhaps we should go back. I think I'm just missing a bit of something." Amaze also knew not to rush things. "Let's go home." They happily recounted the day's battles, seemingly forgetting the whole incident with the crystal core water. Sierra had already prepared dinner, and the gifts were delivered. All they needed was for Amaze to put in all the seeds, with they looking on eagerly. Amaze didn't understand why she had to do it herself. "It's fine if you do it. I can come later to catalyze their growth. I didn't want to waste your time. Next time I'll know better." Amaze smiled and reassured her, then they went inside to eat together. You wouldn't believe how excited the Laro Billy family was. They had just started planting, and before their vegetables even matured, they received our fully grown produce. Sierra began vividly describing the scene of delivering the vegetables today. Chapter 18, Selling Vegetables. Indeed, a few households took the vegetables we sent and came over to ask if they could buy some from us. One of them you all know, the Mark family at the gate. It's a boy who came out. He was practically dazzled by those vegetables. He kept calling me good auntie and Lefty here good brother, begging us to sell him some vegetables. Sierra stood up excitedly, starting her act, while I continued eating undisturbed. I just shook my head and told him we weren't selling today. He immediately panicked, pulling on my sleeve, wanting more vegetables. That made me laugh uncontrollably, so I told him we'd be selling tomorrow. After confirming that, he thanked us profusely before leaving. You can see they really want these vegetables, if only they had some staple food too. Amaze silently noted down the option for staples. To tell you the truth, everyone is having a hard time, so you're doing something good. They should really thank you properly. But I also benefited from this. Don't make me sound so good. Amaze didn't consider herself a saint. Everyone has their selfish side. Sierra didn't push further. Continuing, I directly told them the price you mentioned. Some knew about crystal cores, others didn't. After I started giving away vegetables, the entire villa complex now knows we sell vegetables daily. Most people are willing to come find us tomorrow. You're truly impressive. Tomorrow we'll be waiting for them to come knocking. Amaze responded promptly to avoid prolonging the conversation. Sierra, pleased with this response, wanted to keep talking but Allah interrupted her. I'm utterly exhausted today. Little Jinghan, you sure did train me well. Luckily I'm agile enough to handle zombies fiercely. Except for Amaze and Marshall, everyone listened to Allah's exaggeration. Everyone enjoyed eating and drinking, oblivious to the fact that Amaze noticed Marshall's fondness for oyster sauce lettuce. Lettuce. She suddenly remembered the small experiment she did last night. Under the faint moonlight, she recognized it as lettuce near where she planted. It turned out, the vegetables watered with crystal core water ended up on the dinner table, even catching the keen eye of this sensitive person. Amaze raised an eyebrow at Marshall, who glanced back at her. Savoring the taste of the lettuce carefully, chewing slowly, but found nothing different. Spencer, who had been watching her intently, mimicked her actions and picked up a piece of lettuce to savor it. He then nodded slightly at Amaze, who frowned. Why did he notice too? Her originally pleasant mood instantly turned sour. What was wrong with these two men? Nothing gets past them. The others, sharp as always, noticed Amaze's attitude towards the lettuce and followed suit, taking a few bites. Fresh and crispy, perfectly seasoned, Sierra's cooking skills were indeed top-notch. Only Sierra seemed unaware, urging everyone to eat and drink more. After dinner, they set up the fence that Amaze had exchanged from the system. This wasn't cheap, costing 100 points for half a meter. Unfortunately, Amaze used up all her recently accumulated 10,000 points to get these fences. The black fence blended seamlessly into the night, looking no different from regular ones. The others couldn't see clearly what the fence was like, so they followed her instructions and buried it deeply underground. Amaze whispered a few words to Obduraman, who disappeared into the dark and returned dragging a long wire. A and Marshall, help Shetien connect the wires. Within half an hour, the men managed to enclose the entire villa. Alana waved her hand and pressed the button. The fence emitted a faint blue light, signaling that it was electrified, indicating the installation was complete. Sierra was overjoyed. Other outer fences don't have electricity. If zombies came, they would easily break through. Thankfully, our family now has high-voltage electric fences to hold out for a while. Obduraman naturally added, you underestimate Shinya. She's quite skilled with high-tech things. It won't be just a while, it can hold for a day or two without issue. Praised by him, Alana didn't object. These are simple things. In the future, I can even create bigger things as gift. Amaze was also somewhat excited. After all, the things she made as gifts were certainly not simple. The others also enthusiastically praised her, but perhaps they still underestimated her a bit. Alana smiled happily, and the soft lighting on her added to her charm. At first, her somewhat domineering image was for self-protection, but over these days, it slowly melted away, softening into what she is now. Watching everyone chat joyfully, Amaze felt deeply content, even if just this moment was something she had long sought but never achieved in her previous life. The next morning, there was a knock at the door early. Elroy Billy, you came so early. It was Hyder whom Sierra mentioned at dinner yesterday. Amaze greeted him with a smile and invited him in. He didn't refuse, walking in with large steps, rubbing his hands eagerly as he said to Amaze, I heard we can exchange vegetables for crystal cores today, so I came right over. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Hyder was humble and polite, neither servile nor arrogant. Naturally, Amaze warmly welcomed him. There are plenty of ripe vegetables here, you can choose whatever you like. We can deliver them later or you can pick them yourself now. Hyder was quite pleased. If possible, I'll come and pick them myself. He handed over the crystal cores to Amaze, a kilogram in quantity. So I'll start now. Feel free to go about your business if you have anything else to do. He seemed rather informal, quickly moving among the vegetable beds carefully to avoid damaging any plants. His movements were surprisingly skilled, leaving Amaze somewhat impressed, not expecting that someone of professorial caliber would not only be accomplished in research but also so grounded in practical life skills. Soon, he finished picking his desired vegetables, bid farewell to Amaze, and made plans to return the next day. Afterwards, many neighbors came by one after another to buy vegetables, mostly through their bodyguards, with few owners coming personally. They seemed to trust Alan's word that fresh vegetables were available daily. Each person exchanged for enough vegetables to last about a day, with no one hoarding excessively. Chapter 19, Wood Type. Until the sun set in the west, Amaze estimated that no one would come to exchange vegetables anymore and prepared to collect all the vegetables into the manufacturing system. Sierra saw that there was still a large part of the vegetable field left, which made her heart ache endlessly. There are still so many vegetables, and we can't finish them. What should we do? Before Amaze could answer her, she began to talk to herself, or I will pickle them. It won't be wasted and can provide a new taste. Amaze thought about telling her that she had a way but swallowed it back. Sierra was very tactful, saying what should be said and keeping quiet on what shouldn't be mentioned. Amaze felt reassured about this, but it was better if fewer people knew that she could recycle vegetables. Therefore, Sierra took Alana, Obduraman, and others to clean several large jars and started pickling the vegetables. And Amaze did not know that people outside the villa had been spreading rumors like wildfire that there was a super ability user in the Lin family's villa who could instantly ripen all vegetables. This rumor spread for a long time without Amaze realizing it until she noticed many people looking at her with slightly reverent eyes. After all, everyone has more or less seen ability users, but such magical ones were rare. Some people even considered her a savior of the apocalypse world. Time passed like this for about a week. It was just that Amaze and Obduraman were leading Amiel out to kill zombies. There were other people who spontaneously followed Amaze and the rest, as they could hone their skills and earn crystal cores to buy vegetables at once. This time, just like usual, the few of them left the villa complex and were preparing to head east. Unexpectedly, the clear sky suddenly had a pitch-black cloud slowly moving toward this side from far away. Amaze had seen many anomalies in the post-apocalypse world but never anything like this. She immediately gestured to have the squad stand by. In less than 10 minutes, the pitch-black haze was about 2 kilometers away, barely visible on the road. Not only visually shocking, but also accompanied by a rumbling sound. A car raced up to them, and a man in a security uniform rolled down the window. Pearson, you're here, come save us quickly. The rear door suddenly opened, revealing the little girl who gave Amaze a few bottles of water. She didn't expect to meet acquaintances from the old neighborhood here. Seeing their panic, Amaze sank her heart, fearing something bad had happened. After these two got out of the car, another man came out of the backseat, dressed in a white shirt and jeans. His peach blossom eyes were impossible to hide behind glasses, exuding an intense scholarly aura. Amaze hadn't met this man during the 3 weeks in the residential area, and didn't know his background, so kept an eye on him especially. We came to seek your help, perhaps not you, anyone will do. You must save us. Silas, the security guard, whose voice was trembling slightly. Amaze had seen him become a young captain of the security team, always calm and steady in any situation. Who would have thought he'd be so anxious now? Tell me what's going on calmly. Listening to Amaze's calm voice, Silas forced himself to calm down. The residential area has always been tying colorful ribbons, wanting to get to the government base for shelter. It was almost the government planned time, but unexpectedly, 2 old ladies in your unit argued over rumors of uneven distribution of supplies. Their quarrel was not a big deal, but one of them turned into a zombie after eating something. She bit through the neck of the other person in one bite. If it were ordinary zombies, we could cope with them, but unexpectedly, she transformed into a strange appearance, looking like a mummy wrapped in branches rather than cloth. Silas paused, full of regret in his voice. We guessed it was a wood-type zombie, but it was useless. So many men died at her hands, and it was too strange. Every time she ate someone, more branches wrapped around her body, leaving us powerless against her. We could only run for our lives. This child is pitiful. Her mother tried to save her life by letting me take Daphne away, while she alone resisted the zombie. We don't know if she survived. But Silas stopped talking, but everyone present understood what he meant. That zombie isn't fast, but time is running out. Please save us. I know you are powerful. Amaze nodded in agreement. She had seen a wood-type zombie before, but after searching her memory for a long time, she couldn't recall one that matched the description given. This left her somewhat uncertain. But they had come to seek help at their doorstep. Even if they hadn't asked for help, it was likely that with so many people in the villa complex, that zombie wouldn't leave them alone. Her thoughts raced. She first instructed Bert to take Daphne back to the villa and told him to call Hobart out. After all, Hobart was a second-stage ability user with fire-type powers. No matter what, his combat strength wasn't weak. With Daphne taken away, Silas chose to stay and continue. That zombie, she's very strange, like she can attract bees and butterflies. Actually, many people weren't bitten by her but stung by the bees around her. Insect type or wood type. The few of them looked grave. They had encountered the most difficult zombie to deal with so far. The current situation was not optimistic. None of them had abilities, making close-quarters combat unsuitable. Cherrit, Amaze saw intense fighting spirit on their faces. Behind them were their families. Retreat was not the best option. Fighting was. Another 2 minutes passed, and they finally saw the zombie herself. The branches entwined around the zombie's body were grayish-white, each thick as a finger, surprisingly flexible without hindering the zombie's movements. Even more troublesome was the fact that behind her were not only bees but also butterflies and other insects, swarming in a black mass. The deafening roar could attract other zombies nearby if left unresolved. The best news was that she was just a first-stage zombie and didn't have sonic attack capabilities. Otherwise, Amaze thought to herself, the situation would be 100 times worse. As they gradually approached about 500 meters, Amaze narrowed her eyes, finally getting a clear look at the zombie. Chapter 20 Cooperation. Her face had become distorted in a short time, with deep-set eye sockets. The flesh on the left side was missing, exposing a dark red cavity. Only a few teeth remained. Oddly enough, her hair was not the expected grey of an elderly person but a bluish-green color, swaying backward like willow branches. Amaze carefully identified her. This wasn't the person they confronted before, it must be the other resident who never opened the door. As for why she turned into a zombie, Amaze could easily provide the answer, because she hastily swallowed the crystal nucleus without going through the dissolution process. The zombie toxins inside the nucleus hadn't been completely dissolved and were all absorbed by her. For someone so old, how could her immune system fight off the zombie toxins? Becoming a zombie was only natural. The fact that crystal nuclei contained toxins would soon be announced by the government. Amaze thought some people might still be hoarding crystal nuclei, but she didn't expect anyone to actually eat such unknown food. Karma came swiftly, leading to their own demise. Amaze was concerned about how many survivors were left in the residential area. The current situation required superpowers to resolve. She anxiously hoped Spencer would arrive soon. Just as she thought of Spencer, she instinctively turned around and saw him running towards her, just like when she was ambushed in the residential area before, with that person always behind her. They nodded at each other, and Spencer immediately came beside her. What's the situation? It's a stage 1 wood-type zombie from the household downstairs that never opened their door. My initial guess is that they swallowed the crystal nucleus raw, turning into a zombie, she whispered, revealing the truth to Spencer. Probably not many people escaped. It's a wood-type zombie, followed by a large number of mutated insects, mainly bees and butterflies. We need you to attack from a distance, we can't help. While they spoke briefly, the zombie was getting closer, now only about 100 meters away. Her vision seemed poor, as she was still moving slowly. However, her sense of smell was indeed sensitive, having tracked Silas's car here and kept up without losing sight of it. Spencer asked Amaze in a deep voice, do all wood-type zombies look like this? This one seems much tougher than the speed-type zombie. Not really, they're usually just good at manipulating branches. Amaze frowned in regret, wishing she hadn't let them pick up crystal nuclei so carelessly. Let her come a little closer before I attack. At this distance, I'm out of my attack range. Spencer calculated his shooting range mentally. A man in a white shirt approached them. I can use wind to extend the attack range. Can we cooperate? At the mention of increasing range, Amaze's eyes lit up instantly. Wind-type powers could indeed work with fire-type powers, but since this was their first meeting, they weren't sure if it would succeed. If they failed to kill the zombie and instead enraged it, everyone might suffer. This was one of the few feasible plans. Spencer looked at Amaze, indicating for her to decide. After thinking, she agreed with this idea. The man continued, you release your skill, and I have a way to maintain or even increase its power. Up to 100 meters, beyond that, I can't guarantee anything. 100 meters was sufficient. They signaled others to retreat, standing at the front. Amaze stood on the inside, silently reviewing items on the manufacturing page. With 3,500 points earned from farming this week, she planned to exchange for an energy pill to replenish Spencer's energy. She had previously redeemed one impulsively but never used it, now it was the perfect time to test it. Holding the energy pill, her hand sweated but she didn't relax, ready to force it into his mouth if he couldn't hold on. After a glance with the man, Spencer focused, merging his hands, causing the flames in his palms to fuse, a rich red intertwining with intense blue, fiercely burning yet clearly separated. Amaze felt the heat waves emanating from his abilities, marveling at his rapid improvement. Unexpectedly, the man showed no expression. Just start, and I'll assist you. They stared intently at each other, and suddenly Spencer lifted his hand, launching the flame forward like an arrow. The man in the white shirt followed suit, curling his left index finger, spreading his fingers, palm outward, thumb and index finger touching, completing the gesture, wind, go. Without any signs, Spencer's flame shot forward as if boosted by an accelerator, smoothly reaching the zombie's face much more efficiently than he had initially estimated. The scorching heat seared the zombie's body. Clearly in distress, the zombie roared and screamed. Under Spencer's guidance, the flames wrapped around her, probing and colliding, igniting the branches and burning even more fiercely, causing crackling sounds to explode on her body. Indeed, fire was Wood's natural enemy. Amaze marveled inwardly that his flames not only dealt with the zombie but also caused the zombie insects to scatter and fall to the ground sparsely. While the mutated insects were struggling bitterly, Spencer's situation wasn't optimistic either. Amaze reached out and offered him the energy pill at his lips, then subtly mouthed a few words. He understood her meaning immediately, opening his mouth to swallow the pill. His warm lips accidentally brushed against Amaze's nails, and she quickly retracted her hand, keeping her eyes fixed on the battle, not noticing the slight upward curve of his lips. The dual flame dragon persisted longer, and Spencer's complexion grew increasingly pale, indicating he was nearing his limit. A thin layer of sweat had formed on his face, veins bulging slightly on his neck, yet his expression gradually eased up. It seemed the energy pill was taking effect. Unfortunately, it wasn't immediate, needing about 10 seconds to kick in. She silently criticized this delay while also worrying how long Spencer could hold on with the energy boost from the pill. That zombie wasn't a fool. With food still before her, she wouldn't let it go. Thus, she increased her speed, and the mutated insects, sensing her agitation, clung closer to her. Regardless of the risk, they pressed tightly against the zombie. Within just a few dozen seconds, the fire on her body slowly extinguished. Seeing his flames extinguished, Spencer once again summoned his ability to lift the flames. At this point, the man in the white shirt's expression also worsened. Chapter 21, Feasting. Amaze was somewhat worried. She only had 2 energy pills, one of which she had already given away. The other was intended for Daryl as a backup. Among this group, Daryl was the main attacker, and no one knew how long he would need to hold out. Therefore, Amaze didn't dare easily give away this pill. For a moment, she felt both anxious and regretful, wishing she had accumulated more points back then. Daryl strained himself, condensing a flame in his hand that was thicker than the previous one. When Colin saw the fire dragon he had formed, his pupils constricted, and he frowned but nodded at him. Both their eyes showed determination. Without words, they sent the fire dragon out with perfect coordination. This time, due to the closer distance, the smell of burning would wafted over, a sour and foul stench that made several of them squint their eyes in discomfort. Because of the mutant insect's suicidal behavior trying to extinguish the zombies, less than 1/3 of the original number remained. Even so, the remaining quantity was still considerable, probably around tens of thousands. I have one last bullet here, originally meant for myself. If you find it useful, I can give it to you. To keep for oneself. Amaze was taken aback by this thought. A little girl's voice came from behind. Amaze turned around to see a teenager who looked like she was in high school, clutching her clothes while looking at her. She couldn't know what kind of story this girl had, leading to such a sad notion. Amaze hesitated. This zombie's strength likely surpassed that of a regular first-stage zombie, possibly immune to ordinary gunfire. Colin suddenly appeared beside Amaze, his voice slightly hoarse. Okay, let me try. He took the gun from Daphne, fumbled with the bullet for a while, then put it back, squatting down to meet Daphne's gaze. I will give you an answer. Without waiting for Daphne's response, he moved forward with the gun, getting closer to the zombie. Amaze and Daryl stepped up to follow. Finding a tree, he raised his pistol, aiming at the zombie, yet hesitated to pull the trigger. After a few silent seconds, he closed his eyes, sensing something unknown. At this point, they were less than 50 meters from the zombie, which began reacting, rushing towards them. The sound of branches snapping underfoot echoed incessantly, striking fear into the hearts of everyone present. Amaze and Daryl guarded him from either side, holding their breaths and observing the surroundings. Suddenly, Colin pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed through the air, leaving a silver trail in its wake. With a bang, the zombie's head exploded. At this moment, Colin opened his eyes. Amaze noticed a flash of silver in his eyes, giving her food for thought. His ability wasn't wind-based but rather, post-mutation mental power. Daryl pulled one person with each hand and quickly left the area. As they retreated, the mutant insects started to become violent. Amaze was initially a bit regretful, knowing this zombie's crystal core would have been far more valuable than others. However, compared to the lives of everyone else, it seemed trivial. She speculated that after the zombie died, these insects would leave uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, the buzzing sound escalated. The mutant insects showed great interest in the decapitated zombie, swarming over its body excitedly, as if they were feeding on its corpse. This is no different from cannibalism. Colin wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand. Can you attack again? One last time, or we should retreat. Daryl understood he was right. Clenching his teeth, he condensed several fist-sized fireballs. They cooperated seamlessly again, but unfortunately, the number of fireballs was insignificant against the insect army. Moreover, they disturbed them. The lead insect stopped feeding, turning to charge at them. Back, 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 Amaze shouted, and everyone hurried to retreat. Silas chose to stay behind, creating a large earth wall within moments, delaying the advancing insects. We're here. Suddenly, many people appeared from behind, all residents of the villa complex with abilities. We arrived late, but watch now. Immediately, various powers surged forth, creating a sea of skills. This killed numerous mutant insects, giving humans the upper hand once again. Amaze took the opportunity to give Daryl an energy pill, urging him to rest during this break and prepare for the next assault. For about 2 minutes, it was a one-sided slaughter by the humans. The mutant insects were held in place and couldn't charge forward. However, this scenario didn't last long as their abilities had been drained from overuse. Fortunately, Daryl had assimilated the second energy pill and was fully recharged. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a rain of flames, turning the mutant insects into charred remains. Only around 10 to 20,000 remained. His facial muscles were stiff and twitching slightly as he persisted with ability output. Colin, on the other hand, leaned against a tree, closed his eyes to rest, his entire body almost transparent under the sunlight, giving off an inexplicable clean and serene aura. Daryl's vision was extraordinarily sharp. They are devouring the corpses of their dead companions. At this remark, Amaze's face changed. Consuming the bodies of their fallen kin doubled their energy. Soon, these insects would produce numerous first-stage mutants. If they continued eating first-stage insect corpses, second-stage mutants might be generated, and so on. That must not happen. We can't stay here. We need to get them away from their companions' corpses. If they keep eating, they will level up faster, growing more rapidly. Eventually, we won't be able to handle them. Everyone was alarmed by this and agreed to split up into small teams to attract part of the swarm and isolate them in open areas for elimination. Amaze and her group also retreated backward, intending to find an uninhabited villa as a battle base. But as they moved back, their faces changed. A large cluster of mutant insects, nearly half of the original number, followed them. They retreated quickly, and Amaze rapidly assessed the situation. You might have killed too many of them earlier, and they've locked onto you with hate. She handed Daryl an energy pill she had just exchanged from the system. Recharge your energy. We'll head to the first villa on the right after entering. There's a lotus pond nearby, which could serve as an escape route if needed. While listening to her continuous instructions, Daryl kept firing fireballs at the pursuing insects, maintaining a steady distance between the two sides to lure them forward. At this moment, the man who had initially separated rejoined them. My ability is almost depleted. I have no choice but to follow you. Chapter 22 Sugar. There was no time to delve deeper into his words. Amaze led the two people rushing toward their destination. However, not long after turning a corner, Marshall hurried over, sweat still on his face, and cared for. I finally found you. Go home quickly, there's a way. He was so exhausted that he could hardly catch his breath, surely having been plagued by those annoying creatures too. Amaze really couldn't think of any method, so she decided to just go home and see what could be done. They zigzagged around, trying to avoid houses with people as much as possible on the way. The mutated insects behind them followed persistently, growing even more rampant. Due to Hobart's waning power, he could only emit tiny fireballs to warn them, which instead made them more reckless and relentless. Finally, when both Hobart and the man in the white shirt were pale-faced with depleted powers, almost unable to hold on, they caught sight of the shadow of their home. The man in the white shirt couldn't bear it anymore, twisting in pain, coughing uncontrollably, droplets of blood splashing onto the ground. At this moment, Amaze had to keep running for survival, preparing to drag his arm. It's just ahead, a few hundred meters away, hang in there. Unexpectedly, before her hand could touch his white shirt, Hobart intercepted the action. These two were already weaker than ever, yet he still wanted to be stubborn. Hobart dragged both of them forward with one hand each. Amaze was displeased but made no remarks. The three of them formed a line. However, the buzzing sound from behind gathered more and more, yet there was no sign of an attack. Looking back, they found that those mutant bugs had stopped nearby as if there was an invisible barrier preventing them from advancing further. They could be seen flying around in that area, some of the larger ones attempting to probe forward madly but retreating back to the main group as if they encountered something blocking them. Without much thought, they immediately turned around and ran towards the villa. At this moment, Alana actually ran out with a belly bumping out. Behind her, Obduraman carried a large object covered in a red cloth, looking like a ribbon-cutting ceremony draped and whimsically tied with a bow. What is this? Amaze asked aloud everyone's question. Alana did not give them time to guess, immediately waving her arms, indicating for them to move aside. Move, it's my turn to perform. When she said that, standing with her hands on her hips, she looked quite like a mountain lord. Except that while Alana shouted let me handle this, the one who eventually acted was Obduraman. Obduraman carried the bulky object to the center of the road, lifting his big hand to pull off the red cloth, revealing a silver-white cylindrical tube about a meter long, nearly blinding under the sunlight. It's a rocket launcher. Once an insider, Hobart identified it at a glance. It's not official issue, looks like her handiwork. Well modified. After hearing Hobart's explanation, Amaze felt rejuvenated. Finally, she got a chance to witness Alana's skills. Alana directed Obduraman to load a shell into the launcher, manually calculating a few angles, setting the launch trajectory accurately. Amaze and the others had already moved aside, carefully observing the surroundings. Following Alana's countdown, 3, 2, 1. Obduraman pressed the button on the launcher, sending the shell shooting straight up into the sky, about 200 meters before starting to descend, ultimately landing precisely where those mutant bugs stopped. After crushing several insects upon impact, the shell slowly rolled forward 2 more times. Unexpectedly, those mutant insects seemed very interested in the shell, swarming it, densely covering it layer upon layer. For a long time, the shell did not explode. Was it a dud? Everyone was a bit anxious, even Bert said something to Alana, but she remained calm, gently stroking her belly, smiling in response. It was too far for Amaze to hear what they were saying. Seeing her composed expression, Amaze knew that there was still hope. Their gazes met in midair. Alana raised an eyebrow at her, meaning, watch. Even though Amaze didn't hear her voice, she understood that things were going well. Sure enough, just as she turned her head, the bomb rapidly expanded from the size of a volleyball to a giant watermelon. With a bang, a cloud of white particles mixed with earth-yellow substances erupted, instantly blasting the bugs clinging to it into the sky. Even the surrounding mutant insects couldn't escape. Within a 10 cubic meter radius, almost all space was cleared by the bomb. Fortunately, Hobart was quick-witted and quickly pulled the two of them down to lie flat. The insect corpses fluttered down from mid-air, scattering everywhere. The three of them had a close encounter with these bugs, but at least they were motionless now. Only Alana and Obduraman, who were farther away, were not affected. Amaze stood up, involuntarily shaking her head. The bomb's power was indeed considerable, and her ears were still ringing. At this moment, Alana slowly walked over. How about it? Satisfied with your first gift? Hobart, more familiar with the device, praised it heartily. It's really well modified, restoring nearly half of its original power. Just by individual efforts, it's already a mini-masterpiece. Alana, confident in her expertise, also gave them some background knowledge. I found plenty of materials in the basement, including quite a lot of sugar. I suddenly recalled some reports I'd seen before, so I experimented by mixing sugar with gunpowder to make this bomb. I just wanted to try it out, didn't expect it to work so well. Her modest yet proud words made Amaze laugh. She thought the gentle Alana she saw these past few days was the real her, but the competent Alana never left. They all got what they deserved for being too greedy, still craving sweets. Amaze heard this mumble and laughed even harder. However, her laughter was cut short after a couple of seconds. Hey, what's wrong with him? Silas noticed the man in the white shirt swaying unsteadily, while the others hadn't noticed his condition, so he couldn't help but exclaim, alerting everyone. Reacting quickly, Hobart steadied the man in the white shirt, helping Silas carry the unconscious person back to the villa to rest. Amaze carefully searched on the ground for intact mutated insects. She found that their outer shells were much harder than normal insects, black with a glossy sheen, almost like metal. Collect. Insufficient level. This was the first time she heard such a prompt, indicating that these items weren't useless. With her current low level, Amaze wouldn't let go of any resources. She took out a few bottles from the system and picked up a few relatively intact insects nearby for future research. She collected the remaining bugs whose glossy black parts were undamaged. Chapter 23, Reborn. At this moment, Hobart also returned, having recovered his spirit well in the short time. Amaze marveled inwardly. Indeed, he was an extraordinarily talented guy. What are you doing? This thing, I think it will be useful. See this black object? As long as it's not damaged, put it in the bottle. Having said that, Amaze handed him an empty bottle. If there are live ones, catch a few too. Hobart raised his hand in an okay gesture and, following the order, started picking up the bugs and captured the remaining stragglers, putting them into the precious jar. Silas also walked out. I'll turn the soil over and bury all the bugs underground. Amaze hurriedly stopped him. Better burn them. Silas thought about it and agreed that burning was better, so he left the area for Hobart to handle. Watching Hobart clear the battlefield with familiar efficiency, Silas scratched his head and asked Amaze, what happened here? They seem to have stopped right here. Silas didn't know how to describe the scene. They don't step forward anymore. This was also Amaze's question. He couldn't understand why they had been chased so miserably by these creatures, but once they reached here, they refused to enter. It was as if there was something inside the villa that made them wary. Amaze then followed Hobart to other places, helping others finish their battles while taking the opportunity to collect some bodies. Soon, Hobart handed Amaze a full jar. Be careful, if you turn into a zombie, I won't be able to find Amaze anymore. Amaze was completely focused on the jar and didn't pay much attention to what he said. Before long, they had collected all the bugs they could find within the villa, finally ending this war. Although no one was injured, everyone had been under high tension and now that they relaxed, they felt exhausted. Amaze let Silas rest in any room he chose, while the unconscious man remained on the third floor. As for the little girl who could summon water, she had already been taken upstairs by Alana. As night fell, everyone rested well and began chatting casually in the living room downstairs. My name is Gao Chengyun. My mother named me this, hoping I would carry good fortune and rise high. Silas explained the origin of his name with a smile, yet a hint of bitterness lingered at the corners of his lips, but my mom can never see me carrying her hopes. He sniffled, let's not talk about this. What about you guys? Alana and Obduraman introduced themselves one after another. Hobart. You really look like Balder, spanning the sky, mighty and awe-inspiring. Hobart just smiled. I changed my name myself when I grew up. Didn't expect it to suit me. Why don't I introduce my name too? Everyone turned to look at the stairs where the person in a white shirt now wore a black shirt previously owned by Amiel. It didn't make him look particularly efficient but rather accentuated his gentleness. Familiar face Silas immediately chimed in, sure, we've gone through life and death together, and I still don't even know your name. He came into the living room, sat at the corner of the sofa, and replied with a smile, Reborn. That's a great name. Alana praised the name, simple and straightforward. I haven't decided on a name for my child yet, Such a simple name might be nice. Hearing this name, Amaze's heart pounded uneasily. He hadn't expected that this gentle person was actually him. In his previous life, Reuben was the second in command of a private base. Even during internal conflicts within the base, regardless of who became the leader, he always firmly held onto his position as the second in command. Everyone in the base respected and feared him because he was quiet and unremarkable, seemingly without any hobbies. No matter who tried to coerce or tempt him, they always failed. After many people were killed by his powers, everyone finally realized that his power was both the most dangerous and valuable. Just as his name implied, Reuben. His power was unique, transcending basic elements and could be loosely categorized as related to the mental field. Simply put, anything he said or thought, as long as he used his power, would succeed. Of course, different levels of difficulty required different amounts of power. No one knew whether this seemingly kind and cultured young man still possessed the power to kill after massacring thousands. How much power did he truly have? There were even rumors that 2 years into the apocalypse, his power could instantly kill a 4th-stage zombie. Although this claim was unverifiable, Amaze assessed his danger level as SSS+. Despite it being July, Amaze broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder he only said wind, go, and Hobart's power seemed to increase several times over. This wasn't just wind. Could this wish have upgraded Hobart's power to the 5th stage? Reuben was now gentle, showing no hint of the future mass murderer. What was his true nature? Amaze, who had never interacted with Reuben before, didn't dare to make any hasty conclusions. Not daring to go against him, she could only try to comply as much as possible. Nowhere else to go, can we stay here? Reuben suddenly looked at Amaze. We won't freeload, we have hands and feet and can go kill zombies. Isn't that right, Brother Silas? Ali rattled when he was suddenly mentioned. Silas then blushed and smiled. It would be great if we could live here. Amaze stared wide-eyed at Reuben, her heart full of 1,000 refusals, but unable to utter the word no. Silas suddenly spoke up. I see there are many vegetables planted in the yard. Did you plant them again? Can we exchange crystals for vegetables like before? He directed this question at Amaze, but Allah quickly responded, that's no problem, 3 crystals per pound of vegetables or 1 liter of water. Reuben is quite capable. There are still rooms available here. If you don't mind, you can stay on the 3rd floor without rent. Amaze couldn't figure out Reuben's intentions and interrupted him. No need. Her voice was somewhat agitated, so she cleared her throat to steady herself. Just join us in fighting zombies, no need for exchanges. You can eat whatever vegetables are in the yard freely. While saying this, she tried hard not to focus on Reuben, treating him and Silas equally, avoiding eye contact with both of them. The few people who knew about Amaze's miserly nature began to ponder carefully upon hearing her words. What could make Amaze give up on earning crystals and provide free board and lodging? Amaze's enthusiastic attitude lifted Silas's spirits, and he readily agreed, great. Thank you, Pearson, and thank you. Allah maintained a friendly demeanor toward the young men. I'm her uncle. Calling me Elroy is fine. Thank you, Elroy. Chapter 24 Vow. Reuben also softly thanked Amaze. I don't know Miss Lynn's name. Amaze chuckled, her face showing a bit of embarrassment, though inwardly she was already cursing. Seeing him still staring at her, Amaze knew she couldn't fool him anymore. Amaze. Unable to fathom this big shot's thoughts. Jinghan Mimi Chen Lang. He murmured these words, but his eyes glanced at Spencer. Who would have thought? Their gazes met directly. Spencer remained unperturbed, while Reuben was the first to smile and look away. With such incoherent words, Amaze's brain cells were nearly exhausted trying to figure out what the master meant by who would have thought. By the way, little Han. Shouldn't you let me go out tomorrow? There are too many things to do in the villa, and I haven't been out for so long. Even when I went out today, I was useless. Let me go tomorrow. If you don't let me, you won't be able to go out peacefully from now on. I won't take care of all these matters anymore. Amaze didn't expect that her uncle had started acting openly like a troublemaker. This is because you can lead us forward, right? You're our leader and should be protected. Besides, we can handle these small matters. No need for you to worry. Family matters are more important and should be managed by you. What could she do about a troublesome elder? Naturally, she had to coax him. Don't flatter me. I don't want to be your leader. Tell me, how many people are there now? There are quite a few outside too, coming to me every day asking to join you to fight zombies. You just deal with fighting zombies but never consider how I'm overwhelmed here, not knowing how to schedule them properly. Amaze quickly sought help. In this house, we listen to whatever you say, right, Balder? Spencer saw her making faces as hints, and naturally responded, Elroy, only you can make her listen, no one else can control her. Have pity on others and manage her well. Amaze didn't expect her helper to betray her. She knew she wasn't in the right. After all, it was her idea to establish a small base initially, and now it was Adebayo who was taking care of the home, while Sierra was managing the crystal cores and selling vegetables. Oh, I can't do it, so I need you. Amaze gave a silly smile and used her cajoling skills on Adebayo. This was her surefire weapon. Adebayo's attitude softened. You naughty girl. You're really awesome. Amaze stretched out her thumb in admiration, glancing around at everyone who seemed amused at her predicament. So she decided to throw someone under the bus, pointing at a person. Brother Iha, I remember you were a manager at the company, handling many people. How about you take turns on duty with my uncle? Obdraman also wanted to go out, but dared not refuse outright. Before he could speak, Amaze jumped in. I haven't taken your crystal cores and even pay you salaries. He couldn't bring himself to say no and didn't want to take up the task either. Both their faces showed identical reluctance. Amaze pleaded with this one and then the other, finally getting them to agree to this arduous yet noble task. They split the work. Adebayo would manage on odd days, and Obduraman on even days. Their main job was to register people who wanted to join them in fighting zombies, screen for reliability, sell vegetables, and hand over all crystal cores to Amaze. Although it took much persuasion and pleading to get them to agree, once the arrangement was set, Amaze believed they would do an excellent job. Thus, someone became a carefree absentee landlord again. Spencer stood quietly in a corner, watching Amaze joke around. His smiling eyes accidentally met Ruben's, gradually turning distant. They nodded at each other in acknowledgement and looked away again. After today's incident with insufficient points to exchange for energy pills, Amaze's desire for points grew stronger. However, that night she received 3,000 points for rescuing 3 people, bringing some solace to her lonely heart. She watered her little vegetable garden and gazed at the moon as usual. Suddenly, she felt something odd and turned back to see the light on the 3rd floor. It was Ruben, staring at her. Her hair stood on end instantly. Is there anything? Amaze had no idea what she might have offended this senior. What did you give Spencer today? It's a pill I made that can restore some abilities. But I only had 2, so it could only be for him, as he has high combat strength. Because he's closer to me. But she couldn't say that. Don't worry, there will be a chance in the future. Please don't get mad, give me a break. Amaze was genuinely afraid that if this smiley-faced tiger got angry, she might unknowingly do something to upset him and get herself killed. How tragic that would be. Ruben chuckled, then earnestly comforted her. You did the right thing, and I would have done the same. In that case, I'll wait for your pills in the future. Sure. Amaze hastily agreed, her face already showing signs of strain from smiling too hard. She sighed inwardly. She had thought that after rebirth, she would take on a powerful female protagonist role, but unexpectedly, she immediately encountered such a high-ranking personage. Although this personage showed no ill intent at present, Amaze still couldn't let her guard down and needed to figure out how to politely ask him to leave. Perhaps Ruben had some sort of mind-reading ability, as if he could see through Amaze's thoughts. Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. Besides, my power isn't always effective. I can swear that my power will never harm you, in any form. In the darkness, Amaze clearly saw a faint silver light flash around him. It was his oath, powered by his abilities. Not knowing what this crazy person was up to, Amaze could only manage a forced laugh. Hey, why don't we enjoy the moon? As he said these words, the light on the 2nd floor suddenly turned on. It was her neighbor's room, across from Tasha. A tall silhouette appeared on the balcony, with strong arms exuding power. Thus, Amaze now faced 2 people. Not knowing what to say, she could only turn around with a forced smile and look at the moon. The moment she turned, her expression fell, inwardly cursing countless times. Ruben's lips lifted without any emotion, and then he turned back and left. Suddenly, it was just Spencer and Amaze left, one upstairs and one downstairs, silently admiring the bright moon without a word. Chapter 25 Ice Spike. The next day, July 22nd, the great heat. Amaze asked Sierra as usual to wait at home in the morning for people to come and pick vegetables, and in the afternoon she would finish picking the remaining vegetables and wait for people to come and buy them. She set out again with her team to exterminate zombies, tempted by the crystal core of yesterday's zombie. It was really a pity that she didn't get it. She planned to work hard these few days and make up for the lost zombie crystal core. Those who came out with Amaze today were Spencer, A, and Obduraman. As for Amiel, he was under Alana's urging, pressure, to organize supplies all day. After all, there were still many materials like white sugar that hadn't been used, and future situations like yesterday wouldn't be rare. Alana needed to take stock of the supplies quickly and prepare more weapons. She also asked Amaze for some of the insect corpses collected yesterday. Such special materials might be useful later. No matter how high one's skills are, they still fear a kitchen knife. Now, without any superpowers, they would be at a disadvantage. But with weapons, who would suffer might change. Since neither Amaze nor A had superpowers, and Spencer was slightly drained from yesterday, they didn't dare to be overly confident and kept their group within 10 kilometers nearby. The battlefield from yesterday where the mutated insects were killed wasn't cleared yet, so Amaze led the team to collect the remains first before heading toward their original destination. They headed west, encountering no zombies or living humans. Amaze couldn't help but wonder if this peaceful world was a good or bad thing. Her thoughts lasted only 3 seconds when a loud rumbling sound came from afar, the kind of motorcycle engine noise rarely heard after the apocalypse. Such sounds could attract many zombies. If such noises were made in the villa area, it would be like confining themselves to death. Therefore, everyone was very strict about controlling noise to ensure safety for themselves and others. Alirated by the sound, they exchanged glances. True courage inspires boldness. Spencer was more cautious. Should we retreat a bit? Avoid encountering them. He was right. Meeting people in the apocalypse wasn't necessarily a good thing. She gave a signal, and the dozen or so people behind her hid in the woods. They intended to move out once they left, but coincidentally, those motorcycle riders stopped nearby. It was a sunken part of the road used as a temporary parking spot. Upon seeing it, they stopped there. These 12 people were a small team. Each of their motorcycles had a large drum hanging on the side, likely oil, and a big box whose contents were unknown. A large bag of food hung openly at the back, seemingly unafraid of being robbed. Most of them were shirtless, their arms adorned with colorful dragons and tigers, quite conspicuous from a distance. They didn't look like decent folks. Amaze decided to watch and see. Although the engine stopped, they had something even more stimulating. A skinny guy resembling a beggar carried a large object bigger than his torso and placed it on the ground shakily. He patted his hands and looked around. It was a black item with shiny blue and pink decorations. Too far away, Amaze couldn't make out what it was. She couldn't resist tapping Spencer. "What's that?" After staring for a long time, he couldn't identify it either. Only shaking his head. The skinny man stretched, then squatted in front of the large box and fiddled with it. Suddenly, an ear-splitting sound erupted. "If I drove a tractor, would you still love me?" Amaze realized it was a loudspeaker playing some very tacky songs. These people really weren't afraid to die. The deafening sound was surely meant to attract zombies. But why should they suffer too? If zombies came from all directions, they wouldn't be able to escape. Amaze and Spencer exchanged looks, unsure whether to hide or leave openly. If they chose to go out and were mistaken for attackers, a fight might break out. But staying hidden was dangerous too. Who knew how many zombies they'd attract? At this crossroads, Amaze decided to consult the people behind her, deciding democratically whether to advance or retreat. Before any decision was made, a shimmering zombie appeared. Why was it described as shimmering all over? This zombie must be the wealthiest in the zombie world. His body, for some reason, looked as transparent as diamonds, reflecting colorful lights as he walked. The dazzling light from his body was so bright that one couldn't dare to look directly at him. Correspondingly, his movements were very slow and heavy, each step making a thud. Amaze was not an expert in diamonds or crystals, so she couldn't tell if his body was made of diamonds or crystals. But that didn't matter. What mattered most was that his head had a very beautiful and dazzling purple-red crystal core. It was wrapped in a magnificent exterior that emitted a fatally attractive glow. It wasn't the usual size of a thumbnail like other first-stage zombies. Judging by its appearance, it was about the size of a lychee, on the borderline between first and second stages. Amaze no longer wanted to retreat. If there was a chance, she wanted to get that crystal core. The zombie came following the sound but found a lot of food here, which made him speed up toward them. Unfortunately, his steps were extremely slow, only the sound of thuds continuously resounding on the road, adding a hint of liveliness to the dull path. Suddenly, a large pit appeared before him. Without time to react, one of his feet stepped into the pit. When he tried to continue charging forward, he found that the foot in the pit had been enveloped by the ground, like a tree rooted deeply into the road surface. With one foot trapped, the other struggled desperately. Soon his upper body lost balance and with a bang, he fell to the ground. At the moment of collision with the ground, several sharp edges on his body started to crack. Some pieces shattered and flew out, revealing thumb-sized chunks of crystal, translucent and incredibly beautiful. Take advantage of your enemy's misfortune. These people fully understood this principle. Their skills were systematically arranged, all combo moves, hitting the zombie one after another. There were classic combinations of wind supporting fire, and strengthened water and lightning combos. Ice-based skills were also seen, slicing through the zombie's brain like cutting tofu. Watching such a hard-bodied zombie being killed effortlessly by a steel pen-thin ice spike left Amaze marveling. Indeed, those who are highly skilled have great courage. They had the boldness and strength to thrive in this apocalypse. Chapter 26 Transaction. After the zombie died, the little beggar ran up and used a small dagger to dig out its crystal core. The dagger was both small and blunt, but as he thrust it downward, the blade began to lengthen and the tip became razor-sharp. Unexpectedly, even this most inconspicuous individual possessed a mutant steel-type ability, able to change the shape of steel materials at will. These 12 people were truly full of surprises. Amaze gave up on the crystal core and planned to guide them around from behind the woods. After all, if they were to fight these people, they would likely suffer losses. Between the crystal core and their lives, she knew very well which one mattered more. Within 2 days, she had encountered 2 top-grade crystal cores but had no chance to obtain them. Her heart felt abnormally sorrowful, and she walked listlessly at the back of the group. "Come out, all of you." Amaze looked back and saw a burly man standing by the roadside watching them. "There's no need to hide. If you haven't done anything wrong, why not come out and meet us?" His voice was thunderous, and the long blue dragon tattooed on his body gave him a streetwise appearance. There was no choice. They could only greet and then continue on their way. They avoided fighting if they could. Amaze walked ahead, while Spencer's body tensed, guarding her rear, ready to attack at any moment. Person A remained hidden among the others, but Amaze couldn't be bothered with him. "There's no need to be so tense, young friends. I just haven't seen people in this post-apocalyptic world for a long time and wanted to say hello." Though the burly man's demeanor was quite amiable, Amaze knew this wasn't the real reason they had been asked to stop. Amaze was impatient with his roundabout questioning, so she asked Obdraman to handle the social interaction. Meanwhile, she observed the others. They seemed quite relaxed, leaning on their motorcycles or chatting in small groups, yet their minds were alert, observing both sides without letting down their guard. One of them, who appeared to be nearly 2 meters tall, wore a tank top and shorts, had a shiny bald head, and dark skin. He held an ice pick. Clearly, he was the one who had shot through the zombie's head just now. His face was grim, indicating that he wasn't easy to talk to. He was the leader of this group. By now, Obdraman and the burly man had gone back and forth a few times, finally revealing their true intentions. "I see you all must live nearby. It looks like you don't lack food or drink. Do you have any extra resources to exchange with us?" So it was about exchanging resources. Amaze suddenly felt more at ease but didn't fully let down her guard. We only seek to kill zombies for revenge and have no interest in anyone else's lives. You don't need to worry, we mean no harm. If you have supplies, we can trade, if not, we'll be on our way soon. The matter of supplies piqued Amaze's interest. What do you want? The burly man said, food and drink are fine, we're not picky. A lot of fresh water would also be great, and if there's gasoline, that would be even better. Indeed, they knew what they were talking about. Gasoline is something that diminishes with use. But Amaze kept her expression neutral. We have food and drink. But I'm interested in something else. I wonder if you have it. I don't know what this young lady wants. He smiled at Amaze, but his enormous build made him seem somewhat grotesque compared to her fair-skinned appearance. However, Amaze wasn't swayed by his appearance. Can we trade with crystal cores? The things you dug out of the zombie's brain just now, any color or size is fine. 3 small crystal cores for a pound of vegetables or a liter of water. For other supplies, I have nothing. The burly man turned to look at the man playing with the ice pick earlier. He nodded, agreeing to the deal. This man hadn't spoken yet, appearing rather mysterious, which made Amaze quite interested in the leader of this team. As for the crystal cores you killed from the zombies just now, if you give them to me, I can offer you 50 liters of water or 50 pounds of vegetables. The leader nodded again. I'll take whatever you have. A cunning smile appeared at the corner of Amaze's mouth. The leader couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and put away his ice pick. How many crystal cores do you have, and will you trade them all? Upon hearing him speak, Amaze and her team were taken aback. The nearly 2-meter-tall man spoke with a childlike, high-pitched voice. If he weren't the leader of the motorcycle gang, Amaze would have burst out laughing. The bald man rubbed his nose. Go ahead and laugh if you want. You're not the first one to find me amusing. The point is, we also want some seasonings, preferably instant noodles too. Do you have any? I've got a bag of that stuff, though I didn't know what it was for. Turns out I can trade it with you. We have grains and seasonings. But no exchange on instant noodles. Amaze's shoulders were quivering as she struggled to maintain her composure. We have 50 crystal cores, you can count them. With a wave of his hand, a man in his 30s, with pockmarked skin, came forward from behind him. Little sister, here's what you wanted. Go ahead and take the supplies, I've already prepared them. Amaze took the crystal cores from him and counted carefully. There were indeed 50 cores, 35 were level 1, 10 were nearly level 2, and 5 were genuinely level 2 with different colors. Transparent crystal cores had no attribute and could be used by any ability type, while colored ones indicated their specific attributes. Matching the right attribute would speed up the level-up process. Crystal cores needed to be soaked in water to purify the toxins, non-ability holders could activate abilities from them, and those with abilities could accumulate energy to assist in upgrading. These are the smaller ones, there are 35 of them, and 15 larger ones. Let's say I take a small loss, they're worth 762. Do you want all water, or some grains and vegetables too? 500 liters of water and 262 pounds of vegetables, we have some grains. All right. Without hesitation, Lin Anker retrieved 500 liters of water and 262 pounds of vegetables from his system. These vegetables were leftovers from before, stored by Amaze in her system, remaining fresh. When she brought them out now, they still looked fresh, catching the eye of these people who hadn't eaten fresh vegetables in a long time. Little sister, you're really something. If I get the chance, I'll come back to trade with you again, the leader of the motorcycle gang said heartily, though it wasn't easy for this sentence to sound heroic with his high-pitched voice. The pock-faced man pulled out his hand from his pocket, which was slightly larger than an average person's. His hand touched the water and vegetables, and they disappeared one by one. Then he put his hand back into his pocket. Both sides were satisfied with the deal, so the leader bid farewell to Amaze. They then rode off on their motorcycles, revving away from there. Chapter 27 Exchange. After saying goodbye to the motorcycle gang, Amaze and her group continued according to their original plan. Did you get a second ability? You didn't tell us. A, who became reticent after the apocalypse, couldn't help but start asking. Amaze naturally took the opportunity. It just appeared a few days ago. I planned to adapt first. I didn't gain any useful information and couldn't help but be embarrassed. Oh, I see. She had already revealed her storage ability but did not intend to explain further. Whether others thought it was her second ability outside of wood or some magic treasure, she wasn't going to clarify. Wealth should not be easily exposed, she understood that. However, in this villa cluster, Amaze still had confidence she could protect herself. Whoever stood behind her would have to carefully consider whether they had the strength to bear the consequences before taking action against her. At the same time, she felt anxious inside. Not having an ability now was truly a painful thing. For close combat, her skills were enough to make up for the gap caused by lack of abilities. For long-range attacks, she was at a disadvantage due to shorter reach. As they continued forward, they saw many level 1 zombies here and there. Amaze and Spencer didn't intervene, letting those behind them practice their fighting skills. However, nothing could dampen her mood. Amaze kept playing with the crystal core from the zombie she had just encountered, admiring its vibrant color as if it carried some special energy. Examining the crystal closely, she noticed patterns resembling flying birds on it. But once she blinked, the image vanished, and she laughed at herself, thinking it was all in her mind. Then, she took out a green crystal core, which seemed to belong to the wood system. Before her eyes, text appeared. Wood crystal core, level 2, value, 500 points. This must be a new function of the system, helping to identify the levels of crystal cores and even marking their point values. She then checked the previous crystal again. Unknown crystal core, level 2, value, 800 points. This unknown crystal was worth more points. She then examined other level 2 crystal cores, whether basic water or fire type or mutated lightning or ice types, they all had a value of 500 points. Strange. Level 1 crystals were only worth 10 points each, better than nothing though. From the points perspective, each level up in zombies led to significantly more points for their crystal cores, showing the vast difference in power between level 1 and level 2 zombies. Noting the unique property of unknown crystal cores, Amaze kept humming happily as she walked back. Now, holding these 15 level 2 crystal cores, she was deciding whether to convert them into purification water or exchange them for points. So far, she had no decision and temporarily stored them in the system. Currently, in the villa complex, only Reuben, Silas, and Spencer had abilities. The rest had none. It had been a month since the apocalypse, and the progress of ability awakening was slow. Soon, the government would announce that crystal cores can trigger energy and solidify abilities. They would also mention some crystal cores carry zombie toxins. By the 3rd month, people would learn how to purify crystal cores for ordinary people to absorb and develop abilities. Taking advantage of the information gap, collecting crystal cores would be much harder in the future. Therefore, during these 2 months, Amaze welcomed anyone who wanted to trade supplies. Just as they returned to the villa area, someone panting came running to tell them, "Go check your home, something happened." Amaze led everyone running towards home, seeing neighbors pacing around their homes anxiously. "Hey, you guys are back. There's a lot of stuff in the yard." Behind the fence, it was unclear what exactly happened, so they rushed to open the gate. On the ground, a mass of black and white creatures scurried about, causing Amaze's hair to stand on end. Not only were family members killing rats, but other young neighbors had joined in too. Inside the fence, chaos reigned. In the vegetable garden, palm-sized rats with long tails were running everywhere. Black cats leaped around, catching rats. Some hid while others used various weapons to kill rats, chasing the cats. Rats were slippery and hard to catch, while the cats' swift movements left black blurs as they chased after the rodents. People were chasing cats and rats, while cats pursued the rats, and the rats scurried everywhere. Their attack power was low, but their disruption level was at max. This scene was too bizarre, it must be man-made. She sensed something was off in an instant and glanced towards the corner of the 3rd-floor rooftop, but there was nothing there. "You brat, you're finally back. Check on Daniela quickly." Amiel's shout caught Amaze's attention, and following his pointed finger, she saw Alana. Between the house and the large banyan tree in the yard, a vine as thick as a baby's arm connected them. At the center, Alana was curled up inside a net woven from vines. Due to her high position, neither cats nor rats could reach her. However, the people on the ground weren't so fortunate. Not only did they have to catch rats and fend off the cats, but they also had to prevent being attacked by these animals. Any foreign species in uncertain conditions would be considered dangerous. They didn't know if these creatures carried the zombie virus and couldn't afford to take any risks. Amaze hurriedly ran to Alana's position and reached out to touch her. "Daniela, are you okay?" The response came with a slightly shaky voice, like someone who just survived a traumatic experience. "I'm fine, just a bit shocked earlier. I think I have an ability now. This tree responded to my control somehow, and I ended up weaving this net around myself. It looks safer than your situation." Indeed, Amaze knew that people who just obtained abilities often struggled to control them. "I really hate rats, so don't let me see them again. I'm safe here. You guys focus on getting rid of them all. If I had weapons ready, these pests would have been history a long time ago." Seeing that Alana still had energy to passionately speak, Amaze felt reassured. "All right, rest here for a bit. We'll handle it." Then she began searching through the system. Thinking about the bees and butterflies from yesterday, where her lack of an ability made it difficult to perform remote attacks, gave her a headache. Now, encountering cats and rats again, her headache doubled. Chapter 28, The Medicine Powder. Fortunately, when she was idle while sunbathing under the moonlight last night, she flipped through the system's exchange column. There were some things that she hadn't seen before. There wasn't anything to deal with rats, only something called unconsciousness, which the precautions said would only have an anesthetic effect on humans and double the effect on animals. Amaze looked at other strange pills like fullness and no extra rice, thought for a second, and decided to buy this one because there was nothing more suitable than this. She sighed deeply and reluctantly put 10 second-grade crystals in, exchanging them for 5,000 points. Before she could enjoy these 5,000 points enough, she had to convert them into that seemingly powerful unconsciousness. She painstakingly obtained the crystal core, yet it was gone just like that. Moreover, her house was now in a mess. She really wanted to cry but couldn't. Using these 5,000 points, Amaze exchanged for a can of medicine powder. It came in a small bottle, about the size of her palm, made of transparent glass. Inside was fluorescent pink powder, which looked quite pretty. She dealt with the enemies coming her way while observing the surrounding environment. She found that most of those things were in the yard, with very few near the house. Amaze quickly called over the people who were still fighting. "Come here for a rest. I'll handle them." She wore latex gloves from the hospital and gave them masks to prevent accidental inhalation of the medicine powder. They gradually stopped working and gathered around her. "Rest inside the circle if you're tired," she said as she drew a big circle next to the house, immediately making it off limits. Those rats and cats instinctively fled as if driven by their nature. It worked. She sealed off the entrance, making it equivalent to their safety zone. Not entirely with Alana, she also sprinkled some powder under the corresponding vines. Thus, half of the can of medicine powder was used up. Spencer kept using fire to kill rats, and the courtyard occasionally filled with a roasted aroma. Reuben didn't return. He stood far away, doing something unknown. There were already plenty of bodies lying around him, though no one knew how he attacked. After arranging others, Amaze naturally didn't lag behind the two. She took out her usual dagger and charged in. Seeing her come in, Spencer skillfully positioned himself behind Amaze. They cooperated perfectly and killed quite a number for a while. However, these black cats were faster than the rats, killing many of them as if they considered it a game, not eating the rats. Amaze had a quick idea and gave Spencer the remaining 1/3 of the medicine powder. "We won't kill the rats. Let's dust their bodies with medicine powder, and the cats will take care of them." Then, she found Reuben, who was muttering nearby. "Here, see if you can spread the medicine powder evenly, covering the entire courtyard." She also divided the third of the medicine powder for him. "You all go back to the circle to rest, try to stay away from the medicine powder." Amaze got those neighbors who were still helping them to fight the rats and black cats to return. Fortunately, none of them were wounded, so she felt relieved. Smearing some medicine powder on her gloves, she rejoined the battle. Attacking left and right, front and back, she wiped the short knives originally in her hands with medicine powder and touched the rats. Soon, more than half of the rats' bodies were covered with pink medicine powder, and as dusk fell, the fluorescent powder gradually became brighter. When the medicine powder on the rats was almost depleted, their movements seemed to be slowed down by 5 times, easily toyed with by the black cats. Fortunately, they wore gloves then. Looking at the effects of this drug, even the anesthesia effect alone would be unbearable. Indeed, as Amaze imagined, the black cats played with the rats, licking their paws at times. Soon, they seemed drunk, stumbling, tongues hanging out, eyes becoming dazed. Without the advantage of incredible speed, killing them was incredibly easy. At that moment, Amaze genuinely felt heartache for those 5,000 points exchanged for medicine powder, yet it was worth it. "It's okay now, everyone come out. They've been anesthetized." Amaze called them out. They had rested and still had strength left to continue fighting. Several young people were rubbing their fists and preparing for another fight, but unexpectedly, the creatures suddenly shook their heads and scampered off orderly. Amaze looked up and saw a black figure descending rapidly from the rooftop, clothes fluttering, landing gracefully before disappearing from her sight. Marshall wanted to follow, but Amaze stopped him. "There's no need to chase after them. We don't know how many of them there are. If we get ambushed, it won't be good. It's already dark, and zombies are more rampant. Our strength is significantly reduced in the dark." This time, he didn't manage to kill anyone, so he didn't achieve his goal. He will definitely attack again. We just need to strengthen our precautions. She spoke loudly to the people in the courtyard. One day, this coward will reveal his true self. Amaze smiled for some reason and continued instructing them to clean up the battlefield. Kill all those that didn't run away, Silas, dig a pit, and burn all their corpses. She meticulously arranged the follow-up tasks, planning to go back inside to see if there were any surprises. At this moment, the vines slowly descended, and Alana landed on the ground. Then, all the vines disappeared. This was what real wood element powers looked like. Amaze, a fake wood element user, truly envied those with powers. "I made something that can draw smoke last night, originally to extract toxic gases during experiments. You can use it now since you're burning those insect corpses. It's in the basement. I'm not sure if this stuff burns off as toxic gas, so better to draw it away." She rubbed her stomach and explained with a smile. "I stayed upstairs for too long, feeling a bit uncomfortable, so I won't move. Can you go fetch it?" Amaze asked her to create a small swing for her, then called Obdraman over. "Shetien brother, please help keep an eye on Shinya Josephine." She patted Alana's hand to comfort her, lowering her voice. "Try not to go back into the house and stay close to Marshall." They turned around and saw Marshall with Amiel, while the other bodyguard had vanished. Instantly they understood and sat down obediently in the yard. After arranging everything, Amaze walked into the basement alone. Chapter 29 Protection. She hadn't been to this basement for a long time, and it should have accumulated quite a lot of things inside. She had turned on the lights upstairs. The place was silent. Amaze stepped in slowly. According to Alana's description, the machine should be 10 meters straight ahead from the entrance of the basement, on the table to the right. She kept her breathing low, trying not to make any sound, walking step by step into the room. Halfway through, a shadow flashed past to her right front. Amaze had already prepared herself. She immediately started chasing it, but a black cat flew toward her instead, with green-yellow eyes and a vertical black pupil, claws spread out attacking her. She hastily punched the cat's head, and with her other hand, she took out a knife from the system, cutting its neck. Blood splashed everywhere, yet she remained spotlessly clean. But the shadow was nowhere to be seen. Amaze recalled carefully, the basement was enclosed, he definitely couldn't get out. She involuntarily tightened her grip on the knife, holding it close to her body for quick action. She looked around and listened attentively, searching for suspicious places. At a corner of a rack, she held her breath and walked over. As expected, 2 people came face to face. The man in black also covered his face with a black cloth, revealing only a pair of brown eyes, heavy eyebrows, and deep-set eyes. He did not possess the typical look of a local, suggesting he might belong to foreign forces. Amaze couldn't think of who she might have provoked that would send foreign forces after her. She turned her push into a grab, intending to pull down the mask, but unexpectedly, the man didn't intend to fight, turning and running away instead. Naturally, Amaze sped up and chased him. There were plenty of items in the basement. The person in front ran quite fast, throwing things backward while running to create obstacles. Amaze had to dodge left and right as she advanced. For a moment, the sound of things falling and smashing echoed, leaving the entire basement in a mess. Up ahead is a wall. You can't escape, Amaze shouted at him. Who sent you? The man ignored her and continued running. Amaze could not help but exert more force, rushing forward, grabbing a piece of his clothing on his shoulder, pulling him backward quickly. He retaliated by hitting her wrist, so to protect herself, she naturally released her right hand from his clothes and stretched her left hand towards his back. However, he turned and blocked it with an odd-looking flute. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of punches and kicks. Just when Amaze was about to leap and attack his face, the man in black was nearly backed into the corner of the wall. Suddenly, he dashed towards the wall, using it to gain momentum. With several steps, he completed a mid-air spin and got behind Amaze. By the time Amaze started chasing again, he was already out of sight. Fortunately, the people outside hadn't been attacked by him. They were all still busy with their own affairs, no one noticing anyone leave here. Zwa saw her come out without anything and couldn't help asking, what happened? Amaze regretted. Damn it, he got away. That man was hiding in the basement, dressed in black, wearing a veil. We exchanged a few blows. Be careful. While speaking, she searched around. Unfortunately, everything had already blended into the darkness, and there was no trace of him anymore. I don't know when I offended someone like this, or even who the target was. Anyway, we need to strengthen our defenses in the future. Walking out of the fence of her house, she found that all the lights in her neighbors' houses were on. Thinking that her house had become the target of the attack, which put her neighbors at risk too. Haida saw Amaze come out and asked with concern, Child, is everything okay over there? If those things weren't so fast, I would have helped too. There's nothing serious now. No rats in your house, right? No. It's really strange, only at your place. Luckily, I heard some noises in the house and quickly called a few nimble young men to help. Amaze was very grateful. Thank you so much. I'll provide vegetables for you for the next month. What's there to thank? Really, it's just disaster. Disasters always happen. Cherries, disasters. Amaze murmured, already judging whether it was natural calamity or human-made. Amaze knew that this time it was solely targeting their home, causing no impact to the surroundings, thus she felt relieved. She went back. The courtyard was full of pink fluorescence, and she wasn't sure if it would affect the new vegetables. Luckily, some vegetables were stored in the system. Even if they stopped planting vegetables for a few days, it wouldn't impact their lives, though there'd be no point income. She planned to water the entire vegetable patch with crystal core water for a few days, thoroughly watering until the fluorescence faded away. This was the best method she could think of at the moment. The water from the system seemed to have significant uses, and she hoped it would counteract the effects of the powder. Water that could completely purify the zombie virus in crystal cores should have no problem handling this. Just as she had almost finished cleaning up, Amaze squatted down to inspect the vegetables they had ravaged. Not only were there large, obvious tooth marks from rats and cats, but also many tiny ants on the leaves that she hadn't noticed before. These ants were bright red, translucent, and their wings appeared much more lustrous than those of ordinary black ants, also larger by a circle. Red crystal ants. They were half as big again as the red crystal ants she had seen before, likely another man-made creation. She pinched an ant off the leaf, intending to study its differences. Suddenly, her neck was tapped, and her head was knocked sideways. She turned around to find Spencer standing behind her. Before she could ask, Spencer explained first. There was a bug crawling on you. I thought you were getting back at me. He showed her the nearly lifeless bug he had slapped, proving it wasn't intentional. It was the same kind of ant Amaze had seen on the vegetables, just slightly larger, with wings as big as fingernails, glowing fiery red as if burning. Amaze frowned. I didn't feel a thing. If I had been bitten. Both of them understood what she left unsaid. Did this ant carry the zombie virus? No one could be sure. Moreover, it looked far more dangerous than the rats and cats. It's fine, I'm here. Spencer watched Amaze under the lamplight, looking incredibly gentle, his usually stern face softened, reflecting Amaze's face in his eyes. Amaze agreed. Indeed. We don't know who's behind it yet. These two were not on the same wavelength, but Spencer paid no attention. Don't think too much. In the future, we'll have more enemies. If you want to stay here long-term and turn this place into a small base, you'll inevitably make enemies. Only by growing faster can you protect everyone here. Spencer knew she wanted to establish a base to protect her family, and he wanted to protect her too. Upon hearing his words, Amaze felt profoundly moved that he understood her. Then she saw his expression turn from gentleness to stiffness. Chapter 30 Greed. Amaze followed his gaze to see the dying red crystal ant hissing in his hand. The red crystal ant, which had sucked human blood, instantly became lively, completely revitalized from its nearly dead state just moments ago. Taking advantage of their dazed moment, it flapped its wings and struggled to take flight. Spencer increased his grip, pinching harder until it was finally killed. But it was too late. A cut on Spencer's hand was bleeding profusely. Despite being a tiny ant, it had managed to tear open a wound as large as its own body. Without hesitation, Amaze took out a vial of crystal nucleus water from her system and cleaned his wound, but it had no effect. Instead, the color of the blood started changing, turning somewhat black. She looked up at Spencer. What should we do? The blood seems to be turning black. Seeing her worried eyes, Spencer stared back at her, speechless for a long time. You must say something. What should I do? Her voice began to choke. Along the way, Spencer had always been by her side, protecting her as she grew. They had gone through so many big and small incidents, yet they never expected to be defeated by such a tiny ant. Spencer didn't respond, with a look of perplexity on his face. Suddenly, he grabbed Amaze's hand and strode away from the place. People around them were calling their names, unaware of what had happened, but neither of them reacted. He led Amaze away from there, heading north towards the mountains. As they walked, the lights flickered and gradually dimmed, leading them deeper into the woods. This forest had already been cleared several times, yet occasionally some zombies would still appear. But this time, they had stood silently for 5 minutes, and not even one troublesome zombie had come to disturb them. At that moment, Amaze wished a mindless zombie would come and let her kill it. Spencer sat down on the ground, leaning against a tree, watching Amaze pacing under another tree. He watched her quietly, then suddenly laughed. Laughing? You're laughing at a time like this. Amaze couldn't hold back her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks as she dropped beside him. What's there to cry about? I've already lived 20 years longer than I was supposed to. Isn't that enough? In the past, you stood before me to protect me, giving me 20 years of life. Now that I'm older, why am I the one who cries? Spencer held Amaze's shoulders, using one hand to wipe away her tears. You've cried yourself into a mess, you don't look good at all. Smile for me. Amaze refused to let him wipe away her tears. What kind of protection was that? I just said a few words on your behalf. With something this big happening, why aren't you worried at all? She stopped crying. Right. Just wait for me. Just wait for me. Unconsciously, she muttered to herself. There were still many items left to redeem in the shop exchange system. She hadn't even gone through everything properly. Inside were many types of pills, most misleading, making people faint or hiding their presence. None of it was what she needed. She kept searching. Finally, she found a pill for detoxification and cooling heat, costing 5,000 point. Amaze checked her account carefully, having only 5 second-tier crystal nuclei, including the one worth 800 points. Altogether, she could only get 4,000 points. Not enough. Points were not enough. Amaze silently thought, system, get out here. No response. She again fetched the crystal nucleus water for him to drink, her hands trembling. Don't waste it, it won't help. Spencer felt an intense cold throughout his body. As a fire-type mutant, he had always felt warm since awakening, but now his body felt like ice fighting against fire. Spencer knew that Amaze collected these crystal nuclei due to her secret, which made her cherish each one dearly. Keep it, you might find use for it. I won't need it anymore. His smile was weak, his face almost translucent under the moonlight. Hurry, tie me up. If I turn into a zombie later, finish me off personally. Then I can die without regrets. If you hesitate, I'll turn into a zombie and attack you, you'll end up a hideous zombie and die of sorrow. Amaze was both amused and angry by his teasing, hitting his shoulder lightly, then starting to cry again. Stop crying. Can I hug you? Since we were separated when we were young, I haven't hugged you in a long time. He struggled to sit up straighter, hoping to preserve his dignity. On the surface, I was bullied by other kids and showed no expression, but in reality, I was very sad. The words they hurled at me were all true. Who could blame me for being born without parents? I had almost gotten used to it, but then you suddenly appeared and protected me. He turned his head to stare at Amaze. The moment you stood before me, scolding them like there was no turning back for me. It took great effort for him to pull up the corners of his mouth into a smile. Once I tasted the feeling of being protected, I never wanted to be bullied alone again. I'm so glad that I met you when we were young. And I'm also glad that you have always been willing to protect me. Actually, I could have beaten them up easily, but I wanted you to protect me, so. His words were interrupted by bouts of coughing. After I moved, I lost contact with you. At that time, I missed you a lot, missed Elroy, and the dishes Sierra made. When I grew up, I wanted to become strong enough to protect you, so I changed my name. I hoped I could always be behind you, watching you as your protector. Ever since the apocalypse began, I secretly rejoiced countless times that I found you just in time, even having my powers awaken earlier than yours. You don't know how happy I was, practicing diligently during those peaceful times. Maybe my luck wasn't too bad, and the practice paid off. Now, should I count as an expert? Amaze sobbed and nodded, never knowing that she had once been his guardian in Spencer's world. It's just unfortunate that fate is cruel. I just became a man-made expert but can no longer protect you forever. You carry many secrets that I can't see through. But I don't care. He sighed deeply, starting to worry about other matters. You should reel in the long line you've set. He's an unstable factor. Without me protecting you, I fear you might not control him. It's better to go back and eliminate him while he's unaware. Amaze knew who he was talking about. Reuben is unpredictable. If you can handle him, keep him. If not, take care of him early. Either he leaves, or he dies. Listening to his instructions, Amaze couldn't help but cry on his chest. I understand, stop talking, rest a bit. They all need you to deal with them. Spencer watched her head tightly pressed against him, wanting to raise his hand but unable to control himself, giving up on the chance to stroke her hair. You've soaked my clothes, crying. Quickly tie me up. I'm also a second-stage fire type, and I don't know if I have a crystal nucleus. If I do, after you kill me, keep the nucleus as a memento, or expand your little treasury if needed. I chose this tree specially, it's the tallest and largest here. Whenever you come back to this forest, you'll remember me. What should I do? I wish you could forget me, yet want you to remember me. His voice was low and heavy, like moonlight flowing quietly in the darkness. I am so greedy. He lowered his head and laughed stupidly but gradually fell silent. Chapter 31, Black Cat. Amaze opened her eyes wide, trying to hold back the tears that threatened to blur her vision. She wanted to remember every detail of the scene before her. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. She sat still, trying to calm herself. Time seemed to stand still as cold air invaded her body, freezing her almost to the point where she could barely stand. She gently approached and checked Hobart's condition. The person in front of her had no change in skin color, but his skin was extremely cold. His pulse was there, his heartbeat steady. Gently lifting his eyelids, she found his pupils normal, with no issues at all. Amaze was full of questions. Only his entire body was ice cold, she couldn't figure out what else was wrong. Her brows were tightly furrowed, guessing that there must have been some kind of internal struggle within him that caused him to faint. But she couldn't be sure why he had survived. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it was a good thing. Would he wake up, or turn into a zombie? Only time would tell. This night in the woods, occasionally zombies still wandered about. If the mysterious man in black hadn't left, they would be in danger. Amaze decided to take him back. Just as she reached out to carry him, she met the gaze of the now conscious person. His eyes were intense. I'm fine. Amaze's heart relaxed once more. Didn't die this time. Guess I'll have to keep protecting you again. His eyes sparkled, though showing no expression, yet the anticipation for the future was hard to hide. After saying these words, he fainted again. Amaze cursed him as she lifted him up. Standing at 1.70 meters, she was somewhat short compared to Hobart, unable to fully carry him on her back. His legs dragged on the ground, leaving a long trail behind them like a mermaid's tail, leading them both home. The courtyard was brightly lit, the soil meticulously turned over, everything cleaned up and ready. Seeing Amaze carrying Hobart, Sierra hurriedly called Elroy's were to help, asking worriedly, what happened? You were fine when you left, why is he unconscious now? Amaze shook her head, remaining silent. Without any definite answers yet, she wasn't planning to tell anyone, especially those with uncertain intentions. Elroy's were, carry him upstairs. Amaze had carried such a heavy person for so long that her legs were already trembling, having no strength left to carry him upstairs. Amaze followed them back to Hobart's room. This room had existed since childhood and wasn't specifically prepared for him later on. When Hobart was adopted as a child, his adoptive parents were often away, leaving him feeling as if he had neither biological nor adoptive parents. Amaze often played with him. Many children said he was an unwanted child, something they didn't know because Amaze also lost her parents. Her uncle took her in to live with her cousin. Actually, her parents had also left early. Hobart's parents left him forever due to their mission, while hers just fell victim to fate. Thus, she deeply empathized with Hobart, ignoring Daphne Wren and even standing up for justice. In protecting Hobart from being bullied, she was also protecting herself. They played together for so long that eventually, Hobart got a room here. Later, he moved away with his adoptive parents and met her again many years later. She didn't expect his emotions to run so deep. Though profound, they weren't suffocating. Inside the unlit room, Amaze saw Hobart lying on the bed, pale-faced but beautiful despite his furrowed brows. She leaned against the bed, gazing at the moon through the small window. It was a new moon tonight, and she sighed deeply, as if cleansing the unease from her heart. I'm still alive, why are you sighing? Amaze turned around to see Hobart propped up on one arm, smiling at her like a celestial being. Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Her voice carried gratitude for coming back from death's door. Feeling pretty good, just hungry enough to eat a whole cow. Elroy Lee, dinner, we need dinner. She turned and ran, shouting for Elroy Lee to prepare food. Oh, you girl, is little Moo okay? I've been cooking for a while, come eat. One by one, she brought out a table full of dishes. Wash your hands and sit down to eat. Amaze, having experienced too much, lost her appetite, but Hobart, after surviving a near-death experience, ate heartily without losing his grace. Only Reuben's gaze fell on Amaze's face, catching her inquisitive look. Amaze merely gave an awkward smile, with no intention to explain. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy when Amiel dropped a bombshell. While dealing with a little black cat today, I had a moment of daze. It was clearly right in front of me, but I saw its trajectory as it pounced at me. It wasn't just that black cat, even human footprints, I could trace their earlier trajectories. The duration, though, remains unclear. Recalling what Little Han mentioned before, I suspect I awakened some strange ability. He scanned the crowd, heightening the suspense, then continued. Later, unable to bear the intense headache and dizziness, I realized I had awakened an ability called Time Stream. I might not see the future, but events from the past can be crystal clear to me at certain places. Amaze was delighted by this news. Her biggest concern finally had a means of self-protection. Pity it wasn't an offensive ability, leaving a slight regret. Most others were genuinely happy for him. Amiel cleared his throat and went on, While you all were cleaning the front courtyard, I observed many things that happened here before. Once, a peculiar man came here, dressed entirely in black, wearing a black veil and headscarf. I couldn't see his features. Oh, and he had a rather strange bone flute. Amaze took interest in the bone flute, paying close attention to Amiel. He used the bone flute, summoning many rats and black cats through his ability. Strangely, two creatures that are natural enemies. I just assumed the bone flute did it because I didn't hear any sound. And there were about 10 red ants. Soon after, chaos ensued in the house. Hearing this, Amaze racked her brain but found no related information. As for the abilities Amiel described, she didn't fully agree, thinking they resembled some kind of special secret technique. His flute-playing move was akin to Indian snake charmers, except those charmers often deceive people. This one, however, truly summoned quite a bit of trouble. Since our enemy is hidden and we are exposed, we must be more careful, even with someone who has abilities. Speaking these words, she had a sour expression inside. Alana pointed out with enthusiasm. Have you noticed? True abilities only have a chance to manifest during your actual combat. Only Obduraman nodded vigorously in agreement. To everyone's surprise, Marshall agreed as well. I watched them activate their abilities. These two were scared by a cat, the same cat. Wonder when I'll get the chance to be scared by a cat. No, to try and activate my own ability. Everyone burst into laughter, except for Alana, whose vines behind her were ready to snap off Marshall's dog head. Chapter 32. A Kiss. After dinner, Amaze's activity turned into watering. First, she used the water produced by the system, then the crystal core water. She repeated this process until the soil in front of her became a mud swamp before stopping. Seeing that I have recovered so well, you are giving me some work to do? Spencer walked over from the side and with a wave of his hand, much of the water evaporated. Why not let Silas come to turn over these soils and bring in some new ones? Amaze thought it was feasible and wanted to discuss this matter with him. The location for digging up the soil was decided to be the small forest they would visit tonight. However, no satisfactory choice had been made on where to place these soils. Spencer stopped her. Wait, it's already very late. Let's find him tomorrow. It was already past 11 o'clock, indeed inappropriate. Amaze gave up on this idea and observed Spencer closely again. He looked very energetic, his complexion rosy. Who would have thought he had been on the brink of death? Her gaze seemed tangible. Spencer didn't know what she was looking at, revealing a look of confusion. Looking at you, you're as strong as an ox. How do you plan to repay all the tears you made me shed? I can give you anything you want. Really? Cherries, really? Suddenly Amaze raised an eyebrow and took 2 steps closer to him, whispering quietly, stay awake tonight, wait for me. She left her words half said, and Spencer's heart skipped a beat. Huh, got it. She acted like a flirtatious man, teasing and then running away. In the blink of an eye, the light came on in her room on the 2nd floor. Spencer muttered under his breath, waiting for you. Night arrived as scheduled, and Spencer waited for Amaze in his room. Until he heard subtle noises coming from the neighboring room, he realized something was wrong. At this moment, opening Amaze's door, he found it was already locked from the inside. At this moment, Amaze had no time to open the door for him. As she suspected, the black-clad man was indeed lurking nearby and did not leave. She was cautious and did not rest as usual today but pretended to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Before long, she noticed someone sneaking in quietly. If she hadn't been paying attention to her surroundings, she might not have noticed someone alive entering. Indeed, a gust of wind blew in, and a knife stabbed right into where she had just lain. You're still awake. He sounded surprised. Cherries. And I knew you'd come, Amaze answered nonchalantly without giving him any chance to counterattack, trying to grab his face. He dodged the attack by turning sideways and hit Amaze with an elbow. With his other hand holding a knife, he aimed downward. In a panic, Amaze grabbed the blanket and hurled it toward the knife, managing to evade the fatal blow through this messy maneuver. She quickly got out of bed and flew to the door. At the same moment, the knife followed her trajectory. Amaze sidestepped and saw the knife stab directly into the door. She pulled the dagger out of the door and threw it back at its original owner. Naturally, the black-clad man dodged this dagger, but another dagger in Amaze's hand flew out and hit him right in the abdomen as predicted. Instantly, cold sweat broke out as he clutched his stomach. Amaze kicked sideways and broke the door lock. Spencer seized the opportunity to come in. Seeing that he could not hold his own against 2 opponents, he immediately ran to the balcony to retreat. Unexpectedly, the balcony was already entangled with dense vines, forming a cage and blocking him in the room. Fell into a trap. He uttered awkward Chinese. Cherries, your comrade is no longer your ally. Damn, he cursed. How dare you betray our great saint? His body started to tremble and knelt beside the bed. Amaze sat on the edge of the bed, tossing the dagger. Who is your saint? His fierce expression turned bizarre. You are not worthy to know the name of the saint. As for that traitor, how will you deal with him? Amaze had no clue what he was thinking. We haven't figured it out yet. Do you have any good ideas? Those who betray the saint will ultimately be punished by heaven. Since the saint is absent, I'll punish this traitor on behalf of the saint. His eyes wild, he chanted unintelligible hymns continuously. Zwa pressed A to this room, kneeling halfway at the doorway. Seeing the black-clothed person with a knife in his abdomen, his face began to show panic. It's not me, it's not me. His eyes widened as he defended himself. I did not betray the Aidmar master. The black-clothed man ignored him. Upon hearing the curses spoken by the black-clothed man, Started vomiting blood and convulsing. Marshall immediately grabbed his face, only to find that he hadn't taken poison or bitten his tongue to kill himself. Instead, it was as if he had been infected with some kind of sorcery, and now the poison was taking effect, causing him to die from internal explosion. In a few breaths, he convulsed and fell silent. Marshall shook his head at Amaze, indicating that he was completely dead. Ha ha ha. See that? This is the price of betraying the Holy Master. What about you? After one of mine has been killed, have you thought about what price you will have to pay? Amaze narrowed her eyes slightly, pressing the blade against his face. This so-called Holy Master surely had an overly long reach. The black-clad man laughed out loud. Victory and defeat are common in war. I lost because I was not good enough, so naturally, my life is in your hands. But if you want me to betray the Holy Master, that's impossible. His body trembled continuously, the knife inside him moving back and forth, making the wound larger and larger. Now blood flowed all over the ground, and his breathing became increasingly labored. He pulled down his mask, placed the bone flute on it, and gave it a devout kiss. Amaze grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up. Is that so? Your life is now in my hands. Can your Holy Master save you? His face turned red due to choking, his eyeballs bulged out, even began rolling back, but he didn't forget his Holy Master. I never thought I would be fortunate enough to receive redemption from the Holy Master. His words were intermittent, filled only with endless worship for the Holy Master. Amaze increased the pressure, letting him feel the thrill of near-death slowly. But unexpectedly, he did not resist. Amaze gestured for Spencer to close the door and go out. Only she and the black-clad man were left in the room, 2 people. She took out the system's production water and blocked his mouth with a mask to prevent him from committing suicide. Sprinkling the water on the black-clad man's wounds, soon the bleeding started to subside. She also rummaged through the Yunnan bayarrow she had stored from the hospital, generously sprinkling it on him, and also spent 50 points for a pinch of itch powder. The combination of itch powder and Yunnan bayarrow made the pain and itching unbearable. With the accelerated healing effect of the water, after about half an hour, his wounds began to clot and scab over. He thrashed around on the ground, trying to alleviate the itching, but to no avail. Laughing until he convulsed, tears streaming down his face, he finally reached out and grabbed Amaze's clothes, signaling that he conceded and surrendered. Chapter 33, Dignity. He had had enough of this painful and itchy feeling that made him feel uneasy and anxious, wishing he could tear himself apart. Finally willing to talk. He really was a tough guy, holding out for most of the night before giving in. Cherries, Aja. Why are you still stuttering? Amaze saw his lips moving but didn't hear any sound coming from him. Aja what? Amaze had no idea what he was talking about. What do you mean by Aja? What are her plans? I'm under a curse and can't say her name or the orders she gave me. Amaze did not give him the antidote. The excruciating itch continued, causing him to gasp for breath between words. She is not the Holy Lord, and I will not betray the Holy Lord. It was Aja who gave the orders. Now that I've said her name, it will trigger the curse, and she will know. How about you just give me a quick death? It would also be a way for me to prove my loyalty to the Holy Lord. Wanting to end it without finishing the questioning, Amaze snorted disdainfully. Nothing good ever comes easy. Is your power to summon those rats and cats, or maybe the red crystal ants? It's not a power. My bone flute can open an array, but it requires special methods. Even if my bone flute was used, it didn't work. Give up. His Chinese was jumbled in his panic, but Amaze understood the general meaning. I won't teach you anything, nor will I betray my Holy Lord. You can torture my body, but my soul is pure and uncontrolled. He looked ready to sacrifice himself for the Holy Lord, which Amaze couldn't understand. I have told you everything I can. It's your turn to keep your promise. Please give me a quick death. Seeing his desire for death, Amaze knew he had given all the information he could. Although still confused, he was no longer of any value. Amaze took her knife and his bone flute. The bone flute was taken for research. She couldn't use it, but Reuben might. She left the black-clothed man with his own knife, considering it a dignified way for him to end his life. After saying these things, it meant he had betrayed his organization in some way. According to such devotion to the Holy Lord, he wouldn't survive. Amaze decided to give him a dignified end, letting him take matters into his own hands. Leaving her room, the cleanup of A was complete outside. Only Alana knew about last night's events as she helped apprehend A. Though others were not involved, they certainly noticed the commotion. Saying, I'm going for a walk, Amaze left. She kept thinking, who could Aja be? Tasha. This was the most likely possibility she could think of. She never expected her cousin to continue targeting her even after reincarnation, especially being able to cause trouble remotely. What would Elroy think if he found out Tasha was behind this? As she walked, stopping occasionally, she ended up in the small woods again. 2 zombies wandered there, caught by her, naturally met a grim fate. After tormenting them, Amaze felt somewhat relieved. Today had been full of ups and downs, making her heart restless. Especially realizing her points were so few when exchanging pills. Facing emergencies unprepared, and that damn system silent at critical moment. Damn. Kicking a tree vented some frustration. Why fight with a tree that hasn't done you any harm? Spencer had been following her, seeing her sometimes looking down, then up, kicking stones, stomping feet. He understood her distress and melancholy. Cherit, he couldn't help alleviate her worries. Not everything can be achieved instantly, no one can perfectly handle every situation. What we can do is try our best, changing our circumstances with our utmost effort. He held her shoulders, making her look at him. But you're already incredible. Look at you, you've taken me in, given Alana a safe home, and we have powers. Not to mention Obduraman and Reuben, and Silas happily here. Thanks to your reminder, Elroy and Sierra have plenty of food. As for the other villa residents, without your help, they would have lost their food and water long ago. He patted Amaze's hair, enjoying its softness. You're achieving what you want. We've all changed our destinies because of you. As for those hiding in the dark, intending to harm you, one day we will confront them directly. You just need to grow as much as you can now, to face those rats lurking in the dark. Amaze was lost in his gentle gaze, listening to every word he said. Whatever you want to do, I will be with you. Elroy, Sierra, and I believe Josephine Daniela will be there for you too. Spencer patiently consoled her. He knew that Amaze wasn't pessimistic, she had merely encountered a small difficulty, causing her temporary annoyance. Her careful calculation, her penny pinching, her so-called ruthlessness were all means of self-protection. Fundamentally, she remained that kind-hearted Amaze who protected the weak. Consider today's incident as your first test of trust in this world. Cry for the last time like a little crybaby. From now on, no tears for any betrayal, learn to be strong for any departure, and only shed tears for those worth it. But I think you'd better not cry, it hurts here. He pointed to his heart, openly admitting for the first time how tightly connected this organ was to her every joy, anger, sadness, and happiness. Amaze had never seen such deep affection from him before. He used to be cold and distant, silently doing his own things. Now, his whole mind and eyes were filled with her. Not knowing how to respond to this emotion, she decided to play the ostrich burying its head in the sand, hastily saying, I know, before rushing back into the villa, with a shadow trailing behind her. Your room isn't clean either. Why don't you stay in my room tonight? I happen to be on night duty anyway, so I won't sleep tonight. We'll clean up tomorrow when it's all sorted out. Thinking about the outcome of the black-clothed man, she realized that her room would inevitably have traces of blood. She might as well accept his offer. However, other thoughts occupied her mind. Cleaning and cooking mainly fell to Sierra. Sometimes others helped, but with more people around, it was exhausting for Sierra to bear the burden alone. Fortunately, she had seen a nanny robot in the system today, which required 5,000 points to redeem. Chapter 34, Professor. If everything went well tomorrow, Silas could replace all the soil and start a new round of sowing. She wanted to keep the crystal cores as backups, so these 5,000 points would have to rely entirely on planting vegetables to complete. 10 days would be enough to save up. If they helped more in the next few days, Sierra would also be relieved. Did you hear that, crybaby? Spencer's voice carried a subtle threat. Cherries, sir. Amaze gave a mock salute, lightening the slightly heavy atmosphere between them. The layout of their rooms was the same, both with a large double bed. His pillow was obediently placed on the far left. Spencer, worried she wouldn't sleep well, had brought her a pillow. It was July, and it was hot. A simple blanket was enough to get by. Amaze wasn't picky, she didn't use his quilt or blanket but slept on the other side of the big bed, fully clothed. The next morning, Amaze got up early to check the soil in the front yard and found there was no longer any fluorescent pink. She hadn't expected that this water would be so useful. This saved Silas from having to change the soil. She had already planted the seeds and put up a notice outside the fence, vegetables for sale tomorrow. By the time she finished all this, Alana came downstairs. Come with me to pick up Sue. Sue was the girl who could release water. Alana treated her like her own daughter. After the incident yesterday, Alana had immediately asked Zwa to send Daphne away. When she went out, she was startled into using her ability by a kitten, which is why she never went to look for her. Amaze hinted after dinner that she should seal off her balcony, and Alana knew something was going to happen, so she did not bring Daphne back yet. The child was being taken care of by Haida and his wife, Farais. Haida was kind-hearted and enthusiastic about helping with the foster care situation. Amaze felt very comfortable leaving Daphne with them. Alright, let's go pick up Sue. Amaze wanted to support Alana, but she waved her hand to decline. Now 6 months pregnant, she still insisted on exercising daily and worked on many things in the basement, so Daphne was not a burden to her. There was no need for Amaze to support her. Amaze stayed close behind her, carefully attentive, fearing an accident. They knocked on Haida's door, which was opened by Haida's wife, Farais. 4 bodyguards followed them inside. Amaze knew that because of Haida's sensitive position before the apocalypse, the state had assigned these bodyguards. Now, due to the apocalypse, they couldn't contact their superiors and continued to protect the family. She suddenly remembered the last encounter with mutant bugs and thus wanted to ask the 2 professors for help. Haida used to work on human genetics before the apocalypse, while Farais specialized in botany. Asking Farais for help with this matter seemed appropriate, and Haida could assist with the research on the zombie virus serum. Farais greeted them with a smile, wearing a silk sleeveless top and a black skirt, paired with small leather shoes. Even in the post-apocalypse world, she kept herself neatly dressed, gentle and graceful, matching her open-minded husband, Haida. Is Haida at home? I need to ask both of you for a favor. Amaze was straightforward. As experts and professors, they didn't appreciate indirect speech. He's here, please come in. Sue is still sleeping, I'll wake her up right now. It seemed that little girl really had a way with her, she was pampered wherever she went. Farais quickly led them in, asking Haida to greet them and sit them down while she went upstairs to wake Sue. Sitting on the sofa, Hyder appeared well dressed when he came out to receive them. Amaze was even more warm toward him, grateful for his help with Daphne and considering collaboration. Amaze blurted out, "This time, I'm not just here to take Sue, but also to ask if you and Far Eyes would consider collaborating with us on the zombies." Hyder pondered for a moment. "I'm just a small figure in this field. I don't have any experimental equipment or assistance, so it might be difficult for me alone." Hearing his tone, Amaze knew he had ideas but lacked research conditions. "This is what I thought, Hyder. Now I understand zombies quite well and can try to provide you with convenient conditions, whether it's equipment or manpower. As long as you need it, I will do my best. I know you are not indifferent to everything in this post-apocalypse world. I hope you can consider it further. If we can develop something, especially a serum, it would be beneficial for all of us. To be honest, the number of people who can awaken abilities now is really quite limited. Outside, many second-stage mutant zombies have appeared. Without abilities, ordinary people will gradually be unable to fight against zombies. At their current rate of development, humans might soon be devoured by them." Hyder also wanted to contribute to researching these issues but lacked the conditions. Now that someone was willing to provide him with the necessary conditions, he was not going to refuse. "I need to respect Far Eyes' thoughts since she is my wife. Whether she wishes to collaborate with you still needs to be discussed with her." "That's understandable." Before Amaze could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Far Eyes came downstairs holding Sue. "I naturally want to help. It's good to have such intentions, but my field of study is botany, which has nothing to do with human genetics. How can I assist?" Amaze quickly explained the events concerning the mutant bugs from the past few days, especially their peculiar behavior near her home. "So that's how it is." Far Eyes sighed. "This is the first time I've heard of mutant bugs stopping after finding food. What does this have to do with me?" Amaze patiently elaborated. "I have many vegetables planted around my house, the same ones Hyder has been exchanging crystal cores for. I suspect that the incident is related to the plants I grow. Only the vegetables in our front yard were cultivated using my special method. No one else experienced this phenomenon. The so-called special cultivation involved watering the plants with crystal core water. Since Hyder didn't know this, he naturally assumed her wood-type ability was particularly unique." Chapter 35, Treatment. Both professors had met her before and believed Amaze's explanation, admiring her efforts in selling vegetables. "So that's how it is. What kind of experiments can I do then? If you don't mind, you can come to my house, or I can grow a batch of accelerated vegetables at your place for experimental materials. I actually kept quite a few live samples at the time. If you need live samples for research, it's possible. This matter might not yield any results, but I just want to try and see if it matches my hypothesis." Without hesitation, Far Eyes agreed. "Then let's do it at my place. My garden has plenty of flowers but lacks some green from vegetables." Amaze naturally agreed and even started scheming. "If you don't mind, I can come over every day to plant vegetables. You can enjoy the vegetables grown in the yard freely. And I promise that from the start of the experiment, I will plant without any time limit, continuously. Whether or not the experiments by you or Hyder yield results, I will honor my promise." She said this with her own considerations in mind. Her own yard could only harvest 500 points daily. But if she included their yard, she could harvest 1,000 points every day. Amaze believed that these two former professors from Biligfeng Langyu would not covet these vegetables, even in the apocalypse. However, it was still a temptation. Even professors needed food to fill their stomachs, and this condition would attract them to help with the research. Trusting their character, Amaze felt confident enough to offer such a generous condition. Another condition is that the vegetables cannot be sold or given to others. Only you few can eat them. Hyder and Far Eyes exchanged glances, naturally delighted. "That's wonderful. We agree to your terms. Hollison, I can start the experiment today. Since the apocalypse began, I've had nothing much to do. Now we're getting back to work, it feels nostalgic." The three finalized the arrangement. Sue sat obediently beside Alana, the two looking like a model mother-daughter pair, holding hands. Suddenly, Hyder spoke to someone behind him. "Daryl, please escort Miss Mark and Sue back. Our discussion might disturb them, and they must be bored sitting here, right?" Sue didn't understand the implication, but Alana did. Knowing that there were matters unsuitable for them to hear, she took Sue back, and the bodyguards also left voluntarily. "Our houses are adjacent, and I remember both have basements. I thought about connecting the basements and turning them into a laboratory. The villa still has some leftover experimental equipment from before, though not comprehensive. If you can help, I hope you could go to a certain place." Far Eyes lowered his voice. "That place used to produce laboratory machinery, so many finished machines are stored there." More importantly, Hyder suddenly leaned closer to Amaze. "There's a hidden room. I haven't been inside, but I'm sure the button is somewhere on the wall. Once pressed, the laboratory door opens, revealing a secret lab. My junior brother once conducted human experiments there. His experiments were criticized as too extreme, preventing him from continuing. Though his methods were harsh, his ideas were correct. His academic level is high, and if we work together, the success rate of our experiments would increase to 90%. However, I'm unsure of his current situation." Far Eyes informed Amaze about a location about 30 kilometers away, not too far but challenging to transport large experimental machinery. "I'll take this matter seriously. Currently, no one has space manipulation abilities. Transporting the machines back would be difficult for just a few people. I'll try to bring them back within 1 to 2 months. Amaze was concerned her system couldn't collect these machines, so finding a space manipulator was essential to ensure everything went smoothly. If you need zombie specimens, please let me know. I can provide them from the simplest first stage to second stage mutated zombies. But the crystal cores belong to me, and more advanced ones are beyond my current capabilities. Your household has a few bodyguards, trusted ones who can protect you during experiments. They should be capable and reactive to prevent any accidental harm from zombies while you're conducting your experiments. Hyder was very satisfied with Amaze's comprehensive ideas. Rest assured on this point, these few guys in my house are all trustworthy. Cherrit he gave instructions with concern. As for that laboratory, the fewer people who know about it, the better. The equipment outside is important, but the experimental machinery inside the lab is even more crucial. In addition, some research data from my junior brother before is also significant. If he is still alive, he surely won't hand it over to you. Then you can mention my name, there's a good chance you can bring him back. If he has already passed away, please bring back the research data for me. If his body is intact, burn it for me. Hyder's tone carried a hint of sorrow. He was prepared for the possibility that his junior brother had died. Alright, I understand. I'll arrange this and contact you before setting out. Then today, let them till the land at the front first, and I'll come over this afternoon to plant seeds and water them. You don't need to do any other work besides just waiting. The plants will mature automatically in around 24 hours. Fine, we're troubling you. Giving us such good treatment. Amaze could chat smoothly, we are cooperating mutually. For me, it's just a trivial matter. But if you two can achieve something through your research, it will be of great help to human society. Ultimately, thank you both. Fine. I believe with you, many people will manage to survive this apocalypse thanks to your kindness. Kindness? Amaze thought, she was actually selfish too. Studying these things was just to ensure more security for herself and her family. As for kindness, she had it, but not much. Just as Amaze stepped out the door, Spencer pulled her away. You've been quite busy this early morning. Finished here, and now something comes up over there. Amaze didn't understand what he meant. Spencer pulled her forward. A lot of people came early this morning. Since you were talking with Hyder, I didn't let anyone disturb you. Now they've been waiting at our doorstep for a long time. Go take a look. When the two returned home, Amaze saw a crowd of people. They looked travel-worn, including elderly, women, children, and quite a few strong young men. Chapter 36 Kerry. Leading the group was a slender woman, all skin and bones, dressed in black with 2 daggers tucked into her pants and a gun strapped to her waist. Her short hair hugged her ears, and she wore an expression that seldom smiled. Hello, I'm Kerry. I heard from Jed that you have plenty of water and food here, so we've come to seek refuge under your protection. Who's Jed? Amaze didn't know who this Jed was. Jed is the leader of the motorcycle gang. He recommended us to come here. A child at the back responded directly, his eyes filled with innocence as he looked at Amaze. She gave him a reassuring smile. You're very brave. The child giggled and was led back by one of the adults, hiding in the middle of the group. Let me introduce our group first. We are 19 in total, 5 elders, 3 children, and the rest are 11 able-bodied adults, 3 women and 8 men. Among the women, besides me, there's another girl with abilities. Out of the 8 men, 4 have abilities. Our main strengths lie in earth and metal abilities, with some in strength and water abilities. We can protect ourselves, but we lack resources. We hope you can help us with basic living supplies and shelter. That's my request. Kerry maintained a composed tone, stating facts as if conducting official business. Do you plan to sell your labor? I don't need more people here. Amaze coldly declined. Though their abilities were impressive, she didn't require such assistance. Kerry seemed difficult to manage and might not follow orders. If they caused trouble after joining, it would only complicate matters. Amaze disliked unnecessary complications and was reluctant to offer too much help to strangers. She might lend a hand if it were convenient, but she wouldn't go out of her way to help without any benefit. She wasn't a saint. Let others be saints if they wanted. We have crystal cores. Kerry quickly emphasized their value, holding up a bulging bag that jingled when shaken. Jed said you need crystal cores. And we have them. She struck right at Amaze's interest, thus gaining an upper hand with the mention of crystal cores. This made Amaze reassess the team led by Kerry. They clearly hadn't had an easy journey, yet everyone appeared strong, indicating powerful abilities and some reserves of supplies. For these 6 ability users to protect a team of 19 through tough terrain while accumulating crystal cores suggested Kerry was no ordinary leader. As Amaze scrutinized the group, Kerry also assessed whether Amaze was worth their allegiance. According to Jed, she was a spatial ability user of unknown rank, either first or second stage, known for being generous and straightforward. Crucially, her team included a second stage fire ability user whom Jed found formidable. After a moment of standoff, Amaze spoke, let them rest at the villa next door. You bring. She gestured toward someone behind Kerry, him inside for detailed discussion. Kerry turned, catching the glance Amaze directed. She realized Jed's judgment was accurate. From a brief meeting, Amaze identified the strongest member aside from herself. This Amaze was indeed formidable. The second stage fire ability user must be the tall man standing behind Amaze, handsome but seemingly aloof. Kerry glanced slightly disdainfully at Hobart, who looked bewildered, unsure why he was singled out. Marshall soon led the rest to the unoccupied villa on the west side. This empty villa, due to its vacancy, had long been eyed by Amaze for potential occupation. The furniture inside was intact, and the power system worked, though there was no water supply. Would you like me to fetch some water? Amaze had set up a makeshift storage on the rooftop filled with water connected to the villa's pipes, ensuring everyone could drink safely. When supplies ran low, she replenished it personally. Marshall could connect the water over. Providing water would be better, but it's fine even if not. We have a water ability user here. The mentioned water ability user laughed heartily. He was a young man around 20. Water ability users were often associated with gentleness, typically female, making it surprising to see such a robust male with water abilities. No problem, we have plenty of water supply here. You can rest for a while. We will provide some food shortly, but no one is cooking, so you'll need to start your own fire. Thank you, thank you. The one who thanked was an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s, who had an authoritative presence. A young man was respectfully supporting her. Marshall bid them farewell and went to connect the water supply between the two villas. Amaze then invited Kerry and the man behind her into the living room. Today, Amiel and Obduraman had gone out with their team. Originally on a rotational schedule, they decided not to work since neither Amaze nor Hobart planned to go out today. Alana was upstairs with Nan. In the living room were only Amaze and Hobart, as well as Kerry and the man behind her. Marshall was busy connecting the water pipes. The entire villa was quiet. Carnell, lightning ability, soon to be second stage, deputy squad leader. After introducing the man behind him, Kerry introduced herself. I'm a second stage psychic ability user. A psychic ability. She also glanced at Kerry. Both of you are very powerful. That was her genuine thought. Second stage abilities were indeed impressive, especially when both were mutated abilities, which made them even rarer and more valuable. Amaze silently felt a twinge of envy, thinking she still hadn't shown any signs of awakening an ability. However, she quickly got to the point. What kind of crystal cores do you have? Let me see them. I know your criteria. According to your grading system, I estimate this much. She gestured with her fingers to indicate 8. Amaze's heart raced for a moment. This wasn't a small number. She pretended not to care. 80? Kerry nodded. Cough. Amaze cleared her throat. Now she was truly excited. 80 crystal cores would allow her to accomplish a lot. But she needed to maintain her composure and not seem inexperienced. Are you sure about this? Crystal cores have many uses. Will you regret it? 80 crystal cores as payment for us to stay here. If we have the strength to earn 80 crystal cores, we can kill more zombies in the future. So, by your calculation, how long do you think you can stay here? Chapter 37, Original Intent. For accommodation, you can use the vacant villa next door. Since there are quite a few of you, I will provide an appropriate amount of water and electricity every day, and I will grow vegetables and grains in your yard. You need to till the soil and harvest yourselves, but you cannot give or sell them to others. You'll also have to cook for yourselves. The rent is 6 second-tier crystal cores per month, with 1 month's deposit and 3 months rent upfront. If you agree, you can move in tonight and pay me 24 crystal cores. As your abilities improve, the rent may increase, so be prepared mentally. Amaze was a little nervous. Second-tier crystal cores weren't easy to obtain. But not every landlord could offer such good conditions. Resources like water, electricity, vegetables, and grains were already becoming scarce in other places. Her terms were tempting but set high standards to ensure that future residents had enough strength to protect themselves and wouldn't cause her trouble. After all, building a small base didn't mean relying entirely on a small group of people. Everyone needed to be strong to collectively resist the apocalypse. Kerixie felt a surge of joy. It was much lower than what she had expected. They were 19 people after all. With water, electricity, and fresh vegetables, this would be the life they dreamt of. But Kerry didn't accept the price immediately. The two women locked eyes, their gaze fierce and unwavering for about a minute. This made Amaze feel uneasy, unsure if her pricing was right. Just as she was about to adjust it, Kerry replied, "All right, we'll take it at this price. Our safety, we can handle ourselves, so you don't need to worry. If you need us to go out and kill zombies, just let us know. But when the young ones go out, we still need someone to protect the elderly and the weak. We are all family and friends. The younger ones want to explore the world, but the elders wish to settle down. They are indispensable and must not be harmed." Amaze was momentarily touched. Kerry and her companions were trying their best to find a good home for their families, which aligned with her original intent. Instantly, she felt a sense of mutual appreciation. Her heart softened, but her words remained firm. Your safety is your responsibility. Till the land in your yard this afternoon. I'll plant some vegetables, and by tomorrow, you'll have fresh produce. I'll come every day to do the planting, so just wait for me. Kerry hesitated. Based on information from Jed, this girl should only be a first or second tier spatial type, so how could she manage to grow vegetables? Is it that you don't trust me? Amaze suddenly smiled. It's not that. I trust that whatever you do, you know what you're doing. She was just surprised, though she didn't voice this thought. You can head back now. Supplies will start today. Hussein has already been there to meet you all and will be responsible for resource distribution going forward. Kerry glanced at the busy Hussein, acknowledging him, and reminded Amaze, by the way, remember to call us when you go out. We haven't had a proper workout in a long time. Amaze hadn't expected that beneath Kerry's cold exterior was a warrior spirit. Of course, no problem. She secretly marveled at how their team had grown. She wondered what Elroy and Aquila would think when they returned and saw these additional 19 people. After Kerry and her companion left, Amaze held the 24 crystal cores given to her, 1/3 transparent, the rest colorful, mostly red, and admired their brilliant glow. Spencer saw her absorbed in the beauty of the crystals and knew that her expectations were far lower than the 6 crystal cores per month rent. Feeling rich yet? His tone was questioning, and he clearly understood her satisfaction. She wagged her finger in disagreement. My goal is to get those 80 crystal cores from her and then make her give me several more sets of 80. Only then will I truly be happy. Don't you worry that she might. Spencer left the sentence unfinished, but Amaze understood his meaning. Not everyone can be trusted. Like A, who stayed by Elroy's side for nearly 10 years, yet ultimately wasn't loyal. Now, we are only in a business relationship, so being cautious is necessary. My goal isn't to build friendship but to negotiate over crystal cores. She tapped the crystal core in her hand, producing a crisp and pleasing sound. Seeing her mischievous expression, Spencer knew he had overthought it. Whatever you say. Just keep a clear mind. Amaze beckoned him with a wave of her hand, and Spencer naturally came closer. She whispered softly to him, her breath like orchid fragrance. A large number of red crystal cores are fire-type crystal cores, which can help you advance to the 3rd tier. She smiled. What do you think? Spencer, of course, wouldn't refuse her. It wasn't about taking advantage but accepting her goodwill. I'll follow your lead. They smiled at each other. For the new tenants, Amaze naturally went over to check on them. They had already started preparing for their move-in. This house hadn't been lived in for a long time, and everyone was busy cleaning. Even Daphne Wren were trying to help. 5 or 6 men had already started tilling the land. The women were starting fires to cook, and everyone was doing their part, working in an orderly manner. Amaze came over just to see if they were adapting. After all, being a landlord for the first time, she should still take care of her tenants. When Kerry saw Amaze arrive, she said to everyone, "This is our landlord." Amaze didn't put on airs in front of these uncles and aunts and hurriedly introduced herself. I'm Amaze. You can call me Pearson or Little Han. She greeted each of them politely, even introducing herself to Daphne Wren, who giggled as they met her. After the greetings, Amaze asked Kerry, "Where is your kitchen?" An auntie wearing a pink floral vest immediately stepped forward to answer, "Follow me, Pearson." The auntie led her to their kitchen. Here, there were only some basic living supplies left by the original residents, a simple gas stove and refrigerator, but no extra utensils. There were few signs of life here. Did you bring any bowls and chopsticks? What will you use to eat? The auntie felt a bit embarrassed, grabbing her apron nervously and giving a forced smile. When we were on the way here, we ate outdoors every day. The most concerning thing was safety and avoiding zombies. Meals were mostly biscuits and bread, or we ate directly with our hands. We rarely cooked, and often drank water to get by, so we didn't have these tools. Amaze understood their predicament. After all, people like her who were well prepared were still in the minority. Most people were just glad to have saved their lives. As for details like eating utensils, not many people had thought about that. Chapter 38 Social Anxiety. Alright, then I'll prepare some things for you. I didn't know what you wanted to eat today, so I'll just take out some vegetables. She found an empty counter in the kitchen. Auntie, could you wipe this area down? Oh, sure. She immediately wiped the area spotlessly clean. Amaze raised her hand and took out some vegetables that she had stored in the system. There were 19 people here. Though the elderly and children accounted for about half, the young adults ate a lot, especially those in their early 20s, who could eat as much as 3 people combined. Amaze was afraid there wouldn't be enough for one meal, so she specially brought out quite a bit of vegetables, neatly arranging them on the counter. The auntie's mouth hung open as she watched Amaze take out the vegetables one by one. Oh my gosh, everyone come here quickly. With one loud shout, she gathered everyone else into the kitchen, all crowding around Amaze. Being surrounded by so many people put a lot of pressure on her. It felt like being a monkey on display, even more oppressive than when surrounded by zombies. This made her speed up, not only taking out vegetables but also 5 pounds of rice. This was what she had stockpiled herself, now first given to them. She would plant some wheat and rice later in the afternoon. How they would get to eat it was their problem. Seeing her conjure up all these items as if performing a magic trick, everyone was amazed. Macy added another evaluation for Amaze in her mind, kind-hearted. Indeed, she must be kind to give so much food. These are for lunch today. I'm afraid you might not have enough to eat, so I prepared extra. Water and electricity are currently plentiful, and I will come again for dinner to provide more fresh vegetables. You don't need to ration, these can be enjoyed daily from now on. Unfortunately, I don't have much meat right now, so I can only give you a little bit. After saying this, she conjured a piece of meat larger than her hand. Our supplies aren't plentiful either, so take this for now. Don't mind the quantity. In the future, you'll still have chances to eat meat. What do you mean? Being able to eat is already great. Whether there's meat or not doesn't matter. Just being alive with food is fine. The auntie was a straightforward person, easily friendly. This made Amaze, slightly embarrassed, feel somewhat better. A child looked at Amaze and tugged on the adult next to him. Mommy, will we be able to eat so much yummy food every day? The adult hesitated, uncertain whether Amaze was just being polite. Macy immediately squatted down to be eye level with Daphne and said, "Cherries, Hollison will provide us with plenty of food from now on, so you must eat well and grow fast to help Hollison fight zombies." Amaze hadn't expected that Macy, looking like such a cold girl, would say something like that, making her seem like a great benefactor. I will. I'll protect you all and Hollison too. The boy clenched his fist to show his determination, and the crowd couldn't help but smile warmly at his sincerity. Amaze instructed them, send someone over to get some bowls and chopsticks shortly. I won't disturb you any longer. She wanted to leave this place where everyone was staring at her. Previously, she was just an inconspicuous member of her team, and after rebirth, she had familiar people around her. Now, being surrounded by enthusiastic strangers made her feel slightly socially anxious. Despite feeling socially anxious, she wasn't short of ideas. Since they lacked tableware, they likely needed other daily necessities as well. Why not leverage this to bargain with Macy? Surprisingly, the seemingly exploited Macy had the same idea. Since Amaze had ample resources, why not spend some crystal cores to exchange for daily necessities? They reached an agreement effortlessly. One provided materials, while the other paid in crystal cores, both parties highly satisfied. Amaze gave them all the pots, pans, tissues, toothpaste, quilts, and mattresses she had stored before the apocalypse, in exchange for 2 second-grade crystal cores, fair and square. Thus, Amaze's first tenants successfully moved into the western part of her villa. However, after completing the handover, Amaze suddenly remembered something. Don't go out for now. I will have someone monitor you 24/7 for 1 day. Macy didn't understand what she meant. Because I'm not sure if you carry the zombie virus or have any scratch or bite marks. I'll give you a 24-hour observation period. If no one turns into a zombie, you can come out. If someone does turn into a zombie, don't blame us for being ruthless, as it will result in an immediate fatal shot. Speaking of guns made Amaze feel a bit disheartened. She noticed that Macy had a gun holstered on her waist, Marshall also carried a gun, and there were a few guns in the villa complex. Spencer probably had the most ammunition, given his background. Based on her guess, many people had used bullets to kill zombies on the first day of the apocalypse, so bullets were becoming increasingly scarce now. And she couldn't produce bullets. Therefore, she planned to have Marshall monitor them with a gun, shooting any mutant zombies at the slightest sign of trouble. This was a waste of resources but necessary. Amaze's heart ached, knowing that each bullet was extremely valuable, at least in her mind. Macy understood her caution. I understand. This could threaten your lives. I can represent them in fully cooperating. Cherries, while accepting you, I also need to assure other families that you pose no mutation risk. Dealing with these matters exhausted Amaze. She wished Amiel and Obduraman would return soon. However, every expedition usually took most of the day, so they would likely be back just before dinner. While thinking about this, hoping for their swift return, it was already afternoon, with the sun about to set. This was the perfect time to water the plants, so Amaze first planted seeds in her own yard, saving the rest for sale tomorrow. Then she went to visit her neighbors. Hyder lived to the south of their villa, and Mace's group lived to the west. She knocked on Mace's door first. By then, everyone who needed to rest had done so. Children were playing, adults were working or chatting, all very content. When she arrived, someone exclaimed again, "Hey, Hollison is here, everyone look." Amaze felt socially mortified. She weakly raised her hand to greet them. "Hi, I came to plant some crops. Carry on with what you're doing, no need to pay attention to me." She chuckled, hoping these substantial gazes would quickly move away, making her slightly uncomfortable. Macy understood her predicament and led her to a corner by the vegetable patch, teasing her. "Don't worry, you won't feel awkward after coming a few more times. They are all." Amaze sighed deeply. "I know they mean no harm, I just haven't adapted yet." She didn't expect that the first step in establishing her base would be overcoming the warmth of everyone's gazes. Chapter 39 Guess. I'll tell them next time not to shout so loudly when they look at you. When Tessa smiled, her eyes narrowed into crescents, adding a touch of charm to her otherwise cold face. "You look very pretty when you smile. You should smile more often," Edith sincerely complimented her, believing that Tessa wasn't such a rigid person. "I would like to smile more, but there really isn't much chance for it. If I had played around with them, I probably would have been eaten by zombies long ago. What's your ability?" Edith began her farming work, chatting with Tessa while spreading seeds. Tessa wanted to help but was refused, so she didn't insist and casually replied, "It's a mental ability, though I'm better suited for vigilance. For instance, I know there's a second-stage zombie in the mountain nearby." "Mountain?" Amaze was surprised. "Can you see that far?" "My mental range extends about that far. The second-stage zombie is on the hillside. It looks somewhat strange. Haven't you encountered it despite living here for so long?" "It saw me." Amaze shook her head. "Your ability is quite amazing. I haven't seen the zombie you're talking about. I've been there many times, occasionally encountering some wandering zombies, all of which we cleared out. But I've never run into a second-stage zombie. You can even feel it watching you. It can sense my ability checking on it. If you trust me, I can catch it later." Amaze considered for a moment, "Then wait for me tomorrow, and we'll go together. I still have other places to plant vegetables. We'll do it after I finish." Tessa didn't care about which day they went. "I'm afraid you can't handle it. What exactly is your type?" "The rapid growth of vegetables points to wood type. And yet you can conjure so many things, it's confusing." Amaze avoided the direct question, tilting her head at her. "Guess?" Then she continued her work. Tessa stood there and smiled. "Forget it. Speak if you want. It doesn't matter to me since I doubt you can beat me or that zombie." Amaze ignored her provocation. "I just won't tell you." She finished spreading the seeds quickly and started watering the land with crystal core water. She took out a large bucket of purified crystal core water from the system, made transparent by a first-stage crystal core, wasting nothing. After all, the water purified from 10 cores could irrigate an entire courtyard, while the same number of cores could only be exchanged for 100 points. Harvesting an entire courtyard of vegetables earned 500 points, a great deal. She left a bottle of the water for Tessa. Watering plants with this will accelerate their growth. Try it, and give them another round before bedtime. After giving it to Tessa, she bid everyone farewell and hurried off to the next house. Hyda's home was plowing the land. With only 4 bodyguards and the professor himself, their progress was slower compared to the younger and stronger team working for Tessa. They had taken a long time, just finishing when Amaze arrived. She walked around the land and commented, as expected of Far Eyes, "This soil is just right." Far Eyes chuckled, a half return to my old profession. "If Far Eyes wants to get your hands dirty, I can plant some seeds for you now." She pulled out several packs of seeds. "Choose whichever you'd like to study or divide the yard and plant them like our courtyard." Far Eyes took a few types from her hand, and the two started planting from opposite directions toward the center. When they met in the middle, Far Eyes asked Amaze, "Since plants mature faster, does that mean flowering plants also bloom quicker? Do they still need pollination to bear fruit? Without bees or butterflies, how can they fruit?" Considering Far Eyes' questions carefully, "These are beyond my knowledge. Flowering periods do exist and are proportionally shortened. I haven't observed pollination, but they still mature." Far Eyes pondered her response thoughtfully. Perhaps this is heaven's arrangement, giving us an apocalypse but not driving us into an impasse. Maybe I've been muddled. Far Eyes laughed. "Many things today can't be compared to the past, and I've been constrained by old ways. However, I believe these anomalies can be unraveled through scientific experimentation. We just haven't deciphered them yet." Amaze also believed that everything had a pattern to follow. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enlisted the 2 professors for experiments, researching the serum and studying the changes of these uprisings. "I've collected many flower seeds. If you want to plant more, you can try these flowers and see if there are any other changes. Let's start with these plants. Once I have results, I'll come to exchange them with you as a reward. What do you think?" "That would be great. The specimens are already prepared. You can send someone over tomorrow morning to fetch them. However, it's required that your safety is ensured by your bodyguards throughout the process." Far Eyes smiled at this thoughtful child in front of him. "That's no problem. I value my safety too." With a consensus reached, Amaze bade farewell and went home. Not long after, Amiel and Obdraman returned with their team, chatting about today's gains. "With my ability, I saw several zombies that had just passed by that area not long ago. We followed the guidance of the ability value and found first-stage zombies. Silas trapped those zombies below the knees with earth, leaving their upper bodies to thrash around endlessly, unable to escape. That was enough for the others to practice." Amiel proudly showed off his ability's contribution and revealed some news. "Do you remember that Mark family boy from next door? When he was fighting the zombies today, he felt uncomfortable all over. According to what you said, he must have been awakening an ability. I quickly gave him the water you provided. And guess what happened?" He paused, waiting for Amaze's reaction. Naturally, she shook her head to play along. Satisfied, Amiel continued, "Shortly after drinking the water, he was drenched in sweat like he was going through agony. Watching him suffer was tough on us. But soon enough, he awakened his ability. His ability is kind of funny. He can enlarge his fists to the size of a hammer, smashing a zombie unconscious with one punch. When he first got the ability, it was already fierce. By the time we were heading back, encountering another zombie, his ability had already matured to control his fists to the size of a watermelon." Amiel took a sip of water and went on. He started swinging his enlarged fist, smashing the zombie to pieces. "I don't know what his ability is called, but it's pretty interesting." Chapter 40, Wicked Daughter. Amaze felt even more depressed despite the good news. Why did everyone start to develop ESP while she hadn't yet? "Elroy, brother Shetien, I also have something to tell you." She suddenly felt a little guilty. After all, recruiting 19 people at once was no small matter. It had taken them over half a month just to arrange the names for the team she dispatched initially. Let alone, with 19 additional people requiring arrangements, they might rebel even more fiercely. Both of them looked at Amaze, prepared to listen carefully to what she had to say, and sat on the sofa. "Just say it. I accepted a small group today, and received spirit cores which can't be returned." She blocked off any retreat first by telling them that the receipt of the spirit cores meant she couldn't dodge responsibility. "Oh, it's just this. If you accepted them, it's fine. It's not a big deal if there are only 3 or 5 people. Just randomly assign each one a day to go out, wouldn't that work?" Amiel was used to her making decisions, and he didn't care about such trivial matters. "In any case, you're in charge of their daily expenses, so I don't need to worry." They both held the same attitude, not caring much about this small team. "Hey, this team has 19 people." Amaze said this sentence cautiously. Amiel sprayed his tea directly out of his mouth. 19 people? I couldn't manage even those few people clearly. And now you tell me you've picked up 19 people. He almost wished to hit this wicked daughter to death with his hand. I didn't want to, but she gave too many resources. Not everyone needs to be officially employed. 11 can be added into the teams. But 2 or 3 must stay home every day. Amiel was still furious, but Obdraman quickly continued, "That's okay, it's not a big deal. It'd be better if they have ESP. A majority do have ESP, but not all are offensive types, specifics are unclear, Brother Shitian, you need to verify their abilities. This matter is on me, I'll check tomorrow. Amaze clasped her hands together in gratitude. Today's biggest hurdle finally passed, the boulder in her heart dropped down sharply. Now, she had 3 yards planted with crops, each yard at a conservative estimate of 500 points, expected to earn 1,500 points per day. Closer to getting the nanny robot worth 10,000 points, she was incredibly excited, feeling like she was flying. Spencer saw Amaze lean against the sofa and fall asleep. Thinking back to today's events, she seemed quite exhausted. He felt a bit sympathetic and quietly picked her up. Spencer reported urgently, Elroy, Alicia is asleep, I'll carry her upstairs. When Spencer lifted her up horizontally, Amaze felt like she was lying among piles of spirit cores, almost ready to fly with joy. She indeed flew, being carried up by him. Spencer carried her upstairs, putting her in her own room, which had already been cleaned spotlessly during the day. After placing her on the bed, intending to make her posture more comfortable, unexpectedly Amaze reached out and swept across his face. It didn't hurt, just awkward. When Amaze woke up, her fingers were on Spencer's face, precisely on his lips. Boulder, why are you here? She hastily pulled back her hand. Is it time for dinner? Let's go eat, let's go eat. She escaped, leaving Spencer standing there helplessly. After dinner, Amaze prepared a large flower pot on her balcony, using specially reserved nutrient soil, which supposedly was better than the soil in the yard. All this preparation was for a seed she had her eyes on today. This seed was expensive, costing 8,000 points for a single one. It was marked as unknown. Again, unknown. The system seemed to have a lot of unknowns. Amaze wondered what was wrong with this system, which hadn't made a sound or given her any prompts for a long time. This seed, showing unknown, was very precious, the only one among all the items she had seen so far. Amaze was tempted but currently prioritizing the nanny robot. So she restrained herself from impulsively swapping it. Deciding not to exchange the seed, she began preparing special crystal water specifically for Spencer. From her understanding, Spencer was approaching stage 3 fire-type ESP. Crossing stage 3 was difficult, many people couldn't surpass it throughout their lives. But she believed Spencer would definitely pass stage 3. Amaze hoped to help Spencer quickly break through to stage 3 with the crystal water. Time did not wait for anyone, and up until now, she had yet to develop any ESP. If she didn't have ESP, when that day came, it would be difficult for this place to withstand what was about to happen. She carefully examined the crystals Macy gave her today, picking out the 2 best red ones. These 2 crystals had different shapes but were both noticeably larger than standard second-stage crystals. The energy contained within them was bound to be more concentrated than in ordinary second-stage crystals. So it's decided, you too. Amaze murmured to herself as she spoke to the 2 crystals. She then found a slightly larger cup than usual to dissolve the crystals in water. The crystals shimmered beautifully in the water, emitting a soft glow even at night. This was a sign of excellent quality. Only high-quality crystals glowed in water. The brighter the light, the higher the quality and the greater the energy they contained. Amaze began imagining how powerful the experts she created would be. She continued to sort through other colored crystals and found a wood-type crystal, which she prepared specifically for Alana in a separate cup. There were also psychic-type crystals, milky white and somewhat transparent, and she picked out 2 for Ruben, though she wasn't sure if Ruben was at level 1 or 2, guessing it was likely level 2. She also placed another psychic-type crystal in a separate cup. Drinking these crystal waters would only benefit them and do no harm. With such a busy day, by the time she went to bed, it was already very late, and she didn't have time to bask in the moonlight. When she woke up again, it was nearly noon the next day. No one had called her for breakfast, and her schedule was slightly off. As soon as Amaze went downstairs, she saw Macy there. Are you here to see me? Macy nodded, leaning on the sofa. I want to go meet that second-stage zombie this afternoon. Are you coming? Sure enough, he's a belligerent type. Amaze thought sarcastically but also wanted to check it out. Okay, I'll take care of some things this afternoon, and then I'll find you. After making their arrangements, Macy left. Chapter 41, Smell. Just as Amaze was about to stretch a little, Obdraman came back. I did some statistics today. There are indeed many hidden experts among those 19 people. Although their ability levels may not all be accurate, their abilities are pretty powerful. By the way, I wanted to mention something. The place where those 19 people live is somewhat cramped. They discussed whether it's possible to expand it a bit. Expand? Amaze had forgotten to consider if there was enough room for all 19 of them and felt a little regretful. There's no place to expand. I've planted vegetables in front. We can plant half as many vegetables, just enough for consumption. We can use the other half to build houses. Can they even build houses? Some used to be bricklayers or masons, so they say they can construct simple bungalows. Amaze was quite surprised, never expecting these people to have such diverse skills. It doesn't matter as long as the houses are sturdy. If they want to do it, let's gather the vegetables today and then start building. They also mentioned that there's still some distance between the 2 houses, and if possible, they'd like to expand outward a bit. That's fine, Amaze thought for a moment. The space between the houses is wide enough, so building another house shouldn't be too much of a problem. They'll be responsible for their own safety, just don't block the path. I still need to pass through to the other side of the mountain. I'll discuss this with them again. Obdraman made a note in his notebook. No problem. While you're at it, you can ask if anyone would like to help us harvest the vegetables. Like Sierra, I think she's been working quite hard. It would be easier if someone could assist her. Not for free, of course. We'll provide them with something in return. Right now, we don't have meat, but 10 pounds of meat per month, how does that sound? In the future, we plan to raise chickens and ducks, so meat won't be scarce. I'll increase the meat wage accordingly. For now, let's start with 10 pounds. Obdraman considered the feasibility of the plan. Alright, I can discuss this with them. Thanks, Brother Shetien. In the future, more people might come over. If they need accommodation or plan to stay here and pay rent, we may need to expand further, so it's important to lay a good foundation now. I understand. We've discussed this before. I'll talk to them first, and if anyone agrees, I'll let you know. Amaze nodded in agreement. Everything needed to be done step by step, and now was the time to put it on the agenda. Time was running out, so Amaze went to find Hyder and Far Eyes. They were holding a jar containing live mutated insects and were fiddling with something in the vegetable patch. When Far Eyes saw Amaze, she chatted familiarly. You said it would take 24 hours to mature, but actually, when we woke up around 5 or 6 this morning, the vegetables were already ripe. I took these bugs, which Enid gave us last night. Amaze blushed. At 5 or 6 in the morning, he had probably just fallen asleep. I noticed these bugs react well to most plants, but look at this one. She led Amaze to the leeks. They are very resistant to leeks. They become extremely active when close to them. To determine if it's related to the leeks, I need to conduct more experiments and analyze the results. Besides that, there's something else that elicits a stronger reaction. Mysteriously, she led Amaze to the wall corner where garlic was planted. These bugs mostly fear things with strong odors. Amaze began to speculate boldly. We thought so too. If you have other options like cilantro, you can experiment with those too. Amaze searched carefully. There is cilantro indeed, so let's experiment with cilantro tonight. Great, then you'll need to plant more cilantro today and see what happens. Amaze handed today's seeds to Far Eyes along with the crystal core water. He specifically instructed. The seeds have been treated, and this water is special. For example, water half of them with this water and the other half with mineral water today. Most of the drinking water in the villa complex comes from what Amaze provides, so mineral water will be used for comparison to rule out the effects of the crystal core water. Plants watered with mineral water grow much slower, so choose those with longer growth cycles. Far Eyes was far more competent at conducting experiments than Amaze, so she readily agreed. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Then you carry on. If there are any issues with the experiment, you can find someone at the villa. I'll be going now. With this general idea in mind, Amaze felt reassured. She hadn't expected that vegetables irrigated with crystal core water would have such an effect. What about vegetables that aren't irrigated with crystal core water? What would happen to them? She pondered this as she walked to Mace's villa. There, Macy and the others, including children, were busy picking vegetables. Seeing her arrive, everyone greeted her warmly but not overly enthusiastically. The children all happily called out to her, Josephine Lynn. Amaze smiled and replied to each of them. Macy said upon seeing her enter, Lee brother came over and mentioned finding someone to help pick vegetables. Auntie who cooked for us yesterday really wants to do it. Do you think it's okay? Amaze wasn't particular about who did it, but the amount of meat she offered indeed seemed a little meager, which made her feel a bit ashamed as she explained. There's no other way, I don't have enough meat. Pregnant women need extra nutrition. During this time, the amount of meat I'm offering is what I believe is reasonable and manageable. Macy didn't seem to care. We're not worried about it. We just give the meat to the kids, the adults don't eat it. Besides, you've already provided us with such a great environment, vegetables, and food. Basic needs are met, so whether we have meat or not isn't that important. You did promise to raise chickens and ducks in the future, right? We're looking forward to that day, but along the way, we encountered many mutated animals that can't be eaten. If you plan to raise livestock, you should consider this carefully. Mace's concern was understood by Amaze. However, her chickens, ducks, and geese were from eggs found in the system. Whether they could hatch remained to be seen. Currently, Alana's supply of meat, eggs, milk, and nutritional supplements from storage would last until she gave birth, so this wasn't urgent. Moreover, there was still some distance before she could afford to exchange 1,000 points for an egg, a rather extravagant plan. Chapter 42 Influence. Come on, let's go kill some zombies. Macy took out the knife tucked at her trouser leg and tossed it up in a flip. The two of them set off together towards that patch of woods. Amaze indeed saw the tree that Hobart had tied himself to that day. It was truly a tall and large tree, visible from quite a distance. What are you spacing out for? Macy watched as Amaze stood there staring at the tree as if she had seen an old acquaintance. Nothing, just reminiscing about something that happened here before. Macy assumed Amaze had lost a friend here and empathized. I once had a very good friend, or maybe someone who would have become my boyfriend. He also left us during an evacuation while protecting our escape. Her voice choked slightly, so much had happened in that 1 month. Amaze hadn't expected that her small reflection on that night's events would stir up Mace's painful memories. Indeed, in this apocalypse, everyone wants nothing more than to protect their friends and family. It will all be better in time, take care. Amaze patted Mace's shoulder, unsure of what else to say. Thinking of how Hobart looked that day, it felt like a needle pricking her heart. Even though it turned out to be a false alarm, the feeling of sadness was still vivid in her mind. Cherries, it's all in the past. That incident only happened shortly after the apocalypse began, less than a month. Cherrit, it feels like a year has passed. At least we all survived, and that's enough for us, for him. Macy hesitated, saying it was all in the past, but in her heart, it would always remain a thorn. If you're sad, just kill zombies. Take it as revenge, venting, or growth. She started giving herself some pep talk, but also encouraging Macy. The two walked up the mountain in silence, each deep in their own thoughts. The atmosphere became somewhat cold. However, a sudden ho-ho-ho sound made them instantly alert. Immersed in her world, Macy felt a bit annoyed. I could have seen it earlier. I was affected by it earlier. I think this zombie has psychic powers that can influence our thoughts. Amaze frowned. Indeed, she wasn't someone who tended to be overly sentimental, yet in that moment, she thought of many things from her previous life. Things about Tasha, Amiel, and even Hobart's last false death. It felt as if they had really died right before her eyes over and over again. Cherries, this zombie is quite powerful. We both fell for its tricks. They gathered their spirits, especially Amaze. Macy, being a psychic ability user herself, had some protection against this psychic zombie, but Amaze relied solely on her martial skills. Both women held knives, believing in the power of their abilities but trusting their martial skills even more. With knives drawn, they moved with equal speed. Almost instantaneously, they were in front of the zombie. One aimed upwards while the other aimed downwards. A simultaneous attack from above and below should have been foolproof, but instead, they lunged into thin air. Looks like this zombie is indeed troublesome. Amaze's gaze turned colder, not discouraged by the miss. Things were starting to get interesting. Haven't you encountered him before? Macy stretched her wrist. I haven't, or maybe I did but it didn't attack us, so we never noticed it. If you weren't here, I might not have realized there was a zombie. Then shouldn't you thank me now? Macy made a rare joke, and Amaze responded, sure, you kill the zombie, give me the crystal core, and I can refine it into something far more valuable. Amaze waited for her to ask what would happen if Amaze killed the zombie. But Macy didn't ask. She was confident in winning this fight and was already looking forward to what valuable thing Amaze could offer. She tightened her grip on the knife and used her psychic abilities to locate the zombie precisely. Seeing Macy eager and ready to fight, Amaze couldn't help but smile. Are you really that happy about getting this little thing from me? The landlord mentioned something valuable, so it must be good. Anyone who can get a little advantage from you certainly has reason to be happy. Amaze didn't expect that after just one day, she was already seen by Macy as someone who wouldn't part with a single feather, starting to count everything. Well, there's no other way. I still have to rely on earning crystal cores to support my group. Of course, I have to be frugal. Macy understood her carefulness. On their way here, they had been through many bases, big and small. Unlike Amaze who collected crystal cores, they collected supplies. When they fled, the supplies they initially brought weren't much, let alone enough to pay for short-term housing. Actually, we don't care about crystal cores at all, Macy told Amaze. If not for Jed reminding us that you need crystal cores to exchange for things here, we were planning to discard them. They are basically useless anyway. Amaze nodded. This thing actually has quite a lot of uses, only people don't know. Just because you find it useful. We once stayed in a small base, roughly the same size as yours. They required us to submit 1 kilogram of food and 5 pounds of water every day to stay there for one day. The accommodation was dilapidated, not as good as now. And they did not provide meals either. Amaze frowned. So many supplies for just one day? Indeed, just for one day. Because our group is relatively large, we had to contribute more supplies. But when we left, we didn't have that many supplies to start with. Eating and drinking on the road, we consumed most of what we had. If it wasn't for Xiaobai awakening his water ability a week after the apocalypse started, providing us with water and reducing our burden, the food we could bring out would have been even less. She said gratefully, it's a good thing we met you. Chapter 43 Strange. Amaze shook her head. The crystal core is much more powerful than you can imagine. I just happened to have an advantage. Kerry and I feel it's suitable, so you should keep these things with peace of mind. Amaze thought to herself that once Kerry knew what this crystal core could do, she wouldn't think like this anymore. But she didn't say this to Kerry and nodded instead. Did you find it? Let's go. Kerry sprinted ahead while Amaze closely followed behind. The two figures moved through the woods as if they were ghosts. Kerry stopped abruptly, and Amaze halted right after her. Heh. They heard the zombie's voice again. Kerry raised her hand and threw her knife, which nailed onto a tree trunk. Gradually, a strange thing appeared next to the tree. It was indeed a zombie considering its outer skin was bluish-grey, with some rotting wounds emitting a foul smell. Before it showed itself, Amaze seemed not to hear anything. But if you said it was a zombie, it wasn't a human anymore. Its overall shape resembled a human, but its skin was wrapped in bubble-like layers that would burst when poked. It looked oily and shiny as if it was composed of fragmented meats pieced together, about to burst out of this skin. It seemed both liquid and solid. It was the first time for Amaze to see such a strange thing. It had no nose, eyes, or other organs, only a pile of minced meat. Nothing more than that. The clearest view was at where its heart should be, with a milky white crystal core inside, undeniably a psychic-type zombie. This thing is kind of disgusting. Let's finish it quickly. A mixture of putrid smell assaulted them, causing their stomachs to churn. Indeed, it looks very ugly, but the crystal core is beautiful enough, isn't it? Isn't that your favorite? Then let's compete. If you get it, I'll give you something better. If you don't, the crystal core will be mine. It's a deal. The two started to fight in a childish manner. There was a big difference in body movements between Kerry and Amaze. Amaze's movements were partly derived from her extensive experience of the previous apocalyptic world, and partly learned from Spencer. There were no extra gimmicks, usually a one-hit killing move. On the contrary, although Kerry appeared very cold, her body movements were gentle, somewhat akin to Tai Chi, with the meaning of using softness to overcome hardness. Kerry hadn't expected that the seemingly cute and socially anxious Amaze would have a threatening attack style. The two attacked the zombie as if they were venting their anger. The zombie hadn't expected that the two foods would like it so much, heading straight for its big mouth to fill its belly. Opening its bluish-grey mouth, which stretched from shoulder to abdomen, it emitted a terrible smell, trying to feed. Attacking from left and right, they severed the zombie's left arm and right arm in one fell swoop. It struggled and lunged towards Kerry. Amaze seized this opportunity and decapitated it, only to find that it didn't react at all. Kerry quickly retreated, trying to avoid that large mouth, only to realize it was sucking her in like a vortex. She tried her best to resist but found herself getting closer. When she backed up against a tree, she glanced at Amaze and suddenly stepped aside. Following closely behind them, Amaze kicked it hard with all her strength, sending the zombie flying into a tree. Spinning mid-air, the zombie's mouth firmly clamped onto the tree trunk. Kerry seized the moment, stabbed her knife towards the crystal core, easily pierced through the film but felt nothing hard, realizing that the core had changed position. At this point, Amaze repeatedly stabbed it from behind. Kerry joined in slashing it too. They stabbed it all over with dense cuts, greenish-grey fluid splattered everywhere, causing only slight disgust, but no sign of the crystal core. This zombie's constantly moving mouth was almost eating through the tree trunk. Seeing the situation was wrong, they immediately accelerated their actions. Finally, Kerry's dagger made a ringing sound upon hitting something hard. She dug down and grabbed the crystal core, and the zombie finally died out. She ignored the nausea and fished out the zombie's crystal core, then summoned some water for them to wash their hands. Kerry casually washed the milky white crystal core as well, then turned to Amaze with an air of accomplishment. I told you the crystal core was meant for me, so, when can I redeem my reward? Amaze had been unlucky in that moment. She thought the core was surely hers but didn't expect Kerry to snatch it away. Give me the crystal core in your hand, and I'll immediately redeem your reward. Seeing her mysterious demeanor made Kerry a bit suspicious. Could she be planning to give this thing back to me as a reward? After hearing Kerry's whimsical guess, Amaze marveled at how wide-ranging her imagination was. No, it's a good thing, but I have one condition, she said while taking out the golden crystal core water she had prepared yesterday from the system. Just drink this cup of water. But you can't tell anyone about this. Amaze had specifically taken out a cup for her last night, which had been purified overnight and was now clean inside. Kerry looked into the ordinary cup filled with clear water. It didn't seem special at all. Is that it? What Amaze brought out mysteriously was just a cup of water, yet she felt this wasn't any ordinary water. Cherries, this is the water. Be mentally prepared, it might be uncomfortable, but after drinking it, you'll feel like your world has brightened. Amaze assured her, this will be very useful. Without saying anything, Kerry gulped down the water in 2 big swallows. Amaze originally wanted to remind her to sip it slowly but hadn't expected such vigor. Meanwhile, she wondered how someone so cautious could drink the water so easily. Alright, I've drunk the reward. Let's go, Kerry urged indifferently after finishing. We should just head back with the crystal core. You're such a black-hearted merchant. You should wait a bit before we leave. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Amaze kindly warned her, but Kerry thought she was exaggerating. What couldn't she handle? Before Amaze could reply, Kerry felt a burning sensation spreading throughout her body, making her feel extremely hot. What is this? She fell to one knee, looking at Amaze. This is too intense. Just winning a crystal core from you. You gave me such strong medicine. I wanted to tell you to drink less, but you didn't give me the chance. Don't worry, once you get through this, you'll thank me. Pain made her break into a cold sweat, gripping the knife handle tightly as its tip sank deeply into the ground. Her trembling arm couldn't hide the pain. Chapter 44, Counterfeit Alcohol. This was her first time drinking crystal core water, and her body had no resistance against the expansion pain it brought. Therefore, the energy in her bloodstream was repeatedly flushed and expanded by the energy in the crystal core water. If one drank crystal core water for a long time, like Hobart and Amiel, they would develop a certain tolerance to this pain. Over time, their reactions would diminish, or even disappear. They could drink it as if it were water, because they had already gotten used to that energy impact sensation. Perhaps because the amount of energy from this second stage core was too much for the novice Macy who was trying crystal core water for the first time, she endured nearly 20 minutes of pain before it subsided. Finally catching her breath evenly, Macy wanted to tell Amaze to remind her earlier next time but was instead shocked by her own body. She had been stuck at the midpoint of the second stage for a long time. Others didn't feel it, but she knew that recently when using her ability, there was some obstruction. She feared advancing again would be more difficult than ever. Unexpectedly, this thing carried a large amount of abilities, not only unblocking obstructed places but also allowing her body to store more power, finding suitable spots within her and stopping there. Her powers improved by leaps and bounds. Now she could see farther, brighter, and clearer than before. You sure are a wonder. Is it a one-time use? Does it mean the energy runs out once it's done? Macy didn't have time to complain. Instead, she asked some questions. Amaze hesitated about whether to say anything. Looking at Macy's curious and eager eyes, she chose to speak up, sort of. The energy is one-time use, but your ability to store energy has also expanded. What did you make this with? Can I exchange crystal cores for it? She knew Amaze's weakness was crystal cores. As long as she wanted something, proposing an exchange with crystal cores would definitely work. Promise me you'll keep it secret, then I'll tell you. Amaze just said it casually. In a few days, if they heard the broadcast, they'd know what it was made of. Macy easily guaranteed, that's not a problem. I do have my credibility, but I also want them to try it. If you have extras, could you give me some? I promise not to tell them what it's made of. Amaze took out the most ordinary transparent first-stage crystal core and a cup of water. Watch how it's done. She poured water according to a certain ratio, then put in the crystal core. It can be drunk within a day in my hands. Macy murmured, no wonder you said crystal cores have big effects. It turns out it's like this. Can't you eat it dry? She seemed like a curious baby, asking other questions. Seeing her lively spirit, Amaze packed up, ready to return. Naturally not. This is a zombie's crystal core. It contains energy cultivated by zombies as well as their viruses. So it still needs water purification. Only my specially prepared water can shorten the required purification time, though other water works too. Macy kept up with her pace. So you all drink this water? It's only given to those with abilities. Without any ability, it doesn't do much good and is somewhat wasteful. Don't you lose out, exchanging a crystal core for a crystal core? Macy remembered that Amaze was a businessman who wouldn't part with a single penny. You reminded me, so pay a bit more for manual labor. I chose a second-stage psychic-type crystal core that suits you very well, comparable to the one you got just now. Unexpectedly, Macy, who cared about Amaze's loss earlier, now refused to pay. I've already drunk the stuff. Do you think I'd pay extra now? Amaze realized this person had potential to be a scoundrel, which amused her. Macy knew the benefits of this, but she didn't know what else was added inside. It was better to rely on Amaze to prepare it, saving effort and worry. In the future, I'll find you more crystal cores. You take care of preparing this for us. Any extras can be considered your labor fee. How does that sound? Besides, she wasn't worried as she still had plenty of crystal cores as backup. Okay, if there are matching crystal cores, we can get some for your side too. But there's a condition: every 5 crystal cores, you provide one more of the same rank as a labor fee. That wasn't a small number. After thinking, Macy found it feasible and then lamented. You've really got me tied up tight. I can't refuse anything you say. Next time you go out, remember to invite me. Otherwise, I'll be tricked into being penniless soon. They chatted as they made their way down the mountain and reached an agreement. Macy would go back to look for suitable crystal cores, while Amaze would keep some for them whenever she found any. Amaze, after returning, also pondered over it and prepared a cup of water infused with a first-stage transparent crystal core for herself. In fact, she had never drunk crystal core water before. The stimulating effect on abilities was only truly useful when one's ability was about to awaken. Drinking it earlier wouldn't yield much benefit. In her previous life, her ability awakened in the second year of the apocalypse, but it wasn't very impressive. She wondered what kind of ability she would awaken in this lifetime. She prepared everything and sat in an open space. Since she wasn't sure if her ability would be stimulated this time, if it did happen, she might lose control and attack the surroundings. So, the emptiness of the space was perfect for practicing and adapting to her ability. Of course, these were just her plans. If no ability appeared and someone discovered her, she would just say she was cooling off. She started with the lowest grade diluted crystal core water for the experiment, sipping a little and waiting 5 minutes. There was no sensation at all. Instead, because it was so hot outside, she began to sweat profusely. Switching to a higher concentration of crystal core water, she took another sip and waited 5 more minutes, but there was still no reaction. Even when she tried the concentration suitable for those who already had abilities, nothing happened. She couldn't help feeling distressed. Would she have to accumulate energy for another 2 years? Since she had tried so many times, she didn't give up and directly drank a large mouthful of second-stage crystal core water. Unexpectedly, less than 2 minutes after drinking the water, her body became warm as if her blood was burning intensely, but this state lasted for less than a minute before gradually cooling down. Amaze refused to give up and drank the entire cup of second-stage crystal core water, preparing herself for unbearable pain. Instead, she felt something akin to the dizziness of fake alcohol. Then she lost consciousness. Chapter 45 Rescue. The villa was eerily quiet, and no one noticed Amaze's abnormal state until Spencer returned with his team. Instinctively searching for Amaze to tell her some news, he did not find her. He walked to the balcony of Amaze's room and found her lying in the yard, seemingly unconscious. He hurriedly jumped down from the balcony, ran to Amaze's side, checked her breathing and pulse, and found that she had just fainted without any signs of attack. Spencer carried her back, performed a basic examination on her, and confirmed that she had only fainted without other abnormalities. So he let her rest quietly on the bed, thinking she would wake up after about half an hour. However, after an hour, there was still no response from Amaze. Spencer began to panic. He pinched her face lightly, which was exceptionally smooth and soft, and couldn't help but pinch again. He also tried pressing her runjong point but received no reaction. He even considered splashing her with cold water. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Having thought long and hard without finding a solution, he made a decision. Taking out his pocket knife, he cut a small wound on his left index finger, blood droplets forming on the cut. Leaning forward, he intended to smear the blood from his finger onto Amaze's lips. Just as he was about to pry open her mouth and squeeze the blood in, she opened her eyes and saw the bleeding wound on his hand. Amaze thought he had been injured when he went out. In a hurry, she sat up abruptly. Spencer, overjoyed to see her awake, forgot to dodge, and her head collided directly with his nose. Spencer winced in pain, covering his nose with the other hand. The impact was severe enough to bring tears to his eyes, making him feel as if his nasal bone was almost broken. Amaze herself, already dazed, felt like she had a concussion. The sensation of hitting his nose was even more painful, causing Spencer to uncontrollably shed tears, streaming down his cheeks. Even though feeling nauseous, Amaze stared at him intently. Cherries, this was the first time Amaze had seen Spencer cry. From childhood to adulthood, even during the last serious injury, Spencer had only bled and sweated but never cried. This time, the sharp pain struck right at his heart, overcoming his physiological reaction. The tears wouldn't stop falling. You're actually laughing. His voice was slightly nasally, his eyes red and swollen. What happened? You fainted again. Cherries, today you were sleeping, today you fainted, I'm afraid tomorrow you'll die. Amaze truly enjoyed this rare sight of a handsome man shedding tears. Usually, Spencer was so powerful that people often overlooked his appearance. Now, this frail look seemed limited time only. However, Spencer's expression gradually turned cold, and Amaze knew she had better answer seriously. I drank some crystal core water. I wanted to see if it could activate my latent abilities. More people have developed abilities now, as you know, I haven't yet. Her voice grew softer. Within the villa, all present were people she trusted, the fewer who knew, the better. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? I was afraid you would fall into a coma, becoming a vegetable. Now, Spencer started to scold her, the lingering shock still not fully gone. Noticing his stern tone and serious expression, Amaze admitted, sorry, I didn't consider the consequences. But I didn't expect to faint. She was prepared for excruciating pain but did not anticipate fainting. In a softer tone, she tried to defend herself a little. Seeing her still holding her head, Spencer guessed she had hit it pretty hard too. No matter how angry he was, it vanished in the face of her half-pouting demeanor. Still, this incident needed to be taken seriously. We all depend on you. If something happens, please consult everyone first. Actually, he meant consulting him first but hesitated to say it aloud. Since the last time, they both avoided each other, making things awkward, but he did not want to give up or force her to choose him. So whenever possible, he avoided situations like this. I understand, don't be mad. She felt somewhat guilty, knowing Spencer cared about her. Suddenly recalling seeing the fresh blood on Spencer's hand upon waking, she asked anxiously, how did you get hurt again? Spencer shook his head. This isn't an injury. I was trying to save you, so I cut myself intentionally. Saving me, by hurting yourself? Amaze didn't understand his line of thinking. How was this considered saving her? Do you remember the day I was bitten, and you made me drink a lot of crystal core water? I passed out afterward, and my body has felt strange ever since, not in a bad way, just like there's energy that can't be released. Today, after leading the team to eliminate a few second-stage zombies, I felt much better. He glanced at Amaze, noticing her normal expression, and carefully avoided upsetting her. I think I might have awakened my second ability. Regarding the classification of abilities, Amaze wasn't very clear either. She originally thought Spencer had fire and strength abilities, but it turned out he just had extraordinary strength. Only now did he truly awaken his second ability. So what does your ability have to do with all this? Amaze hadn't expected any ability would require self-harm. Spencer smeared the blood on his hand onto Amaze's lips, making her pale face look even more delicate against the bright red. Spencer's Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Lick it. Amaze licked the fresh blood from her lips, tasting only iron, nothing special. I'm not a vampire, needing to suck blood to heal. Spencer checked himself and found no discomfort, finally relaxing. He pinched Amaze's arm again, finding some sensation in his own arm too. That's more like it, he muttered to himself. Amaze was puzzled by his pinching gesture, unsure what he was doing. So what ability did you awaken? Why are you pinching my arm? This is my ability, roughly it means I can feel what you feel. What about the time limit? Amaze hadn't encountered such an ability before and was quite curious. Is it the same pain as mine, or do you share the pain? Spencer was vague, it should be feeling the pain. I haven't experimented with it yet. Alright, if you're fine, lie down for a while. I'm worried you might still have some lingering effects. He adjusted the air conditioning temperature higher for her to rest well before leaving. Closing the door to Amaze's room, Spencer sighed lightly, feeling like he had done something wrong but enjoying the thrill of not getting caught. Despite being forced to rest, Amaze didn't actually rest well. After sitting for a while, she got up and tried to figure out what had just happened, but found no clue. Chapter 46, Stitching. The next morning, Obdraman knocked on Amaze's door. They have already gathered. Earth, fire, water abilities are all represented. All tools are ready, and we can start building the house. When do you think it's appropriate to start? Obdraman came straight to the point, clarifying his purpose. Since he had taken over this matter, he would be responsible for it until completion, not handing it over to Amiel. Therefore, he took over from Amiel and supervised the construction over the past few days, giving Amiel some time off. Amaze, still groggy from sleep, thought about what he said and understood that it was regarding the house expansion project. She replied, it's up to them, any time is fine. If they're ready now, they can start now. No need to ask me again. Obdraman nodded. Got it. I'll get them started right away. After being woken up, Amaze couldn't fall back asleep and decided to go see how they were building the house. She tidied up and went downstairs. The house was being built between two villas, with the boundary between the villas having been removed. This area would become their new home. According to the blueprint, it should accommodate a family of 3, consisting of a living room, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen, and a small second floor. Silas enthusiastically joined their team. 2 Earth ability users leveled the ground, and another ability user placed stone slabs underground as the foundation. These slabs would be embedded in the ground, and then stones would be stacked layer by layer with cement filling the gaps. Amaze didn't fully understand each step, but with ability users manipulating the elements, the process was indeed very efficient. A few simple actions, and the soil and bricks flew to where they were supposed to be. Unfortunately, their abilities had limitations, and they basically worked for half an hour before resting for another half hour. To speed things up, Amaze found her previously prepared first-level crystal nucleus water, which had been diluted to replenish their energy without causing pain. She packed it in plastic bottles and handed it out like mineral water. Brother GAO, everyone come over and take a drink, rest for a bit. They laughed and joked as they came over, accepted her offer without hesitation, thanked her, and drank heartily. The crystal nucleus water proved effective. This time, they only rested for 15 minutes before working for another half hour. In this way, Amaze watched them lay the foundation and complete the small 2-story house by noon. Others in the villa complex also watched the construction, finding it quite novel. Amaze then went into their villa to tend the garden. As they had agreed, she only needed to plant seeds and water them, as the land had already been tilled. However, a minor accident occurred while she was watering. She was moving backward, so she couldn't see behind her. At that moment, a large stone slab was being placed, and one person lost control of their ability, causing the slab to drop directly to the ground near Amaze. Thankfully, she sensed something amiss behind her and quickly moved back a few steps, avoiding being hit. Unfortunately, the dropped slab shattered into several pieces, flying in all directions. A large shard grazed Amaze's leg, causing an immediate outcry from others. Her pants tore, revealing a 5 cm long and 1 cm deep wound on her calf, nearly slicing off a chunk of flesh. Pain shot through her bones, and after not having suffered such a severe injury in a long time, her legs gave out, and she fell to the ground in pain. Seeing this, Silas rushed over, and Macy noticed and quickly supported her up. By this time, Amaze had somewhat adjusted to the pain, though it was still excruciating, and could stand slowly. Others crowded around, concerned about her leg. Too pained to speak, Amaze asked Macy to help her back to the villa. Sitting on the sofa, she asked everyone to leave, even the overly worried Sierra eventually obeyed. Obduraman was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Macy to assist her. Too many people crowding around would spread bacteria, unfavorable for her wounds healing. Due to the lack of sterile conditions, she could only disinfect her and Macy's hands herself. After disinfecting the wound and tools, she steeled her heart to stitch it herself but couldn't bring herself to do it. The pain from her leg caused her entire body to tremble. "Macy, help me sew this up, I can't move." Every word was forced through gritted teeth. She had originally planned to take the lead with Macy assisting, but now she couldn't even start. She stuffed a piece of gauze in her mouth and curled up on the sofa. Though Macy wasn't a doctor, she had sewn up wounds before and was quite adept at it. After another thorough disinfection, she began stitching. As Amaze felt the needle threading through her skin, she regretted not having obtained more anesthetic earlier. All the anesthetics were used by others due to zombie-killing operations. In a daze, she remembered there was still a bit of powdered anesthetic left from her previous 5,000-point exchange. But she didn't know how it would affect humans. She found the powder and, fearing too large a dose might be harmful, lightly dabbed a small amount and put it in her mouth. Soon, the effects kicked in. The pain gradually subsided as Macy finished the suturing. It wasn't just Amaze who found the time difficult to endure, Macy also felt uneasy. Stitching up a wound for someone is no easy task, especially for a novice, causing considerable anxiety. The last person she stitched up suffered multiple infections before finally healing, leaving a scar. Amaze, being soft on the outside but strong on the inside, might not mind a scar, but recurring injuries wouldn't be good. Just as Amaze was helped upstairs by Macy, Spencer returned to the villa. Seeing him, Sierra, who had been pacing in the yard, rushed over as if finding her pillar of support. Before she could speak, Spencer preempted her. "What happened to Alicia? Finally someone's back. Little Han got hurt watching them build the house. There's a huge gash on her leg. Macy is with her." Spencer simply said, "I know," and went inside. He ran into Macy coming out. Seeing this surly-faced man, Macy had nothing to say. But he stopped her, asking, "How is she?" "You go see for yourself. I just finished stitching her up, don't know if she's asleep yet." Chapter 47 Contagion. Without waiting to express his thanks, Spencer quickly ascended the stairs and approached Amaze's door. He intended to knock but paused for a couple of seconds before heading back to his own room to change into clean clothes and wipe off the sweat from running. Only then did he knock on her door. Amaze planned to sleep while the anesthetic was still effective, so she wouldn't feel pain once it wore off. However, the sound of knocking chased away all her drowsiness. "Come in," her voice sounded somewhat weak. Initially thinking it would be Sierra or Obduraman, Amaze was slightly surprised upon seeing Spencer. "Didn't you go out today? Why are you back now?" Ignoring her question, Spencer sat down on a stool by the bed. "I want to check your wound. It's already bandaged up, no need to see it. It's not a big deal." Amaze declined, as this cut wasn't enormous yet also wasn't insignificant. At first sight, it looked frightening. Now that it had been treated, excessive concern over it wasn't necessary. Spencer lifted up her pants, which she had purposely changed into a loose pair to avoid pressing against the wound. Even through the bandages, Spencer inspected it for a long time without comment. I told you there's nothing to see. Amaze pulled her pants back down. What do you want to eat? I can bring it over at noon. Aren't you supposed to be with your team? Go find them. I'm fine here. Sierra is taking care of me. This wound isn't even as deep as the one you had before. That night, you still cooked dinner for me after getting hurt. And I have people serving me now, so it's really not a big deal. I'm a rough guy, how can we compare? I won't go out today. Let Marshall take my place later. Weren't you supposed to meet Hyder and Farais to help them farm in the afternoon? Give me the items you need, and I can do it for you. Just rest well. Amaze thought it made sense and handed him all the seeds and crystal water. Just say what needs to be said and plant the seeds without talking too much. Amaze couldn't help adding more advice. I understand. You just rest. Spencer looked at the pale-faced Amaze, feeling a bit heartbroken. I'll handle everything here. Focus on recovering these days. Without waiting for her response, he left. But his gait seemed strange, limping slightly, as if injured. Wait. Amaze stopped him. Are you also injured? These past few days have been awful for me. Are you starting too? She wondered if her misfortune was contagious. Spencer smiled at her. No injuries, clearly you're mistaken. He turned around, and indeed, there were no visible signs of injury on his body. He also rolled up his pant leg, showing no bloodstains. With his innocent expression, Amaze believed him. All right, then you'll be doing the farming work these days. Don't worry so much. Rest. He closed her door. Not long after he left, Amaze realized something. No one should have told him where she was hurt, so how did he know it was her right leg? What a liar. Amaze thought angrily, wanting to confront him. But the pain in her leg intensified, and she drifted off cursing Spencer. When she woke again, it was dusk. Miraculously, the pain in her leg wasn't as severe. DeAndre, seeing she was awake, hurriedly brought her food and drinks, fearing she might be hungry. You and Enid are almost national treasures. She's pregnant, and you've become disabled. Amaze stuck out her tongue. I didn't want to become disabled. These few days have been really unlucky. Oh, why did Balder come back halfway? We were almost halfway when suddenly he looked odd. After a minute, he said he needed to return. I didn't know what was going on, but when I offered to go with him, he refused. He returned alone while I took the others for training. Hearing this, Amaze knew her guess was about right. Elroy, can you call Balder? I need to talk to him. DeAndre chuckled. Now you two seem like you share a telepathic connection, playing tricks on me. Amaze remained silent. Considering the ESP matter hadn't been disclosed by Spencer, she didn't want to overstep. She only said, we're just discussing other things, not what you think. To her surprise, after saying that, Amiel seemed disappointed. It's not even as good as what I thought. With someone like you, who would dare to have you? Always so careless. And your cousin, she has no idea what she's been doing either. She hasn't come back for a whole month. He began to nag again, scolding both her and Tasha. For a moment, Amaze felt a sense of equilibrium. It was comforting when everyone got scolded, not just one person. Within 2 minutes, Spencer arrived. Elroy said you were looking for me. What's up? I've planted the seeds both here and at Farais' place today and already told Farais that if there are any issues, they should find me over these few days. Cheris today, you asked Sierra to help pick vegetables, and she is now in place. She started working today. Sierra also reprimanded me, thinking that the person I found had taken her job. You need to vouch for me. Oh right, about Macy. Her subordinate didn't control their power properly, trying to show off. That's why the slab fell. At that moment, quite a few people noticed that this person's ability had run out. As soon as the stone dropped, he fainted. Obduraman investigated and confirmed it was true. Macy specially compensated you with 2 crystal cores, which she passed to me. He chuckled, reporting on his work for the day, recounting everything she was concerned about, and took out the crystal cores Macy gave her, 1 red and 1 milky white. Seeing the crystal cores, Amaze snorted, what tricks is she playing? While expressing dissatisfaction, she still kept the cores. This was clearly meaningful. Alright, I know all these things already. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Amaze's expression darkened. Spencer visibly tensed for a moment before abruptly relaxing. There's nothing more to say. You already know everything. What else do you want to know? His refusal infuriated Amaze. You really won't say? I'm going to get mad. Amaze stared at him intently, not missing any expressions. Don't think too much. Everything you want to know, I've already told you, haven't I? Rest well. Sleep as long as you want. I'll take care of all your work for the next few days. He hesitated, then reached out to pat her hair. I've got some other things to attend to. Rest well. As he walked away, Amaze threw a pillow at the door. If you never say, we'll see if I bother you. Behind the door, Spencer paused briefly before leaving. Leaning against the bed, Amaze felt resentful. Actually, yesterday, under the influence of that zombie, she saw many people die. Tasha, herself, even Amiel's death, and Spencer's. She didn't know if those scenes were real events from her past life or illusions created by the zombie using its powers. She only knew that watching Spencer slowly lose his life was a pain she never wanted to experience again. In the moonlight, leaning against the largest tree, he looked at her affectionately, I wish you could remember me, but I also want you to forget me. How greedy I am, Alicia. Chapter 48, With Heart. Amaze reflected on the past month since the end of the world. Spencer was always by her side. She wasn't sure if it was because they had known each other since childhood, or because she trusted him too much after growing up. Every time he appeared, it was within Amaze's expectations, as though he was destined to appear behind her right on time. But in fact, there was no such thing as something happening naturally, everything was his intentional effort. Amaze carefully thought about their journey together. Spencer could always shield her from unknown risks and always trusted her unconditionally. She would worry about his wounds, be touched by his consideration, and cry for his unconsciousness. He had unknowingly, thoroughly, and pervasively infiltrated every aspect of her life. Unable to leave or escape. Her emotions were stirred by him. She didn't want to miss such a good person, and she would try her best to be good to him. And, that man's figure at the time really looked very much like Spencer. She didn't have the chance to ask this lifetime Spencer, but she believed that this lifetime Spencer would do the same. The feeling of being cared for just right made Amaze want to give him a chance and herself a chance. Whether it was a missed connection from a previous life or guardianship in this one, it all needed a chance. Not every matter has a good outcome, but Amaze wanted to try. Unfortunately, someone did not want this opportunity anymore. Otherwise, why would he run away himself? A girl's thoughts are indeed hard to guess. Amaze originally wanted to talk things out with Spencer. Unfortunately, Spencer missed it all, and Amaze decided not to mention this matter. A lady should still maintain some reserve, although she only identified herself as a woman. Spencer, who had just left, didn't know about Amaze's winding thoughts. He was still thinking about how he should take care of Alicia's affairs properly. She diligently worked on the tasks Amaze left behind. Since Amaze changed her mind and wanted to give it a try with him, she began to tease him. She wondered when this fool would finally understand her heart. Sierra, I want to ask Balder something. Can you call him over? Sierra, I didn't tell him something yesterday. Can you bring Balder over so I can tell him again? Sierra. 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 Alright, young lady, if you need him, go find him yourself, don't bother me anymore. Sierra, who was taking care of Amaze's leg injury, began to get annoyed. I might as well tie him here. You're making me run back and forth every day. I really don't understand what you young people are doing. Can't Daniela use her phone? Call him. Amaze's eyes widened, smiling flatteringly. Oh, the phone doesn't work outside the villa. It's faster if you call him. You kids are so troublesome. Despite her complaints, Sierra still went to find Spencer. At that moment, Spencer was in Mace's villa, continuing to work for Amaze. Seeing Sierra come twice for him, Macy couldn't help raising an eyebrow and teasing him. It seems you have a boss who needs you to report. Looks like you're not easy to reassure. After saying this, she felt uneasy, since Spencer always wore a cold face, and she rarely dared to speak to him proactively, let alone ridicule him like today. However, Amaze's behavior on the other side was truly amusing, and her desire to watch the show outweighed her fear of Spencer, prompting her to add another word. I'm afraid he worries I'll tire myself out. Spencer coolly threw out a reply. Unexpectedly, Mace's slightly flirtatious remark indeed made Spencer feel comfortable. This feeling of everyone, or rather, nobody, assuming we are in a relationship greatly satisfied him. Macy smiled without a word. Oh, alright, I have no choice. I'll go once more and come back later. While he said he had no choice, his body moved steadily towards the door, leaving Macy shaking her head. Others in the villa also wore an expression as if watching a drama. These young people really have many tricks. Spencer walked briskly and soon returned to Amaze's room. Familiarly pulling the stool beside her bed, he sat down and looked at her. Sierra said you were looking for me. I was planting seeds at Lung's place. I planted several kinds including lettuce, green onions, and rape. Spencer reported everything in detail, even explaining what vegetables he had planted clearly. Now, Amaze understood his intentions. Watching him pretending to be unaware while actually knowing perfectly well was quite funny. But she did not intend to break this strange atmosphere. Okay. Amaze watched him with a smile as he continued. The casual conversation only lasted a few minutes, and Spencer didn't know what else to say, so he could only continue talking about the schedule for a while. I plan to visit Far Eyes this afternoon to check on her experiment progress. According to Haida, the experimental machines at home have started running, but there is a bit of an electricity problem. I'll find a generator and connect the power supply for them. Alright, I'll follow your arrangements. Amaze still stared at him with a smile. After doing that, I plan to take Silas to the mountain behind us. Didn't you say you wanted to dig a bomb shelter? Silas should be reliable. I haven't decided who else to bring yet. Let's just do this for now. Amaze thought the same and continued nodding with a smile, saying nothing. Spencer felt his scalp tingling under her gaze. Do you think my arrangements are unreasonable? Amaze shook her head and kept watching him. So, where do you think I did poorly? Amaze exaggeratedly replied, I think you did exceptionally well. Then why are you looking at me like this? He was genuinely flustered, not knowing what he had done wrong. I just suddenly looked at you and found you very handsome. Although Amaze dodged the topic, her words were true. Spencer often called himself a rough man, but his face had nothing rough about it. Even when fighting zombies, his every move was smoother than others. This was all thanks to Amaze's superficial bias. Handsome. For a big man, what good does being handsome do? As he said this, he subtly turned his face to a different angle, believing it made him look better than before. His small actions did not escape Amay's eyes. She held back her laughter, pretending not to notice. Covering her laughter, she slowly said, "If it weren't for your face, I might not have wanted to protect you in the past. But after growing up and getting used to it, I think it's just okay." Hearing her words, Spencer's lips curled slightly upward, then immediately fell. Amaze changed her tone, "But lately, especially yesterday when you cried. You're pitiable." Spencer's eyes sparkled. If he couldn't impress Amaze through anything else, at least gaining some recognition through his looks was a great thing. As for the feeling of trading on his appearance, his greatest feeling should be pride. Chapter 49, Confirmation. Spencer's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he sat up straight. He tousled his hair a couple of times. "So, how do I look now?" Amaze couldn't hold back her laughter at the sight of this rough-and-tumble guy suddenly caring about his appearance like a peacock displaying its feathers. Lin, Zhao, Cherry, calling out her full name deliberately and distinctly, it was the first time he did so after realizing his true feelings for her. Amaze buried her face in the pillow, laughing. Spencer wanted to tickle her as he used to when they were kids but hesitated at the last moment. "It hurts, it hurts." Actually, even before his hand touched her, Amaze had already begged for mercy. Once they both calmed down, Spencer started getting bolder and sat on the edge of her bed. "What does this mean today? Give me a straight answer." He could no longer contain himself. Amaze knew she had gone a bit too far today. They were both straightforward people who would act after considering things, not leaving others hanging. Well. She hesitated, unsure of how to start. "Did you have fun today?" Spencer changed his tone. He still couldn't bear to force her into making a decision. This topic wasn't difficult for Amaze to respond to. "Of course I did." Spencer nodded thoughtfully. "That's good." Amaze sighed in relief. Though she had an idea in mind, it was their first romance across 2 lifetimes, and she found it hard to speak openly. Even if asked to fight zombies, she'd rather do that than speak now. Hearing her answer, Spencer smiled mischievously. Suddenly, he turned and locked eyes with Amaze directly. She noticed the aggressive intensity in his gaze, as if she were a well-cooked piece of meat on his plate, waiting to be devoured. Spencer's face came within about 50 centimeters of hers and stopped. This distance was beyond normal social boundaries, and Amaze's heart began pounding, unsure what trick he was planning next. "Little Cherry." He looked into her eyes, then slowly traced from her nose to her lips with his gaze, returning finally to her eyes. "So, does this mean you agree to confirm me officially?" Amaze hadn't expected him to change his attitude just now. She thought he was avoiding the matter again but realized he had relaxed her only to catch her off guard. But she wouldn't let him win. Amaze slowly reached out, placing her hands on his shoulders and gently pushing him back to a comfortable distance before settling back on her bed. "Confirmation? Confirmation of what? How is confirmation done?" Seeing her pretending to be clueless, Spencer raised his hand, preparing to tickle her. "Are you teasing me?" Amaze watched his hand, feeling a little afraid even though she knew he wouldn't tickle her again, and instinctively moved back a bit. Then she realized that due to Spencer's repeated concessions, the initiative had been in her hands all along. "Aren't you already confirmed?" She tried to look innocent. "Wasn't it you who cried holding me yesterday, snuck a kiss while I was sleeping the day before, and climbed into my bed late at night 3 days ago?" For a moment, Spencer didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 3 days ago, it was clearly you who slept on my bed until 10 in the morning. I was so sleepy that I rested on the edge of the bed for a while. As for sneaking kisses while you slept, it was because you looked uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa. I carried you upstairs and adjusted your position. Your hand happened to touch my mouth. And as for crying while holding you yesterday, it was because you bumped my nose, and the pain made tears come naturally. With each word, he moved a little closer to Amaze until by the end, his body was almost pressed against hers. Amaze could see every one of his eyelashes clearly, and in his eyes, there was a tiny reflection of herself. "So, what should we do about you falsely accusing me?" His breath hit her face, turning her cheeks red. His slightly curled lips exuded a hormonal charm, enticing her closer. Due to her injured leg, Amaze couldn't move easily. She could only watch helplessly as his hands supported either side of her, pressing lightly on her body, trapping her in a small space with no way to retreat. Unable to withstand the current tense atmosphere, Amaze felt suffocated. In a moment of resolve, she actually wriggled out from under him through the small space between them. In the process, she inadvertently touched her wound. Spencer hadn't expected that this person would be so unfeeling. They were so close, yet she dared to run away, even at the cost of hurting herself. Seeing her wince in pain, Spencer was nearly driven mad by her. "You could have said no earlier, then I wouldn't have pushed you. You chose to provoke me. Now you're in pain again. You don't even care about your own leg. I really don't know whether to pity you or scold you for getting what you deserve." Amaze clutched her injured leg, tears welling up in her eyes. Despite having lain there for 2 days and being healed by the water source system to the extent of 30 to 40%, she never thought it would turn out like this. The wound tore open once again, blood seeping through the bandages. Amaze broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Spencer knew that with no anesthesia now, she had to endure the pain on her own. All he could do was soothe her, gently rubbing her back to calm her nerves. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two changed. As the pain gradually eased, Amaze watched as Spencer tenderly patted her back. It felt as though she had been transported back to a long time ago when her mother used to comfort her. She placed a pillow on her thighs, resting her upper body on it, like a cat basking in his touch, finally letting out a contented sigh. He smiled softly. "Are you pretending to be a kitten?" Yuan Ge. Spencer softly hummed in response, continuing his gentle strokes. The sunlight in Amaze's room spilled over her body, creating a bright halo around her. Just like the Amaze in his heart, she was a static goddess. Chariot in motion, she displayed girlish tantrums, occasionally mischievous but also calmly considering everything. Spencer watched Amaze enjoying his attention almost in a trance, not feeling like a tool at all. Tell me, how long will we be together? Amaze spoke freely, without considering if it was appropriate at the moment. Spencer wasn't one to fuss over trivialities either. Besides, the people behind the door were eagerly watching their drama unfold. He thought about it. The audience didn't matter. The person in front of him did. Time cannot measure everything. Sometimes, a second can feel like a lifetime. Amaze had just closed her eyes in comfort when she heard his heartfelt words. She couldn't help but open them again, wondering if this man saying such strange things was really Spencer. But instead of just seeing Spencer when she opened her eyes, she also saw Sierra and Annika peeking through the door. She quickly buried her head in the pillow, mortified. Spencer had known there were people behind the door all along, but he didn't care. What mattered most was that they had already agreed, right? The two people outside the door felt a little embarrassed as well. After all, this was their first time doing something like this. They laughed it off. You didn't close the door, so of course we got to watch. Boring, boring. Then they ran off, leaving Spencer alone, looking at Amaze's blushing earlobes. You're only brave enough to act tough in front of me. Chapter 50, Keeping Secrets. In the blink of an eye, it had been 10 days since Amaze was injured. Now her wound was completely healed. It healed so well that there wasn't even a scar left. She could even go up the mountain to hunt tigers again, making Macy worry for nothing. During these days, Spencer did all of Amaze's chores for her. The self-built house between the two villas had already been completed, and they all moved into their new homes. The back mountain area had been inspected by Macy, with no appearance of high-level zombies. With the combined efforts of Silas and Reuben, the air raid shelter was built and ready for Amaze to store some well-preserved items inside. That day, the weather was clear, and Amaze was in a good mood. Finally, she didn't have to be confined to bed by Spencer anymore. Actually, on the 8th day, she was completely fine. But someone made a fuss over it, insisting she stay in bed a little longer. For 10 whole days. She walked around at the foot of the mountain, circling back and forth without noticing any door. She couldn't help but remark, you guys are doing too good a job keeping secrets. Even I'm being kept out. Silas laughed heartily, of course. When you talk about secrecy, you've got to be really secretive. He smiled mysteriously and didn't keep them waiting, operating his powers to show off the results. At one spot at the foot of the mountain, a man-high tunnel entrance appeared, requiring people to bend over to enter, leading upward at an angle through a sloped entrance. Soon, Silas operated further, gradually revealing a semicircular archway, with the soil on the front slope moved to both sides. Considering Hollison's leg injury, this is a special treatment just for you. Everyone else has to stoop to get in. He smiled sheepishly, boasting loudly, leaving Amaze unsure of what to say. I could have gotten out of bed earlier, now I can spar with you without any problem. Hearing this, Spencer protested, why spar? Your injuries aren't fully healed yet. Hey, stop, stop. Silas interrupted him, follow me, and I'll guarantee you'll be amazed. They walked into the air raid shelter, descending slowly down a winding staircase. Spencer spoke from behind, I personally supervised the construction of this staircase. There are 9 steps in total, each step widened to half a meter. This way, it's easier for elderly people and children to come down. Amaze nodded in understanding and followed down the stairs. Below was a corridor, 5 meters wide and 6 meters high, with a round ceiling. After walking about 7 or 8 meters, they encountered a thick stone wall blocking the path ahead. Silas began his guide introduction. The door ahead is my choice, a stone door a meter thick. Didn't we agree not to use iron doors? Wooden doors aren't strong enough either, so I found a reliable young man to make this stone door for me. Alana recently made quite a few high-tech gadgets, and I managed to get one. He placed his hand in the middle of the stone door where an inconspicuous hand-shaped imprint lay. Aligning with the print, the stone door slowly opened. Spencer explained promptly, not many people know about this. Just me, Silas, Josephine Shinyar, Reuben, and Obduraman, who approves the material usage. Our fingerprints are already recorded. You'll need to find Josephine Shinyar to get yours registered. The heavy sound of the stone door echoed slowly in the empty tunnel. Behind the stone door was a long tunnel with water channels on either side of the ground, draining water away. Numerous intersections twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth before Amaze. This door. Amaze had been oblivious to everything these past few days and didn't know how this door was accomplished. Did it require the power of abilities? Spencer hesitated for a moment, then led her to the back of the door. Turning around, they discovered that the massive stone door was powered by crystal cores. You've been researching crystal cores. Cheria. These days, Shinyar was bored at home and made quite a few amazing things. Crystal cores indeed have great uses. She made a lot of weapons using crystal cores. You should check them out, they'll surely astonish you. Amaze believed this. Alana had created plenty of impressive inventions in her previous life. In this life, with more resources available, her creations were naturally varied and numerous. On the stone door were several slots of different sizes, ranging from fingernail-sized ones to those as large as basketballs. Seeing this, Amaze couldn't help but laugh out loud. Whose crystal core can grow as big as a basketball? Spencer explained, these are the crystal cores they reserved, not knowing how large the crystal cores would eventually become. This prediction really took her by surprise. Silas rubbed the back of his head, this is what I thought. Just in case there's a zombie king in the future with an incredibly large head, maybe it will have a crystal core as big as a basketball. Indeed, there were zombie kings, as Amaze had heard before, though she was not sure of their exact appearance. She reached up to gently touch one of the crystal cores, a transparent second-stage anomaly crystal core with no attribute. Where did you get these crystal cores? Amaze was puzzled, didn't all of them go to me? Are you secretly keeping some for yourselves? She looked at Spencer, trying to get him to divulge a bit of truth. Spencer naturally spoke first, of course, all mine went to you, but not necessarily others. These are probably kept privately by Josephine Chignac, not by me. Silas stood where he was, watching the interaction between the two of them, not missing a single movement, silently without saying a word. So, how long can this door be sustained by a second-stage crystal core? Amaze did not press further, after all, just a few crystal cores. It was important to be generous when it mattered. A second-stage crystal core was worth 500 points. If the duration was too short, it wouldn't be cost-effective. She would rather exchange it for points. It has been tested for 5 days now, and this crystal core hasn't gotten smaller. The specific duration still needs further testing. We come here twice every day to ensure usage frequency. Amaze understood that this couldn't be rushed and continued walking inside. On the left were habitable rooms, mostly already built, each room could accommodate 3 to 5 people. On the right were storage rooms. Spencer introduced the internal structure of the air raid shelter to her. Each room has its own ventilation system for continuous 24-hour ventilation. This ensures silent operation while guaranteeing timely air circulation. Does this also use crystal cores? Amaze asked this question with a painful feeling. Spencer knew the significance of her question. After pondering, he nodded, cherries, crystal cores are used because electricity isn't safe. There's always a possibility of a power outage. The generators we initially stored were insufficient to power the entire air raid shelter. We could only let Josephine Chignac look up information and make a similar one. Currently, it has been working successfully. A second-stage crystal core has been in use for 5 days and can still ventilate. The exact experimental time still needs more waiting. Wait again. Amaze's heart ached. Although these resources were being prepared for herself, this waiting was too costly. Chapter 51, Stone Walls. Relax, you moneygrubber. These past few days, Ruben has certainly put in a lot of effort. I haven't gone out much. Most of the time, he was the one who went out to kill zombies. All the crystal cores we use now were obtained by him. Traded. What did he trade with? Nothing specific, don't worry. He didn't want to say more, and Amaze wouldn't press further. Isn't mutual trust what's between two people? But she couldn't help reminding Spencer, don't forget what you told me back then. Don't worry about this, I have my ways. Seeing his promise, Amaze no longer dwelled on these crystal cores that others had contributed. They continued moving forward and excavated a space large enough for 2 rooms combined. Its door appeared to be an iron one, which looked a bit more dangerous than the outer stone doors but also more advanced, requiring iris recognition. Spencer walked up to the machine, scanned his iris, and the door slowly opened. Next time, let's find a few metal element users to see if they can open this door. I still feel unsafe. Amaze worried about such iron doors being robust but easy to breach for metal users. Daniela specially modified the smelting process of the metal. In theory, it should work fine. Next time you can try it. After all, practice is the key to truth. Spencer didn't discourage her concerns because more worries meant more safety. Opening the door truly revealed the core of this air raid shelter. Inside, everything was built with stone walls. In her previous life, Amaze hadn't discovered any ability that could completely control stone walls or alter their properties. The best they could do was simply open them. However, they couldn't change the state of the stones for attacks. Therefore, before renovating the shelter, she mentioned it to Spencer, who remembered it well. Thus, all critical parts were made from stone whenever possible. The entire room was roughly 100 square meters, with a few gun-like objects hanging on the walls, empty cabinets, and a few crossbows on the table. This is basically where Susan has been researching things since we moved into the villa. Some items don't require crystal cores to activate, but later studies needed essence to power them. Although it wastes resources, the advantage is that non-psychics can also use them. That's great, give me one to try. Silas thought she wanted to test it, but only Amaze and Spencer knew she could truly bring out the effectiveness of such non-ability weapons. Spencer picked the smallest modified crossbow. You can carry this in the future. This transformed crossbow, designed like a toothpick bow, contained a specialized arrow as thin as a toothpick. It was palm-sized, usable by adults and children alike. While its power was less than a standard crossbow, it was very convenient to hide and suitable for daily self-defense. Even kids can manage it. We'll try it outside. They led her to the right, where food supplies were stored. There were materials previously stocked by Amiel in the villa, plus a large area needing to be filled. Inside, it was very dry, perfect for storage. Having seen all the important areas, the 3 left through the exit. The exit was on the other side of the mountain, also requiring Silas's earth abilities to open. Others could force it open with tools too. Amaze was very satisfied with how quickly they completed the air raid shelter in 5 days. I thought it would take more time. Didn't expect you all to be so capable. Silas said, I've noticed my abilities have grown a lot recently, almost reaching the second stage. I feel energized. Also, Reuben helped a lot every time I worked. What Silas said was plausible. Since living in the villa, everyone drank water containing certain concentrations of crystal cores, subtly nurturing their bodies and gradually enhancing their abilities. Thinking of enhancing abilities, Amaze recalled the crystal core water she soaked before getting injured, intended for leveling up. As for Alana, although she had abilities, Amaze planned to delay giving her high-concentration crystal core water due to her pregnancy. Low-concentration water might benefit Daphne, but high-concentration water for ability boosting wasn't worth the risk. The three continued walking. Amaze led the way, Spencer followed closely, while Silas trailed behind, glancing back and forth between them. As the main characters pushed their relationship, Silas naturally became the first fan. Circling around this mountain, it took the three about half an hour to walk back. On the way, Amaze was murmuring all the time, calculating the current points. 10 days of being injured, plus the previous 3 days, she had a total of 19,500 points to exchange for items. Amaze planned to redeem the robot as soon as they got home. There were still 9,500 points left, along with 8 second-stage crystal cores and some first-stage crystal cores recently submitted by Spencer. She didn't care much about the points from the first-stage crystal cores. Since discovering the first-stage crystal cores, she had soaked all the crystal cores into water of different concentrations, keeping them on reserve. So everyone in the villa drank this crystal core water. Even without abilities, their bodies would become healthier due to the power of the crystal cores. Back at the villa, Silas voluntarily made room for the two. Shoo, Reuben has something scheduled with me this afternoon, so, I'll be off. He originally wanted to say, you two should enjoy your date, but his brain stopped him just in time. Amaze tilted her head and looked at Spencer with questioning eyes. What's going on? Seeing her mischievous look, Spencer felt ticklish inside. He raised his hand to stroke the strands of hair between her eyebrows. He wouldn't tell her about his peculiar behavior these past few days. So he wouldn't answer her question. Maybe he's busy with something. After all, you can't have him work for you all the time, apart from me. Amaze thought about it and let go of his strange expression earlier. Turning around, she walked towards Far Eye's house. Spencer was about to reach out to hold her hand but froze in place. Looking at the girl who didn't notice anything amiss, striding confidently ahead, he suddenly wasn't sure if he had been officially accepted. Chapter 52, Energy. Far Eyes was pleasantly surprised to see Amaze and Spencer arrive. I heard earlier that you were injured, and Xiao Yuan kept saying that you were always sleeping. So I didn't want to disturb you. I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Sleeping. Amaze turned her head to glare at Spencer. I was actually sleeping every day? Spencer ignored her gaze. Right, Hyder said that the experimental equipment has been set up now, and a lot of data can be explained to Alisha, right, Far Eyes? Only heaven knows how much sweat he shed when he avoided Amaze's gaze. Seeing the two of them like this, Far Eyes chuckled. Young people are amusing indeed. Cherries, come quickly. I've made some discoveries recently. Our initial hypothesis still holds water. Experiments have shown that scents do have differences. Far Eyes quickly intervened. Don't just stand there, follow me inside to take a look. Amaze hurriedly followed her, walking in. Just before leaving, she silently mouthed something to Spencer. Spencer turned around, closed the door, and followed the two behind, silently waiting for the storm that would descend after they finished work. Far Eyes led the two of them to the basement, which had the same layout as Amaze's home basement but was now repurposed into a laboratory for both Professors Kim and Billy. Due to the limited number of experimental machines, the entire basement looked quite empty, though the most important ones were still present. Far Eyes picked up a stack of papers filled with reports from the past few days. I'm telling you, I tested the energy within several vegetables, and found them very active, especially the batches you planted yourself. The later batches Xiao Yuan planted showed noticeably less energy. Less. She glanced at Spencer. He stood quietly behind them without speaking. Amaze looked back at the report. She couldn't understand the other chemical symbols, but the Arabic numerals indicating the energy levels were crystal clear. The energy value for leeks was clearly marked as 150. Garlic, with its stronger scent, had 120. Coriander's energy reading was 100. Celery and carrots, with their slightly higher flavors, were around 80 each. The rest of the ordinary vegetables had only 30 or 50 energy points. Do these higher energy values affect those mutant insects? Cherries. We once conducted an experiment using mutant insects with vegetables. The higher the energy value of the vegetables, the more significant the insect's reaction, showing increased activity levels. And Xiao Yuan gave us a good idea. She looked up at Spencer. The boy was very reliable. He told us we could research the crystal cores you mentioned. We used various methods and finally found suitable equipment to measure the energy values of the crystal cores. The simplest first-grade core has about 100 energy units, while second-grade cores range from 500 to 800. Hearing these numbers, Amaze was startled. These exchange values, weren't they the same as the system's points given to her? What else does this system know? Unfortunately, it hadn't responded for a long time, seemingly frozen. These vegetables you personally grew contain rich energy, which we temporarily consider consistent with the energy within crystal cores, but there's another part of the energy outside the nucleus we can't detect. We also did simple planting tests. Due to time constraints, we only planted simple mustard greens for testing and found their energy content to be very low. It seems you really are special. Far Eyes smiled warmly at Amaze, as if looking at an experimental subject, awaiting dissection. Amaze shivered. Indeed, under such advanced technology, many lies would be exposed. She decided to temporarily halt Far Eyes' experiments. After all, further research might reveal that the issue wasn't with the seeds, but with the water she used for irrigation. Not many people knew about this, and it involved her abilities. Amaze didn't dare take the risk. So since we've gotten results on this matter for now, that's fine. What's more important now is hoping you can assist Hyder in researching the zombie virus. If a serum or vaccine specifically targeting the virus can be developed, it would be great. Far Eyes' smile faltered. I wish I could help him, but as the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. I can offer him very little assistance. Moreover, studying humans is more challenging than plants, and we lack the necessary equipment. Amaze thought so too. Even the cleverest cook can't cook without rice. Many things can be hypothesized boldly, but after making a hypothesis, there must be a process of verification. Without the machines needed for verification, no matter how close the hypothesis is to the truth, it will always remain a hypothesis. Now that my leg has recovered, I'll consider bringing back some machines. Rest assured on this point. She glanced at Hyder and then at Far Eyes. Both read a sense of responsibility in her eyes. Your words give us confidence. Hyder firmly believed in Amaze, just as Amaze had once trusted their abilities and character. After bidding farewell to the two professors, Amaze went to Mace's house. The corridor between the two villas was only a few meters wide, but the self-built structure was very well constructed. As soon as Amaze entered, someone informed Macy. Macy immediately came out to greet Amaze, showing respect. Let me see who got out of bed after just 10 days. These words were clearly meant as teasing. Macy thought Amaze's leg had only just healed enough to walk after a few days of rest. In the conditions of this world, being able to continue walking without dying was good enough. However, he hadn't expected that this tough and decisive girl would have stayed in bed for a full 10 days resting. It was entirely out of character for her. Amaze, who had almost forgotten about it, felt a bit annoyed when she turned around and saw Spencer backing away. Elroy needs me for something. I'll leave first. You play here well. Amaze didn't want to let the culprit leave right before her eyes, but Macy held her back. Don't look for your lover. You need to explain yourself to another person for lying in bed. Actually, Amaze wasn't too bothered by it. Lee Ebor had already clarified that it was indeed an accident. Moreover, she had compensated with some crystal cores as reparation. Though the pain had been intense at the time, by the next day, she barely felt much of it. Thinking it was due to her good health, Amaze hadn't given it much thought. Right, you injured your right leg. Why is that stern-faced judge also limping? If you know to rest when injured, why not make him rest as well? Amaze frowned. Who's limping? Who else? She gestured towards the one who had just left. Amaze saw the departing figure. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, composed demeanor. No different from the person she had known before. What had changed was Amaze's heart, which had become softer than ever. Chapter 53, Managing Meals. Macy pulled her into the house and arranged for her to sit on the sofa. It seemed that others already knew she had a bit of social anxiety. The auntie who worked with Sierra saw her come in, voluntarily brought a cup of water, smiled, and then left without saying much more. Macy, as if pinching a little chick, brought out a boy who was in his early 20s. Quickly apologized to Josephine Lin. The boy's face turned red, he lowered his head, and loudly said, Josephine Lin, I'm sorry. Then he stood there obediently, waiting for Amaze to speak. I've already punished him by cutting his food allowance in half this month. You don't know, he is the most voracious eater here, able to eat as much as 3 people. Now that his food allowance has been halved, it's like sentencing him to death. Amaze understood that this was Daphne who manipulated his ability but started to act recklessly. Just reaching adulthood, with some sense of self-respect and desire to show off, Amaze understood but wouldn't indulge him. Indeed, he deserves to be punished. Fortunately, the injury I sustained wasn't too severe. If an elderly person or a child had been injured, they might not have survived. Amaze was right about this. With her system enhancing water production, she had already healed quickly. If anyone else had been injured like this, they probably wouldn't have recovered in less than a month. Amaze didn't want to worsen relations with Macy over this matter. He has already been punished, and compensation has been made. She wasn't that petty and wouldn't let him off easily either. Since you have been punished by Macy, I will appoint you as the team leader for housing construction. All future housing work needs to be handled personally by you. Upon hearing this, the boy didn't expect to be scolded. Instead, he was assigned a role. Cherries. Josephine Lin. I will do my best and won't show off anymore. Macy smiled and said, why are you being more lenient than me? I haven't finished yet. His salary will be directly cancelled, making him work for free for half a year. Salary? Macy and the boy asked Amaze together. Cheria, more people will come in the future, and I plan to build a small base starting from these 2 villas. There will be more places needing construction, so you will be building houses for me for free. The boy's eyes lit up. As long as Josephine Lin isn't angry, I'll work for you for a year. Just provide meals. Amaze hadn't expected this. Are you trying to mooch off me? Let your sister Macy take care of your meals. I can't afford to feed you. Macy couldn't help laughing at this silly boy. She only wanted you to sign a 6-month contract, but now you've made it a year. Can't save you anymore. Just follow her and try to drain her resources as soon as possible. Everyone laughed, the atmosphere becoming lively. Macy first dismissed the boy, then seriously asked Amaze, "You're really planning to build a base? Although you have enough food, the place is indeed too small. And can you protect them? How much protection fee do you plan to charge?" Amaze had thought carefully about this. Her initial intention was to establish a base to protect her family, and helping others would also be good. Meeting a team like Mace's, helping them fight zombies together would be a good thing. This is just an idea. No one has joined us yet. But if someone does, I would choose to accept them, provided they have the ability to defend themselves. I don't need them all to be capable of fighting zombies like you guys, but they can't rely entirely on me for support. Those who can't fight zombies can work, engage in farming or education, or be a doctor. I don't keep idle people here. Amaze explained her thoughts to Macy and received her support. Indeed, the benefits here are sufficient. If they latch onto you like leeches, sucking you dry, we won't be far from death. That's gross. Amaze rejected Mace's strange metaphors. And what did you mean by salary? Salary is salary. Doctors and teachers working here will get paid. Living in my house means paying rent. One account for one expense. Macy chuckled. Typical of you. In comes from the left, out goes from the right. It seems no one can outsmart you. How can this be called outsmarting? Just exchanging what each needs. By the way, do you have anyone who can raise chickens, ducks, or geese? I have a batch of eggs, but I'm not very good at hatching them. Macy pondered. There's an elderly lady from the countryside who raised many before. But I can't guarantee whether she can hatch them or not. Amaze was delighted. It's fine. I just wanted to give it a try. I don't have many eggs on hand, and I will pay her wages regardless of the outcome. Whether successful or not, I'll calculate her wages based on time. If she succeeds, I'll give her two options, either exchange for crystal cores or meat or eggs. The elderly should be taking their midday naps at this hour. After they wake up, I'll discuss it with them and give you a definite answer. Amaze understood that Macy had her own methods and didn't mind waiting. I've said all I need to say today. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait, hold on. Macy stopped her. I inadvertently teased him today. Make sure he doesn't bear a grudge against me. Amaze didn't immediately understand but then realized Macy was talking about Spencer. I thought you feared no one. Who would have thought you'd be afraid of him? You don't know, when he came to discuss your work with me, his expression was so serious. It was as if I owed him 200 crystal cores. Alright, if you can manage to raise all these chickens, ducks, and geese, I'll owe you 200 crystal cores right away. Mace's eyes lit up as if infected by Amaze's enthusiasm. Guaranteed completion of the task, 200 crystal cores are signed. She just wanted to see if she could get something from this tightwad. I was just exaggerating. How could I possibly give 200 crystal cores? You couldn't get that even if you sold me. Macy didn't care. You, the big boss, just promised 200. 20 is the most I can give. Deal. Deal. Another few months of rent saved. Tricked. Amaze didn't expect Macy to start taking advantage like this. She found it amusing that Macy was now going down her path. They didn't chat for long before Amaze returned home. The house was quiet, seemingly uninhabited. She started browsing the nanny robots in the system she had been eyeing. With over 9,000 more points to spare, she planned to exchange for a few chicken and duck eggs to try. She flipped through the system interface while waiting for Alana to wake up. Chapter 54, A Way Out. Big Josephine Shinya, you're awake. Alana slowly came downstairs. Amaze greeted her when she saw her. I saw you made a lot of weapons, all of them seem very powerful. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered that Hobart had taken out a toothpick crossbow but didn't give her a demonstration. Alana sat down on the sofa next to her. I make these during my spare time. Actually, I have something serious to talk to you about. Cheria, just say it straight. Amaze was quite straightforward. The matter Alana was worried about mainly revolved around the work resources at hand and her children. Sue is at the age where she should be going to school. For now, I can still teach her. Macy has kids too, but I haven't seen much of them. I wonder if there are other kids who need to go to school. Now that we have basic living conditions, why don't we invest more resources in educating the kids in the future? Education isn't the only way out, but without education, the kids certainly won't have any future. They were thinking along the same lines again. The base wasn't yet established. The talents recruited to the base would not only require the most basic construction and survival supplies but also indispensable medical care and education. I've been thinking the same. We previously discussed building a base. The base needs psychics to help with its defense, while the lives of the psychics also need maintenance. Teachers and doctors are both resources that are currently scarce for us. Especially primary school teachers, since these children are young, suitable for primary school education. Seeing her so concerned about others, Amaze hastily added, the child in your belly will also need an education after it's born. Alana gently touched her belly. This child came at the wrong time. Amaze comforted Alana. Our situation now is better than many people's. This child will be born healthy and safely. Letting out a long sigh, Alana changed the subject. Let's not talk about this. If you decide to find some doctors and teachers, I'll post some articles online. Whether others can see them or find their way here is up to fate. It could be considered a method. Most information nowadays could only be spread by word of mouth, and very few bases had network access. Right, I have a nanny robot that can cook, wash dishes, and wipe tables. It's to share some of Sierra's workload. After all, we aren't few people now, and she's old. I wouldn't bear seeing her overwork. We'll just say you developed it. Alana knew that Amaze had predicted the apocalypse, so she decided to attribute the credit of the robot to her. You're really a good Samaritan. It's not good for too many people to know. Anyway, you might have been able to develop this. Sierra had always been caring towards Alana. Moreover, she was merely offering what she had, so she agreed readily. You flatter me. By the way, what name do you plan to give the base? Asked like that, Amaze realized she hadn't thought about this. I'm bad at naming things. Maybe we should ask everyone later. The base is what everyone has been guarding all along. I'm only contributing my part. Alana added. What's the reaction from other residents? After all, building a base might impact them, and some may not want other strangers to join. Amaze had once thought about this problem and started discussing her thoughts with Alana. There aren't many households here. We can let Elroy gather their opinions. They are all old neighbors who've lived here for decades. As long as we offer attractive benefits, I believe they won't object. And for the new recruits, I also have ideas. Psychic abilities will continue to be recorded normally, including levels. Ordinary people will be given suitable jobs, paid with crystal cores monthly. This way, even ordinary people without psychic powers who cannot kill high-level zombies can live here with crystal cores. Hearing her idea, Alana couldn't help but admire. Your move really counts. Basically, you only provide housing and food, and they work for you. Great planning, Boss Lin. Her exaggerated compliment drew a rejection from Amaze. I don't buy this from you. Wages should be calculated according to ability. We are currently short of doctors and teachers, so their wages may be set higher. For other occupations, which we don't lack for now, we won't consider hiring too many idle people. Alana understood her cautious expansion, but she said, currently, these are all plans. Once the base is really running, you'll find that you're short of people everywhere. Amaze lightly tapped her knees with her fingers. Cherries, that's true. I've thought about this carefully. There are many things we can't achieve with just a few of us. We need to recruit more talents. However, those aren't important right now. What's urgent is that you're showing significantly, and I don't have much meat left. Although you still have some supplements, without meat, it's impossible to get enough nutrition. I have eggs and plan to hatch chicks and ducklings. It was a good idea because many animals had been infected by the zombie virus and couldn't be eaten. You have an interesting idea, Alana said, but your eggs and duck eggs are not fertilized. Where are you going to hatch them? Amaze confidently replied, I have a way. The eggs and duck eggs in the system were naturally fertilized ones, but whether they could survive would depend on technology and fate. Hope these several thousand points aren't wasted. Fine, I'll follow your advice. Seeing you busy inside and outside, you're as concerned as Sierra. Why don't you be the godmother of this child? You care more about the baby than I do. Amaze felt emotional inside. After all, it was a little life, an unborn life. In this apocalyptic world, every new life was precious. She was perhaps lucky, having 2 chances to live, but most people only had one. Every life deserved respect. Alana interrupted her thoughts. I used a lot of crystal cores when making weapons before. Do you plan to reimburse me? She gently brought up the most important matter, hoping Amaze, this moneybags, could be generous and give her some crystal cores. Amaze suddenly collapsed onto the sofa like her soul had been sucked out. Help! Why am I not a millionaire with millions of crystal cores? Alana smiled and said, you are already the biggest rich landowner here. Reimbursing 20 crystal cores isn't too much, right? 20 crystal cores weren't much for what she wanted to be reimbursed. The ventilation system, the main gate, and the finished products in the weapons room had already cost more than 20 crystal cores. Shinya Tilda Amaze sat next to Alana in a flattering manner. Let's negotiate. Anyway, you have no use for crystal cores. How about trading them for something else? Chapter 55 Skills. Alana knew that saying this proved she had crystal cores but didn't want to give them out. Actually, it wasn't as if she absolutely needed the crystal cores. So what can we exchange for then? Amaze thought carefully and asked Alana, I wonder if we have enough diapers and formula for our little bow. These were the items that babies typically used the most. They were also things that could be exchanged within the system. It was just that their current level was only 1, having spent around 10,000 points to exchange items, in addition to experience points from planting trees and vegetables regularly. Upgrading to the next level still required quite a bit more effort. I've already prepared some of Little Bow's diapers and formula, enough to last for 3 months. What if I use 20 crystal cores to exchange for enough diapers and formula to last until the baby grows up? What do you think? Alana was naturally tempted. The supplies she had prepared for her child would likely run out in about 2 or 3 months, so Amaze's offer was sure to be fulfilled. Thus, she readily agreed. This is great, saving us so much trouble. Soon after, Sierra returned from outside, probably sweating from walking. The moment she entered, she complained about how hot it was. Amaze then exchanged for the nanny robot and invited Alana to take Sierra to see it. With one on each side, they led Sierra by her arms into the kitchen. Standing in the kitchen was a robot almost 6 feet tall, wearing a pink lace apron. It was a humanoid robot with no significant difference from a real human being, complete with a nose and eyes. They circled around it several times, discovering it didn't speak autonomously but needed to be given orders. It had 2 modes, cleaning mode, responsible for washing dishes, sweeping, etc., and cooking mode, which could prepare designated meals based on provided ingredients and the owner's preferences. Good heavens, what a wonderful gadget. Sierra observed the nanny robot for a while. Shinya, you can make something so amazing like this. Alana hadn't expected the nanny robot Amaze spoke of to look like this. Cherries, ha ha ha, indeed, she replied, a bit embarrassed. After all, the robot's attire was rather vintage and country-styled. Even Amaze was baffled by the rural atmosphere surrounding it, not expecting the system's aesthetic to be like this. She couldn't help feeling relieved, wondering if her tattoos were somehow related to the system, thankful they didn't come with pink lace as a hallmark. Sierra and Alana explored how to operate the robot switches. Amaze complained about the system and realized an important matter. Her system had upgraded. After buying the 10,000-point robot, the total reached the standard, upgrading to level 2. Upon entering the system interface, she was startled by an incoming gift package. The system, which hadn't spoken in a long time, finally came back to life. Congratulations on unlocking the second stage. Successfully unlocked finished dish function. Received a free mystery box gift. Why did you ignore me before? Amaze tried talking to it about not getting loans previously but received no response. Before her lay only a gift wrapped in pink with yellow ribbons. After hesitating for a second, she chose to open it. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 fences. Congratulations on obtaining 1 energy shield. Amaze's small black hand turned into a small red hand. The contents of this gift were surprisingly impressive. Just these fences alone numbered 5,000, totaling 2,500 meters, equivalent to saving Amaze 50,000 point. Energy shield. She didn't know its purpose yet, but it sounded like a powerful defense mechanism. Touching the energy shield option, she saw written on it. Activate with crystal cores, can withstand attacks, with higher level cores providing longer protection duration. Can be upgraded. What a fantastic thing. This seemed like delivering pillows just when one needs them. In the coming weeks, everyone wouldn't be too relaxed. This energy shield would give everyone a chance to catch their breath. Her brief days caught the attention of Sierra and Alana. Sierra waved her hand in front of her. Why is this child just standing there? Don't tell me you're missing my cooking so much you can't bear for me to use it. It's nothing. I was just thinking about something else. Amaze snapped back to reality. Naturally, I cherish your cooking, but with such good skills, it must be tiring every day. You should take this opportunity to rest well. Alright, then I can rest well. Growing vegetables and looking at flowers every day is also nice. Cherries. Both of them echoed Sierra. They studied for a long time and decided to let the robot cook dinner tonight, which would be like taking the first step. They gathered some vegetables and meat and selected tonight's meal on the robot's controller. The robot started up. It was busy like a real person. After they saw it run smoothly, they left it alone. Just in time, Amiel had already led the team back, and everyone chatted merrily downstairs. Alana and Amaze went down to discuss the base matters mentioned today with them. Only Sierra was uneasy about this high-tech thing and kept going back and forth to help the robot. Amaze told them about her intention to invest in education and healthcare, and the others all agreed. Elroy, you'll have to ask if the other neighbors are willing to join our base. If they're unwilling, we won't expand around their places in the future. Amaze chose to respect those people's choices. Okay, I'll ask tomorrow. Shitian, you can go out starting tomorrow. Obduraman's task was completed, allowing for normal rotation between the two. I still have a gift for all of you as compensation for the hard work during this period. I wonder if everyone prefers before or after dinner. Before the others could speak, Sierra came down first. What do you mean before or after dinner? Dinner is almost ready. Come try it quickly. The others didn't know a new robot had arrived, thinking Sierra had prepared new dishes, so they naturally cheered enthusiastically. Plates of beautifully crafted and appetizing dishes were placed on the table. Everyone looked forward to it eagerly, even Hobart was deceived. They praised Sierra's cooking one after another. Indeed, today's food is very delicious. Sierra's initial hopeful eyes turned into a forced smile. Great, turns out it cooks better than me. Chapter 56, Gift. Hearing her words, everyone at the table understood that Sierra hadn't cooked the meal. Alana didn't keep everyone in suspense. I created a robot that can help Sierra with stir-frying and cooking. Unexpectedly, everyone is quite satisfied with my robot. Thank you all for your support. Upon hearing Alana's explanation, everyone finally understood what had happened. Amaze naturally came over to comfort Sierra. The better the robot cooks, the more assured you'll feel about entrusting such an important task like cooking to it, right? Sierra was simply throwing a tantrum like an old child, but she knew very well what was right and what was wrong. Naturally, she agreed. They finished this meal amidst the lively chatter. After the meal, Amaze kept everyone back. Everyone gathered around the sofa, not knowing what Amaze was up to as she placed one cup of crystal core water after another on the coffee table. When she took out those cups, Sierra and the others were stunned. Aren't you a wood ability user? Even Obduraman, who had seen her take out large quantities of vegetables, was surprised. What kind of wood ability is this? Last time she even took out many vegetables for trade, isn't she a spatial ability user? For a moment, everyone except Hobart looked at Amaze, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Amaze felt bitter inside but couldn't say anything. She could only pretend not to know, attempting to muddle through. Sierra sighed. Turns out you're a dual ability user. Impressive, girl. Amaze's hand trembled slightly as she silently took out more cups, quickly filling the table with colorful and varied waters. Amaze placed a cup in front of each person. Hobart got a red one, while Amiel and Reuben received milky white ones. The cup in front of Alana was much lighter in color, a very pale green. Silas's cup of crystal core water resembled coffee. Marshall and Sierra's cups contained colorless crystal core water. This is today's gift, everyone can try a cup. But before drinking, I want to warn you. This is made from crystal cores and can trigger or enhance abilities. After drinking, you might experience intense discomfort. So it's up to you whether to drink it or not. Josephine Chignard, the water in front of you won't cause strong sensations and can be treated as normal water. Hobart was familiar with this substance, but he didn't expect the water to turn bright red this time, looking like a glass of watermelon juice. Amiel and Marshall both knew about crystal core water. Reuben remained unperturbed, as if aware of some things. Alana had long known about the various effects of crystal cores but never thought they could be consumed. Silas was dumbfounded. Can we really drink this? He asked in disbelief. Sierra also hadn't expected it. Oh, why would I need to drink this? It'd be such a waste. I'm already so old. Amaze promptly corrected her. At your age, having an ability could help avoid or deal with risks, which would give us younger generations peace of mind. Hobart was naturally the first to pick up his cup and drink it all in one gulp. This substance clearly came from second stage crystal cores or higher. Xiao Cherry must have put a lot of effort into preparing a suitable cup of crystal core water for everyone, so they couldn't let her down. Amiel and Marshall followed closely behind. Amiel wanted to enhance his ability, while Marshall still lacked any ability and was somewhat anxious. Alana stared at the cup, weighing her options, eventually picking it up and sipping slowly. The taste was peculiar, causing her to frown but speed up. Reuben watched the water in her cup, her eyelashes lowered, deep in thought, before slowly lifting the cup and drinking. Seeing everyone drink, Sierra and Silas also picked up their cups and began drinking. But the taste was truly unpleasant, making them drink slower and slower. Only Hobart, who started first, finished his battle. He felt a pain sharper than when he first awakened his ability. His reaction was extremely intense, and others also experienced varying degrees of pain. Only Alana, whose concentration was just right, finished without much discomfort, feeling warm and energized as her ability filled up. Marshall reacted most intensely. At first, he tried to endure it, curling up tightly. But finally, unable to hold back, he struck the marble coffee table in front of him, shattering it completely. Seeing the situation escalate, Amaze feared the energy impact was too strong, possibly activating his ability. She hastily yelled at him. Get out! Get out of the house quickly! Hobart, despite the pain in his body, swiftly pulled him up and dragged him to the courtyard outside. Marshall was dragged along like an ornament, completely unable to resist. The others gradually regained their strength but showed no changes. However, Marshall's pain became increasingly intense. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire courtyard changed. Amaze urgently pulled Alana backward, avoiding any accidental harm from Marshall losing control of his newly awakened ability. Suddenly, sand and gravel flew around the courtyard. The top layer of soil gathered in midair, forming a tornado made of clumps of earth. The suction force of the tornado grew stronger, and many onlookers felt its powerful force, stepping back. After about 1 or 2 minutes, Marshall finally managed to stop the wind. Amaze was the first to congratulate him. Congratulations. You finally achieved your wish and have your own ability. I didn't expect that true wind ability would be so impressive. I thought I had seen wind ability before, but it can't compare to yours at all. Marshall wasn't quite clear about what she meant, but those who had experienced the battle with the wood zombies chuckled. Reuben, being teased, spoke up. Now that you've gotten an ability, you're mocking me. Everyone laughed heartily. Amaze also reminded them. This crystal core water isn't as simple as soaking the crystal cores in water. I need to prepare it according to a specific ratio. I'll give each of you the next dose on schedule. You don't need to prepare it yourselves. If you do, and the zombie virus inside isn't cleaned properly, you might turn into zombies. Alana pondered. So, did the old lady downstairs do something like this? Based on my speculation, she probably ate the crystal cores raw. So if you're hungry, eat something else. Don't crave the crystal cores, or you might turn into a zombie and endanger your children. Got it. Who could steal your crystal cores anyway? As the subject of teasing, Amaze didn't intend to let herself be joked about any further. Chapter 57 Seed. Amaze decided to check on her precious vegetables. Due to Marshall's earlier rampage, quite a bit of soil was sent flying into the air. Not only was the yard covered in dirt, but the living room floor was also filled with dust. Knowing he was at fault, Marshall used his ability to return all the sand and soil back into the ground. Fortunately, her vegetables were relatively resilient, and most remained firmly rooted in the ground without being affected. Amaze diligently tended to the damaged seedlings, and before she knew it, night had fallen. The crescent moon in the sky appeared red, as if foretelling something. Amaze was fully aware of its implications. She gazed at the moon, contemplating how many points she still had left for exchanges. Amaze exchanged for 2 eggs, costing her 2,000 points, hoping both chickens would survive, 1 male and 1 female, to expand the flock. After reluctantly spending another second-stage crystal core to increase her points to 8,000, she purchased the seed that had previously been labeled as unknown by the system. This seed was quite unique, displaying an amber-like transparency. It looked just as crystalline under the moonlight. She hurried back to her room and carefully placed the seed in a flower pot she had prepared in advance. Amaze joyfully watered the seed with the core water. She hoped this 8,000-point seed would bring her some surprises. Even though the system itself wasn't entirely reliable, the items it produced always brought pleasant surprises. After buying this seed, Amaze was once again penniless. Although she had experienced this up-and-down feeling several times, she still wasn't used to it. All the gift packages were opened, and the points were used up, leaving only 39 second-stage crystal cores, including those given by Spencer during this period. Deciding to go out and hunt zombies to replenish her cores since her body had recovered, she made plans for tomorrow. Spencer, who had been watching her from upstairs while she was daydreaming in the vegetable garden, approached Amaze's doorway. Without knocking, he entered, watching Amaze lovingly water the seed and even talking to it. "You'd better talk to me instead of it. It won't give you crystal cores. Unlike me, I can get them for you as long as I go out. Only you know how to talk." Amaze retorted, "You weren't so smooth talking before." Spencer stood firm, "And you weren't so fierce either." At this, Amaze suddenly remembered something. "Forget what they said about me sleeping all day and risking leg injuries. I want to know how you handled things with Far Eyes. Since the water is specially made, I just added a little more water, didn't I?" Amaze had guessed as much but didn't expect him to be so meticulous. Far Eyes can't investigate further. It's better for Hyder to lead the research on the zombie virus. If Far Eyes continued investigating, there would be many things Amaze couldn't explain clearly. "Don't worry. The team has been looking for nearby cars these past few days. We'll need some of the gasoline you stored. Many cars are still functional, lacking only fuel. We'll plan a trip." Amaze had mentioned the lab situation to him, making the vehicles crucial. The next morning, Amaze woke up early. Most matters within the villa had been settled, and she asked Alana to focus on making more generator-like devices. Only 2 generators could power the 2 villas steadily. Other areas needed more machinery for stable electricity. Alana agreed, "As long as you provide crystal cores, I'll make whatever you ask." "Goodbye, then." Hearing about crystal cores, Amaze turned around and ran. This amused Alana, who held her stomach laughing. That day, she and Spencer led 8 young people to kill many zombies several kilometers away from the villa complex. She vented the frustration built up over the past few days, which was almost worth the mushrooms growing on her mind. Killing zombies also replenished her crystal cores, achieving 2 goals at once. For 3 consecutive days, she went out crazily. During the day, she focused on killing zombies and obtaining cores, causing the young people to grumble since they couldn't compete with her. In the evenings, she fretted over why her little seed hadn't sprouted yet. Finally, on the first day of autumn, the seed sprouted, its tiny head poking out of the soil. Its color resembled its seed form, clear and amber, just slightly lighter. From then on, every morning Amaze would specially observe it and water it. And every night, she would check on it again. After another 3 days, Amaze's body began to protest. Every day was filled with high-intensity zombie hunting, and her recently rested body couldn't take it anymore. She had no choice but to be forcibly kept at home to rest by Spencer. By this time, that seed had grown larger and larger, its dense branches wrapping around the entire villa like a creeper. Unfortunately, it didn't have large leaves like a creeper, it only had bare branches, with the thickest part no thicker than a little finger. On the bright side, its color was quite appealing, so even without leaves, it wasn't ugly. Everyone knew this plant was being raised by Amaze, so they didn't mind its rampant growth. Even Sierra praised it to Amaze. "This thing looks really nice. When the sun shines on it, it sparkles. So beautiful." Beautiful as it was, Amaze felt more pain. 8,000 points, and nightly irrigation with crystal core water, yet it only grew into an ornamental plant with no apparent practical use. She thought of the nanny robot the system exchanged for her, feeling choked up again. Maybe, perhaps, probably, she had truly been tricked by the system. Still, Amaze refused to give up, insisting on watering the sapling every day. That sapling had already surrounded their villa, Mace's villa, and the self-built house in between. The 3 houses were tightly connected by the same plant. From afar, it looked like golden, shimmering glazed tiles, while up close, it was clearly a leafless vine. When she pinched it, it had the special resilience of a plant, distinctly different from its brittle appearance. One day, Amaze didn't go out and started watering her vine early in the morning. Even though it had no leaves, Amaze still considered it a vine. After several days, Amaze had accumulated 9,000 points, plus 5 second-stage crystal cores. The first-stage crystal cores were directly made into crystal core water. Seeing everything around improving, she hummed a tune, calculating her points when a security guard brought 2 people inside. The guard shouted loudly from outside the fence, "Is anyone in there? Your family members are back. Come recognize them." Chapter 58 Solitude. Sierra was watering flowers in the courtyard of the hall when she heard noises outside and ran out. "Who's back? Let me see." As soon as she opened the door, she burst into tears and laughter at the sight of the person outside. Her unusual behavior caught Amaze's attention. Looking down, she saw a girl in pink clothes with 2 ponytails. She was spotlessly clean from head to toe. Seeing Sierra crying and laughing, the girl smiled and comforted her. No one knew what she said, but it calmed Sierra down. Amaze didn't care to know either. Behind the pink-clad girl stood a man who was almost 6 feet 3 inches tall, slender and long. He wore a black and white striped suit and looked very neat and tidy, standing behind the girl. Amaze lost all interest in watering flowers and turned back inside. Then she heard thumping footsteps downstairs. It was obvious that Amiel had been drawn by Sierra's voice. Amaze wasn't sure if excitement or resentment predominated in her heart. Finally, they were meeting again less than 2 months after the apocalypse began. This encounter was both expected and unexpected for Amaze. In her previous life, this person hadn't returned so early. For some unknown reason in this life, she returned earlier. She didn't want to face her now. Not long ago, she had just been affected by the zombie, repeatedly seeing scenes of her own death. If she faced her now, she might not be able to remain calm. Amaze feared losing control and causing bloodshed in front of Amiel, so she gave Amiel and Sierra some face by choosing not to go out. It was her way of being filial to Amiel. On one side was hatred, on the other was family ties. Amaze suppressed her emotions with all her rationality, giving her only this one chance. If this person dared to challenge Amaze in this life, she wouldn't let her off easily. Amiel went downstairs, hugging the girl while also crying and laughing. He looked quite mad. Amaze quietly walked to the balcony, watching the two embrace. After finally stopping his tears, they walked in hand. Coincidentally, Amiel looked up and saw Amaze's gaze, then smiled awkwardly. He inwardly sighed, oh no. These two girls really didn't get along, even during the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, the girl followed his gaze and saw Amaze still standing there, bathed in the morning light, looking ethereal. She couldn't help but think, she seems to be doing well. But she didn't intend for Amaze to continue living so comfortably. Jinghan, long time no see. The person greeted her warmly. How could you not recognize your older sister after so long? Amaze left the balcony expressionlessly. She had truly been foolish, wanting to watch their father-daughter reunion. Amiel was already accustomed to the conflict between them. Seeing that Amaze ignored Tasha, he didn't feel awkward at all, as they had always been like this. Come in, we're finally reunited. Amiel half-hugged Tasha and entered the house. This daughter had been raised by him through hardships for over 20 years. Every child was flesh and blood, he wouldn't favor anyone. Amaze lay quietly in bed, seemingly knowing everything happening downstairs. They chatted enthusiastically. Alana came downstairs and saw a cute little girl in an odd outfit, yet she was clean and well-groomed amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, not a simple feat. Jarrett quickly introduced her. This is Jinghan's older sister, my daughter, Tasha. Tasha. Alana knew Amaze didn't care about this so-called sister. But she couldn't refuse Jarrett's introduction, so she nodded politely in greeting. Tasha, unaffected by Alana's politeness, smiled sweetly. Hi, I'm Tasha. First time meeting, how should I address you? Alana, maintaining politeness, replied. My surname is Mark. Her meaning was clear, she obviously aligned with Amaze. She hoped Tasha would understand. Unfortunately, Tasha didn't seem to get it, calling her familiarly. You have a baby, so I'll call you Josephine Mark. Alana began to understand Amaze's feelings and quickly left. She stood up straight, supporting her belly, and walked out with a forced smile. Does the sister Mark not like me? How could Amiel not understand the undercurrents between them? He could only pretend to be ignorant. Don't overthink it. She always goes out to exercise at this time. Not long after Alana left the living room, she wanted to take a walk outside but met Spencer instead. She originally intended to mention Tasha to Spencer. But for some reason, she didn't want to say it and followed Spencer back. Spencer returned intending to discuss something about one of the residents' thoughts with Amaze. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he saw two strangers on the sofa. Calling them strangers wasn't entirely accurate. One was Tasha. After all, Spencer had lived in the Lin family household for quite some time and knew Tasha well enough. Amaze didn't like her, so naturally, neither did he. However, that wasn't the key point. Tasha was just a minor character. What intrigued him more was the man sitting beside her. Both were impeccably dressed and well-groomed. The man's suit was perfectly pressed without a single wrinkle. Clearly, both must have considerable strength to move around freely in this apocalyptic world. The man in the suit gave off an even colder vibe. Even when Ruben approached them, Spencer felt he shouldn't underestimate Ruben. But seeing this man made him realize that he shouldn't underestimate him either. Unlike Ruben, who exuded a scholarly air, clean and refreshing, this man felt darker and more restrained, silent like a puppet, clearly not someone easily dealt with. Tasha was merely a minor annoyance. If anything happened, it was 80 to 90% likely due to the man's ideas. Although his thoughts were many, the time it took was just a few seconds crossing the living room. Without any hesitation, he ignored their presence, walked through the living room, and went upstairs to find Amaze. Only then did he hear Tasha's coquettish voice from behind. Xiao Yuan, why are you still as aloof as before? Chapter 59, A Certain Type of Woman. Alana leaned against the door, laughing silently until her stomach almost hurt. Was Spencer aloof? The Ice Mountain King, who was as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier, never liked to talk much. How could he be more inclined to speak with someone Amaze disliked such as Tasha? It would be odd if he did converse with her. After enjoying this joke, Alana left the place, planning to drop by Mace's place. After all, if the base wanted to find teachers, they still needed to assess the current situation of Daphne Wren before hiring suitable candidates. At this moment, Spencer knocked on Amaze's door. She thought it was Alan and hesitated for a moment before getting up from the bed, clearly unwilling. Opening the door, she intended to give him a cold stare to express her displeasure, but was surprised to see Spencer instead. Spencer New Leaf felt bad upon seeing her dispirited look. He raised his hand and rubbed her cheek, saying nothing. The family situation was complicated. The animosity between Amaze and Tasha had not been formed overnight. Actually, Tasha was just an ambitious certain type of woman. What made it difficult for Amaze to choose was the attitude of Alan and Sierra. The two grew up together, and their parents always tried to maintain harmony, which exacerbated the conflict between the two girls, eventually leading them down an irreconcilable path. Closing the door, both were silent in quiet. Spencer embraced her, silently consoling Amaze. Amaze wasn't wrong, neither was Alan. All faults lay with the scheming Tasha, right? This was not only Spencer and Amaze's thought but also what Alana thought as she ranted about it. Alana and Macy met because of Amaze's leg injury last time. Both appeared cold. They first met due to Amaze and exchanged formalities. However, after some interaction, they realized that beneath their similar cold exteriors, they were two very different people. Alana was more confident and competent, even with a rebellious and bold spirit within her bones. Her pregnancy only softened her slightly. Macy, on the other hand, used to be a playful and cheerful girl. Unfortunately, due to her ability, she took on the responsibility of her team members' fates, thus using a cold exterior to protect herself, so as not to have the whole squad looked down upon or bullied because she was the captain. The two became fast friends. Though Macy didn't know yet about Tasha's return, she surely would. Alana directly ranted about it to her. Macy was intrigued by the thick-skinned Lolita girl in Alana's mouth. In Macy's mind, although Amaze seemed ruthless and petty, she actually had great tolerance. Deep down, she was kinder than many people in this apocalyptic world. Kind, but not blindly so, she had her own principles. There weren't many people who could make her dislike. Although Macy hadn't met Tasha, through Alana's retelling, she started to secretly admire Tasha. What kind of strong mentality could she have, to ignore Amaze's cold face for so many years? Macy naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to watch the fun unfold, so that noon, she went along with Alana to the villa. They boldly came over and explained the situation to Alan. "I've come to play with Jinghan and mooch off a meal. Elroy shouldn't mind, right?" Alan understood the significance of this meal, but since it would come out sooner or later, he didn't hide it. "Come on, it's fine, eat freely. You're kids, I can hardly withhold food from you, can I?" Alan laughed heartily. Sierra was also happy about Tasha's return. She quickly decided to personally host a welcome feast for Tasha that day. While happily thinking about the menu, she felt a bit guilty. Both Amaze and Tasha grew up under her watchful eyes. Although she favored the ever-polite Amaze, she didn't completely dislike Tasha either. The girl wasn't inherently bad. She just didn't realize it all these years. Unexpectedly, this family drama continued even into the apocalypse, causing Sierra to sigh in the kitchen. And at the same time, Alan sighed on the living room sofa. Now Tasha brought back a boyfriend, and Amaze found her place too. With both daughters grown up, he never expected the conflicts at home to escalate. As an old father, Alan was torn. After all, weren't both of them his children? Everyone took their seats with a mix of embarrassment, awkwardness, and curiosity, and thus began today's lunch. Tasha sat down with the man and thanked them for the meal openly, showing no surprise at all in her words and expressions. Macy secretly admired this fact. She hadn't expected that anyone from the Lin family, wherever they were, would live so comfortably. If it were one person, it might be an accident, but if both children were like this, she couldn't help but admire how well Alan had cultivated their abilities. Initially, Amaze didn't want to have lunch, yet she still came downstairs. She and Tasha sat on either side of Alan. At this moment, everyone finally knew the name of the silent man, Alan. Amaze didn't care about his name, but she cared about his gaze on her. Almost since she came downstairs, his eyes had followed her. Knowing that he was Tasha's boyfriend, it seemed like others would mistake him as Amaze's boyfriend. Even if he stared to get revenge for Tasha, wasn't it a bit too long? Moreover, Amaze could tell his gaze was not vengeful, but comparing or confirming something. Regarding her confusion, Spencer expressed his displeasure more directly by staring right back at Alan. Neither of them backed down. Alan tried to break the awkward atmosphere between the two by nagging Tasha loudly. "You just made one call back then and never called me again. Do you know how worried I was? It's not easy for a girl out there, really making your old dad anxious." He kept nagging Tasha but was easily pacified by her, just like how Amaze used to calm him down. This made Macy smirk inwardly. Indeed, only your enemy knows you best. Both sisters deflected in the same way. Listening to Tasha's sweet voice soothing Alan, Alana muttered, "Tease." Amaze, who had been eating without much concern, laughed out loud at this. Shinya always hit the mark. Back then, she herself responded the same way, and Alana said nothing. Now saying the same thing, Alana quickly labeled her as a tease. This hypocritical behavior made Amaze like Alana even more. Deciding to give her an extra chicken leg every day, Macy didn't dare laugh, it was others' family affairs. As for Spencer, he laughed along with Amaze, enjoying her happiness. For a moment, these strange dynamics created an awkward scene. Tasha proved to have a strong heart. She acted as if she hadn't heard anything and continued to comfort Alan. Despite their significant conflicts, both sisters knew exactly how to please Alan and Sierra, knowing what would make them happy. The meal passed uneventfully, except for Alan and Sierra. Amaze returned to her bedroom, looking at her vines. Only she knew what was on her mind. Spencer continued with his afternoon work. Tasha chatted with Alan in the living room all evening, filling the villa with their back-and-forth conversations. By evening, when dusk fell, Ruben returned with a large group. Having not spoken privately to Amaze for a long time, he broke his usual routine and went to her bedroom. "The grievances between you and your sister are trivial, it's the people behind her that you should watch." Amaze knew he referred to Alan. Not only Reuben, but Spencer also mentioned him to her. He is a bit peculiar. Both held the same opinion about Alan. And her own feelings towards him were distinctly uncomfortable. It seemed he had quite a few issues. The atmosphere in the evening was better than at noon, perhaps because others had gotten used to the situation between the two sisters. After dinner, Amaze continued her moon-gazing activity while Alan kept complaining about Tasha all day. By night, he couldn't resist expressing his regret to Amaze. He couldn't articulate heartfelt words to show his love equally. But Amaze understood this middle-aged man's heart. Standing under the same moon, silently for a few minutes. Go back. I'm just here looking at the moon for a while. Silence flowed around them. Ultimately, Alan still had to leave. Amaze closed her eyes. Will you blame me? Alan didn't speak, seemingly deliberating. Will you blame me? She repeated it again. Life and death are fated. I don't know if I have that destiny. To share family bliss with his two daughters. Alan left, his footsteps seeming to age him by a decade in an instant. After a brief pause, Amaze then called out to somewhere on her right. Having watched for so long, why don't you come out? Chapter 60, Attending the Banquet. You've been staring at me for so long. What do you want to say? Amaze took the initiative, not wanting to waste any more time with her. Of course, I'm just observing my capable younger sister whose wings have grown so strong that she now treats her elder sister like this. Her expression was sad, but Amaze knew it was nothing more than crocodile tears. Walking out from the darkness into the moonlit area, the silver light bathed the earth, draping both of them in a cool veil. Facing each other, the distance between the two was less than a meter. Amaze, do you know? I've never hated you this much in my entire life. Suddenly, a tear fell from her eyes, rolling down her distorted cheeks. The hatred in her eyes almost burned Amaze. She didn't know what had happened to her, but something had made her this furious. Amaze felt something was off. Tasha's behavior was too strange. To test whether she had really been reborn, Amaze softly uttered a name. Herb, have you seen him? He was the captain of their squad in the previous life, always playing the nice guy behind the scenes. Tasha met him after the apocalypse. They didn't know each other before then. They only became a couple after surviving the apocalypse together. But she showed no reaction, and Amaze confirmed that Tasha hadn't been reborn. Then why would she say those things? Questions piled up in her mind. There are some things I can't say, but I won't be lenient with you anymore from now on. She leaned closer to Amaze, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Amaze curled her lips into a smile. Do you think I will let you off this time? With accumulated new and old grievances, both Amaze and Tasha knew that only one of them could remain. Tasha scrutinized Amaze from head to toe. You managed to escape last time. Truly fortunate. Let's see if you're that lucky again this time. Last time? Amaze frantically searched her memory for recent events related to Tasha. But they were all issues from before the rebirth. What? Didn't you guess it was me? So, you're not as dumb as I thought. If I can send them, I can send even more. To the death. Amaze, this isn't over between us. She left like a victorious rooster, leaving behind an ominous warning. Amaze felt as though she had fallen into a trap. From A to the snake charmer, everything was connected to Tasha. And there were also secrets between Tasha and Bowie that were unspeakable. Amaze sensed that they were in a life-and-death struggle, but she hadn't yet grasped the truth, as if a fog still clouded everything around them. The next morning, Amaze prepared to lead the team out. However, she found a letter on the coffee table in the living room. It was just a piece of paper. The top half was written on, while the bottom half was completely blank. Amaze. Meet at the Hot Spring Palace at 10. Tasha. The rest of the paper remained blank. Impulsively, Amaze placed the letter under a cup. She decided to attend Tasha's invitation. But she couldn't go directly. She wanted to ask Alana if she had anything useful for self-defense. Just as she went upstairs, she saw Spencer descending the stairs. He casually asked, "Aren't you supposed to leave? Why did you come back up?" Tasha left a note and walked away. "She's declaring war on me." Spencer quickly stepped onto the same step as Amaze, leaning forward slightly so their eyes were at the same level. "Are you going?" His gaze was filled with deep concern. This wasn't just a simple conflict between two people, there were also feelings involving Amiel. "Of course, I have to go. Why shouldn't I? This is an opportunity. If I miss it, I might regret it for the rest of my life." Spencer stared at her. He knew this brave girl who dared to love and hate would face anything head-on. Brave but not reckless. "I'm going to find something useful from Josephine Shinya now. Since she dared to invite me, there must be a trap. We need to be prepared." Spencer pulled her hand and went up to find Alana but found no one in her room. He casually opened Tasha's room and noticed how tidy it was, as if no one had slept there. It seemed those two had already set up ambushes in the resort. The priority now was to find Alana. Just as they were about to look for her, they ran into Amiel. So eager, "Where are you going?" Amaze froze at the sight of Amiel, who seemed unaware of what was happening. Making decisions, helping you make decisions. Amaze dragged Spencer downstairs without giving Amiel a chance to react. Glancing at the clock, it was already 9:40. If she didn't arrive by 10, given Tasha's temper, it might end this confrontation. Amaze did not want to miss this legitimate opportunity. She believed that in her previous life, she had been too naive to trust Tasha. But in this lifetime, she had already outgrown such naivety. She wouldn't tolerate Tasha any longer. Forget about who Tasha had once been, They drove the top-of-the-line modified off-road vehicle they arrived with, their hearts as filled with uncertainty as before. Amaze filled up the tank and sat in the passenger seat. She turned to Spencer. "Do you regret coming with me?" An unknown, carefully laid out path lay ahead. Spencer said nothing but stepped on the gas and sped away. "If anyone should regret, it's you, since I'm the one driving." They soon left the villa complex, heading west, where the hot spring palace was located. It was a resort with hot springs, bamboo groves, rockeries, parks, and lodging places. A fairly large recreational area. Before, they always went east to clear zombies because of this place in the west. During the outbreak, many people were trapped inside the resort, making the zombie population immense. Small teams set out each day, most without powers. Without full preparation, they dared not come here to challenge these zombies. They had to be responsible for everyone's safety. This was their first time at the resort. On the way, Spencer frequently glanced at Amaze. "Are you sure it's today? Tasha has powers, I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. Should we wait?" Amaze was firm in her decision. "I'm afraid if I miss this chance, I won't have another. Today is the final showdown." Spencer understood her determination. He then stepped hard on the gas. The nearly half-hour drive was finally completed in 9 minutes and 58 seconds, thanks to his hurried driving. The entrance to the resort looked like an elegant garden, a good place for holidays. Now it had become a playground for zombies. Inside, it was more dangerous than ever. Based on their speculation, there might be second-stage zombies, or even third-stage ones, which weren't unimaginable. For both zombies and humans, reaching stage 3 was difficult, but they had to prepare for the worst. Neither of them had faced a third-stage zombie before. Amaze didn't dare underestimate it. After getting close to her, Spencer handed her something sharp. Chapter 61, Darling. Amaze lowered her head and there it was, the toothpick crossbow she hadn't tested that day, brought over by him. She knew Spencer possessed extraordinary abilities and a fierce fighting style. She also knew his greatest concern was always for her. Thus, she didn't refuse, accepting this weapon without hesitation. This would be the best aid to compensate for her shortcomings in long-range attacks. Walking through the main gate, what met her eyes were artificial rock formations and trickling streams. Unfortunately, the water was not clear. Instead, it contained faint red streaks and insoluble blue substances. These were the carriers of the zombie virus. The deeper they went inside, the more eerie it became, with no sound of birds or insects. "You are quite brave to come here." A sweet voice came from behind the rock formations. "You've become braver than before. In the past, you only knew how to yield when I bullied you. Now, you dare to confront me. I must say, Amaze, you've impressed me." Her shrill voice was especially noticeable in the silent garden. Her pink attire complemented her delicate appearance, making her look even younger. Amaze sneered inwardly at this. Not only did she look young, but her mentality was childish too. "I still don't have your guts to dare venture out late at night and challenge me. It seems you've gained considerable skills." Facing her provocation, Amaze certainly wouldn't back down. However, she didn't expect Tasha to laugh but not respond. Her gaze held a deep meaning, making Amaze slightly startled. With a swift swoosh, a slender object flew through the air. Spencer reached out and, dragging Amaze forward with several flips, barely dodged the arrow. Upon standing up, they discovered 3 arrows embedded in the ground nearly half a meter deep where they had been standing. Bowie emerged from the shadows, his suit now disheveled, contrasting sharply with his spotless and orderly appearance from yesterday. He didn't speak but his expression was peculiar, appearing even more dangerous than yesterday. His mental state was clearly off. "Tasha, what new tricks do you have up your sleeve? Let's settle our business alone, it has nothing to do with others." Tasha spoke in a high-pitched voice. "Once here, everyone listens to me. Whether it concerns someone or not, everyone must follow my orders." Before her words faded, Amaze's figure already approached her. Forced to flee, Tasha retreated backward. Observing the battle scene all along, Bowie, upon seeing Tasha being pursued, hurriedly readied an arrow aimed at Amaze. But Spencer kicked it away. "Your opponent is me." And so the two began to fight fiercely. Dust and dirt flew around them as they fought, while on the other side, Tasha dared not engage Amaze up close. Ever since the apocalypse began, Amaze's demeanor had changed drastically within just over a month. She used to be timid, only daring to resist quietly, but now she could confront Tasha directly. Even with her powers, she dared not go head-to-head with her. Feeling things were going awry, Tasha ran further inside. Amaze followed in pursuit. As they ran deeper into the place, Tasha suddenly vanished into the bamboo grove in a momentary lapse of Amaze's attention. With no target in front of her, Amaze frowned. The area was too quiet, it was obviously a trap. She scanned the surroundings, trying to locate Tasha. A rustling sound came from behind her, and the swaying bamboo suggested multiple presences. Though unsure what was happening, Amaze knew it wasn't good. Since Tasha dared enter, it must be a well-laid trap, yet she wasn't afraid. Gripping her dagger tightly, she carefully observed the changes around her. In a few breaths, she saw numerous figures stumbling toward her. Behind her were dozens of stiff-bodied figures pursuing her. They looked unintelligent but moved surprisingly swiftly. Within seconds, they were almost upon her. Amaze could handle 1 or 2 level 2 zombies, but a mixed swarm of nearly 100 level 1 and level 2 zombies was beyond her capabilities. Seeing the situation worsening, she found a less populated area among the zombies and ran. Oddly, as she ran, not many zombies pursued her. Only a few straggled after her, following her scent. Looking back, she saw more zombies heading in the opposite direction. Large, small, fat, and thin figures all concentrated in that direction, their numbers growing denser with continuous growls. If something was amiss, it must be abnormal. As a living person, those zombies should be chasing her. So, what or who was on the other side? Quickly dispatching the few nearby zombies, she headed to rendezvous with Spencer. As for searching for Tasha, that was placed after dealing with Spencer's situation. Given the current bizarre circumstances, the danger doubled with 2 people battling 100 zombies and 2 others who might ambush at any moment. Amaze thought that even if they were to die, they should die together. At this moment, Spencer had already subdued that man, making him kneel on the ground with his head buried in the soil. His body was tightly bound by Spencer to a stone. Spencer saw Amaze running towards him from afar, looking panicked, not knowing what had happened. Amaze glanced at Bowie and said to Spencer, "I can't find Tasha. The zombies are gathering over there. It feels really strange." She kicked the man lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. "Do you know what kind of powers Tasha has? Don't play dead with me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never get the chance to pretend again." To their surprise, despite looking human, the man lacked any backbone. "Ha ha ha ha, Tasha's power is extremely strong. If you don't kill her, you won't be able to leave here this time." Spencer dislocated his wrist and crushed the bones. "Just tell the truth. Don't act all mysterious and speak half-truths. Her power is to control zombies, to control zombies." Bowie's eyes glowed red, clearly abnormal. He was likely controlled by Tasha too. The 2 didn't plan to deal with him further and decided to search for Tasha. According to the man, Tasha could control zombies. Even if they escaped, she knew where the villa complex was. If she went mad and directed those zombies to find them, it would bring disaster to many civilians. They knocked Bowie unconscious and tied him to the stone, planning to come back later to interrogate him. After some consideration, they decided to head toward the zombie gathering area. It felt too eerie to ignore. Tasha actually stood atop a tall artificial rock. The zombies below reached up with their hands as if worshipping her. They were all silent, no shouting, just reverently facing Tasha. That girl in pink clothes seemed like the queen of these zombies. Tasha suddenly turned and saw the 2 hiding in the shadows, smiling eerily. "You think you can escape, Amaze? I have your hair, as long as I'm not dead." She pointed to the zombies below, hungry and waiting, drawing a circle with her fingertip. "They will chase you to the ends of the earth." Her voice grew hoarse. "To the death. Taste my new power, darling." Chapter 62 Pain. New power? Do you think you're the only one with a new power? I've already heard about it. Wood element and space power, living quite comfortably, aren't you? Tasha was able to survive in her previous life not just because of Herb's protection, but also due to her ability sneak peek. She could see secret documents stored safely from afar. But she didn't expect that her power had changed in this life. More importantly, for her to mention new powers implied that she too was reborn. While Amaze was still pondering over the strangeness surrounding Tasha, Tasha was already preparing to give an order. "If you've got the guts, then kill me." Amaze believed that she had become different from her past self in this life. The provoked Tasha, her tone frenzied. "Otherwise, I won't let you off easily either." Clapping her hands. "Amaze, if I can kill you once, I can do it again." With a casual gesture, the horde of zombies turned towards Amaze and the other person. There were many level 1 zombies, occasionally a few level 2 zombies among them, but not many. Even if their strength wasn't impressive, their sheer numbers would exhaust the 2 of them to death. For the first time, Amaze felt that the crystal cores on the heads of these zombies no longer held any allure for her. "Enjoy it well, little sister." This was the first and last time Tasha called Amaze little sister since being reborn. Facing the full-speed attacking zombies, Amaze and the other person exchanged glances, deciding to confront the enemy. Even if they tried to leave, these zombies wouldn't let them go. It might as well be all out now, every bit of effort counts. Besides, the bamboo forest had its advantages. These old bamboos, although barely sufficient, could still support a person without a problem. These zombies haven't yet gained intelligence and can't climb trees. Watching Amaze and the other person dodge up and down against the zombies, Tasha laughed hysterically, clearly showing signs of mental instability. Who knew at this moment, that man suddenly appeared from another direction. "Stop playing around, Tasha. Have you forgotten what the Holy Master asked you to do?" His enraged voice drew Tasha's displeasure. "No one can stop me. Things have reached this point, I simply cannot stop. You controlling me just now, the Holy Master knows about it. You should change your plan quickly, it's not too late to mend the sheepfold after the sheep is lost." Eavesdropping Amaze heard their conversation. "Holy Master, the Holy Master again. Who is this Holy Master?" That man directly pulled out his bow, arrowed, and shot. Tasha wanted to dodge but still got grazed by the arrow, bleeding profusely. Blood trickled down from her arm, dripping onto the rockery. The zombies attacking Amaze and the other person suddenly paused as if someone had hit pause on all of them. Taking advantage of the chaos between the 2, Amaze and Hobart cleared out all the zombies around them. The rest of the zombies, after standing still for 2 seconds, abruptly turned around and surrounded Tasha like lunatics. Unlike before, they did not worship her but looked crazily bloodthirsty. Some zombies even began to reach out their hands and drag Tasha's legs and feet. The man hadn't expected that the wound would incite such a riot. Panicked, Tasha, who had never faced such a situation before, wobbled unsteadily. Stimulated further, the zombies below became more active, grunting continuously. As she steadied herself, she saw a huge palm-sized handprint rushing towards her foot. She hurriedly jumped onto another rock, avoiding a fatal blow by inches. A huge handprint was imprinted on the stone. Tasha shuddered in horror. Had it been a split second later, it would have been over. Not only that zombie attacked her, but all the surrounding zombies started rioting. Suddenly, both powered and powerless zombies rushed towards Tasha. Amaze originally wanted to add fuel to the fire, but unexpectedly, that madwoman began talking to her despite the danger. Amaze, now that things are like this, are you satisfied? Amaze was puzzled. Given the backlash Tasha was suffering, obviously due to her own malice, it was absurd for her to blame Amaze for the current predicament. It could only be said that Tasha truly had a psychological issue. Amaze aimed her toothpick crossbow at Tasha. Tasha, I've given you so many chances. I even thought that if you could behave yourself and bring joy to Elroy this time, I might consider disabling your power and sparing your life. But you provoked me time and time again. The place was chosen by you, and the zombies are controlled by you. You brought this upon yourself, right? The arrows from my crossbow aren't for show, they haven't tasted human blood yet. How about being the first one? Tasha held her neck up high, staring at the frenzied zombies below with a determined heart. She yelled at Amaze. You have no idea how much pain I've been in since that incident. Is it your pain or mine? Amaze interrupted her. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This person had always been selfish, as a child and even now as an adult. It's mine, it's mine, it's mine. Only the living know true pain. Only those who were chosen and then abandoned can feel the deepest pain. Amaze didn't interrupt her. She only wanted to understand what everyone in Tasha's world did wrong to be betrayed by her. I've experienced things you could never imagine before coming here. The Holy Master, he. Tasha choked on her words, unable to utter a single syllable. This scene was eerily similar to last time, when the snake charmer also couldn't reveal any secrets. It must be another of that so-called Holy Master's doing. Her voice stopped and continued. After he found me this time, I was imprisoned, beaten, and forced to obey. And you knew nothing of it, living here with Alan and Hobart. What about me? Amaze understood she was talking about after her rebirth. I did nothing but endured so much pain. Soon, she couldn't hold on anymore, frantically jumping between the rocks, trying to escape their attacks. But unexpectedly, her foot slipped, and she fell half a meter. That half meter gave a tall zombie the opportunity. He pulled her down nearly half a meter more, her hand still gripping the rock tightly while the lower half of her body was gnawed at by the frenzied zombies. The pain made her start thrashing wildly, struggling desperately to climb upwards. The zombies seemed even more excited, making continuous grunting noises. Those zombies that didn't get any flesh pushed forward desperately, and soon, Tasha was already eaten up to her knees. With one final effort, she tore off half her leg, her upper body sitting atop the artificial hill. Baring her teeth in pain, she was almost on the verge of fainting. Not just this time, but every time after that, I was in agony. I had no one left in the world, everyone abandoned me. By that time, Amaze knew she meant this life. Wondering why she used this time and that time instead of explicitly mentioning both lives, was it to avoid mentioning Hobart? Or, Herb found me, using you as an excuse, he abandoned me. He suggested it, but I ended up being the discarded pawn. Amaze, you'll never know the pain of being chosen and then cast aside. You were always the chosen one, you've never been abandoned. Her expression changed abruptly, her voice turning hoarse. Amaze, let's call it quits for these years. Can you give me a swift end? A swift end. Another swift end. How many swift ends can there be? Amaze raised her toothpick crossbow, aiming at her shoulder. It seems the zombies haven't hurt you enough. Originally, she intended to cause some pain, to make her regain clarity, to realize what she was doing and saying. The arrow flew from her bow. Just as it was about to pierce Tasha's shoulder, something astonishing happened. Chapter 63 Care. Tasha's head was actually moving, shifting rapidly to another place. Her head moved to the position of her shoulder and would continue downward according to its trajectory. Unfortunately, when Amaze's arrow struck her shoulder, her head was near the shoulder, and thus her entire face was directly pierced by the arrow. Thankfully, her brain wasn't damaged, only half of her face was nailed to her shoulder and ceased changing. Where was the trace of that soft Lolita that she once was? Bowie. She roared loudly, pain mingling with fury. Blood further stimulated the activity of the zombies. Some drops fell near them and were all vied for and consumed by the zombies. The atmosphere grew more agitated. Amaze noticed that Bowie was also in great agony. Just now, he had been so ostentatious but now knelt on the ground, spitting blood from his mouth while clutching his chest in evident pain. He seemed to be suffering even more than Tasha. It appeared there was something they hadn't understood about this strange transformation. It must have been due to Bowie's ability, perhaps intended to save her life, without realizing that Amaze hadn't meant to kill her directly. Now, with the ability interrupted, he suffered a backlash. Tasha also seemed unable to revert to her original state. Thus, unnaturally nailed there, neither human nor ghost. Amaze didn't know if this was good or bad. Tasha's cheeks twitched continuously, taking quite some time before she could glare fiercely at Amaze and speak. Every word tugged at her flesh, with blood flowing down constantly. Amaze barely heard her murmurs as she spoke, and had to step closer to hear her. Back then, it was me who did it, everything was done by me. Her sneer, matching her current appearance, made her look like a demon from the abyss. What did you do? Amaze felt she had committed many evils and couldn't figure out which specific one she was referring to. She screamed. It's Amiel. Amiel was my doing. Her voice gradually softened, 2 clear tears streaming down, mixing into the wounds, creating a frighteningly bloody scene. Herb forced me. He had no power and couldn't escape. The zombies were about to surround us, and Herb kept hinting at me. If I didn't push him out, I would be pushed out by him. To follow his group, I had no choice but to do it. Her lips trembled. So I say, he died, it wasn't wrong, it was my doing. After saying this, Tasha slowly closed her eyes, with one corner of her lip curling into a mocking smile. The person who killed her father felt a bit of guilt. Hearing her confession, Amaze's hands shook with anger. That man doted on them for 20 years, even though he wasn't Amaze's biological father. Cherit, unexpectedly, Tasha not only killed her own father but also committed such an inhumane act. Preparing other backup arrows, Amaze shot one after another, shooting 3 times in succession, trembling all over until the crossbow slipped from her weakened grip and fell to the ground. Arrows hit vital spots on Tasha's head, heart, and neck. Instantly, gushes of dark blood spewed from her mouth, splashing onto the zombies below, fueling their frenzy. She suddenly laughed. I never wanted to die at the hands of these non-human things, yet I ended up sparing them the trouble. Closing her eyes, Tasha's body slumped downwards, powerless. Facing this delivered meal, the zombies were naturally excited, rushing forward to feast. Tasha didn't struggle, using her last strength to shout loudly. Amaze, I hate you. Many people liked you, even he liked you. She instinctively glanced at Hobart but quickly realized she was mistaken. Tasha had always disliked Hobart since childhood and wouldn't have said something like that. Who was it? Take care of. Amiel. These were Tasha's last words. A dying person's words can sometimes be kind. Amaze, filled with rage, picked up the crossbow and fired several shots again, killing a few zombies in a surprise attack. You're unworthy to mention him. You aren't worthy. Tasha was still thinking of Amiel at the end. But she referred to Amiel, not father. Until the actions of those zombies stopped, presumably having devoured her entirely. Leaning lightly against the stone behind her, Amaze muttered. I don't need you to say that. I will take care of him well. Amaze's emotions were far from calm, facing someone she had struggled with for 2 lifetimes. Dying suddenly right before her, and revealing such a big secret. She now only hated that she couldn't drag her over to kill her with her own hands, instead of letting these zombies eat her. Hobart kept an eye on the heartbroken Amaze while seizing the time to wipe out the nearby level 1 zombies. Amaze had a burning anger in her heart and joined him in venting her frustration. While killing zombies, she also paid attention to Bowie's whereabouts. After devouring Tasha, some of the zombies turned to fight against the 2 of them. But more of them were rushing towards him. Amaze and Hobart realized this was not good and quickly tried to resolve the zombies around them before capturing Bowie alive. However, they were held back by the zombies. The zombie that consumed the most of Tasha's body started evolving its hand first. Its hand became as if it were encased in steel, incredibly tough. With each casual swing, a fierce wind blew. Any zombie nearby who couldn't dodge in time would be accidentally hurt or even eaten by it. Its current goal was no longer for reproduction but for gathering energy. At this rate, by the time Amaze and Hobart finished clearing the surrounding zombies, it might have evolved into a level 3 zombie by eating its own kind. It would be too late to act then. Amaze considered that Hobart had used his ability for half a day already. If he didn't replenish, his body would collapse due to the exhaustion of his power. Thus, she exchanged an energy pill in the system using 4 crystal cores and threw it to Hobart. Hobart took the pill, glanced at it and found it was the one he had taken before. Without saying much, he put it in his pocket. Amaze couldn't understand what he was doing. Isn't your ability almost depleted? Quickly take some supplements. To her surprise, Hobart shook his head. After killing a zombie approaching him, he patiently explained to Amaze. I will ration it. Fine, Amaze couldn't persuade him any further. So she leaped away to continue fighting the zombies, leaving behind a remark in the wind. Just you eat it, enough for sure. Her voice caught not only Hobart's eyes but also the gaze of the large zombie with iron-like palms. It made a loud slapping sound with both palms, keeping its eyes tightly on the rapidly moving Amaze. Chapter 64. Amaze lightly tapped with her toes and, with several leaps, flew to kick the zombie. The zombie was kicked back several steps, quickly stabilizing its body. With a gaping mouth, it let out a growl and, now enraged, moved swiftly towards Amaze. With just a casual wave of its hand, a massive gust of wind was produced, nearly knocking Amaze off her feet. She heard something like a whistle behind her and got an idea. Using the wind from its previous wave, she fell backward, sliding on the ground to avoid the attack. This zombie had clearly become intelligent. It understood that this move by Amaze was a sign of weakness, immediately ceasing its slaps and slowly approaching her step by step. Amaze, lying on the ground, had to tilt her head back to see it. Suddenly, its iron sand palm began to transform, its fingers gradually became more human-like. As it stepped closer with a sneer, long nails grew out. It raised its hand and plunged deep into Amaze's upper vital points. Not daring to be complacent, Amaze hurriedly retreated further, causing it to lunge forward in vain, its claws embedding deeply into the soil. After struggling for a while, it realized its hand was stuck, an enemy trick. Suddenly enraged, it started swinging its other hand wildly to chase after Amaze. At this moment, Spencer appeared not far behind it like a ghost. A fire dragon surged forth, severely injuring its back. Immediately, a burnt smell filled the air. Provoked, it randomly slapped around, kicking up dust. Amaze couldn't get close with it in front, so she gathered all her strength and nailed its palm and wrist to the ground with crossbow arrows. No matter how desperately it raged, it couldn't pull its hand out of the ground. Perhaps due to insufficient intelligence, it hadn't learned the resolve to sever its own limb, so it could only swing wildly around. Spencer's fire didn't just blow out by its wind but instead grew bigger. Suddenly, all the fire went out. The zombie, unaware of what happened behind it, was momentarily stunned. Just as it was about to raise its heavy sandbag-like palm and launch another attack at Amaze, Spencer's blade was already deeply embedded in its head. A clear clink resonated as metal clashed with the crystal core. Another sharp ding, signaling its death. Spencer pulled his dagger out and stabbed it again. At last, this near 3-road stage zombie ceased its struggles, truly dead. With one tug and a twist, he split open the zombie's head, revealing a silvery white glow inside. This was a silvery white crystal core they had never seen before, representing the steel attribute. Spencer handed the crystal core to Amaze. This nearly 3rd stage-sized core, as big as an egg, felt heavy in her hands. It wasn't much, 1,500 points when evaluated by the system, not unusual. 3rd stage zombies were few in number and extremely powerful. This zombie was merely approaching 3rd stage and couldn't use 3rd stage abilities, allowing them to take advantage of the situation. A true 3rd stage zombie might have turned the tables. Having finished dealing with the zombie, their most pressing task was to find Bowie. Only he knew the secrets Tasha hadn't revealed. No matter how slim the hope, they had to try. Amaze and Spencer rushed to Bowie's location. He was fighting a 2nd stage zombie using a bamboo flute, weakened by his ability backlash. They easily disposed of the zombie. Bowie's flute looked strikingly similar to the snake charmer's flute image. They feared what he might summon. Hurriedly advancing, they interrupted his attempt to play the flute. Amaze kicked him down, and Spencer grabbed the flute from his hand, preventing any. Seeing him pull out the flute confirmed that he was under the command of the so-called Aidmar Master. The Aidmar Master's methods were indeed formidable. Neither the snake charmer nor Tasha could speak, and Bowie likely faced the same restrictions. Amaze raised her toothpick crossbow to point at Bowie's forehead. You saw what happened to Tasha. I don't mind killing you and feeding you to the zombies. Bowie, knocked to the ground by Spencer, looked grim and said nothing. Amaze, turning her body, fired the crossbow arrow. It whistled through the air with a sonic boom, instantly felling a zombie trying to approach. The zombie was thrown back and pinned against a bamboo pole. Leaves rustled and fluttered down, the zombie lost its resistance. Amaze added another crossbow arrow, pointing it at Bowie's head. Will you talk or not? He suddenly straightened his expression, changing from lying to sitting, looking at Amaze neither humbly nor arrogantly. Didn't expect the person the Holy Master wanted would be so barbaric. I admit that Ajah's approach was a bit extreme, but how can you be so callous and disregard human life? Ajah. Black and white reversal. These words nearly made Amaze's nose turn away in anger. Who exactly is disregarding human life? Please get your facts straight. Who issued the challenge to me? That was Ajah's order. I could only follow her command. Amaze sneered. Tasha. Following her orders, yet you shot her with arrows just now? Bowie remained unperturbed. The Holy Master's orders are above Ajah's commands. After saying this, his expression became somewhat vacant, as if he had been bewitched, his demeanor turning foolish. So, tell us, what can you summon? Amaze kicked his leg, picked up the flute, and gestured for him to explain. Examining it carefully, she found it identical to theirs except for its size. The small flute was still with Reuben, who hadn't figured out its true usage yet. Bowie lifted his head, grinning stupidly, his features animated as if controlling his body for the first time. Finally found you, my Lin. The voice was deep and slow, like a lofty deity commanding respect. However, this wasn't Bowie's voice. After uttering these words, Bowie visibly began to wither, his skin collapsing to the ground. Like a deflated balloon, there was no flesh inside, leaving only an empty husk. A black butterfly emerged from his open mouth, circling Amaze a few times. The butterfly's wings shimmered with black gold powder. Spencer quickly trapped it with fire, but after struggling, it managed to find an opening and flew away. This scene was incredibly terrifying. With the matters of rebirth and the Holy Master, Amaze felt the world was even more dangerous, mystical, and unpredictable than she imagined. Chapter 65 complete. The situation was now bizarre. One person had been completely devoured by the zombies, and the other had turned into a butterfly and flown away. She felt somewhat bewildered. Whose sorrow was this ending truly? Amaze needed to vent her frustration. Picking up the dagger, she went at these zombies with a vengeance. Hobart silently let her release her anger while he trailed behind her, extracting the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. Amaze saw each zombie as her confusion, and with every strike, it was resolved. In less than half an hour, Amaze was almost finished. Now, only 40 minutes had passed, time was still early, and both thought of burning the bodies to prevent any further accidents. Just as Hobart was about to use his power, Amiel arrived. He stood beside the scene of dead zombies, his eyes full of sadness, looking at Amaze and Hobart, unable to stop his tears. Is it my blessing or my curse? He walked to Amaze's side, appearing somewhat out of sorts. Hobart reached out to pull Amaze behind him but was refused. Her body remained stiff, struggling to meet Amiel's gaze. Elroy, I have just one question. Is Tasha still alive? His trembling voice and red eyes seemed like hands covering her mouth, preventing her from speaking. Amaze did not regret her earlier decision to ignore their plight and even take advantage of it. She only pitied the old man who suddenly became hunched over. He didn't know that the daughter he yearned for was the murderer who killed him in the previous life. They stared at each other silently. In that moment, only clear tears could express their deep sorrow. One lost a beloved daughter. The other mourned his unworthiness. Amiel clenched his teeth and walked away, seeing the bloody marks on the ground and knowing they were once Tasha's blood. Thump. He knelt down, touching the slightly warm earth with his trembling hands. The faint bloodstains felt like touching his daughter's skin. After a long silence, Amiel decided to face reality and activated his power. His expression changed. Through his ability, he saw a deranged Tasha, a monstrous Tasha, and heard words spoken by a beast-like Tasha. It was Amiel. Amiel was my doing. Amiel continued using his power, unsure what Tasha meant by those words. Herb forced me. He had no powers, and couldn't escape. Zombies were almost surrounding us, and Herb kept hinting. He frowned deeply. Who was Herb? If I didn't push him out, I would be pushed out. To stay with his group, I had no choice but to do it. He saw Tasha's trembling lips and tightly gripped a handful of dirt. So, I say, he died. It's right, I did it. After speaking, Tasha slowly closed her eyes, one corner of her mouth curling upward in a mocking smile. Amiel understood what his daughter Tasha had said. His hand pounded heavily on the ground. How could he not hate such a daughter? And how could little Han be blamed? His tears mixed with Tasha's blood, diluting the redness. The power continued. He saw Tasha say, "Take care of Amiel." Then, she was completely engulfed by the zombies. To her death, Tasha never called him father. He lay flat on the ground, wondering if his daughter had been possessed by a demon. Why did she speak such heart-wrenching words? Hypocritical concern, what good did it do? His tears mixed with her blood, washing the earth. What started as a sunny day now darkened with clouds, and rain began to pour. Amiel stayed in that position, uncertain whether it was remorse or hatred, love or pain. Meanwhile, Amaze cried in the rain. She couldn't bear to see this elderly man so devastated. Hobart wrapped his arms around her, whispering comforting words. This intimate gesture was filled not with passion but with tenderness toward Amaze. Seeing the sky becoming darker, Hobart reminded Amaze. The rain is getting heavier, it won't be safe here. Let's go. Amaze nodded, leaving the warmth of his embrace. She didn't realize until then how her face heated up when they separated. She composed herself and helped the heartbroken Amiel up. Elroy, let's go. Amiel was numb from crying. Aida, it's Elroy's fault. I'm sorry. I thought she would change for the better, she was your sister. Before he could finish his sentence, Hobart knocked him out with a hand chop. Speaking any further would waste too much time. It was better to leave early. Hobart carried Amiel out while Amaze drove. The three of them returned smoothly to the villa. All three were drenched when they came back, and Sierra greeted them worriedly. Returning like this, quickly take him upstairs to lie down. I'll prepare some ginger water. Hobart carried Amiel inside, helping to tidy up. Amaze sat on the sofa, soaking it with rainwater. She seemed like a lifeless puppet, stiff and lost in thought. Alana quietly sat beside her, interlocking their fingers, attempting to comfort the drenched girl with her warm hands. We all saw the letter. Elroy followed the letter's directions. At that moment, Sierra and I couldn't stop him. Marshall tried to stop him but was knocked out by Elroy. At this point, Alana paused. How could Marshall's skills be overpowered by Amiel? Sierra and I were disoriented, and when we woke up, Elroy was already gone. Her voice softened. I know this is painful for all of you, but this is the best outcome now. I wonder if you've read the full letter she left. The full letter? Amaze's heart stirred. Why mention reading the complete letter? Without waiting for Amaze's reaction, Alana pulled out the letter from underneath her. Amaze's eyes followed her hand, noticing significantly more text than what she had seen before. Father, when you read this letter, I might already be gone. The issue between me and Catherine is not as simple as you imagine. We are separated by time, your affection, 2 lives, and my love. Now, there may be many things you don't understand. But I always believe I did nothing wrong. I didn't make any mistakes. Whoever lives is the victor. This is a fact that needn't be dwelled upon. I, Tasha, will never lose. Death is merely another form of release for me. My greatest mistake was leaving you. This is my regret, my guilt. But if given another chance, I would choose the same path. It is my duty. The Holy Master is powerful, an unresistible divine presence. If you truly care about Amaze, why not let her meet the Holy Master? It is the utmost honor. The handwriting was messy, the words chaotic, and without logic. Chapter 66 Melon Eating. The previous words, Amaze could understand as one of the few glimpses of humanity and scarce brilliance in Tasha. But the latter words became increasingly strange. Fengmo's tone shocked Amaze. This holy lord controlled not only human lives but also hearts. Wants to see me? Amaze sneered. She wanted to tear this paper into shreds, rip it apart, but she ultimately folded it neatly into a square. This might be the last relic Tasha left for Amiel. Amaze knew there would never be another life. She wouldn't give Tasha any chance to harm Amiel again. When Amiel woke up again, it was already dark. It had been raining all day, making the room a bit cold. Without turning on the light, he opened his eyes, looking at the empty ceiling. In his heart were memories of when his child was young and he held the baby Tasha in his arms. She was weak from childhood. When he found her, she was just 2 or 3 months old, This little girl was smaller than other children. He picked up this frail girl, shouldering the responsibilities of being a father, treating her illnesses, dressing her, feeding her. Then he took in Amaze too, a pitiful child, who was his only blood relative in this world. The two girls went to school together and grew up together. He treated them equally, yet they still had some minor conflicts. But Amiel felt this was the happiest thing. He had two daughters who brought him joy and were always healthy, lively, and kind-hearted, even though neither was his biological daughter. Blood ties couldn't surpass the time spent with each other. Though they often quarreled, he knew both girls were equally kind-hearted. Cherit, he didn't know why, over time, the conflicts between them escalated to an irreconcilable level. Even one child, whom he thought he owed, ended up causing such heartbreaking things for him. An elderly man recalling old dreams. For 20-some years, he had been the pillar for these two girls, until one day he realized he couldn't carry that burden anymore. He was aging. His body couldn't keep up, his heart was shattered into pieces. At the same moment, in the entire villa, all the lights were off, but no one could sleep. The next day dawned anew. Amaze set off early, and by the time Amiel came downstairs, only Sierra remained in the villa, sighing over the letter. Look, we saw this not long after you left. The text differed entirely from what he had briefly read yesterday. He took the letter and read through it word by word. His brows furrowed, and by the end, he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Marshall, noticing something was wrong, hurriedly helped him back to rest. When Amaze and the others returned, Amiel, who had awakened again, sat on his bed without saying a word. In his hand was that crumpled piece of paper, smoothed out again. Amaze went upstairs to his room and witnessed this scene. She didn't know what to say, unsure how to face this suddenly much older man. Amaze stood frozen at the door, her legs heavy as lead. Instead, Amiel patted the bedside, indicating she should come closer. Have you seen this paper? It was the note left by Tasha, whose edges had already frayed from Amiel's frequent handling. She replied honestly, cherries. Amiel sighed deeply. After all, your uncle owes you. I thought you two would get along well, but never expected that things would escalate to such a serious extent. I am worried about her, but also about you. He patted Amaze's arm comfortingly. When I saw her message, my heart raced, fearing any problems with either of you. After waking up, I kept thinking, and now believe this is the best situation. In this way, it's better. Little Adja is always afraid that her capabilities won't match her ambitions, causing trouble for herself and pain. Departing is for the better, at least she doesn't have to suffer in this world. Amaze couldn't fathom how this man who had doted on them both could bring himself to say these words. Tasha was still his child, and the impact on him was enormous. Just as she was about to console him, she was interrupted. Aida, Elroy has only you left, only you. Growing up, Amaze had never seen him silently crying before. It pierced her heart. Tears flowed silently down his cheeks as he realized the girl he treasured like a pearl had done such things. Who wouldn't be disheartened? No one could touch the depth of his inner pain, no one could soothe it. He was all that remained. Thus, Amaze silently accompanied him for a while. She didn't know how to comfort him, and after Tasha's death, she had also let go of her own feelings toward her. What she wanted was merely vengeance, both for herself and for Amiel. Dust returned to dust, and earth returned to earth. Whatever happened before doesn't matter anymore. This time, your uncle will do everything in his power to protect you. Amiel felt the sorrow in his heart, but he wasn't foolish. The events between the two girls had surpassed his imagination, even involving something unimaginable yet real, a lifetime across two worlds. This explained Amaze's warnings before the apocalypse and her new skills, which were completely different from what she used to be capable of. Looking at this child in front of him, Amiel was suddenly filled with affection. And Amaze was also silently moved by such words. Protection had always been mutual. For a moment, neither of them spoke, just quietly supporting each other. Leaving the room, Amaze looked at the vines on her balcony, which had grown considerably. Everything was like the moon outside the window, representing a fresh start, a new beginning. And new dangers. In the morning, Amaze went out to continue planting vegetables, planning for the next few days in her mind. Alana's body was getting heavier, yet she still insisted on going out for a stroll early every morning, breathing in the fresh air while it wasn't too hot. Amaze originally intended to greet her but noticed a more awkward figure following behind her. Obduraman bent over, carrying a large object with both hands. When he finally panted and placed the item in the courtyard, Amaze realized it was a large iron box, nearly a meter square. The loud noise attracted many people's attention. Especially from next door at Mace's house, several children were very curious about this object, giggling as they leaned against the fence watching. Seeing them, Amaze waved her hand, inviting the onlookers to come inside. Children streamed in one after another, followed by a few adults who were also there to watch over them. Saying they were looking after Daphne Wren was also an excuse to satisfy their own curiosity. Amaze didn't mind either, joining everyone else in waiting with eager anticipation for Alana and Obduraman's explanation. Chapter 67 Recharging. Alana found a good spot, exchanged glances with Obduraman, and began the demonstration. He surveyed the surroundings, noticing everyone's curious gazes but not saying much, maintaining an intrigued expression that heightened the anticipation. Turning around, he entered the house, pulled out an electric wire, and connected it to this large square box. From the outside, only a small light came on. There were no other noticeable changes. Everyone stared at him expectantly for a full 5 minutes but saw no change in this big contraption. Apart from being big and square, it didn't have any other standout features. The children, having short attention spans, soon lost interest and wandered off. Alana urged him, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Let's get going." Amaze, who was about to leave, turned back. Obduraman unplugged the wire and connected it to the air conditioner in the living room. With 2 beeps, the AC started up, instantly filling the courtyard with cool air and dissipating the heat. And the power supply device was this square box. "This looks like a power bank," Amaze asked, though this one was much larger and could power large appliances. "So it could be called a large power bank. It can be used as a power bank. After fully charging for 10 hours, it can run for 24 hours. So other families can come here to charge, letting you make a substantial profit." Alana had this idea because many homes did not have backup generators and remained in darkness during power outages. Now that she had made this invention, it would do some good. For Amaze, it wasn't a bad deal. "How many crystal cores should we charge neighbors for using this power bank?" Amaze studied it carefully but still didn't fully understand it. Alana began to explain the benefits of this large power bank. In fact, it wasn't much different from the mobile phone power banks of old, except it could supply power to large machines, even an entire villa without strain. Amaze was quite pleased with this invention. However, this device still needed recharging, and not every household could easily transport it for recharging. After some thought, just as Amaze was about to speak, a man who had come along with his child stood up. It was the same person Amaze had dragged out to talk in the living room that day, the deputy leader of Mace's team, Carnell. He stepped forward and said to Amaze, "Josephine Jinghan, can I give it a try?" Amaze's eyes lit up. He was a lightning-type esper. If he could charge this power bank, it would save the effort of moving this bulky 100-pound device back and forth. More people would buy it then. Moreover, offering door-to-door service would be far more valuable than simply selling power banks. Amaze looked at Alana. After all, she was the inventor, and only she could determine if this idea would work based on her design. Several pairs of hopeful eyes turned to Alana. After some consideration, Alana replied, "Originally, I planned to use crystal cores as the energy source like with other devices. But despite numerous adjustments, I couldn't make it efficiently power an entire home, and it consumed too many crystal cores, too troublesome. Regarding your ability," she hesitated, unsure if having an esper ability would work. Carnell, seeing her hesitation, hastily introduced himself. "Josephine Shinya, I'm the deputy to Josephine Macy, my name is Carnell. I'm a lightning-type esper. In theory, I should be able to charge it, but I'm not sure if my ability will damage the machine." His face showed genuine concern, inwardly sighing. After all, Josephine Macy had told him that everything could be converted into crystal cores with Josephine Jinghan. If this machine got damaged by his esper abilities, Josephine Jinghan might ask for a huge compensation in crystal cores. Where would he get so many crystal cores? He might end up working for Josephine Jinghan forever. He didn't want that. Seeing his expression, Amaze knew what he was thinking. Being Mace's deputy, he clearly wasn't truly naive. Alana saw his cautious demeanor and knew he was afraid of Amaze's reputation for being stingy, giving Amaze a smile. "You can give it a try. If it breaks, you won't have to pay for it." With one sentence, she teased both of them. The kids, however, didn't catch the joke. Carnell blushed, not responding verbally. "Thank you, Josephine Shinya. Thank you, Josephine Shinya." Though he thanked her verbally, his feet stayed rooted to the spot, glancing nervously at Amaze. Amaze, who was pointed out, paused. She always charged fairly and was never petty enough to not bear the consequences of a failed experiment. Laughing, she reassured him. Josephine Shinya agreed. "Why are you looking at me?" she muttered under her breath. "I didn't say you had to pay." Relieved by the reassurance, Carnell strode towards the large, square power bank. He stopped about 3 meters away. His palms faced each other, gradually pulling apart. Streams of electricity began to emerge from between his fingers, akin to a timid child tentatively exploring the path ahead. The world around them was eerily quiet as everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. The small currents slowly touched the surface of the square box. They danced back and forth over the surface but couldn't find an entry point, resembling a frantic snake searching for a way through. Suddenly, it seemed like a connection had been established, and the tiny current abruptly grew significantly larger. "Wow, so cool." The children, having rarely seen Carnell's ability due to being well protected by adults, found this display impressive and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Amaze also agreed inwardly. In broad daylight, they could only faintly see a light purple glow, but now its color had turned more purple, the lines thicker, with jagged lightning connecting him to the power bank. Though he wasn't yet at the second rank, the power of electrical abilities was inherently greater than other types. Indeed, it was so. When charged using crystal cores, after 5 minutes of charging, the power bank only lit up 1 bar, barely enough to power the air conditioner but not fully. Now, within just 1 or 2 minutes, the lightning had already filled the second bar, showing remarkable efficiency. This genuinely delighted Amaze. Alana hadn't expected that an electrical ability could charge it. This method was far more convenient than plugging it into a power source. 10 minutes had passed, and the expressions of the gathered children had shifted from awe to boredom. Carnell's ability had likely reached its limit, though his expression remained composed, with large sweat droplets rolling down his forehead. Seeing that he was struggling, Amaze quickly retrieved a bottle of suitable crystal core water from the system and handed it to him. "Take a rest if you're tired. This experiment has been quite successful." He didn't hesitate, recalling that according to Josephine Macy, anything given by Josephine Jinghan was priceless. Ceasing his ability, he took the bottle and chugged it down. In no time, he finished the whole bottle. Refreshing. His hearty exclamation caught the attention of the surrounding children. Indeed, Josephine Jinghan's items were amazing. After drinking it, he felt revitalized. He wiped the sweat off his body and continued working. After about 5 minutes, the energy replenished by the water was used up again. Though not fully restored, it was impressive to regain half in such a short time. Exhausted of his ability, Carnell felt refreshed rather than weary. The power bank was now fully charged. With a beaming smile despite being covered in sweat, he looked at Amaze. Josephine Macy once told us never to refuse anything from Josephine Jinghan, especially her water. It seems Josephine Macy was right. Josephine Jinghan's water is truly delicious and gives me immense energy. Chapter 68 Snacks. Delicious. After hearing his description, the other children's eyes sparkled. Josephine Ida. I want to drink this water too. I want to try it too Tilda. They chattered like little birds, eager to sample Amaze's goodies. Seeing their expectant gazes, Amaze took out a bottle of water, diluted it again, and distributed it among Daphne Wren. She let each of them taste a few sips. These children had very low tolerance for crystal core water. It was too stimulating. They opened their mouths like fledglings waiting to be fed, their eyes wide as their mouths, waiting for the crystal core water. Once it touched their lips, they all pouted. One little girl scrunched up her face. The sour and astringent taste was truly hard to swallow, so she shouted at Carnell in anger. Brother, you lied to me. You lied to me. It clearly didn't taste good at all. Even the youngest boy, who looked only 2 or 3 years old, cried out loud after trying the sour water amidst the commotion. Suddenly, cries filled the air, with several children tearing up. Carnell was at a loss, not expecting Daphne Wren to react this way. He had no choice but to console Daphne Wren he had teased. Alana watched with amusement, gently rubbing her belly as if already tenderly caressing her child, smiling softly, seemingly whispering to her unborn baby. Obdraman noticed Alana's movements and silently walked beside her. For a moment, there were tears and laughter, making the yard quite lively. After some time, Carnell finally calmed them down, each of their little faces flushed and tear-streaked. Actually, Amaze couldn't stand Carnell's flustered and ineffective consoling. She bribed the kids with 1 candy each to calm them down. The candies came from her system. Seeing Daphne Wren's contentment, she realized she had overlooked the importance of these snacks, thinking they could even be sold. She couldn't let them sit idle in her system, wasting space. She glanced at the power banks in the yard and thought about the items in her system, then made up her mind. But before announcing her decision, she needed to secure her future employees to compensate for her losses. Clearing her throat, Amaze looked at Carnell, rubbed her hands together, and spoke somewhat sheepishly. Carnell, see how much Daphne Wren loved these candies, right? They're so easy to please. I have quite a few candies here, along with other things. Plenty of snacks, chips, jelly, chocolate, you name it. Before she finished speaking, the teary-eyed, drooling kids were already drawn in by her words. They were still too young to understand the changes in the world. Now, without any snacks, they naturally wanted what Amaze had upon hearing about them. Having achieved her goal, Amaze planned her next move. There's enough to last a few years. I didn't realize the kids would like them so much. The first little girl tugged at Carnell's sleeve, gently shaking it. Amaze shifted gears. This electricity is really hard to come by. You can't charge them every day without stopping other appliances in the villa. The others understood her meaning. If you agree to help me recharge these power banks daily, I can set up a machine in the yard to supply snacks. Brother. The little girl's eyes glistened, looking back and forth between Amaze and Carnell. Think about how hard it is to soothe Daphne Wren every day. With plenty of snacks, wouldn't these younger ones be happy on their own? Carnell felt a headache coming on. He didn't usually let things get so bad that the kids cried. Her tiny hand tugging at his sleeve shook him from his thoughts. This snack benefit was indeed tempting. The children hadn't had snacks for over a month and were naturally craving them. After pondering, Carnell nodded. Josephine Jinghan, I won't eat snacks every day. Do you have anything else? Amaze hadn't expected him to be so greedy but held her ground. Isn't that enough? I have lots of other things too. Candies, peanuts, sunflower seeds. She added, anything you want in terms of snacks, I'll have some. Carnell couldn't help but marvel. Eating snacks used to be so simple, yet in the post-apocalyptic world, having a meal was difficult enough. Where would there be extra resources for snacks? He was strategizing in his mind, and Amaze took the opportunity to carefully browse through the items in the machine in the mall. The machine roughly divided into 3 categories. One was bagged snacks, one was candies, and another was milk tea and desserts that people often drank in the future. She wasn't sure exactly what was inside but mentioned it to Xaoyi just to see his reaction. All these required a certain number of points to exchange for, so even Amaze herself hadn't exchanged any, nor could she bear to exchange too many. Just as he had successfully convinced himself, Amaze gave a push. Every time you go to someone's house to charge their power banks, ask them for a crystal core when they're fully charged. You give me these crystal cores, and I'll give you 1 pound of snacks and allow you to exchange for meat once a week here. This is the current salary. In 3 months, if I successfully raise chicks and ducklings, this price will increase. If you think it's okay, then you can handle the daily charging and maintenance of the power banks. The little kids looked at Carnell with anticipation. They understood what Josephine Amaze said. There would be meat, and there would be snacks. Carnell couldn't bear to let them down, so he agreed to Amaze's request. All right, Find me if you need anything. After agreeing, Carnell felt a bit regretful. He should have discussed it with Josephine Macy first. He inwardly wailed, Josephine Macy, I feel like I've been tricked. Unfortunately, no one could hear his inner cries. Chapter 69 Craving. Carnell's smile lingered on his face, but inside he was feeling restless. He hurriedly led the group of kids back. Alana, seeing Amaze finish her business talk so quickly, naturally wanted to add some fun for her. The power bank project I can still work on, but I'm running low on materials. See if you can get me some more. Amaze readily agreed. After all, even the best chef can't cook without ingredients. Without materials, no matter how talented Alana was, she couldn't produce anything. Thus, Alana began listing items, around a dozen in total. The more Amaze listened, the colder her heart grew. It was August, yet her heart felt icy. Almost 90% of the materials Alana mentioned could be redeemed from the system, but each required a substantial number of points. If proper preparation were made, giving Alana 20 points worth of materials for the power banks would cost over 10,000 points. Amaze's heart sank. No one knew just how few points she had left, and every point spent pained her deeply. Josephine Shinya, I can only give you 5 portions of materials. The rest. She spoke hesitantly, but Alana understood her meaning all too well. It was simply because she didn't want to part with them. You need at least 10 portions, this will definitely be in high demand. In reality, Amaze was hoping for 8 portions, leaving her with some points to spare. But seeing Alana's unwavering gaze, she bit her lip and bought 10 portions, each costing 1,500 points, spending a total of 15,000 points, depleting her balance entirely. Obduraman thoughtfully took the materials from her, preventing Alana from getting tired. Alana's face lit up with joy as she clutched her stomach and headed back, ready to continue her research. I'll go help her, Obduraman quickly added before rushing off after Alana. Everyone left, leaving the courtyard eerily quiet. Amaze resumed her diligent work to earn more points. Meanwhile, Macy, having heard Carnell's account of the power bank project, found it intriguing. However, when she learned he had already agreed to help Amaze, she paused. Carnell looked conflicted. Josephine Jinghan's offer seemed good at the time, but now I feel like I've been tricked. It's all Clarissa's fault. That little girl insisted, and looking at me, I couldn't resist and impulsively agreed. Clarissa was the little girl who had been tugging at his sleeve, his own younger sister. Always pampered and loved, he couldn't bear to say no to her. Macy, hearing his account, smacked him lightly. Aren't these good things? You get to work with her, and you'll reap benefits later. Macy knew that Amaze possessed many valuable resources, and anyone she helped would gain greatly from it. Supplies were something she lacked the least of. Still, what were the conditions? Macy hadn't asked about the specifics yet. Carnell recounted everything Amaze had proposed. So, she promised daily snacks in exchange? Carnell nodded. That's right. Free. Carnell recalled and realized he couldn't answer that question. Seeing his expression, Macy knew exactly what had happened. Amaze is at it again, tricking kids. Macy hadn't expected her to start tricking kids again, though it wasn't clear who was older between Carnell and her. But regardless, since everyone called Amaze sister, she should set an appropriate example. Ignoring Carnell's protests, Macy went to find Amaze. At that moment, Amaze was in her small courtyard planting vegetables, lamenting her dwindling points. Why are you bullying my little kid again? Macy confronted her first. This isn't bullying, these items cost money. Macy gave her a look, urging her to explain. Amaze had already redeemed the machine and placed it by the wall. Redeeming the entire machine cost her 1 crystal core, equivalent to 500 points, filled with products also valued at 500 points. Amaze was quite satisfied with it. That's it. I can't change its settings, it eats crystal cores. Amaze guided Macy to the machine. You put in a crystal core, and it dispenses items. Even I can't take anything out for free. She wasn't lying about this, but she didn't tell Macy that these crystal cores would eventually flow back into her system and be converted back into snacks in the snack cabinet. 1 crystal core could provide enough snacks, which would gradually become highly valued in the post-apocalypse world. Whether for gift-giving or satisfying one's craving, they were a great choice. After saying this, Amaze proceeded to demonstrate. It worked like a vending machine from before the apocalypse. After making a selection, you press the button of your choice and insert the crystal core into the slot on the right side. The machine would then automatically dispense the item. She chose a milk tea that girls loved most before the apocalypse, specifically a refreshing honeydew-flavored ice milk tea. Although it was unknown what brand it was, its taste was no less appealing than those famous brands. See, I didn't lie to you, Amaze said, shaking the milk tea cup in her hand. You also need to spend crystal cores for this. Why don't you try it yourself? Macy had long been eyeing the desserts, being a superfan of sweet treats. Unfortunately, there were no conditions for such indulgences after the apocalypse, leaving her with a strong craving for sweet creamy pastries. She picked a small cake that looked cute and spent 8 first-tier crystal cores on it. A palm-sized cake appeared, adorned with various fruits, exuding a sweet aroma of cream. Without hesitation, Macy started eating with the provided plastic fork. The creamy texture was rich and soft, fully satisfying her craving. Her eyes lit up as she nodded while eating, showing her approval of the cake. So this machine will always be available to us. I didn't originally plan to bring it out, but seeing how much the kids like it. How many of these can you produce? Or is it just for us? Macy was concerned. If Amaze intended to make money from this, the pricing was too low, and the quantity was limited. If not exchanged promptly, these items might be bought by others. Her concern was valid, but it wasn't an issue for Amaze. You don't need to worry. The machine can replenish itself automatically. As long as someone buys from the machine, it will keep restocking. Reassured, Macy settled down and enjoyed the cake in her hand. Only after swallowing the last bite of the sweet and soft cake did she remember Carnell's salary. Carnell mentioned you haven't set a specific salary for him? Chapter 70 Strong. It's not like I didn't pay him at all. After all, I promised to give him quite a few things. Amaze touched his nose. Whenever he goes to recharge, he can collect crystal cores from every household. Now, it's set at 1 first-grade crystal core per household per month. It's not a small amount when accumulated. Macy felt that this was reasonable too. Charging was needed daily, and for now, he remained irreplaceable, so she let the matter drop. By the way, I just thought of something. I want to reinstall the fence and enclose our few households. The surrounding 5 villas can be included in the plan, which can serve as our first small base. Do you guys agree? Upon hearing that they would also be within the protected area, Macy naturally agreed. Of course we're willing. You are my landlord after all, whatever you say goes. No matter how unsatisfactory Amaze might treat them, the conditions wouldn't be too bad. Moreover, being in the same fence significantly improved their safety. Since you put it that way, consider it agreed. I'll get someone to set up the fence shortly. Macy noticed that the villa's fence was over a meter high and looked very sturdy. She had heard it could activate high voltage whenever needed. Naturally, she was willing to contribute her part. Do you still need to find people? Don't I have ready resources here? The team always sent shifts out to kill zombies, so some young people stayed behind to guard the villa, providing security for the elderly, women, children, and infants, a principle they adhered to. Amaze didn't hesitate. Sure, then have them come over soon, and we'll start immediately. Just as Macy turned to call people, Amaze stopped her. Oh right. There's also the matter of finding an experienced person to help incubate chicks, ducklings, goslings, etc., as I mentioned before. Have you found anyone? This wasn't difficult for Macy. She had simply forgotten about it recently. Found them. I forgot about it recently. I'll bring her over shortly. Amaze nodded, deeming this urgent and not postponable. She took out the eggs she had redeemed last time. These 2 eggs were exquisitely tiny, yet they seemed larger than ordinary eggs pre-cataclysm, with slightly darker colors and deeper patterns. Though Amaze wasn't particularly knowledgeable about eggs, she found them quite special. Soon enough, Macy brought 3 burly adult men and a tall woman. We all call her Bernice. Standing up front, Macy introduced the group while the 3 big guys stood obediently behind her. Macy took the lead in introducing, and Amaze naturally greeted with a smile. Hello, Bernice. Here are 2 eggs, please help me with them. Bernice appeared somewhat plump but had an air of good fortune about her. She had a mole beneath her lip that caught attention when she smiled. It's no trouble at all, leave it to me. She eagerly accepted the eggs from Amaze. Macy introduced her experience. Bernice used to run a small chicken farm on the outskirts of town, knowing a lot about chickens. Even though the farm was mechanized, she is quite capable herself. Amaze was quite satisfied with her. She seemed experienced and friendly. Trusting her also demonstrated trust in Macy. Examining the eggs closely, Bernice marveled. These eggs look bigger than usual. The chicks hatched will definitely be stronger than normal ones. Hearing such comments from experienced Bernice, Amaze felt the system had been reliable lately. Then we'll wait for Bernice to hatch the chicks. If they turn out to be 2 hens or a pair, it will benefit us greatly. I've told Macy before, if we can successfully hatch these eggs, you can get free eggs or meat daily, or exchange for crystal cores if unsatisfied. Bernice, upon hearing this, was delighted. It was practically a sure thing, so she reassured Macy, rest assured, no eggs have died under my care. Wages should be discussed with Macy, I won't manage that. Amaze trusted her more after this. Please start hatching the eggs promptly. If you need any materials, let me know, and I'll have someone arrange it for you. Bernice agreed gladly and left with the precious eggs. Next, Macy led those accompanying her and worked together with Amaze to encircle the surrounding villas. Her first task was to dig up the fences around her own villa. It was not easy to dig up the soil beneath the fence, as Silas had used Earth-type abilities to bury it deep underground. Now they needed someone with Earth-type abilities again to uncover it. Silas was out with the team killing zombies today, but fortunately, someone from Mace's household had Earth-type abilities. Since Macy had provided manpower, Amaze naturally supplied some materials in return. She found some suitable crystal core water and handed them over. Drink some water if you get tired. This had become an unspoken agreement. During their previous house-building session, drinking this water significantly alleviated fatigue for everyone. The group tacitly treated the water given by Amaze as a miraculous remedy. Thank you, Josephine Jinghan. Thank you, Josephine Lin. Each of them directly addressed Amaze as Josephine, even those who looked older than her. Macy had always been called Josephine Lenghan as the team leader, implying respect and recognition. Amaze no longer felt conflicted about it. Understanding this, she accepted without hesitation. Together, they dismantled the surrounding fences. Using the new fences provided by the system, they easily included the 5 surrounding villas within their protective perimeter. The project progressed smoothly until they encountered a small problem while dismantling their own fence. From Amaze's room grew a golden vine that wrapped tightly around the outside of the fence, securing it firmly into the ground. Earth-type abilities could loosen the fence, but removing the vine would require forceful means, which they dared not do without permission since it belonged to Amaze. Noticing their hesitant looks, Macy understood and approached to examine the situation. The vine's tendrils, big and small, entwined densely with the fence, making it difficult to remove the fence separately. As Amaze touched the vine gently, she sensed a faint response from it. Her fingers were lightly nudged, as if acknowledging her touch. Thinking it might be an illusion, she pinched a small branch of the vine. However, the sensation persisted. A thin vine, almost wire-like, gently hooked onto her hand, preventing further pressure. Only Macy noticed this interaction, raising her eyebrows slightly. Chapter 71 Control. Amaze cautiously pinched the small branches around her. They seemed to enjoy Amaze's touch, each one following her hand. In this way, Amaze slowly moved the vines from the fence, giving others the chance to dig the fence out of the ground. The little vines that were moved all entangled around Amaze's wrists, and some mischievous ones even climbed up to her elbows. Under the sunlight, they looked quite eye-catching. Macy couldn't help but marvel. This looks like a suit of armor on you, very fitting. Beautiful and dazzling. Macy might not know, but Amaze clearly felt that after she praised them, the vines on her body reacted again slightly. Amaze really couldn't figure out what exactly this system had given her. It seemed to be able to understand human speech. Soon, the vines in this area had all been dealt with, and there were many vines crawling on both of Amaze's arms. It wasn't that there weren't vines wanting to climb further, but Amaze felt unsafe, as climbing any higher would exceed her safety limit, so she pulled down quite a few vines. The vines that were pulled down understood their bounds, staying only on her arms without climbing randomly anymore. For this, she found these vines rather pleasant, knowing how expensive and how many crystal cores it took to cultivate them, hoping they could have some other uses. If they could be this obedient on the battlefield, hitting targets precisely as directed, they would be a hidden major force for Amaze. Patiently waiting for all the fences related to the vines to be removed, Amaze then returned them to the ground at that now empty spot. Upon touching the ground, they were somewhat unwilling to go down and were all ruthlessly pushed down by Amaze. The vines on the ground crept quietly close to Amaze, remaining undisturbed on the ground without bothering her. Macy approached Amaze. Can you control them? Some of the vines stealthily moved away from Macy. Amaze thought for a moment and answered truthfully. I don't know, nor am I sure. The two stared at the vines swaying on the ground in the wind, neither speaking for a long time. No one noticed that some of the vines were quietly growing not just in the areas planned by Amaze and the others, but also extending outward. Even on the originally existing fences of the outermost villas, many translucent vine tendrils were now climbing. A kingdom of golden vines was quietly spreading. Unaware of this, Amaze began her calculation journey after solving the fence problem. By design, the surrounding 5 villas could be easily included, but expanding larger would be better, especially since she planned to raise chicks, ducklings, and such. Land was essential. She had her eyes set on the open space behind their home and Mace's home. Extending further would reach the forest. Although it posed some danger, with zombies occasionally appearing from the mountain, this land was also an indispensable resource. To expand, they not only needed to expand forward but also backward. So they measured with their own footsteps how best to encircle the back area, aiming to secure a large plot for raising chickens and ducks in the future. After more than a month in this post-apocalyptic world, most people's stockpiled meat was nearly exhausted, and having gone without tasting meat for a long time, the craving for meat was growing daily. Thinking about what might happen in the future made Amaze feel heavy-hearted. There was too much she needed to do, yet so little she could tell others. Many things she couldn't directly tell everyone. It took the better part of the day to tightly surround the 5 villa buildings, including Amaze's home, Mace's home, and Hyda's home. The enclosed area formed the initial scale of this base. As for other families who wished to join, there simply weren't enough fences to enclose them all right now, so Amaze didn't plan to include them for the time being. Macy, in a few days we need you to build additional houses, 2 or 3-story buildings between these small villas, aligned with them. Amaze pointed to the villas, planning the tasks for the coming days. The extra buildings were for those willing to join the base but not yet enclosed by the fences. For now, they could comfortably live in their own villas, but if something really happened, they would have a backup place to stay. As for those who disagreed to join the base, Amaze assumed they did not need her to plan for their future immediately. Therefore, she did not intend to build too many houses. Following her finger, Macy looked around and agreed without hesitation. Sure, I'll tell them when I get back. After resolving the housing issue, Amaze still needed to consider that some supplies were stored in the air raid shelter. Therefore, the distance between her house and the area behind the air raid shelter would be a crucial location. She had an energy shield which could cover the area from the base to their home, which would be sufficient in the future. In case of emergency, they could move from the villa to the air raid shelter, ensuring safety along this route. For the unintelligent common zombies, entering the air raid shelter would be too challenging for their intellect. Looking around, she noticed that all the fences had been replaced, and it was already afternoon. Those who don't mind can come to my place for dinner, and we can try out the snack cabinet. Cherries. Thank you, Josephine Jinghan. A few people cheered and followed Amaze back home. Upon arriving, Amiel was sitting on the sofa, looking dazed. Amaze hurriedly greeted him before going to calibrate the cooking robot to prepare dinner. After setting it up, she returned to the living room. By then, Amiel had stopped staring blankly and was following Amaze with his eyes. Elroy, Macy, and the others helped me quite a bit today, so I'd like to invite them for dinner. Did you have lunch? Eat with us. Amiel's expression was slightly vacant, but he nodded. Okay, I'll eat with you. Macy and the others didn't come inside. Instead, they stayed in the courtyard, studying the snack cabinet. They gathered around it, touching here and there, clearly eager to try it out. Unfortunately, they didn't have any crystal cores since the team's cores were all kept by Macy as per their rule. Understanding their desire, Macy generously gave each of them 5 first-stage transparent small crystal cores. The young men happily pointed at items in the display, eventually trading 15 cores for a large pile of snacks. Amaze called from the door, "If you're done swapping, come inside and sit." The group responded with laughter. Coming. Josephine Jinghan, do you have more? Amaze shook her head. No more. Macy playfully tapped one of them. Having food is enough, stop being picky. Amaze smiled, not minding this interaction. Chapter 72. All's well. The group happily sat down at the table, only to realize that Elroy Lin from the Lin family was also there. They respectfully greeted Elroy Lin again before starting their meal. Amiel still wore a smile, watching everyone chat and eat without joining in, instead constantly serving dishes to Amaze. Amaze accepted them all. This was his way of making amends within his own heart, and Amaze went along with it. If one thought about it carefully, neither Amiel nor Amaze had made any mistakes. They couldn't punish each other for the errors of Tasha. Dinner time passed quickly. In the afternoon, they continued working, experimenting with electric fences and designing additions to the house on site. As the sun began to set westward, just when the team was about to return, there was quite a commotion outside. At first, Amaze assumed they were celebrating a good day of battle, so she thought everyone was returning in high spirits. But then someone came over and called her out, as neighbors gathered around to watch. Amaze felt something was off. Macy followed her out while others were instructed to stay behind. The visitors were 2 men, one fat, one thin, who were seeking refuge, much like Macy's squad had initially done. Thus, other villa residents didn't get involved much, merely sending people out now and then to check the situation and join the spectacle. Previously, it was decided that if any new squads needed to be received, Obduraman or Amiel would handle the intake process, including gathering information and assigning rooms. Since Amaze was present, she was asked to take care of this task. The odd pairing of the 2 men piqued Amaze's curiosity. She couldn't help but look more closely. The On led the way. He was the one who seemed most vocal. Behind him stood a heavy-set man, roughly twice the size of the On, possibly even more. Such a large frame was indeed rare in these post-apocalyptic times. The contrast between the 2 caught Amaze's attention. The security guard who brought them explained, these 2 followed Giselbert's advice, hoping to trade for supplies. It turned out they were connected to Macy through similar means. Amaze understood. Either they were very powerful, or extremely lucky, managing to bring both of them here. However, what puzzled her was another comment from the security guard. This fat man was carried by the skinny one, no idea why. Nodding in acknowledgement, Amaze observed them carefully. Even now, the heavy-set man rested his hand on the On's shoulder, looking utterly weakened. Despite his bulk, he appeared not robust but frail. His complexion was sallow, signaling poor health. Amaze had an uneasy feeling. There was something strange about his appearance. Moreover, she noticed several fine, wriggling vines nearby. She wasn't sure what it meant, but it felt too peculiar. Bystanders circled around, pointing and discussing excitedly. Amaze loudly warned everyone. Stay away from them for now. After hearing this, many took a few steps back, creating a clear space around the pair, wary of coming too close. The heavy-set man's demeanor grew increasingly unstable. He leaned entirely on the On, appearing powerless. He looked especially ghastly, continuously jerking his neck in a disturbing manner, which the On seemed to ignore completely. Turning to Amaze after realizing her authority, the On asked, "Giselbert told us to come find you. Who's in charge here?" Amaze instructed Macy to stay alert and stepped forward. "I'm the one handling things here. Put him down first." Pointing at the heavy-set man, she added, "He looks unwell. I sense something wrong." Macy understood this meant preparing for possible action, so she held her weapon ready. The On brushed off her concerns as meddling. "He's just feeling under the weather today. Nothing else. We're seeking refuge here, looking for somewhere safe to eat and sleep. If staying isn't possible, exchanging food for supplies would work too. Our crystals are ready, as Giselbert has already informed us." Though he spoke seriously, Amaze found the heavy-set man more suspicious by the minute. Suddenly, Amaze shouted, "Quick, move back." Then, she rushed forward, ready to strike the heavy-set man, who was opening his mouth to bite the On. Caught off guard, the On had never encountered such a situation before, freezing in shock. By the time the On reacted, the fat man had already been kicked flying by Amaze, rolling in a circle before finally coming to a stop. His state grew increasingly agitated, his vocalizations becoming hoarse, clearly indicating the first stage of zombification. Amaze drew her dagger, intending to end it quickly. To her surprise, this fat man could still use his power while struggling. He transformed himself into an egg made of mud, tightly enclosing himself within. Amaze's blade stabbed straight into the muddy eggshell but caused him no harm at all. The On hurriedly intervened. "Hey, he's fine. He's okay." Amaze didn't know how to respond to this man. Clearly on the brink of becoming a zombie, and he still thought everything was alright. The On quickly stepped forward to explain, his tone urgent. "He's an Earth-type psychic, so he'll be fine. He's been like this for 2 or 3 days now and hasn't turned into a zombie." Amaze wasn't buying it and told him the truth directly. He hasn't turned into a zombie because his psychic power is fighting the zombie virus inside him. It was very likely that he could turn into a zombie at any moment, catching everyone around him off guard. Only this dense on still believed he posed no danger. Others, hearing the explanation, began to back away, with several young people stepping forward to shield those who were watching from behind. Some started to criticize the duo. If you're going to turn into zombies, do it far away, or kill him now. What if he really turns into a zombie? That's too dangerous. Exactly. Keep zombies away from us, or we'll kill you. They all began hoping the two would leave, as no one had ever become a zombie here. The villa teams often killed zombies nearby, so they rarely faced zombie harassment. Having enjoyed safety for so long, they naturally recoiled when confronted with someone who might become a zombie. Chapter 73, Toxin. The On immediately shook his head in denial. No. He really never turned into a zombie. Just wait a moment and his ability will vanish on its own. This stubborn stance of his made Nikki wish she could punch him to clear his senses. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, before Amaze took any action, the fat man's ability disappeared, and the once tight eggshell became loose. The dirt fell and mixed with the soil. The fat man shuddered, getting up with an ugly expression of stiffness. His face was sullen, even turning slightly greenish. Since he had regained consciousness and did not transform into a zombie, Amaze didn't want to kill the man right in front of the On. There was no need for animosity between strangers, so she told the On. He's almost becoming a zombie. If you don't leave now, we'll have to kill him, eliminating all potential threats to our safety. Seeing her resolve, the skinny man muttered, "Fine, we're leaving." However, no one replied to him. Because Amaze caught a glimpse of something shiny moving rapidly towards the fat man, locking him down tightly on the ground, rendering him immobile. All his struggles to get up ceased without any reaction. He was completely wrapped by a golden vine, unable to resist. His face was contorted with agony, mouth agape as if screaming. The On was shocked. "What are you doing?" "I said we're leaving." Amaze didn't know what was happening either. She saw the golden vine not only bind the fat man but also start stroking his body with some branches. It was a bizarre sight. Amaze decided to use her dagger to cut the vine and take the fat man away. "Sorry, I'll cut it now." Just as she was about to reach out and sever the vine, something even stranger occurred. The vine found suitable spots and began to suck blood. The originally golden vine now turned partly red, partly greenish-grey. Human blood is red, the green must be the toxins from a zombie. Originally, the vine had only branches without thorns or leaves. After it started sucking blood, numerous thorns grew and pierced deeply into the fat man's flesh, resembling a hedgehog tightly bound by a vine. Although it was called sucking blood, the colors were almost half red and half green. Amaze was horrified, realizing she had encountered a major threat. In this situation, while it might cleanse the toxins, it could also drain him dry. Amaze hurriedly slashed the vine to save the fat man. Even if he turned into a zombie later, it would be better than being drained inexplicably. No one could guarantee that the vine, having absorbed zombie virus, wouldn't mutate further and feed on human blood. Amaze couldn't take that risk. The others watching also retreated, the young man in front looking only somewhat scared, while the ordinary people at the back looked at Amaze with disapproval and anger. They knew she had raised this vine. Immediately, Amaze slashed down. Unexpectedly, the vine remained unharmed. When it bound the man, it was finger-thick. Now, it was as thick as a garden hose. Her slash only resulted in a ringing sound. Her hand tingled painfully, nearly making her drop the knife. Luckily, she held on firmly. The vine showed no signs of damage, barely a shallow mark remaining, mocking Amaze's strength. The vines danced on the ground, twisting towards her. Everyone else was alarmed and moved backward. Without turning back, Amaze shouted, "You guys retreat quickly. Stay far from the vine, seal the doors and windows." She couldn't determine if the vine had become zombified. Her only option was to ensure their evacuation. She also remembered someone. "Yahaya, go to my house and tell Josephine Zinn, Heart Elegant, to bring weapons." Yahaya understood the severity and sprinted off. Amaze, responsible for this potential disaster, focused on solving the problem. If unsolvable, she would find a chance to escape. As she spoke, the vines on the ground twisted even more wildly, rolling towards Amaze. Amaze did not retreat but instead moved forward to meet the challenge, preparing to give it 2 more slashes to gauge its reaction. She struck down forcefully with her knife. Only the tip of the blade pierced into a part of the vine, and it reacted as if in pain, writhing frantically without attacking Amaze. Striking true, she quickly pulled the knife out, intending to make another attempt. This time, she applied more force and at a more precise angle. However, at the critical moment, the vine dodged unexpectedly. The blade sank an inch into the soil, and sensing something amiss, she immediately let go of the knife and moved away from the vine. But the vine was too fast and wrapped around her hand. It didn't constrict tightly, yet it wouldn't let her break free. At this point, Amaze began using brute strength to try and disentangle herself. After all, this vine was still relatively weak, not very thick or long. There was hope she could break free. Just then, footsteps approached from a distance. Amaze took a step back, stretching the vine considerably, but she couldn't break free. The On was utterly terrified, while Hobart and his group, returning from behind, were also at a loss, visibly trembling. "Balder, use fire." She tugged at the vine wrapped around her wrist, signaling Hobart to attack with fire. A fiery dragon spewed forth, wrapping itself around the vine. The flame dragon enveloped the vine, surging upward until it reached Amaze's wrist, aiming to burn through that section. Unfortunately, the vine remained unharmed, instead twisting more violently. It didn't release Amaze or the fat man. The current situation was bizarre. The front end feeding on the fat man started sprouting thorns and even a few leaves. The other end of the vine appeared purer and more translucent. The red blood and green virus inside were clearly visible. The segment binding Amaze made no aggressive moves, simply holding her still without attacking her body. Even though the others had retreated into the room and locked the doors and windows, they continued to watch the vines. Some vines still clung to the walls but didn't attack them. The only target of attack was the fat man. Amaze carefully considered everything and gently squeezed the vine with her other hand. The vine twitched slightly but didn't react aggressively or attempt to attack. Seeing this, Hobart also felt the situation was off and withdrew the flames. The burned parts turned black and charred. The vine seemed aggrieved, moving its body, tugging at Amaze and swaying toward Hobart as if complaining. Amaze became more convinced that the vine could understand speech. She tentatively asked, "So, will you let me go?" Chapter 74 Reversible. To her surprise, the vine really released Amaze's wrist without causing any redness or pain. It merely restricted her movement. The vine swayed back and forth on the ground as if trying to convey something, but no one understood its language. Its main branches kept moving, sometimes pointing at Amaze, other times at Spencer. For some reason, Amaze felt that this vine was complaining to her. Complaining? Could it actually have its own thoughts? Amaze found it amusing. But then she thought, since this came from the system, it wasn't entirely implausible. The vine slumped, crawling along the ground and twisting toward Amaze's feet, extending small branches to touch her ankles. Amaze bent down to pick it up, and it wriggled more vigorously, looking quite smug. Cherret, Amaze didn't know what to do. Even Spencer, nearly at the third stage, couldn't control it. Her knife couldn't inflict any damage either. The situation of the will improved, he wasn't being drained anymore. The on beside him was pulling at the vines, but to no avail. So the only option was to temporarily calm the vine's emotions and wait for Alana or others with weapons to arrive and use heat weapons to eliminate this unknown threat. Amaze couldn't risk so many lives gambling that this vine would behave and not attack them. People in nearby villas were watching this scene. They noticed that Amaze hadn't been taken like the will, and the draining of the will had stopped. The will looked much better now, even able to talk coherently with the on. His face was pale from losing blood. The vines wrapping around him extended about 5 meters, all bright red with green, having grown significantly by feeding on his blood. As everyone wondered what the vine was doing, it suddenly released the will. Without the support of the vines, the will fell sideways, closing his eyes. Amaze prepared herself, ready to kill the zombie if it were to mutate. All that could be heard was the on's wails. "You can't die on me. What will I do?" He was truly stunned. The will had countless small punctures, and the on helped him sit up. Supporting the will while wiping his face, he said, "You are really too much. Knowing he was already weak, you still drain his blood. How can you be so heartless?" He stomped his feet, wanting to scold them to death. "Is this base any different from those zombies? You're all monsters who feed on humans. Monsters." He continuously cursed Amaze and the others, as well as these plants. "These things really exist, sucking blood indiscriminately. You are all devils." No one could refute him. Such an incident was hard to explain. They couldn't clarify what had happened either. He sobbed, his tears splashing onto the will. Unexpectedly, the will woke up in his arms. Listening to his curses, the will punched him, making him fall backward. The will, losing his support, also fell. For a moment, the two were pushing each other. The will frowned and shouted at him, "Why are you holding me? Disgusting." The on retorted, "If I didn't hold you, you'd be dead." These two bickered back and forth like clowns. Those around them awkwardly rubbed their noses, looking at the sky. Suddenly, the on realized. "Hold on, why are you fine now? Aren't you supposed to be unconscious after getting bitten? When did you get so strong?" The will was startled. Over the past few days, he had been delirious, alternating between consciousness and unconsciousness, not knowing what he was doing. Now, his mind was clear, and he felt lighter, although still lacking strength, overall feeling much better than before. The will couldn't explain why. The on quickly bowed to Amaze. "Thank you, goddess, thank you for saving my brother. How can we repay you?" Actually, Amaze was also baffled. She had been prepared to restrain or kill the will if necessary. She hadn't expected him to wake up. His face didn't look ashen, as if all the zombie toxins had been completely neutralized. Whether it was truly gone or not, Amaze wasn't sure. Further verification was needed. What shocked her most was that the process of zombification seemed to be reversible. Amaze pondered for a moment. Based on her experience from her previous life and the patterns she observed in this one, this was the first time she knew someone could actually stop human zombification. If she managed to prevent the will from becoming a zombie, she would definitely set the price higher. The others were also watching her intently, waiting for her to set the price. After all, the will's condition was just one step away from complete zombification. To turn such a person back into a normal human was nothing short of a miracle. Clearing the zombie virus was equivalent to giving someone a second life. People naturally hoped that this price would be within their means, so even if they did get infected by the virus, there would still be hope of survival. Facing everyone's earnest gazes, Amaze didn't hesitate much. Just exchange with crystal cores, 1/3 stage crystal core or 4 second stage crystal cores. She had reasons for saying this. A near third stage but not quite third stage crystal core was valued by the system at 1,500 points, equivalent to 3 second stage crystal cores. Therefore, a genuine third stage crystal core would definitely be worth more than 1,500 points, so it was temporarily estimated at 2,000 points, which equated to 4 second stage crystal cores. This seemed reasonable. Moreover, third stage crystal cores were harder for people to obtain now. Correspondingly, having slightly more of the relatively easier to obtain second stage crystal cores was not unreasonable. Chapter 75, Weapons. Hearing her words, the fat and thin men exchanged glances. The thin one was in charge of finances, so he knew their assets inside out. These crystals, we didn't think they were useful before, so we didn't keep many. Only after Giselbert reminded us did we start to save them, so now we only have 2 second-grade crystal cores. The fat man sincerely pleaded. Please give us a few days, and we can certainly gather those 2 crystal cores. The fat man seemed more lucid. He wore an earnest look, embodying some chivalrous spirit. Amaze observed their attitudes and decided to invite them in for a detailed talk. As they walked through the villa complex, many families poked their heads out to take a look. Seeing the lack of fear on the faces of these people, the calm and prosperous appearance, the 2 men re-evaluated Amaze. She was far more capable and affluent than what Giselbert had described. The 2 followed behind Amaze, exchanging glances. However, Amaze didn't care, and even if Macy noticed, it was irrelevant. What no one noticed was that the vines that had bound the fat man had shriveled away to a point where no one would notice them anymore. They had reverted to their original transparent amber color, except for the parts that had absorbed blood, which slowly blossomed into vivid red flowers. On their way back, they encountered reinforcements sent in haste by Obduraman, who immediately produced a modified musket. The others carried new weapons made by Alana, rushing over anxiously. Upon meeting, seeing Amaze return, they knew everything was fine but couldn't help asking. What happened? You rushed us out here without knowing what was going on. We didn't even finish gathering our things. Part of his question was genuine, part of it was to deflect suspicion. Obduraman had already noticed the strangers. With unclear intentions, only ambiguous talk could confuse the enemy. Indeed, this confused the fat and thin men. After the apocalypse, many people had weapons, but those with firearms were rare. Most people used knives or sticks for self-defense. Those could be considered weapons too. Amaze understood his intentions and shook her head, signaling there was nothing to worry about. It's all resolved, let's go back and talk. The 2 groups merged and returned to the villa. Amaze led them to the living room, where the fat and thin men sat on the sofa, not feeling constrained as they surreptitiously observed the interior, just like rich homes before the apocalypse, nothing particularly unusual. Until Amaze casually handed them each a bottle of water. Feel free to drink. The On was still somewhat dazed, while the fat man was more astute. Quickly accepting the water from Amaze. Thank you, thank you. Feeling the chill of the water, he momentarily thought he was back in the pre-apocalypse days, drinking cool water at home. The others also settled around the sofas, each with their own cups, not just water. There was milk in front of the pregnant woman. This kind of treatment hadn't been experienced for a long time. The 2 men waited for others to begin discussing the crystal cores. Previously, Amaze had discussed working off debt. That could work. But they didn't know what abilities or specialties the fat and thin men possessed. If it wasn't something they needed, it might be better for them to go out and kill zombies instead. Once everyone was seated, Obduraman, as a skilled task manager, took the initiative. What are your 2 abilities? The On answered first. This is my elder brother, Abdullahi, whose ability is transformation. I'm Hobie, and my ability is to turn into smoke. Their names and abilities truly left Amaze amazed. The world was vast, full of wonders. Alana found their abilities quite intriguing. There was much they didn't know about abilities, so learning more was valuable. How do you explain these abilities? These well-traveled men were accustomed to skepticism. Abdullahi demonstrated his ability first. I can transform into things I've seen or touched. He gently rubbed his stomach's edge, continuing. Of course, it's only appearance-level transformation. Actual functionality depends on my understanding. What I observe and understand determines how it looks. Seeing others were still puzzled. For example, I can turn into a computer's shape, but I won't have its computing function. My brain isn't powerful enough. This vivid example elicited a chuckle from Macy, who then felt a bit awkward and covered her mouth, signaling for Abdullahi to continue. Abdullahi rubbed his palms together, trying to relax himself. Then he rubbed the entire surface of the sofa he was sitting on. He walked to an empty spot in the living room, assumed a horse stance, and transformed into a sofa. It merged with the one he had been sitting on. 2 identical sofas appeared before everyone's eyes, a truly novel sight. Macy, who was sitting beside him, couldn't resist touching the sofa Abdullahi had turned into, feeling its texture. Her hand went over it and she found it quite convincing. So real. It just lacks the warmth of a person. In short, it could give someone a good scare. She nodded at Amaze, indicating that it was mostly acceptable. After being inspected, Abdullahi reverted back to his original form, chubby and plump, continuing to sit on the sofa. Just as everyone thought everything was over, his eyes lit up, staring at Obduraman. I saw you have quite a few weapons here. To be honest, I can also transform into weapons. This statement piqued everyone's interest, and he continued. And they are usable weapons. This remark sparked even more interest, especially from Amaze and Alana. The former thought it would save a lot of crystal cores. The latter wanted to study what Abdullahi's weapon form was made of. However, my ability isn't strong enough. I can only transform once every week or so. During the rest of the time, I need to recover my ability. His voice grew hesitant. The downside is that when I'm recovering my ability, I tend to eat a lot. Abdullahi was slightly embarrassed, touching his nose. For him, eating a lot might have been simple in the past, but now using food to restore his ability seemed too extravagant. But this perfectly suited Amaze. She had plenty of food to offer him. Chapter 76 Offset. So, can you continue once you recover? Amaze still wanted to confirm this. If it were true, wouldn't they have infinite ammunition? This question caught Fatty off guard since he hadn't had any opportunities to experiment with Amaze's idea. He could only tell the truth. There's simply too little food. I can only recover on my own gradually. As for whether I can quickly recover and transform again, frankly, I've never tried. Upon hearing this, Macy, this belligerent person, lit up immediately. I have food. Next time come to my place, let's try. Amaze didn't expect to be interrupted by Macy, but it didn't matter much to her. The ability to transform might not be of much use anyway. But being able to turn into thermal weapons and use them, this power was really heaven-defying. Not only were Macy and Amaze curious, even Abdullahi himself wanted to give it a try. Tomorrow, we'll try tomorrow. You look at when you're free. Naturally, Macy thought the sooner, the better. Come to my place in the morning. Amaze naturally wasn't going to miss out. I'll come too. She had energy pills that would restore his energy much faster than eating, making Abdullahi an infinite weapon no problem. Of course, all these assumptions depended on whether Abdullahi was willing to become a weapon. Receiving everyone's admiring gaze, Abdullahi chuckled and scratched his belly lightly. All right, prepare more delicious food. No problem. Macy readily agreed, and Amaze also silently promised in her heart. Everyone's attention then shifted to Hobie, who must have some impressive skills if he could work alongside Abdullahi. They were eagerly anticipating what surprises this Hobie had in store. Seeing everyone's attention on him, Hobie started explaining. I can go into relatively enclosed spaces. As long as there's a tiny crack or airflow, I can get inside. Once inside, I can open a door, release some anesthesia, and escape completely without any issue. He looked between Abdullahi and Amaze, patting his chest proudly. Although we may not have much offensive power, we can do quite a few things. These two confidently promoting themselves indeed was a good thing. For others, it might be useless, but for Amaze, it was like finding a treasure. She was very interested in both of their abilities and tacitly agreed to allow them to work off their debt. Especially over the next 2 days, they planned to visit a secret laboratory. These two people's abilities would definitely come in handy. Obdraman saw from Amaze's expression that she agreed with having the two join. So he continued to ask. Apart from your powers, what else can you do? The two exchanged glances, slightly embarrassed yet very proud. We are colleagues, always partnering up for work. What kind of colleagues live together? This answer piqued everyone's curiosity. Hobie pointed at himself. I'm an obstetrician. Abdullahi proudly puffed out his chest. I'm a midwife. This answer brought mixed feelings to everyone. Male obstetricians or male midwives are rare inland. But actually, men have greater strength and endurance, which can be an advantage in assisting childbirth, staying with pregnant women throughout the process. Social prejudice has likely caused trouble for their careers, but their proud attitudes showed they didn't care about such opinions. Amaze was highly satisfied with their professions. Even more so was Alana, who now felt safer knowing these two doctors were around. Their presence significantly increased her chances of survival during childbirth. It was noticeable that Alana treated the two doctors more warmly. They seemed to fall into their professional habits, pointing at her belly and giving many instructions. Some advice she already knew from prenatal classes, but getting pointers directly from professional doctors made everything seem more comprehensive. To sum up, based on appearance and lifestyle, this pregnancy seems safe enough. A detailed checkup is still necessary. This reassured her greatly. That's great. Taking meticulous care every day, it's finally paying off. She breathed a sigh of relief. In about 2 months, she would be delivering her baby. Though she appeared calm, thoughts of her child inevitably brought some worry to any mother's heart. Fortunately, she had met these two. Seeing that they were chatting enthusiastically, Obdraman seized the opportunity to discuss the issue of cooperation between both parties while they were at ease. The base is currently small and does not have specialized places for medical care and education. However, everything will gradually be built in the future, so the two doctors don't have any other work for now. I plan to offer a salary of 2 second-stage essence cores per month. May I know what you think? As obstetricians, with only Alana as a patient right now, they wouldn't have any work for this month or even the next couple of months. They were quite satisfied with the salary. Hobie made the decision first. No problem. Abdullahi thought about it more deeply. Since there are no patients for now, why don't we teach instead? We can teach basic literacy. Primary school knowledge is quite simple. If everyone trusts us, we can take care of Daphne Wren. They were confident they could easily handle the job and wouldn't feel like they were getting paid for nothing. Obdraman considered it. 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon every day. This was a very relaxed working schedule. You can also choose to go out with teams to hunt zombies, but only the crystals you obtain from killing zombies will count toward your earnings. The two were very satisfied with this arrangement. As former office workers, such a job felt like a blessing from heaven. They hadn't even considered taking time off. Their joy hadn't faded when Obdraman brought up the sore point. Regarding accommodation. We can only provide accommodation in other villas with water and electricity, so you'll need some crystal cores each month for rent. This was following the rules. Rent will be 3 second-stage crystal cores per month. There are 2 options. First, 4 crystal cores per month covering food and accommodation. Second, 3 crystal cores per month for rent, with meal expenses paid separately. Amaze side will provide meals, costing 5 first-stage crystal cores per meal for 2 people. After thinking it over, they chose the option of 4 crystal cores for full board and lodging. Their salary would cover rent and food, and going out to hunt zombies would quickly pay off their debts. This was part of Obdraman's plan. With expenses offsetting each other, they would stay longer, which would align perfectly with helping Alana during her delivery in the 2nd month. Chapter 77, No More Wandering. Obdraman's calculations were so intense that even Sierra, who wasn't present, seemed to have heard them, yet the two still agreed. Amaze and others could provide shelter, as well as the food and water they needed most. That was enough. They were just 2 people without family, hoping to secure a place in this post-apocalyptic world. Amaze also hoped they would stay. The debt of crystal cores compared to the benefits brought by the 2 doctors couldn't be equated. In the apocalypse, the population growth rate was extremely low. After the apocalypse, it became harder for people to conceive, and many births resulted in maternal and infant deaths. Hygiene conditions were one issue, but more importantly, it was due to human physical constitution problems. Newborns would acquire special abilities 3 to 5 years after birth, possibly a gift from heaven to help them adapt quickly to the dangers of this new world. Actually, it was because their mothers accumulated much energy before they were born, laying the groundwork for them. Unfortunately, many pregnant women lacked these abilities. They couldn't withstand the intense energy absorption by their children, leading to many miscarriages or double fatalities. Truly surviving childbirth was rare. Heaven is fair, giving humans hope. But this spark of hope was hard to sustain. Privately, Amaze also hoped these 2 would stay, ensuring Alana could safely give birth just like in her previous life. Several people enthusiastically discussed these matters, deciding on the details of Abdullahi and Hobie working and living here. Macy suddenly zoned out, not participating in the conversation. With a conflicted expression, she raised her hand and asked, "Why didn't you turn into Earth if you don't have Earth powers? Why did you become an Earth egg just now?" An Earth egg. Besides Amaze and Macy, only Hobie understood what she meant. Hobie recalled carefully, since he was bitten, he often turns into an Earth egg and can't be woken up. Only when he decides to return does the egg crack. As for why it's an Earth egg, Hobie scratched his head, unsure. Others who hadn't seen this phenomenon listened intently, wanting another explanation. Abdullahi chuckled, patting his belly, "I don't know either. Each transformation is uncontrollable. When I'm clear-headed, I can chat with Hobie, but when I'm not, I don't know what I'm doing. I feel dazed and weak all over." "So, this is how it feels right before turning into a zombie," Macy murmured, seemingly thinking of someone else. Others were equally shocked. This was the first time they'd heard someone describe the process of becoming a zombie, which felt surreal. However, the question remained unresolved. Alana turned to Amaze, seeking an answer. Amaze pondered, hesitant to state anything definitively, only offering a guess. "Perhaps, you're about to become an Earth-type powered zombie." Everyone fell silent, pondering this. No one knew whether people possessed powers when they first became zombies or developed them gradually. There was no definitive answer yet, so everyone tentatively accepted her theory. Those who knew Amaze's identity had deeper insights, realizing there was much more to learn about zombie evolution since even Amaze was unsure. With varied thoughts unspoken, Abdullahi suddenly asked, "By the way, Josephine Jinghan, what's our base called?" The 2 had adapted, already calling Amaze Josephine Jinghan. Amaze responded calmly, "Honestly, I haven't thought of a name yet." Abdullahi's face lit up, "I have a suggestion." Lacking any other ideas, Amaze nodded, "Please share." Abdullahi stood up, scanning the area dramatically. "The base provides us shelter, lets us eat, and gives us a sense of belonging. Even though we haven't fully settled in, this place already feels solid and safe, not wandering anymore. So, I suggest we call our base No More Wandering. What do you think?" No more wandering. Several people quietly mulled over these words. Not wishing to wander, not going to wander, no more wandering. Silence lingered. Macy was the first to give her thoughts on the name. "Before we came here, we were always fleeing, always wandering. Only here do we no longer have to worry every day about our safety and food. We've finally found a stable home. Indeed, it's no more wandering." Silas, who hadn't expressed his thoughts yet, also voiced his opinion. "I think this name is good too. Although I've lost my family, you all are my family now." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became a little somber. Amaze didn't want to let the mood turn sad, so she decided on the name. "Then our base shall be called No More Wandering." There was earnestness in their eyes. This place was home, a base, and a future of mutual trust and reliance. After settling on the name, Obdraman took Abdullahi and Hobie to live in an empty villa. This villa was the first experimental site for using Alana's power bank to supply electricity 24/7 since the establishment of the base. Obdraman introduced them. "In the future, if there are new arrivals, and if the numbers are suitable, they might share accommodation with you. They would share the rent, just like Macy and others do." Both had no objections to this arrangement. For now, they were getting a good deal. After understanding the general situation, they raised a question. "Can we teach Daphne Wren here? Since no one else is around, teaching or treating patients would be useful." Abdullahi also chimed in, Although I specialize in obstetrics, I can diagnose common pediatric conditions well. For minor illnesses and common diseases, I'm quite proficient. With his reassurance, Obdraman felt relieved for Daphne Wren. Children's immune systems weren't as strong as adults, and having a doctor nearby would be beneficial. Then I'll thank you on behalf of Daphne Wren. After Obdraman left the villa, Abdullahi and Hobie continued tidying up. Since no one had lived in this villa before, they planned to use the upstairs for living quarters and the ground floor living room for teaching and consultations. Now it was Amaze's turn to feel troubled. The vines had grown significantly, making them difficult to clear. It was uncertain whether they truly had the ability to neutralize the zombie virus. Not clearing them was also problematic. Only by observing Abdullahi's condition further could they confirm whether the vines possessed such an ability. Amaze trusted the system but hoped more that these vines did indeed have this capability. If so, they would be a powerful tool against the zombie transformation process. Practice makes perfect. Chapter 78, Flowers. The top priority was to retract it all. It would be better if it no longer posed a threat to others. Better sooner than later. While it was still daylight, she decided to first gather up the vines. Having lived among the villa cluster for quite some time, it had almost completely overgrown the area. Today was the first time in a long while that it exhibited its hostility. Especially towards Amaze, this plant tended more towards being agreeable rather than aggressive. Taking advantage of the fact that it wasn't hostile toward her, Amaze personally undertook the task of retracting it. The first thing she did was move the original flower pot from the balcony outside. Its stems were incredibly long, so stairs wouldn't work. Alana used her abilities to lower the pot from the second floor down into the yard. Amaze designated a plot of land and planted it outside the fence, between the villa and the mountain. There was still a considerable amount clinging to other buildings in front, requiring Amaze to remove the vines from each building. Fortunately, Amaze herself had a unique attraction to these vines. Wherever she went, touching its body, the vines would always envelop her. Keeping herself safe, she made multiple trips, moving many branches outside the fence. Summer nights always darkened late. After finishing the relocation, it was already 9 o'clock. Amaze looked at the flailing branches and brought out the system's protective shield, adjusting its size just enough to cover the entire vine. She set the option for, allow entry-exit, to, no. Thus, the vines couldn't get out anymore. Using magic to defeat magic. Unfortunately, it required flower essence cores. Luckily, during the moving process, she also promoted portable chargers to several households. Due to her credibility, many wanted to try them out as they really needed power, with only a little light available during the day, most nighttime light sources being unstable. Most people wished to come see tomorrow morning. Amaze explained that currently, there was only one sample. They would need to pay a certain amount upfront as a deposit, and once completed, the items would be delivered along with daily charging services, costing only one first-grade crystal core. Everyone agreed to this arrangement and prepared to visit the next day. Standing inside the fence, Amaze gazed at the massive vine outside, feeling slightly shocked. Unaware of its wrongdoing, the vine looked somewhat pitiful as Amaze moved it away. However, its misery seemed terrifyingly dramatic, shimmering in the dim night, casting dazzling reflections. Even shorter branches looked cute, but such a huge one appeared truly horrifying. Alana, seeing its wild writhing, dared not step forward despite being wood-type capable, feeling uncontrollable fear when this plant acted erratically. She grabbed Amaze's arm, its emotions seemed agitated. Be careful. Amaze patted her hand, walked ahead, and entered the protective shield. Others were locked outside. Step by step, entering the center where roots were still in the pot, Amaze shattered the entire pot. The vine instantly got excited, twisting free. You will stay here, don't climb onto the roofs again. When you're needed, I'll let you know, okay? She tentatively communicated with the plant. To her surprise, after speaking, other branches continued twisting, while the root slowly found a comfy spot, burrowing deeply into the soil, shivering. The most beautiful part was the vine with red and green intertwined. Clearly, it absorbed the will person's blood and poison today, with a glittery little red flower blooming on it. 3 red petals. Amaze inexplicably felt it resembled her tattooed flower. Her flower was just a bud, whereas this one seemed fully blossomed. The stamen was light green, red petals paired with green stamens, yet it didn't look tacky. Instead, it exuded a crystalline beauty, making it more vibrant and lively than regular flowers. Interpreting its wriggling as agreement. People outside the shield watched as she stood before the vine, appearing tiny and insignificant. All were worried, fearing it might tear her apart if displeased. Thankfully, Amaze safely left the shield, and everyone finally breathed easy. Silas, activate the electric fence shortly. The person called out responded immediately, sure. Until the safety of the vines was confirmed, these dual measures would continue. Many people didn't sleep that night as they dispersed. Amaze wouldn't sleep either tonight. She and Spencer stood in the yard, watching for any changes in Abdullahi's condition, ready to face the worst at any moment. Spencer leaned against a tree branch, admiring the moon from atop the tree, standing there with Amaze in the yard. There was no exchange between them, only Spencer alternated his gaze between the moon and the person beneath it. Why do you love watching the moon so much? What is there on the moon? Over the past month, he noticed that Amaze would look at the moon whenever she had time. She knew so many things. What secret did the moon hold? Amaze paused, thinking hard about how to describe it, before finally speaking softly. After this new moon, when it becomes full again, a calamity will occur. Do you believe me? The silver moonlight will cease to exist. A blood-red moon and a blue sun will soon envelope the world. Her words were gentle but struck Spencer like a bomb. A man who had received over 20 years of scientific education was forced to accept the apocalypse and acquired abilities. He never imagined nature itself could mutate. The next full moon night, Spencer's body tensed, his muscles stiffening as he stared intently at Amaze, not missing any expression on her face. When the gateway opens wide, spirits will roam freely. Zombies will also descend in large numbers. That will be the true arrival of the apocalypse. In fact, a large number of humans still survive, with only about 30% turning into zombies. But on that day, the sky will tear open with countless rifts. Zombies will randomly fall upon the earth. That will be the true inferno. Hearing her description, Spencer swallowed hard. Chapter 79 Finger. I don't know how long we can hold on. We can only try to make this place safer. If it doesn't work, we will go to the air raid shelter. Hobart's voice was a bit shaky, not out of fear but concern. What else do you know? Amaze sighed. This time, third-stage zombies will appear, but in small numbers. There will be more first-stage zombies. The elderly, women, and children must be protected at all costs, while others should kill if they can and fight if they are able to. This is an excellent opportunity for a trial by fire. Everyone's powers will advance through actual combat, but it is also a brutal test. Many elderly, women, and children didn't escape their attacks and turned into zombies. As far as I know, this time the zombies' mass arrival is due to the spatial overlap and distortion. As for when they will come again, I'm not sure. She described the current world matter-of-factly without too many words about the hellish scenes, which still made Hobart shudder. He no longer works in the special department, but he shares Amaze's thoughts on helping the weak, if possible. How many people will survive this time? Amaze thought carefully, probably another 30% lost. Another 30%. Nowadays, humans have much less space to live in. Many people don't even have fixed places to stay, let alone protect themselves. Those who have supplies at home might barely get by. If they are unfortunately surrounded by zombies, those without the ability probably won't survive by just trying to hang on. 30% might be an optimistic figure. What should we do? Amaze shook her head. I don't know what to do either. You probably guessed that I know a lot because I remember my previous life. Tasha also remembers her past life. It seems like we had the same dream, and some scenes in our dreams are now proving its authenticity. But some scenarios deviate from the dream scenes. She gently touched the tattoo behind her ear, the bud position she knew well. It felt flat with no burning sensation, as if the strange mark had never appeared. According to Tasha, in her past life, she had been here or Amiel had left the villa. When the two met somewhere during the zombie invasion wave, Tasha secured her safety by currying favor with Herb and pushing Amiel away. In other words, Amiel died about 2 months after the apocalypse began, and she had deceived Tasha for nearly 3 years. Thinking of this, Amaze clenched her fists again. She really regretted not giving her a fatal arrow to the heart then and there. Either way, it would have been better to end it swiftly. Unfortunately, there are no IFS. Hobart's question interrupted Amaze's thoughts. Is there any solution? Solution. Amaze recalled her past life. In her previous life, she was fortunate to escape with her colleagues from the hospital. Relatively safe, they stumbled into a supermarket and were besieged by zombies. They held out for about half a month before starting to migrate, arriving at the government-founded base during this period. At the time, it was relatively safe, with no spatial rifts near the base and fewer zombies accordingly. A week later, the armed forces officially controlled a radius of 100 kilometers around the base, clearing everything, creating a safer environment. Only by killing zombies can you survive. Not killing them means becoming one. No solutions. The rift opened for a day and night. As the moon turned crescent, the gap gradually closed, fixing the number. Killing zombies allows humans to survive. Failure to kill means turning into a zombie. Amaze kept her expressionless face to mask her painful memories. People she knew who went out on missions almost never came back. Because she was just an ordinary person back then with no powers, she didn't join the mission and managed to survive. In areas with higher zombie density, one needs to kill over 10 zombies just to survive. Hobart jumped down from the tree and stood shoulder to shoulder with Amaze, gazing at the moon together. So, we can only fight, right? We can only fight. Time seemed to freeze, both were deep in their own thoughts. I want to send a message to the organization. Amaze turned back and looked at Hobart. Due to his power, his hair color seemed to be turning red faintly, his eyes deep, the whole person blending harmoniously with the moonlight, unchanged from before the apocalypse. She nodded stiffly, then was hugged by Hobart, held in his arms. Don't worry, I just want to remind them. An innocent man may live in peace, but one with a gem will invite trouble. Amaze closed her eyes, took a deep breath, but did not exhale for a long time. She had always been hiding, but there would eventually come a day when she needed to take the initiative to socialize. All for those innocent lives. In a blink, it was already dawn. This night, the will did not turn into a zombie. Amaze and Hobart could hear his snoring, which was certainly something to celebrate. After taking care of the vegetable patch, she went to Hyda's home. Far Eyes, I believe you are aware of what happened yesterday with someone almost turning into a zombie. I won't repeat the details. This time, I hope you can study the vines. Far Eyes nodded. If you hadn't come today, I would have found you. I'm very interested in it, as well as its capabilities. Amaze smiled. That's great. Today I was afraid it might be dangerous, so I put it elsewhere. We can go anytime. With Far Eyes' experiments, guesses would soon become fact. Waiting for Far Eyes to change into professional clothes, the two of them headed to where the vines were placed yesterday. She walked alone into the protective shield, leaving Far Eyes in a safe place. Far Eyes peered inside, carefully observing the characteristics of the vine's main body. After resting overnight, the vines had found their most comfortable posture. Looking around, this area, now crawling with fine branches, had become its kingdom. As Amaze gradually approached, these branches became increasingly excited, lively like octopuses, constantly waving their tentacles in welcome. Amaze negotiated with it. Can you give me some of your... She couldn't quite describe what they were, thinking hard for adjectives, only managing to blurt out, fingers. This description sounded a bit eerie. She wondered if the vine could understand her meaning. The entire vine trembled, Amaze assumed a defensive stance, and the people outside frowned anxiously, wanting to rush in to rescue her. Chapter 80, Looking for Vehicles. However, after just a moment of movement, the vines returned to normal and did not attack her. I just want to take a segment to conduct some experiments. It won't hurt anymore soon. Amaze continued to persuade, you have so much of it. I really only need a little. Her hand made a gesture indicating a tiny amount, unsure if the vines could see it. Its body waved vigorously, leading Amaze to guess that it was unwilling. If it was unwilling, it meant that basic weapons would be ineffective against it, and using large weapons might provoke it. A sudden thought struck Amaze. Since she had grown the plant from a small seed with crystal nucleus water, maybe tempting it with crystal nucleus water now would work. Would it work? She took out a small cup of crystal nucleus water and poured it onto its main root system. Bubbles appeared and disappeared quickly. Clearly, its main body started to relax, with its branches becoming soft and limp. There's hope. Amaze squatted on the ground, took out another bottle of crystal nucleus water, and while pouring, softly negotiated. Give me a small piece, and I'll give you another cup. What do you think? The vines showed no reaction, only occasionally shaking their branches. Amaze waited patiently. How about adding one more cup? Its main body began to move, some parts wrapping around Amaze's ankles, but she gently pulled them off. Was it pouting? Amaze made her final offer. At most, I'll give you 2 cups. Otherwise, there will be none. After hearing her words, the vines hesitated for a while before a very thin vine reached out from afar. It lightly touched her, curling around her wrist without moving. So, I'll take this as your agreement. Amaze pinched the vine it offered and cut off a segment with a knife. The vine had good resilience but wasn't as hard as before when even the knife couldn't penetrate it. The cut vine curled around her forearm, rubbing against her. Amaze's heart tightened. Last time, before sucking the blood from the bun, metaphorically, it also rubbed back and forth like this. Amaze quickly pulled it off, not wanting to become the second bun. After ensuring she was free of it, she placed the cut vine in a bag for specimen storage. This segment was about 10 centimeters long and as thick as chopsticks. Upon closer inspection, it was hollow. She was quite satisfied with this sample and patted the wildly moving vines in front of her, saying, well done, here's your reward. Then she poured 2 bottles of water for it. One must keep their word even to plant. After consoling the vines, Amaze left and handed over the specimen to Far Eyes. She carefully checked the protective shield to ensure no one could enter without her permission. Before the truth was revealed, no matter how human-like or understanding of human speech these vines seemed, they would pose no danger to Amaze. It was all an illusion. Amaze dropped Far Eyes off at home and then found Haida to ask about the exact address of the laboratory. We already have plans and will set out in the next few days to find the experimental equipment. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. The day was approaching, and each delay increased the danger. After getting the answer, Amaze returned to her room to rest. Her body was utterly exhausted after being up all night. When she woke up, the sun had already set. She found Spencer, and together they carefully recalled the marked locations. Why don't we just go out and look for those vehicles? Amaze was unsure if her space could accommodate these vehicles. If it could, that would be perfect. If not, driving them to a fixed location would make it easier to leave later. Seeing her serious expression, Spencer couldn't bring himself to refuse. Let's go. Amaze smiled, as if illuminating the entire room. She dragged Spencer outside, ignoring Sierra's calls for dinner. Outside the villa, they found the first vehicle, which was a minibus. For some reason, it had been parked on the side of the road and looked decent from the outside. Is anyone here? Spencer shook his head. We've already checked thoroughly. No one's inside. With confirmation, Amaze stood in front of the car and found she couldn't store it in the system. So, she pulled out 2 picks from her sleeve and fiddled with the car door lock. Spencer watched her with interest, busy trying to open the door. He also took the opportunity to eliminate a wandering zombie nearby. By the time he returned with a first-stage crystal nucleus, Amaze was already inspecting inside the vehicle. It could seat about 7 or 8 people, all facilities were intact, the windows were unbroken, and the fuel gauge showed more than half full. Amaze clapped her hands, quite satisfied with the vehicle. She pulled Spencer to sit in the front seat and said, watch me. Then she used a pick as a key to start the car. She turned around, looking at Spencer with pride. Great job. Spencer gave timely feedback, though he had no idea where she learned this skill. In fact, Amaze felt a bit uneasy too. She had learned this skill from Macy. There was a man in his early 40s who used to be a habitual thief. He looked quite honest, with a square face and thick eyebrows, exuding righteousness all over. Only those who knew him well realized that he was arguably the most skilled pickpocket in that area, not only adept at stealing but also proficient in lockpicking. He could easily drive such vehicles. Amaze would occasionally learn lockpicking techniques from him, considering it beneficial to have more skills. It took her many practices on the doors at home before she mastered them. Old Man Lee often criticized her clumsy hands. The feel of holding a scalpel and a pick was completely different. This was the first outdoor experiment, and she didn't expect it to succeed on the first try. Amaze thought about bringing him along when they went out to handle any issues that might arise, as her half-baked skills couldn't handle problems promptly. Each driving one vehicle, they drove to a wooded area near the villa, hiding the cars before searching for others. Some vehicles had broken windows and low safety performance, so she abandoned them immediately. Others were covered in greenish-red marks with damaged exteriors, likely unusable for long even if they could be driven. These two were discarded by Amaze. After several rounds of searching, they found only two suitable vehicles, a minibus and a tow truck. That was enough. The tow truck was harder to handle. Though they could drive it, the rear platform wouldn't lower down, perhaps broken or otherwise malfunctioning. After dealing with the two vehicles, they returned to the villa. Amaze brought out the information from Mace's team. This included a chart of residents' abilities made by Obduraman initially, with several people circled, indicating questionable real strength. She deduced based on the clues, noted down two names, and asked Macy for help. Tomorrow, the team won't go out to hunt zombies but will remain in the villa complex. I will lead Spencer outside. There is equipment in a factory we need to bring back for Professors Billy and Kim's experiments. Hearing that Amaze and Spencer would lead the mission, Macy knew it wasn't simple. I'll stay. Exactly what I intended. Both of them understood each other without saying anything further. Chapter 81 Borrowing People. Kerry answered very seriously, rest assured, as long as I carry him alive, everyone will definitely survive. She understood the situation they would face. When Amaze and Spencer left, they would take away some other powerful psychics with them. The combat strength within the villa would decrease significantly. Hence, the most capable ones left to lead would be Marshall and Kerry. Marshall prioritized protecting Alan's life over others. Amaze hoped Kerry could look after Alana, Far Eyes, Hyder, etc., offering help when necessary. Although Marshall would also protect them to some extent, his priority would always be Alan's safety. Of course, this was just a scenario simulated under dangerous conditions, and it was uncertain if there would indeed be danger. Amaze had merely thought about many possibilities. By the way, I'd like to borrow two people from you. I know you have a dual-element psychic. Kerry paused mid-sip of her water, pursing her lips. I want him to help me move some things tomorrow. You know? Makes sense. Kerry leaned back on the sofa, almost giving up. Forget calling you Amaze, you might as well call yourself Mr. Know-It-All. Understanding that Amaze needed to borrow these people for use now, she wouldn't argue but simply listened to her complaints with a smile. Then came a harsh blow. Besides that dual-element psychic, I also need divine hands. Kerry, borrowing two people is fine, but then you'll have to offer better compensation. This mission outside will definitely be significant, with a high risk level. Otherwise, both of you wouldn't go together. As the team leader, I can approve their participation, but ultimately, the decision lies with them. Amaze clearly understood her responsibility. The risk is unpredictable, potentially fatal. It's crucial to inform them of this. Hearing the frankness reassured Kerry. How you persuade them, whether with crystal cores, resources, or benefits, is up to you. Everything should be negotiated directly by you. I'm only acting as a mediator. It had been a month since anyone ventured out into the outside world. How many zombies were there in the factory now? Might there be third-stage zombies? What was the state inside the laboratory? All of this was hard to predict. This time, the difficulty level of their outing far exceeded the small team's zombie hunting missions by at least 2 levels. Even she and Spencer couldn't guarantee they'd come back unscathed. All right, I'll get them. Kerry went upstairs to fetch the people. This was an opportunity for training and immense rewards. She had no right to refuse or accept on behalf of others. After waiting for a bit, Amaze saw 2 people following Kerry downstairs, one slim, the other tall. The thinner one seemed average-sized compared to Kerry but looked smaller next to his towering companion. The broad-faced man with thick eyebrows beside him was the master thief whom Amaze had previously learned from Divine Hands. In this era, finding dual-element psychics was rare. Even Amaze knew of only a few. In her previous life, there was one particularly strong dual-element psychic. This lifetime, Spencer counted as one, and now this man before her did too. After introducing them, Kerry first introduced the dual-element psychic. Our resident dual-element powerhouse, Pierce, Aurelio. He has combined earth and space abilities, both at level 1. We've measured his spatial capacity to be around 50 cubic meters. The other one, you know, Divine Hands. So large. Haven't you stored any supplies? Recalling how ragged their group had been when they first arrived, Amaze asked directly, being familiar with their background. He awakened at a time when we had little to store, Kerry explained. Indeed, their initial days had been tough. These 2 men also knew Amaze well, so they quickly exchanged pleasantries and got down to business. Tomorrow, we have a mission. The location is a factory tens of kilometers away. I need your help. Divine Hands, you'll be responsible for lockpicking and opening doors. I trust you're up for this task. Pierce, you'll handle moving items. Don't stress, Do as much as you can. I need to emphasize that the factory might be dangerous. Whether there are survivors, how many zombies there are, and their rank, all unknowns. Moreover, the distance is considerable, and we might encounter large groups of zombies or humans. If any conflicts arise during the mission, they are also inevitable. Her words struck a chord with them, reminding them to act within their limits. If you're willing to go, I can use crystal cores as your payment this time, 5 second-stage crystal cores for each of you. If you don't want crystal cores, you can choose the right to freely eat meat for the next 3 years. Of course, this is based on us having enough meat, not in a situation where we have nothing. The two men pondered for a moment. Hollis kept tapping his leg, while Divine Hands didn't need much consideration. He readily agreed, "You and I have known each other for a while now. Since you need me, I'll naturally accompany you. I don't have any special demands, I'll choose to eat meat." He expressed his thoughts very straightforwardly. Amaze had expected he would agree. Although Divine Hands was a thief, he was upright and easygoing in character. This might be the highest realm and principle of their thieving community, honorable thievery. They didn't rush Hollis. He changed positions several times, still undecided. Seeing him so conflicted, Amaze decided to decline for him but was interrupted by Hollis's words. "I'll go with you too, but I want to change the condition. If there's any tobacco available in the future, I hope you can supply me first. I can trade appropriately with crystal cores." Tobacco? Amaze carefully recalled and realized she indeed had collected quite a few packs of cigarettes, though she couldn't tell the quality. She hadn't expected that Hollis was most interested in tobacco. Immediately, Amaze took out 2 cartons of cigarettes and placed them on the table, pushing them directly in front of Hollis. "These are the advance payment. After the mission is completed, another 20 cartons. In the future, if they are sold, you can enjoy a 50% discount." Seeing the 2 cartons of cigarettes, Hollis's eyes lit up. Chapter 82 Meat Eating. To save his life and sustain living, he hadn't smoked for a very long time. The last time he put tobacco in his mouth, savoring its flavor, a zombie hit him, making him furious enough to beat that zombie to death with punches before burying it underground, which still didn't alleviate his anger. Seeing these 2 packs of cigarettes made him crave again. Before, he had no choice but to endure the craving. Today, after finding some candies in the snack cabinet, he started eating sugar as a substitute. Now, seeing the real deal before his eyes, how could he even remember those substitute? His hands, not obeying his will anymore, touched the cigarette box right away. Indeed good stuff. Josephine Jinghan is awesome. Watching his sycophantic behavior, Sacred Hands also felt a bit envious. So Amaze simply took out 2 more packs and gave them to Sacred Hands. "To satisfy your craving." "That's great." Without any hesitation, he immediately grabbed the 2 packs, so quickly that one could hardly see his action. "Hey, isn't Josephine Jinghan a wood elemental?" Amaze once mentioned her wood elemental power because she grew vegetables faster, and she sold vegetables and water to others before, something Kerry knew clearly. She thought everyone knew about this fact, and Kerry had told them about the dual elements, but it turned out they didn't. But it did prove Kerry was someone worth associating with. Amaze smiled faintly, saying little about it. "I just happen to be able to collect certain things, there's nothing much to talk about." She didn't admit to having elemental powers, yet in their eyes, Amaze was simply like a goddess. Her combat skills were on par with Captain Kerry, and her elemental abilities were extremely powerful. Moreover, she possessed many resources, becoming someone they admired and envied. After settling all matters, Amaze proposed her farewell. She needed to go back and discuss with Reuben whether to go out together tomorrow. Ever since the incident with Savannah, both Spencer and Reuben informed Amaze that Savannah seemed suspicious. Since then, Amaze had been willing to trust Reuben. At least he honored his oaths, and Amaze believed in his abilities. This time, she hoped Reuben could join them, so he could contribute when encountering strange events. Although the lab was a scientific place, unforeseen unscientific events could occur. With Reuben around, it felt like having an imperial sword leading the way, protecting and guiding them. Even if it wasn't really necessary, it provided a sense of preparedness. Back home, Reuben was in his room. Amaze knocked gently on the door and waited outside. Soon, the door opened. Reuben, still in his white shirt and black pants, looked as if he expected her, showing no surprise. Amaze didn't plan to enter. He was decisive and didn't take long to make decisions. Understanding Amaze's request, Reuben stared intently at her face without expressing anything else. Thinking there might be something on her face, she raised her hand to wipe it off. Unexpectedly, Reuben stopped looking at her and swiftly performed a finger gesture. "All right, I'll go with you." Reuben leaned against the door frame. "Anything else?" "No." Amaze shook her head. "Rest well, we leave tomorrow." Reuben nodded, ready to close the door. "How about converting into crystal cores later?" Amaze interrupted his motion. Reuben smiled faintly. "I don't have much use for that. Consider it as my meal fee, no need to give me any." Seeing his nonchalant attitude, Amaze was quite envious. Others didn't care much about crystal cores, but she valued them greatly. "Good night." He closed the door after speaking, leaving Amaze unsure if his calculated answer was positive or negative, but at least Reuben's help offered better assurance for the next day's operation. Amaze felt slightly relieved. With Reuben agreeing, Amaze went to find Abdullahi and Hobia. The two were busy remodeling their living room into a clinic and classroom. When Amaze arrived, they were cleaning up, doing the final preparations. Abdullahi noticed her first and greeted her. "Josephine Jinghan visited us today. Is there something you need?" Tomorrow, I hope you can accompany us to a distant factory to gather supplies. It's risky. You can decide on your own whether to come or not. Hearing her plea for help, Abdullahi decided instantly, of course we'll go. He patted his little belly and said, I can't really do much, so I'll just serve as a reliable ranged weapon tomorrow. Just don't look down on me. Hearing this commitment from his longtime partner, Hobia naturally was willing to follow him out. If you can't get the factory doors open, I'll go inside and open them for you. Amaze shook her head. Lockpicking is covered by someone else, and I know how to do it a bit myself. The most important thing is that there's a secret lab inside the factory. I hope you can get inside and let us in too. Lab. Both of them echoed in unison, expressing their surprise. Amaze confirmed, it's a factory that makes experimental machines. Inside the factory is a hidden lab. Tomorrow we will mainly be collecting machines from there. Meanwhile, the hidden lab contains some experimental results that need to be gathered. But according to the information we have, there are a lot of high-tech things inside. Your ability might be needed to understand the situation inside. Ideally, you could get us in. Of course, it's dangerous. So I'll consider using crystal cores as your reward. After saying this, she felt it wasn't right. If they chose to leave after getting crystal cores, selfishly thinking, Dr. Alana might lose the doctor who provides medical care. She added hastily, or free meat-eating sessions in the future. Upon hearing meat, both Abdullahi and Hobia completely ignored the phrase life-threatening mentioned earlier. Meat. That's real meat. We can't refuse anything but meat. I'm in. Me too. Hobia didn't want to be left behind, it was free meat. Amaze realized her guess was correct. These two indeed valued meat more than crystal cores. With that, the team for tomorrow's operation was fully assembled. Amaze and Spencer would lead, along with Reuben, Abdullahi, and Hobia. There were also 2 people from Kerry's side and 2 other strong members of the group willing to join them, making a total of 9 people. Meet at 6 tomorrow, bring your weapons, and we'll set off. Both agreed readily. Then Amaze remembered something she had overlooked. Abdullahi, did you test your abilities at Kerry's house today? Recalling this, Abdullahi slapped his thigh. Of course. Kerry's place has lots of good food. After eating there for a while, my powers recovered faster than before, and the food was delicious. Speaking of food, Abdullahi began to ramble endlessly. Chapter 83, Handgun. Interrupted by Hobie, Abdullahi recalled the main topic. I went this morning, and it turned into a big cannon. After 2 rounds, I was starving. He rubbed his belly somewhat bashfully, but after eating, I can fire 3 shot. Hope, I got it. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all, how can serving meals be called hard work? Amaze and Hobie. The next day, in the dim morning light, Amaze and her team had already gathered on the open ground ahead. Everyone was traveling light, with Amaze supplying all the food and water. Alana descended the stairs with sleepy eyes, yawning widely. Following her was Obduraman, carrying a tray with over 10 handguns on it. These are crystal core handguns I worked overnight to finish. They can easily take out first-stage zombies but don't challenge second-stage ones. Everyone crowded around, rubbing their hands eagerly and waiting to try them out. Made from crystal cores. 1-stage crystal cores are used to power it, holding up to 21 crystal cores, 1 for energy supply while the other 20 serve as bullets. Amaze showed great interest and picked up a crystal core handgun for closer inspection. It was bulkier than an ordinary handgun and felt quite heavy in hand. Spencer, more knowledgeable about weapons, swiftly disassembled one to better understand its internal structure. The chamber needed to contain a first-stage crystal core, which, tiny as it is, provided enough energy to headshot a regular first-stage zombie. Most importantly, this kind of handgun was rather quiet, ensuring gunfire wouldn't draw the attention of other zombies. A headshot would destroy the crystal core. Alana comforted her, no loss, just for safety's sake. Right, safety. The machine was important, and so was safety. The goal of this trip is merely to retrieve the machine, without causing unnecessary losses. Thank you, Josephine Chignard. Alana patted her shoulder understandingly. Amaze carefully reviewed the handgun's usage notes with Alana. A shot against a second-stage zombie can only stagger them, slowing down their speed. Each person received their own handgun, excitedly examining and boasting about their new toys. Guns were something they had always yearned for since childhood, previously having no chance to get close to guns and lacking such conditions in this apocalypse world. Having these items now, everyone wanted a trial, and Amaze allowed them some leeway for errors. After leaving the villa, they caught a few zombies for practice. Amaze distributed 42 first-stage crystal cores to each person as ammunition, ready to provide more if necessary. Most people had experience with toy or airsoft guns but lacked any real gun usage, hence they took turns headshooting these first-stage zombies. This novel experience thrilled them. Amaze let them freely experiment and feel the firearms, preventing excessive panic during real emergencies. Only when the zombies were riddled with bullet holes, barely recognizable, did Amaze order them to stop. Let's go. They then boarded the minibus with Admar driving. Amaze placed a frame and covered it with a large cloth on the trailer, concealing their contents to avoid unwanted attention. The journey took half a day's drive before reaching near their destination. The factory sat beside a regular road, a small creek not far away, looking relatively clean and tidy. Several wandering zombies started chasing their vehicle upon sight. Getting off the vehicle, Amaze had them lure nearby zombies over for practice. After shooting down the farthest zombie, Reuben swiveled the gun and said to Amaze, "Didn't expect this gun's range to be pretty long." More professionally inclined Spencer also chimed in. Normal self-defense handguns have a range of about 50 meters, with a maximum of 150 meters. This crystal core handgun can exceed a 300-meter range, indeed powerful. Hearing this, Amaze began to calculate in her mind. In her past life, she had used semi-crystal core, semi-gunpowder handguns, which had a range of about 100 meters, considered top tier for civilians. It was impressive that Alana's ultra-long-range model could maintain firepower and accuracy. As for the incapability to kill second-stage zombies, Amaze planned a test. By the time they finished chatting, all zombies had been dealt with. Then they converged at the final destination point. Ji-Yoon Technology Company, Limited. These large characters were carved on the stone tablet outside the factory. The bright red letters under the scorching sun gave off an eerie feeling. There were no extra defensive facilities around the perimeter of the factory, only a common electric gate at the outermost layer. This factory didn't look very big. In this courtyard, there were merely 2 buildings connected by a cream-colored corridor. The 2 buildings were painted in different colors. One exposed its red brick color, very simple and unadorned, with only 3 floors, but each floor was quite high, almost as tall as a regular 2-story building. The other building was simply painted with cream-white paint, looking more formal than the other one, with the words Research and Development Building written on it. The golden iron letters had started to rust. A dilapidated atmosphere hit them right away. Logically speaking, just 1 month wouldn't be enough to make it this rundown. At this moment, Hobie had already thoroughly checked the surroundings. I looked around. Apart from these 2 main buildings that I didn't enter, all other houses have been swept. He shook his head, his tone slightly regretful. No people, nor zombies. Nobody. This was very strange. The day the apocalypse arrived was a workday. Such a large place could not possibly lack zombies or any people. Everyone be careful. Amaze reminded everyone not to let their guard down. There might be something big inside. Hearing her somewhat serious tone, the others also heightened their vigilance. However, besides vigilance, they were also quite excited, rubbing their hands, eager to test their own skills and try out the new weapons. Several people quickly climbed over the electronic gate, entering the interior of the factory. Only by really stepping into this factory could one discover its uniqueness. Although the exteriors of the 2 buildings seemed unkempt, they were actually constructed very solidly, with thicker walls compared to general buildings, making them more sturdy. Their gazes shifted to the door. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief that it was a simple sliding door, making the task a bit easier. Hobie whispered to Amaze, I tried to go in. The outer door is just a simple sliding door, but there's another electric gate inside, which has an infrared sensing device. I didn't dare to move forward. If the power supply is still functioning normally, the infrared device will automatically open the door when it senses someone, but there's nobody else here, and I'm afraid it will release many zombies once it detects someone. What he said made sense. Nobody knew what was behind the door. Chapter 84 back. Understood. Be cautious above all. She reminded the others to also pay attention to how they open doors. Horatio went to probe first. The outer door was easily breached without any issues. It revealed an electric infrared door inside. Then, Horatio stood at the front again, preparing to move forward. Amaze stopped him. Dangerous. Wait a moment. Horatio waved his hand. Metallic class, it should be fine to try. He patted his chest, where a heart protector given to him by his late wife lay. It would surely protect him. Hearing this, Amaze felt reassured and let him lead the way. A metallic class ability between levels 1 and 2 could provide partial reinforcement, protecting crucial areas from fatal attacks. If anything dangerous happened, as long as she pulled Horatio back in time, everything could still be salvaged. Everyone held their breath, focusing entirely on Horatio. He took 1 step forward, then another, with no reaction. When he bravely took another step forward, 2 beeps were heard. Everyone's eyes widened. The electronic door made 2 clicks and opened to both sides. A pungent odor hit them, almost making Horatio retch. Those behind him also fell back. They couldn't stand the smell. This factory, which had been producing experimental machines for about a month, now emitted an acidic stench like natto mixed with the toilet, extremely nauseating. Amaze exchanged some protective masks in the system and distributed them. Not knowing if the gas was harmful, these masks could prevent dangerous gases from directly invading their bodies. Any protection was better than none. They moved inside. The factory was eerily quiet. Apart from the change in smell, everything else seemed frozen in time from the day of the apocalypse. However, they didn't let their guard down, being even more cautious. Under this smell, the danger might be even greater. They formed a back-to-back formation, carefully observing the surroundings, afraid that something might suddenly appear. 2 minutes passed silently, with nothing happening. The warehouse, aside from dozens of large machines, was very empty. There were no living creatures, only their own breathing sounds. The machines were neatly arranged. They spread out, checking around the machines to ensure there was nothing aggressive inside. After confirming it was safe, Amaze signaled Hollis in the air to gather the machines. Following the order, Hollis hurriedly used his ability to collect the instruments, which were quite large. However, after collecting 3 or 4, he ran out of space. Amaze, who had been watching him, noticed the dilemma. She had also tried to store the machines but the system wouldn't recognize them, so they couldn't be stored. There was no other choice but to exit and place the collected machines on a cart before coming back in again. Since the area was too quiet and felt eerie, Amaze asked Spencer and Abdullahi to accompany Hollis outside to load the machines while the others stayed alert. 1 person was left at the entrance to keep watch, ready to warn if anything happened on either side. At this moment, Amaze approached Hobie quietly. She whispered to him, "Help me find the secret room, there's a hidden door on the wall." Hobie received the order and moved towards the wall, with Amaze closely following to protect him. His ability could quickly screen out possible locations for the secret room. Any slight gap would trigger his ability. He meticulously examined the surroundings, with Amaze and Ruben's eyes never leaving him. Their muscles tensed, focused, and ready to save Hobie if needed. Fortunately, under everyone's tension, Hobie indicated that there were two walls concealing something, one in the northwest corner and one in the southeast corner. The southeast corner was close to the building's main entrance, while the northwest corner was furthest away, diagonally opposite the entrance. He pointed in these two directions. The doors were on completely opposite ends. One provided an easy escape route near the entrance, while the other was farther and riskier. Amaze knew only of the lost items. Hyder hadn't given her any clues, so she continued to question Hobie. Which door is harder to enter? The secret room should be in the harder to enter one for higher security. Hobie shook his head. "I can't tell, but the door near the entrance seems thicker. We'll have to test to know the difficulty." She also asked Ruben for his opinion, but he shook his head. "Can't say, both sides are dangerous. The secret room, I must enter it." She emphasized her determination. "Regardless of the danger, I have to go in and take a look." Her gaze swept over the others. They might not understand Amaze's resolve, but they were willing to accompany her on this journey. Their bright eyes were filled with trust. Spencer and Hollis safely returned. "Let's go for the one near the entrance. We can still run if something happens." Hollis also laughed and said, "I'll collect 2 more rounds, then everything will be done. In the end, we'll all go in together." They could only proceed this way. A few people bustled about for a while, eventually leaving Hollis and 2 members of the villa team at the same spot. "Your 3 tasks are to get these machines back alive. Wait for us now, and if anything unsolvable happens inside, someone will notify you to drive back immediately." Hearing her words, they felt choked up, unable to utter any sound. Amaze knew they understood, so she patted Hollis's shoulder and turned to return. The others had long been prepared. This door could be opened by Hobie, and Horatio could try from the outside. For safety, Amaze chose to let Horatio do it. Abdullahi had already transformed into a flame cannon, held by Spencer and aimed at the door. If a large number of zombies appeared inside, they would first treat them to a hot meal. After preparing mentally, Horatio fiddled with the lock outside the secret room but found no clues to open it. Others also searched carefully but found nothing. They could only resort to force, trying to break the door. The material of the door was indeed steel, but even with Horatio's ability and Ruben's enhancement, the door wouldn't budge. This difficulty made them feel that they were likely on the right track. In the end, Horatio resorted to extreme measures, forcing the lock open. This meant that if there was anything inside, it could rush out as soon as the door broke, potentially crushing him into pulp. He held professional tools, listening and tapping while muttering to himself, sweat dripping directly into his eyes without wiping them away. Then his expression paused. He blinked twice to relieve his tension, changed his hand position, and lightly pressed down. The door opened. Chapter 85 Standard. Garth dodged from the doorway and retreated a few steps to the side. The imagined scene of zombies swarming in did not happen. Instead, the door opened by itself. Facing them were 2 zombies wearing white lab coats. They faced the entrance, with expressions of great pain, hands supporting the passage as if they were trying to prevent the zombies behind them from rushing out. Further back, a densely packed crowd of zombies in blue work uniforms could be seen writhing. These were likely the factory's ordinary workers at the time. Strangely, the 2 closest zombies maintained this posture, their bodies having become zombified but showing no signs of desiring human energy like other zombies. Meanwhile, the zombies behind, upon seeing so many living humans, all pushed forward with force, causing the 2 front zombies to collapse onto the ground. Hobart, seeing no signs of living beings inside, fired 2 shots neatly. The others had already taken cover. The shells flew in a parabolic arc into the passage, while the zombies continued to surge out competitively. Within a second, 5 or 6 zombies had already run out, lured away by others to be dealt with elsewhere. The unfortunate ones that didn't manage to escape were blown up in the narrow passage. With a bang, smoke filled the area. The fire gun transformed by Abdullahi, actually improved by Alana, differed from the initial sugar-fired gun. It ignited faster and had just the right amount of power. It did not collapse the entire passage but ensured that these dozen or so zombies were instantly reduced to rubble. This saved them considerable effort. And the few zombies that escaped earlier were also easily dispatched by the others. The 2 zombies in white lab coats, for unknown reasons, were not trampled into dried meat. They did not exhibit the typical zombie desire for human energy. They seemed as though they had merely died, although they were indeed zombified before death. Being zombified yet unaffected by the zombie virus was quite an extraordinary phenomenon. Amaze bravely stepped forward, wanting to push these 2 aside. She felt that this peculiar scene must have a deeper underlying issue. Sure enough, just as she gripped one of the labcoat zombie's shoulders and prepared to lift him up, this labcoat zombie suddenly lifted its head. His expression was both painful and grotesque, yet there was a very sinister smile on his face, exposing nearly 20 teeth. Despite his eyes lacking any luster and his skin long decayed, his excitement was evident. Without time to think much, Amaze instinctively pulled out a dagger with her right hand and slashed at his neck. Based on her experience, a diagonal upward stab through the neck would pierce the brainstem, and with a twist, extract the crystal core. This method, summarized over days, was the least strenuous and ensured the integrity of the crystal core. A zombie with this level of intelligence to lure prey must be either a second-stage zombie or close to it. Amaze delightedly imagined the scenario after obtaining the crystal core. However, his neck was as hard as steel, her blade couldn't pierce it, let alone reach his brain to retrieve the core. The fanged zombie, mouth agape, lunged towards her wrist in mockery of her underestimation. Amaze kicked him away. The other zombie, pinned under her foot, was swiftly finished off. She stomped on his back, scrambled his brains, and extracted a crystal core that was almost at the second stage, beginning to show signs of minor intelligence. Little thing, luring me in, huh? Amaze didn't wait for the kicked zombie to recover. Instead, she ran inward and kicked it again when it stumbled. This zombie had an ability, otherwise, her blade wouldn't have failed to penetrate. Likely it was steel-based. Knowing a single blade wouldn't work, Amaze drew another one. She stabbed the first knife into its neck in front of it, while the other hand stabbed into its head unnoticed. As expected, the knife in the neck only produced a clang sound, failing to penetrate and even scratching her shoulder. However, the second knife, without the reinforcement of the steel ability, easily pierced its soft skull. The zombie's mouth gaped wide in shock as its life ended. Diversionary tactics. Amaze gently tossed the shiny, iron-like crystal core into the air, following its trajectory with her eyes. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. She caught the falling crystal core and quickly stored it in her system. Amaze could sense Hobart behind her, and a glance revealed that Reuben was there too. She turned back obediently, the three of them forming a triangular shape, all facing forward. The passage was littered with shattered limbs from the explosion. Occasionally, a broken crystal core lay on the ground, but that wasn't the main point. The focal point was at the deepest part of this corridor, where a figure in a lab coat stood. To be precise, it was a standard third-stage zombie. Most of its zombie-like external features had nearly disappeared. Its skin color was normal, just slightly pale without blood color, not the typical bluish-gray of zombies. The dim light in the depths flickered, casting shadows on his figure. One hand held an iron rod with a few small iron rings attached to a square base, while the other hung naturally by its side. His expression was cold yet filled with an intense excitement. Seeing Amaze and the others, he bared sharp fangs, 3 of which were particularly prominent, like a vampire's, ready to bite into prey at any moment. Amaze recognized that what it held was a commonly used iron stand from the laboratory, though modified by its former human self, turning the top iron rod into a very sharp defensive weapon. It was an evolved third-stage zombie. Amaze whispered a warning to the 2 people behind her. "It's a zombie." As the 2 at the front received the cue, the zombie also moved. It darted through the passage like a gust of wind, covering the 20 to 30 meters in an instant, reaching Amaze. Living up to its third-stage status, it had perfect control over its body. Unlike lower-stage zombies that would blindly gnaw at their prey, this one displayed intelligence, swinging the iron stand in a wide arc and aiming for Amaze. The whooshing sound exploded above Amaze's head as she stepped back, while the 2 behind her hurriedly retreated to create space. The failed strike did not deter the zombie, it quickly pursued them. Chapter 86 Melting. Several people quickly changed the battlefield and came to an open area in the factory. At this moment, some zombies emerged from nowhere and fought in groups with others. Fortunately, it was a one-sided massacre by humans, so Amaze took a glance and felt relieved, no longer diverting her attention. They had now retreated to a wider area, making the zombies' movements even more unrestrained. For a moment, it swung the iron scaffold with great vigor. Amaze immediately called out to the others, "Stay away from here." She did this to avoid accidental injuries during the fight, ensuring they stayed as far away as possible. Knowing they couldn't match this half-human, half-zombie creature, the others went elsewhere, leaving a large space for the 3 of them to deal with the zombie. The 3 adjusted their positions, with Spencer now at the forefront. He had the best combat skills among the 3 and the most powerful offensive ability. However, the zombie preferred bullying the weak, always picking on the softest target. It seemed to have read through Amaze, who lacked any special abilities, and targeted her relentlessly regardless of who else fought it. Spencer summoned fire dragons several times, using them to circle and attack the zombie sporadically. It didn't care about Spencer's attacks, instead throwing the iron scaffold towards Amaze as it charged at her. She easily dodged it, and the scaffold returned to its original position under its control. Just as Amaze managed to evade another attack and was preparing to regain her footing, the iron scaffold tilted, its sharp edge slicing through the air toward her at supersonic speed. Amaze dodged again, moving around continuously. She didn't have time to curse but could only keep running, unable to control the scaffold. She aimed to buy time. Spencer and Reuben naturally understood her strategy. Taking advantage of the zombie's focus on Amaze, Spencer tried to get close and attack it but found its body extremely hard, especially its head, which was heavily protected. Direct combat wasn't working, so they resorted to using their abilities. One summoned a fire dragon while the other provided prolonged support. Instantly, Spencer's enhanced fire skills landed on the zombie. Its clothes were completely burned off, revealing its body like a boiled shrimp, entirely pink. Especially at the joints, it turned bright red, as if pieces of iron were burning. Amaze realized the zombie's metal-enhanced areas were quite evident, particularly at the joints and chest. Under Spencer's fire, these parts glowed like heated iron. "Step up the firepower and melt it," Amaze yelled as she narrowly dodged another attack. The metal enhancement was similar to steel, and any enhanced parts became like actual steel. Normal steel melts at around 1540 degrees Celsius. By increasing the heat, Spencer and Reuben could melt it. Hearing this, they thought it might work and increased their efforts. Sure enough, the increased firepower was effective. Before long, the iron scaffold chasing Amaze hardly moved. The zombie used its abilities to defend against Spencer and Reuben's attacks all over its body. Their seemingly endless abilities burned over a dozen spots on its body, turning them bright red. Its left leg already showed signs of melting, with iron water dripping from its knee. Not only was the zombie struggling under such high temperatures, but Amaze, despite being relatively far away, still felt intense waves of heat. Her face was scorched, sweat evaporated immediately after forming, leaving her dehydrated. Those further back were merely sweating profusely without much worse side effects. Her main concern was Spencer and Reuben, who were too close to the melting zombie. Though they had enhanced bodies from their abilities, as mortals, they would likely be injured once they finished off the zombie. The others were also not idle. They did not dare to walk inside and had no way to share such heat, so they thought of other methods. They broke all the glass that could be broken in the entire warehouse, allowing the wind to flow between inside and outside, reducing the temperature felt by the three people at the center. Amaze poured 2 bottles of water from her system over herself to relieve the burning heat on her body. She braved the heat waves and walked toward the direction of the 2 people. When she really got there, she found that the 2 were fine. It was mainly due to Reuben. It seemed he had done something, as a thin layer, like soap bubbles, clung to their bodies, resisting heat waves of thousands of degrees, making them appear unaffected. Now, this zombie was using its abilities to repair its own body while defending against fire attacks, leaving no chance for counterattack. However, Reuben's situation was not good either. His face was deathly pale, his lips devoid of any color, biting tightly on his teeth, barely holding on. Without hesitation, Amaze exchanged for 2 more energy pills, wanting to give them to these 2. Who knew that when she touched this bubble, it enveloped her as well. The air inside the bubble was relatively cool, at least compared to the outside, it was within a temperature range that humans could endure. She couldn't help these 2 with her lack of abilities, so she could only bring the energy pills to their mouths. Spencer didn't hesitate either, he ate the energy pill right from Amaze's hand. Reuben, on the other hand, was much more restrained. Even as he was desperately maintaining the operation of his ability with his entire body, he still lifted his hand to allocate some energy, taking the energy pill himself. Amaze hadn't thought so much, she just wanted to save them some energy. At this moment, the zombie was burned to the point where it couldn't stand, only maintaining a roughly human shape, kneeling on the ground half kneeling, while a puddle of iron water mixed with blood soon evaporated into the air. Amaze checked her system and poured some water on them to lower their temperature. But just as she was about to move, the iron scaffold behind her suddenly flew toward this side again. And Amaze was completely unaware. Chapter 87, Molten Iron. Others had been observing the scene here all along, and someone noticed the abnormality of the iron frame. They knew this iron frame was under the control of a steel-type zombie. Naturally, they weren't foolish enough to confront it head-on but could only resist silently with their powers. Horatio was also present. As a fellow steel-type, though only at level 1, he struggled hard against this zombie's ability, trying to prevent the iron frame from rushing forward and injuring the 3 people. Unfortunately, their combined energy was barely enough to withstand a level 3 zombie. Their interference merely slowed down the iron frame slightly as it flew toward them, without changing the outcome. Jing Han, to your left. Upon being alerted, Amaze saw the incoming iron frame and made a decision. She took a few steps forward, increasing the distance between herself and Spencer. When the iron frame reached her side, she delivered a flying kick, toppling it sideways. It crashed onto the ground with a loud bang. It lay in pieces. This strike accelerated the depletion of the steel-type zombie's energy. Almost simultaneously with the broken iron frame, the zombie collapsed on the knees, appearing completely vulnerable. At this moment, Amaze bent over, supporting her knees with both hands, her expression slightly pained. Those behind her gasped in worry for her. The sharp-eyed noticed that Spencer, who had been attacking the zombie, now had slightly trembling legs. Only he knew how sudden the pain had come, reaching a critical point where he gritted his teeth to continue outputting his power. When the zombie finally dissolved into a pool of molten iron, only a large, smooth crystal core remained on the ground, a standard 3rd-stage crystal core. By then, Spencer was drenched in sweat to the point of dehydration, clutching his left knee and kneeling on the ground. Reuben was breathing heavily, his face showing signs of post-battle relief. Only the 2 knew that their powers were almost exhausted, and continuing would have cost them their health. Fortunately, the energy pills given by Amaze gradually replenished their strength, enabling them to kill the zombie. Otherwise, relying solely on their abilities to challenge a higher rank would likely end in mutual destruction. Inside the factory, their powers had left everything charred black. The white walls were burned beyond recognition, the entire space in disarray, except for the ground where a crystal core floated in the molten iron. Seeing that the zombie was handled by Spencer, others rushed over to help the injured. Amaze had recovered enough to walk alone to the pool of molten iron, using tongs to pick up the crystal core and scan it with her system. Steel-type crystal core, level 3, value, 2,000 credits. It matched her prediction. She turned and waved the crystal core at the 2. Spencer nodded at her, while Reuben shook his head, refusing it. Amaze happily stored the crystal core in her system and squatted down to study the molten iron, which had no longer burning flames but retained its shape without solidifying. Spencer and Reuben rested for some time, their faces gradually improving as the energy pills took full effect, enhancing their energy capacity more than before. They considered this misfortune turned into fortune. Spencer approached Amaze, extending a hand to help her up. However, Amaze ignored his outstretched hand. While using leverage earlier, extra iron wires on the frame had cut her knee, leaving deep scratches on her leg. With clothing protection, no blood flowed, and she planned to ignore the wound for now. Mainly because she remembered Spencer's words after her last injury. He had dual-type abilities. Thinking her ability time was over, Amaze hadn't licked his blood again, but unexpectedly, this time, Spencer still shared her pain. How else could Spencer's reaction be explained? Wasn't it because of the pain? Spencer extended his hand closer, presenting it to her again. Amaze looked up, seeing his helpless eyes, and slapped his hand away. People who had been noisily caring for each other fell silent upon hearing this sound, the factory so quiet a pin drop could be heard. Amaze didn't want to scold him, she got injured far more often than Spencer, and such pain sharing made no sense. However, this was not the time for arguments, and it wasn't convenient for Amaze to question him directly, so she chose to temporarily set aside this issue. Completing the final objective of the mission was the most important thing. Spencer's index finger trembled slightly but once again firmly extended before her, just like his heart. At this moment, Amaze took his hand, they helped each other up, and stood straight. The molten iron on the ground had begun to solidify, yet the lingering heat from the burning remained. Amaze then moved 2 boxes containing 24 bottles of water from her system, using them to replenish everyone's hydration while also dousing the factory's interior with discarded water sources to cool it down. After resolving this third-stage zombie, there were no longer any zombies left in the passage. Hobie and a few others went inside for exploration. This passage connects to a large warehouse, filled with supplies. There are also simple laboratory instruments, neatly arranged inside. I've already called Hollis to come and collect another round of supplies. Amaze was pleasantly surprised by this news. Others also assisted in clearing up. Hollis made 2 trips to gather supplies, grinning widely. Amaze and the 2 others didn't move, even with their powers protecting them, their skin still felt scorched and painful. Seeing the 3 still in pain, others' smiles faded away. Although no one died, they all paid a price. One door had just been resolved, and it didn't contain what they wanted. The other door was the one they truly needed to open. They still needed Horatio's help. Horatio examined the door for a long time before hesitating. There's no way. This door requires a fingerprint or iris scan. Without opening it from the inside, a direct assault from the outside won't work. Fingerprint and iris. Amaze recalled the 2 zombies blocking the door initially, dressed in white coats, who must have been members of the lab. She wondered if that would work. Chapter 88, Glass. These 2 zombies had already shriveled from the scorching heat, their bodies gaunt and almost devoid of moisture or fat. She carefully examined the fingers of the 2 individuals and collected fingerprints from them. 3 attempts, Horatio explained to Amaze. There's a bomb on this door. If it exceeds 3 tries, the bomb will be triggered, potentially destroying the entire factory. Everyone present was taken aback. Amaze quickly made her decision. You being here will distract us. It would be better if you move farther away and join Hollis at the entrance, reporting back to us if anything happens. She reassured the others, even if we can't fight, we'll still run. As long as we run fast enough, your support will ensure nothing goes wrong. Her gaze exuded a sense of security, and the others realized that they couldn't genuinely help Amaze in this situation. The best thing they could do was not to hinder her. Thus, they withdrew, leaving only Amaze, Spencer, Reuben, and the bomb behind. If 2 fingerprint attempts fail, the bomb would need to open the door from the inside. The phrase opening the door could mean putting one's life at risk, and everyone understood what this implied. Don't worry, I'm the bomb. My bomb is far more powerful than the one on the door. His jest broke the somber atmosphere. Amaze played along, raising the corners of her lips into a bitter smile. The bomb took the finger from Amaze's hand and, under Horatio's guidance, pressed it against the fingerprint scanner. Beep. A 2-second tone shattered the silence, but the door remained closed. Horatio shook his head regretfully. No, that's not it. Taking a deep breath, the bomb tried again with another finger without any delay. Everyone knew that persistence diminishes with each failed attempt. If the first attempt fails and isn't followed up immediately, no one would have the courage for the second try, let alone the third, which would be even more disheartening. With gentle care, he placed another finger on the scanner, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. Beep. Another disheartening tone rang out. They exchanged worried glances. To obtain the experimental data and find the professor, this door must not explode. Amaze's throat was dry, her voice hoarse. Hobie, think it over. Behind the door might be zombies or living humans. Zombies were manageable. With haste and activation of her powers, she could still escape. But if it were a human, armed and intelligent, the situation would be extremely dangerous for the bomb. I've thought it through, he said, as if making final arrangements. Our crystal cores are stored in the villa's 2nd floor, in my bedside cabinet. The password is Abdullahi's birthday. He then looked up at the sky. Without waiting for further words, he activated his power, transforming into a wisp of smoke, neither completely solid nor invisible. Faintly, one could see him becoming an irregular, transparent form, clinging to the wall, pressing close to the door. Gradually, his size diminished until no one could see him from any angle. Everyone knew the bomb had entered. Outside, they stood silently, knowing they could only wait for him to either open the door or disappear without a trace. Fortunately, after nearly a minute, sounds began to emerge from inside. A cacophony of clattering accompanied by shouts indicated a struggle within. Amaze clenched her fists, wishing she could be inside fighting too, but lacking such abilities, she could only anxiously wait outside. Others felt the same way, unsure of the situation inside. The noise gradually subsided, and the door started to make faint rustling sounds. Beep. Beep. Two short, urgent tones filled their hearts with hope. The door opened from the inside. Inside, the scene revealed itself. Most noticeable was the bomb, his face half swollen but wearing a proud smile. In front of him was a man, taller and more robust yet subdued by the wiry bomb. There are people and zombies inside. This guy tried to ambush me, but thankfully, I'm stronger. He has no choice but to be my captive and open the door for me. Pride was evident in his voice. The restrained man was full of indignation, retorting, "You used your power, which is unfair to me. I don't have any powers." Turning his head, he angrily shouted at Amaze and the others, "You're not good people either. Why did you break into our laboratory? Who exactly is the bad one? You sent several people to distract the zombies, and used your own comrades' bodies to block the zombie assault, which provided a safe environment for you." Amaze walked into the secret passage. "I'm right, aren't I?" Inside, the walls were almost entirely silvery white. On the left were transparent glass walls, and on the right were opaque laboratory rooms, with about a dozen visible at a glance. Through the transparent glass wall, one could see some rooms containing zombie specimens, while inside the opaque walls, Amaze temporarily did not know what was there. She slowly walked over to the man and lifted his face. "So, what kind of experiments is your prestigious laboratory conducting? Human subjects or the zombie virus?" Each word she spoke made the man's expression darker. "It seems I hit the mark." Amaze didn't wait for any response from him and carefully observed the situation inside the glass walls. The first laboratory room had nothing much, just some simple equipment, test tubes filled with red and green liquids, neatly arranged on racks. Moving further inside, the second glass laboratory was vastly different, with large glass tanks. Inside one was a zombie resembling the Hulk, with extremely developed muscles and unmistakably grey-green skin all over its body. It was entangled by something that looked like aquatic plants, with its limbs fixed in a formaldehyde-filled glass tank. In this room alone, there were nearly a dozen such zombie specimens. "It looks like your progress has been quite fast." Amaze inwardly marveled. She had too many ties, which kept her from having the time to address the virus issue. Further ahead was even more intriguing. Each glass laboratory was much smaller than before, as if the previous rooms had been divided into several compartments, each containing live zombies. As Amaze approached step by step, they all pressed close to the glass, some pounding, others pressing, hungrily craving the energy within Amaze's flesh. "Enough, don't go any further," the man behind her yelled. "If you keep provoking them, they'll break out, and then we're all dead." Amaze turned around. "You've been here for so long without fear of death. Why should I be afraid?" She pointed at the zombies behind her. "Just tell me where Hildred is. Where are the documents? Otherwise, I'll throw you in to feed them." Before the man could react, the glass wall behind her couldn't withstand the collision from a zombie. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, fragments scattering everywhere, turning the ground into a sea of broken glass. A bull-like robust zombie silently appeared in the passage. Chapter 89, Dazed. The loud noise made Amaze turn around alertly. The others couldn't help but open their eyes wide. The zombie that had just struggled out indeed looked formidable. Its whole body was exposed to the air, standing over 2 meters tall with skin a deep green. It had well-built pectorals, broad shoulders, thick arms, and bulging muscles like solid stones. Standing there, this zombie resembled a massive, sturdy wall. There were still some experimental instruments on its body, needles and various tubes drooped from it, not yet torn off. Amaze's inner alarm sounded, knowing this was a powerful enemy. Moreover, the distance between the two people wasn't far, making her surely the primary target of attack. At this moment, Hobie and Reuben were holding the male researcher together, while Hobart had already quickly run toward her. Amaze also prepared for defense. Seeing everyone, the zombie obviously got excited and immediately started running, like a gust of wind sweeping past, shaking the surrounding glass, as if the corridor on all sides was about to collapse. The one most affected by the impact was Amaze, closest to it. Its muscles seemed to fill the entire passage, forcing her to be fully focused to deal with the situation. When the hulking figure rushed in front of Amaze, the pressure brought was suffocating. Its movements were direct, aiming straight for Amaze's vital points. Fortunately, she was tiny and agile compared to the zombie. Dodging its deadly blow, she found an opportunity and, like a nimble fish, moved to its back. Just like striking a snake at its vulnerable point, she plunged her knife into one of the gaps between its vertebrae. Lightly tapping her toes for leverage, she nimbly climbed onto its shoulders. As she pulled the knife out fiercely, the zombie's hands flailed wildly behind it, trying to knock Amaze down. Unfortunately, its overly developed arm muscles made it impossible for it to hit the back part of its head in the narrow passage, giving Amaze ample space to attack. She hung halfway around the zombie's neck and stabbed its head fiercely with another knife. She heard the sound of the dagger piercing flesh, but it didn't affect the zombie's life. It only howled in greater anger, pounding around, causing the surrounding glass to clatter and nearly shatter. Some zombies inside responded with hoarse sounds. Attacking its head temporarily had no significant effect, and if other zombies rushed out, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle them. The only option was to lure this zombie out of the corridor and finish it off in a wider area before dealing with the rest. Amaze gave up on attacking its back. By now, Hobart had already reached the two people. Lead it out, the glass doors of the other rooms can't hold much longer. Her anxious voice reminded Hobart, who suddenly changed his tactics and attacked the zombie's front side, drawing its attention with the sound of punches landing on flesh. Even Amaze, who tried to sneak attack from behind, wasn't its first choice of attack anymore. It immediately followed Hobart running outside, stomping out of the corridor. Hobie had already hung the male researcher on a railing, preventing him from interfering or speaking. Aware of his low combat power and limited ability, Hobie waited from afar. Garth hid in a dark corner, trying to remain unnoticed by the zombie, ready to transform into various metal objects at any time for surprise attacks. Amaze was riding on the zombie's back during its pursuit of Hobart. She had to grip tightly to avoid being thrown off. She didn't stay idle either, stabbing its eye directly with a knife. The zombie angrily shook its head, trying to throw her off. Once they reached a more spacious area, Amaze jumped down. Only the zombie remained in the center, its main target standing in front, with Amaze to its side rear, and Reuben nowhere to be seen. Hobie watched the researcher, while Garth prepared for surprise attacks. The zombie ho-ho-ed, expressing its rage. It charged straight at where Hobart stood, hands hammering forward. Naturally, Hobart didn't stay put, dodging its attack neatly and striking at its wrists and elbows in an attempt to dislocate its arms, though it didn't succeed. The fire-based attacks had no effect on it, not even a layer of its skin was burned. His series of actions made the zombie even angrier. Meanwhile, Amaze had already raised her crystal core gun and targeted its critical areas. Some crystal core bullets hit its joints but had no effect, instead bouncing off to the walls, creating black holes deeply embedded in them. Just as she was about to give up on the crystal core gun, a glint of silver flashed before her eyes. It was Reuben's ability. The next crystal core bullet, and all subsequent ones, seemed enhanced by his ability. Amaze would not let his power go to waste. She focused even more intently on aiming at the zombie's vital spots. She had already tested attacking its head. With little effect, it wouldn't kill it directly. So, she decided to restrict its movements instead. Her target became the knee of its left leg. The two combatants moved swiftly and powerfully. Hobart was trying to delay the zombie's actions, often needing to retreat for defense since his abilities were useless. He abandoned them long ago and only relied on physical techniques. Their positions shifted rapidly, requiring Amaze to observe carefully to avoid accidentally hitting Hobart. With a bang, a crystal core bullet shot from the gun toward the zombie's left knee. The air seemed to explode with the force of the bullet, which, true to its promise, deeply penetrated the zombie's knee. A smell like mutated burnt meat filled the air. Pain. Amaze kept her eyes fixed on the wound she inflicted. For a moment, she thought she heard an old man's hoarse voice. Quickly scanning around, there were no other humans nearby. She shook her head, attributing it to being too tense, and dismissed it from her mind. The zombie turned its body to face Amaze, her knife still stuck in its right eye, pus flowing down its face, looking menacing and terrifying. It let out another ho-ho sound, and faint responses echoed from the corridor behind it. Chapter 90 Sound. It took a step closer to Amaze with an air of settling scores. Amaze's hands holding the gun trembled slightly but soon steadied. She retreated while shooting several more shots at its joints, hitting every one. After Hobart transferred Justin's hate onto Amaze, he didn't idle. Andy. Roaring this, another streak of silver light flashed towards him. Hobart was much more experienced with guns than Amaze. He had been a multi-year consecutive champion in sharpshooting during his time in special operations. Without hesitation, he fired multiple shots with just one motion. The zombie now had its back facing him, revealing its left knee area. Every shot from him targeted the left knee wound that Amaze previously inflicted. One bullet piled atop another, each crystal core bullet embedding itself deep into its knee. The zombie seemed to sneer and opened its mouth, stretching out a hand to slap Amaze dead. Cherit before it could do so, Hobart's continuous shots pierced through its left knee. The massive creature before Amaze crashed down noisily. With the support gone from its left knee, the zombie had no choice but to kneel on the ground, stirring up dust. It became hard to see its movements amid the smoke, trapping Amaze inside. She became even more cautious, hurriedly dodging to the side to avoid being grabbed by the zombie while staying away from the blinding dust cloud. The others weren't idle either, firing at the dust cloud. There were sounds of crystal core guns going off as well as metal energy knives slicing flesh. Amaze suddenly thought of something and immediately instructed Hobart for the next move. Boulder, use fire against it. Not knowing what this fire would do, Hobart still acted without hesitation. A dragon of fire spiraled around him before heading straight toward the cluster of dust. Amaze loudly called out, "Everyone, fall back." The fire dragon promptly wrapped around the zombie's body, creating a series of bangs. Upon encountering the zombie, Hobart's energy exploded, spreading smoky ashes around. The smell of burnt rotten flesh became more pronounced. For 3 to 5 minutes, explosions continued, accompanied by the zombie's helpless roars and flashes of silver light darting about. All who possessed abilities used them to protect everyone and attack the zombie. When the explosions ceased and another burst of fine silver light flashed, all the dust and smoke dissipated, revealing the zombie at the center of the attack. There were numerous bullet holes all over its body, courtesy of Andy's ability enhancing the bullets. Many wounds sliced open by metal knives oozed greenish-yellow pus, none lethal but causing considerable damage. Large explosive wounds, however, formed the main attacking power. Amaze couldn't help but admire how others, despite her efforts, only managed to inflict superficial wounds, using abilities to manipulate metals caused significant harm too. If only I had an ability. Enough said. Another day of admiring others' abilities. Horatio's eyes lit up, unsure how Amaze achieved the explosive effect around the zombie. But the blasted zombie started its real counterattack. Despite numerous wounds and a limping left leg, it relentlessly pursued Amaze. Alternating between heavy punches and kicks, Amaze used her slim physique to dodge. Fighting head-on with such a massive creature would be disadvantageous for her. Meanwhile, Hobart, skilled with guns, reloaded crystals. Unknown to him, Andy's ability had just enhanced his gun. Several successive shots hit their marks, nearly embedding themselves into its flesh, mostly on the right side of the body. Even humans might have perished under such conditions, but this zombie stubbornly kept chasing Amaze, exemplifying persistence despite physical impairment. The researcher hanging beside a bomb had long been scared stiff, a foul smell emanating from him. Even the bomb scowled, wanting to stay far away from him. Amaze had been chased for quite some time. While the growing wounds slowed its attacks, they did not reduce its strength. Her stamina gradually waned. After all, the zombie spent most of its time targeting her, relentlessly harassing this non-ability person, leaving her truly exhausted. Amaze's running speed gradually slowed down, while the zombie behind her continued to pursue relentlessly. Hobart noticed that Amaze was slowly losing strength. His mind raced, trying to think of a way to end this battle. Abdullahi, who had returned to the factory at some point, saw the scene and transformed into a weapon in Hobart's hand. Noticing Hobart hesitating to fire, Abdullahi wriggled slightly, reminding him not to dawdle. Only after a streak of silver light flashed did Hobart begin his performance. The shell flew straight ahead, stopping a few meters in front of the zombie. Amaze ran up to the bomb, paused for a moment, and then resumed running as soon as the zombie caught up to her. After a few long strides, she lunged forward. A streak of silver light flashed again, extending her forward lunge much further. She floated in the air like a light leaf, drifting gracefully. A bubble-like substance enveloped her entire body. A loud explosion followed from behind. Half the wall, along with half of the zombie's body, was blown to pieces. This zombie, which had been relentlessly chasing her, finally lay motionless. Amaze, protected by the bubble, gently landed on the ground and was half supported back up by Hobart. Seeing this scene, they all sighed inwardly. Humans. Amaze seemed to have heard something again, staring intently at the zombie, lost in thought. Andy emerged from an inconspicuous corner, joining Hobart to slice off the immobilized zombie's head. With Andy's ability enhancing Hobart's dagger, it still took immense effort and several minutes before they managed to pry out the crystal core from its head. This zombie was a third stage one, its crystal core half transparent and the other half milky white. Amaze's stamina had mostly recovered. Upon closer inspection, she identified it as a near third stage zombie, displaying signs of recent mental ability evolution. So the voice she heard just now came from this zombie. Now everything made sense. Whatever the zombie intended to say no longer mattered. Having dealt with this zombie, there were still about 7 or 8 others in the tunnel. At this moment, the bomb kicked the suspended researcher disdainfully. Coward. He then praised Amaze and the others admiringly. Your teamwork is amazing. Reminded by him, Amaze felt proud as well. They had worked together perfectly without any prior discussions, relying on mutual trust. Hobart, needless to say, earned more than a few extra glances from Amaze. She smiled at Andy. Andy merely nodded in response to Amaze's gaze. Unnoticed by anyone, after Amaze turned away, he subtly twitched his ears. Chapter 91, Sample. Abdullahi transformed back into human form and complained to Hobie, "Why don't you praise me? I was the one who killed this zombie." Cherries. Yes, you killed it, okay. The two of them bickered noisily, and the atmosphere immediately became more relaxed. However, Amaze thought a little deeper. She walked up to the researcher, who was reeking of stench, and pointed at the remaining carcass, asking, "Was this also part of your experiments?" In both this life and her previous one, she had never seen such a powerful zombie. This was also the first time she had witnessed a zombie undergoing mutation, with a crystal core like this. So she reasonably inferred that this was something new created in the lab. His eyes trembled slightly, and he finally chose to respond. "Cherries, it was Hildred. You're willing to talk about Hildred now? You managed to deal with sample number 93, surely you can save Hildred. Are all other samples like this? Where are they? Why do we need to save Hildred? What happened to him?" Amaze grabbed him by the collar. "Speak honestly, no tricks. If we could handle it, we can handle you too." He started stuttering. "I conducted other experiments with Hildred before. I don't know where the other experimental samples are, and neither do I know where Hildred is." Suddenly, there was commotion from the corridor on their right. He swallowed hard. "Those are other experimental samples. They often riot periodically, but they were always suppressed. This time, there are too many of you here, and the smell of flesh has made them start rioting again." Amaze frowned. It took them almost an hour to deal with just one sample, and there were at least 7 or 8 zombies eagerly waiting inside the corridor. On the opaque side, what exactly was inside those rooms remained unknown. "We've seen the zombies in the glass room. What's on the other side?" "On the other side." He seemed to be thinking of something terrifying. "There are Hildred's creations. Come with us, no tricks." Amaze cut the rope around his wrists with a dagger, which she kept pressed against his back, ready to end his life with any wrong move. All right. This researcher indeed had a timid personality, understandable for an ordinary person. He walked in front, while Amaze followed closely behind. The others cautiously followed as well. Inside the corridor, everything visible was bathed in cold silver light on the right side, feeling suffocatingly lifeless, while on the left side, behind the glass, were bloodthirsty zombies glaring red-eyed at them. When passing the third glass room, he hesitated, glancing several times into the room. Amaze knew he wasn't planning anything good and pushed the dagger forward, pressing it firmly against his body. Which will be faster, you doing something bad or me killing you? Unexpectedly, the researcher didn't shrink back this time. He struggled to turn around, attempting to face Amaze. Spencer moved to stand in front of them, pinning the researcher between himself and Amaze, who then let go. He turned to look at Amaze once, then faced the glass door sideways. Look at them, they were my colleagues before. He forced out a smile, but it looked uglier than crying. When the apocalypse began, Hildred confined each of us separately. He didn't allow us to contact the outside world, putting us all in individual rooms to organize previous experimental data. He sniffled and continued, initially, we didn't care, until we noticed that some people never returned after being taken away by Hildred. We asked about it, but he just said they were transferred to other work, and none of us believed it. No one dared to speak anymore. Hildred often conducted human experiments, and we were afraid we might be next. Amaze hadn't expected Hildred to use his own lab personnel for experiments. Since it's so dangerous, why did you keep working here? Hildred offered high pay, and we had no other options. I've always followed Hildred in conducting human experiments. I'm familiar with the data, and after the apocalypse, I was stationed in a house near Hildred's private laboratory, organizing previous data every day. Organizing the data would conveniently help them take the information back to Hyder. What was Hildred working on? The researcher looked at Amaze. He kept muttering about someone named Larrow Billy and calling him a coward. He was acting very strangely. Amaze guessed in her heart that old Billy was most likely Hyder. As for calling him a coward, there might be other hidden reasons. He continued to recount the events of the past month. Those I worked with gradually left. Once, after eating the meal Hildred delivered to me, I fainted. When I woke up, I was in Hildred's private laboratory, along with 2 others. Hildred was gone. A woman and an odd child. I couldn't rely on them, so I had to explore on my own. Then I saw them. He swept his hand over the glass rooms in front of him. They were all Hildred's students, once fanatically devoted to him. He sighed. Hildred was a true scientist. His greatness, I admit. He even used his own wife for experiments. He didn't hesitate to experiment on his own students. He fell silent as Amaze's gaze shifted from the zombies to his face. Including the one you just killed, number 93. He was Mr. Wei, who came to see Hildred that day, Professor Charity's father. Amaze felt a shudder run through her body. She was not only shocked by Hildred's obsession with human experimentation, but even more shocked that number 93 was actually an elderly man. The voice she had just heard. Amaze turned to look at Spencer. Did you hear him speak? Spencer was bewildered by her question and glanced at the person between them. Him? She didn't respond, only turning her head expressionlessly toward the scattered glass shards in the distance. Spencer followed her gaze, sensing something, then looked back at Amaze. From his reaction, Amaze knew she was the only one who had heard sample number 93's voice. She couldn't help but ask the informant, trying hard to keep the tremor out of her voice. What about Hildred's wife and child? Sample Zaylee is Hildred's wife, and number 93 is the strongest zombie we know. According to another female researcher, Yahaya, Hildred also had samples number 94 and number 95, who vanished together a week ago. Vanished? Chapter 92, Evolution. Before I lost consciousness, Hildred's samples only went up to number 93. When I woke up, Hildred had already disappeared. But, he pointed to the less robust zombie in front of him, though its muscles were visibly more defined. Hildred created an evolution human agent, and numbers 94 and 95 have already been used, so numbers 94 and 95 do exist. Hearing this, several people couldn't help but frown. Hobie blurted out, these are what they call evolved humans. The researcher explained, I was previously involved in another project and knew nothing about what Hildred did after the apocalypse. After I woke up and read his notes, I found that he believed zombies were a form of human evolution. Only the powerful can control zombie genes, and the evolution human agent is the best result from his research on zombie genes. It can make all zombies physically stronger, even induce mutant abilities in those without powers. Amaze thought of the crystal core she had just seen, so sample number 93's crystal core was produced by forcing an abilityless zombie to mutate? Cherries. At first, Hildred was terrified of these zombies. Many zombies rushed into the factory, biting employees to death, who then resurrected, crazily hunting down others. Hildred initially resisted their madness, but after days of research, he found benefits in them, believing they were a sign of impending human evolution. So, among his many followers and students, he chose a few most loyal to him to block the zombies' attacks and lure them into another space. That's the first door you opened. Amaze felt a chill. Using live bait and treating his own people cruelly, this Hildred clearly had psychological issues. The people now in the small compartments were mostly ordinary workers here to earn money. They were forced by his fanatical followers to become his experimental subjects. Pity his so-called evolution agent didn't succeed. He began to walk around, his face showing an indescribable mix of regret or mockery. After innocent people were all turned into specimens, he still didn't grasp the true secret to becoming a successful evolved human. Thus, some willingly became his test subjects. From sample number 70 onwards, all were volunteers. Such words seemed outrageous, and Amaze maintained a neutral stance towards his account. The fanatical devotion reminded her of brainwashing, similar to what she had experienced with the Virtuous organization. Hobie whispered to Abdullahi, "Were their brains eaten by zombies?" Abdullahi pursed her lips, finding it hard to believe as well. The researcher grew more agitated as he spoke. When all followers became samples, only we few who worked on the experiment data remained, diligently organizing the data. We knew many data points could only be verified if handled by us. This mad experimenter would only threaten our safety after we finished organizing all data. So every day we meticulously organized data, but it was never ending. At least until we get out. His tone reached a climax. Hildred really went mad. His wife became sample Zaylee, and his father sample number 93. Did he have children? Cherries, he had children. His eyes glazed over, muttering, "His child is the true savior." Seeing his deranged expression, Amaze knew this man wasn't entirely innocent. He knelt before the glass door containing sample Zaylee. His face alternated between laughing and crying, not like a normal person at all. Amaze looked inside the glass door again. She noticed something she hadn't before. On each glass tank was an almost unnoticeable number. Previously, she was too shocked by the bound zombies inside, but now focusing on other details, she grew increasingly alarmed. Because the faces of these zombies were almost identical, she speculated that the initial evolution human gene sample came from the same individual, or that Hildred had decided the appearance of evolution humans should look like this. The researcher noticed Amaze also looking inside, and he grinned, softly asking, "Did you see that face?" He pressed his whole body against the glass, his breath forming white mist on it, facing the bound zombie inside. Amaze softly responded with a hum, and mimicked his action, getting close to the glass. The zombies inside had various forms, but it was evident that the higher the number, the larger and more formidable they were. Female zombies were indeed smaller compared to males. Look at their faces. Do you feel like Hildred is watching you? Even Amaze couldn't help but swallow, not expecting that this Hildred not only conducted inhumane experiments but even based the standard appearance of these so-called evolved humans on his own face. Seeing her shocked expression, the researcher found it somewhat amusing. "You don't know Hildred? Then why did you come here? Just for those machines outside?" In his view, a group who didn't know Hildred risked their lives just for those insignificant machines. He wasn't sure if they were stupid or incredibly brave. "I don't know Hildred, but I know Hyder." "Did he send you?" His eyes suddenly lit up. "Can you take me to Hyder? He knows me, he knows me." Excited, he slammed the glass door loudly, attracting all the zombies nearby. At that moment, Amaze realized how terrifying it was when all those zombies stared at you with the same face. She had no mood to appease him and simply pressed her knife to his artery again. "If you want to see Hyder, lead me there honestly and show me Hyder's child." Hearing her threat, as if it were an imperial decree, he excitedly said, follow me, this child is different." Several people immediately followed him. Reuben, walking last, snapped his fingers. A flash of silver light covered the glass doors with blackout curtains, while the lights inside became brighter, causing many zombies to become lethargic due to the brightness. Chapter 93, Enchantment. They followed the researcher to a position slightly towards the back. It looked unremarkable on the outside, consistent with the other laboratories. But when he took out the key and entered this door, it revealed a hidden world within. This laboratory was as large as 4 or 5 opposite cubicles combined. Inside, some tables and experimental instruments were scattered against the walls and in front of the door, revealing their past efforts to evade zombies. Upon opening the door, they saw a female lab assistant standing by the side. Upon spotting strangers, she immediately hugged Daphne on the table tightly. Her face showed great exhaustion, her dark circles hung almost down to her mouth, and she stared blankly at everyone with furrowed brows without speaking. Even as Amaze approached her and Daphne step by step, this female researcher only quietly tightened her embrace on Daphne and hid under the table, neither fleeing nor attacking, not uttering a word. The man behind them explained for them, "Yahya, they are not zombies, there's no need to be afraid. They are all human." Only then did Yahya half believe and gently place Daphne where she could reach it easily. Behind, Hobie asked, why would she just hold on to Daphne if they were zombies, not making any other reactions? This question had also crossed Amaze's mind. But before she could voice it, she noticed Daphne put down by Yahya, its face was Hildred. Amaze never imagined that Hildred wouldn't even spare his own infant child. Still in shock, Amaze watched Daphne, who suddenly smiled at her. Despite being injected with the zombie virus, Daphne did not turn into the unsightly grey-green hue typical of zombies but instead appeared like a normal human. Its smile was angelic, and Amaze's heart softened as she wanted to reach out and hug Daphne. Slowly, she walked towards Daphne, filled with pity. Spencer, watching everything unfold, pulled Amaze away when her hand was just centimeters from Daphne. She fell into Spencer's arms, feeling a sharp pain in her head as if something had been lost. The familiar scent around her brought her senses back abruptly. As she struggled to get up, brushing past his solid muscles, she blushed and straightened herself. She realized she must have been enchanted by the little boy. Though clearly a small zombie, it made her feel as though Daphne was innocent and pitiful, wanting to hold him. She wasn't one prone to excessive maternal affection and wouldn't usually go near an unknown child. Something was off with this zombie. At this moment, Yahya looked at them in terror. "You're actually fine," the researcher behind said. "They are sent by Hyder to find Hildred." Do you think your little trick would work? Specimen number 93 has already been handled by them. Despite the words, an alarm rang inside Amaze. The last time, the psychic-type zombies made her relive many deaths, which was due to mental invasion. This time, she felt immense pity for Daphne and wanted to hold it. If she really had held it, unimaginable consequences would have followed. Mental attacks were her weakest point. Without any psychic powers, her physical agility was still exceptional, giving her methods to counter other attackers. But mental power was colorless, odorless, soundless, and shapeless, launching an attack at some unpredictable moment, impossible to avoid. She silently vowed to strengthen her defense against psychic attacks while continuing to observe Daphne. Only now did she notice how this child wasn't truly innocent or adorable, differing little from the outside zombies except for a complexion closer to humans. Cherrit, its face remained Hildred's. If these people were sent by Hyder, wouldn't it be better if I took care of Daphne from now on? Amaze swiftly pressed her against the wall with a knife. Don't tell me you don't know what this child is. Daring no major movements, Yahaya slightly moved her head, afraid any slight touch might make her neck bump against Amaze's blade. Negotiating with Amaze, I know. Can you let me go? Then you'd better behave and tell us everything you know. Amaze's voice softened a bit, equivalent to offering sweet rewards after a harsh reprimand to soothe Yahaya. Yahaya lightly tapped the knife tip, and Amaze moved it away from her neck, coldly observing what she would do next. Yahaya opened her eyes wide, looking at Amaze with a grave expression. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and unzipped her jacket, revealing a black rope with a small sachet tied to it. The sachet can be yours, but you have to guarantee my safety. Amaze raised an eyebrow, not paying her much attention. The others were already on high alert, and no one, except for the man nearby, paid any attention to what was happening between them. Meanwhile, another researcher, Hollis, had already been gagged and tied to a table, restricted from movement. After checking around and finding no one who could offer help, Yahaya finally gave up and said, if your information is valuable enough, I can ensure your life. With no other choice, Yahaya began to recount the story. Through her narrative, they learned that this child was indeed pitiable. He turned into a zombie after being bitten by a specimen. But because of his young age and Hildred's belief that those bitten might evolve into advanced zombies, the professor kept him close. Unlike other zombies, which were deemed failures and preserved in formaldehyde-filled glass tanks, this child lived normally, eating and growing as if he were human. One day, a colleague of Hildred was accidentally bitten during an experiment, turning into a zombie that roamed through the labs, infecting most people. However, Yahaya, responsible for feeding Daphne, was shielded from detection by Daphne's presence, thus ignored by the zombies. Since then, even if Hildred disappeared, I would still take good care of this child. Its psychic abilities protect me, and fortunately, I am immune to its effects. In times of danger, her first reaction was always to pick up Daphne. It became her safeguard, making her immune to zombies. Actually, there are still some survivors. They're like you earlier, finding Daphne very adorable and wanting to hug or kiss it. But when they made physical contact, chaos ensued. Several researchers turned into zombies because of this little one. Chapter 94, Sachet. Rosalie pointed to the tied-up researcher. Later, he lured all those zombies to other places. Previously, they had been wandering around in various rooms. Because of this child's special ability, we were able to escape unscathed. Because of this, you weren't bewitched by it and didn't kiss or hug it. Amaze reached out to touch the sachet. It was embroidered with colorful threads depicting some patterns. Part of the fabric had been rubbed until it frayed. This is a sachet. This sachet allows me not to be enchanted by it, but I can't be 100% sure. Normally, I avoid looking at his face, avoiding his eyes. Rosalie immediately took off the sachet and handed it to Amaze. After receiving it, she held the sachet tightly in her hand, glanced at Spencer, and then looked back at Daphne. At this moment, her heart was indeed as still as ancient well water. She did not have any extra thoughts about this zombie child. It seemed that this sachet really worked. What's inside? Amaze was genuinely curious. If the sachet was effective on this zombie, would it also work against other psychokinetic attacks from zombies? Her weakness lay in her poor defense against psychokinetic abilities. She could practice with Macy, but such progress was too slow. This sachet seemed like a cheating tool. If she could find the key and make good use of the sachet, her strength would improve rapidly. Unexpectedly, Rosalie's words exploded in Amaze's ear like a bomb. It's just an ordinary sachet. The apocalypse came shortly after the Dragon Boat Festival. My grandmother in my hometown made it specially for me. Our clan pays attention to this custom. The original intention of the sachet is to ward off evil spirits and prevent plagues. I respected the customs of my hometown, never expecting that it would save my life this time. Upon hearing it was a local custom, the sachet felt hot in Amaze's hands. Even though Rosalie was now half a captive under her command, since her rebirth, she had witnessed many strange things and tried to respect these customs. So do you know what's inside the sachet? She examined the sachet repeatedly. It was sewn meticulously with fine thread, not tied with a string. To find out what was inside, she needed to cut the threads open. After pondering for a while without making any further moves, Rosalie sensed her hesitation and snatched it back into her own hands. While fiddling with it, Rosalie shook her head. I never opened it, so I don't know. I only followed village rules and left the clan when I was 18. Back then, I was too young to understand much. As I grew up, I rarely returned. Generally, I only received news from the village during special festivals. This is the 5th year since I left the village. This is the first item sent to me from the village, instructing me to wear it close to my body. I wore it for 2 days with some doubts before the incident happened. Later, there was no need to take it off. Based on my understanding, the sachet's exterior isn't important, but its interior is. I want to find Haida. If you can ensure my safety, I can give you this sachet, and you can do whatever you want with it. Amaze snatched the sachet back. Since it's in my hands, naturally, I'll make the decision. Though her words were forceful, Amaze knew from her words that this wasn't some top-secret mysterious family, which reassured her. All right. As long as you're honest and don't try anything tricky, I will ensure your safe meeting with Haida. How he arranges your duties afterward is not my concern. She stared intently into Amaze's eyes, her eyelashes trembling as she thought for a long time, finally agreeing, okay, but you have to open it in front of me. Amaze agreed to her request. Before opening it, she carefully felt the contents inside. It felt like a small square piece of something hard, with no powder detected. Feeling reassured, she chose to open it right there. She used a dagger to slice along the edges of the stitching, releasing a strong woody fragrance even before revealing the object inside. It was a wooden chip less than 1 centimeter thick, long, or wide. After examining it thoroughly, she noticed it was extremely smooth, displaying only the natural wood grain, devoid of any carved words. It felt oiled and wasn't freshly cut, likely having been aged for at least 3 to 5 years. Holding this piece of wood in her hand, Amaze was thinking about what kind of special tree it might be when tears welled up in Rosalie's eyes. For a moment, Amaze was at a loss. She had clearly obtained Yahaya's consent before opening the sachet, but now Yahaya's sorrowful tears made her feel like the bad guy. Why are you crying? There's just this piece of wood inside. She examined the sachet from all angles and found nothing else inside. It's a tree, it's a tree. Indeed, it's a wooden piece. Do you know what kind of tree it is? Yahaya's voice trembled as she reached out with both hands to take the wooden piece from Amaze. This is my tree, she sobbed, paying no attention to Amaze's question. There was nothing to be done. When someone was crying, it was pointless to force them to speak. Amaze knew this was just a piece of wood with nothing extraordinary about it, so she did not press her further, giving her some time to calm down. She covered Daphne's face with a cloth to avoid accidental sightings. As she stood up, the others turned their gazes towards her. A simple glance conveyed that they should continue with their own tasks, but all kept an eye on Yahaya. Amaze had experimented with large-scale instruments outside and knew they couldn't be brought into her system. Recalling researcher Hollis's words, Hildred always had them organize previous experimental data in their cubicles. So, Amaze inferred that most of the experimental data were already in the cubicles, with only a small part nearly finished. Considering the situation in this lab, if the data were on a USB drive or paper, she could easily take it. If there are any experimental data on the table, give them to me. The others gathered the nearby documents and motioned for Amaze to take them. Receiving the document from Horatio, Amaze fell into deep thought. The experiment report clearly stated, Experimental Data Report for Subject 95. Flipping to the next page. Name, Charity. Age, 55. It included a photo, the familiar face Amaze had seen on one of the zombies' faces earlier. Not the greyish-green skin but a normal human appearance with yellow skin. Amaze's hands trembled. What on earth happened? Chapter 95 Charity. As she flipped further back, there were only blank pages. Amaze hastily went through all the surrounding materials again. Even numbers 93 and 94 were present, but there was no additional information on subject number 95, Charity. Her frantic demeanor drew attention from others. A few people walked over to her and asked what was going on. Amaze handed the materials to Abdullahi, who was closest to her. Holy crap, it's herself. The others also crowded in, seeing Charity's file, including the following blank space. While everyone was expressing their amazement, Yahaya gradually calmed down and came over to join them. She just glanced at it and knew what everyone was marveling about. Subject number 95 is Professor Charity herself. No one knows any other details, including the usage of the evolution serum. Silence. Everyone's evaluation of Professor Charity became complicated. After a while, they scattered again, continuing to gather information. Yahaya pulled Amaze to squat by the corner wall, fiddling with the wooden piece that had been soaked from her tears. Now you can tell me why you cried. How did this tree become yours? Was the sachet able to shield against zombies because of this tree? Facing Amaze's series of questions, Yahaya patiently explained each one. According to clan rules, every child born has a tree of their own. We grow up with our trees until we turn 18 and leave the village to live independently in the outside world. The life trees that grow with us, once we leave the village, have their trunks cut down by villagers, leaving some branches to continue living. This way, the trees in the village will increase, symbolizing prosperity. Her tone carried a tinge of nostalgia. People who leave the village can return when they grow up, or even settle back there. But many never return. For example, I haven't been back for 5 years since I left. She looked softly at the wooden piece in Amaze's hand. This piece must be from my own life tree, maybe kept by Grandma as a memento. I wonder if such disasters have happened in the village and if these life trees can protect the villagers. Hearing this, Amaze was lost in thought. A village with such traditions must be remote and underdeveloped, yet from her words, one could sense the village's longing for population growth and support for young people exploring the outside world. However, her story didn't explain the function of this piece of wood. Amaze bit her lower lip, hesitated, then returned the wooden piece. Since it's your life tree, you should keep it. I'll take you to Haida. Hope nothing bad happened to your village. Yahaya nodded, carefully wrapped it up, and put it away. I now need all the organized materials in this lab. Hildred is missing, but Haida can continue his unfinished experiments. If you know any more material, please let me know. Yahaya's previously excited face suddenly turned cold. Do you think Hildred's experiments were right? Amaze paused for a moment and said, Hildred was a good professor. He sought the truth at the cost of his body, undoubtedly a great professor. Hearing this, Yahaya's expression grew colder. Amaze then continued, but most of his experiments lacked humanitarian spirit and are not worth promoting. Knowing the dangers, he still chose to conduct human trials, violating basic human ethics, which isn't a good thing. Upon hearing this, Yahaya's expression brightened. At first, Hildred never involved me in human experiments. His experiments were perfect, and I used to admire his scientific exploration. However, her smile gradually turned bitter, but the more I worked with him, the more I realized he was somewhat extreme. He would secretly conduct strictly prohibited human experiments. When I tried to persuade him after discovering he was conducting human experiments, it was too late to escape. He sealed off the entire laboratory. If I didn't continue with the experiments, I would become his test subject. Faced with Yahaya's account, Amaze didn't know how to respond. She patted Yahaya. It's all over now. Lead me to the other materials, and we'll leave immediately. Seeing her sincere eyes, Yahaya thought of Haida again, stood up, and decided to give her the other materials as well. She returned to her workstation and found a few USB drives in the crevices. After some thought, she turned around to look for other things. Pierce, who was tied up, saw that Yahaya could move freely and murmured unintelligibly for a long time, but no one understood him. His struggles caught Amaze's attention, and after much contemplation, she decided to untie him. You also go and hand over all the organized materials to us. Once everything is collected, we will take both of you with us. But Nicky Howe also knew that this Pierce was not an easy person to deal with, so he specially warned him, don't have any ulterior motives, or else you might never see Haida again. Pierce immediately nodded humbly, okay, I will definitely find all the materials for you. Thus, he began to ingratiate himself with Amaze, voluntarily leading her to the adjacent room outside. Only when everyone stood still did he clear his throat. The zombie inside this room is the previously introduced number 78, which is quite powerful, almost reaching the second stage strength, able to chase me around the room. He then moved on to the next room. Inside here are numbers 53 and 49. Number 49 was physically robust before death but moved slowly and was deceived into entering by me. This way, he introduced the zombies' numbers and their characteristics in each room one by one, just to build some goodwill in front of Amaze and the others. Yahaya, who had never lured zombies into rooms before, silently followed behind them without speaking. After all, she hadn't done it and couldn't claim credit like Pierce. After gaining an overall understanding, Amaze and her group also grasped some information. If what Pierce said was true, then the most powerful zombie in the opaque room on the right was only close to the second stage. Much weaker than the previous sample number 93. Chapter 96 Strategy. Everyone outside, except for those on standby, came in. After a brief discussion, they formed teams of 2 or 3 and entered the rooms to eliminate zombies and search for documents. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. In less than 15 minutes, all the zombies in the rooms on the right side of the corridor were wiped out. The process took longer mainly because these zombies' muscles, enhanced by the reagents, were more robust and their skin tougher, making it difficult for weapons to penetrate. Hobie, who had already gathered all the bombs, complained to Abner, if frogs were this tough, I wouldn't eat them. Amaze, with her sharp ears, overheard this and suddenly remembered that after this, there might still be chickens and ducks to eat, but no frogs would be a great regret. I also want to eat frogs. As everyone laughed together, the others finished organizing, consolidating all the documents into Amaze's possession. She then stored all the documents in the system. The large experimental equipment was entrusted to Aurelio from the spatial department to transport onto trailers. Unfortunately, there were many items, so part of the machinery had to be stored in his spatial pocket. During the moving process, they always kept Spencer or Amaze in the corridor to ensure their safety while avoiding having too many people inside, which could attract the zombies on the left side, causing chaos and a breakout from the glass room. After a long day of work, the sun was setting, and only the zombies on the left side of the corridor remained unhandled. Everyone waited for Amaze to announce their return, but she hesitated. The left side was covered by fabric, and many had subconsciously ignored it. When people stood at the door, the movements of the zombies on the left became increasingly obvious, and even bright light had little inhibitory effect on them. Their danger couldn't be ignored, yet Amaze didn't want to fight either. The numbered zombies on the left side were higher and not as easily dealt with as those on the right. The most powerful weapon they had could only kill one specimen number 93. There were fewer than 10 specimens inside, all close in power to specimen number 93. Though each wasn't as strong as number 93, combined, they would be far more formidable. An offensive approach using weapons wasn't reasonable, so Amaze considered whether to seal the entrance again. She paced near the corridor entrance, lost in thought, when researcher Hollis walked up beside her. I know there's a self-destruct system here, but I don't know how to activate it. If we can find the way to start the self-destruction, we have 3 minutes to prepare and retreat. His words reminded Amaze that if there was indeed a self-destruct system, the zombies here would all be blown to ashes, removing any risk of someone later releasing them. Although I don't know where the activation button is, there's plenty of stuff inside the laboratory, so it might be hidden there. He suggested, we should go inside and look. His speech was hesitant, but the content was practical. Amaze raised an eyebrow, unsure of his intentions. Everyone should also search other areas. The self-destruct system will emit beeping sounds or other alerts once activated. If anyone triggers it, they must immediately inform others to evacuate. Hearing Hollis's considerate advice, everyone dispersed to search externally. However, those initially left to pry the door open did not move after hearing Hollis's words. Seeing Spencer, Reuben, and Hobie not moving, Amaze gave them a meaningful look. They still seemed worried. Coughing to clear her throat, Amaze emphasized, everyone, check every corner. Boulder, you should also go quickly. Spencer glanced deeply at Amaze before walking away reluctantly, and Hobie muttered something before being silenced by Horatio, his hungry. Let me take him away first. Ha ha ha. Each of them performed poorly, and Amaze rolled her eyes. Yahya rubbed his hands and asked Amaze, let's go inside to check. I think Hildred's lab is significant, and there might be something useful. The two walked towards the direction while the silent Yahya prepared to follow but was stopped by Reuben, who whispered, it's okay. You should leave quickly. Yahya realized this was a premeditated mutual understanding between them. Quickly asserting his role, he said, I can open the door. With this statement, Reuben allowed him to stay. At this moment, Amaze walked ahead and had already entered the secret passage. Hollis scanned the busy crowd, his lips slightly curled, and he bolted the door of the secret passage. Seeing the door locked, Spencer and others immediately arranged for the evacuation of the rest. As others realized the passage door was closed and Amaze was locked inside alone, they panicked instantly and gathered around. Hobie came forward voluntarily. There's a bomb on the door, we all forgot about it. It's very likely that Josephine Jinghan is in grave danger now. I'll go in to save her. Spencer and Reuben advised him, evacuate them first. The more people who can survive, the better. There will be an explosion soon. Upon hearing that Amaze was locked inside and might be in grave danger, and that this building could be blown up, the others all responded. I'm willing to go in and save Josephine Jinghan. What's little Mark? I can take 10 of him. This burst of passionate speeches was urgently interrupted by Spencer. This isn't the time to discuss this. Our mission here is to find experimental equipment. This task is currently more important. You can return now. Trust us, we'll save her, she'll be fine. Understanding the urgency of Amaze's situation, everyone reluctantly left. We'll wait for you outside, good luck. Hobie used his abilities to enter at this moment, leaving only Spencer, Reuben, and Yahya outside. Yahya lifted his hand and extended his ring finger of the right hand. My fingerprint can open it. They didn't expect this person would use such an inconvenient finger as the entry code. They pressed their ears against the door, hoping to hear some news from inside. Despite trusting Amaze's abilities and believing Hobie would alert them in emergencies, their anxiety and concern were genuine. Inside the room, danger loomed. When she entered, Amaze took the lead, always wary of Hollis, yet her body language remained relaxed. Only after the passage door was completely closed did she turn back. Hollis had always appeared timid, but now facing Amaze and the potential zombies, his expression showed only madness and excitement, far removed from the man who had been scared to wet his pants at the sight of specimen number 93. Chapter 97, Thirst for Knowledge. Amaze showed no surprise at all when he closed the door, which made Pierce momentarily confused, then quickly changed his expression. Well, you've always been a suspicious person. Since you knew I would be detrimental to you, why did you still come in? My purpose for coming in was just to see why you would try to stop us. Ever since the secret passage was opened, you never sincerely wanted to leave here. He gave a nasty laugh twice. Well, I didn't actually plan on letting you go either. Old Billy actually thought that your arrival could take away my experimental data. He's truly naive and dreaming. Amaze found his words full of ambiguity. Who are you really? If Hildred's data became his, then he must be. Aren't I the person you're looking for? His voice suddenly changed from a relatively young one gradually becoming more aged and even slightly hoarse, laughing with malicious delight. Ha ha ha, I am Charity. What can a coward like him do for a grand experiment? Still trying to steal my experimental data. Amaze didn't expect this seemingly young man in front of her to actually be the sought-after Professor Charity, and how he turned into his current appearance. She was still very curious about it and couldn't help but ask, how did you change your appearance? Rosalie, or rather, Professor Charity clicked his tongue. In this situation, you're still curious about that. Amaze was still quite confident in her friend's abilities, but she remained cautious, putting on an act. I want to die understanding the truth. This sentence seemed to stimulate Charity. Good child. Just like me, a seeker of knowledge. Considering how much you want to know the truth, I'll reluctantly tell you. He slowly paced into the largest laboratory, touching an inconspicuous spot on the wall, causing a significant change inside the room. Places they had searched thoroughly now had additional cabinets extending from the walls. Shelves were filled with bottles, most notably a row of emerald green reagents labeled from 96 to 100. In addition, several guns appeared on the walls, aimed directly at Amaze, as if ready to fire at any moment. Most importantly, Amaze was tied to the door with a metal rope, her hands bound behind her back, restricting her movements. Using 6 or 7/10 of her strength, she found the rope only slightly deformed, creating more space for her hands to move freely. If she used full force, it wasn't impossible to break free. One hand had quietly slipped free, but Amaze didn't intend to expose herself just yet. Be careful, Don't move around. These guns won't obey me. If you make them angry, I can't save you. The guns were real. Amaze silently calculated the possibility of getting out unscathed while facing Charity and other dangers alone. Pretending to be curious, she asked, "Is this the human evolution reagent you've researched?" "Cherries, this is the great reagent I've researched." Mentioning this, Charity perked up, starting to speak incessantly. "Pity those people before didn't have the luck to enjoy the reagent, but starting from you, humans will be blessed." Amaze didn't agree with his statement. Becoming zombies with your reagent can also be considered evolution and blessing? Hearing this question, he sharply slapped his hand. "You're wrong. Evolved humans are still humans, not zombies. Look at me, examine me closely. How am I related to zombies?" Amaze carefully examined the person in front of her, indeed a young appearance in his 20s. Apart from his voice being different, someone unfamiliar would find it hard to recognize him as Charity. Just looking younger, even embellishing his features. Amaze's eyes involuntarily widened as she heard another voice. This time it was a female voice. Following the voice's hint, she scrutinized the person again, noticing some resemblance between his brows and eyes and other zombie samples. Satisfied? This is the difference between me and zombies. The reagent for evolved humans has almost reached perfection, allowing us to rejuvenate and reach our peak life moments, maintaining that moment until natural death. Although I cannot become immortal for now, I will maintain my peak state in all aspects. So what if I don't have immortality? I will strive to achieve immortality in the coming decade. As he expounded on his grand idea, he suddenly turned around. "Skylar, you have a rare and peculiar bone structure, making you an excellent candidate for an evolved human. Why not be my number 96? Facing Charity, who was mad enough to experiment on himself, Amaze didn't know whether to marvel at his passionate pursuit of scientific research or his feverish insanity. Amaze could only try her best to ask questions to divert Charity's attention. Numbers 92, 93, and 95 are known, so who is number 94? Weren't you researching number 94 for a long time? That's my eldest son. Unfortunately, the reagent seemed to cause some mutations in him. I thought he would become a strong teenager, and we could conduct research together, living forever. But it turned out that after injecting the reagent, he showed no changes and even tried to bite me. A madman, truly a madman." Amaze stared at the remaining few bottles of so-called evolutionary human reagents lined up on the wall, planning how to destroy them. "Don't look at those useless things. What doesn't belong to you, you can never get." After saying this, Charity restored the cabinets on the wall as if nothing had happened. Only one reagent, number 96, remained in his hand. "Without me, you will never get these reagents. But if you cooperate, I can let you become number 96. He swayed the reagent between them, fantasizing about the success of number 96 in front of him. "Don't agree with him. He's a demon." It was the female voice again, reminding Amaze not to be tempted by immortality. "What difference do you have from those zombies who only reproduce?" Hearing Amaze's words, Charity laughed loudly and shook his head. "You're still too young to understand the benefits of my reagent. Once I inject you, you'll appreciate my painstaking efforts. You won't need to thank me too much when that happens. After all, I've always loved helping younger generations." Seeing his shameless face, Amaze couldn't help but spit at him. Going against the laws of nature will bring consequences. "Hey, little girl, don't be so foul-mouthed at your young age." He pointed to the gun protruding from the wall, the black hole of its barrel pointing at Amaze's body. "If it gets angry, you'll be riddled with bullets." Amaze pretended to be furious and ignored him, turning her head to observe the surroundings. Charity didn't argue with her, walking cheerfully to the door of the glass laboratory to observe the differently numbered samples inside. While watching, he introduced them. "Some of these samples failed and aren't under my control. But starting with me, everyone will obediently create the future together." "Oh, right. You wanted to blow this place up, right? Only I have the start button. Looks like you won't fulfill your wish in this lifetime. Speaking of which, why haven't your friends come to rescue you yet?" Chapter 98 Anger. His tone was mocking. "Look, the relationship between you two is just like this. It's no different from what happened to me back then." His tone softened slightly, and Amaze thought this beast-like man would never show any sorrow. "Actually, it's very different. You." He glared at Amaze, veins bulging on his face, spreading all over and down, making his whole face turn greenish, looking no different from a zombie, even trembling slightly like someone with Parkinson's. Amaze guessed all these changes started after he got angry, but he was still unaware that he would become like this when he was angry. "Indeed." He sighed. "You were sent by that old guy, so of course you wouldn't know what good deeds he did in the past. Since you seem so to my taste, I'll have a good chat with you about the good deeds of Hyder you admire." His tone gradually became calm, the veins on his face gradually disappearing, the green fading away, making him look like a normal person again. All of this happened within just a few words, indicating that Professor Charity might not fully understand the side effects of the evolutionary reagent. Amaze prepared to deliberately upset him to see how severe the side effects of the reagent could be. "What are your thoughts, Hildred?" Amaze looked innocent, as if sincerely seeking advice, opening up his heart and wanting to talk. "I don't dare say much. I'll just tell you my story." He turned step by step towards Amaze. At this moment, she noticed the veins on Charity's face didn't completely disappear but remained like fine lines, like indelible scars on his skin. His facial muscles showed some signs of aging, already looking middle-aged, with sagging cheeks, yet he remained oblivious, excitedly telling Amaze stories. 20 years ago, I also believed he was an upright man. We conducted experiments together. During that time, he truly earned my respect. But when the experimental data reached the final stage, some people fled unexpectedly. Why? Isn't it because the final experimental data required human subjects? Wasn't he afraid? Due to his sudden withdrawal, part of the team followed him, and my experiment failed. It failed. After 3 years of hard work, he left right before we could achieve success. Do you think I'd dare to cooperate with someone who lacks responsibility and accountability? He sent you here without considering your safety. Can you still trust him? Amaze rebutted, isn't my current state all thanks to you? My safety issues were caused entirely by you. What does this have to do with Hyder? Sure enough, her retort worked. The veins on Charity's face reappeared. This time, his eyes carried red marks, his chest rising and falling dramatically, looking almost manic. Amaze watched his transformation, smiling silently. The so-called side effects of the human evolution reagent took effect so quickly. He had changed from a young appearance to a 50-year-old version similar to the photos Amaze had seen in archives. Looking at Amaze's expression, Charity flew into a rage and slapped her. Slap. Amaze dodged, but his hand hit the door frame loudly. The sound was deafening, and he had clearly used brute force. Even though she avoided the hit, her ear stung a little, causing her to inhale sharply. Cherit, she continued to display fearlessness, more importantly, continuing to provoke him. Hitting women again, all these years, you can only hit women. Amaze heard another complaint, probably from Zaylee, his wife. These words gave Amaze ideas, and she continued to fuel the fire. Just this much ability. Only hitting women. Not able to hit your own wife, you start hitting strangers. Are you going to hit every woman in the world? Mentioning his wife seemed to trigger something in him, making him extremely violent. Bitch. All bitches. You're all the same. He fumbled on the wall for the button he had just pressed, shaking his head and appearing dazed, unable to find it due to anger. While he was searching for the button, Amaze's hands frantically twisted behind her back, trying to keep her expression as calm as possible. The iron chains binding her were almost completely loosened. On this side, Charity became increasingly frantic in his search. By now, Amaze's hands had fully escaped from the chains, leaving only the ones around her waist. She discreetly signaled to the air far away. A grey shadow seemed to flicker on the other side, then quickly returned to stillness. Finally, amidst the chaos, Charity managed to set up his contraption again. He panted heavily and menacingly said to Amaze, I'll inject you with the reagent soon. Let you experience the beauty of being an evolved human. Amaze tried to maintain a smile. At this moment, Charity looked older than his actual age, at least 70 years old, with deep wrinkles on his face and a gradually hunched back. Cherit, he remained completely unaware, still lost in his own world. The reagent was soon in his hand. With one strong tug, Amaze, using the crystal core gun, quickly freed herself from the remaining metal ropes. The 2 guns mounted above hadn't reacted yet. Amaze had already delivered a flying kick to the one on the left, knocking it down. The gun on the right was controlled by the bomb that had just transformed into humanoid form. In an instant, before Charity could fully draw the reagent into the syringe, he was already pinned to the ground by Amaze. However, Amaze wasn't in good shape either. The use of the crystal core gun had been too close to her, and she had been caught in the blast, feeling painful tremors. The bomb quickly tied up Charity with ropes, bundling him like a dumpling and tossing him against the wall. Meanwhile, others entered the corridor, causing the zombies in the glass chamber on the left to go wild. Chapter 99, Retreat. Hobart found them first. Seeing the chains on Amaze's body, he tried to use brute force to break them, but was stopped by Amaze. Let's retreat first and talk about other things later. Take him away. Hobart gave Amaze a deep look, their eyes met in silence. He turned around and lifted the man sitting by the wall, only to find that he had become a white-haired old man. The man smiled foolishly, hey, none of you can leave. Then he leaned against the wall, trying to stand up. Somehow, he touched something, and all the glass doors on the left opened. The zombies inside the glass cases seemed to be freed from a spell. They broke free from the seaweed binding them in just a few seconds and rushed towards Amaze and his group rapidly. Zombies of various sizes and strengths charged at them with the same face, and Hobie froze on the spot. They. Close the door. Close the door. Inside, Amaze hurriedly reminded Bun, who was closest to the door, close it first. Following the order, Bun acted immediately, while Hobie blocked the door with his thin frame. The zombies were trapped outside, pounding on the door angrily with their hands. All of them looked at each other. They had locked the passage door before entering, so the zombies couldn't get out, nor could they get out. Still shaken, everyone outside knew the zombies were all 2nd level or higher, making it hard to handle them when they gathered. Bun and Hobie were panting, never having been chased by so many 2nd level zombies before. Moreover, behind the door was their terrifying, stinking faces. Hobart picked Charity up and half-hung him on the wall, intending to ask if there were any other exits, but seeing his face, he couldn't utter a word. Charity was almost dying at this point. Although he and Amaze had only been in the passage for a few minutes, he seemed as if he had aged greatly. What? Looking at each other, no one knew what was going on except Amaze, who knew the whole story. He is Charity, Hildred. Her words sounded like a thunderclap. Charity's current appearance was very different from before, and the weakened Charity, coughing continuously, wore a look of panic. Why? What happened to me? His voice was even more hoarse. A single sentence would trigger continuous coughs. Amaze explained to everyone, he injected himself with Agent 95, But apparently, this agent can't tolerate anger. Every time he gets angry, it accelerates his aging process. Everyone else also fell silent, looking at the bottles and cans all over the walls. These were the root cause of the transformation outside. These agents should not be left here. Let's destroy them all. Others nodded in agreement. This kind of experiment pursuing evolution was inhumane, and if it spread, more vulnerable people would be forced to become test subjects, leading to even crueler human experiments. For people, the end of the world was already a hard trial. Experimenting and torturing humans was even more unfair to the weak. Hobart did not show any mercy to Charity, holding his neck and questioning him. Where are the other exits? Unfortunately, whether Charity was really foolish or pretending to be confused now, he remained silent with half-closed eyes. Seeing his condition, Amaze pulled Hobart's arm. He cannot withstand rough treatment now. I think we should take him back. After all, I promised Hyder before. Hobart released the hand restraining his body, and Charity fell down limply, unable to muster any strength. They quickly searched the laboratory for hidden mechanisms, finding no other passages besides the ventilation duct. However, given Charity's current state, he wasn't fit to crawl through the vent, and they didn't know where it led either. Amaze habitually fiddled with her system, looking for anything useful. She realized that her energy shield, which had been protecting the golden vine behind the villa, could be moved via system operation, for an additional cost of 200 points. This way, she could protect them from the zombies, allowing them to escape from the passage. Carefully calculating the time needed to remove the shield, exit, and relock the passage door, she estimated it would take 2 to 3 minutes. During this time, if the vine continued to spread, it wouldn't extend too far. It was risky, yet feasible. After thinking all this through, Amaze called Abdullahi and Hobart over to discuss together. They simulated the upcoming plan in their minds at the farthest wall from the laboratory door. With both agreeing, Amaze's plan was put into action. First, they moved the useless tables and chairs to the middle of the laboratory, dividing it into 2 parts. The inner part, where they were situated as a safe zone, on the right, separated by these tables and chairs, was the area where the zombies would rush into. Amaze personally went over to open the door. As expected, these zombies surged forward but wouldn't cross this mountain of nearly 2-meter-tall table and chair barricade in a short time. Amaze, quicker than them, jumped onto this mountain of furniture with Yahya lending a hand to pull her over. Meanwhile, Hobart and Abdullahi were at the farthest wall. This time, Abdullahi transformed into an electric saw he had once turned into before. Empowered by his wish-granting ability, the chainsaw easily cut through the wall, making a hole taller than a person. As the zombies outside flooded into the laboratory and cleared the passage, Amaze quickly set the energy shield to cover just enough space for the size of the zombies inside. Like a layer of fabric, it covered them completely. She selected no on the option of allow entry and exit. These zombies could only move within the confined space and couldn't exceed the boundary of the energy shield. On the other side, the cutting of the door was successful. Hobart shouted back, "Let's go." They exited through the newly cut door. The passage was clean, free from any danger. Hobart carried Charity, walking at the front. Yahya, ready to input fingerprints, followed second. The rest walked closely behind, while Amaze took the rear, monitoring the situation behind. Take good care of Helena. Amaze heard such a sigh when she was about to leave. She looked back, wanting to find Daphne's mother again, but what she saw was only piles of tables and chairs. With a sigh, she followed the team to retreat. Chapter 100, Helena. Fortunately, the short distance of 20 to 30 meters was traversed without incident. Everyone reached the door, and Yahya provided a fingerprint to unlock it. After everyone filed out, Amaze sealed the door. At the same time, she quietly withdrew the energy shield that contained the zombies and chose remote control to keep the energy shield over the golden vines. In less than a minute, those vines showed signs of migrating outward. Amaze deliberately enlarged the energy shield to cover as much of the vines as possible. While Amaze was sealing the door, Hobart had already tried 2 incorrect fingerprints. Apart from him and Amaze, everyone else had already rushed out of the building. He and Amaze exchanged glances. He tilted his head to signal her to move back a few steps further. Amaze understood his intentions. After pausing for 2 seconds, she ran outward without any hesitation. Simultaneously, Hobart pressed the fingerprint scanner with an incorrect print one last time. Beep, beep. The alarm sounded, its ringing echoing across the factory compound. Amaze dashed outward, with Hobart closely following behind, not stopping for a moment. They quickly left the factory and jumped into their vehicles, a minibus in front and a trailer at the back. Everyone safely fled the factory. Just after driving a few kilometers, they encountered a bus heading in the opposite direction. The curtains inside the bus were drawn, showing only a faint blue hue. Many figures moved inside, indicating it was heavily occupied. Both groups noticed each other's vehicles, speculating about who the others might be. Before they could come to a conclusion, a distant boom echoed as a bomb exploded. Both vehicles trembled slightly, and Amaze frowned, remarking on the significant force of the explosion within the factory. Thankfully, there was no immediate danger, and the vehicles continued toward the villa. The other vehicle did not hesitate either, continuing forward, and soon the 2 groups grew further apart. On the way, everyone was chatting and laughing except for Amaze, who sighed repeatedly to Charity. Charity was still bound by 7 or 8 layers of rope, completely unable to resist. She closed her eyes and mouth, refusing any communication, looking extremely despondent. Her hair had turned mostly white. She sat stiffly by the window, barely breathing, likely not long for this world. Amaze watched Charity, while Hobart noticed the chain still tightly wrapped around her body. Sitting beside her, he furrowed his brow and forcibly broke the chain apart. The chain was so tight. I should have undone it earlier. As he spoke, he wanted to lift her clothes to check for injuries but was stopped by Amaze. It's fine, nothing serious. It was just a slight constriction. She wasn't overly delicate, especially given how every second sooner meant safety. Hobart pinched her slightly chubby cheeks, then carefully felt her waist, confirming only mild pain before letting her go without further questioning. His hands were gentle, savoring the smoothness of her cheeks. She had always had round, plump cheeks, and now, grown taller, her face retained that softness despite her leaner figure. What are you thinking so deeply? Seeing her quiet demeanor, Hobart was concerned. Haven't we already gotten out? We retrieved what we needed, and he's still alive. You fulfilled your promise to hide her. Amaze gazed out the window at the fleeting scenery. The golden sunset illuminated the lush tree tops, adding depth to the outside world, yet her heart remained inexplicably heavy. She leaned closer to Hobart, whispering close to his ear, "Didn't I tell you I heard number 93 speaking? When I was alone with him, I heard someone speaking. It might have been his wife." Hobart was surprised and stroked her head instead of pinching her cheek. "What did she say that has you so distracted?" Amaze turned her gaze from the window to the person behind her, their reflection framed by the golden light outside. "She said she hopes Helena can live well." Hobart murmured the name. "Helena, does it mean hope?" From behind came intermittent sobbing sounds. "Helena, it's Helena." Turning around, they saw Charity had opened her eyes, listening to their conversation, tears streaming down her face. Amaze felt a bitter irony. "You start remembering names now? When you injected the reagent into him and he cried out in agony, did you think of him as Helena? Did you ever consider him your child?" Charity leaned against the car window, closing her eyes with two streams of clear tears flowing down. Seeing the awkward atmosphere at the back, the others gradually reduced their laughter and chatter. Amaze glanced at Yahaya sitting at the very back, silently holding a child, then fell silent as well. The entire car was filled with quietness for the rest of the journey. Finally, when all the sunlight was completely swallowed by darkness, they returned to the villa. But as soon as they got out of the car, Amaze was stunned. The villa complex in front of them was almost entirely enveloped in an amber hue. Under the car headlights, they shimmered like palaces. Each household also had their lights on, indicating that Carnell's home charging service must have been maintained well. It only took about a minute for her to divert the energy shield, yet these vines had already spread out, entwining over the roofs again, even more lush than before. Even Hobart, who knew the situation inside, hadn't expected it to turn out this way. "You let them out." Amaze pursed her lips without speaking, contemplating how to remove these vines. Her silence already answered Hobart's question. "Did your protective shield fail?" Amaze turned to look at him. "In the lab, I used it for a while, and then I gave it back. But they found a loophole. I thought they were just lazy and wouldn't rush out like this, but I didn't expect." The security guards, recognizing Amaze and the others, let them in. Amaze carefully observed everyone's expressions. No one was accusing her. She sighed inwardly, thankful that everything was fine after all. No one got hurt, so it wasn't too late to make amends. They hurried back and found the front door lively as usual, not knowing what had happened. "Oh, you're finally back. I don't know why today those vines came out again." Sierra secretly pulled Amaze aside and whispered to her, "I've been keeping an eye on them. Today, those vines didn't do any harm. They even did something good." Hearing the first part, Amaze's heart sank, but hearing the latter part, it lifted up again. Who would have thought what kind of good deed they had done this time? Chapter 101 Worry. A few people came this afternoon. One of them was very strange, completely stiff, flying at one moment and then quietly leaning on someone else the next. They specifically asked for you by name. Though I don't know what your name is, everyone knew it was you from the description. Sierra's voice lowered. "I thought you all got into some trouble outside. It really scared me." Amaze found it amusing that her visit seemed like trouble to Sierra. "How could I cause trouble? I'm so well behaved, right?" This made Sierra laugh as she playfully patted her arm. "Don't try to change the subject. They were looking for you when they arrived. I explained that you had gone out, but they were anxious, and I had no way to find you. Then Kerry, being kind-hearted, went to ask them what happened and found out they wanted you to help save one of their brothers." Amaze listened attentively and felt that Kerry was indeed reliable. "No one knows who spread the rumor that Abdullahi almost turned into a zombie before you saved him. That's how it goes in their underworld, so they all came looking for you." Inside, Annika called for them to return, so Sierra led Amaze back inside while continuing, "Kerry couldn't immediately call you back. They were about to leave, but suddenly, the vines appeared, giving us a real scare. They flew over several houses and directly wrapped around the problematic person." Elroy Lee's face crinkled with worry, recalling the scene. A perfectly healthy young man was almost drained dry by the time the vines released him. But these vines were strange. After sucking some blood, they just ran off. Soon enough, the man recovered and even offered Kerry a crystal core. Hearing about the crystal core, Amaze's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that returning would earn her some cores. Moving the energy shield today cost her 400 points, and maintaining it every 2 days required 1 crystal core. Not bad, not bad. I'll have to go find Kerry for those cores. Sierra clicked her tongue. "You kids, Kerry helped solve such a big problem for you, and now you're asking for money. We older folks here don't understand much about what you youngsters do, but having her around has been helpful." "Why are you asking for money?" Cherries, yes, yes. You're right, Kerry did a great job, Amaze quickly agreed, knowing otherwise she'd be labeled as ungrateful and mean by Sierra again. After paying, the man left with his brothers, seemingly satisfied. Those 2 vines really played a significant role. Finishing this, Sierra spoke earnestly. Let me tell you, Kerry ran over here several times today, fearing something might happen to us. She's truly a good kid. Amaze quickly understood Sierra's unspoken message. Okay, this time I won't charge her anything. Who can refuse after she worked so hard for you? Sierra smiled happily and patted Amaze's waist. She gasped inwardly. The chain must have injured her more than she realized, and now it stung. However, she kept her expression neutral, hiding under the cover of darkness, unnoticed by Sierra. I'm not senile or favoring outsiders, Sierra lectured, treating Amaze like a child. Kerry is honest-hearted, but no one will always help you. Amaze knew where this was going, so she finished her sentence. I know. Helping is a kindness, not a duty. Friends help each other, right? I remember everything you've taught me over the years. That's right, exactly. So don't be too stingy about these cores. If you need help again, they'll think of this time and come through. Amaze draped her arm over Sierra's shoulders, walking into the living room together. I get it, we're friends. Unexpectedly, Kerry was already sitting there and stood up as they entered. Are we friends? Oh mighty savior. Her tone was light, indicating that today's visitors hadn't given her any trouble. I guess friendship can be debated, but you're practically Sierra's daughter now. Amaze calmly approached Kerry and counted on her fingers. Since I returned, 8 out of 10 things Sierra told me were compliments about you. What, are you jealous? Kerry wouldn't concede in terms of eloquence. Say something nice, and I'll give you today's crystal cores. She raised an eyebrow, wanting to hear Amaze say something good. Amaze had already promised Sierra not to ask for the crystal cores Kerry had kept this time, and she didn't want to say something nice either. So she playfully shook her head. TSK, don't give them? Fine, I don't want them anyway. Seeing these 2 kids bantering, Sierra couldn't stop laughing, and even Annika leaned against the sofa, smiling as if reminiscing about someone. Sitting on the sofa with her back straight, Amaze asked Sierra, do we have dinner? I'm really hungry today. Her pitiful tone touched Sierra's heart. Of course I've prepared it for you. Just warm it up, and it's ready to eat. You can go sit at the table and wait. Yay. Amaze pulled everyone to the table. Come on, let's eat a lot tonight and rest well tomorrow. Several young men responded, including Spencer, who had just parked his car in the garage and walked in. He immediately saw Amaze standing in the middle of the living room, enthusiastically pulling others to the table for dinner. Everyone enjoyed a lively meal. Sierra had put a lot of effort into it, preparing all kinds of delicious dishes to welcome them. Everyone has worked hard today. We can rest well tomorrow. There will be time to settle wages here. Sure, definitely, Josephine Jinghan, I'll wait for you tomorrow. After bidding farewell, everyone left, even Kerry left with a talk tomorrow. Having sent everyone off, Amaze sighed, finally managing to safely bring everyone back. The journey was full of thrills but also yielded many gains. Chapter 102, Wound. After everything was cleaned up, Amaze gave a glance and left first, with Spencer closely following behind. The 2 of them came to the back of the yard where the vine's main root system was planted. It was now pitch black, leaving only the faint moonlight scattered over the vines, casting a soft glow. But Amaze knew that this beautiful exterior couldn't mask its obedient nature. The energy shield protected its exposed roots, but many had already secretly spread underground. Most had long since escaped, rendering this protective shield useless, only wasting her crystal cores. Deciding not to waste more, Amaze retracted the shield and led the way into the vine's territory, with Spencer following inside. In the afternoon when we escaped from the secret room, I used this shield, moving it slightly. Unexpectedly, it took less than a minute for it to escape. This little thing is quite smart. Not only smart but coincidental. She approached the plant's roots, which were firmly planted in the soil. After Amaze arrived, it seemed to behave like a wronged child, ignoring her. Today, it said a group of people came, one of whom was about to mutate like a bun. Their leader heard something and specifically asked me to solve the zombie virus. She squatted next to the roots. Today's outing had already torn her clothes to shreds. She didn't mind the dirt anymore. While Sierra was at a loss, Macy went out to handle the problem. After some negotiations, they found out their purpose. She brushed aside the young leaves that had wandered close to her. I wasn't here, and no one could enter with this shield. When Macy was hesitant, I happened to move the shield away. Spencer imitated her, sitting down as well. Surrounding vines gradually moved away. They say this guy reacted like a dog seeing something, jumping directly onto the person, drinking blood for quite a while before letting go. When the person recovered, Macy collected some crystal cores as payment, and instead of staying, they turned around and left. The vine continued to distract Amaze, preventing her from talking further with Spencer. I'm talking to you. To you. She tapped the vine's main trunk. Didn't we agree you would stay here and not run around? Why couldn't you control yourself upon seeing someone carrying the zombie virus, attaching so wildly? Be careful, or one day I might let Josephine Daniela give you a few blasts, see if you can still stand it. It seemed to understand Amaze's threat, twisting its body and shaking its leaves. Following the movement of the leaves, Amaze saw 2 bright red flowers. Since it didn't suck as much blood as last time, it indicated the man who was nearly turning into a zombie hadn't been poisoned as deeply as the bun had. Therefore, it hadn't sucked as much blood. Spencer also tried pinching the nearby vines, but they just twisted away. Amaze couldn't help laughing and pinched the vine. Do you think he's easy to provoke? Be careful, or he might uproot you entirely. The small vine began to twist and twirl around Amaze, clearly not believing Spencer would harm it. Seeing Amaze's actions, Spencer guessed its attitude. So, you won't confine them anymore? Letting them grow freely? After this incident, Hyder didn't come to find Sierra, indicating they haven't found any harmful information about the vines during their experimental phase. Shouldn't we wait for the results? His words were half teasing, half guiding. Are you really so confident in yourself? Amaze paused in playing with the vine's leaves. It's not about confidence. Through charity, I realized something. All experiments seem to prove something using data, but many things lie outside the scope of experiments. For instance, family ties or love. Charity pursued scientific accuracy so obsessively, even using human subjects, but in the end, he achieved nothing. He ended up alienated, losing his family. Do you know, the woman's voice by my side said, take care of Helena. My heart has never felt softer. This little zombie carries the virus, so does Charity, yet there was no action from it. She looked up at the moon. Many things are beyond what all experiments can explain. Spencer watched her, curled up with her hands hugging her knees, feeling his heart soften as well. I'll listen to you. Everything has its reason, we just haven't found it yet. Even if something really happens, I will help you. We'll solve all the problems together in the first place. His hand slid down from Amaze's head to her waist, lightly touching her there. You were injured. Why didn't you tell me? Not telling Sierra can be understood. After all, you were afraid she would worry too much about you. But why not tell me? His hand was resting lightly on Amaze's waist, a steady heat source against her wound, causing some stinging. Pushing Spencer's hand away a little, she explained. It did hurt a bit, maybe the skin got scraped off. I didn't tell you because you always overreact. It was just a minor injury, and it was somewhat awkward in the car at the time. I was afraid. Spencer turned Amaze's head so they were face to face. It's not that I overreact, I just don't want you to get hurt. Every injury of yours doubles my pain. Don't you remember? My ability. My body feels your pain, and my heart aches even more for you. He was explaining and acknowledging his second ability, and also expressing his inner feelings. Spencer, who usually wasn't expressive, spoke so directly about how he cared for her, making Amaze, who generally wasn't meticulous, feel a bit ashamed. Next time when I'm in pain, I'll definitely cry to you. Hearing her teasing tone, Spencer knew her attitude and let it go. However, Amaze's spine stiffened. Just as she was explaining to Spencer, too engrossed in their emotional issues, she hadn't noticed a vine slowly creeping up her back. Amaze's clothes already had a few small tears from the day's skirmishes. The vines slipped through those openings into her clothes, pressing directly against the wounds on her back. She thought she was going to be drained dry like a bun, but there was no sign of her being scratched. Turning around quickly, she tried to push the vines away but found them behaving unusually this time. Before, whenever she showed discomfort, the vines would always retreat, staying clear of her wrists and neck, places Amaze considered dangerous. But this time, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't shake the vines off. Amaze realized she underestimated the strength of this vine. Her movements naturally caught Spencer's attention, and he hurriedly helped cut the vines off her body. One strong swing, however, only produced a crisp snap. The main body was punctured but not severed. Just as he was about to make another move, Amaze stopped him. Chapter 103 Healing. Because this vine could heal wounds. A large bruise covered her waist, and her skin had been rubbed raw. She originally planned to treat herself after resolving all the issues. Unexpectedly, the vine wrapped around her waist once, and the pain suddenly vanished. She looked curiously at the vine, then at Spencer. Spencer used his ability to sense carefully and felt no pain in his waist as before. They exchanged glances, realizing that this group of vines was quite multi-talented. Spencer couldn't help but lift her clothes slightly. Under the moonlight, Amaze's skin shone like jade, with not a single flaw visible. Gently touching her skin, there was no pain. Completely different from the slight stinging earlier, this vine's healing effect was quite good for minor abrasions. Amaze asked first, do you think it can heal me or? She wasn't sure if this so-called healing skill worked for everyone or just for her. After all, this vine indeed treated her differently from others, which was hard to explain. Spencer couldn't figure it out either, so he cut himself with a knife. Blood dripped from his finger onto the ground. The vine leisurely wrapped around Spencer's hand, nudging the wound with its amber-colored body. It rolled around the injury twice and absorbed the blood droplets. To their amazement, the entire wound had healed without even a scar. Things became more intriguing. Amaze wanted to conduct more experiments and tried to take out her knife, but was stopped by Spencer. Let's end it here. If someone is injured later, it will have its chance to act. No need to risk our bodies for an answer today. But you just did. He covered Amaze's mouth with his hand, showing an unusually domineering expression. Rarely seeing him like this, she pouted and submitted. All right, let's stop here for today. Good girl, he praised. Accepting his praise, Amaze decided to spread kindness. You should behave. If it can really heal people, I'll give you more crystal cores next time. Spencer thought she was just joking. What would a plant need crystal cores for? Let's go back. He embraced Amaze's shoulders and slowly walked back. We're quite tired today. We'll handle other things tomorrow. The next day didn't start early, as Amaze overslept again. Her first task upon waking was to find Professors Billy and Kim to discuss placing the experimental equipment in the basement. The basements of the two villas had already been connected by earth elemental abilities, creating one large basement for storing instruments and serving as a laboratory. With nearly 1,000 square meters of usable space, most of the equipment brought back could be stored here. Amaze also found Aurelio, introduced him to the professors, and asked him, please put these instruments in place according to the professor's requirements. The professors greeted him kindly. Thank you, Hollis. Some instruments should be placed together for better coordination. Not too much trouble. Follow me, professors. They went to the trailer, and the professors chose the first batch of instruments to be placed in designated areas. Hollis waited patiently beside them. He wasn't tired, it was merely moving things into and out of storage. After several trips, everything was finally in place, and Hollis bid farewell. Sis Jinghan, you still have things to do. Let's chat when you're free. What he really meant was asking for the reward promised after the task. He hesitated mentioning it in front of the professors but was looking forward to the cigarettes Amaze promised. Sure, I'll invite you when I visit Macy. Getting her promise, Hollis left happily, and Professors Billy and Kim were equally pleased. They touched the instruments affectionately, missing them deeply. They wished to dive right into the lab, but Amaze hesitated and dampened their enthusiasm. I still have Hildred's research data here. Hearing her words, Hyder froze. Is Professor Charity still alive? He asked this question, his gaze fixed on Amaze's face, fearing she would say no. Alive, but not living well. Hyder's expression froze for a moment before he managed to force out a bitter smile. That's good, that's good. Where is he now? Amaze led them back to the surface, at my place, but his condition isn't good. You two might need to come and see him. Far Eyes looked worriedly at Hyder, whose lips quivered without uttering a word. She made a decision on her own. Let's go, we'll follow you to see him. Amaze walked ahead, with Far Eyes supporting Hyder slowly behind. Hyder patted Far Eyes' hand gently, signaling he was fine. It's good that he's still alive. I thought I might never see him again. A man like him should at least study a couple of zombies. It would be a shame if he didn't. Amaze felt uncomfortable hearing these words. Knowing that Hyder still cared about Professor Charity, but Charity had many grievances towards Hyder. Hyder, you really know Hildred. He did indeed do that, but even more, she paused, looking at Hyder, weighing her words carefully, and decided to tell everything, even more than you imagined. She quickened her pace to the front door, with Hyder and Far Eyes closely following. The three of them went to a small room on the third floor, where Alana's vines had tightly bound Charity to prevent any escape or other actions. Knowing they were coming to find Charity, Alana had withdrawn her power as they climbed the stairs. Now, Amaze gently pushed open the door. Charity had already woken up, curled up on the sofa, closed eyes trembling all over, seemingly lost in thoughts. This scene unfolded before Hyder and Hildred. None of them expected that someone barely over 50 could now have sunken cheeks, age spots scattered across his face, extremely frail, white-haired, appearing almost 100 years old just by looks. Charity. Hyder called out weakly, and Hildred abruptly opened his eyes on the sofa. It's really you. They stared at each other speechlessly. Amaze decided to give them some space for conversation, leaving alone to an adjacent room. Charity was still tied up, so there was no concern about aggressive behavior. The room had excellent soundproofing, and Amaze didn't try to listen to their conversation, nor could she hear it. After about an hour, Hyder knocked on Amaze's door. Charity seems fine here. If he can live a bit longer, please take care of him for me. Hyder's face was ashen, his voice filled with despair. He doesn't have much time left. In the future, I will never see him again, so please take care of him. Knowing Amaze would agree to this small request, he turned around and headed downstairs without waiting for a reply, supported by Far Eyes, the two of them walking further away. Amaze didn't chase after them, instead returning to face Professor Charity. Not knowing what they discussed, Charity seemed in a better mood. You are also quite formidable, finding experimental equipment like this. With you here, I suddenly feel relieved. I know you dislike me and don't approve of what I've done. He looked out the window, then suddenly turned to Amaze. But I beg you, give Xiaoxi a chance to live. He hasn't fully mutated yet. There's still hope. He's just a child, an innocent child. Talking about Xiaoxi, his voice choked. Amaze met his gaze steadily, neither backing down. Suddenly, she smiled. If Xiaoxi doesn't cause trouble, I will raise him. But not for you, nor for any sentiment towards Hyder. Because he's already the mother of a zombie. Amaze closed the door, and golden vines quietly crept into Charity's room, but didn't harm him. Chapter 104, Alive. Amaze brought Yahaya to Hyder's house. As they entered, both Hyder and Far Eyes were sitting on the sofa in the living room, with no interaction between them. Seeing them come in, Far Eyes managed to force a smile. Is Daphne Yahaya is holding the one? She pointed to the baby in Yahaya's arms behind her, who looked tiny, no more than 3 or 4 months old by its size. Far Eyes couldn't resist children. She wanted to take the swaddled baby from Yahaya. Just as she extended her hand, Yahaya dodged. Unexpectedly, Far Eyes didn't mind her attitude but felt sorry for the little child instead. Oh, why cover his little face too? Child, he's also an experimental subject, Yahaya said in a dry tone. This sentence made Far Eyes' smile immediately vanish. Her raised hand hovered uncertainly, unsure whether to continue reaching out or put it down. Amaze immediately explained, the child was injected with a reagent developed by Hildred. He doesn't exhibit typical zombie-like biting and propagation behavior, but he has the ability to bewitch people's minds. It's like Medusa's eyes, you can't look at his face. Due to the reagent, his face looks just like Professor Charity's. Haida sighed and simply said, I'm going out for some fresh air. Sitting down, Far Eyes' face clouded with worry. What a terrible fate. Xiao Wei still went down the wrong path. Yahaya sat on the other sofa while holding Daphne. Since becoming an experimental subject, I've been taking care of him. He's still just a child, but many of the killings have been caused by him. Sometimes he acts like a normal child, other times he behaves like a zombie. I believe further experiments will still require him. Her words conveyed a high regard for Daphne's abilities. Wherever he goes, someone will fall victim, yet only he can untie this knot. Amaze had originally planned to confine Daphne in a relatively enclosed space, avoiding contact with outsiders. Although painful, it might be beneficial for zombies. Yahaya's words confirmed that Daphne wasn't completely controlled by the zombie virus and still had a chance of being cured, but why hadn't the vines targeted him? Amaze pondered these questions alone. Yahaya hesitated but finally voiced her true thoughts. After coming here, I hope to assist you in experiments. I don't want to see this child anymore. Upon hearing this, Far Eyes paused, then looked at Amaze. Yahaya, this is. She wondered if there was any arrangement between Amaze and Yahaya, fearing she might overstep Amaze. Amaze swept away Yahaya's anxious look and reassured her, if you think she can be of help, keep her. Having known each other, Far Eyes recognized Yahaya's capabilities but still asked, you've always followed Xiao Wei's work, which aligns closely with old Billy's research. Why not choose Haida? I've never conducted human experiments with Hildred before. Different paths, different choices. I don't wish to do human-related work anymore. All right. Far Eyes nodded in agreement. Then you shall work with me. There are some data and information that you need to hand over to old Billy before joining us. Yahaya gratefully glanced at Far Eyes. Thank you, Professor. She then looked at Amaze with gratitude, knowing that without Amaze's permission, no one would dare harbor her here. Since arriving at this unfamiliar villa yesterday, everyone showed great respect to Amaze despite her young age, indicating her significant status. Even Far Eyes seemed to follow her lead. With the assurance of continuing cooperation with Far Eyes, Yahaya finally asked, after hesitating, then what about this child? Her heart raced, conflicted about speaking up. The child was half zombie, yet innocent, evoking both hatred and pity from her. Hearing her words, Far Eyes hesitated too. Little Han, what do you think? When Amaze agreed to Charity's request, she had already considered Daphne's future. To strengthen protection, she added a safeguard. I will take responsibility for Daphne's future, but I'll need your sachet. Mentioning the sachet, Yahaya handed it over to Amaze. We're people of our word. The sachet belongs to you now. If conditions permit, I hope this poor child can live. I have a feeling that he's different. This statement made Amaze's eyebrows jump in surprise, even though Yahaya had already explained that her family and village had no mysterious powers. Upon hearing her say this, Amaze still became alert. Far Eyes looked hesitant. Seeing her expression, Yahaya left first, giving the two some space. Chapter 105, Ban. Only after Yahaya left did Hildred pull Amaze's hand. To say this may seem a bit excessive, but I truly hope this child can stay. Let me be frank with you. Charity has always hated the two of us. Back then, when the experiment was reaching its final stages, old Billy suddenly left the lab and stopped the experiment. She drew a deep breath and slowly exposed her own scars. At that time, I lost a child due to my frail health, and after that, I couldn't have another one. That's why old Billy didn't continue the experiment because of me. Tears glistened in her eyes as she looked out the window, perhaps recalling Daphne she once had. In the following years, I suffered from depression a bit, and old Billy stayed with me all along, not continuing the experiment. Because of this matter, Jimono has always hated him and me. I never thought a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub, but he actually experimented on his own child. Amaze found the files stored in the system and placed several special ones on the coffee table. These are some rather exceptional experimental records. They document the subjects of this evolution reagent made by Hildred, including not only himself but others as well. She pointed at one page. This is his father. Changing to another page. This is his wife. Taking out yet another sheet. This is his child. Placing the data of sample number 95 on top. These were conducted by Hildred himself while conscious, making him both the experimenter and the subject. Seeing Amaze lay out each file one by one, Far Eyes felt tears well up in her eyes, unable to describe the pain in her heart. Jimono hasn't had an easy life over these years. Finally, he got a wife and a child, but it turned out like this. On reflection, we don't owe Jimono anything, but it still feels uncomfortable. If we could take care of Daphne, it would make us feel better. As Yahaya mentioned earlier, the zombie virus inside him doesn't always dominate. Now that we have the equipment for research, if the study progresses quickly, we might save him. Helena, being half zombie, still posed a certain level of danger. Only with the serum could they neutralize the toxin within him. Being half human and half zombie, his body might provide a breakthrough for researching the zombie virus. Amaze couldn't deny that she had felt sympathetic toward Helena, intertwining subjective and objective considerations, so she decided to give him a chance. She hoped he wouldn't let her down. The only place left unoccupied now was the air raid shelter. Amaze carried Helena into the air raid shelter where vines had already established dominance. From the moment Amaze appeared, the vines wrapped around her, clinging even to the entrance, trying to follow them inside. It refused to let go of Amaze, wanting to be with Helena. However, the air raid shelter was sealed shut. You can't get in either, dragging me won't help. Amaze began reasoning with it. After all, its behavior suggested it understood human speech. To her surprise, it continued holding onto her tightly, making her realize just how unique Helena must be. Silas, who opened the door for Amaze, also found it remarkable. This vine usually ignores everyone, but it seems quite fond of this little zombie. Everyone knew Helena was a zombie. Trusting Amaze more than fearing zombies, especially since she personally guaranteed, "I'll watch over him and won't let him harm anyone," they agreed. As the big door of the air raid shelter gradually opened, the vines followed Amaze inside. Amaze chose the smallest room for Helena to temporarily live in and activated the energy shield. Since Helena was small, it only required 10 points daily to maintain the shield. After setting it up, the vine tapped against the shield, trying to squeeze through, wanting to be with Helena. Amaze had to explain seriously, "You're too large. If you want to stay with him, you'd need to retract other parts of yourself. Otherwise, don't get involved." The vine seemed to understand Amaze's intention. After a brief pause, it severed nearly half a meter of itself. Then, connected to the main vine, it picked up the severed part and placed it in Amaze's hands. If it weren't for the fact that supernatural things weren't allowed after founding the country, Amaze would have believed the vine had become sentient. Amaze complied with its wishes, placing the broken vine with Helena under the energy shield. Afterward, the two of them and the vine left the air raid shelter. At this point, Hyder was conducting experiments with a vial of blood drawn from Helena's body, while Far Eyes focused on her research direction. Others were busy enhancing their abilities. Amaze had no choice but to walk around, inspecting the area and contemplating how to enhance the overall defense of the villa complex and strengthen the constructive defensive measures of the small base. Within the villa complex, many families had their own small armed forces. A swarm of mosquitoes can still be met. If something truly happened, Amaze would provide a certain amount of assistance. She understood better than anyone the principle that when lips are gone, teeth will feel the cold. As she was busy patching things up, someone else came looking for Amaze from outside. "Big Josephine Jinghan, there's someone looking for you outside. These past few days have been pretty busy, with people coming every day. Coming. Amaze hastily put down her work. A group outside the villa left Amaze momentarily confused. It was scorching summer, with the sun blazing high in the sky. Especially after the apocalypse, the weather became even more extreme. Most people wished they could wear less to stay cool, but the leader of this group was draped in a black robe. Despite being nearly 6 feet tall, he didn't show much presence. Except for his eyes, everything was covered tightly. Though the man was tall, he appeared somewhat frail. His exposed eyes were slightly upward slanting, revealing an indifferent expression, just like the ice beauties described in books, weak, desireless, and exuding an imposing air. The dozen or so people behind him dressed similarly but not as exaggeratedly. Each one stood tall with determined gazes, not to be underestimated. However, Amaze's intuition told her that these seemingly indifferent eyes hid greater ambitions. Without ambition, they wouldn't have come here specially. They must have a request. Amaze walked unhurriedly to face them. Even though she was alone, she did not seem inferior against their group of over 10 people. The opposite team didn't react much to Amaze except for a man in his 40s who stepped forward. Beneath his kind mask lay a mature and experienced soul. "May I ask if you are Miss Lin?" Upon hearing this question, Amaze became even more convinced of the extraordinary background of this group. Even those from the underworld knew that this place could cure those who had not yet turned into zombies. Cherit, no one had ever accurately mentioned Amaze's name. Moreover, directly associating her name with her person. Facing such individuals, Amaze needed to be cautious. "Cherries, what can I do for you?" Hearing her confirmation, the man's face broke into a wide smile. "If you are Miss Lin, then it's easy. Our young master has a favor to ask." His pleasant demeanor grew increasingly brisk as he spoke until he mentioned the favor. Amaze stared at his face, then shifted her gaze to the man's face. Their eyes met, and the man in black nodded at her. "It goes like this. Isaiah." He was interrupted before finishing his sentence. Bowing to withdraw, he remained silent throughout. This action revealed that the man fully covered in black cloth was the leader of their group, demonstrating strict hierarchy. Isaiah, at most, played the role of a steward without any control. "Here's the matter." Chapter 106, Younger Brother. "It's my younger brother who needs Miss Lin's help." His voice was like a sweet spring in the desert, not at all that of an actual ruler. His extremely high status contrasted greatly with his indifferent appearance. Even when asking for help for his brother, he did so without being overly humble or proud, as if it were a great honor for Amaze to help. Younger brother? If it was about the zombie virus, why did the vines show no reaction? Were they malfunctioning? If not, then there shouldn't be any ulterior motives. The sunlight outside was blinding, forcing Amaze to squint her eyes as she invited them in. "Why don't we talk inside? Have some water to cool down." These people were obviously wealthy, and she naturally wanted to earn this money. She decided to let them stay for now. The others showed no reaction to her words, all waiting for him to make the decision. He nodded unhurriedly and replied, "Saving lives is urgent. I'll be straightforward with Miss Lin. The one needing treatment is my brother. He has been bitten by a zombie and is in the process of mutating. I hope Miss Lin can lend a hand." Speaking slowly, but what he said involved a life, Amaze naturally responded, "Bring him in first, let me see his condition. Whether I can save him is another matter." The man in black agreed, gesturing politely. "Miss Lin, lead the way." Amaze walked ahead, hearing light footsteps behind her. They were all skilled fighters, not due to special abilities, but because of their excellent physical condition. She remained cautious of those behind her. After a few steps, she noticed the footsteps becoming heavier. Hesitating for a moment, Amaze turned back. The first person following her was the man in the black robe, with others forming a half-circle formation behind him. The last few people were carrying something shiny, the glare of the sun making it hard for her to see clearly. Amaze quickly turned forward again, acting as if nothing had happened, continuing to lead the way. On this journey, she had many speculations about their identity, none of which matched the figures from the 5 major and 2 minor bases in her previous life. Opening the gate at home, she welcomed them into her yard. Only then did she see clearly what they had carried. It was a transparent ice block with a tinge of blue, about the size of a person, over a meter long, and half a meter thick. How did she know it was as tall as a person? Because someone was frozen inside. Through the ice, Amaze could vaguely see his face, distorted and trapped in ice, far from peaceful. The person inside had fiery red hair, part of which covered his cheek, easily imagining his lively demeanor before being frozen. Was the man in black also this flamboyant? Is this the one who needs saving? Why is he frozen? She hadn't expected this method of freezing. Could freezing slow down the replication of the zombie virus in the body and precisely control the vital signs of the frozen person? Amaze pondered the ability required to freeze someone in such a large block of ice, likely at least 2nd stage nearing 3rd stage strength. Walking around the ice, she considered the possibilities. Everyone waited patiently for her verdict on whether he could be saved. Facing the man in black, Amaze actually wanted to unfreeze the ice, but Isaiah spoke up before she could. Miss Lin, regarding compensation, we have plenty. Just name your price, and we will do our best to revive young master. Amaze felt tempted but wondered about the credibility of his promise. Isaiah quickly took out a large canvas bag from his backpack, bulging at the bottom. When he held it up, the sound of crystal cores clinking inside was unmistakable to Amaze. There were crystal cores available. Amaze suppressed her urge to extort a large sum from them and quoted the price honestly, just like the last time she saved Abdullahi. Based on the market standard price, 1 3rd stage crystal core or 4 2nd stage crystal cores. However, I don't guarantee his survival. How long has he been frozen? Less than 20 hours. If you can save him, we'll give you extra money. Isaiah held up the bag of crystal cores, promising Amaze that acquiring crystal cores was not a problem for them. Keeping the person alive was the most important thing. However, Amaze refused to be swayed by the bribe. I handle things according to the rules. I've never dealt with someone who was frozen using ice-based abilities. Will he still be alive after being unfrozen? Have the zombie toxins in his body been inhibited by the freezing, stopping further deterioration? They looked at each other awkwardly as she questioned them. They had done it as a last-ditch effort without any theoretical basis. These are problems I've never encountered before. You are my first case. No matter how much money you offer, I can't guarantee that I can save him. After speaking her mind, Amaze waited for the black-robed man to make a decision. Isaiah opened the canvas bag and showed Amaze. Inside were dozens of crystal cores of various sizes and colors. This was the first time in both her lives that so many crystal cores were presented to her, yet she had to refuse. Such actions were a great temptation for her, but the black-clothed man interrupted Isaiah's next move. Isaiah. Amaze wasn't interested in their half-truths. Let's unfreeze him first. If there's a chance, I will definitely try to solve the virus. But if the virus has spread throughout his body, no amount of money will help. Seeing Amaze's indifferent attitude, Isaiah knew it wasn't about the crystal cores. He called over someone else with a smile. This person had an ordinary appearance, nothing special, and an average build, but his ability level wasn't low. Upon Isaiah's summons, he hurriedly came forward, activating his power. Sweat started forming on the ice block on the ground, dripping and wetting the surface. In just 3 to 5 minutes, due to the thinning ice, Amaze could clearly see the face of the person inside the frozen block. Chapter 107, Healing. His face gave Amaze a sense of familiarity. Although his expression was grotesque, she felt he looked very much like someone she had met before. There was no time for further thought, as the ice gradually melted, revealing more and more of his body. His grimace softened, and then he opened his eyes. One eye had turned red due to the zombie virus, while the other remained a normal black, bright and alert as it focused on Amaze. Chi-Chi. No, who are you? He frowned at Amaze. Where are we? Despite his seemingly nonchalant appearance, he became quite serious when he noticed that the environment around him was different from what he remembered. Unfortunately, most of his body was still frozen, so he couldn't see beyond his immediate surroundings or notice the presence of others. He kept a guarded eye on Amaze but couldn't help glancing at her face. Amaze made no attempt to explain. It was likely he was confused because he wasn't fully awake yet. Once the entire block of ice melted, he would be free to move and would naturally receive an explanation from others. The person using psychokinesis continued to melt the ice, veins popping out on his neck. The red-haired man sat up on his own and saw the people in black clothing and others behind them. But he didn't greet the men in black, acting as if he hadn't seen them. Why was I frozen? Weren't we just outside the city? Isaiah, seeing that there seemed to be no major changes in him, quickly moved in front of him, bending down to look him in the eye and explained, "Oh, Sammy, we're in a different place now. Didn't the zombies ambush us? Do you remember? This Miss Lin is here to detoxify you." The red-haired man frowned, taking in the situation. Then, he half lifted his head to get a clear view of Amaze's face. "Miss Lin, you can call me Truman." It was a simple statement, but Amaze sensed a hint of mockery in his tone. "Just call me Amaze. No need for formalities, she replied. Truman laughed upon hearing her words, revealing a touch of innocence, though Amaze wasn't naive enough to believe he was innocent. Possibly uncomfortable in his seated position, he extended a hand toward Amaze, signaling for her to pull him up. Amaze didn't consider this part of the healing process and ignored him, resulting in several seconds of mutual silence. Truman's eyes followed Amaze, sparkling with a lively intensity. Suddenly, his other eye turned blood red, and his youthful smile twisted into a fierce expression. He turned his extended hand into a claw and lunged at Amaze. Amaze easily evaded his attack, aware of everything happening around her. Others picked up their weapons. The ice user moved to the front, ready to refreeze him if necessary. The leader in black remained unmoved, making no reaction to Truman's sudden madness. The vines Amaze expected to appear did not come, the nearest one still nearly 5 meters away. After missing Amaze, Truman began attacking those around him. Concerned about his identity, they didn't strike back, only attempting to contain him. This hesitation provided Amaze with an opportunity. She ran to the door and tugged at the inactive vines. These vines, always eager to interact with her, didn't resist being detached from the wall. Amaze pulled the vines over to Truman, who was already being controlled by the group, flailing wildly at others. However, they were used to this behavior. Approaching him, Amaze patted the lazy vines draped over her shoulders, saying, "Your turn, don't disappoint me." Encouraged by these words, the vines sprang to life, wrapping tightly around Truman and constricting until he resembled a subdued kitten. With the zombie virus causing him to struggle violently, his skin flushed red like a boiled shrimp. The vines tightened even more, and small thorns emerged, piercing Truman's body to draw blood. Others watched in shock at this unusual healing method. Seeing the vines directly pierce his flesh, sucking his blood, leaving a trail of fresh red along the green stems, Isaiah stepped forward, intending to question Amaze. However, the black-cloaked man raised his hand to stop him, so Isaiah had to comply and swallowed his questions. The others did not dare to make any other moves. Moments ago, Truman had been like a puffed-up pufferfish, now he was drained of strength. His red hair clung wetly to his body, no longer flamboyant but rather pitiful due to the lack of blood color. It could only be said that his body was indeed extraordinary. When the bun had been drained of blood, it had become extremely weak, but he had been subjected to almost a minute of feeding. Apart from looking significantly paler, he appeared to be in high spirits, with his eyes fixed on Amaze as he bombarded her with questions. "This thing really hurt when it bit me. Can't you improve it?" Faced with the guest's request for better service, Amaze could only smile without answering. After all, she couldn't make such decision. Finally, the vines released him, and 2 people came out to support him. Truman even smoothed his bangs and commented, "Not bad, except for the pain, there's nothing wrong." The vines, having left him, immediately sought Amaze. They climbed competitively onto her wrists, blooming a translucent, bright red flower. Truman stared at the flower for a long time, and Amaze lifted her wrist to let him inspect it closely, thinking he might be sad about losing so much blood. She even offered reassurance. In reality, most of what you lost was toxins mixed in with the blood. Once it's all extracted, you'll be safe. But Truman didn't seem to care much about her explanation. "So beautiful. No wonder it's my blood. Amaze. Thanks, I got a good laugh. Why don't you rest in another room? If you continue to mutate, we can provide secondary service until everything is completely resolved before charging." Truman listened to her words and sighed, "Great after-sales service. But I'm not short of money either. Look at my strong and healthy body now." He patted his chest and showed off his muscles, even doing a couple of big spins. Unfortunately, after spinning, his legs turned soft and wobbled backward. It was only with Isaiah's timely support that he steadied himself. Cough, cough. He looked around awkwardly, but no one seemed surprised by his behavior. Trying to salvage some dignity, he remarked, "Slipped foot, pure accident." Chapter 108 Smile. Amaze was amused by him, her round and fair face blooming with a sweet smile that, paired with the brilliant red flowers, outshone even the gods. Amaze hadn't expected that although he looked and acted like someone straight out of a shounen manga, her smile would attract so much attention. Looking at her smile, Yoni seemed lost in thought, suddenly spacing out as he stared blankly at Amaze's face. Even many people behind him were gazing at Amaze's smile. Though most wore expressionless faces, their eyes betrayed their true thoughts. Not knowing what had happened, these people's gazes made Amaze uncomfortable. She immediately turned cold. "You should go rest." At this moment, Obdraman had already noticed them. Hearing the slightly displeased tone in Amaze's voice, he hurried to the middle of the scene. "Why don't everyone take a rest first? We will certainly follow up on any subsequent issues." Yonis saw Amaze's clearly unhappy expression and realized he had been out of line. Hastily, he dug around in Isaiah's canvas bag, grabbed a large handful of crystal cores, and dumped them into Obdraman's arms. "Then take us to rest first." Obdraman glanced at Amaze, then at Yonis who was winking at him. The true spirit of a businessman took over, and he accepted the offer. "Thank you very much. Everyone can follow me to rest. There are vending machines in our courtyard. If you need something to eat or drink, you can look around here to see if there's anything you like. Just 1 first-grade crystal core for each item." He promoted the goods in the vending machine, trying to make some profit. Afterwards, he arranged for them to stay in an empty villa next to Hyda's home. Even if Amaze was upset, they needed to secure those crystal cores first. Originally, he wanted to arrange them in Abdullahi's villa, But unfortunately, there were too many of them, more than 10, and since Abdullahi and Hobie went out with the team today, it wouldn't be proper to let others stay there without permission. He gave them a separate villa, deliberately choosing one where vines had spread the most. This way, if Yoniz's virus hadn't been completely cleared, they could quickly repeat the extraction process. After settling them in, Amaze came out, finding Amaze waiting outside the villa. It's rare for you to get angry. What's wrong? Amaze smiled indifferently, blinking her eyes carelessly. Pretending. Obduraman sucked in a breath. When did you start doing this? I remember you hated being insincere with them before. I've grown up. Obduraman looked at her, acknowledging how formidable she had become. Unknowingly, she had become the leader here and started learning the social skills of businessmen, which she used to dislike the most. As they walked and talked, Amaze was in a fairly good mood. They were staring at me just now. Clearly, the detoxifying vines were more eye-catching, yet they only paid attention to my face. That's odd, really odd. So I had no choice but to resort to this. It's best to shake them off quickly. Obduraman had seen most of what happened upstairs and knew they were out of line. However, follow-up actions still required Amaze's involvement. She couldn't avoid it. Afterwards, you'll still need to check on them if there are any issues. You know, the vines won't listen to us. Amaze said seriously, naturally. Once it gets dark tonight, I'll bring them dinner. With the darkness making it unsafe outside, it would be better for them to stay overnight. Obduraman laughed. It has to be you. Here, the crystal cores he gave me. Obduraman pulled out the crystal cores, 3 third grade and 5 second grade cores. This handful of cores was enough for many people to strive for years. Mentioning these cores, Amaze truly admired Yoniz. Either he was an extremely rebellious kid who could casually squander precious crystal cores, or his team was so strong that these cores were nothing to them. Let's keep them for now. I don't need them right away. Their treatment fees, meal costs, rent, and other expenses will definitely cover these cores. Her calculations were spot on, and Obduraman agreed. Alright, I'll keep them for now. Come to me when you need them. As they walked back, on the other side, several people led by the man in black exchanged glances in the living room. Yoniz sat in the center seat, legs crossed, inspecting the surroundings. The man in black didn't sit, so neither did anyone else. Yoniz ignored his brother but was quite polite to Isaiah. Isaiah, take a seat and rest for a while. He patted the sofa next to him, but without the consent of the man in black who led the group, Isaiah didn't dare to act rashly. The others were also like this, standing behind him all the time. Only Yoniz sat here, casually inspecting the surroundings, ignoring their willingness to stand. After sitting for a while, he stood up and walked around the house. Although no one had lived here for a long time, it had always been cleaned, so there wasn't much dust. This villa area was very nice even before the apocalypse, and the interior decoration was impressive as well. Many things were once high-end brands, now only retaining their original functions, losing any additional value. Yoniz looked with interest, even chatting with the heir. You know what, the water here can be put on the coffee table for us to drink casually, and the interior design has quite a taste. He praised this and that, but never got serious. Haven't you played enough yet? Originally, looking interested, Yoniz turned around and looked at the older brother in front of him. What do you mean by play? I came out to kill zombies. I don't need your protection at all. Your task is to find people. Why did you bring me along? Seeing he finally began to communicate, the man in black sat down on the sofa. Even sitting on a small single sofa, his demeanor made him seem as dignified as if he were on a throne. Are you resorting to this again, playing this game in front of me? What's the point? Yoniz shouted angrily at his brother. Gaston, what do you want? Can you just say it straight? Why do you always force us to make choices? It's sickening, you know? Hearing the insults, the person sitting on the sofa showed no reaction, but Isaiah stepped forward voluntarily. Sammy, the elder master has his own difficulties, please try to understand here. I'm really fed up. Yoniz slammed the door and left. Isaiah tried to stop him but let him go when he failed. Clearly, such situations had happened more than once. Chapter 109 Beautiful. Truman came out in a huff but had no idea which way to go. The houses around all looked alike, each covered with amber-colored vines, though none bore small flowers. The small flower I opened is still the most beautiful. Abdullahi and Hobie, who had already returned, heard his words and couldn't help laughing heartily, clearly knowing what flower he was talking about. What are you laughing at? The great devil Truman appeared before them with an unpleasant look. Abdullahi and Hobie have always been kind and as adults, they wouldn't care about this little brat. I know the flower you're talking about, it's a red one. You. He stammered, surprised that there was a living example of someone cleared of the zombie virus right here. You were also bitten by that thing? Abdullahi shrugged indifferently. Cherries, what's wrong with that? In a very friendly manner, Truman grabbed his hand. Then what does your flower look like? Can I see it? Abdullahi hadn't expected that his excitement stemmed from wanting to see the flower. I haven't looked carefully, why don't you ask Josephine Jinghan? Amaze. He examined Abdullahi closely, then glanced at Hobie behind her. Why do you call her sister? Abdullahi scratched his belly and laughed foolishly. I saw everyone else calling her that, so I followed suit. Truman nodded thoughtfully, then raised a smile. Thanks, bro. Abdullahi gave a silly smile to Hobie. Neither knew what he was thanking for. Truman took 2 steps forward, then came back. Where should I go to find Josephine Jinghan? Hobie pointed to the right. Go straight, and you'll see the fence. Okay, my name is Dayton. While waving his hand, he dashed off towards Amaze's direction. It just happened that Nikki and Macy were walking along, chatting as they went. Macy was holding a bag, and the sharp-eyed Truman saw that it was full of whole cigarettes. Josephine Jinghan. His shout drew the attention of both people. Amaze frowned, recalling she had told him to use her first name, not sister. He asked eagerly, I finally found you. I want to see the little red flower on that chubby person. This is the person you mentioned? Indeed, quite distinctive. Macy teased Truman, who then really looked at Macy, but his interest was still in the cigarettes she held and the flower of the chubby person. Miss, can you give me some of those? Macy and Amaze exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain what this hyperactive kid was thinking. Seeing their confusion, Truman hurried to explain, not for me, the old man in my house likes smoking very much, and has been annoyed lately. If you could give me some, if I cause trouble in the future, well, it would be all good, right? Afraid Amaze and Macy might refuse his request, he finally played his trump card. Don't you like crystal cores? I have a lot of them. It was clear he was a spoiled child, sensible but only to a certain extent. Macy didn't want to deal with such a person and proposed to leave quickly. Hey, don't go. Amaze stopped Macy from leaving. She didn't want to interact closely with Truman either, as sometimes the way he looked at her made her uncomfortable. Just as she was about to go after Macy, Truman caught her wrist. Josephine Jingen, I know you gave her the cigarettes. Can you give me some? Just in secret, don't let my brother know. I promise to convince him to give you more crystal cores when the time comes, as a reward for giving me the cigarette. Actually, for Amaze, this was a good deal. However, the strange atmosphere between Truman and his mysterious brother made her feel uneasy. If they had a quarrel and broke up over this, she would end up giving cigarettes without getting any crystal cores, which would be a big loss. If you want cigarettes, let your brother come talk to me. Whoever can provide crystal cores, I'll trade with. Upon hearing this, Truman wasn't satisfied. He grabbed Amaze's wrist with his other hand and shook it gently. Josephine, just give me some, please. His coquettish behavior gave Amaze goosebumps. Just as she was about to push him away with her other hand, a large, broad hand removed Truman from her wrist before she could act. Talk properly. Don't always grab others like that. It was Hobart who had arrived. He yanked Truman's hand off Amaze and blocked his view of her. Faced with Hobart's domineering attitude, Truman didn't back down either. Allyraying at Hobart, he asked stubbornly, who are you? Why do you care about what I do with Josephine Jinghan? Hobart snorted, ignoring the kid. If you have something to say, have your brother talk to me. You're not worthy. What does it have to do with him? This is between Josephine Jinghan and me. You want to buy things without crystal cores? Go ask your brother for some. If you don't have any or can't get any, then don't bother her. Hobart stepped forward, towering over the boy, intimidating him. Understand, Dayton? Truman's pupils dilated in surprise, not expecting this newcomer to know his name. No one had ever revealed that he had the surname Shu. Without giving him a chance to react, Hobart pulled Amaze away and lectured her as he walked. If strange men approach you again, avoid them immediately. Even kids this big can be annoying. Especially unreliable guys like him. Amaze found the situation amusing and nodded repeatedly. Left behind, Truman stomped his foot and hurried to catch up with them. This time, he changed his strategy. Rushing ahead to the living room first, where the layout was consistent with the other villas, albeit with minor differences inside. Having studied the structure earlier, Truman was quite familiar with the place. Upon entering, he went straight to the sofa, only to realize it wasn't the right move and leaned against it sideways instead. Supporting his head with one hand and closing his eyes, he started moaning dramatically, ouch, ouch, my head hurts so much. After putting on this act for a while and getting no response, he opened one eye to glance at Amaze, hoping she would give him an out. Amaze just looked at him, asking silently, what's wrong with you? He rubbed his head into a mess to convey his supposed pain, muttering complaints, maybe the zombie virus wasn't cleaned out thoroughly enough, my head is hurting now. Seeing his playful act, Amaze knew it wasn't genuine and didn't want to play along. Just as she was about to shoo him away, Sierra emerged carrying 2 trays. The dishes are ready, we can eat now. Coming closer, she noticed Truman lounging on the single sofa. Oh dear, how skinny you are. Come and have a meal to build up your strength. Chapter 110, Actor. Yonis seemed to have met his savior, finally finding someone who understood him. He was just about to happily accept Sierra's invitation when Amaze quickly declined for him. Since dinner is almost ready, Yonis, you should go back, otherwise, your brother will worry. Yonis immediately panicked. Do patients not deserve to eat? Is this what human rights look like? Besides, he walked up to Sierra with pride and bragged, Auntie just said I look too thin and pitiful, needing more food to build myself up. Amaze had already thought of a plan for dinner and naturally used his words as an excuse. It's not that we won't let you eat, it's just that our place is too small to accommodate a big shot like you. And actually, we've already prepared the meals. We can deliver them to you anytime. Spencer naturally played along with Amaze, standing beside Yonis to put pressure on him to leave. With verbal attacks from one side and physical intimidation from the other, Yonis knew what he should choose. So, he carried a large box of boxed meals, walking behind Amaze and Spencer. Sierra stood at the door, smiling and waving them goodbye. Eat more. You're too skinny. Amaze didn't care that he was still dawdling behind. As soon as they stepped out, she quickened her pace, chatting about Dayton along the way. How did you know his surname is Shu? He only told me his name is Yonis. Spencer admitted, I investigated his family in a task about 3 years ago. Because the mission was quite special, I could only obtain detailed information on 2 members of their family. One was his father, Oliver, and the other was the most conspicuous one, Dayton. This reassured Amaze that Spencer had some knowledge about his family. Even though they were well informed about the villa's situation, having Spencer meant they weren't completely in the dark. At least, it helps us understand each other better. However, I've never interacted with these two people. The one I truly know is Oliver's eldest son, Gaston. Gaston. Amaze silently repeated this name in her heart. His name, meaning gentle breeze under the bright moon, indeed matched the demeanor of the black-clothed figure, but since he could be singled out by Spencer, he mustn't be as gentle as his name suggested. It seems her intuition was right. Such conflicting personality and identity left her wondering who Gaston really was. What impression does he give? Spencer leaned closer to Amaze, softly answering in a voice only the two could hear, thoroughly knowledgeable and adept at social graces. Before he finished, he was interrupted by red hair from behind, rule-bound and overly fussy. His answer was intriguing. Amaze suspected that Dayton might be Gaston's true nemesis. Clearly, Gaston wasn't much of a talker, yet he was described as fussy. It seemed he cared deeply for his little brother. The distance between the two villas wasn't far, so they arrived after a brief chat. By now, Dayton was exhausted, carrying the heavy box of meals. Someone outside saw him approaching and ran over to take the load off his hands. Dayton massaged his sore muscles, then inside the villa, Isaiah came out to greet the two guests and young Master Dayton on behalf of Gaston. Please come in. Young Master, Elder Master is waiting for you inside. Amaze and Spencer walked straight in while Yonis trailed behind with impatience, muttering, got it. He's always waiting to scold me. Amaze couldn't imagine how he would scold his younger brother. She was curious. Now Gaston had removed his mask but still wore the black robe. When Amaze saw his face, she realized the beauty standards of this family were exceptionally high. Both Gaston and Spencer had aristocratic features but in different ways. Spencer's nobility leaned more towards justice, like a down-on-his-luck nobleman. To others, he might seem often stern-faced, but Amaze found kindness and thoughtfulness behind his stoic demeanor, even if he considered himself a rough man who didn't care about appearances. As for Gaston, his appearance lived up to his name, gentle as a breeze under the bright moon. Except for his eyes, which could be both inclusive and indifferent to the world. Spencer gently nudged Amaze's arm, reminding her not to stare. Snapping back to reality, Amaze remembered her purpose here, to get rid of the pest Yonis and promote her dinner. So without waiting for Gaston to speak, she introduced herself. I'm afraid none of you know how to cook. Fortunately, I have extra boxed meals here. I took a total of 20 portions, there will definitely be enough for all of you. Dayton was quick on the uptake. To facilitate this cooperation and get his hands on cigarettes, he even spoke nicely to Gaston. I think they're great. They smell really good, and I just want to eat them tonight. The boxed meals were sealed tight, so no scent could escape. However, nobody bothered to expose this fragile lie that wouldn't withstand scrutiny. Since Ashwin wants to eat it, let's have Miss Lin's boxed meals for dinner tonight. Exactly. Dayton quickly switched conversation partners. Isaiah, since Jinghan's sister has brought us this meal, we should return the favor by giving her some crystal cores. Gaston nodded gently, and Isaiah once again pulled out the bag of crystal cores. Before he could select some, Ashwin snatched the bag and scooped up a handful to offer Spencer. A real man should hold these crystal cores. Don't tire Josephine Jinghan out. Spencer accepted the crystal cores without any additional comments. After all decisions were made by Amaze, and he was just a security guard. Having successfully secured a sale, Amaze decided to press on and solidify their partnership. By the time we finish dinner, it will be dark outside and not very safe. Plus, it would be better for Ashwin to stay under observation for a while. Why don't we all stay here tonight? This wasn't part of the plan, and Dayton was momentarily taken aback. But as a professional actor, he needed to keep up with the role. I think Josephine Jinghan is right. We should stay here tonight. Gaston agreed as well. Thus, another handful of crystal cores moved from Isaiah's pocket into Spencer's arms. No one else showed any dissatisfaction. Amaze was surprised by how tolerant Gaston was towards Dayton's antics. With her goal achieved, Amaze chose to exit gracefully. Spencer followed her lead and promptly bid farewell, while Ashwin, who wanted to chase after them, was held back at the spot. Don't stop me, let me out. I still have something to talk to Josephine Jinghan about. Gaston, who usually spoke little, now took the initiative to say, they came here just to bring you back. Do you really think I'd let you go out again? Chapter 111, Mission. Yonis, neck stiff with anger, was so furious that she couldn't say a word. In the end, she only huffed and turned to walk upstairs. Amaze, who had just left here, was pulling Spencer into a discussion about their background. Balder, who exactly are they? Amaze couldn't help but be curious about their background. So far, she had received 2 crystal cores. One could say that the reward for treating Yonis this time was very generous. Since Spencer had started to talk, he would certainly tell Amaze everything. This matter dates back to about 3 years ago when we were assigned a mission to find Oliver, their father. Our goal in finding him was due to the numerous pieces of evidence he held. However, at that time, he was kidnapped by some organizations. So, to rescue him, we cooperated with Gaston, who had not yet taken office, and successfully saved his father. At that time, I was only a squad leader and only had contact with him during the planning stage. After Oliver was rescued, we had no further contact. Amaze didn't expect that their previous interaction had been in a rescuer and rescuee relationship. I thought all the people you could deal with were gone. Amaze had never asked Spencer about his missions before. She had always assumed it was like in TV shows where they would obtain evidence through various means, possibly involving some violent or bloody actions. Listening to her words, Spencer chuckled. No, we also have many missions where we protect the target individuals to get evidence or gain their support. This conversation deepened Amay's understanding of Spencer's past work, but it did not answer her curiosity about Gaston's group. How did they manage to obtain so many crystal cores in just over a month? They all knew every detail about their mission targets' backgrounds inside out, and naturally, Spencer knew what kind of person stood behind Gaston. He leaned close to Amay's ear and whispered a name. Amay's eyes widened upon hearing the name. She never expected that Oliver, who was merely known as a wealthy businessman, would have such a deep friendship with that person. This made it easy to understand why he and his son could casually command large quantities of crystal cores. It's true that having powerful backing can make things much easier. Amaze nodded thoughtfully, while Spencer asked with a smile, got something figured out? Just feeling like the amount he gave suddenly seems less. Spencer lifted his hand and scratched her nose. All right, greedy little thing. The two of them laughed all the way back. At this moment, the lights upstairs were on, and Amaze saw the light in Ruben's room was also on. Her smile froze slightly, and Spencer noticed the change in her mood. Following his gaze, he also saw the light in Ruben's room. You think so too, right? Actually, Spencer hadn't carefully examined Dayton, but after Amaze mentioned it, he felt they did look alike. No wonder I found Yoni's familiar. Amaze explained to Spencer, when Dayton came, he was frozen solid. When he was sleeping in the ice, I felt he looked familiar. But after he woke up, there were too many events, and his personality is quite unpredictable, so I didn't make the connection. Spencer stood beside her. Indeed, I never thought about it. I only knew there was a second son but never saw any of his records. It's strange how different their personalities are. Amaze gently tugged at the corner of Spencer's clothes, signaling him to lean closer. Whether they're related or not is uncertain, but today I heard Dayton call me Chichi. Spencer straightened up. All I found was about a girl named Candace, but she supposedly passed away 3 years ago. Amaze frowned, realizing the situation was more complicated than she imagined. Ruben's identity was still a mystery, and what was the relationship between her and Candace? She was lost in thought until Spencer lightly tapped her back to regain her attention. He tilted his chin upward, pointing upstairs, where Ruben was looking at the moon on the balcony. Noticing their gazes, Ruben smiled and nodded at them. It wasn't clear if he knew that Gaston and Dayton had come to the base. The next day, Amaze was awakened by the noise downstairs. Stepping onto the balcony, she saw several people buying items from vending machines. At this moment, without Gaston around, they were quite relaxed and had almost emptied the vending machines. She received several system notifications and hurriedly restocked the items. Her restocking action stunned everyone below. Aunt, the chocolate you wanted just got restock. Are you kidding? It wasn't there just now. Move aside, I need to get more. There was a commotion among the crowd. Others, hearing that the machine suddenly restocked, found it incredibly surprising. No one saw anyone come to restock the machine, it did so automatically. How large could the space inside be? I also want to check mine. I wanted mint lemonade earlier, with ice, it would be great. This remark caused quite a stir, and others squeezed forward to buy things as quickly as possible. Amaze was delighted seeing their enthusiasm. After all, the more they bought, the more she earned. When she went downstairs, she realized guests were already waiting in the living room. Good morning, Miss Lin. Gaston sat on the sofa, holding a cup of milk tea in his right hand. Amaze immediately recognized it as coming from the vending machine. The milk tea is good, haven't had it in a long time. This comment was essentially praise for Amaze. After all, someone like him choosing to drink milk tea in the morning and not having done so in a long time was somewhat shocking. If you like it, Amaze could only smile. What brings you here early today? After Spencer's account last night, Amaze knew that this gentleman's time was very valuable, and he wouldn't sit here just to taste milk tea. Sit down. He pointed to the adjacent sofa. I want to discuss a business deal with you. This was both expected and unexpected by Amaze. It was unclear whether this business deal had been investigated before they came or if her unintentionally demonstrated supply capability prompted him to act impulsively. However, these details weren't important anymore. Amaze sat down. What do you need? How much? Tell me the specifics, and I'll set the price. It's all about high volume at low margins, so no bargaining and no credit. Chapter 112, Milk Tea. Faced with her serious introduction of supplies, Gaston smiled and said, all right, within my capacity, I will ensure Miss Lin doesn't suffer any loss. His voice was gentle and very pleasant. Such an easygoing attitude did not seem to match his identity as the successor of a business giant like his father. After all, he took over his father's position and ran the company with remarkable success. This person, who was as warm and elegant as Jade, seemed out of place in the cutthroat business world filled with deceit and intrigue. Cherit oddly, it matched his image perfectly. I'll have Isaiah list down the required supplies for Miss Lin in a moment. As for pricing, you can fill it in as you see fit. If reasonable, we will buy them. This was good, sparing Amaze much trouble. Fine, my goods can be paid for today. I also hope you can keep your promise. After saying this, she seemed to recall something and added, Cheris today, Alira gave me meal expenses, accommodation fees, and medical expenses, which are not included here. Amaze swore that she saw Gaston's lips curl up and then try to stay flat, struggling to suppress a smile, but since it wasn't her doing, it didn't matter. He could laugh if he wanted, having money was fine. Alright, I agree. They quickly reached an agreement, leaving Amaze very satisfied. In less than half an hour, Isaiah had already organized many items. Then Amaze suddenly thought of something. There are quite a few items on the order. I can prepare about 80% of them. How will you transport them? Isaiah still smiled kindly. We have spatial ability users who can carry some parts. If Miss Lin can lend us some vehicles here, it would be better. Seemed they came prepared. Amaze was not too surprised upon hearing this. If you borrow them, you have to return them. How will you do so next time? Isaiah chuckled. If Miss Lin prepares more supplies this time, we will send more people and more vehicles next time. Rest assured, Miss Lin, your vehicles will be returned on time. It sounded like he intended a long-term partnership, which Amaze naturally wouldn't refuse. She immediately replied, give me until noon, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you can send someone to collect the supplies. We will help load the remaining items into your vehicles. Isaiah still agreed amiably. Alright, thank you for the trouble, Miss Lin. Once he left, Amaze could only ask her family to start retrieving items from vending machines, since she couldn't directly take out supplies herself. Following the shopping list, each type of item could be exchanged up to 10 at once. Amaze roughly scanned through the list Isaiah provided, finding almost every item listed in quantities reaching the thousands, especially high-calorie supplements like chocolate reaching tens of thousands. Amaze sighed. Earning money was hard. She continued browsing slowly, noticing that part of the shopping list also included medicines. Among these were numerous antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and blood-stopping agents, all in large quantities. Amaze did have a batch of medicine, but she did not intend to supply them according to the quantity on the shopping list. Calculating her inventory, she decided to provide 20% of the required amount listed. That is, for each type of medicine, she provided 20 boxes. The quantity wasn't significant for Amaze or for the base, but helping when possible was still important. Moreover, there might be future times when they needed medication, so conserving was best. Fortunately, she had other helpers. Amaze mainly replenished stocks for them from the system. By cooperating, they managed to stack all the goods in the yard before 4 o'clock. Around 3:50, Alira and her group arrived in the yard. Amaze and her team were still tallying the goods, adjusting quantities as necessary. Isaiah opened the gate, and Gaston entered the yard first. Seeing the neatly arranged supplies, he turned and expressed his satisfaction to Amaze. Thank you for your efforts, Miss Lin. We will add more labor fees. Today, Gaston was again covered in black gauze, wearing a black robe that hid him thoroughly. Amaze suspected he might be allergic to ultraviolet light, hence being so wrapped up, despite looking quite good. While thinking, Amaze verified against the list and handed the bill to Gaston, the big boss, for review. Gaston used 2 fingers to pinch the paper Amaze passed over. Instead of checking the bill, he directly tossed it to Isaiah, settle according to Miss Lin's invoice. As he spoke, Gaston's eyes were fixed on Amaze, as if searching for something. Unfortunately for him, he was disappointed. Amaze's face only showed a standard smile, and their eyes met only for an instant before Gaston slid his gaze away to look elsewhere. Isaiah, who had taken the invoice, did not check it at all. He waved his hand generously, and a man appeared behind him holding a large wooden box. He opened the box, revealing an intricate 3-tiered mechanism. As the lid was lifted, 3 layers of crystal cores were displayed before Amaze and the others. Each layer shimmered with colorful crystal cores, each as large as an egg. Some individual cores were visibly larger than eggs, even bigger than the third stage cores by a circle or so. The entire box contained 3 full layers of third stage or higher cores, 12 in total. These cores represented more than twice her current wealth, making her realize her own poverty and reinforcing her resolve to build a good relationship with the force behind Gaston. With long-term supply, she wouldn't have to worry about crystal cores anymore. The sight made Amaze's eyes go wide. Gaston chuckled lightly, snapping her out of her daydream. Miss Lin, if you find this deal reasonable and are willing to continue business with us, you can take this payment. He pointed to the box next to him. Of course, other bases have also asked me to convey their wish to collaborate with you. However, I hope that given these cores and our past cooperation, when you have goods, you will prioritize shipping them to us first. His words were neither humble nor overbearing. Amaze understood that her small base, which seemed like a trivial matter to her, was no threat in the eyes of these large bases and had already been thoroughly investigated. According to the system's rules, as long as there were crystal cores, there would be corresponding supplies, and the quantity of supplies would never be a problem. Prioritizing shipping to them would only affect the timing, not the quantity. This ensured that her credibility in delivering to them remained intact. This deal was profitable for Amaze, so she naturally agreed. Certainly, all resources will be shipped to you first. With her promise, Gaston nodded, signaling his trust. Isaiah instructed his people to store the important supplies in their space, especially the medicines, which were placed in a specially designed space for them. A child who clearly hadn't reached adulthood also stepped forward, surprising Amaze, as she didn't expect such a young child to have a power. Isaiah brought Daphne forward, standing before Amaze. Miss Lin, could we also get 100 cups of every flavor of milk tea? This. Amaze hesitated. Other foods were relatively easy to store, but milk tea would change taste after just 2 hours and definitely wouldn't be fresh after a day. Even with space powers, transporting it back to the base won't ensure it remains as tasty as now, especially in hot weather, where it might spoil. She finally concluded, I don't recommend you store the milk tea. Chapter 113 Loss. Isaiah patiently explained to Amaze, this kid is no ordinary one, he can maintain a constant temperature and time within his space. Therefore, whatever you put in will come out exactly the same, guaranteeing absolute freshness. There are many people in the base craving for this taste, and it's good timing to bring it back for them to indulge. Amaze was amazed at the diversity of spatial abilities under their command. Not only did they have large space ability holders, but also such miraculous ones. They were truly rare treasures. Looking at the abilitist with envy, it almost seemed as if he wrote "I want" on his face. Isaiah chuckled and arranged for him to collect the milk teas. Finally, after quite some hassle, all the milk teas were stored in his space, and Gaston led the group in bidding farewell to Amaze. On this trip, not only did they rescue Dayton, but they also brought back much food and supplies for the base. Amaze was very satisfied with this outcome. This trip had been immensely profitable, and these third-stage crystal cores could help Spencer advance to the third stage. Miss Lin doesn't need to send us off. We'll visit again when we have the chance. Hope Miss Lin will have more new supplies for us. After the farewells, the group set off in a grand procession, leaving only Dayton lingering, reluctant to leave Amaze. Amaze knew what he wanted to say but ignored him. Dayton moved forward step by step, looking back longingly every few steps. Isaiah occasionally urged him, "Sammy, hurry up, we'll meet again." Frustrated, Dayton decided to be defiant. "Why don't you guys go? I want to stay with Josephine Jinghan." Hearing this, Amaze's blood pressure shot up. She didn't want to keep this troublemaker at home, so she directly said, "Isaiah, you go ahead, I just need a word with Yonis." Isaiah stared at them for 2 seconds before catching up with the team, leaving the two alone. Amaze had prepared the items she planned to give, stored in her system. Taking advantage of the solitude, she took out the cigarettes and placed them in a backpack. Seeing her magically produce the bag, Ashwin widened his eyes. "So, it's true that you have a spatial ability." They weren't lying. Amaze snorted, "It's just a trick for kids. Look at this." She showed Ashwin the contents of the backpack. "Here, what I promised are all here, 10 packs of the good stuff you like." Ashwin saw the brand he desired the most on top and his heart soared. "If you find someone with space next time, I'll prepare even more for you. However, good cigarettes are scarce." His gaze couldn't leave the cigarettes. "These are enough. With these cigarettes, I can fool old man for a while. Keeping him happy, I can travel around, and then I'll find Josephine." Hearing this, Amaze got a headache. "You should hurry up and catch up with them. Your brother must be worried." Dayton looked and indeed found the team already far away, so he quickly bid farewell to Amaze. "Josephine Jinghan, I'll be back soon. I have something important to do this time. Next time, I'll stay here for a long time." Amaze pursed her lips, not agreeing with his words. "Catch up with them before you're left behind." In an instant, Dayton left. Only after his figure disappeared completely did Amaze breathe a sigh of relief. "Finally gone, I can't deal with Dayton anymore. He's a real clinger." Obdraman standing behind her agreed, a bit too enthusiastic. "Youthful energy." Amaze shrugged, turned to go back, and noticed Ruben standing on the balcony upstairs. She wasn't sure if these three had any connection. If they didn't, why would Ruben care so much about them? But if they did, why wouldn't he say anything and only secretly watch? No one could tell her his thoughts, so she returned to the living room carrying a box of crystal cores. She played with these cores, totaling 12 third-stage crystal cores. Some were clearly larger than the standard size, colorful instead of transparent, which made them particularly precious. Of these colored cores, 8 were common variants, 2 of which were fire elements. Amaze quietly calculated in her mind to seize the opportunity to help Spencer reach the third stage. This way, there would be a strong and reliable abilitist to help them fight zombies in the future. The remaining 4 were more special. One was the largest among them, carrying a faint golden glow. Amaze scrutinized this crystal core for a long time but couldn't figure out which attribute it belonged to. There was also a psychic-type crystal core. Amaze wondered whether it should be given to Ruben or to Macy. She only had this one third-stage psychic-type crystal core in hand, yet there were 2 people who could advance to the third stage. She felt a bit hesitant for a moment. "It's so hard," she silently sighed. Holding the crystal core uncertainly, unable to decide, she put it back and picked up another one. This one was a pale green. Among all the colorful crystal cores, its simplicity stood out in a different way. As soon as she touched this crystal core, its faint green turned into a gentle light, transmitting from her fingertips to her arm, moving upward, striking her brow center, then gradually fading away. Obdraman, who witnessed all this, was so stunned that his mouth gaped open. He had heard Amaze's explanations about these crystal cores containing zombie viruses and needing many steps to absorb them, but Jinghan had never told him that just touching them could absorb the energy within. "Catherine, what's happening? Are you okay?" His face showed panic, and he trembled, wanting to touch Amaze but not daring to, watching helplessly as the tender green light glowed on her body before gradually disappearing. After experiencing this, Amaze felt something indescribable. She felt a bit excited. This fluctuation of energy was similar to when she first acquired water elemental abilities in her past life. Unfortunately, after the tender green light faded, she no longer felt any energy, let alone any sign of ability awakening. Her slightly excited expression gradually faded as she slowly accepted the reality that she still didn't have any abilities. Seeing Obdraman's worried look, Amaze smiled reassuringly at him. "Seems like nothing happened. Or should you tie me up and wait for me to turn into a zombie?" Amaze made a joke to ease the worried atmosphere between them. "Good," he breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought something really bad was going to happen." Once they both calmed down, they continued examining the crystal cores. The last remaining metallic one was a steel type. All known steel type abilities are with Macy, so it seems Macy will need to send someone over to work for her again. Unfortunately, she just touched it, and a crystal core was lost for nothing. With no other reaction, she felt somewhat shortchanged. Chapter 114, Psychic Abilities. She placed the remaining crystal cores into her system, prepared them in water for purification, and then used the water to help everyone increase their psychic ability levels. Once everyone's strength improved, the overall power of the group would also be enhanced. Time flew by, and it was already August 20th. Amaze hurriedly distributed the prepared crystal core water to everyone. This time, the crystal core water was mainly from 3rd and 2nd stage cores. She had specifically instructed Macy to bring a powerful metal-type psychic user. Everyone was called to the living room, and Amaze again placed the crystal core water before them. These are the crystal cores we earned from selling items over the past few days. Most of them are here. You can drink this crystal core water to enhance your psychic abilities. Whether or not you will break through your current level is another matter, but pain is certain. She glanced at everyone's expressions. Most people had already experienced this once, so they were familiar with drinking the crystal core water and knew its benefits well. Without hesitation, everyone drank it down in one go. Ruben's crystal core water was 3rd stage because Amaze considered his psychic ability to be somewhat special. In front of Macy was water made from 2 2nd stage crystal cores, which had different effects, but later effort and absorption were more crucial. Privately, Amaze had also brewed a bowl of crystal core water for herself. The color was light, leaning towards wood-type energy. This was due to a light green crystal core she had encountered earlier that was quickly absorbed without any reaction. She wanted to try if she could absorb it today and awaken her psychic ability. As she lifted a bowl of water to drink, it caught Hobart's attention. He looked at the green liquid in front of him, frowned, but seeing Amaze gulp it down without any immediate issues, he felt reassured. Soon, several people began to show some reactions, more or less. Among them, Hobart's reaction was the most intense. Due to the previous accumulation from crystal core water, he was just one step away from reaching 3rd stage. Over these days, constant practice and the energy boost from this batch of crystal core water increased his chances of breakthrough. He was confident about breaking through to 3rd stage. At this moment, Hobart appeared extremely poor. His veins were popping out, he knelt on the ground, brows furrowed, face flushed red as if there was a volcano erupting inside him. Others gathered around him, worried about his condition. Amaze didn't expect breaking through to 3rd stage would feel so stimulating. Just when she wanted to search her system for ways to alleviate it, she felt a surge of energy from her lower abdomen rising up to her forehead. This energy was entirely different from the last time she touched a crystal core. It surged violently, causing her head to spin momentarily. Her upright body leaned against the wall, unable to withstand the intensity. Sweat broke out all over her body, but after enduring it, she felt incredibly light, relaxed as if basking in a gentle breeze. Amaze clearly sensed a warm, soft energy within her body, different yet somewhat similar to the water-type energy from her previous life. Last time it was water-type energy, slightly colder inside her body. This time it felt warm like spring, yet still carried a hint of coolness. Intuitively, she felt this ability was somewhat special, but couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly it was. It certainly wasn't the effect of the wood-type crystal core water she just drank. Just as she wanted to try out her new ability, vines wrapped around her body. Thinking the vines were playing with her, she pushed them off. But when her hand touched the vine, she felt as if it was an extension of her own arm, as agile as her fingers. She tried moving her thoughts slightly, discovering she could control the vine. Not sure if it was an illusion, she directed the vine to reach out farther, finding that indeed a vine moved toward the center of the courtyard. When she thought of touching Hobart, the vine immediately brushed against his body. At that moment of contact, Amaze distinctly felt an energy drain. It wasn't the rapid depletion typical of using psychic powers but rather a gentle flow like a clear stream, gradually leaking outward. Then she saw a faint green aura outlining Hobart's body. Gradually, his complexion improved, rosy and no longer painful. Although he remained in the middle of the courtyard without movement. Amaze was not yet proficient with her new psychic ability and could only provide energy passively. Fortunately, Hobart did not require a large amount of energy, so she didn't have to provide too much at once. After a short while, he stopped absorbing energy, and the connection between Amaze and him was severed. Amaze sighed in relief, feeling curious about her new ability. She manipulated the vines to tease others since they seemed unchanged, their faces calm, unlike those attempting to break through to a new level. When they felt the vines touching them, they thought it was out of character for the vines. Obdraman even asked Amaze, "Why did it start touching me on its own today?" Amaze feigned innocence and shook her head, playing the unknowing mastermind, leaving everyone else in the dark. Meanwhile, Hobart stood up, walked over to Amaze, and pinched one of her vines. "Was it you or the vine just now?" He sensed a cool stream-like energy entering his body during his pain, guiding the fiery energy within him in an orderly manner. The only thing that touched him then was the vine, but the energy from when the vine healed his wounds previously was clearly different. Considering Amaze drank wood-type crystal core water earlier, he made a bold guess. Sure enough, nothing could escape his notice. Amaze nodded, "I can't control it well yet." While these two whispered quietly, the others showed no reaction, no signs of upgrading. Amaze wasn't disappointed. Although this time consumed many crystal cores, she finally gained the long-awaited ability. To her, it was worth the trade-off. Moreover, drinking the crystal core water accumulated within them without upgrading their abilities was not entirely wasted. Everyone looked at each other, noticing no one besides Hobart had upgraded their ability. Alana hadn't dared drink the crystal core water and was the most curious about how others felt. What were your reactions after drinking the crystal core water this time? Everyone shook their heads except for Reuben, who remained expressionless and motionless, unresponsive. He was frozen in place, eyes dazed. Chapter 115, News. Their gazes converged on Reuben, who was still somewhat dazed at this moment. Though he displayed no other expressions, there was indeed a hint of strangeness in his calmness. None of them dared to disturb him except Amaze, who used her psychic abilities to control energy with her mind, slowly approaching him. When she stealthily came into contact with his body, her energy seemed to be sucked in and could not escape. After trying for a long time, she finally mastered this new psychic ability, which felt completely different from her previous one. The psychic power smoothly left Reuben's body. By this time, Reuben had already adjusted himself almost fully. His eyes gradually regained clarity from the daze. Noticing everyone staring at him, he couldn't help but smile. I just reached stage 3. It was an impressive achievement, and Spencer also replied, I've had the honor of advancing to stage 3 as well. The crowd cheered. Having 2 stage 3 powerhouses around certainly made a difference. Amaze noticed that everyone was in high spirits, except for Marshall. Despite his usual composed demeanor, she knew from years of interaction that he wasn't feeling great. Perhaps it was because he wanted to continue protecting his uncle, yet his abilities hadn't caught up, leading to his current sadness. Once everyone concluded their activities, they each returned to their respective homes. Amaze and Spencer reinforced the defense works around the area and successfully simulated an evacuation route should they not hold against zombies. Seeing these two discussing serious matters with solemn expressions, others also grew somber. On the other hand, Gaston and his team finally returned to their main base after days of travel. This base was one of the largest among the 5 major and 2 minor bases, the Yunzhong base. Located in the center of the country, the Yunzhong base was currently led by Thunder, while their father, a rich businessman named Oliver, was a close friend and strong supporter of the base leader. Gaston reported back to the base first to complete the mission handover, while Dayton went wandering elsewhere within the base. Gaston knew that Amaze had given Yonis a backpack of items. Yonis treasured it greatly and carried it with him all the time, but Gaston didn't bother managing it much. When Yonis found what he considered a safe place and opened the package, he went through all the cigarettes, planning gifts to curry favor with the various uncles to get permission to play outside. The further away from Gaston, the better. As he was flipping through the contents, he discovered a hidden compartment in the backpack. Inside was a folded note. Full moon on the 15th, Yin Gate opens. Space fragments, zombies run rampant. This cryptic message felt off. Amaze wasn't the type to joke about such serious matters. Even though they hadn't interacted for long, some people were willing to stay by her side, and Dayton believed she was highly trustworthy. Clutching the note, unsure of what to do, he kept sweating until it soaked the paper before making a decision. He rushed all the way to the heart of the base, climbed 6 floors in one breath, and burst into the room shouting, Dad, look at this. A breaking news. His constant fussing had already gotten people used to it, so none in the office really thought it was anything urgent. However, Oliver took the note and turned pale upon seeing its content. Who gave you this note? He stood up agitatedly, leaning on the table with both hands, glaring at Dayton and asking, why didn't you tell me earlier? Dayton looked bewildered, having shown it to him immediately after finding it, only to face questioning. Dayton's expression gradually cooled down. Gaston, noticing the tense atmosphere between the two, quickly mediated with Oliver, little brother might have just seen it, don't worry, take your time to ask. After this calming advice, Oliver realized he sounded too anxious. The 3 sat down and properly discussed the note. Upon learning why Oliver was so worried, the 2 boys were also astonished. The base has laboratories conducting scientific research and a special department calculating potential future disasters of the apocalypse. When they observed, they found something would occur during the next full moon night, breaking down into smaller elements. Oliver looked increasingly concerned now. After receiving this prophecy, they weren't sure how to interpret or handle it. Dayton rubbed the note in his hand, wondering if the words on it explained how the prophecy was fulfilled. Space fragments, zombies run rampant. Yonis handed the paper to Oliver again, then take it to Elroy Thunder. He will take the necessary defensive measures. After passing the note to him, Yonis abruptly stood up. I have something to do, I need to go. Seeing his expression, they knew he was trying to escape. Oliver gave Gaston a look, and Gaston knew what to do. One of them called out to stop Yonis, while the other used a hand strike, causing Yonis to faint and fall limp in Gaston's arms. He is definitely going to find the person who gave him the note. Since he could say such things, he must have some capability. Such a dangerous matter, if Yonis goes out, his life won't be safe. Gaston agreed with this. Amaze indeed has some things on her. This note is 80% from her. She not only gave us supplies but also sent us a message. These crystal cores are truly worth it. The 2 of them discussed future strategies. Originally, they did not plan to pay attention to the newly emerging forces. However, due to Amaze's outstanding abilities, they decided to try to draw her in as much as possible. After receiving the news at Thunderbase, Spencer also received a message at home. It came from their department's exclusive frequency. Message received. Confirmation ongoing. Hope for peace. This was an exclusive frequency known by him and a few others. After Amaze warned him about future events, they had discussed, hoping humans could survive well, so Amaze naturally agreed that he should relay the message, helping as much as he could. Having someone receive the message early would mean more caution, making human survival easier. However, the condition for relaying the message was not exposing Amaze information. Spencer naturally protected her. Now that someone had received the message, whether it was true or false was beyond Spencer's control. Time grew tighter, anxiety about future events eroding their psychological defenses. Until the early hours of the 15th day of the lunar month, Amaze hinted to everyone that tonight might not be peaceful and they needed to strengthen their defenses. Her calm tone and serious expression indicated she was very serious. If Amaze said so, something significant was bound to happen. That night, Amaze kept watch while everyone left. She especially retained Alana. Keep your weapon close, it's unlikely anything will come tonight. The real battle will be tomorrow. Rest assured. Amaze patted the tightly gripping hands, conveying everything without words. Even though Amaze reminded everyone that it was unlikely anything would come tonight, except for Alana whom she specially comforted, everyone else tossed and turned, worried all night. Finally, as everyone was half asleep, dawn began to break. Amaze watched over everyone all night. When they finally woke up, she fell into a deep sleep on the couch. Chapter 116, War. Her ability didn't quite fall under the standard wood elemental powers, it was simply that she could effortlessly control an entire vine with just a little energy. She had experimented with the fruit trees in the yard before, but for other plants, she only felt a sense of closeness without being able to freely control them like she did with vines. That night, she used the vines as her eyes, exploring everywhere, fearful that large numbers of zombies might have descended upon some small corner unnoticed. Although her current ability level was mid-first stage, she could mobilize more power than ordinary second-stage individuals, which could be considered compensation for her late awakening to these power. Everyone was on tenterhooks, and there were no unusual movements until the afternoon. Amaze estimated that by this time, many places had already seen spatial rifts, with large numbers of zombies raining down from the sky. Fortunately, it hadn't happened here yet, making it relatively safe. But the safer it seemed, the less they could afford to let their guard down. It would definitely be a sleepless night. On the evening of July 15th of the lunar calendar, at 9 o'clock when the sky was pitch black, the moon quietly turned blue overnight, and everyone looked up at this spectacle. Just as they were marveling at the phenomenon, they noticed something moving below the right side of the moon. A pair of large, grayish-green hands suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes, as if tearing through the sky in front of the moon, revealing a deeper and darker void. Amaze, noticing this, immediately set off a firework as a warning signal. To alert everyone in the villa complex, this was the preparatory signal for the start of battle. The firework exploded in mid-air, its soft glow lingering and illuminating a small patch of the earth. People, using the light from the firework, saw clearly what was happening in the sky. The hand, connected to an emaciated, long arm, waved as if signaling the arrival of a zombie army. A skinny zombie, resembling a bamboo pole, broke through the black hole first and fell downward due to gravity. Because of the distance, they could only hear a faint muffled sound coming from the northeast. Everyone knew that objects look smaller when they're far away and larger when they're near. The zombie, which wasn't small in the sky, would bring tremendous disaster when it landed on the ground. As this skinny zombie plummeted from the air, it seemed like Pandora's box had been opened. Fat or thin, big or small, strangely shaped zombies all dropped from the hole. Everyone that fell caused a surge of fear among them. Like dumplings being thrown into boiling water, these zombies fell for 5 minutes straight before finally stopping, with the tear in the sky gradually healing. The horizon remained pitch black, giving no hint of what had just occurred. But what they had seen with their own eyes was undeniable. They all witnessed the scene, and after a moment of silence to absorb the danger, Alana clutched her stomach nervously, twisting her clothes because of her pregnancy. She seldom went out to fight zombies, spending more time training at home or researching weapons in the laboratory. Now, seeing so many strangely shaped and obviously large zombies suddenly appear, she couldn't help but wonder how they would manage if all these zombies attacked the villa complex. Many shared her thoughts. The zombies already looked sizable from above. On the ground, they would undoubtedly appear much larger. Several people screamed and ran, causing chaos for a moment. Even those around them looked grim, and all eyes turned toward Amaze. Amaze had seen tears in the sky before, but this was the first time she saw such large zombies dropping from them. Previously, the black holes would release many first-stage zombies and remain open for half an hour. This time, the rift closed within just 5 minutes, indicating that the strength of these zombies was not to be underestimated. Judging by the distance, these zombies would reach them in just 1 or 2 hours. With a pale face, Amaze told everyone, these zombies are at least second stage, and the first one might even be third stage. Here, only Hobart and Reuben had successfully advanced to third stage. She analyzed the situation word by word to everyone. Although urgent, her tone was steady, gradually calming everyone down. Hearing her meticulous plans, people found direction, and others gathered around, listening to Amaze's commands. When establishing the small base, many were unwilling to join. Now that trouble struck and they lacked a leader, Amaze naturally became their leader. Hobart, looking at the girl speaking confidently and strategically, felt immense pride rising in his heart. Amaze didn't care whether others had once stood on her side. Now, everyone needed to work together against the zombies. Originally, she thought this place was relatively remote and wouldn't face large-scale zombie attacks. However, though the number of zombies wasn't huge, their quality couldn't be denied. The quality was really high. According to her arrangements, first, they needed to electrify all the high-voltage wires outside the villa complex. The team would reorganize and take positions at different sentry posts while dispatching swift-footed young people to scout ahead and send updates on the latest developments. Amaze spent the night leading Earth Elemental ability users to dig deep trenches around the villa complex as defensive ditches. This way, they could filter out zombies unable to cross the trenches. Zombies that fell into the pits would receive a special treat. Amaze poured gasoline around the bottom and placed many flammable and explosive items inside, ready to ignite the gasoline when zombies fell in. With fire elemental abilities assisting, this setup would be quite effective against second and third stage zombies. For those zombies capable of leaping over the trenches to attack directly, Amaze made corresponding preparations as well. Many elderly, women, and children were already arranged to stay in several villas near Amaze's home, where her system's fences were more secure and sturdy. Younger individuals were guarding the outer perimeter, constantly monitoring the movements of the zombies. People couldn't just sit and wait to be killed. Otherwise, the zombies would continue to evolve, and humans would gradually lose the courage to fight back. Regarding the air raid shelter, Amaze didn't intend to tell them yet. Knowing there was a way out might make some choose to retreat without fighting. Constant retreats would only embolden the zombies. Now, only by fighting with their backs against the wall could they unleash their full potential and resist the zombies effectively. Of course, this situation didn't mean Amaze hoped for human casualties in this war. If things became urgent, she would inform everyone about the retreat option and use an energy shield to ensure safety during the evacuation. The scouts soon found the location where the zombies had landed, about 10 kilometers away. Previous small team reconnaissance showed that within a radius of dozens of kilometers, besides the villa area, there were no other significant human settlements. So, they were undoubtedly heading here. War was imminent. Chapter 117, Meeting the Enemy. Jinghan Josephine, the scout who had been sent to gather intelligence, returned and immediately reported to Amaze, 5 kilometers away, in a small woods, some zombies have already arrived. Leading them is an extremely thin zombie. 5 kilometers wouldn't take these zombies even half an hour. What do they look like? How many are there? They needed to quickly understand the enemy situation ahead. Fortunately, the scout was clever enough to record a video after discovering their movements. Through the video, Amaze quickly analyzed the characteristics of the leading zombies to estimate their numbers and abilities. The first zombie leading the pack was the one that tore through the spatial black hole first, followed by 2 zombies on either side, one as stout as a barrel, making a distinct thud sound as it ran, the other of normal build but distinctly muscular, though unusually short in height. Because it was dark, they didn't use any light sources to avoid alarming the zombies prematurely, so the video Amaze watched was dark and blurry. After their efforts at identifying the images, they couldn't detect any special abilities. There were no large groups of zombies behind them, indicating that these 3 were either the most powerful or relatively weaker sentinels scouting ahead for the main force. Amaze looked up at everyone gathered around and made a decision. Instead of waiting here for their attack, we should meet them head-on. Is anyone willing to join me in fighting the zombies? Upon hearing this, many people eagerly stepped forward. I've been longing for a decisive battle. Every time it's just retreat, I'm boiling with frustration. For my family, I'm ready to fight them. Count me in, I'll definitely go. Suddenly, there was an outpouring of passion. Many had prioritized safety during previous combat missions, but today, all accumulated grievances erupted. Faced with such high morale, Amaze felt very satisfied they hadn't been defeated by their supposed formidable enemies. Courage often marks the first step toward solving problems. Amaze and Obduraman counted those willing to go and finally chose 10 people to accompany her. Hobart was concerned about her and wanted to go too but was held back. There aren't many people left at home, and you need to watch over them in case of an ambush. You know how much I trust you. Though few words were spoken, all their feelings were contained in these brief sentences, a testament to their trust as lovers and recognition of his capabilities. Once everyone was assembled, Amaze turned for one last look at Hobart before leading the group out without hesitation. Wait for you, Alicia. Hobart stood still, barely controlling his urge to follow. He knew the battlefield lay ahead while someone needed to defend the home. The team moved quickly and silently, hiding roughly 3 kilometers from the villa complex where they could see the shadows of the approaching zombies. Several Earth-type ability users had been instructed by Amaze to dig numerous small pits along the zombies' path. Each pit was about 3 to 5 square meters and 2 to 3 meters deep. 2 metal-type ability users placed steel spikes 40 to 50 centimeters long inside these pits. Zombies had poor night vision, and they usually pursued humans because of their keen sense of smell, moving towards densely populated areas. While using their abilities remotely to dig pits, they unintentionally released the scent of fresh blood, causing the zombies to become more excited, increasing their speed. The Earth-type ability users quickly retreated, setting traps as they went. Since zombies weren't over 2 meters tall, if one fell into the pit, aside from metal zombies, other fragile ones would be impaled like shish kebabs and unable to escape. Although this tactic didn't allow direct confrontation, weakening the zombies indirectly was a smart choice. Several people returned to check if their traps had caught any rabbits. While some set traps far away, others stayed closer to work. Amaze brought a few wood-type ability users who wove several nets nearby. Once a zombie triggered a trap, it would be captured and suspended in a net hanging from trees. Restraining them was not the goal, it was just necessary to limit their movements for a short time. The rest would depend on whether the attacks from weapons could be effective. This time, Amaze brought many of Alana's weapons, from relatively light crossbows to larger cannons, she brought some of each. As long as these 3 zombies could be eliminated, the villa complex would gain more safety, and the traps along the way would also hinder the approaching large group of zombies. In the distance, the thud, thud, thud sounds came. These were the unreserved footsteps of the zombies. They approached quickly, and when 2 zombies appeared before everyone, they were quite pleased. 1 less zombie meant 1 less pressure they had to face simultaneously. Amaze carefully identified and found that the small, muscular zombie was trapped in a pit, while the other 2 were right in front of them. No one spoke, they waited for the zombies to get caught in the nets. 3, 2, 1. The leading skinny zombie stepped into the vine-woven net immediately. The wood-type ability user then used his ability to pull the net up, hanging it high on the tree. The zombie struggled with its body, but an arm slipped through the gap. Before leaving, Amaze discussed with the vines and cut off a 1-meter-long branch to bring along. When the zombie was hung up, she immediately commanded the vines to wrap around the zombie's waist twice, binding it tightly. The other zombie, noticing its companion suddenly flying up, seemed to have gained some intelligence. It did not rush forward despite the presence of people but stopped instead, creating a standoff between both sides. The trapped zombie struggled within the vine net, but they ignored it temporarily and focused on dealing with the zombie that hadn't fallen into the trap. This zombie was barrel-shaped, nearly 1.9 meters tall, and almost a meter wide horizontally. Facing this well-built zombie, everyone clenched their fists, ready for a big fight. With only 1 zombie, Amaze believed that the dozen or so people could handle it smoothly. So she did not interfere with others' next moves and let them choose their own attack methods. The first to attack was the always powerful metal-type ability user. Their ability allowed them to transform into steel weapons for attack. So, the first round of attacks struck the zombie's vital spots instantly. All that could be heard was the clanging sound of steel colliding, leaving the zombie virtually unharmed. Chapter 118, Sneak Away. At the sight of this, Amaze immediately identified it as a steel-type zombie. The others were no fools either. Seeing that the first round of attacks was useless, they promptly changed their tactics. Stepping in at this moment was Carnell, the deputy team leader of Mace's squad. He was the usual lightning-type ability user responsible for charging power banks. Now that he had encountered this Iron Man zombie, he couldn't wait to strike. A thin bolt of lightning shot down, causing this zombie to momentarily freeze. It shook its fat face, making its triple chin quiver. It alternately pummeled its chest with both hands, and the sound of steel clashing abruptly sounded off, so loud that it caused discomfort in the ears. The fire-type ability user also wanted to give it a try. A flame ignited on the zombie's body, and it started wildly patting itself. Sometimes it was the sound of flesh being smacked, other times it was the sound of steel colliding. Clearly, this zombie wasn't of high rank, as its body wasn't completely steelified yet. Upon close observation, they found that its upper body had a higher degree of steelification while its lower body remained fleshy. Amaze gave them a hint: steel-type ability users attack its lower half. Upon hearing her words, several steel-type ability users instantly formed sharp blades and swords, slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, directly heading for the joints of the zombie. After a series of piercing sounds, the lower body of this zombie was practically perforated like a sieve. The flesh could not support the weight of its steelified upper body, causing it to collapse on the ground with a boom. Greenish-blue blood splattered around, polluting the land. It could no longer move freely, but it still waved its upper body fiercely, contorting its face and opening its massive mouth to bite at them. Carnell took advantage of the moment and generated 2 larger bolts of lightning, mainly yellow with light purple trails, aiming straight for its head. When the tip of the lightning touched the zombie's head, the zombie screamed in struggle. Soon after, the tail of the lightning plunged into its skull, and the entire bolt seemed to consume the zombie, whose skin turned black and emitted wisps of white smoke. This zombie seemed to be stunned by Carnell's electric attack. Its brain seemed to have crashed, stopping all other actions. For a moment, only the continuous crackling of electricity was heard. Suddenly, the zombie let out a belch like a human. This movement was quite large, and much of its skin had already been burned to a charred state. The belch split at least 70% of its skin open, exposing the flesh inside, which had been corroded. Its muscles were still quite solid, though the color was somewhat nauseating. With the intention of ending things quickly, Carnell condensed another lightning bolt, splitting the exposed steel parts of its body into fragments. With Carnell leading and others assisting in this chaotic battle, this zombie came to an end. After finishing it, they moved on to the one hanging on the tree. Due to being continuously bound by the golden vines, even after struggling for some time, it made no difference, but rather tightened the more it struggled. Amaze shifted her focus back to it and tried controlling the vines with her ability, tightening them hard enough to sever its upper body from its lower half. Bring it down. Following Amaze's orders, the wood-type ability user lowered the net. The zombie, now having lost control over its lower body, suddenly opened its mouth and shot out 7 or 8 water drop-shaped pellets from within, striking nearby people. Fortunately, everyone dodged in time except one person who was a little slower, struck by the pellets that grazed his arm and lodged firmly into the tree behind him. These pellets were directly launched from the zombie's mouth. No one knew if they contained the zombie virus, causing anxiety among the group. Josephine Jinghan, let's carry him back. The vines should save him. The injured person, gritting his teeth in pain, looked at Amaze and said, no need, I can walk back myself. Amaze thought she could control the separated vine, which might also treat the zombie virus, so she stopped them from going back and forth. There's no need, you finish off this zombie first. Actually, these two zombies were only around level 2 strength, and with over a dozen people working together, Amaze believed they could easily handle them. They trusted her words, and soon the weak zombie was pierced full of strange weapons and died with a scream. Someone was assigned to collect the crystals from the two zombies, while Amaze controlled the golden vines to release the entangled zombie and tended to the injured person's arm. Amaze tried to control the vines to absorb any potential zombie virus from him, but the 1-meter-long vine refused her command. So she patiently guided the vine to suck on her energy instead, gently touching both the vine and the wound. To her surprise, the area where she touched the wound began to heal slowly. The grotesque bleeding gradually formed a scab. Amaze was astonished by this new revelation of her ability. She had always thought her power was only to control the vines, but now it seemed she also possessed a healing ability similar to the vines, capable of curing the zombie virus. Come over here. Amaze called the injured person over and was surprised to see that it was Daphne who gave them bullets during their first encounter with a wood-type zombie. Her arm was throbbing in severe pain, and some of the flesh had already turned bluish-grey, a sign of zombie virus corrosion. Cherit, Daphne did not shed a single tear or utter a word about the pain. Can it still be treated? I haven't used the last bullet yet. She even smiled and comforted Amaze. Don't feel sad. I've finally fulfilled my father's last wish and killed many zombies. I have avenged my mom. Seeing Daphne muttering to herself like this, Amaze tapped her head lightly, momentarily dazing Daphne. The child looked at Amaze with a grievance, which made Amaze soften her tone. Trust me, you will be able to kill more zombies in the future. Amaze activated her ability, focusing on the wound. A very comfortable feeling, no more pain. Gradually, the wound quickly transformed from bluish-grey back to human skin color, stopping the bleeding and alleviating the pain. Within 1 or 2 minutes, the skin was completely healed, showing no signs of any problem. Amaze patted Daphne's head. I don't remember selecting you. Stay in the villa and don't sneak out again. Chapter 119, The Army. Amaze did not truly blame Daphne for being too sensible. She only hoped that this child would be less mature, just like other kids who enjoyed the protection of adults with ease. She had too much hatred on her shoulders, and therefore faced more dangers. Big sister Jinghan, here are the crystal cores for you. The person who came was the one specifically assigned to dig out the zombie crystal cores. He handed over 2 crystal cores to Amaze, one transparent, and the other one a metal-type crystal core. Whoever kills the most zombies today will be rewarded with all these crystal cores. They can then use the crystal cores to exchange for supplies from me. The bodies of the zombies have already been completely burned, except for the metallized parts. 2 zombie bodies had been burned by the fire-type Esper. However, at his level, he could not fully burn into ashes those already metallized body parts, so he dug a small pit and buried them. Okay, I know. There's still one more zombie ahead. The man also reported another piece of news. There was an identical flower imprint on both zombies' bodies. Amaze knew in her previous life about these imprints on their bodies, so she dismissed it without further ado and gave an order. Go kill the other zombie. Hearing her command, everyone immediately tidied up and stood in a row, waiting for her instructions. Amaze glanced at the smallest child at the end of the line. Then she signaled towards the direction they were heading, and the team marched in perfect order, swiftly running in that direction. At around 500 to 600 meters away, someone spotted the zombie that had fallen into a pit raging at the bottom. It was a fire-type zombie that had been stabbed in the pit, and it had been raging for a long time, its powers flying about randomly. Grass nearby had already caught fire, and Amaze feared the flames might grow bigger, so she hurriedly sent someone to put it out. Ironically, this zombie used quite a bit of power while at the bottom of the pit, causing the metal spikes made by metal esprits to become scorching hot. When Amaze observed it from above, she even detected a faint smell of roasted meat. It seemed this guy had cooked itself. After inspecting this zombie which only had level 1 or 2 strength, Amaze did not take action but waited for others to practice. Once she moved away from the edge of the pit, everyone crowded around and attacked it wildly. Amaze was not idle either, checking the surrounding environment. These 3 zombies indeed weren't very powerful, obviously small fries within the zombie group. Judging by the timeline, the main force of the other zombies should be arriving soon. Amaze went forward to investigate and easily saw a few zombies appearing again from the trees. They appeared to be coming in waves, exploring ahead as vanguard troops. Amaze returned hastily and told everyone this news. There will be another 3 to 5 zombies coming. You can seize this time to set up more traps. Good. Those few zombies earlier were not tough enough. Everyone poked twice and they were dead. Hope the following zombies will be stronger. Amaze smiled. Indeed, there were stronger zombies coming next. These zombies might be tougher, and the current traps would prove useful. Some people hurriedly went ahead to scout, while others sped up on building traps. Based on the information she had gathered, Amaze adjusted the size of the traps timely. When the scouts returned, the traps here were almost ready, with various types of them prepared. After integrating the team, they retreated quickly, waiting for the fish to bite. A few people dispersed in different places, waiting for the zombies. Every time they heard a splash, their hearts were cheered up, as it proved some zombies really fell into their traps voluntarily. This wave consisted of 8 zombies. According to Amaze's count, 3 of them fell into the pits and couldn't get out. She inspected each of them carefully. These zombies were mostly at level 2. Therefore, she let everyone use their abilities freely to kill them. Just as everyone was having fun killing, Amaze brought Carnell out. You stay here and keep an eye out. If any zombies show abnormal movements, act fast. I'll go ahead and kill the other zombies first. Other enemy forces will come later, and we cannot be careless. Amaze knew Carnell was about to enter level 3 as an Esper. Unfortunately, he didn't find suitable crystal cores for his ability, which resulted in him not participating in the recent activities. He could fight these zombies one-on-one. She didn't showcase his true strength merely for others' experience. Amaze felt assured leaving these people with him and went forward alone to check the other zombies. Among the 3 zombies in the pit, one was gradually approaching level 3. It was using its hands to push upward, attempting to escape from the pit. This kind of highly flexible movement was a characteristic of its higher ESP ability level. Of course, taking advantage of its weakened state was the best choice. Amaze quickly kicked it back down. This zombie was once again injured by the steel spikes created by the steel ESPs below. Due to the severity of Amaze's kick, it directly pierced its brain. When she went to collect the crystal core, she found that this near level 3 crystal core had partially shattered. Amaze felt disheartened but decided to finish off the other 2 zombies at once. They had already dealt with over a dozen zombies, yet the night was still long, and many more zombies were yet to appear. The zombies that fell just now took about 5 minutes to fall, and their number was not 300 or 500, but at least 100 or 200. They had only handled about 1/10 of them, making for a very long night ahead, destined to be sleepless. Amaze, confident and bold, continued walking alone. Whether lucky or not, this time she encountered a genuine zombie army. All kinds of zombies staggered toward her, none of them physically impaired. Each one appeared well-muscled, completely different from the malnourished zombies found randomly on the streets. These zombies were mostly level 2 and 3. Looking further ahead, Amaze could not see the end, but it was easy to infer that level 3 zombies were leading the charge, and there might even be level 4 or 5 zombies behind. After a moment's thought, Amaze made her decision. Fortunately, she had brought some bombs with her, so it was time to give these zombies a lesson. She adjusted her angle on the spot and blindly fired a bomb. The bomb flew out smoothly. Amaze did not linger, knowing that she couldn't fight so many zombies alone. She could only employ guerrilla tactics, striking here and there. So she fired a bomb here, then retreated to a nearby spot and repeated the process, sending 2 more bombs their way. Regardless of whether the bombs exploded or how many zombies they injured, Amaze wouldn't stop to count. Instead, she would keep changing positions, ensuring the zombies couldn't find her while continuing to inflict damage. Chapter 120, The Girl. In the distance, others in the woods heard the sound of shells exploding. Initially shocked, Carnell soon understood that this was the noise Amaze was making. She must have encountered other zombies and launched an attack. Carnell comforted everyone. It's Josephine Jinghan killing zombies. Everyone, finish your tasks as quickly as possible, and then we will go to support Josephine Jinghan. Okay. Almost done. Once everyone had gathered, Carnell, as the temporary commander here, addressed everyone. You all should have heard the shell explosion just now. It was Josephine Jinghan using shells to attack the zombies, and there seemed to be quite a number of them. In protecting yourselves, go support Josephine Jinghan. With solemn expressions, they each held their weapons and ran towards the battlefield, leaving only heavy breathing sounds among them. In a blink, Amaze had already fired no less than 15 or 16 shells, almost every shell taking 2 or 3 zombies with it. This group of zombies might have only about 100 left, but their footsteps chasing Amaze were very loud, making it easy for her to retreat at any time based on the sound. It also made it easier for Carnell and his companions to find their current location, so as to find Amaze's position. Although they were stationed in one place, these zombies continued to chase after Amaze. As she had many lives of the zombies in her hands, they had their own enmity values and could lock onto targets according to different people's sense. As their enemy, even if a whole squad stood at the same distance, they would still choose to chase Amaze first, not to mention that the squad was a bit further away, making Amaze the foremost target of their attacks. Amaze knew this well and quickly found Carnell and others before they could catch up with her. 3 people form a team and come here to get a shell. Amaze brought out the map and gestured for each team leader to locate their respective positions. After reaching the designated location, you can launch fireworks to signal. Remember, after the first team launches the shell, the second team needs to launch again after 3 to 5 seconds, and the third team another 3 to 5 seconds later. Once all 5 teams have launched, start from the first team again. Do you understand? Amaze's eyes carefully swept over everyone's expressions, fearing that any misunderstanding would draw the attention of all the zombies. No matter which team, none could survive unscathed. Understood. Everyone understood the importance of teamwork next. After getting the shells, they rushed to their designated points. While they were running to their respective positions, Amaze continued to launch smoke bombs around the zombie crowd to confuse them. When all teams reached their assigned positions, they began formal attacks. This method, where each team attacked from a distance and shifted enmity, was called kite flying. Using this method, some zombies could be killed without injury, though unfortunately, the bombed zombies might not have complete cores. However, faced with large numbers of zombies, cores were not the primary choice. Eliminating them was. Each team had 10 shells. When they had used about 5 or 6, Amaze noticed a change in the zombie group. It was clear that they were moving towards Team 3, and she was right between Teams 3 and 4. Amaze quickly launched a flare as a signal to stop the kite flying plan. Upon receiving the signal, the teams began to converge on Team 1, which was directly opposite the villa complex, about 3 to 4 kilometers away. As the teams gathered, Amaze remained stationary. She chose to stand her ground, temporarily drawing the attention of the zombies. There were roughly 40 to 50 zombies left in this group, much fewer than Amaze had anticipated. But these remaining zombies were all at least third stage. Second stage zombies, they could deal with quickly. But once a third stage zombie appeared, it might take a few people to handle one, presenting considerable danger. Once everyone gathered and returned to the villa complex according to plan, Amaze retreated alone, hoping to draw the zombies' attention. Indeed, it seemed there was a relatively intelligent zombie leading them, guiding them to find the mastermind behind this operation, Amaze. Their speed gradually increased, and Amaze could already hear the continuous who sounds of the leading zombie. Her heart was pounding wildly, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, leaving only the continuous thump-thump of her heartbeat. Suddenly, a shell landed among the zombies, exploding with a bang, instantly shredding 3 zombies and sending their remains flying into the sky. It was the team trying to draw the attention of the zombies this way. But Amaze knew it wouldn't work. This group had already been completely controlled by one zombie. As long as this zombie identified Amaze as the target, the others would follow its lead regardless of casualties. Only after the last zombie was eliminated would their fixation on Amaze truly dissipate into the air. Amaze naturally wouldn't sit and wait to be killed. She kept changing positions to attract their attention. When running, she did so in a pattern, running here for a while, then there to keep the zombie group within the range of the team's shells. At the same time, she took advantage of the time to observe the true leader among the zombies. Finally, while resting on a tree branch using vines, Amaze noticed something peculiar within the zombie group, a particularly thin young zombie. It looked about 7 or 8 years old, hugging a teddy bear. The little zombie looked like a porcelain doll in a princess dress, and its gentle strokes over the teddy bear showed that its young age didn't conflict with its high intelligence. As Amaze got closer to the zombie group, she needed another confirmation. Using the vines, she moved to another tree dozens of meters away. The little zombie walked under the tree she had just left. It stared at the still shaking leaves, seemingly deep in thought. It let out a sound, causing the group of zombies to become restless, shifting direction to continue searching for Amaze. This time, Amaze saw clearly it was indeed this little zombie. She raised her crystal core pistol, a good thing she had carried with her ever since her last mission. If she could hit the little zombie from dozens of meters away, it would definitely be decapitated. Amaze imagined the satisfying sight of the zombie being punished but didn't hesitate. Her palms were sweaty and slick. After all, no matter the outcome, the little zombie would discover her location. If successful, the other zombies would lose their leader immediately. If failed, Amaze would be found and surrounded. Escaping then would be far more difficult than now when they didn't know her whereabouts. Taking a deep breath, Amaze steadied herself and pulled the trigger on her crystal core gun. The bullet pierced the silent night, heading straight for the center of the little zombie's forehead. At the last moment, the little zombie did something, and a large, robust zombie stepped in front of it. Too bad. The crystal core bullet buried itself in the big zombie's body without penetrating through, sparing the little zombie. The large zombie collapsed backward with a loud crash, and the little zombie quickly moved aside. Dust flew everywhere, obscuring Amaze's view of what exactly happened. She hurriedly moved to another tree using the vines, unfortunately dropping her crystal core gun during the process. With a thud, her heart sank along with the gun. In a critical situation, she didn't have time to pick it up and had to leave first. However, once the dust settled and clarity returned, Amaze focused her gaze. A pair of bright blue eyes met hers from afar. Chapter 121, The Little Bear. The child had a complexion as smooth and lustrous as jade. Even though it had turned into a zombie, it was still evident that it had been pampered before the apocalypse, a girl who had undoubtedly been cherished like a princess by her parents. Even just that 1 second eye contact was enough for Amaze to know it wasn't someone easy to deal with. She instantly got goosebumps all over her body. She quickly fled farther away, hiding herself in the boundless dark forest without revealing any trace of her whereabouts. Despite running several hundred meters, Amaze could still feel its eyes following her. She felt more and more uneasy until finally, she fired a red emergency retreat flare. As the flare shot up, it illuminated everything around, and Amaze saw that the little girl had separated from the group of zombies and was chasing her alone. It smiled, revealing a few baby teeth that were being replaced. But its status as a zombie turned its innocent charm into something eerie. Without waiting for the flare to fully explode, Amaze darted off in escape. She put all her strength into avoiding it. The direction she ran was slightly west of the villa complex, so as not to lead the zombies toward other team positions or stray too far from the villas. Amaze refused to believe that as an adult, she couldn't outrun a little girl. She used vines to leap between the tall trees swiftly until she neared the outskirts of the villa area, where the trenches were set up. There, she stopped for a brief rest, taking a small breath. Unfortunately, before she could finish catching her breath, a tiny figure appeared in front of Amaze, emerging gracefully step by step from the woods. The child wore a pale blue princess dress with her hair draped over her shoulders, hugging a teddy bear. It walked out of the dark forest with a warm smile. Amaze gripped the toothpick crossbow she had in her hand, ready to attack at any moment. Strangely, even wearing tiny leather shoes, it made sounds akin to high heels that left Amaze's scalp tingling. Tap, tap. Each step resonated deeply in Amaze's heart. When it came within about 50 meters of Amaze, she shouted, startling it. Enough, I know you can understand. The little zombie stopped, looking at Amaze with an innocent gaze. Only a few patches of its skin showed a faint greenish hue, otherwise, it looked like any other ordinary child. Why did you come? In her previous life, Amaze only knew they descended across various places on Earth but never learned who sent them or why they invaded the planet. The little zombie's eyes flickered. Smiling, it answered Amaze, "It is the zombie emperor's summons, we can only obey." With such a small face, uttering such a sorrowful sentence. However, Amaze had no impression of the term zombie emperor. In her previous life, the ultimate outcome was that powerful human factions continued hunting zombies while in some areas, humans struggled against stronger zombies. Bases united and introduced talent, achieving great unity, which prevented zombies from occupying Earth. The phenomenon of space tearing and zombies dropping lasted about a month, until the next 15th day, when families reunite joyfully. The moon, which had been dimmed, once again turned a brilliant silvery white. All the zombies that weren't killed vanished overnight, leaving no trace behind. They were said to have disappeared rather than all being exterminated because they all bore a flower mark on their arms. After that day, no zombies with these marks were seen again. "You are the flower." Suddenly, the little zombie said this, putting the teddy bear down beside it and walking forward step by step. Tense, Amaze fired her toothpick crossbow. The arrow struck the zombie's shoulder fiercely, but it merely glanced at the wound, undisturbed, and continued moving forward. Amaze stepped back slowly, nearly reaching the edge of the trench. "You are the flower, this flower." The little zombie stopped, noticing Amaze's agitation and immediately explained why it approached. "Look, my flower." It lifted its left hand and tugged up the puffed sleeve on its right arm. Fearing a sudden attack, Amaze fired another arrow, hitting its raised arm. Cherit, it remained unmoved. This didn't stop it from pulling up its sleeve, eventually exposing its right arm. On its upper arm was a flower, and even under the blue moonlight, Amaze could clearly see that it was a red flower in a half-open state, very similar to the one behind her ear. Amaze's pupils contracted slightly. She didn't know what relationship she had with these zombies, or with their collective attack on Earth. "Flower, come to greet you." Its words were broken and hard to understand. At this moment, faint footsteps sounded behind Amaze. The little girl seemed to think of something, ran back, picked up the teddy bear from the ground again, and handed it to Amaze. "Protect you." Without waiting for Amaze's response, the teddy bear landed in her arms. The little girl tapped away in her leather shoes, quickly disappearing into the darkness of the woods. At this point, Amaze didn't shoot any more arrows. Cold sweat dripped down her body as she closed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Due to a lack of arrow replenishment, she only had 2 arrows left just now. If the little zombie had taken another step forward, Amaze would have only been left with 2 daggers as weapons. She looked down at the teddy bear in her hands. This teddy bear didn't seem particularly special at first glance compared to those commonly given to children, except for a half-opened flower on its cheek. Amaze didn't want others to get involved in this matter yet, so she tried putting the teddy bear into her system, surprisingly succeeding. The footsteps behind her grew closer, and Amaze turned around to see a group of people led by Hobart approaching. They smiled at each other across the trench. Safety was now everyone's greatest wish. Clearly, Amaze hadn't disappointed Hobart. Chapter 122 Scorpion. After Amaze used the abilities of other psychics to cross the outer moat, she realized that after seeing the fireworks, her team had immediately followed orders and rushed back madly. When they finally counted heads, it was discovered that Amaze hadn't returned. With no choice, they decided to split into 3 groups to search for Amaze. Just as Hobart was about to go out, he was bound by vines. It's a well-known fact that vines have consciousness. So they followed the vines' lead to the west side of the villa area. Sure enough, they found Amaze. "Everyone has been very worried about you. Don't take such risks alone next time." Hobart couldn't help but be anxious about her, but when Amaze heard that everyone else had returned safely, she felt truly relieved. "Don't worry, this time it was sudden. In the future, I will definitely consult with you." She stroked the guiding vine and said to everyone, "The zombies haven't been completely dealt with. There are still many third-stage zombies remaining." Third-stage zombies were creatures that many people had only heard of but never seen. "We're not afraid. Josephine Jinghan, just assign us to fight the zombies." They were all extremely excited. The recent victory had made them feel the joy of their own strength. Unfortunately, Amaze could not agree to their request. "Many of you can't handle it. Don't be rash." She suppressed their desire to go out and fight. "We can continue using tactics, but at least 5 people should work in a group, choosing one zombie to attack." The others gathered around her, listening to Amaze's instructions. She specifically pulled out the youngest child. "You are excluded. You stay here honestly." Others chuckled softly but were stopped by Amaze's gaze. "You're no different. It's not because you're older that you can confidently single-handedly challenge zombies. I let you go because your abilities have reached a certain level. But third-stage zombies are stronger than what you imagine. Remember, life comes first. If you can't win, run. Running away when you can't win is not shameful. Losing one's life is what truly makes people regret." Everyone laughed, knowing Amaze did this for their good. "Don't worry. We'll definitely run." After a brief relaxation, they proceeded with grouping. People were divided into teams according to their abilities and different types of powers, 5 people in each group with complementary abilities. Each person was given red fireworks as a signal for retreat. Once there was significant unrest, they would fire this signal to notify other groups to retreat quickly. Amaze knew there were still many zombies waiting for the small zombie to issue an order to attack. Casualties were inevitable during the war, which made her heart sink. After everything was arranged, no one spoke. They silently enjoyed the last moments together, even though they knew they could retreat. They prepared themselves mentally and emotionally for what might be a final goodbye to family and friends. "Here they come." A scout rushed over and quickly explained the situation. There are about 30 zombies, including a scorpion zombie. Upon hearing this, everyone braced themselves, and Amaze issued orders. Teams, go. Following her command, everyone rushed forward. Each team found suitable positions along the trench edge to ambush and launch surprise attacks. These zombies, under the control of the small zombie, seemed organized and disciplined and were expected to advance in formation. Therefore, they had studied corresponding formations to counteract them. But when the dozens of zombies charged towards the villa cluster, the team was chaotic and far from the orderly force they had imagined. Zombie groups controlled by a leader tend to be highly organized and strategic, yet their strength diminishes due to the need to protect their leader. In contrast, disorganized, undisciplined, and leaderless zombies lack strategy in attacking humans but are crazed, driven only by primitive instincts to propagate without any other consideration. Amaze speculated that the little girl might have been injured and lacked the energy to control the zombie horde or had simply left. Thus, dealing with this mindless group required extra caution, rendering many previous strategies ineffective. For now, they could only conduct long-range attacks using artillery mixed with psychic power. When close combat became necessary, most people weren't up to it, so Amaze didn't recommend others engage personally. At their respective positions, they prepared to give the zombies a taste of several shells. The group of zombies charging towards them had over a dozen big-headed ghosts leading the way. Their emaciated bodies seemed unable to support their oversized heads, causing them to lean forward as they ran. The zombies following behind were all kinds of grotesque shapes and sizes. Some held a scythe, others were so fat they resembled rolling balls, while some were dressed in impeccable suits, giving off an impression that they were coming to attend a gala rather than eat people. The most eye-catching at the back were non-human zombies, the scorpion zombies. Their front half was relatively small, only about 50 centimeters long, while the rear half with its tail arched high, brandishing a colossal stinger nearly 2 meters tall. The black venomous stinger gleamed under the glare of flames and explosions, blending perfectly into the dark night. Suddenly, a shell struck its body, and it flicked the shell away with its tail. Fortunately, its aim was off, and it didn't hurl the shell into the crowd but onto a tree, where it exploded. Taking advantage of its momentary confusion after throwing the first shell, another shell exploded near it. The zombie was only knocked down by the blast wave, tumbling on the spot before getting back up. To everyone's surprise, apart from minor white scratches, there were no serious wounds on its body, let alone bleeding or missing flesh. Amaze noticed this and pulled Hobart to observe this zombie. Look at that scorpion zombie, a single shell can't even wound it. Hobart concentrated on observing the zombie for several seconds but found no significant weak points. It was like an impregnable iron barrel, seemingly flawless. Its tough armor made attacks feel like mere tickles, causing no pain whatsoever. You think, could we roast it? Amaze whimsically suggested to Hobart that if the scorpion's meat was edible, it would certainly be very delicious. Chapter 123 Barbecue. This thing has a virus, don't even think about eating it. Spencer had long read her mind accurately. However, it might be possible to roast this scorpion thoroughly. Now the zombie army was about 300 meters away from their trench. Amaze habitually called Reuben for help to add fuel to Spencer's ability to burn that zombie. Reuben, it's your turn. But there was no response around. Amaze looked around and found no sign of him. Balder, where is Reuben? Spencer frowned and recalled carefully, realizing that he indeed hadn't seen Reuben since today. Spencer pondered and stated a fact, I haven't seen him today at all. Others also searched for Reuben but no one could recall seeing him anywhere today. Reuben was missing. It wasn't his time to wish now, he had already reached the third stage and had the capability to handle dangers. Amaze believed Reuben left on his own accord, not taken by someone else. She waved her hand to signal everyone back to their positions. Forget it, let's not worry about this now. The most important thing is to roast that big guy at the end. Without Reuben's enhancement, Spencer's ability could only reach up to 200 meters, falling short by about 100 meters. Even as the only third-stage psychic, he couldn't attack that far, so other psychics would likely have difficulty too. Spencer looked at Amaze, thought for a while, and decided to go over. Let me go. I'll definitely cook it thoroughly, rest assured. Amaze knew his strength, but trust aside, she still felt concerned. I'll go with you. I'll take the vines so if anything happens, I can pull you back immediately. She even joked to ease her nervousness, to give you a taste of flying. Beyond this ravine lay 30 third-stage zombies. With the ravine as an obstacle, there was still some safety distance, but crossing would surely provoke their sudden rush. Spencer rubbed Amaze's head, knowing he couldn't argue with this girl, and agreed, you stay at the edge, I'll take care of the rest. The two used others' abilities to build a bridge and successfully crossed the trench. Seeing them rushing over, the zombies started to go wild. However, under artillery cover, these somewhat intelligent zombies were aware of the danger ahead and scattered instinctively to avoid fire. Only a few crazed zombies began to pursue them. The first zombie that charged at them had its left hand mutated into a scythe. Swinging its meter-long scythe arm powerfully, it flashed several meters in one move, greatly closing the gap between them. This mutant zombie clearly had high attack power. Its large scythe was dangerous, so they needed to seize the opportunity and roast it before it got close. Amaze tightly held the vines, planning to predict its next position based on its evasion patterns and control the vines to bind it. She silently calculated the positions it just passed, and her psychic ability had spread onto the vines. In a flash, Amaze suddenly acted, successfully predicting the next position of the scythe zombie. At the moment the vine approached its body, she bound it tightly. With a forceful tug of her arm, this huge scythe zombie was subdued, unable to break the vines even with its sharp scythe arm. Spencer focused, forming his psychic ability into a rope, tightly binding the gaps of the scythe zombie's bindings, intertwining with the vines. The zombie kept grinding the vines with its strengths, but with Amaze's enhanced ability, its struggles were ineffective. The vines remained tightly bound, and another fiery serpent was continuously burning its body and will. In just a dozen seconds, Amaze seemed to smell the scent of roasted meat. Maybe because she hadn't eaten fresh roasted meat for a long time, the aroma made her crave it. Although her thoughts wandered, Amaze's hands were busy. She took out the crossbow loaded with new bolts and nailed the exposed feet and legs of the zombie to the ground. Suddenly raising her crossbow, she shot 2 bolts at a distant target in quick succession. The powerful crossbow bolt pierced through the target's body and was lodged into a tree. A chubby zombie had no chance to ambush before Amaze had it under control, immobilizing its body freedom. She left the scythe zombie tied on the ground for Spencer to deal with while she focused on handling this one. Her blade seemed ineffective, its defenses were too strong, and her strength wasn't enough to break through. Amaze took a few steps back and picked up the upgraded crystal core gun she had just gotten from Alana. This new version could fire second-stage crystal cores, producing effects equivalent to the second stage. The only drawback was that its effective range was less than 100 meters. But in the current situation, this wasn't much of an issue. Let's see how well this new product works. Amaze loaded the second-stage crystal core into the chamber and aimed directly at the zombie's head for a blowout shot. The chubby zombie's skull was easily cracked open. Fortunately, the upgraded gun worked well, allowing her to take out a third-stage zombie with a second-stage crystal core without much effort. Satisfied with the weapon's effectiveness, Amaze began a long series of stealth attacks. She targeted a few zombies that looked easier to handle, shooting them in the neck without giving them any chance. The neck injuries were severe, affecting the spinal nerves behind, making their upper bodies almost unable to move. Thus, these zombies could only lie on the ground, futilely trying to prop themselves up with their legs, like fish out of water, going from thrashing about to eventually giving up. Meanwhile, Spencer finished roasting the scythe zombie. He carefully extracted its intact crystal core, storing it in his pocket, then picked up the vine still binding the zombie, which hadn't been fully burned by his psychic ability. Even though he was now a third-stage psychic, the blazing fire couldn't completely burn the golden vine. The ashy surface was due to the remnants of the burned zombie. After careful wiping, the vine regained its luster, even more brilliant than before the burning. After cleaning up the battlefield, Spencer went to find Amaze. She was busy using the crystal core gun to sweep through zombies, having already disabled over a dozen, combining efforts with other groups' artillery to completely obliterate them. Amaze moved around the area, ensuring almost every zombie was threatened by her gun. Just as she was aiming again, she suddenly felt her hand stiffen, losing all control. Her finger, ready to pull the trigger, wouldn't obey her commands. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. A zombie only 10 meters away approached her. Frozen in place, she couldn't make any defensive moves, not even breathe properly. She realized she was being controlled by a psychic-type zombie. Her resistance against such zombies was relatively weak, so she almost instantly lost control of her body. She had no resistance process this time. She lost control over her own movements. Chapter 124 Capture. There was a zombie among this group that could control humans. This was something Amaze had never experienced before. Even though she tried her best to fight for control over her body, she still couldn't manage it. She could only watch helplessly as the leading zombie lunged forward with outstretched hands. Amaze could see the pitch-black nails on this zombie's hand. Its poison seemed more potent than others. Would its scratches hurt even more? In that split second, Amaze's eyes widened, as if trying to remember this moment. The clawing zombie in front of her was sent flying by Hobart with a powerful kick. Amaze's heart suddenly relaxed. At this moment, she could feel Hobart's concern for her, as well as a vine continuously entwining around her body. A surge of plant energy suddenly surged into her body. It felt like Amaze was pulled out from an icy sea, with warmth spreading throughout her entire being. The limbs that had been soaked in wood-type ability felt as if they were thawing. With the assistance of the vines, Amaze regained control over her body. She used her ability in tandem with the wood-type ability, sending warmth through her limbs and freeing up some stiff parts of her body. By now, Hobart had already taken care of the first charging zombie. Amaze, feeling reborn, quickly surveyed the group of zombies. They kept growling after seeing their comrade killed, as if plotting something. Amaze darted around quickly, observing the zombie crowd from different angles and noticed the little girl was indeed missing. A few chubby, round zombies that usually stayed close to her had also vanished. This must be why these headless zombies were attacking so disorganized. In her previous life, some obscure small bases were often destroyed by organized groups of zombies led by a leader. She noticed a zombie wrapped entirely in silk threads. Its movements were rigid at every joint, appearing completely mechanical, almost like a puppet controlled by strings. It must be this one. After gaining abilities, zombies usually exhibit changes related to their powers. This zombie looked notably different from the others, thin and skeletal, devoid of soul, just like how she felt when being controlled. With a simple gesture, Amaze let Hobart know what she intended to do. Using the vines, Amaze charged into the zombie crowd, attempting to take out the target. Meanwhile, Hobart acted as a diversion using fire-type abilities to draw attention from other zombies. The vines were secured to the largest nearby tree. Amaze tested them under the tree and found them strong enough for the preliminary preparations. One hand clung to the vines as an anchor and swing point, while the other grasped a dagger tightly. After a few running steps, she swung into the middle of the zombie crowd like a monkey leaping through trees. Kicking several zombies sequentially to change her swinging position, she finally came into contact with the zombie that could control humans. Turning swiftly, Amaze easily dragged the thin zombie away from the group. Due to the brief contact time, she couldn't kill it instantly. Her only choice was to separate it from the group. Amaze once again repeated the same technique, returning to the original location with the zombie in tow. This zombie continued to use its ability to attack Amaze's bodily control, attempting to regain dominance over her. However, after the previous assault, her body was fortified significantly, making it difficult for either side to gain immediate advantage. Hobart intervened, slicing through its flesh with his dagger, extracting a shimmering crystal core. This crystal was dazzlingly beautiful and eerily similar to the crystal core from the crystalline zombie she had encountered earlier. Only now did she understand the ability of that particular zombie. Unfortunately, no one else possessed a similar ability, so this crystal could only remain dormant in her system until it found a suitable user. After dealing with this troublesome foe, the remaining zombies seemed even crazier, rushing towards them without fear of artillery and flames. Their target began to act erratically as well, indicating the situation was spiraling out of control. Let's retreat first. We'll have plenty of opportunities to deal with this scorpion. Hobart's suggestion was supported by Amaze, and they immediately withdrew. Amaze used the crystal core gun, while Hobart employed his ability. They ran back to the trench's edge, where others used their abilities to build a bridge for them to return. As soon as they returned, the zombies rushed to the edge. People chose to continue bombarding with artillery fire, and the zombies, seeing humans on the other side of the ditch, jumped down without a second thought. The zombies that jumped down found themselves unable to climb back up. Some of the more intelligent zombies realized they shouldn't jump directly and started thinking of other ways to cross over. The zombies that fell into the ditch were treated warmly by the humans. A casual release of a fire-type ability turned the entire ravine into a sea of flames. Amaze had earlier laid down a lot of gasoline and crude oil, using the fire to isolate them from the zombies. There were now only 16 zombies clearly visible on the opposite bank. These 16 zombies were already among the most intelligent and powerful in the group. They stood at the edge of the sea of flames, unwilling to advance or retreat. If you can't spit out the hot food, you will get burned, Amaze muttered to herself, addressing the zombies across from her. At this distance, Hobart's ability became much easier to use, and even their crystal core guns could finish them off. The scene turned into a one-sided massacre. The sounds of swords and firearms were continuous. Many zombies' bodies had become impervious to blades and bullets, but they couldn't escape Hobart's ability attacks. Meanwhile, Amaze wasn't idle either. She utilized the vines that obeyed her commands to lift all the zombies on the opposite side and threw them into the fiery pit. Since you won't jump, then let me help you jump. However, these zombies weren't easy prey either. The steel-type zombies being dragged into the pit below could only wail pitifully, while some wood-type zombies saw Amaze attack and mimicked it by entangling a person. Ah! Josephine Jinghan, save me. This loud cry drew everyone's attention to his situation. The one who was entangled was their old acquaintance, Yahaya. This left Amaze unprepared. Her vines instantly changed direction and began fighting with the wood-type zombie. Other wood-type ability users wanted to help but found their vines couldn't span the long ditch, making it impossible to assist. They could only watch helplessly from the sidelines as Yahaya was captured, completely at a loss. Chapter 125 Boiling Eggs. Spencer noticed two vines of different colors fighting in the air above the trench, with a person entangled within them, nearly being roasted by flames, shouting incessantly. Spencer immediately changed his target of attack, surrounding the zombie with fire skills. Wood-type zombies are naturally afraid of fire abilities. To protect itself, it could only choose to conserve its ability and confront Spencer's fire skill. Reluctantly, it dropped the person it had captured. Rosalie experienced a brief bungee jumping adventure and was finally caught and pulled up by Amaze just 1 second before he touched the flames. Other water-type ability users quickly condensed some water to help him cool down. Although this unfortunate fellow wasn't seriously injured, most of his body hair was scorched away, leaving only a few curls on his head. Fortunately, his spirits were good, continually patting his chest and grinning. What great fortune and longevity. Everyone chuckled softly. Though they felt sorry for him, under the premise that he survived, there was still some humor in the situation. Amaze glanced at Rosalie and found him only blackened in places but otherwise unharmed. Only my skin hurts a bit, all the sisters. Amaze tried to approach him. Others seeing her come over, made way for her. She squatted down, using her ability to touch Rosalie's body. The moment her ability touched his skin, Amaze felt as if she were in an arid desert, where cracked land urgently needed her gentle energy to moisturize. Amaze carefully controlled her ability, moving through the cracks in the land, gradually healing the fissures in his skin. She was so focused on manipulating her ability that she didn't notice the scene around her. What others saw was Amaze's ability enveloping her and Rosalie like a soft, holy light. Within about a minute, Rosalie's skin had fully regenerated, making him look completely renewed. It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Josephine Jinghan. He was astonished, thanking Amaze while poking and touching himself, feeling no pain whatsoever. Seeing a big boy's skin become so smooth, some even wanted Amaze to give them a skin renewal treatment. Rosalie was still getting used to his new skin, and everyone envied him. His visible body parts were now rosy-lipped and white-toothed, looking like a fair-skinned young man with smooth, hairless skin, including his bald head. He resembled a freshly peeled boiled egg, white and tender. Amaze couldn't help laughing at his new appearance. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. How about you bear with it for a bit? Or find someone who can regrow your hair? Rosalie pursed his lips, thinking the latter suggestion was better left unsaid. He touched his smooth head shyly. No, I'll leave right now. Noticing his embarrassment, the others stopped teasing him. This brief joy lightened many people's worries. Currently, 5 zombies remained on the other side, neither killed nor dragged into the pit, including the most powerful-looking scorpion zombie. After resolving the special situation, Amaze returned to her battlefield. The 5 zombies opposite clearly had high intelligence, having already figured out Spencer's farthest attack range. They stood there confidently, not using their abilities, as human attack abilities couldn't reach them. Both sides stood facing each other across the banks, neither moving forward, with thick smoke rising between them, obscuring their vision. Amaze, standing by the riverbank, couldn't pinpoint what felt wrong. It should have been a heated battle, yet everything seemed frozen. She turned to ask Spencer, "What's going on? Can't we fight them?" Spencer seemed to be thinking of something, leaning closer to speak to her. Amaze noticed the decreasing distance between them, her heart suddenly pounding. She had never been afraid of Spencer getting close, but this not so close nor too distant proximity made her feel an unfamiliar nervousness. "You're not Balder, who are you?" Amaze took 2 steps back, sternly questioning Spencer. The Spencer before her smiled helplessly, trying to rub her head, but was held in place by Amaze's dagger threat. "Do you actually doubt I'm fake?" The Spencer before her frowned, deeply saddened. "Jinghan, how could you think such things about me?" As soon as she heard that, Amaze immediately glared coldly at him, pressing the dagger in her hand against Spencer's neck. "Speak up, who are you really?" It wasn't enough for her, and she pressed the knife forward even more, drawing blood on his neck. "Where is my brother Yuan?" Her angry expression did not anger Spencer. He raised one hand in a gesture of surrender while using the other to steady the dagger at his neck, preventing Amaze from moving further. His eyes were full of helplessness. "I told you, I'm just me. Why don't we focus on dealing with the zombies across from us?" He started changing the subject, which only made Amaze more convinced this was not Spencer. The two locked eyes, and Amaze carefully examined Spencer's face. Finding his appearance consistent with her memories, she silently touched the crystal core gun she had just put away in the system, quietly pressing it to his head. Their eyes met again, and Spencer's face was full of sorrow. "So you still don't trust me?" Amaze's lips curled slightly. The environment around them was utterly quiet. The crowd that had been laughing moments ago had fallen silent. This only reinforced the feeling that the world before her was so unreal. "As long as you tell me who you really are, I won't kill you now." She said this not because she truly intended to let this zombie go but to find out if this person was a hallucination of Spencer or his real body being controlled by someone else. Spencer's lips moved up and down, pouting repeatedly as he continued to look pitiful. Seeing that Amaze would not trust him no matter how he changed, he finally gave up and laughed bitterly. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to be exposed so quickly by you. What a bore." Amaze didn't lower her gun. After their masks had slipped, she needed to be even more cautious. "So who are you? Where has Spencer gone?" Spencer dropped his raised hands and completely ignored the crystal core gun in her hand. "This is my illusion, naturally I am in charge here. As for Spencer, he has his own matters to attend to. You should stop worrying about him and think more about yourself." This was the first time Amaze had heard the term illusion, and she boldly guessed that the Spencer before her was not his physical body, but rather, just a shadow. Chapter 126, Falling In. "So where are you?" She scrutinized Spencer's face intently. This familiar face now bore strange expressions, arrogance, indifference, all of which were contrary to the warmth, trust, and love he used to show. "You can find your Balder if you can find me, but I will only play with you for 30 seconds. After that, if you cannot break out of this illusion, you'll be trapped here forever." Ha 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 ha. 30 seconds. Amaze didn't have time to think. She didn't want to hear this zombie ramble on. With a bang, she shot Spencer down with the crystal core gun. The figure in front of her dissolved into ripples and vanished. Even as an illusion, you don't deserve to wear this face. After doing this, she still had 28 seconds left. Since this was an illusion, it must be mostly false with a bit of truth. And that sliver of truth would be the key to leaving this illusion. Why not cut through the mess? Amaze loaded more crystal cores and fired at every illusion she could see without a second thought. These figures stood dazedly, all of them fake. Some exploded like balloons, leaving nothing but their outer shell, others shattered like mirrors, scattering into nothingness. Not only did she strike down many figures who seemed to have fought alongside her, but when all these illusions faded, 2 people remained. Tasha and Amiel. Young Tasha greeted Amaze with a smile. "You're the new little sister, right? I'm your elder sister, just call me Jerome." Amiel sighed deeply at Amaze. "You gave me quite a scare, girl. Next time you want to go out, tell me first. Don't sneak out with your sister, it's too dangerous." They spoke of things they once experienced, rare happy memories between Tasha, Amiel, and herself. Back then, Tasha wasn't as malicious as she is now. Though Amaze knew it was the zombie manipulating her memories as bait, she felt a twinge of reluctance. Biting her lip, she raised the crystal core gun again, eliminating them without hesitation. Between heaven and earth, only she and another Amaze remained, both holding guns. Barrel against barrel, person against person. Even knowing it was an illusion, Amaze marveled at how real the other version of herself appeared, like a perfect mirror reflection, identical in every movement. "Are you me?" 10 seconds left. Amaze guessed that this other self was the core of the illusion. The other Amaze smiled gently. You are you, and you are also me. But you don't know, you're still me. Her words were vague, time did not wait, Amaze closed her eyes and fired. The other Amaze shattered instantly. As she shattered, that Amaze's lips curled with a cryptic smile, forming silent words. You'll regret this. Once that Amaze completely shattered, the illusion broke, and she returned to reality. At that moment, Spencer grabbed her arm, his face anxious. What happened? You suddenly fainted while talking, nearly falling over. Cherries, we thought you hadn't eaten enough. Abdullahi rushed over to check on her, though not a professional, he was more authoritative than others. Luckily you woke up, otherwise Balder would have eaten me alive with worry. Hearing his teasing, Amaze glanced at Spencer. I'm fine, just a momentary lapse. Alright, that's good. You two chat, I'm off. Knowing these two needed to talk, Abdullahi left. Realizing Amaze hadn't been honest, Spencer still supported her. What did you experience? It wasn't just a momentary lapse. Looking into his sincere eyes, so different from the false him, Amaze smiled brightly. A zombie created an illusion of you and everyone else. But I knew it was fake. Her hand traced over the 5 zombies across from her, each one different, with varied abilities. Ultimately, her white fingertips pointed to the suited zombie. It must be him. The targeted zombie showed no reaction, seemingly indifferent to Amaze's actions. Spencer followed the direction of her finger and saw the target zombie. That zombie seemed indifferent, but its attempt to secretly conceal itself betrayed its guilt. Little did the zombie know, Amaze had quickly shattered all illusions with rapid shots without indulging in its ramblings. A normal person would likely be hesitant, desperately seeking non-existent clues, and end up trapped in that environment. Seeing it trying to sneakily hide, Amaze couldn't believe that a zombie capable of manipulating minds was actually a coward. Unfortunately, the distance between them was quite far, making it difficult for either her powers or the crystal core gun to reach. Just as the two were about to try again, the scorpion zombie they truly feared suddenly charged over like it had gone mad. Facing a nearly 5-meter-wide trench, it fearlessly leaped forward and plunged right into the pit. The surviving zombies by now certainly weren't unintelligent. This action must have some deeper meaning. Flames roared within the trench, smoke billowing, stinging their eyes. Quickly retreat. Back inside the fence. Amaze sensed something amiss and urgently warned everyone to retreat from this potential danger. Hearing Amaze's sudden warning, everyone hesitated for a moment. Seeing her packing up and retreating, they followed suit, withdrawing in an orderly manner until they reached the vicinity of the villa complex. Amaze stood on higher ground, observing the situation. She noticed that the flames seemed to have no effect on the zombie in the pit. Its raised scorpion tail, like a grappling hook, extended forward and firmly embedded into the soil on the pit wall. With the effort of its upper body, it climbed halfway up the pit, extracted its tail, and tried again. Soon, a thin line of its body began to emerge. That was the outline of its imminent emergence. Chapter 127, Coming Ashore. This ravine wasn't far from the villa complex, and some people had already caught sight of part of the zombie's body emerging. Once again, it clung firmly to the edge with its upper body, its tail raised high, a matte black carapace that appeared incredibly menacing against the smoke. The others, seeing this zombie climb ashore, began to panic visibly. Cherrit, watching Amaze and his companions remain composed, calmed their nerves. Many spontaneously attacked it with crystal nucleus guns and explosives, hoping to knock it down or make it retreat, only to find that these attacks were as ineffective as drizzle against the scorpion zombie, not hurting it in the slightest. Witnessing this scene, everyone realized that these weapons were useless against it. They stopped attacking, their faces stern, silently waiting for the beast's arrival. The scorpion zombie that had already climbed ashore swaggered toward the human settlement, its raised tail swaying menacingly. High-voltage electricity had been set up for defense. Amaze and Spencer signaled others to retreat further while they stepped forward to intercept it outside the villa, preventing it from harming anyone else once inside. Just as they were about to go out, Alana hurried over and stopped them. Her pregnancy was quite advanced, she rushed here for fear of being too late. She was sweating profusely. Seeing the scorpion still moving slowly, Amaze went to support her. Alana handed over 2 pairs of gloves and 2 vests. Without argument, she helped Amaze put on the vest, explaining as she adjusted it, "These are made from the mutated insect corpses you helped me collect before. I thought their hardness was high and researched ways to make armor. This time, I managed to create these 2 items for you first. Armor protects the heart, ensuring you both stay alive. Armor also shields your hands, ensuring your attacks aren't compromised." Amaze didn't know where this came from. Just as she wanted to comment on her own strength, she met Amiel's worried gaze and couldn't speak. Spencer quietly put on his armor. Any defensive measure was better than none, even if unsure how long it would last, it was certainly better than using their bodies to absorb attacks. Equipped with armor, they prepared to move quickly. Macy and Carnell joined them from behind, though less skilled, their abilities could still offer some help. Amaze and Spencer stood in front of everyone, embodying the spirit of one man guarding the pass can hold off 10,000. The scorpion zombie, upon seeing them, paid them no mind and continued its leisurely approach. Amaze held a vine, which, under her power, obeyed her command perfectly, much more effective than some crystal nucleus guns. She felt satisfied with her young yet reliable weapon. Faced with this zombie, whose shell was nearly impenetrable by knives or guns, she intended to bind it with Vine's furs. Sweat dripped from Amaze's palms, making the smooth vine hard to grip, but it provided a sense of security more than actual control. Preparing, they stood roughly 30 meters away. Both rushed at it from either side. People inside the villa installed powerful lights overhead, illuminating the ground like daylight, aiding their battle. The light seemed to slow the zombie slightly. Although initially blinding, everyone adapted quickly. To avoid friendly fire, those behind ceased firing, while those with higher abilities tried manipulating their powers to attack the zombie. As abilities were unleashed, Amaze and Spencer arrived near the zombie. Spencer used a fiery dragon to attack the zombie's face and sides, which appeared paler and more vulnerable compared to its black front. Amaze understood this too. She controlled the vines to tightly bind the zombie's tail, looping around several times to ensure stability. Despite all her effort, veins bulging, she couldn't flip it over. She intensified her control over the vines, finally managing to lift the struggling zombie at an angle. Spencer seized the opportunity and directed the fire dragon to strike its soft abdomen. A shrill scream erupted as the zombie began convulsing, a stark contrast to its previous indifferent demeanor. Its vigorous back-and-forth movements were accompanied by the constant sound of hard objects hitting the ground, while Amaze, controlling the vines, was pulled off balance due to its thrashing. She quickly released her grip and used her ability to guide the vines to wrap around the zombie several more times. Taking advantage of its attempt to dodge the fire dragon, she tightly bound its tail to its body. Exhausting her abilities, she managed to secure it firmly, but its powerful tail continued to resist the vine's restraint. Her mental strength was nearing depletion, and her clothes were drenched in sweat. She raised her hand and ate an energy pill. This item had never been useful to her before, and she had never tried one. Now, experiencing such a drain on her powers for the first time, she could finally taste this little candy. Amaze had temporarily subdued the zombie using her powers, allowing Spencer to attack swiftly. He fed it 3 energy pills and squeezed out all remaining energy from his body, transforming it into 2 nearly 1 meter long fire dragons to attack the scorpion zombie together. Surrounded on 3 sides and occasionally targeted by other types of abilities, the zombie's struggles escalated, causing it to leap. Its increased struggle indicated they had hit a sensitive spot. Pain. You damned humans. Amaze thought she heard the zombie speak again. The last time she heard this voice was when Helena's zombie mother spoke. This time, however, it came from a non-humanoid zombie. Amaze felt some confusion within her. She had always believed her power was linked to wood-type abilities and was not a standard healing type. Unexpectedly, she once again heard the zombie speak. She couldn't help raising an eyebrow, feeling somewhat pleased. She hadn't expected to awaken 2 abilities in this lifetime. Unfortunately, she couldn't communicate with them. Chapter 128 Ambush. But soon, her joy faded. Everyone else only had to face the constantly writhing and struggling zombies, while she not only had to endure the encouragement from the human side but also this zombie's painful and helpless groan. A gentle energy flowed within Amaze, indicating the energy pill was starting to take effect. She increased her control over the vines, tightening them around the zombie once again. Unsurprisingly, she received another round of insults. Amaze listened to its curses while keeping a wary eye on the other side, afraid it would use the distraction to sneak attack while humans were unaware. The zombie was now barely alive, its iron-like shell undamaged, but the attacks on its abdomen and neck had opened a breach in its defenses. After nearly an hour, the zombie's defenses finally crumbled. Its physical defense retreated. Hobart pushed hard, burning the inside of its head until only a crystal core remained standing upright in the center. Seeing that the zombie no longer mumbled or struggled, Amaze approached and extracted the crystal core directly from its brain through the mouthpart. The others cheered upon seeing such a large scorpion zombie being defeated. Big Josephine Jinghan is so awesome. Balder did great. We're saved. Relieved, people started discussing the intense battle and their emotions with those around them. This was Amaze's first time seeing a crystal core from such a large insect-type zombie. It had more angular edges compared to human zombie cores but was similar in size. The color matched its shell, a matte black, with an oily feel. She stood up and showed the crystal core to Hobart. This core feels special and solid, maybe we can make another armor plate with it. Amaze pointed at her own armor, which made her sweat profusely because of excessive power usage. Unfortunately, the armor wasn't breathable enough, making her feel unbearably hot. Hobart watched her proudly showing off, reminiscent of the innocent little girl he knew long ago. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Amaze lean forward, looking uncomfortable. He immediately rushed to catch her wobbling body. Her face turned pale, a stark contrast to her previous liveliness. Everything happened so quickly, no one knew what had transpired. Alicia, where does it hurt? His voice was slightly panicked, wanting to touch her but fearing he might worsen her pain. With trembling hands, unsure of what to do, he cursed his limited ability, which could only alleviate pain but not other discomforts. Amaze felt a sudden dizziness, accompanied by nausea. She fumbled behind her, something seemed wrong earlier. The observant Hobart helped her turn around and noticed the scorpion's tail lying behind her, having escaped his line of sight and ambushing her. He carefully examined her exposed skin, finding nothing wrong. Following her hand, he lifted her shirt slightly and found a small black hole on her waist. Using his powers to sense the same area, Hobart felt nothing and frowned, thinking hard for a solution. The festive atmosphere was interrupted by concern for Amaze. People forgot about the zombies watching from across the river and gathered around. Abdullahi and Hobie ran the fastest, with others calling out Jinghan's name continuously. Hearing these calls, Amaze felt lightheaded and dizzy. Anxious, Hobart picked her up carefully, avoiding her wound, and carried her to the vines for help. Others gathered but were dispersed by Abdullahi and Hobie, Need some space, everyone, step back. Only a few stayed close, while the rest resumed bombarding the zombies in frustration. Amaz's lips gradually turned black, unlike typical zombie virus symptoms. Even the doctors were helpless, leaving Jude overwhelmed. He stumbled backward, caught just in time by Marshall. With 2 people from the family down, and the vines showing no reaction to help Amaze in this state. They neither adsorbed the toxins for her nor twisted anxiously. Finally, when everyone was at a loss on what to do, Amaze's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Since she had awakened, others felt somewhat relieved. However, her lips were still alarmingly black, and her face contorted with pain, which frightened everyone. No one dared to touch her or knew where exactly she felt uncomfortable. Amaze was suffering from severe dizziness and used 200% of her strength to activate her ability. The ability moved from head to toe extremely slowly as the pathways in her body were blocked by toxins, making it difficult for her ability to clear them out. She could only concentrate all her energy to break through a blockage, but the toxins acted like non-Newtonian fluid, becoming denser the more they were pushed against. Even the area around her waist where the toxins entered started to feel icy cold. Her ability had always been gentle and warm like a trickle of water. This was the first time she felt her body getting cold because of the toxins. Seeing her face turning increasingly pale, Hobart interrupted her actions. Your condition is wrong, stop using your ability. Amaze came to her senses. The more she used her ability, the more these toxins would clog her body. To break through the toxins, she had to work twice as hard to concentrate her energy. Thus, she fell into a cycle. In fact, her ability did not disperse the toxins. Instead, the toxins multiplied when encountering her ability. As an ability user, when faced with many problems, she would instinctively choose to solve them with her own ability. But such an instinctive reaction could lead her into the trap of the toxins. She tried to suppress her body's impulse and refrained from using her ability to solve the problem. Although she was still uncomfortable, it was much more bearable than when she used her ability to impact the toxins. She endured the dizziness and instructed Hobart to deal with the zombies across first. Amaze pointed weakly toward the opposite side, suit. The suit zombie was their next target. And this scorpion zombie, which Alana initially wanted to continue studying for its shell, became inappropriate for her to mention due to Amaze's situation. Fortunately, Hobart understood Alana. He directly threw the scorpion zombie's corpse into the ravine. True gold fears no fire, the truly useful parts would surely withstand the flames below. After the roaring flames subsided, what remained would certainly be the hardest and most valuable parts of the body. Amaze's current condition made her unsuitable to stay here, but he still needed to quickly resolve the remaining 4 zombies across. Kerry was assigned to escort her, while Marshall took the unconscious Jude back. Obduraman supported Alana, trailing behind the 4 of them, slowly walking back. They were confident in Hobart's capabilities, while some remained on edge, constantly worried about their safety and attentively watching the battlefield. Night had fallen deep, and for most people, it would be a sleepless night. Chapter 129, Awakening. After returning to the villa, Amaze lay down. She felt as if the world was spinning, and she forced her mind not to think about anything, eventually falling into a light sleep. Macy did not stay by her bedside. After bringing Amaze back, she returned to the battlefield where her comrades were still fighting. So no one noticed the vines slowly creeping onto Amaze's body, doing something unknown. The room was faintly illuminated with alternating golden and silver lights, which lasted for 2 or 3 minutes before ending. Outside, people continued their battle. With Spencer leading and Macy assisting, they tried to lure the few zombies on the opposite side over to eliminate them. Seeing the scorpion zombies already dead, the remaining zombies took a few steps back. Spencer sneered, not sure why they were so timid. Since the cannons couldn't penetrate the scorpion's hide, but it was more than enough for other zombie skins. Spencer replaced Amaze in organizing the teams to attack from different positions over a wide area. The forested area, now largely scorched black by the bombardment, saw many trees catching fire. But the zombies' nature remained focused on breeding, endlessly hostile towards humans. Even though they had retreated slightly, it didn't mean they would leave or give up. Spencer organized others to fire cannons while he climbed to a high point, holding a bow taller than a man. He drew the bow with his left hand and pulled the arrow with his right, the bow fully drawn like a full moon, corresponding with the blue moon in the sky. Suddenly, Spencer released the arrow, which shot through the air and pierced the suit-wearing zombie that Amaze feared most, nailing it to the ground. Though its head wasn't damaged, being pinned down meant it couldn't move easily. Other zombies, seeing their companion pinned, looked in the direction of the arrow, finding only bright lights with no human figures. After firing the arrow, Spencer quietly left and moved to another position, hiding on the treetops. Seeing good results, he drew the bow again, this time as wide as a cartwheel, and fired another arrow that nailed another zombie between a tree and the ground, immobilizing it. A wood-type zombie reacted by wrapping itself with branches, even moving the vines on its body to defend itself. Fortunately, Spencer borrowed a cannon from a team, adjusted the angle, and took advantage of the zombie's focus on self-defense to lob a grenade beside it. Amidst the raging battle, the sound of the grenade landing went unnoticed. Only 2 seconds later, the wood-type zombie died due to its static defense. Another zombie was blown to pieces by the explosions. Once all the zombies lost their ability to move, Spencer used his abilities to approach and shattered the necks and upper bodies of the 2 pinned zombies with a crystal core gun. In such situations, even without any aggressive actions, he swiftly cut off their heads and extracted the cores. No casualties occurred at this moment, and scouts confirmed no other zombies had landed nearby. Only then did everyone truly relax. Without saying much after collecting the cores, Spencer, worried about Amaze, nodded to Macy and left. Macy could only take over Amaze's work and arrange shifts for everyone. Follow the previous squad order for shifts tonight, rotating every 3 hours. Scouts will rotate every 2. Thank you all for your hard work. After resolving this zombie attack, we need everyone's cooperation to get through this crisis. Everyone understood that they couldn't rely solely on a few individuals to protect everyone. They echoed Macy, cooperate sincerely, get through this together. People cleaned up the battlefield in an orderly manner, water ability users extinguished the fires, and those with no immediate tasks returned home to rest. Even resting, after such intense battles, the rumbling of cannons echoed in their ears, making it impossible for them to truly sleep soundly. They spent the night on edge, barely sleeping. Spencer brought a few cores and went to find Amaze. He quickly and quietly ascended upstairs and entered the room, finding it dimly lit, with no lights on. Amaze made no sound, presumably already asleep. Not reassured, he decided to guard her through the night. That night passed dreamlessly. When Amaze woke up, she found her right arm numb from Spencer accidentally leaning on it while sleeping on the bed. She gently moved her arm, trying to minimize movement. But she still startled Spencer awake. He looked at Amaze with red eyes. Are you still feeling unwell anywhere? Amaze carefully sensed her body, and it seemed there was no special sensation. She slowly tried to gather her power, only to find that most of the toxins in her body had already vanished. And her power felt even more abundant now. She could use her power to envelop these remaining toxins, gradually converting them into her own energy. It almost felt like a blessing in disguise. Amaze widened her eyes and told Spencer this surprising news. The toxins seem to have been converted into my power. However, whether her power increased or not wasn't his primary concern. Even if she had no power, it didn't matter to him. Are you still uncomfortable? He only cared about whether Amaze felt better now. No worries, I can feel some toxins left in my body, but given time, I'll definitely clear them all out. She raised an eyebrow, trying to comfort Spencer's worried heart playfully. I won't die, my power is pretty awesome. Spencer chuckled, fearing she might be lying. I understand. Do you want to lie down a bit more? Amaze sat up, not intending to keep lying down. I think Elroy also fainted yesterday, I should check on him. Spencer already knew everything about what she cared about. I asked Marshall. Elroy just got too excited yesterday, so he fainted. He's fine today and is still sleeping. Don't go and disturb him. Amaze understood that Hardy had been worried about her, and she hoped he could rest more, so she decided not to go see him. Instead, she turned around and suggested to Spencer, I want to check on Ruben's room. He wasn't here yesterday, so I guess he probably left on his own. Of course, Spencer would follow her wishes and accompanied her to Ruben's room. The room was immaculate, with no signs of disorder. The bedding was neatly folded, and on the table lay a bulging bag with a piece of paper underneath. Chapter 130, Containment. Amaze pulled out the paper and saw a few sentences written on it. If there's anything, come find me at Yunjong base. Todd left. She passed the paper to Spencer. After both of them finished reading, they understood what was going on. Their guess was right. Todd must have some connection with the two Shu brothers, and his abrupt departure this time back to the base was probably to inform them about the zombies. Unfortunately, Todd did not know Amaze well enough. Actually, I've already told them. Whether or not they can find out depends on their fortune. Spencer shook his head, not believing in the concept of fortune. You forgot, I also sent messages to them. My superior has received the message and will share information with other major bases. The two stared at the bulging bag of items on the table, lost in thought. Amaze casually tossed the paper onto the table, then noticed a few words on the back as it flipped over. Wait for me. Amaze smiled. Her judgment of people wasn't entirely wrong. She tapped the paper on the table, signaling to Spencer that there had been a twist in the situation. Finally, she picked up the small bag full of crystal cores from the table. Inside were both second and third grade crystal cores, probably all the earnings Todd had accumulated these past few days. She jiggled the bag, estimating there were around 30 to 50 cores of various sizes. Satisfied, she took the crystal cores and left. The fire in the trench had already been extinguished, and the night shift personnel had already changed shifts and rested. Amaze once again used the vines to pull up the scorpion shell she had pushed into the pit the previous day. Perhaps because the scorpion shell no longer contained any flesh or blood, or perhaps because her energy had grown significantly, Amaze didn't use as much effort this time, making it easier than the night before. Her actions drew the attention and concern of many people around her. Pearson, if you feel unwell, go rest a bit more. You scared us to death yesterday. Elroy's and aunts started nagging her. One reason why she got up so early and ran out was that she made the family worry yesterday. Though her body was fine, if Sierra caught her, she might get another round of lectures. She couldn't avoid trouble on the first day but couldn't escape it on the 15th either. Even outside, she would be nagged. Understanding everyone's good intentions, she nodded in agreement. Cherries, I'm fine. My body has recovered, please don't worry. I'll go organize this big guy now. To stop the chatter, she carried the scorpion shell, claiming she needed to tidy it up. Seeing Jinghan still had things to do, the others stopped talking. Oh, you young people should take care of your bodies. Cheria, don't tire yourself too much. Facing everyone's concern, Amaze understood, but after hearing so many reminders, she wanted to run away. Since the scorpion shell couldn't be stored in the system, she asked Spencer and the vines for help to carry the big shell back home to Alana. Alana was interested in it, and usually, she would develop products for free and let Amaze use them. However, this time, Amaze didn't want Alana to touch the shell directly. For one, there was uncertainty about whether there were toxins left in the shell, posing a risk to her. Secondly, with only about a month left until delivery, Amaze hoped Alana could spend less time in the lab and rest more for better health during childbirth. The baby in her belly should be the first child born in this small base, and Amaze was full of anticipation. Based on her experience from the previous life, the likelihood of zombies falling from dimensional rifts during the day was low, as they still had some aversion to daylight and preferred to act at night. Sure enough, just as dusk approached, around 7 or 8 in the evening, when the sky was darkening but the sun hadn't completely set, a much larger rift opened in the sky, far bigger than the last one. Pearson, look west quickly. Hearing this, Amaze hurriedly looked towards the west and saw countless zombies dropping through the massive rift. They looked frail and tiny, like ants, falling one by one from above. Compared to yesterday, they were not large in size. A rough estimate showed that most were first-grade zombies, though there might be some second- or third-grade zombies leading the group to command the attack on human settlements. It was clear that these zombies were the ones that would attack tonight, and Amaze actually felt a sense of relief. Although their numbers were large, the difficulty was low, making them suitable for those who had just gained abilities at the first stage to practice. By this time, everyone had finished dinner, so Amaze organized the team to go out and eliminate the zombies. The team formation was based on yesterday's groups, with 5 people in each group forming a fixed formation. This time, they took the initiative to strike, going out to find the zombies. The sentries had already scouted ahead. They positioned themselves about 200 to 300 meters in front of the zombie horde, setting up cannons. The zombies, smelling the human scent, rushed forward frantically. Once they were within range, the humans began firing. The zombies paid no attention to the cannonballs flying everywhere, but it was these very cannonballs that ended their lives. After being filtered by the artillery fire, more than half of the zombies were killed on the spot, leaving over 1,000 still alive. Amaze gathered all the weapons aside. The rest is up to you for practice. Remember to attract zombies as teams, don't run alone. Hearing that they would get hands-on experience, everyone rubbed their hands eagerly. Today's zombies were too high level, and they could only serve as cannon fodder. Today's level was just right for them. Amaze calculated carefully. There were less than 10 squads, and the number of zombies was slightly overwhelming. She used a meter-long vine from yesterday, infusing it with today's abundant energy. After absorbing the energy, the vine grew significantly longer. She waved the vine, intercepting many zombies and binding them together, tying them to 2 thick tree trunks. The zombies charged recklessly from different directions, and the 2 tied trees struggled to hold under the pressure. Fortunately, others diverted some of the zombies away in time, allowing Amaze to release the vines. Everyone else had run far away, leaving only her and Spencer behind, and the zombies had no choice but to lunge at them. The 2 of them acted as bait on the 2 trees. The zombies' bodies hadn't evolved enough to climb and attack them, so they could only use various body parts as weapons to attack continuously from the ground, causing the tree trunks to creak under their assault. Each person stood on one tree, surrounded by nearly 100 zombies. Some kept ramming into the trees while others attacked with their mouths and fingers, causing the trees to tremble slightly. Chapter 131, Little Chicken. The 2 of them, standing far apart and under the strain of the big tree nearly collapsing, leaped away to perch on another tree. They did this just to give others more time and space for practice. Therefore, when encountering zombies along the way, they only killed them if they were in the way. The rest were left alone, as if they were merely farming zombies without attacking them. Apart from avoiding zombies, the duo also checked on each team's condition everywhere. Today, Macy had been resting all day, and he was not very familiar with the others, so he couldn't guarantee how capable each group was. To keep everyone safe at all times, Amaze and Hobart had to observe the conditions of each group from treetops, fearing that any team might get bitten by zombies, leading to issues they couldn't explain to others. The other team members knew that Amaze and company were buying them time, and they were very grateful. Using their powers and convenient weapons, they had killed many zombies. These zombies mostly matched their levels, but humans were much smarter and nimbler than zombies. Being able to use weapons for aid made fighting zombies of the same level a lot easier. One person could deal with 3 or 5 zombies and resolve the situation quickly. Amaze and Hobart delayed for about half an hour until each group cooperated, solving most of the zombie problems. Then they returned to where they started, watching Amaze and Hobart easily jumping between various treetops. Big Josephine Jinghan, we're here. Their large group split into 2 halves, one half rescued Amaze, and the other rescued Hobart. With more people coming, these zombies didn't fixate on whether to eat the ones in trees or on the ground. Naturally, they chose the larger group on the ground for easier access. Most zombies switched directions and pounced toward the small team members. Upon meeting, it became a scene of weapons flying once again. Apart from some slow-to-react zombies who kept attacking the base of the trees, the majority had turned direction. Amaze finished off the remaining zombies with ease. While counting people from the trees, Amaze noticed 2 people were missing. She wanted to ask but found everyone quite busy. Just then, she saw Yahaya whom she saved yesterday and called out his name loudly, Yahaya. 2 people are missing. Hearing her call, Yahaya recalled the matter. 1 person got injured and is walking behind us. Big Josephine Jinghan, remember to rescue him. They all knew Amaze could use vines to treat the zombie virus and prevent zombification. Therefore, even if something went wrong, they weren't panicked. Amaze was about to make a joke but was teased first by Yahaya, His family is pretty wealthy, remember to ask for more crystal cores. Hobart suppressed a laugh, and Amaze cheerfully agreed, of course, I won't hesitate at all. After saying that, she lightly tapped her foot and used the force to jump onto a taller tree, searching for the two missing individuals. After a while, they emerged from under a distant tree. Amaze flew down to meet them. Amaze wasn't very familiar with these two, but they knew her well, Big Josephine Jinghan. Save Roland quickly. Seeing the injured man who was bitten, though not too badly, Amaze used her power to slowly smooth out the wound. A complete tooth mark had already swollen up. Her ability gently passed over, making the swollen, red, and painful wound become smooth as if there was no such wound. At the same time, the zombie virus inside Roland's body was purified in unseen places. All done, bring the crystal cores to our place later. Leaving that sentence, Amaze turned around and left. Saving lives was one thing, but collecting crystal cores was necessary too. Soon after returning, she watched everyone battle the zombies, occasionally joining in with Hobart, guiding them on how to quickly strike for a headshot. By 11 p.m., they ended this battle. There were still many battles like today ahead. Team members continuously grew through practical experience, and after each fight, Amaze would supply them with crystal core water. Through the adept use of abilities and the stimulation from crystal core water, 3 or 5 members ascended to level 2. As for herself, the toxins in her body were gradually clearing, except for the spot where she was pierced on that day, which still contained undigested toxins not fully absorbed by her power. Time continued, and before they knew it, it was early September. After nearly 10 days of training, their skills had become solid. For ordinary level 1 zombies, it took only 3 or 5 strikes to finish them off. Just as everyone was feeling satisfied but slightly tired, a piece of good news came from Macy. Little chicken will all come out today. Hearing this, Amaze's eyes lit up instantly. The arrival of the little chickens meant they would soon be able to eat chicken. Let's go and have a look. She dragged Macy over to the place where they had specifically set up a cozy nest for hatching the chicks, complete with a constant temperature feature. Amaze and Macy squatted happily in front of the nest and saw that several chicks had already fully emerged from their shells, still covered in wet liquid. Originally, she had only exchanged 2 eggs for hatching due to her financial situation. Later, because of Abdullahi, Dayton, and others who were wealthier, she quickly upgraded and exchanged for several more eggs and duck eggs for hatching. The tender yellow color of the chicks was very cute. They did not shy away at the sight of people but instead kept chirping. Amaze wasn't too familiar with them and hesitated to touch them, fearing she might hurt them. Macy, being more experienced, picked up another chick whose feathers were completely dry and handed it to Amaze. Feel free to touch, I've already touched it several times. Only then did Amaze reach out and felt the fluffy body of the chick, sensing its warmth and heartbeat clearly. Such vibrant life was rare in the apocalypse, especially when thinking of how these adorable chicks would eventually turn into drumsticks, eggs, chicken patties, wings, roasted chicken, and so on. At the thought, Amaze almost drooled. But looking at the chick nearly the size of a palm in her hand, she became puzzled. I remember chicks are much smaller than this. How long have they been born? Macy pondered carefully and answered seriously, about 1 or 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Amaze was even more perplexed. Could chicks grow this big in just 1 or 2 hours? We mixed water and vegetables with millet and placed them aside. Some chicks were quite greedy and started eating and drinking right after birth. By the time I noticed them, they had already grown so big. It must have been the energy-rich vegetables accelerating their growth. Faced with this situation, Amaze was delighted. Perhaps they could have some delicious roasted chicken tonight. Fresh meat. Chapter 132, Joining the Battle. Indeed, everyone had some stored meat at home, but this meat had been kept for quite a while and was not as delicious. How could it compare to the aroma of fresh, tender chicken? Very well, we'll wait until the remaining eggs hatch to see if they are roosters or hens. I added more eggs, duck eggs, and such before, right? They should also hatch in a few days, shouldn't they? Herodo, due to having several children who wanted to eat meat, remembered these things even clearer than Amaze. Those will be ready in another 3 or 4 days. Understanding this situation, Amaze returned to the villa and started rummaging through the storage cabinet for meat. She planned to consume all the frozen chicken and duck meat within these few days. In the future, they would have fresh meat available, so there was no need to keep storing it. That noon, they enjoyed many meat dishes and also shared with other neighbors. These past days, everyone had killed numerous zombies, leaving their bodies exhausted, though their stash of resources was abundant. However, not many households had stocked up like Amaze did, thus fewer items were available for exchange. Many hadn't eaten meat for half a month to a month. When Amaze went to deliver meat to them, many families expressed deep gratitude. She also announced that there would be opportunities to eat chicken and duck meat in the future as chicks and ducklings were already being raised. Everyone felt delighted, especially the Mark family. The last time you saved our child, we never got around to expressing our thanks, and now you've brought us meat again. Rosalie, after recovering from his injury, had been participating in missions with the team. His parents were very concerned about him, but he always returned unscathed, which made them trust and appreciate Amaze deeply. These are all things I should do. Next time, remember to bring Rosalie over to pick some chicks. After bidding farewell to the last family, Amaze finally returned home. Normally, they also ate meat occasionally, but in limited quantities, mainly to provide nutrition for Alana. Faced with this sumptuous feast, everyone else was also very happy, knowing that in the future, they would have chicks and ducklings for company. That night, the zombies once again attacked the base, and everyone was full of energy. Who knew that eating meat had such a special effect? As usual, Amaze was the last one to clear the battlefield and help clean up the virus for those unfortunately bitten. In recent days, there were zombie attacks on the villa almost every night. Their levels weren't high, mostly reaching level 2 at most. Everyone just needed to fire a few shots and intercept several waves, and the attacks would be over. People had become accustomed to nightly attacks, treating them as pre-sleep exercise, usually resolving everything by 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. There was a rotation system, but everyone's vigilance had decreased somewhat. However, Amaze, who had experienced the horrific scenes of zombies surrounding the base in her previous life, remained alert inside. Sure enough, that night, during her watch, she went to check near the air raid shelter on the hillside. This was something she did every day. The air raid shelter was their final hope. If they encountered zombies during a retreat, it would pose a great threat to their safety. A failed retreat meant the front line was lost. If the back line also fell, the outcome for everyone was unimaginable. She climbed the hill when she found some time, finding the forest eerily quiet, nothing out of the ordinary. Aymeric followed behind her, constantly investigating. Halfway through their journey, Amaze was suddenly blocked by vines wrapping around her arm. Using her ESP power instinctively, she traced the vine and discovered a massive zombie army not far away. The number was huge, no less than tens of thousands, roughly 3 to 5 kilometers away. The army moved slowly, probably reaching them in about half an hour. The current situation was urgent. Many people were extremely tired after the intense battle. Only the ones on duty were still awake. To avoid alarming the zombies and causing them to move faster, they had to abandon loud ways of waking people up. Amaze and Aymeric could only notify each household one by one. The team members came out to face the enemy, and Amaze decided to activate the air raid shelter. This time, the number was indeed massive, and they only had less than 200 people, including many without ESP powers. Ultimately, only half could go out to fight. Moreover, their bodies couldn't handle it. Arrange for non-combatants to retreat to the air raid shelter. Others try to hold on as much as possible. Aymeric carried out the task, and everyone woke up, still groggy. However, upon hearing about the zombies, everyone instantly became alert. Within 10 minutes, all residents of the villa area had gathered and split into 2 groups. One group, led by Aymeric and Obduraman, escorted them into the air raid shelter, arranging their accommodation, while others worked with Amaze to determine the positions for the groups to carry out artillery bombardments. Trenches had already been dug around the villa area, but for this massive horde of zombies, they could easily fill up these trenches, allowing subsequent zombies to continue their attack. Thus, for a large number of zombies, the trenches were barely useful. Now, they could only rely on continuous artillery attacks, trying to eliminate as many as possible. The teams positioned themselves accordingly and advanced in their designated directions. They stopped about 1 kilometer away and began the bombardment. Zombies have an extremely keen sense of smell. If people were close by, it might speed up their charge. To avoid zombie attacks, everyone would retreat backward, continuing to fire artillery. Until they retreated back to the villa complex, there was nowhere else to go except the air raid shelter. Along the way, they eliminated quite a few zombies, but when the massive army of zombies finally assembled and surrounded the villa complex, they realized that the zombies they had bombed were merely a tiny fraction. A vast sea of zombies roared and screamed incessantly, creating an overwhelming stench that reached into the sky. It was 4 in the morning, the time when people are most exhausted. Standing inside the fence, facing tens of thousands of zombies, many felt their legs turning weak. Though they were nervous, their hands did not stop moving. Everyone tried to fire more shells as quickly as possible, knowing that every shell could mean fewer zombies later. Their fences were electrified with high voltage, but the zombies did not stop at the human height barriers. Just as Amaze was considering whether to retreat them all to the air raid shelter to regain strength before coming out again, something unexpected happened. The vines that had been lazily crawling on the roofs of houses suddenly started moving. They became wildly agitated upon encountering the zombies. Amaze's ESP ability couldn't control them anymore, she couldn't even calm their agitation. Instead, more and more zombies gathered around without attacking, while the vines struck out, sweeping up numerous zombies. Any branch of the vine that touched a zombie would extend countless sharp spines, piercing into the zombie's skin and absorbing its virus. Most branches of the vines extended outside, covering the ground and air, trapping the zombies in place, unable to advance or retreat. The zombies, attracted by the energy from the vines, stayed contentedly at a distance, gnawing on the vines. Unfortunately, their teeth and fingers were not sharp enough to penetrate the vine's defenses, so they could only struggle and gnash uselessly. Chapter 133, Void. All the zombies around the villa, as long as they were within the range of the vine's attack, would be completely wrapped up and absorbed. In a blink of an eye, the vines looked like a gigantic sea monster, waving countless branches, launching a frenzied final assault on the nearby zombies. Amaze's ability had almost no effect on it, akin to a tiny pebble thrown into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. Facing this situation, everyone else stared dumbfounded at the sky. By now, daylight was fully bright, dazzling golden light cascading onto the vines, making them shimmer brilliantly. It was like a huge umbrella, sheltering everyone under it while the enemies outside were reduced to nothing but dregs. Within 3 to 5 seconds, a zombie would be completely drained, leaving only a fist-sized chunk of residue. The proof of their existence was the small green flowers blooming on the vines. While the vines were fighting, humans wouldn't just slack off. Knowing that the vines had relatively high defense, Amaze continued arranging non-stop bombardment points to help the vines clear out the zombies. One by one, shells exploded, trapping the zombies at the entrance so they couldn't come in, dying where various vines intertwined. But their smell was truly unbearable, especially the stench from absorbed zombies. Seeing this scene initially filled people with surprise and gratitude, but after some time, the smell of the residue made many want to vomit. Amaze understood that this wave of zombies was the domain of the vines. So she had others retreat a bit further back, adjusting angles to provide auxiliary attacks. The vines seemed to grow thicker the more viruses they absorbed. Amaze clearly remembered that the vine which sucked Abdullahi's blood was not very thick, with larger flowers blooming on it. Now, the red flower stood out among many green flowers, while the body of the vine was much thicker than before, resembling a giant python. With just one twist, it could crush 3 to 5 zombies. Unable to assist on the front lines, Amaze found gas masks in her system and distributed them to everyone. Those who dare to collect crystal cores, follow me. Their faces were pale, the nausea very strong. Even with masks on, they only slightly blocked out the putrid smell. But these were young and courageous souls. They followed Amaze out, concerned about being called brave. Their main task was to pick crystal cores from areas where zombies were already reduced to residue. Though the vines often demanded crystal cores from Amaze, they didn't care for unprocessed and unpurified ones. Each time they absorbed a zombie, they spat out the core. Amaze sifted through piles of zombie residue, secretly sighing at how hard this vine was to satisfy. Eating crystal cores? And still so picky. On the other side, those without combat capabilities learned for the first time that a vast underground palace had been secretly built at the foot of a nearby mountain, where every family could live together. Although no one had ever lived here, there were basic furnishings. Awakened forcefully, many saw beds and lay down to rest, but no one truly slept. Their families were facing thousands of zombies outside. Worrying was inevitable. Abdurrahman and Marshall were responsible for checking in everyone. Amiel took the opportunity to patrol and comfort everyone when he saw several sobbing alone. Most were parents of team members or employers like kin. The apocalypse had drawn their relationships closer, supporting each other while also worrying about safety. Even optimistic Amiel became worried. You think Catherine can handle it? Aren't there lots of zombies? Let's get her back quickly. Amiel trusted Amaze's strength immensely, but even the strongest abilities could wane, while the zombies could endlessly bite and kill driven by instinct. He grabbed Marshall's hand eagerly. Help me check on her. His hands trembled, genuinely concerned for Amaze. Apart from occasional groans, there was no other sound from outside. Uncertainty is what sways one's thoughts the most. Marshall knew what he felt. Initially unwilling to agree, he gradually softened. Finally nodding seriously, he promised Amiel and told Abdurrahman before going out. As soon as he stepped out, he was surrounded by zombies. This area was supposed to be covered by the vines, but it had been busy devouring zombies elsewhere, so the zombies here started to multiply. Suddenly sensing a living person nearby, they all rushed towards Marshall. Before gaining his powers, Marshall had learned agility techniques at a large sect. He did not fear these zombies. His skills and abilities were enough for him to take care of these second-stage zombies. 8 zombies in total, 3 second-stage and 5 first-stage. Second-stage zombies were more challenging but fewer in number. So Marshall chose to eliminate the first-stage zombies first, reducing their numbers to prevent potential ambushes. In the end, one zombie was dispatched in close combat, another was sliced by wind blades from his power, and the last one was stabbed with a knife. After finally finishing off all the zombies, clapping was heard from a distant grove. Marshall's pupils narrowed. He had no idea anyone else was around. Following the sound, he saw a little girl. She looked just like any other child before the apocalypse, dressed neatly. However, despite her smiling face, there wasn't a hint of life in her eyes. He knew this must be an advanced zombie and became alert. Currently, his power level was almost at stage 2, allowing him to kill second-stage zombies because of his weapon and agility. But this zombie must have been above stage 3, hence its human-like appearance. Fear began to creep into his heart. He feared failing Amiel's expectations. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he faced this high-level zombie, unsure of himself. He stared intently at the zombie, hoping to find some weakness in the next few seconds as it approached. With his agility, instantly moving next to it and attacking was possible, but he was unsure if his dagger or powers could penetrate its defenses. While Marshall was contemplating, the dress of the little girl began to change, giving him a headache. Amiel urged him, "You promised me you'd look for Catherine. Hurry up." Marshall remained frozen. Seeing Amiel's impatience, he said, "Stay here, I'll go." Amiel, who took him in when he was 15, was the most important person in his life. He remembered his duty as a loyal blade, always fulfilling Amiel's every wish without hesitation. Promising Amiel, Marshall walked forward and saw Amaze. "Catherine, come with me." Amaze greeted happily. "Did you come looking for me? Let's go back together and find Elroy." She ran forward, extending her hand to hold Marshall's. When their hands touched, Marshall suddenly snapped back to reality. But it was too late. The little girl had a hidden dagger, which she plunged deep into his chest. A wave of bitterness flooded Marshall's throat. Stiffening, he lowered his head, trying to confirm if this person was Amiel or Amaze. He had made a grave mistake. "You." Blood trickled from Marshall's mouth, dripping between them. The little girl smiled without speaking. Allyraying at her smile, Marshall wanted to speak through his pain. The little girl listened attentively to his final words. Then, taking advantage of her momentary lapse, Marshall drew another dagger from his sleeve and slashed at her neck. This strike used all his strength. He understood this would be his final blow, aiming to end her life with one precise hit. Unfortunately, the little girl was also an illusion. His momentum carried the dagger into his own side. 5 meters away, the real little girl appeared, smiling eerily. Marshall spat blood directly onto her face. She dabbed at it with her fingers and tasted it. "Thank you." These were the last words Marshall heard. Feeling powerless, he staggered and fell to the ground, specks of sunlight filtering through the trees onto his face. Unsure of what he was thinking, he too smiled and then closed his eyes. Finally, the little girl approached him, wiping the blood from his body. She lay on top of him, and her figure gradually disappeared. Then, Marshall stood up again, dusted off his clothes, changed into a new outfit, and went out to look for Amaze. Chapter 134, Kidnapped. Marshall found Amaze, who was picking up crystal cores at the outskirts, and asked someone to relay a message for him. "Catherine, he's looking for you." Amaze turned around while busy with her task and saw Marshall waiting under the shade of a distant tree. She hastily put aside her work and approached. Since Marshall, not Obdraman, who was responsible for the air raid shelter matters, had come out this time, it might have something to do with Amiel. At this thought, Amaze's pace became tense. Is there something wrong with Elroy? Amaze anxiously stared at Marshall's face, not missing any expression. Marshall first kept his calm, but then his composure gradually cracked. He grabbed Amaze's hand and said word by word, "Don't panic first. It's not a big deal, just that he fainted again and kept calling your name, so I came looking for you." Hearing this, Amaze's heart sank like a stone in water. Just a few days ago, everything seemed fine. She feared that today's sudden incident had caused worry. What if he falls ill? "Wait a moment, I'll go with you right away." Amaze still had unfinished business here and couldn't leave immediately. She found Spencer to brief him. "Elroy has fainted again. I need to check on him." Knowing how much Amaze cared about Amiel, Spencer naturally wouldn't stop her. "Everything here is under control. Go with peace of mind." With Spencer's promise, Amaze felt as though all issues were resolved. The two exchanged deep glances before Amaze left. As she turned, she noticed some vines dancing and reaching out behind Marshall, but she wasn't sure what they were doing. Seeing that she had finished briefing, Marshall immediately rushed forward, pulling Amaze along. In her hurry, she could only follow him without much thought. His touch was somewhat cool. They seldom made physical contact before, so she didn't know if Marshall's body temperature was always lower than usual. All these differences might be due to the urgency of Elroy's condition. Amaze thought to herself that Marshall was indeed anxious today. Without any hindrance, they reached the edge of the forest. Sharp-eyed Amaze noticed a plump zombie in one corner of the woods, seemingly familiar. But there were no other zombies around, so she assumed it was a straggler and decided to deal with it first. "I'll handle this zombie first before we go in." Marshall nodded in agreement. Amaze darted forward, and unexpectedly, Marshall followed closely behind. When Amaze faced the zombie, she noticed its facial expressions were very expressive, excitement mixed with hesitation. This must be a stage 3 zombie with higher intelligence. Amaze was secretly glad that Marshall had followed. They could coordinate and eliminate it together. Most of the vines had gone to the battlefield, so she could only use a knife to attack since her ability wasn't strong enough for offense. Amaze easily subdued the zombie, winding it around, waiting for Marshall's wind blades to finish it off. However, Marshall also held a knife and closed in on the zombie, opting not to use an ability attack. As they attacked from both sides, Marshall's dagger suddenly pressed against her neck. This time, Marshall revealed his true nature. Amaze finally realized the oddities along the way weren't due to anxiety. She silently sighed in her heart. At least it wasn't about Amiel. Cherit, Marshall was someone she had grown up with for over a decade. Why would he choose betrayal? "You." Before Amaze could finish her questioning, she was slapped unconscious by the zombie behind her. Marshall carried Amaze away confidently, and nobody knew about it. The battle continued on the battlefield, and in the air raid shelter, Amiel waited anxiously for news from Marshall. He paced back and forth in the room, each time wanting to go out to see what happened but stopped by an inner voice. That voice belonged to Amaze, reminding him before entering the shelter. "The safety here is high. Stay here, and I can rest assured. There are more zombies today, but they're not difficult. I will definitely come back safe and sound. Trust me, trust you." Amiel repeated this phrase in his heart, hoping Amaze would return safely. When Amaze regained consciousness, she felt excruciating pain in her shoulder and her body felt weak like mud. With great effort, she managed to open her eyes and saw her surroundings. She lay flat on the bed, and the first thing she saw was a chandelier emitting soft yellow light, which looked very luxurious. Around the main lamp, there were 7 or 8 smaller lamps that also glowed. All of them were encrusted with intricate small diamonds, casting a gentle glow without being glaring. Lowering her gaze, directly in front of her was an entire wall of glass cabinets, filled with various teddy bears and other toys. On the left was a vanity table, and on the right was a balcony connected to a large courtyard. She was lying on a very soft light pink princess bed. Though her body couldn't move, her eyes had already taken in most of the surroundings. It could be said that this was a very large bedroom, with an exceptionally lavish decor. Even the sparkling decorations were made of crystal and diamonds, and some of the ornaments were clearly antique high-end pieces. It was extremely opulent. The door was tightly closed, and she didn't know if she could get out. Amaze closed her eyes again, resting for a while, gathering all her strength to sit up. She noticed her clothes had been changed into a pink princess dress, matching the bed perfectly, as if she were dressed like a doll. This series of actions indeed left Amaze puzzled. After going through all the trouble to bring her here, instead of holding her hostage, she was treated like a princess. Who exactly is Marshall working for? To have infiltrated the Lin family for so many years is no easy feat. Struggling to get off the bed, Amaze walked to the balcony and found herself on the first floor. However, the balcony had plenty of items for entertainment, but there was a half-meter-high white latticed fence at the edge. Under normal circumstances, she might easily jump over it, but now even walking a few steps left her breathless, let alone jumping over from here. Amaze returned to the room and tried to open the door. She found that it wasn't locked and pushed it open easily. Outside the door, it was also brightly lit. It was quiet around, as if she were the only one here. Just as she took 2 steps forward, a little girl suddenly appeared before her. It's actually you. Chapter 135, The Holy Lord. The little girl standing in front of her was the same zombie child who had been holding a teddy bear earlier. Her clothing style matched this place perfectly. The little girl kept a smiling face and nodded. The Holy Lord ordered that you should see him once you wake up. Amaze frowned upon hearing this. She hadn't heard the term Holy Lord for a long time. She didn't expect that not only did this so-called Holy Lord have numerous mysterious subordinates such as Tasha, the Snake Charmer, and Marshall, but he could also control a zombie child who fell through a spatial rift. Amaze followed the little girl for a few steps, then stopped. Where is Marshall? She still wanted to know why after more than 10 years of relying on each other, treating each other like family, 10 years ago, Amiel even hoped to entrust the company to him. Why did he betray them? The little girl raised her head stiffly, the curve at the corner of her mouth deepening. Of course it's the great gift of power from the Holy Lord. I just need to kill him and can use his skin to disguise as anyone. Amaze's pupils shrank, forgetting her physical discomfort. She lunged forward, grabbing its neck. You killed him? Amaze glared fiercely at the little zombie, tears suddenly falling down. Anger and sorrow pounded in her heart. She was asking why. Why every time she merely wanted to protect everyone, there would always be some people blocking her way. In her previous life, her uncle and inseparable Marshall both suffered, and in this life, she finally found her uncle, but Marshall had an accident again. She hated. Why no matter how hard she tried, her wishes would always be destroyed so easily. Amaze was gnashing her teeth with hatred but couldn't summon any strength. Physically and mentally weak. Even in her current state of extreme anger, she had little strength. The little zombie easily removed her fingers one by one from its neck. Then slowly adjusted Amaze's dress. The bow is not in the right position. If you don't understand etiquette, you'll be abandoned by the Holy Lord. She always smiled properly as if trained meticulously at every angle, making Amaze, red-eyed and veins bulging, look like an uncivilized hooligan in contrast. Amaze's hands were knocked down, hanging stiffly by her side. She closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and balled her fists. She told herself to endure. Now in this situation, apart from endurance, Amaze had no other choice. Amaze couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Such humiliation was unbearable. If one day she overturned this situation, everyone involved in this case, including zombies, wouldn't get off easy. Finally, she calmed down. Next, she had to face reality. Let's go, to see your Holy Lord. The little zombie had quietly guessed this result. Upon hearing her words, it turned around to lead the way while Amaze slowly followed closely behind. There were 2 reasons for walking slowly. One was that she was sulking and didn't want to walk fast, another was because her body truly couldn't keep up. Every step now felt forced. Here, she couldn't use her powers, her body was exhausted and weak, unable to fight even an ordinary person. Even a real elementary school student might easily overpower her. Noticing her slow pace, the little zombie slowed down too. The 2 people walked out of this building to another one in front, one behind. These 2 buildings weren't far apart, each about 10 stories tall. The building she came from mainly used warm tones in its decor, while the one they were entering now had almost no decoration at all, appearing very plain. Gently tapping 3 times on the door, the little zombie opened it. Inside was dark. It went in first, urging Amaze to enter quickly. Once she stood steady, the little zombie firmly closed the door. After the door shut completely, the room became pitch black. The little zombie didn't plan to turn on the light but handed Amaze a piece of soft, smooth silk. Just follow me, don't ask unnecessary questions. Its eerie voice came from below, warning Amaze like a small adult, don't look around carelessly, or you might anger the Holy Lord. Amaze inferred that the place was empty, even the little zombie's voice had a faint echo. It was pitch dark until they descended into a hidden chamber. Only then did Amaze start to adapt to the darkness, able to faintly make out a flight of stairs below. Stairs. The little zombie gave timely warning and walked downwards without checking if she had followed suit. Its leather shoes tapped rhythmically, each echo resounding in her heart. Amaze still moved lightly, trailing behind it, connected by the silk at a distance of about 1 meter. The physical modifications from her powers were no joke. Now even this dim environment appeared less dark to Amaze. On either side were rooms, inside which smaller items were blurred but larger decorations could be clearly seen by Amaze. Every room lacked a door, allowing her quick glances as she passed. Seeing the first motionless humanoid doll startled her, thinking it was a person. But as she proceeded, each room contained similar dolls, so she got used to it. Even in darkness, she noticed all dolls shared roughly identical figures but varied postures. Some stood with raised hands, seemingly adjusting someone's tie, some sat quietly reading, some turned gracefully back. These humanoid dolls looked consistent in size and female. Each room, around 5 to 10 square meters, held various matching furniture. Along this path, she observed dozens of rooms, each uniquely furnished yet always containing such a doll. Amaze felt the staircase spiraling downwards, left leaning but subtly. Finally, the little zombie halted at the corridor's end. It softly knocked on the wooden door there, heavy thuds echoing through the secret passage. Holy Lord, the person is here. Amaze never heard this little zombie speak so gently before. Previously, its voice was eerie, cold, or very stiff. This human-like side was brand new. The door opened automatically, and the little zombie paused beside the wall. Motioning Amaze in, Holy Lord is inside, don't keep him waiting. Amaze loosened the silk and entered the chamber. The door closed automatically behind her. Chapter 136, The Wheelchair. Near the doorway, it was pitch dark. Amaze walked forward for a short distance and noticed a faint yellowish light ahead. Following the direction of the light, she walked forward and saw a person dressed in a black robe. You have finally come. This man wore a dragon-patterned golden mask, his voice low and mysterious, unlike anyone she knew. She noticed a chair opposite the black-robed man and sat down on her own. Facing each other, they looked at one another, but Amaze did not respond to his greeting as she entered. Amaze had not come here honorably this time, and this man was no good either. The man gave a light hum, unconcerned by her defiant behavior. You kept declining our invitations in the past, so we had no choice but to resort to this measure. Amaze shot back, what decline? All I know is that you sent people to assassinate me. Since when does the underworld fall under your jurisdiction? Only those who die can come to you. Facing the sharp-tongued Amaze, the black-robed man patiently explained, I only sent Siwa and Aurora to look for you, but I didn't expect Tasha to ruin my plans. I know you don't like Tasha. So when I had the ability, she came to seek refuge with me, and I agreed. He paused, deliberating before continuing. I've already punished her for you. Every punishment you could think of, I carried out. His voice remained magnetic, yet his words were chilling. Despite all the punishments, she still dared to defy me, misleading and misrepresenting my orders, causing so many people to trouble you. Amaze indeed hated Tasha, but she wanted to settle their grievances privately, not through such extensive punishments. It wasn't pity for Tasha, she simply felt that this person lacked humanity. And this person actually knew her, and even quite well. Later, I had Nyonyo find you, but you didn't come. By the way, Nyonyo is Daphne who just guided you here. Amaze's anger flared up again. So the spatial rift and the death of Marshall are also related to you? The assassination of Marshall was also on your order. Though there were no official statistics for the spatial rift, the death toll would not be low. To find her, he killed an innocent person like Marshall. All these incidents were acts of bloodshed. Holding power and disregarding human lives, he was truly malicious. The black-robed man didn't reply. His right hand moved over something, and Amaze heard the sound of metal gears turning. Gradually, the room became slightly brighter, allowing her vision to clear somewhat, though it wasn't fully illuminated. Bathed in the dim light, she saw the black-robed man wearing leather gloves, seated on an exquisite stool, which was elevated by 2 steps. Beside the steps stood a wheelchair, crafted entirely of silver except for one wooden wheel, which was markedly different from the rest. The wooden wheel was well worn, with its rim deteriorated and deeper in color, marked by various small pits. Seeing the wheelchair, Amaze felt even weaker, almost losing her balance. She was incredibly familiar with this wheelchair, especially the wooden wheel, which she had made herself over a decade ago. Are you? Amaze's voice choked with emotion. This person might be her childhood companion or an irredeemable demon. I am, but I am not. He removed the golden mask. The face beneath it was hardly human anymore, barely recognizable, yet the outlines of his former self were still visible. However, his facial muscles were prominently protruding, and his skin texture resembled a toad's, brown with hints of dark green, covered in raised blisters. Shocked. That's how I lived for the past 13 years. He gripped the armrests of the chair tightly. I envy you and Spencer, you both had companionship. His eyes turned bloodshot red, but his tone remained steady. You accompanied me for a while, then you abandoned me. Straining his arms, he attempted to lift himself up but failed after several tries, falling back into his seat, panting as he continued. After being abandoned by you, I was captured and used for experiments because I had antibodies they needed. Amaze didn't want to interrupt his confession, but hearing this, she desperately wanted to know more. Who captured you? And what kind of antibodies did they need? It took him a while to straighten his body and resume his previous high and mighty demeanor. 20 years ago, in a corner of Earth, a meteorite fell. Kerry came to Earth with this meteorite. Her wife was ill and needed antibodies. He slowly removed his gloves, revealing hands that matched his face, even exposing a small segment of white bone. She found me, imprisoned me, drew much of my blood, extracted genes, and harvested antibodies. He extended his hand as much as possible toward Amaze, allowing her to clearly see every tiny blister on his skin still actively moving. This is the result of their experiments, and there's an additional bonus. His fingers suddenly changed direction, pointing outside the door. Those living dead creatures you call zombies are actually the creation of Kerry's research. She originally intended to study antibodies but veered off course. Clasping his hands into fists, he spoke with hatred. They created something that left me neither dead nor alive, and these creatures neither exist nor perish. This information was overwhelming for Amaze. She never expected that what she thought was a natural disaster at the end of days was actually caused by another planet, and that the so-called zombies were man-made. But the good news is, I can control them, and Kerry will no longer be alive. The current appearance of this person felt alien to Amaze. His life had been tragic, but someone so consumed by vengeance bore no resemblance to his youthful self. Can you control the zombies? I can control the zombies, but the ones that tore through the spatial rift are not under my command. I can manage the little zombie outside the door. Amaze slapped the armrest hard. Do you know that the zombies under your control killed Marshall? Her tone was sharp. The man before her had once been acquainted with Marshall, yet now this living person was gone. He paused before continuing. My goal was to bring you back, so I didn't participate in any process. As long as the goal was achieved, it's a good zombie. He snapped his fingers, and the little zombie guarding outside the door immediately opened it. The lights in the hallway outside also turned on, matching the dim light inside, providing just enough visibility. The little zombie stood obediently outside the door, smiling earnestly upon hearing his praise. Thank you, Holy Lord. I will do my best. This master-servant pair seemed to be playing some sort of game. If it weren't for Amaze being unable to defeat either of them, she would have turned around and left immediately. Chapter 137, It's Her. Amaze suppressed her anger, hoping to get more clues. So, where are we? And what is your purpose in going through such great lengths to find me? With a gesture of his hand, the little zombie came over and helped him into his wheelchair. Amaze knew that he had been unable to stand since childhood due to illness, which caused many children to bully him. Amaze and Hobart once protected him when they were young, and during that time, they played together many times. Back then, they were all innocent children, and she had even made a wooden wheel for him by hand to replace the broken one on his wheelchair. Little did she expect that the wheelchair had been preserved so well all these years, but only the objects remained while the people had changed. After getting into the wheelchair, he put his gloves back on and covered his face with the golden mask again. With a gesture, the little zombie began pushing him away. He slowly extended his goodwill towards Amaze. There's nothing else, it's safe here. You can stay as long as you like and do whatever you want. No zombies will attack you here, so settle down with peace of mind. His voice was very soft, and from less than 10 meters away, Amaze could barely hear what he was saying. Cherit, she still vaguely caught the last sentence. Just consider it my one-sided kindness to make up for how pitiful I felt for you back then. The little zombie pushed him further and further away, while Amaze sat motionless in place without any movement. As they approached the farthest point of sight, Amaze gathered all her strength and shouted, Wancy, I hate you. The man in the wheelchair gave no response, and the little zombie continued pushing him forward. Only after walking very far did he finally relax and close his eyes. Bron has long been dead. The little zombie stopped, not understanding why Holy Master said this. Holy Master does not perish or decay, so why would you say you're dead? Bron bitterly smiled and shook his head. You wouldn't understand. Human emotions are very complicated. The little zombie nodded in agreement. I even gave her the teddy bear, but she didn't like it at all. I never saw her take it out to play. Upon hearing this, Bron was momentarily stunned, then laughed bitterly. Forget it. Since the key has already been given to her, leave the future path for her to walk. The little zombie still didn't understand what he meant, but it acknowledged that everything Holy Master said was right and continued pushing Wancy forward. Meanwhile, Amaze slumped in her chair, bewildered why her childhood playmate had become so cold-hearted and remorseless. After a while, her strength gradually returned, possibly because the drug's effects had worn off, though unfortunately, her abilities couldn't be used yet. She managed to activate the system but couldn't find anything suitable for an escape after searching thoroughly. There were indeed some weapons inside, which could be kept as backup options. Amaze also found the toy the little zombie had given her that day but decided not to take it out. Unsure of its use, she'd keep it for now. Immediately after, she got up and observed the surroundings, noticing how simple and unremarkable the place was, except for its darkness. Since there were no restrictions on her actions, Amaze naturally didn't hesitate. She went to inspect the surrounding environment and conditions, planning whether she could sneak away. After taking a full circle, she decided to leave. Just outside the door, she saw the houses lining the road. By the dim light, she witnessed something shocking. The doll in the first house looked very much like her, wearing a handmade floral wreath and smiling happily. Without entering, Amaze moved on to the next house and found another doll strikingly similar to her, busy cooking. Step by step, she examined each house. The dolls inside resembled her in various lifelike ways, performing different actions. Each house left her in shock, especially the last one, just before she pushed open the door, determined to see the details of the dolls inside. In the first room, the doll wore a white dress and smiled gently. She recognized the dress, it was the same one she wore the day Bradford gave her the wooden wheel. Because the wooden wheel still had many splinters, delivering it left her body and hands covered in thorns, and the dress had several holes torn in it. She hadn't worn that dress again after that day. Moving closer, she noticed small holes in this dress too. While other dolls could be coincidentally similar, the appearance of this doll and her dress matched exactly with her former self. She raised her hand and gently touched the doll in front of her, only to find that its skin was very smooth and elastic. The more she pinched, the greater her shock and doubt grew. Such a sensation suggested that this might not be a doll, but a real person. Amaze scrutinized the girl before her, noting their striking resemblance, similar facial features, similar face shape, smooth skin, but lacking luster. Given the realistic touch, it must be a real person. To be honest, while thousands of zombies had perished by Amaze's hands, the idea of killing so many people to create dolls was absolutely insane. She forced herself to suppress the rising nausea and left the place, locking the door behind her. Amaze never wanted to return to this horrifying place again. Exiting the room, she felt her strength recovering significantly. The upper floors maintained the building's exterior appearance, devoid of any decoration, desolate. The courtyard outside was locked with walls reaching 3 to 4 meters high, making it impossible for her to escape now. She abandoned the idea of climbing over and returned to the building where she had regained consciousness. The style inside that building matched the room where she woke up, expensive items placed with care. Not only were there valuable crystals and diamonds from her previous life, but also the crystal cores she currently liked. A cabinet filled with colorful items lined up, indicating countless zombies had been excavated by Wansi to gather these treasures. Cherit, no matter how meticulously arranged, Amaze couldn't feel an iota of joy from wealth. The money she desired was clean, but after seeing those dolls, she felt that all these treasures and jewelry were tainted with human blood. Ignoring them, Amaze explored other rooms in the building. The decoration styles were mostly consistent, all exuding opulence with elements of childish innocence. Amaze had no interest in these things, she just wanted to leave. However, no matter from which angle, the tall walls outside made it impossible for her to cross now. Her only option was to conserve her energy and wait until her body fully recovered before taking further action. Chapter 138, Sea of Fire. Amaze decided to proceed with the next phase of exploration. She finally had a little strength left and dragged a low cabinet outside. With her current strength, she could barely get onto the wall using this cabinet, it would be step by step. After exiting the secret room, no one, not a single person or zombie, had appeared. It was just Amaze all alone. So she wasn't worried about being caught while escaping. In fact, she prepared many small tools to help her climb up the wall boldly. It took her quite a while before Amaze managed to climb up the wall. What usually would take 2 or 3 seconds now required over 10 minutes of effort. Her hard work paid off. Seated on top of the wall, she surveyed the courtyard's interior and saw no mechanisms in place. Ready to leave, she thought about leaving a grand farewell present for this tiny yard. Pulling out a few bombs from the system, she subconsciously threw them far away. She then turned to jump down but noticed a transparent protective film around the wall. Though invisible, touching it revealed its powerful barrier preventing her from leaving. Now she understood why there was no one watching her here, it was impossible to escape. Unable to break through the protective shield, Amaze walked along the edge of the wall. Just after taking a few steps, the thrown bombs began to explode one after another. Fortunately, she had thrown them far enough that they wouldn't harm her if closer. 3 spots were now riddled with pits several dozen centimeters deep, and the vegetation in those areas was completely gone. Sitting atop the wall for a long time, Amaze thought that since she couldn't escape, it would be best to come down and find a place to rest properly. Returning to the first building, she sat on an opulent sofa, contemplating her escape plan. Now, she needed to find the switch for the protection shield or locate Baxter himself. The key either lay within this place or was tied to Baxter. But after what Baxter said, Amaze realized he didn't see anything wrong. Their stances were fundamentally different, and he wouldn't agree to let her go. Instead of hoping for his help, she might as well search for clues here. Going up and down the floors, she meticulously searched every corner. Each time she moved something, she tossed a level 1 crystal core outside to test if it hit the array core. If it bounced back, it meant whatever she had touched wasn't the right object. Unfortunately, Amaze only ever saw the crystal cores bouncing back and never actually escaping. Completely exhausted, Amaze lay down on the bed to recover. She browsed her system again, finding nothing useful. Revisiting these items made her feel more disorganized, with random clothes included among them. She wanted to change out of her dress, which was inconvenient, but the clothes in the system matched the pink nanny robot's taste. Holding up her hand, Amaze paused at a teddy bear. This teddy bear was given to her by the little zombie that day. For some reason, she stored it in her system without letting anyone else know. Luckily, the teddy bear could be stored in the system and had been with her ever since. This was the only item she could touch that was connected to this mysterious courtyard. So Amaze took out the teddy bear. The teddy bear wasn't very clean, with many patches of fur missing, making it somewhat bald. She tried talking to the teddy bear and tapping it, expecting voices or songs, but nothing happened. Unlike the toys she'd seen before, this one did not respond. It might have been played with for years or perhaps kept by the little zombie after killing everyone in some family. Or it could be a teddy bear with decades of use belonging to Baxter himself. Baxter may have rewarded this teddy bear to the little zombie or instructed him directly to give it to her. The more she thought about it, the more convinced Amaze became that this teddy bear held the key to her escape. Examining the teddy bear thoroughly, she found no hidden objects. Then, out of curiosity, she pulled on the bear's arms, then its neck, until finally reaching its tail. She felt the bear's tail segmenting unlike the other parts which seemed nailed down. There was hope. Pulling further, she heard a sound like a glass door sliding open. Looks like the array core is really this teddy bear. The little zombie had already given her the array core long ago, just without making any hint. It seemed to be WN Chi's intention. He came in a strange manner and left in a strange manner, but he did not truly intend to imprison her. Cherit, there was no way to explain why he did such a deranged thing. Amaze shakes her head. She doesn't know where the old WN Chi has gone. The current WN Chi is both considerate and repulsive. Everything, all gone forever. She ran excitedly out with the teddy bear, not even touching the table and chairs she used to climb over the wall before. Following the path of the furniture set up earlier, she got back on the wall, lightly touched the sky outside the wall, and found that her hand could pass through now. This time, she decided to blow everything here up. She didn't want another victim to come here and didn't want anyone else to discover this terrible place. Amaze returned to the house, setting up bombs everywhere. Passing by the crystal cabinet, she hesitated for a moment but still put it away. After all, these free crystal cores have killed quite a few zombies of WN Chi, which could also be considered as doing good deeds. On the other side, after leaving the basement, WN Chi watched Amaze's figure reflected on the screen in front of him at his own place. She would touch here and there sometimes, look for something around somewhere, and sit there daydreaming sometimes. Her small face was full of emotions, even the chubby cheeks could hardly conceal her pain. He gazed greedily at Amaze on the screen, doing nothing. He was waiting for his own judgment. Until Amaze took out the teddy bear from the little zombie, WN Chi knew things were about to come to an end. Even if it might not be a good end, his heart plummeted straight down. He saw how cute Amaze looked when she took away the crystal cores, installing bombs, looking busy and charming. He watched Amaze sitting on the wall and looking around. He saw Amaze press the detonation button for the timed bomb. With her movement, WN Chi closed his eyes, ending with a smile, "Goodbye, little Han." Finally, Amaze jumped off the wall, running forward crazily, while WN Chi watched her fleeing back peacefully in a sea of fire, worrying she might get injured because she was too slow. In a sea of flames, WN Chi accepted his fate with a smile, sincerely hoping Amaze would get what she wished. Chapter 139, An Acquaintance. Amaze kept running frantically, fearing the bomb's blast might injure her. Not until the explosion site was completely out of sight did she finally collapse on the ground, panting heavily. Her body was still too weak. Looking at the teddy bear she forgot to discard amidst the chaos, she patted its head and decided it would be better stored back into her system. She had no idea how furious Thatcher would be this time after she bombed his place. Would he come after her again? Perhaps keeping this doll would serve some purpose. She left the teddy bear behind and found the frequency Spencer used before by memory. On that channel, Spencer frequently messaged people from his previous department. Lost in an unfamiliar forest, Amaze could only keep moving forward, hoping to spot a city or familiar landmark. She turned on the radio, hoping to catch any message from Spencer, but all was silent. Thankfully, she had her portable system, ensuring food and water were not issues, with many snacks readily available for exchange. Just as she was resting idly, someone responded on this frequency. She wasn't entirely familiar with the content and couldn't fully decrypt the message, but she managed to understand a few words. "Sir, arching." Those few words triggered a whole narrative in Amaze's mind. She knew what these words implied, something an ordinary person wouldn't easily promise. Spencer must have agreed to certain conditions. Amaze still didn't know where she was but desperately wanted to inform Spencer of her situation. After much deliberation, she finally settled on sending just one word, safe. Afterward, she couldn't think of anything else to write. Afraid of making mistakes and revealing too much, she sent the single word. Even if uncertain about the accuracy, getting a message through for Spencer to receive was a success. Rest was impossible now. Amaze got up hastily and resumed her journey. Along the way, she encountered several zombies, all dealt with using her gun and crystal core. To conserve energy, she tried to move as little as possible while traveling. After more than an hour of intermittent walking, she finally saw the outline of a road. The woods ahead gradually thinned, revealing a segment of iron railing on her left. Without hesitation, she changed direction and headed towards it. As she approached, Amaze confirmed it was indeed a highway, mostly intact except for occasional damages on the edges, giving her subtle hints. There was a height difference between the forest and the road, requiring her to climb a steep slope, roughly 10 meters high at a 30-degree angle, covered only with yellow earth, making the ascent slippery. Every step felt cumbersome in her layered dress, further encumbered by decorative elements. Amaze retreated to flat ground, tore her dress until only the innermost layer remained, leaving the remaining pink fabric aside. Her system refused to store it, so she tossed it toward the woods, hoping to conceal the pink material. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was scorching. Squinting against the heat, Amaze occasionally sipped water to replenish her strength. The heat distorted her vision, and her body struggled to endure. Without seeing any road signs, she knew each direction offered only one chance. Whether near or far from human settlements, this was a gamble. Having chosen a direction, Amaze pushed forward determinedly. Biting her lip, she persevered as her body's energy slowly restored, things looking up. Then, she heard distant rumbling. Someone was coming. Her heart raced, and without thinking, she rushed off the road, crouching low enough to avoid detection. In normal circumstances, no one would notice anyone below. The rumbling grew louder, making her even tenser, hearing nothing but her pounding heart. Suddenly, the sound ceased overhead, sending a chill down her spine. She was discovered. Despite being midsummer, her hands were ice cold. From the sounds above, Amaze estimated at least 10 people. Even in her prime, she might not escape unscathed, let alone now when she was only 80% recovered. Moreover, her power could only heal and was not suitable for attack. If they don't move, I won't move. Amaze didn't plan on making a move. What if it was just a coincidence? However, coincidences in the world were always too rare. "Skylar, I know you're down there, come out." It was a rough male voice booming above her head. It was certain that the person speaking directly to her was addressing Amaze. She was discovered again. Amaze intended to pretend she was dead a little longer. What if they just happened to be here by coincidence? However, things didn't go as she wished. Another male voice soon appeared. Stop hiding, we know you're down there. We mean no harm, just come out. Actually, continuing to hide made no sense. Amaze understood this clearly. Running, she definitely couldn't outrun their motorcycles. If negotiations failed, better to fight. She smoothed out her somewhat wrinkled clothes, concealing her crystal core gun and toothpick crossbow under her wide sleeves. After preparing, she stood up and slowly walked upward step by step. She tried to delay time as much as possible while walking upward slowly. The people above, hearing the footsteps, did not urge her. Soon, Amaze's sight landed on the road surface nearly melted from the sun. She saw their black leather boots stained with dust, viewed dozens of strong legs, followed by well-built bodies from regular exercise, along with familiar faces. Skylar, we meet again. Speaking was an elderly woman's voice, which Amaze was extremely familiar with. This voice belonged to the captain of the motorcycle team, Giselbert, whom they met during one of their trips exchanging supplies. Giselbert introduced quite a few people, who came over to trade supplies with Amaze, allowing her to earn some crystal cores. Even if it wasn't as profitable as later projects for treating zombies or clearing zombie viruses, it served as startup capital, helping Amaze build connections unconsciously. For one of her benefactors, Amaze was naturally very familiar. She smiled politely. I didn't expect to meet Giselbert here, truly fate. Giselbert got off his motorcycle and approached Amaze, stopping about 5 meters away. Others also dismounted. Several motorcycles had many marks and scratches, some even bearing claw prints, evidence of intense battles with zombies. Cherries, it is fate, but a fate I fought for. Chapter 140, Journey. Facing Amaze's slightly astonished expression, he still explained in his childish voice, it's because we have a sidechicker here who can smell your scent. We were originally planning to pass by directly, but he said this scent is quite familiar, so we stopped and looked for you. He showed his white teeth with his dark face. What do you think? Does this count as the fate I earned? This explanation made sense, and Amaze nodded. Indeed, it's been a long time since we last met. Amaze didn't fully trust Giselbert, but she wasn't entirely skeptical either. If he could give her a ride to a human settlement, that would be fine too. Moreover, she planned to continue trading supplies, and she didn't believe Giselbert wouldn't be tempted. Giselbert and his team carefully observed Amaze, dressed in strange attire. At this moment, Amaze was alone on the highway, with no signs of anyone around her. She wore an odd pink dress, her hair neatly combed, and even had some makeup on her face, looking quite beautiful. It has indeed been a while. After that, I rarely went to your place. Oh right, why are you here? Where are the others? There were things Amaze didn't want to explain in detail. Recently zombies have been rampant. When I woke up, I was nearby and couldn't figure out what happened. I didn't expect to run into you guys. Giselbert, where are you all heading? Hearing her words, they were also at a loss. However, these burly men understood the danger of a girl walking alone and chose not to pry further. Fortunately, Giselbert took charge. Since you're alone, why don't you come along with us? We're heading to Cloud Base. It suddenly sent out a signal, requesting various mercenary teams to gather there to complete a certain task. Upon hearing this, Amaze raised an eyebrow. Cloud Base was Dayton's base. There was a possibility that Andy might have returned to the base, guarding it with his family. She hesitated before nodding. All right then, thank you for the trouble, Giselbert. How long until we arrive? Giselbert looked up at the sky. It was about 5 or 6 in the evening. We should reach Cloud Base before dark. Amaze revealed her most sincere smile in recent times. Great, let's get going then. After saying this, she looked at Giselbert, indicating that he should provide her with a vehicle. Giselbert understood but was somewhat embarrassed. Many cars are destroyed, and I need to go to the main base to exchange vehicles before giving you one. Or, he glanced around, trying to find someone reliable to accompany Amaze without taking advantage of her, but everyone around was burly and none seemed suitable for the delicate girl. As everyone exchanged awkward glances, Amaze looked down at her torn pink dress and made her own decision. A bit bashful, she rubbed her hands and hesitated before speaking. Or maybe I could rent a motorcycle, and someone else can squeeze in with another person. These remaining men were reluctant to ride with Amaze, so they decided to inconvenience each other. Whoever provides the supplies. Initially hesitant, Giselbert perked up when he heard supplies, but found his companions looking everywhere except at him. Muttering about their lack of loyalty, he finally compromised and squeezed onto someone else's vehicle. You brat, drive my car steadily. Unfortunately, such a statement, paired with his high-pitched voice, made Amaze almost laugh. It held no intimidation. Amaze paid with 20 liters of water in exchange for the largest and most powerful motorcycle, which was also the hardest to control. Before setting off, Giselbert watched anxiously, fearing she might wreck his beloved bike. He was almost ready to call off the deal. But Amaze reassured him with a confident look. Just follow this road, right? Then I'll head out first and wait for you ahead. She had already clarified how to get to Cloud Base. Confirming again, she greeted them and started the engine. With a roar, the motorcycle surged forward, carrying her powerfully. The raw mechanical sensation from the roaring bike exuded its wild charm. A thrilling feeling of conquest spread through Amaze. The bike was indeed difficult to handle, making her feel like she was taming a wild horse. However, the greater the challenge, the more interesting it was. Taming the motorcycle felt like taming freedom itself. Then, the others, seeing Amaze's driving skills, started their own motorcycles one by one. The speakers on their backs also came to life, a group of them speeding down the highway, their passion unimpeded even by the setting sun. Amaze took off in the lead, and several times those behind her tried to overtake her but failed. As twilight fell, Amaze saw a white metal board with newly painted blue letters that read sloppily, Cloud Base, 3 kilometers. The base had fluorescent material, which began to glow under the headlights. A small zombie was gnawing at the sign, seemingly so hungry it didn't care what it ate. Amaze casually fired a shot and dispatched it. At her current speed, the remaining 3 kilometers would take only a couple of minutes. Arriving much earlier than Giselbert had predicted, Amaze stopped here waiting for the main group. Another person was also waiting. He had tried to overtake her on a curve but failed. You're quite skilled at riding. Have you practiced before? Amaze patted the motorcycle beneath her, still thanks to Giselbert's bike. That was true, this bike brought her joy and excitement, making her drive better and better. The other person exchanged a few pleasantries, then the main group arrived. Together they reached Cloud Base. Cloud Base could be considered the largest base in the post-apocalypse world, occupying about 2 city districts. Its military strength was formidable, having erected thick walls around its borders in just over a month. Many soldiers in uniform could be seen patrolling on top, carrying real guns. It was unknown how the power of these real guns compared to crystal core guns. Following Giselbert's reminder, they stopped their motorcycles about 500 meters from Cloud Base. This was a rule established by Cloud Base, the 500-meter distance serving as a demarcation line, marked by a sign reminding everyone to dismount. After 500 meters, they would be under the supervision of the guards. If they came with friendly intentions, they would comply with the rules at the 500-meter mark. If not, ignoring this safety distance could result in being riddled with bullets by the guards on the wall. Amaze naturally followed the rules, dismounting at the 500-meter mark. They stored the motorcycles in the space controlled by a space-type mutant. They walked the rest of the way. The guards were already accustomed to people like them, showing no tension. At the city gate, registration was required to enter. A small house specifically built at the city gate handled the registration on a computer. Seeing Giselbert, the registrar fawned over him, clearly recognizing them from previous visits. Giselbert is back. Are you here to accept a mission? Accepting missions was a common setup in major bases, guaranteed by the government to fulfill various requests with rewards provided. This time we still follow the old routine, 1 second-grade crystal core per person, pay first, then isolation. They were familiar with the procedure, and the deputy quickly handed over the crystal cores, including Amaze. Chapter 141, Unloading. 1, 2, 3, 22, 23. This time, you've brought too many. Giselbert didn't speak. Instead, the second-in-command came forward to explain, we brought an extra person this time. Since the numbers match now, please let us in. That person leaned out slightly and caught sight of Amaze's unfamiliar face among the group, raising an eyebrow before retracting back inside. Of course. This time, please proceed to District 1 for quarantine. As a large base, they had already invented a device where all outsiders would stay in a designated quarantine area for half an hour. Through 30 minutes of testing with the device, they could determine if anyone was infected with the zombie virus. They also required the payment of a second-stage crystal core as the fee for using the device and for entry into the base. Amaze was quite interested in this device and thought about asking Gaston to buy 1 or 2 for her own use. The cloud base set up 3 quarantine zones, with each zone conducting isolation tests on different people. Naturally, Amaze entered Zone 1 along with the team. The manager who led them in stood at the entrance after guiding Giselbert inside, allowing the rest to file in one by one. However, when Amaze was about to enter, he stopped her. Miss, we separate men and women here. Please follow me to another side. In the previous lifespace, Amaze had never encountered such peculiar regulations. Since it was normal quarantine not involving privacy, there was no need to differentiate between men and women. She hadn't expected the cloud base to be so particular. But since she needed to get into the city, and this wasn't a major issue, she decided to cooperate with his instructions. Just as she was about to move away, Giselbert emerged again from inside. Hold on, Bud, why are we separating men and women today? Giselbert rarely spoke, so when he did, Amaze felt that there might be something suspicious. She cautiously observed this man named Bud. Bud laughed ingratiatingly to pacify Giselbert. It has always been like this. Before, Giselbert's team didn't have any girls, so you didn't know. Giselbert stared fixedly at Bud's fawning expression and snorted through his nostrils. I hope so. With that, Bud immediately asked Amaze to leave, leading her to another area. Please follow me. Amaze glanced at Giselbert, who nodded. Then, she followed Bud to another location. Sure enough, there were several women sitting there. Feeling reassured, Amaze found a corner to sit down, accepting the separation as normal. Before long, the other women were called out, presumably because their time was up. Now only Amaze remained in the area. She sat in the corner, continuously recovering her abilities. Her strength had mostly returned, and while her movements were slightly sluggish, she was overall fine. Considering the size of the cloud base, she wasn't overly concerned about needing to fight once inside. Thus, she took her time recovering. Just then, noises outside the small room caught her attention. Soon, the door opened, and it was Bud, whom she had seen just moments ago. Initially, Amaze thought he was leading someone else in but realized he had locked the door behind him without anyone else following. Even if Amaze were naive, she knew this was just Bud's scheme. What he wanted would soon be clear. She stood up and leaned against the wall, feigning fear. Why lock the door? What do you want to do? Bud, being a middle-aged man in his 40s, saw Amaze's frightened demeanor and his greasy face grew even more aggressive. He licked his lips and reached out to touch her. What a fair-skinned girl like you is doing with a bunch of smelly motorcycle riders. His lecherous smile was unhidden, speaking poorly of Giselbert, a stark contrast to his earlier fawning behavior. Amaze despised such hypocritical characters and understood his intentions now. He lunged forward, but unexpectedly, Amaze dodged. Not irritated, he found it amusing instead. You're quite playful, aren't you? Why don't you play with Big Brother here and I'll arrange a job for you here? Grinning, he pounced at Amaze again. But this time, she didn't play hide-and-seek. Instead, she kicked him straight to the door. Though her body wasn't fully recovered, handling such a frail middle-aged man was effortless. He flew to the corner and crashed into the wall, gritting his teeth as he rubbed the back of his head. There wasn't any bleeding, but his head was spinning. Bitch, I'm being nice to you, and you don't even know how to be grateful. If you want to enter the cloud base, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you'll become a zombie and die under their guns. Amaze gave a cold snort. Was this guy trying to threaten her? But Amaze wasn't one to be easily intimidated. She flexed her wrists and ankles and then lifted him up effortlessly. Bud hadn't recovered from the pain when he was suddenly lifted off the ground and thrown against another wall. He seemed to hear the crack of his bones. You just wait for death. I can still have my fun even with a cold body. Amaze walked slowly to his side, checking his bones bit by bit. Playing quite diversely, huh? Alive or dead, you play with both. But you might be disappointed. She noticed that Bud only had a broken right arm. This wouldn't do. The injury wasn't severe enough. She pinched the broken part of Bud's arm. I used to be a doctor. This is where it's broken, very painful, isn't it? Provoked by her question, Bud thought Amaze was scared and wanted to help set his bones. Cheria, yeah, here. You better be gentle. If you hurt me, see what I'll do to you later. Amaze curled her lips and pressed hard on his wound. Bud screamed in agony, drenched in cold sweat, his face flushed red. You wait for me. Trying to get up, he realized he couldn't break free from Amaze's grip. Just as he turned to curse her, she dislocated his other joints with a few more cracks. Bud felt nothing at first. A couple of seconds later, the pain from all over his body finally registered in his brain. Ah, you bitch. He raised his hand to strike Amaze, but after breaking out in cold sweat, his raised hand dropped, lying on the ground and howling. His screams were deafening. Amaze found them irritating, so she tore a piece of cloth and stuffed it in his mouth, wanting to silence him. She also dislocated his jaw. But she was a bit slow, and someone outside had already heard his screams. They knocked on the door. What's happening inside? Open the door for us. Chapter 142, Meeting. Not knowing who was outside, Amaze simply ignored it and went to stand in another corner. She had checked earlier. There were no cameras inside, so what was said next would depend entirely on her. The person outside proved persistent, and after a few knocks with no response, they kicked the door open. Bud lay on the ground, tears streaming from pain, pitifully whimpering at the sight of the newcomer. The one who entered looked much more professional, an 8-foot-tall figure dressed uniformly, carrying a gun, exuding righteousness. He glanced at the prostrate Bud and then at Amaze, who had shrunk into the corner. What happened here? Seizing the moment while Bud couldn't speak, Amaze explained, he arranged for me to be here to bully me. The accusation was veiled but serious. Bud shook his head in terror, his eyes wide as saucers. From his reaction, it seemed this man was indeed just and held a higher rank, or else Bud wouldn't have shown such fear. With a wave of his hand, 2 people came in and dragged Bud away, locking the door behind them, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Amaze's initial positive impression of him quickly waned. She had thought this uniformed man was good-hearted, but, did he bully you? He stood still, not moving forward, trying not to pressure Amaze. She shook her head. He was too annoying, so I dislocated his jaw. It will be fine when I put it back later. For now, it's a lesson for him. After learning the truth, the man paused. That's good. This will teach him a lesson. I'm Dallas. Amaze handed over her bracelet. It's been over 30 minutes. Can I go in now? Dallas took her bracelet and opened the inner door. Amaze smoothly entered the base. If anything happens, you can find me at the security team. Just name yourself. Amaze turned and smiled. Thank you. Regardless of other matters, Dallas knew how to handle people. This was Amaze's first meeting with him, but she wasn't unfamiliar with his name. As the son of the base commander and the next successor, he had a solid reputation for strength and integrity. His earlier actions weren't an act. Amaze slowly passed through the corridor. At the entrance, Giselbert waited with a group of brothers. I heard something happened over there, but we were already out and couldn't return, so we could only watch helplessly. Is everything all right? Even though Amaze, capable and resourceful, carried enough supplies for a lone journey, Giselbert and his group still worried about her safety as a woman. Knowing they couldn't violate the Yunzhong base rules without confirmed information, Amaze wasn't angry that they hadn't come to rescue her. Everything's fine. It's all over. I have acquaintances in this base, so I left. We have a villa in Zone C. Ask around for Giselbert if you need help. Remember to come to me if you feel wronged. With those words, Amaze felt reassured. They exchanged farewells, and she departed first. Wondering whether Ruben had sought Gaston upon returning to the base, she decided to look for Gaston or Dayton instead. Randomly asking 2 passers-by, she learned where the famous Shu family resided. Walking along the largest road in the base, she reached the central area, and heading north led to the central district. The most eye-catching yellow villa there belonged to Dayton. As she approached the gate, 2 rows of soldiers blocked her, their guns pointed directly at her. Who are you looking for? Unauthorized entry is forbidden. Amaze stood still, unperturbed by the weapons aimed at her. Instead, she gazed into the distance, seeing the little garden, the 3-story mansion, and figures in the windows. I'm looking for Dayton. Is he upstairs? Upon hearing her intention, the guards exchanged looks and 2 of them rushed inside, while others continued to keep her under watch. Within minutes, they returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a straight back, bearing a slight resemblance to Dayton. He must be their father. Curious how her search for Dayton brought out his father, Amaze remained quiet, waiting to be invited in. As soon as Oliver came out, he saw a woman standing at the door with peculiar clothing but stunning looks. Upon hearing from the guards that someone was looking for Dayton, he was surprised, thinking this boy had picked up bad habits and now even had girls coming to the door. He hurried over to Amaze, paused for a moment, lost in thought. After scrutinizing her carefully, he spoke to Amaze gently. Miss, if you're here for Yonnies, please come in and talk. Amaze was searched and found not to be carrying any weapons before being allowed inside. She and Oliver walked into the living hall together. They didn't go to the official reception room but instead went into a smaller, more warmly decorated and cozy space. The sofas were placed close together, a place clearly meant for intimate conversations. Though this felt less formal, it carried a certain intimacy. Amaze couldn't understand why he treated her so cordially, but it wasn't official or distant. Oliver frequently pressed his lips, finally asking Amaze after some hesitation, "What's your name, miss? Do you have family members still around?" Amaze originally wanted to find Dayton but didn't expect to be questioned first. "I'm here to find Dayton. He met me, outside. I'm a friend of his. You just need to mention him, and he'll know it's me." Oliver continued to look at Amaze with a smiling face. "Oh, I know you're here for Yonnies. Has he done something to make you uncomfortable? I'll stand up for you, feel free to hit him as you like." Amaze sensed that Oliver had misunderstood. She simply wanted to ask Dayton about some matters, perhaps inquire about Ruben's whereabouts. If Dayton isn't available, finding Gaston would also work. She reluctantly admitted she didn't have much connection with either of them, suggesting either brother could do. But Gaston was somewhat odd, while Dayton was easier to approach and get information from. Oliver drew in a sharp breath, never expecting Gaston to also have entangled with this girl. These 2 brothers were really unpredictable. "Forget it, I won't intervene. Gaston has led a team outside to kill zombies, as you know the situation outside. Dayton also went out a few days ago, but I don't know where that naughty boy went." By his account, both Dayton and Gaston were unavailable. Then who did she see earlier? "Did I just see Ruben?" Amaze asked tentatively. Chapter 143 Silverlight. Oliver was indeed shocked. Never had he thought that this girl of unknown origin would be so well informed about his 3 sons. It made sense that she knew Dayton, since he traveled everywhere. It was also understandable that she might have met Gaston as a way of gratitude for once being saved by him. But if she knew Ruben and still came to find him, it seemed that the influence of that person on her was truly immense. "Do you also know Ruben?" Hearing him say so, it confirmed his suspicion, making her task of finding someone much easier. "Since Ruben is here, I can talk to him too." Regarding his second son, Oliver couldn't make the decision on his own. Ruben was a very independent person, far more resolute than the other 2 when it came to making decisions. He couldn't decide for Ruben. "In that case, I'll call Ruben. Whether he wants to come or not depends on his own will." Just as he finished saying this and was about to get up to look for him, Ruben came downstairs. He leaned against the door frame, looking at Amaze who was sitting upright. "Long time no see." Amaze rarely saw him smile. Seeing his carefree smile now, the last bit of awkwardness between friends caused by their sudden parting vanished. After all, it was all for the sake of family. Amaze returned a smile too, and they sat on the sofa to continue talking. Oliver left with the others, closing the door behind them. "Do you remember what I said before? On the first night the space rift appeared, you used my ability." Amaze frowned, trying to recall what he had said. How could she have used Ruben's ability? Seeing Amaze's puzzled expression, Ruben decided not to dwell on it. "Fortunately, you're fine now. Tell me, how did you come here alone? Where's Hobart?" Amaze and Hobart were virtually inseparable, especially given the great distance between the bases. It was impossible for them to let Amaze come alone. Amaze looked around, checking for any listening devices nearby. Ruben snapped his fingers, and several silver flashes appeared. "It's safe now, go ahead." Seeing the silver light, Amaze froze, reminded of an evening when Ruben stood on the balcony telling her, "My ability will never harm you." But he never finished the sentence with "I will protect you." "That day, when I used your ability, are you alright?" In fact, within a day, Ruben hadn't returned to the base yet. His ability was forcibly drawn away by Amaze while he was on the road, leaving him completely drained, almost killed by zombies. However, he didn't want to tell Amaze these details, only shaking his head. "You must have been in quite a situation to use my ability. Fortunately, you're fine." Looking at his calm expression, Amaze felt he was likely unharmed, so she didn't worry further. "I don't really know how I got here. One day, the villa complex was surrounded by zombies. While we were dealing with them, Marshall suddenly appeared and took me away. But it wasn't Marshall, it was a zombie capable of shapeshifting. When I woke up again, I was near this base, imprisoned there. After escaping, I met Giselbert and came to the base with them." Ruben was shocked by her story. A zombie could silently enter the base interior and make Amaze vanish from inside without anyone noticing. It was undoubtedly formidable. "Is there anything you need me to do?" Cherries. I need to send a message to Hobart via the official channel. Actually, she hoped to borrow the base's heavy weaponry to bombard Cheese area again. According to her, Dr. Alice conducted many experiments there. Given his mobility issues and the presence of many buildings nearby, it was highly suspicious. However, she knew it wouldn't help to mention it for now. The base's priority was securing its safety and protecting lives. At least until the zombie wave ended, the base wouldn't dispatch large armed forces for search missions. Even if significant medical research findings could be obtained, it wouldn't be as important compared to the safety of ordinary people. Anything else? There must be more than just sending a message causing her concern. Also, I hope to form an armed squad to go there with me. I suspect there's a research institute nearby. We can wait until everything is over. There's no rush now. Reuben propped his chin in thought but couldn't agree immediately. I can't make that decision, but I'll try to help you persuade them. Amaze knew that this base wasn't her family's, and leaving would pose risks. As a base, without enough benefits, it was unlikely to mobilize such a significant operation just to verify her speculation. It won't be for nothing. Dayton brought back many supplies, so they should understand my situation. If needed, I can exchange supplies for support. For her, these supplies were essentially points. Previously, the three Shu brothers had left her many crystal cores, and there were also the crystal cores she obtained from WNC. Moreover, water fetched from the system was free, which helped her save quite a bit of money. With this statement, the chances of Reuben reaching an agreement increased significantly. Alright, wait for my good news. After their conversation, they exchanged updates on each other's situations. Finally, Amaze boldly asked a question. I want to ask you something, perhaps I shouldn't, but the way you all look at me makes me feel uncomfortable. Who is the person named Chichi? This question made Reuben fall silent. Perhaps Dayton had mentioned it, or no one else would have brought up this name. However, it wasn't surprising. Even when he first met Amaze, he had a fleeting moment of confusion. Candace is my fiancée. We grew up together, and my family was very familiar with her. Before the apocalypse, something happened to her. So please understand, when we saw you for the first time, we were momentarily confused, thinking you looked a bit like her. But after spending time with you, we realize you don't look alike, nor do you have similar personalities. Seeing someone similar inevitably invites comparison, especially with a deep childhood relationship that ended abruptly. There wasn't much she could say about it. She asked only to clarify who this troubling figure was. With the mystery solved, she didn't wish to reopen old wounds. My condolences. Chapter 144, Codename. Following that, Amaze went with the others to a place exclusively provided for her rest. The room was cleaned thoroughly, not as cozy as home, but it had all the basic amenities. She couldn't completely decipher the specialized radio waves used by Spencer and his team, so a specialist in this field was needed for direct assistance. Due to the connection with a special department, only someone from this department could relay the information, which required verification of relevant information and identity. Even if she were to ask Reuben for help, it had to go through proper channels, meeting requirements before any assistance could be given. Thus, Amaze rested here, although everything was unfamiliar to her, making it difficult to sleep soundly. She woke up early. She encountered Reuben, who had just returned from morning exercise. We have an appointment with Expert Chen at 9 in the morning in the reception hall. Meeting him meant Expert Chen would soon review her, including the reason for the radio waves. There was no other way around it. The base's computers were connected to an internal network, not the internet, preventing her from leaving messages online. To reach them, sending a message via radio wave was her last resort besides driving 3 days home personally. Professor Chen arrived shortly, and they met in the conference room. Miss Lin, we've already gathered some information about you. Can you tell us more about the person on the other end of the transmission? She didn't know much about Spencer's work in the special department, but she didn't plan on revealing even the simplest codenames. She wasn't sure how Spencer contacted his superiors and decided to take responsibility for these issues herself. It's someone I know. He once sent messages on this frequency, but I can't fully decipher them. Professor Chen pushed a piece of paper towards her. So, you sent this character? On the paper was the character she sent yesterday afternoon, clearly noting the location and time, while the sender remained unknown. Cherries, it's mine. He always monitors this frequency, so he'll understand this cryptic message. Professor Chen admired Amaze's acuteness. Without training in decryption, you managed to decipher a single character. Miss Lin indeed has talent. Would you consider joining us? This felt like headhunting, something Amaze wasn't willing to accept. No thank you. Though I can send messages, I'm not interested in this kind of work. I have my own things to do. Accepting rejection gracefully, Professor Chen continued. One final question, was it Lian Xiao? Amaze kept her expression neutral. Professor Chen was right, but she couldn't confirm or deny anything definitively. After all, the codename Lian Xiao had completed its mission before the apocalypse. Amaze had no authority to reactivate it, only Spencer could make that decision. Professor Chen took back the paper, carefully folding it into other documents. His hands trembled slightly, and after a moment, his voice choked up. Your message will be passed on. Please get some rest. Amaze had already drafted the message she intended to send, writing it down on a piece of paper. Now, Professor Chen's repeated confirmation aimed to verify whether Daphne he once taught was still alive. Even silence was better than a direct denial. Observing Professor Chen's expression, Amaze concluded he must have worked with Spencer before the apocalypse. Finding a surviving colleague now was moving. But whether to recognize each other or not was Spencer's decision. She would respect whatever he chose. After resolving this matter, Amaze stayed behind, borrowing paper and pen to compile a list of supplies she could provide. The list contained over 70 items, each in considerable quantity. She called Reborn for consultation. After comparing the list for a long time, he finally remarked, "There's no water listed." Water was now incredibly scarce. Since leaving Bulang, he realized how difficult it was to find potable water. Ordinary people queued for rations, limited to 100 milliliters daily. Many drank the leftover water from baths. For water, it might take longer, but about 3 tons should suffice. Actually, she underestimated the amount, willing to provide more but avoiding fostering greed for future cooperation. Understanding this, Reborn marked several items on the list. These are quite valuable. If negotiations fail, I'll add them later. The items above were sugar and oil. Many psychics could accelerate the ripening of vegetables and produce rice and flour, but sugar and oil, which required more processing, were relatively difficult to produce. There was no possibility of mass production at present. The several £1,000s Amaze provided was not much for a large base, but it was certainly not insignificant. Alright, this is my bottom line, you can decide when it comes time. Of course, as I mentioned before, I will protect you. This condition was quite generous. After he returned, Reborn learned that the armed forces had searched large supermarkets and warehouses in other cities multiple times to stockpile grains and oils. However, with such a large population base, these reserves would be completely consumed within about a month, even under rationed conditions for everyone. In the Yunzhong base, while not everyone was fully united, most officials maintained the same standards as the people for food and water distribution. A few wealthy merchants, due to various reasons, held many resources and were allowed some extra allocations out of necessity. But these greedy individuals would all pay their dues one by one in the future. Don't worry, I'll give you news in the afternoon. Since there was still time in the morning, Amaze did not want to waste it. After checking her psychic abilities and finding no issues, she said goodbye to Reborn and went out on her own. She hadn't seen so many people in a long time. Most ordinary citizens were rescued from nearby cities. They didn't carry many clothes but focused on bringing food and drink supplies, so they generally wore tattered clothing. However, genuine smiles were on their faces. One could gauge the overall management of the base from the lives of the lowest tier residents. Although the base might not be perfectly developed, trust and a sense of security among the people were abundant. Amaze urgently needed to buy a set of clothes. The Yunzhong base now used crystal cores as circulating currency. She looked at the shops lining the streets, which had limited merchandise but lively bidding and shouting from buyers. Even compressed biscuits were hotly contested items. Amaze stopped and watched with great interest for quite some time. Chapter 145, Meeting Again. The storefronts selling food were crowded with onlookers, while the ready-made clothing shops had significantly fewer customers. People were still struggling to meet their basic needs for food and drink, and as for clothing, they were just happy to have something to wear. However, Amaze's current outfit was indeed inconvenient, so she wanted to buy a set of practical clothes that fit her well, be it men's or women's wear. Wearing peculiar attire, she attracted a lot of attention the moment she walked into the clothing shop. Her face was clean and clear, with a determined gaze and a composed demeanor, not like someone who had suffered hardships. It was only the unusual clothing that caught people's eyes, yet upon closer inspection, the fabric didn't seem ordinary either. The shopkeeper was shrewd enough to realize that such clothes couldn't be cheap. Despite its strange appearance, he immediately recognized that Amaze was a genuine wealthy client. "Miss, let me show you some fashionable clothes suitable for young people. How about this dress? Its French style would suit you perfectly." Amaze glanced at her figure and thought, flattering indeed. Clearly, the businessman's words could deceive anyone. Noticing her expression, the shopkeeper quickly switched his recommendation. "How about this one, in a gentlewoman style?" It was a white-based dress adorned with light blue and light green lace, which Amaze wouldn't have chosen even before, and definitely not now. "I'm open to men's clothing too, I want something neat and practical." The shopkeeper glanced at Amaze, noting that the pinkish, delicate dress she wore now looked nothing like what she was aiming for. Men's clothing wasn't as profitable as women's, but selling something was always better than nothing. He promptly selected 3 outfits that would fit Amaze. "With your tall figure, these men's outfits should work well. Look at this blue one, it makes you look particularly spirited." Amaze interrupted him. She just wanted to buy a few sets of clothes, wrap them all up for me. Just as she was about to take out a crystal core, she was interrupted. "This is my shop, no need to pay." From upstairs, a red-haired youth slowly descended the stairs. With a mischievous smile showing his tiger teeth, he greeted Amaze. "Josephine Jinghan, we meet again." Amaze had assumed Dayton had gone elsewhere, never imagining he had opened a shop here. Moreover, it seemed others knew little about this place. Seeing the strangely dressed woman talking familiarly with his boss, the shopkeeper stopped fussing over other customers. Amaze took the 3 sets of clothes and went upstairs with Dayton. "Let's talk about everything later. Where can I change?" Dayton pointed to a spot, and Amaze headed there to change first. When she came out, Dayton was stunned. This time, she wore a set of dark blue men's clothing, with a stable color scheme that wasn't dull. Her hair was neatly tied up, with some strands framing her cheeks gracefully. Her eyes sparkled with strength, blending youthful charm and usual vigor, exuding a mix of gentleness and strength. "You said we don't look alike, so why are you staring?" Caught off guard, Dayton finally reacted. "You do look different from usual." Amaze didn't want to argue with a kid, so she changed the subject. Did you see what I gave you last time? Mentioning that item made Dayton serious. I did, but how do you know? Amaze handed him a bottle of water, taking one for herself. In this base, resources were strictly rationed, so even a son of a rich merchant like Dayton didn't have much extra. That's why everyone in her yard was so excited by the snacks and drinks last time. Dayton drank greedily without hesitation. Having access to unlimited water today felt like a treat after being limited to just one bottle a day. Josephine Jinghan, when you leave, take me with you. I haven't had such a refreshing drink in days, wailing and sobbing. Seriousness returned to Dayton briefly before he resumed acting silly. I just happened to know about it ahead of time, so it's fine if you warn others. As for taking you with me, forget it. You can eat, drink, and sleep, but you can't work. What use would you be? Amaze wasn't going to pamper the brat. Now that Dayton had officially returned home, he would surely be under strict control. She didn't fear this troublemaker. Oops. Dayton sighed. Josephine Jinghan, you don't know. Ever since Reuben came, he has been keeping an eye on me all the time. Luckily, he doesn't know about this shop of mine. Otherwise, I won't have even this last quiet place. Do you think he's a bad person? He wanted to win Amaze over, but he didn't consider how long she and Reuben had known each other compared to how long he had. Besides, Reuben is still helping me with business negotiations, but what about you? Upon hearing that, Dayton's eyes dimmed, but he quickly perked up again. If he can do it, so can I. Just say who you want me to talk to, and I'll go help you right away. One person like him is enough. You just stay here and behave. Actually, Amaze was also afraid that he might cause trouble if he went over there. However, she wouldn't say that out loud, or this troublemaker would start making more problems. So Josephine Jinghan, you came here just for business? What about that ice face next to you? Also, did you bring any more goods for me? The moment he mentioned Spencer, Amaze wondered when Professor Chen would send him a message. I do have some things, but what can you offer me in return? Mutual benefit leads to successful cooperation. If Amaze kept giving or taking unilaterally, it would be difficult to continue the business relationship. Dayton leaned closer to Amaze and whispered to her, I have some research data on the zombie virus vaccine. Do you need it? It was hard not to be tempted, but if this mischievous child revealed such important information, his father would likely beat him up. If the vaccine has been developed, and you reveal the entire base's progress and results just for your selfish desires, beware of being strictly controlled by Reuben. She didn't want this from a child, though she was tempted. The source was inappropriate, and she might be blacklisted by Cloud City Base. Future collaboration with large bases would be necessary for ongoing development, so this deal wasn't very profitable. Don't underestimate me. Actually, many research teams in this base are following my lead. His words made Amaze skeptical, yet she didn't entirely disbelieve him. After all, while Dayton was naughty and rebellious, his family's indulgence couldn't explain his influence in the base. He must have something valuable. Even if you led the work, these documents belong to everyone. Can you make decisions alone? Dayton slapped his thigh and made a decision. Using private property for contribution is great. Using private property for trade isn't a problem either. With those words, Amaze felt reassured. Since he dared to treat team medical results as personal property, it seemed Dayton indeed had some skills. Chapter 146, Recognition. Actually, I haven't fully developed the zombie virus vaccine yet. There have been some advances in data, but the overall experiment is still ongoing, with references to many materials provided by Dr. Sky, Dr. Francine, and a mysterious researcher in a wheelchair. The supplies I obtained were all arranged by my subordinates. Many researchers receive good treatment, but cigarettes are somewhat scarce. They hope for more supplies. They said the cargo referred to cigarettes. Dayton did not smoke personally, and these cigarettes were all used to bribe subordinates for experiments, as well as part of it was given to uncles and aunts to facilitate his escape. However, all Amaze's thoughts were focused on the two people he mentioned. Dr. Francine and a person in a wheelchair? Seeing her expression change, Dayton was unsure what had gone wrong. Do you know them? Have you seen Dr. Francine and the person in the wheelchair? Dayton recalled past events and hesitated. I have met Dr. Francine. She's a mature female doctor. As for that researcher, he always wore a golden mask and never took it off. So, it must be her. However, Dr. Francine appeared to everyone as a human, possibly using some secret methods. So, do you have any opinions about these two people? Amaze didn't speak, only pausing in silence. When did you start cooperating with them? What help did they provide to you? Seeing her serious face, Dayton dared not joke around and pondered deeply before answering. Before the zombies came, they approached me with professional materials. At that time, I was focusing on cancer cell research, and no one took them seriously, so we didn't cooperate. But after the apocalypse, when I found their cooperation proposal, I discovered it was related to the apocalyptic zombies. They referred to them as the living dead, so we started close cooperation. Until about half a month ago, a few days before the spatial rift caused the zombie wave, Dr. Francine went missing. The researcher in the wheelchair occasionally sent information for our continued research, but yesterday his messages stopped too. With each sentence, Amaze felt her heart sinking deeper. Do you know where Dr. Francine and the man in the wheelchair are specifically? Can you still contact them? In fact, Dr. Francine should have been killed by Baxter Liangshan, but they left earlier than her. Why didn't Baxter Liangshan reply? He went missing. Where could he be? She looked at Dayton hopefully but received an answer she didn't want. They're very mysterious. We never knew their exact location. Messages exchanged daily, but Dr. Francine stopped sending messages early on, and the mysterious researcher hasn't responded since yesterday afternoon. Amaze felt a lump in her throat as she tried to regain her voice. I think I may know where he is. Amaze wanted to escape, but she didn't truly wish to leave Baxter behind there. Dayton first showed excitement, then confusion. Josephine Jinghan, do you know them? Amaze nodded stiffly, hoping to get there as soon as possible, to see if Baxter was still alive in that sinister place. She'd rather he live in endless pain than just give up like this. It was hard not to assume that Baxter stayed there because of her. I only know the mysterious man, and my arrival this time is all due to him. Amaze walked to the window, looking at the gaunt faces of ordinary people outside and thinking about the cruel experiments conducted by Dr. Francine. The culprit who pretended to be a savior reappeared, enjoying respect from others and easing her conscience. Amaze even resented why Baxter Liangshan hadn't killed her sooner. I'll take the data and 200 cartons of cigarettes. Making this decision, Dayton felt something strange he didn't understand, but the cigarettes ensured good benefits for rewarding subordinates, which made him happy. Sure, Josephine Jinghan. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. I plan to sell the vaccine formula to other bases after its development, so there's no need for guilt. He thought Amaze's change was due to trading the vaccine data. Amaze didn't care much for his comfort. She had always known that the cloud base was indeed heading in a better direction, and it was no wonder so many people from her past life followed the cloud base. Our base is also conducting research, and if there are new developments, we will let you know. In fact, Dayton was excited to the point of wanting to jump up, but seeing Amaze's emotion wasn't high, he obediently nodded and agreed. The two of them went downstairs together, and Amaze wanted to check out some other shops here to see if there were any good things. Especially seeds, she actually had quite a few types already. If she could find some unique seeds, planting them at the base would quickly produce results and enrich their variety. Amaze walked ahead, while Dayton followed behind. You can go back, I know the way. But Dayton refused to leave her side. I'll just follow you, I won't disturb you. You look around, go ahead. Reluctantly, Amaze continued walking, soon captivated by some peculiar items sold nearby. The market didn't have fixed stalls. Just a wooden table with a not-so-clean cloth laid on it, propping up a small stand. The Gaius was similarly unkempt, with messy hair and an indistinct face. Using his mud-covered fingers, he repeatedly wiped objects that resembled crystal cores. Each seemed to be a third-tier crystal core. However, Amaze couldn't feel any energy from these crystal cores, they only looked like the real thing but weren't genuine. Cherit, several people surrounded the stall, asking about the items. Initially not intending to intervene, Amaze thought that third-tier crystal cores would provide enough sustenance for a family for a long time. They shouldn't be deceived. So, Amaze stepped forward, ready to expose the fraud. As she raised her head, she saw a sign next to one of the items. Abnormality Collector. Not only did she fail to expose the scam, but Amaze became interested in this so-called abnormality collector. Curiously, she asked, what is this used for? Chapter 147, Sarcasm. Seeing the clean and fair-skinned young girl squeeze in, obviously a rich person, the Gaius glanced at her indifferently and introduced his goods half-heartedly. Do even the rich not want to buy this? It's just placing abilities into this shell so you can use the ability when you need it. This was Amaze's first time meeting the Gaius. Having no prior grievances, she was unexpectedly mocked but did not argue back. She was quite interested in these items. Can you demonstrate how to use someone else's ability? The uncle sized her up for a long while, finally staring at her head. Isn't this something your rich people invented? If you invented it yourselves, don't you know how to use it? Amaze, despite her excellent upbringing, wanted to retort after being sarcastically ridiculed. Dayton caught up from behind. Seeing Amaze being bullied like this, she got angry too. She took out a handful of crystal cores from her bosom and slapped them onto the stall. The stand wobbled several times before stabilizing. 5 or 6 third-stage crystal cores shone under the sun, their radiance even brighter compared to fake ones. Just show us already, don't talk so much. Seeing so many crystal cores and the brazen Dayton, the man huffed through his nose. But he didn't openly offend the crystal cores and picked up the smallest ability collector to demonstrate. He placed the ability collector in his palm, then used a tool similar to a screwdriver to unscrew its cap. Then he showed the opened ability collector to everyone in front of the stall. This is an ice-type ability. I personally have no ability. After saying that, he brought the ability collector to his mouth and drank all the liquid inside, leaving only an egg-sized transparent shell. It wasn't made of plastic or glass, some special material. After finishing the drink, he clicked his tongue as if the taste was bad. His already small visible face expression became even smaller with the frown. Subsequently, his chest rose sharply. Burp tilde. He burped and swiftly threw a punch. A wave of freezing air approached everyone. Since he was just a commoner with no survival skills, the freezing air felt merely cold with a gust, lacking any attack power. Following this, he clasped his hands together and separated them, forming a simple icicle between his middle fingers. As his hands trembled, the icicle gradually took form, transforming into a spear about 20 to 30 centimeters long. When he let go, the ice spear fell onto the stall, causing it to shake violently. Amaze reacted quickly, catching the ice spear and steadying the stall to prevent it from tipping over. The ice spear felt bone-chillingly cold upon touch, not just the temperature of ice, piercingly cold straight to the bones. Not being an ice-type ability user, she found this energy unfamiliar, invading her body from the moment it touched her skin. so she enveloped herself with her own ability. Feeling the ice spear now, she only sensed its coldness, not the bone-chilling aspect. The ice spear was slightly longer than her forearm, about as thick as 3 fingers. It had a crude shape without any decorations, not very sharp but enough to deal with simple zombies. It could be said to be a great method for ordinary people to boost their strength temporarily. What level of ice-type ability user made this? Perhaps due to the invasion of ice energy, the Gaius's temper seemed fiercer but also icy, second stage. Upon hearing this, everyone was amazed. A second stage ability user was quite formidable, capable of producing such a powerful ability collector. This would serve as a good amulet for those who ventured outside. However, Amaze was not impressed by a second stage ability. To her, it wasn't very strong. There were many more on the stall, and Amaze looked at other collectors. Noticing her dissatisfied gaze, the Gaius knew Amaze was not content with a second stage ability. He had just given a demonstration using a less valuable item. He casually waved his hand, selecting a few crystal cores and gathering them to the center of the stall. These are all from third stage ability users. Amaze turned to look at Dayton, raising her eyebrows to ask if this was reliable. Dayton wasn't very familiar with ability collectors either. After all, it wasn't within his expertise, so he didn't pay much attention to it. However, this invention was relatively new in his memory, and it was indeed reliable. But this old man was dressed so shabbily, he might not be able to obtain abilities from so many reliable ability users. Dayton suspected that the quality of these abilities might not be entirely up to standard. So Dayton nodded, then shook his head, indicating he wasn't sure. It seemed she would have to handle it herself. I want to try this collector myself. I won't make you lose out, let's set a price. The Gaius looked at Amaze, then at her companion Dayton. Amaze was clean and fair-skinned, while Dayton behind her was more generous and confident. He reckoned they must be children of important people here. 1 third-stage crystal core can exchange for 2 equally ranked ability collectors. Amaze thought the price was expensive, and the others gasped in surprise. Just as she was about to haggle over the price, she felt a hand grip her shoulder. Amaze turned around and found it was Bud, the duty officer who had picked a quarrel with her on her first day at Yunjong base. Amaze wouldn't give in to him, so she grabbed his wrist, pulled forward, and threw him over her back. Bud lay sprawled on the ground. Other passers-by naturally didn't help him but stepped back, forming a circle to watch the commotion. Bud clutched his waist, lying on the road and rolling around. Ouch, you girl are violent. How could you do this to a stranger? His attitude was different from before, and Amaze didn't know what he was up to. Just as she was waiting for him to continue his act, someone else took over. Shameless. Who dares to assault a staff member in broad daylight? Bud was already disheveled from his own antics, with most of his clothes covering his face, and he was wearing civilian clothes. Most people couldn't recognize him as Bud. But the person speaking, dressed uniformly, walked in from outside the crowd and immediately identified him as staff. Clearly, this was an accomplice acting in tandem with him. Seeing the armed people enter, everyone backed away again, even the Gaius quietly tidied up his stuff. In no time, only Amaze and Dayton behind her, and Bud rolling on the ground, were left in the center of the crowd. Chapter 148, Brothers. I am the captain of the local defense squad, Raoul. Miss, why did you unjustly assault a staff member on the street? Raoul. As soon as this name was mentioned, Amaze knew that this innocent must be a thoughtless person. Even if it were just for show, he should have found someone with no relation to her. People with the same surname are likely to be relatives. Who couldn't guess? He flashed his credentials, seemingly to add authority in front of the crowd. However, Amaze wasn't impressed. You came from afar while he was writhing on the ground. Someone unfamiliar with him would not recognize him at all. How could you identify him as a staff member through so many people? You are called Raoul, and he is called Innocent. What's the connection between you two? With these few sentences, everyone around started looking at the two of them. What was supposed to be an impartial law enforcement turned out to be nepotism. Some bold ones directly shouted, Raoul is Innocent's brother. They're both rotten apples. Raoul glared fiercely, staring at the person who spoke, but that person quickly slipped away before he could see who it was. Embarrassed, Raoul said angrily, no matter what, miss, you assaulted someone on the street and now they can't get up due to pain. Isn't that wrong? Amaze was very confident about her strength. She had only given him a back throw without using extra force. If he felt pain, it wouldn't last long by now. If Innocent still couldn't get up, he might be pretending or exploiting old injuries to frame her. Sorry, but he touched my shoulder when he approached me, which I took as harassment, so I reacted instinctively. I didn't expect him to be so weak. But how much strength could a girl have? I think he's trying to set a trap. Why don't we get a doctor to check? Dayton immediately stepped in front of Amaze, shielding her from the gazes. Then let's find a doctor. I happen to know quite a few. Saying this, he took out a communicator, preparing to call doctors over to assess Innocent's condition. Amaze feigned concern and squatted down next to Innocent. Her hand touched Innocent's body, using her ability to scan his insides, discovering he indeed had old injuries. Whether they had relapsed or not, if Innocent insisted on his current pain being caused by her, she would be hard-pressed to clear her name. But her ability could also heal. Amaze increased the power output, invisibly healing his old injuries. An eye for an eye doesn't necessarily mean immediate action. Now that his injuries were healed, his future health was not guaranteed. Raoul rushed over to stop Dayton. Wait. The doctors you're calling are likely accomplices. Since you dare ask for a medical examination, I'll find doctors from the base instead. Dayton found this amusing. The doctors he contacted were also from the base, and regardless of whom Raoul chose, Dayton knew them all. It's fine. Go ahead and find them. Just make sure they bring their credentials. We won't accept any fake doctors. Innocent didn't recognize Dayton and thought this redhead was bluffing, though he planned to get professional doctors anyway. I'm not like you red-haired kids who lie in public. Ignorance is bliss. He immediately took out his communicator and went aside to respectfully invite professional doctors. Doctors in the base were scarce and always busy with the large population. Getting them involved required considerable effort. Amaze had already healed him, so no matter how much Innocent thrashed around, there wouldn't be any wounds now. Unless the doctors colluded, the result would be clear. Seeing Amaze standing calmly, Dayton knew everything was under control. He simply hid in the crowd, ready to observe who among the doctors would conspire against the Innocent. A few minutes later, a distant voice cried out, "Move aside! Move aside!" The crowd parted slightly, allowing the doctor to see the menacing Raoul standing nearby, Innocent rolling on the ground, and the slender girl standing off to one side. The relationship between brothers Raoul and Innocent was well known among the internal staff. The doctor knew at a glance that this girl had run afoul of the two brothers, which resulted in such a cunning trick. After all, fighting in the base required a significant price. Seeing the small girl's thin and helpless appearance, he decided to help her a little. He held up his credentials. "I am an orthopedic doctor from Yunzhong base. Let me examine if the person on the ground is indeed injured." Standing in the crowd, Dayton saw that the newcomer was a relatively honest intern, putting half his worries to rest. After all, this intern was still fairly upright, and in his judgment, the doctor wouldn't collude with the Jin brothers. After showing his credentials to everyone around, he walked to Innocent's side and stopped him from thrashing about. First, he scientifically checked for any external wounds on his body. But as soon as he touched Innocent's waist, Innocent shouted, "Ouch, it really hurts." Seeing how seriously he was acting, Amaze watched him wail with interest. Next, the doctor used his ability to examine his body, only to find no injuries at all. After examination, there are no injuries on his body. Upon hearing these words, there was an uproar among the crowd. Witnessing Innocent crying so painfully, they thought his bones must have broken, but they never expected him to be completely unharmed. If not for the doctor testifying on behalf of the girl, confirming Innocent had no injuries, she might have been taken away by this person called Raoul. How despicable. Who would disagree? Hearing the public's chatter, Raoul's face turned sour. All he could do now was insist that something was wrong with Innocent. So even if there are no visible wounds, the intense pain he's experiencing must be from internal injuries. The doctor looked at Raoul's resolute face and knew he intended to teach Amaze a lesson today. Actually, he could have supported Raoul. After all, if the girl had a strong backing, someone would have already come forward to support her instead of leaving her alone facing their false accusations. However, seeing Amaze standing alone against evil, struggling despite being alone, the doctor couldn't bear it, not just for Amaze but also for his conscience. "I have also examined his insides with my ability and found absolutely no injuries. No matter how many doctors you call, the result will be the same." With his assurance, others became more contemptuous of Innocent and Raoul's wicked intentions. Seeing public opinion turning against them, Raoul suggested taking Amaze and Innocent elsewhere to resolve the issue. "I won't go. Any issues should be resolved here. Why hide and solve matters secretly?" Innocent blinked at Raoul, who then used his privilege to clear the surrounding crowd. Even the doctor who spoke up for Amaze was asked to leave. Chapter 149 Body Search. There were still a few people who wanted to watch the spectacle, but they were all forcefully driven away by Raoul. However, they didn't openly observe anymore but silently paid attention from other places. Seeing that Amaze wasn't an easy target, Raoul quickly nudged Bud, signaling him to wrap things up and not create further complications. However, how could Bud be someone who would give up so easily? Ignoring all the hints and glances from Raoul, he insisted on pressing Amaze today. "In public, everyone saw you knock me down without any warning. Even if I wasn't hurt, it's just good luck. But you are not a good person either." Bud skillfully turned the tables. "But Amaze wasn't going to be pushed around. I knocked you down because I had my reasons." Bud thought she was referring to when he touched her shoulder. "I touched your shoulder to remind you not to believe the Gaius's lies, yet you didn't listen and threw me down. You should compensate me." This naturally earned an angry look from the Gaius. "Or we can meet in court. Attacking a staff member might land you in battle or prison." He deliberately threatened Amaze with 2 punishments, military service or jail time, hoping to make her back off to achieve his goal of private talk. Back then, wouldn't Amaze have been at his mercy? But for Amaze, this was like getting what she needed just when she was sleepy. She immediately gathered everyone loudly. "I hope everyone can give me, a newcomer to the base, justice. Everyone saw him touch my shoulder, which is why I knocked him down. But I did it for a reason." With this call, those who were initially just there for the show naturally came over again, ignoring Raoul's attempts to shoo them away. They focused all their attention on Amaze. "Come on, little girl, tell us your trouble, Elroy will testify for you." One person took the lead, and others followed suit. "Me too, I can be a witness. We won't let anyone bully you." The crowd's outrage made Raoul's threatening gaze ineffective, even attracting customers who weren't paying attention before. Soon, they surrounded them tightly. With so many eyes witnessing, anything unfavorable to Bud now might mean no one could save him, even Raoul. But seeing others gathering around, Bud instantly felt he held the upper hand. Let everyone hear why you randomly knocked me down, hurting me so much. Amaze lowered her head, silent. When she looked up again, her eyes were red, her nose slightly pink, her expression weak and pitiful. All my belongings are on you. I lost control because of the 10-second tier crystal cores and 1/3 tier core my mother left me. That's enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Her sad words stirred compassion in the onlookers. Bud was shocked. How is that possible? I just touched you. That touch made you steal my items. Breathing heavily, Bud wished he could strangle Amaze. He indeed hadn't stolen anything. Amaze had received money from Giselbert upon entering, leading him to believe she had sold herself and thus assumed she was poor. Who knew she had so many crystal cores? Feeling his pockets in a hidden corner, he found a small silk pouch. It felt soft, with some patterns on it, and inside were indeed crystal cores, matching the number she mentioned. He hadn't felt it lying down and didn't notice it while arguing after standing up. Just as he wanted to deny stealing, he reconsidered. If he could prove ownership of the crystal cores, they would be his. So Bud swallowed his words about a body search, since he really had the cores and intended to keep them. Cherries, I do have these cores. I know exactly how they're packed and their attributes. If you don't believe me, search him. If cores are found, we'll tell you what type they are. Hearing this, Bud's heart was filled with anxiety. If the items were really found on him, he would be labeled as a thief and might end up in court. That would ruin the job he had worked so hard to get through connections. I say I didn't, so I didn't. What right do you have to search me? If I can't do it myself, then let's find someone qualified to conduct the search. Rurul naturally wanted to take over this task, but Amaze wouldn't allow the two of them to collude. Hold on, why don't we find another person? I don't trust either of you, we need a fair and impartial person. The two froze, their plans dashed. Amaze wasn't concerned about their thoughts as she scanned the crowd for a suitable candidate. Then came a hearty voice. Since we're lacking an impartial witness, why don't I take the role? How do the three of you feel about that? It was Dallas, who exuded righteousness. Seeing him, Bud and Rurul exchanged uneasy glances. However, Rurul still greeted Dallas politely. Captain Leahy, we are currently investigating this person for slandering Bud. There's no need to trouble you, Captain Leahy. It's just a small matter. Bud quickly interjected, trying to derail Dallas's involvement. After all, Rurul didn't know he had something on him, but Bud did. Since I'm free, I might as well be a witness. So we're searching Bud, correct? Let me handle it. With every step Dallas took closer, Bud's face turned paler. Amaze, knowing the inside story, almost couldn't contain her laughter. Bud, raise your hands. Dallas began patting down from top to bottom and finally felt the bag. His movement paused momentarily, glancing at Bud and then at Rurul. Then, he firmly grasped the small pouch. I did indeed feel a bag, but whose it is remains to be determined. Why don't we ask this young lady and Bud to describe their bags? A faint smile appeared at the corner of Amaze's lips, though she didn't intend to give away the correct answer yet. Why don't you guess first, Bud? Bud only knew there was a bag with several crystal cores inside, but he had no idea about its color or shape. However, Dallas had already prompted him to start, and everyone else was eagerly watching. Sweat trickled down his temple, but with a deep breath, he guessed blindly, black. The black color was correct, which Amaze hadn't expected. Bud had been surprisingly lucky with his guess. Black. Hearing both their answers match, Bud became arrogantly mocking. I bet you guessed after me. After all, I know what my things look like, and you can only rely on my answer. Some people around were murmuring quietly. Bud, after all, had a stable job, while the newcomer, aside from her somewhat pitiful background, remained an enigma. Already, some hearts were beginning to lean toward Bud. Chapter 150 Resolution. Fortunately, Amaze added a sentence in time. However, the black I'm referring to isn't entirely black, it's a colorful black. Everyone looked at Amaze with puzzled eyes, not knowing how to interpret this statement. The base color is black, but it's embroidered with ropes of other colors on top, hence it's called a colorful black. Any issues with that? Dallas lowered his head and smiled. He then turned to Bud. Anything you want to say? This. Bud was also in disarray, not knowing what to say. His face flushed red out of anxiety, but he couldn't articulate anything else. I know how many crystal cores are inside, there are 11 in total. Amaze had previously mentioned this. If she wanted to accuse him, then she must be ready to bear the consequence that all these crystal cores belonged to him. Amaze smiled faintly. I guessed there were 9. And Bud was inwardly alarmed, never imagining that this woman had already tricked him. So Bud found an excuse. I made a mistake. There are actually 9. Dallas looked at him and confirmed again, not changing your mind. Brendan closed his eyes and nodded randomly, leaving his fate as it was. Dallas looked back at Amaze, who said, oh, so I must have remembered wrong too. Actually, it's 11. Bud glared at her furiously. You tricked me. The corners of Dallas's mouth curved up slightly. His 2 hands tightly held the pouch as he walked forward to display it to everyone. This is the pouch I just took from Bud, which is the only item on him. Please observe carefully. Then, he opened his hands, revealing the colorful pouch filled with crystal cores in front of him. It had a black background with colorful ropes woven on top. This pouch, which originally contained a piece of wood, now housed the crystal cores due to Amaze's quick thinking. There was an uproar among the crowd, pointing fingers at Bud. It was unbelievable that someone with a steady job would still engage in petty theft. Wouldn't that disrupt discipline for those without jobs? He should be punished severely. One person suggested this, and others followed suit. Dallas opened the pouch again, revealing 10 second-grade crystal cores, each colored uniquely. A single third-grade crystal core, plump and sparkling like the central star surrounded by others, shone in the middle. These crystal cores dazzled everyone, even Dallas himself, who cast a sidelong glance at the composed young girl beside him. He didn't know where Amaze came from, but with such substantial resources, she certainly wasn't an ordinary person. Once the result was announced, Bud and Domenico's faces turned ashen, especially Domenico's. He thought this younger brother of his only had a weakness for women, but never expected him to hit a tough spot today, attempting to steal someone else's crystal cores. Domenico kicked Bud hard in the buttocks. Unprepared, Bud immediately fell to his knees, bowing deeply to Amaze. Others stifled their laughter, while Amaze approached Dallas and said, "Let's handle it according to the rules here. After all, if he steals from me and simply returns the items without any punishment, that wouldn't be fair, right?" Dallas glanced at Amaze. "Thief will be detained for 1 month, employees receive double punishment, and a 25% fine will be imposed." Amaze nodded, agreeing with this approach. Although this punishment wasn't extremely severe, these crystal cores amounted to a significant sum for commoners. This punishment left the onlookers sighing while Bud and Domenico's faces remained pale. Their monthly wages weren't much either, barely enough to make ends meet, relying entirely on grey income for any extra. After this incident involving Bud, he likely wouldn't have a job upon release. And depending solely on Domenico's salary would be insufficient to cover these crystal cores. Moreover, Bud's situation might affect Domenico's future career plans. Both their faces were pale, and Domenico, feeling humiliated and furious, intended to continue beating Bud. Bud, kneeling on the ground, appeared exhausted, his face pale and tears streaming down his cheeks. Seeing the brothers getting what they deserved, others commented briefly and dispersed. With a gesture, Dallas signaled his guards to take Bud away. "You bitch, wait until I'm free. I've been framed," he shouted as he was dragged away, leaving Domenico standing there dazed, unsure of how to react. Dallas walked up to Domenico. "Further investigation is needed, and as for your position, it will temporarily be taken over by the deputy." Domenico thought removing Bud meant he would be spared, but he realized he couldn't escape this ordeal. Reluctantly, Domenico handed over his credentials to Dallas, essentially suspending his duties. While Dallas was dealing with Domenico's affairs, Amaze was pulled aside by the Gaius who had somewhat looked down on her earlier. "In fact, I wasn't targeting you just now, I was just very angry. Please forgive me. You see, it was this person named Bud who took advantage of his power before and injured my child, causing a disability that left one leg unable to bear weight properly. So I have always harbored resentment against officials and the rich, but I realized you are different from them. Even if you are wealthy, you didn't use your money to insult us. On the contrary, you handled him today through your own means. I consider you my benefactor for helping me settle this score." The Gaius trembled and was about to kneel. "Benefactor, please accept my thanks." Amaze knew she had only acted in self-interest, never intending to help him. She wouldn't accept his gratitude in such a manner. With strength in both hands, she lifted the Gaius up. "Today I did everything for myself, don't think too much into it." The Gaius wiped his face, his voice filled with excitement. "Since my benefactor refuses, I will give all these ability collectors to you." Amaze's expression brightened as she was genuinely interested in those ability collectors, but she wasn't willing to take advantage of a commoner with limited resources. To her, the ability collectors were nice-to-have items. To the Gaius, they were crucial for survival. Different people found different significance in the same item. "Why don't you sell me these collectors at a lower price?" Amaze insisted on purchasing rather than taking for free. After much deliberation, the Gaius finally spoke. Then these would be 5 third-grade crystal cores. The stall displayed roughly 20 to 30 ability collectors, and the quoted price seemed reasonable. He then leaned closer to Amaze. "Additionally, I will teach you how to use the crystal core collector to gather abilities. In the future, you can collect them yourself using the outer shell." This surprised Amaze so much that her mouth opened wide. It was like teaching her the critical part of ability collector technology. 5 golden crystal cores could not buy such skills. Amaze made up her mind and nodded slightly. "All right, please teach me." Chapter 151, Teaching. The Gaius handed her a used ability collector, while he held one as well. Amaze mimicked his posture and found the secret to operating the crystal core collector. You press here and then ask the ability user to silently recite in their mind, directing the power to this spot. His finger tapped several spots on the exterior of the crystal core collector. Amaze followed his actions, gradually sending her abilities to the designated points on the collector. It slowly absorbed her abilities, much like water flowing into the collector, without losing control. Soon, light green ability liquid filled the second-level collector's casing she was holding. Amaze gently shook the casing. This was her first attempt, and it turned out quite successful. After sealing it properly, she handed it over to the Gaius. "This collector has collected my abilities. Since you know how to use it, apply it to your child." She patted the Gaius's hand. "Trust me, using my abilities will benefit your child." Although she didn't know how long the Gaius's child had been injured, her abilities were effective for healing. Even if they couldn't completely cure him, they could help improve his condition temporarily. The Gaius's lips trembled uncontrollably. Through their connected hands, Amaze could feel his excitement. He sniffed and searched through his clothing to find a handkerchief, carefully wrapping the ability collector within it layer by layer before tucking it into his chest and smoothing out his shirt as if nothing had happened. Then, the Gaius found a box under his stall. I used to be a craftsman, and someone taught me how to make ability collectors. Using my skills, I made many casings. With these skills, I don't worry about the future, so these casings are a gift for you. He opened the box, revealing 3 layers of casings unfolded before Amaze. The sizes varied, with only 1 row for the first level. The second level filled 1 side, and the remaining 2 sides were all 3rd level casings. There was even 1 row larger than 3rd level, though not a standard 4th level. Amaze speculated that because the Gaius hadn't seen a 4th level crystal, he couldn't gauge the proper size accurately. Amaze didn't hesitate. Alright, thank you. Now, would you please accept my crystal cores as well? Amaze directly handed him the pouch with an additional 4 crystal cores. A few extra 2nd level cores, take them too. The owner, being a straightforward person, accepted them without checking. Unbeknownst to him, Amaze had given him a total of 15 3rd level cores as compensation for teaching her how to use the ability collector and collect abilities. Having resolved the matter, Dallas stood by, chatting with Dayton. He knew Amaze was a guest of the Shoe family and had traded supplies for the Shoe brothers. Dallas had some thoughts. This person could be appropriately rallied, smart and shrewd, she could be a valuable ally if used well. As for the Gaius, not only did he gain crystal cores but also something beneficial for his son, so naturally, he wouldn't linger. Hastily packing up his stall, he bid farewell to Amaze and went home. Dayton introduced Amaze to Dallas. This is my clan brother, Dallas. This is my sister Jinghan, she knows many things and once saved my life. Amaze nodded in greeting. Amaze, nice to see you again. Dallas acknowledged with a nod. Indeed, it's better this time around. Seeing their interaction, Dayton realized Amaze had already met Dallas. Hey, how do you two know each other? Amaze remained silent, so Dallas explained. Miss Lin faced some trouble entering the city gates. Bud intentionally created problems for her. Dayton, unaware of this incident, clenched his fists in righteous indignation upon hearing this. I should find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Dallas gave the boy a pat, noting his impulsiveness could lead to trouble. Just as he was about to advise against it, Amaze spoke up first. My affairs I will handle myself. You stay out of it. If I find out you interfered. She left her threat unfinished, but Dayton feared Amaze might withhold items from him in the future. Those items were crucial for his freedom. Okay, Josephine Jinghan. Seeing him struggling so hard while feeling wronged, Dallas couldn't help but regard her even more highly. After all, it was rare to find someone who could make Dayton obey with just 1 sentence. This reckless kid feared nothing and no one. Dallas hadn't expected this somewhat slender girl to be able to control him, which made him feel that the relationship between these 2 people was somewhat special. Dayton really wanted to introduce Dallas to Amaze. With Dallas's status, if Amaze needed help, Dallas could do more than he could. It would also benefit Amaze more. Why don't we go to the store and chat? He put forward this suggestion because he wanted the 2 of them to get to know each other better. Amaze didn't mind about this matter since she had few requests anyway, and whether she knew Dallas or not didn't matter much. I won't go, I still have tasks, let's talk next time. Dallas received a message in his bracelet, so he politely declined Dayton's invitation and bid farewell to the 2 before leaving with his team. Bud, who was being dragged along messily, was filled with sorrow and anger. Even after they had walked far away, his curses against Amaze could still be heard. But Amaze couldn't care less about his curses. Seeing that Dallas had no intention of chatting, Amaze and Dayton found no need to return. The 2 continued to stroll around here. During this time, Amaze saw many new things that hadn't appeared in her base in her previous life, as well as some odd objects. For example, this person's stall was currently selling a bracelet. Chapter 152, Sweep. This bracelet looks like it's made of ordinary jade, not very expensive, but its value lies in its added features. Each bracelet has a 10 square meter space inside that can be used for portable storage. Besides bracelets, there are also rings, necklaces, and more. The prices are reasonable, and you can bargain. Amaze was very interested in stalls where she could haggle. Storage spaces were relatively difficult to make. If they weren't too expensive, she decided to buy some for everyone back at the base. She squeezed through the crowd and immediately spotted a finger guard made of fairly good quality jade. Boss, how much is this? The boss looked kindly at the young girl in front of him. This one has a larger space, about 20 square meters, and the quality of the jade itself isn't bad either. I'll give you a discount, don't haggle with me, just 3 third-grade crystal cores. The price was within Amaze's budget. Okay, then let me pick some more. She looked over several items on the stall, carefully choosing 20 pieces. There were still over a dozen left. Girls could wear bracelets, rings, or necklaces. However, if sending them to men, only the finger guards would be suitable as gifts. So she picked 5 bracelets specifically for girls, while the rest could be given to both genders. Other people saw her picking so many and hurriedly chose their own things as well. In no time, Amaze made this stall quite popular. These you pack separately, and put the rest together. Hearing this, the Gaius's eyes bulged. You want all these? He didn't expect to encounter such a big spender right at the start of the day. Cherries, count out those being chosen by others now, and wrap up the rest. Amaze was like a villager who came into town and bought quite a few good items. These were indeed valuable items she needed, but buying wasn't the main goal. She hoped to study them after Alana gave birth. If something significant could be figured out, it would provide new directions for the base's development beyond food and grain supplies. Oh, okay, then give me 20 third-grade crystal cores in total. The Gaius found packaging bags and carefully wrapped each item she wanted. After receiving the crystal cores from Amaze and completing the transaction, she left. The stall was left with the legend of 20 third-grade crystal cores, astounding everyone with her wealth. Amaze had swept 2 stalls in succession, making a name for herself on the street. All the Gaius hoped she would visit their stalls. After all, wherever she went, everything was taken and packed. These crystal cores would be enough for a family's expenses for years. While everyone was eagerly waiting for Amaze to pass by, she successfully swept up quite a few advanced items. By the end, she didn't have many crystal cores left. She still had 80 or so third-grade crystal cores saved in the system for future use when trading points for supplies, so she stopped buying. Amaze then followed Dayton to the famous 5-star hotel in the base. But before entering, Dayton stopped her. Prepare yourself, the food here might not be as good as Sierra's cooking. Upon entering, they found the restaurant almost empty except for a few waiters. 3 or 4 waiters led them into a private room. Dayton ordered all the signature dishes. Don't worry, we'll eat first, and whatever we don't finish, I'll pack up to bring to the other doctors in the lab. Only then did Amaze feel reassured and allow him to order the dishes. When the food arrived, it looked appetizing. Even in a 5-star hotel, meat dishes were scarce, with more focus on planted vegetables. She tasted a piece of meat, which wasn't as tasty as it looked. There was even a slight odd flavor, somewhat familiar. Yonis, have you eaten here before? She wasn't sure if her suspicions were correct. This matter was too important to take lightly, and she needed confirmation. Dayton was about to eat a piece of meat when Amaze tapped his hand with chopsticks, stopping him. Don't eat it, something might be wrong. He trusted Amaze deeply and wished he could spit out the vegetables he had already eaten. Do you know what's wrong? Dayton hadn't noticed any difference himself. But if Amaze said something was off, there must be a problem. Do you know who the owner of the restaurant is? I suspect there's something wrong with his meat. Dayton furrowed his brow, thinking for a long time before shaking his head. No idea. This is my first time here. It's a bit expensive, so I rarely come. The Shu family had their own cook, and the meals at home were plentiful and as good as what any master chef could offer. Moreover, these restaurants charged exorbitantly to make a profit, and Dayton was not going to be a fool to pay for such expensive food. This time, he just wanted Amaze to try it, but didn't expect anything bad to happen. After hearing him speak, Amaze's brows also involuntarily knitted together. Dayton didn't know who owned this restaurant either, but this meat, it couldn't have gotten in without some questionable sources. Does the base have chicken or duck farms? Or pig or beef sources? There is indeed a chicken farm, but the output isn't high. Other meats are found in cold storage facilities in other cities. There might be some odd flavors because they aren't very fresh. Is it that kind of smell? Absolutely not the smell of spoiled meat. Due to her ability, she was particularly sensitive to the smell of such meat. This meat might, and I say might, be zombie meat or from zombified animals. Amaze wasn't entirely sure, although the taste seemed strange, she couldn't be 100% certain. Besides, if the restaurant had been open for so long and problems arose from eating such zombified meat, someone would have reported it by now instead of waiting until now. Dayton showed no visible reaction, but inside he was shaken. If this really was zombified meat, while not everyone might be infected, there would be a risk. A large-scale infection would mean the entire base could collapse from within. A widespread infection signaled the beginning of the Yunzhong base's downfall. Dayton's hands were trembling. He opened his communicator and sent a message to his father, quickly investigate Yunzhong restaurant. Chapter 153, Abnormality. The two did not continue eating. When Amaze offered Dayton some snacks, he refused them as well. Yunzhong base was also built with a great deal of financial and material resources from the Shu family. A large portion of it came from the Shu family, and one could say that the Shu family and Yunzhong base had mutually achieved each other's success. They would thrive or decline together. Although he usually seemed irresponsible, he was very clear about such matters. Before long, his communicator sounded, with only a few words displayed. Reagan. He showed Amaze the words on his communicator. She is the head of the Jin family, but she is more like a puppet head. The real power lies with the alliance of the heads of the various branches of the Jin family. She is just a figurehead. Domenico and Bud belong to a side branch of the Jin clan. They have been eyeing the Lei family hungrily and will seize any opportunity to erode the Lei family's sphere of influence once they find a weakness. The Lei family is now just the face of this base. In reality, control is evenly split between the two families, which is why the Jin family's children are so brazen in the base. That's also why you encountered Bud and Domenico today, and Dallas helped you not only because they violated the base's rules, but also because they are members of the Jin family. It turned out that it involved internal power struggles within the base. Amaze didn't want to get involved, but with her close ties to the Shu family, she feared that the Jin family wouldn't be merciful towards her. Amaze's thoughts raced, her fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table. Soon, she made a decision. All these items should be packed up and taken to the research institute to investigate whether there is a zombie virus. The restaurant must be doing this because meat resources are tight, so they don't use high-quality meat for outsiders, substituting inferior products. Her tone turned grim. Whether or not they use good meat isn't important. What matters is their intention in using poisoned meat. To harm the people and align with zombies is unforgivable. With every word she spoke, Dayton's eyes grew brighter. Sooner or later, the Lei and Jin families would clash over power, and it would be the common people who would suffer. Apart from being wealthy and having a group of mercenaries and a research lab, the Shu family couldn't provide much support. Naturally, they did not wish for the two families to go to war, and if worst came to worst, they would side with the Lei family. The Lei family has been our longtime allies, and we trust the character of both father and son. This aligned with Amei's thoughts. The Shu family would certainly bind themselves closely with the Lei family. To oppose the Jin family, they needed to focus on public opinion and concrete evidence simultaneously. You take care of these things first, and we'll come back again late tonight. After settling the bill, this meal cost a single third-grade crystal core. Fortunately, it wasn't Amei's who paid, but she still felt the pinch. Subsequently, Dayton went alone to his research institute, while Amei's returned to the Shu family villa. Upon returning, she saw Ruben on the second floor. Giving a signal, Ruben descended and smoothly met her on the ground floor. There is something amiss at Yunjong restaurant. I suspect they are substituting low-quality meat, possibly using zombie flesh. This matter can be big or small, you need to prepare for public opinion. Although the change in regime might happen within days, public sentiment always differed, and mastering public opinion was also a political tool. Ruben understood all this. Originally, he did not want to involve himself in the Shu family's conflicts. However, since he chose to return and choose his family, perhaps he would continue to fight alongside them. I will prepare for this. Professor Chen has also sent a message. Spencer knows you're here and feels relieved, everyone is safe. Amei's felt reassured upon receiving the reply, please send my thanks back. I will wait in Yunjong base until the zombie wave ends and then return home, do not worry. They exchanged a glance, knowing what needed to be done in Yunjong base. Ruben nodded and left with the message. That night, Amei's and Ruben secretly investigated Yunjong restaurant. Dayton originally wanted to join them, but hearing that Ruben was going, he decided to rest and wait for the test results at the research institute. They climbed over to the back of Yunjong restaurant, where there was a small courtyard. At night, only an aggressive dog guarded the place, with no personnel on duty. Using his ability, Ruben hypnotized the dog, and the two confidently entered the backyard. Inside the courtyard was a small refrigerated storage area where they likely kept the meat and vegetables. Both wearing gas masks, they entered and saw all sorts of meats, large and small, whole and fragmented. Some of the meat was clearly green, with toxins seemingly seeping out, while others were only faintly green. Even Amei's, who had worked in a hospital for a long time, found the scene before her stomach turning. Some of the meat was indeed from animals that had already become zombies, but most of it was zombie flesh. This equated to humans eating their own infected kind. The two used cameras to take many photos and videos, documenting the situation here. Amei's even used a storage ring she bought from a small stall during the day to pick out the ugliest piece, collecting some zombie flesh for sampling. Inside the city of Yunjong base, there existed a network, though it was only accessible within the Yunjong base. All these materials could be uploaded to the network. At that moment, the Jin family would be caught off guard, making public opinion difficult to control. As for precautions, only Amei's and Ruben came out today, no one else knew about this matter. If her own people didn't know about it, how could the enemy possibly find out? They came and left swiftly. Within one night, they gathered all the evidence needed. Apart from this, they were somewhat relieved because this restaurant was relatively high-end, with very few patrons. Typically, wealthy individuals would only order 1 or 2 meat dishes, while the rest were vegetables. This kind of combination meant less meat, reducing the risk of poisoning. Ordinary people wouldn't spend so much money just for a meal, so the majority wouldn't be at risk of infection. This matter needed to be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise, if someone couldn't withstand the virus in their body and turned into a zombie, it would be disastrous. Both of them thought and acted similarly. In the evening, they organized the material and placed it on a USB drive. Amei's also transferred part of the zombie flesh over, handing it to Ruben. But she kept a card up her sleeve, not daring to ensure that everyone who could do things for him was completely loyal. After the handover, Ruben left with the evidence. Amei's remained alone in her room, verifying whether this was indeed zombie flesh using her method. She took out a piece of meat with a more noticeable bluish-grey color, which was bigger and darker than the others. If there were still zombie viruses inside, they would be more evident. Amei's activated her ability, and a pale green energy entered the meat, confirming that the active viruses inside were indeed zombie viruses. After being purified by her ability, the meat successfully turned into clean, virus-free meat. The difference was extremely clear compared to its original state. It was zombie flesh, meaning it was human flesh. Amei's put the piece back into the ring space. Cannibalism could cause prion diseases, and it was unknown what reaction people who ate this zombie virus-infected human flesh might have. Chapter 154 Auspicious Time. The next afternoon, Ruben returned with an exhausted body, clearly having been busy all night without rest. Did it go well? Amei's was quite worried about this matter. After all, the more people who ate it, the greater the chance of something going wrong. Ruben had been lounging on the sofa for a while before answering Amei's groggily. It's done, but we have to wait a few days. As for when to expose this matter, that was between the Shu family and the Lei family, and had nothing to do with Amei's. As long as it was handled, that was fine. Just as she was about to leave, Ruben pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and placed it on the table in front of her. Prepare the supplies according to the list. This matter is settled. This involved Amei's now. She took the paper, which was the material list she had compiled previously, but with many new markings, likely notes Reborn made during the intense negotiation process. Get everything checked and ready. I can take you to the warehouse. She carefully examined the items listed on the paper. Many of the items could be provided directly by her, but water was still the most challenging part. She could condense water, but the output was relatively small. Most of the water prepared earlier contained crystal cores, and Amaze did not intend to give them water with crystal cores. The base had its own standards for distributing crystal core-infused water, and she saw no need to provide it. Even the simplest water source was what they needed most. According to Amaze's supply allocation, they would receive 100 tons of water. While this quantity sounds significant, it wasn't enough to supply the entire base for a week. For Yunjong base, it was just a drop in the ocean. But highlighted in red, they were still very concerned about freshwater resources. As for water, if you can provide more, we'll exchange it for crystal cores. This statement left Nikki somewhat shocked. Crystal cores could forcibly empower several third-tier experts, so their willingness to trade crystal cores for water equated to trading part of their military force for the lives of ordinary people. Reborn, who had rested for a while, explained with forced energy, the price here is 1 third-tier crystal core for 10 tons or 1 fourth-tier crystal core for 1,000 tons. Fourth-tier crystal core. Given the current rate of progress, the possibility of obtaining a fourth-tier crystal core was extremely slim, yet Yunjong base actually had one. You have a fourth-tier crystal core? Reborn stood up to look Amaze in the eye. The base has 2, but I can only give you 1. Although 1,000 tons seems like a lot, fourth-tier crystal cores are incredibly rare now, and this price is based on careful consideration. Amaze lightly bit her lower lip, understanding that this price was indeed reasonable. A fourth-tier crystal core could help third-tier psychics advance to fourth tier, with far better results than high-concentration third-tier crystal core-infused water. Perhaps it might be a bit overambitious, but the outcome was indeed excellent. Choosing a good day isn't as important as taking action today. So, let's do it today. Keep the crystal core for me. In other words, Amaze agreed to provide 1,000 tons of water in exchange for a fourth-tier crystal core. Reborn had guessed she would accept the offer but didn't expect such a straightforward response. Shouldn't we discuss it first? Amaze smiled easily. To me, these water resources are merely a matter of time. With your higher-level water psychics, you could also produce this much water. This fourth-tier crystal core is far more valuable to me than 1,000 tons of water, while for you, this 1,000 tons represents the lives of many civilians, making it far more important than the crystal core. We're simply meeting each other's needs. There's nothing to discuss. That said, Amaze also hoped she could help more people. Now that someone offered her a benefit, she could obtain it and assist others at the same time, why not? Amaze followed Reborn to Yunjong base's storage facility, where 80% of the base's supplies were stored. To simplify matters, they had Amaze place the items directly into the warehouse. This was also a sign of trust. Amaze naturally had nothing to say. Once inside the warehouse, she followed the signs at each entrance to find vacant spots and retrieved items from her system. There were dedicated personnel counting exactly how much Amaze put in, but she knew the amount herself since each item came from her system points, so there would neither be too much nor too little. After working busily for half a day, Amaze finally finished preparing all the items by evening, except for the promised water. Miss Lin, the pure water source is not kept here. It's already late tonight, and someone will come specifically to invite you there tomorrow. Alright, I'll verify the supplies today. If there are no issues tomorrow, there won't be any further follow-up. Amaze very thoughtfully provided after-sales service, and she also believed that Yunchong base, with its large reputation, would not deceive her. That night, she took the time to condense some water and placed it in the storage space she had bought earlier. This way, her workload for the next couple of days would be greatly reduced. After all, places like warehouses are designed to avoid light. Even if they are well ventilated, they still have some unpleasant smells inside. Apart from her and a few bodyguards outside, the entire Shu family residence was empty. Dayton hadn't returned yet, while Reborn and Oliver were likely discussing strategies. They each had their own things to busy themselves with. It took Amaze 3 days to release all the agreed-upon water sources, and Reborn, who had been working tirelessly for several days, finally got some rest. At this moment, Yunchong base was very quiet, without any chaotic situations. However, Amaze knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Knock knock knock. Her door was knocked on, and when she opened it, she saw Reborn. I have a question, when will this zombie wave end? All the squads sent out by the base to exterminate zombies were organized by various forces guard teams, taking turns. These days, it was Jin family's guard team's turn to go out, so the defense inside the base was quite weak. This was a great opportunity, but if humans made a big move in front of the zombie wave, it would inevitably weaken the overall strength of Yunchong base. Therefore, the time when the zombie wave ends would be very important. During these days, Amaze, who had nothing much to do, envisioned many scenarios and naturally understood how crucial the end time was for Reborn and his team to take action. The moon has its phases. This zombie wave started in mid-July, reaching its peak at full moon. The next favorable time will be the next full moon. Reborn tapped lightly on the door frame twice, mid-August. Amaze nodded, it's a good day. Reborn mused over her words and agreed, indeed, it's a good day. Thanks. He gently closed Amaze's door again. At this moment, Amaze leaned against the headboard of the bed inside, closing her eyes, seemingly lost in thought. Time passed bit by bit. Amaze kept an eye on the internal network messages of Yunchong base, but there was no negative news about Yunchong restaurant. The network remained tranquil. Chapter 155 Trash. On this day, Amaze wanted to ask Dayton if she had come up with any results, so she went to find Dayton alone. Although she rarely came out, it was quite simple for her to find the ready-made clothes shop. The shopkeeper indeed still recognized her and put down the work in hand to welcome Amaze. "Master isn't back yet, why don't you go upstairs and wait a bit?" Since he wasn't there, Amaze didn't need to stay, might as well go for a stroll, then I'll go for a walk first and come back this afternoon. Amaze aimlessly walked towards other shops, hoping to dig out some interesting things. After all, Amaze had earned quite a few crystal cores these past few days by being lenient and could continue selling items again. As she walked, she gradually reached a rather desolate place. Just when she was about to turn back, she noticed a somewhat familiar figure stealthily running forward. Amaze was a bit puzzled, thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her, but with too many doubts, she couldn't let it go and followed him anyway. The more she followed, the more she felt the person in front was familiar. So Amaze floated onto the wall beside her and quickly walked in front of him, only to find that it really was him. But wasn't he supposed to be locked up for 2 months? How did he get out after just around 10 days? It seems that the Jinn family is indeed very rampant. The rules set by them do not apply to their own clan members. Amaze snorted inwardly. Today she would give him a lesson. She specifically chose 2 third-grade ability collectors, drinking down both ice and fire elemental waters. This gave her a brief experience of mastering both ice and fire elements. The feeling of being alternately cold and hot wasn't pleasant, but compared to her previously gentle ability, it was quite a novel experience. After adapting briefly for a few minutes, Amaze found that one hand could condense an ice spear about 1.5 meters long, perfect for holding, with dragon patterns on it, emitting a chilling aura. The fire dragon formed by the other hand wasn't as exquisite and elegant as Hobart's, but it was clearly a dragon shape. You sure got lucky. Amaze just wanted to try the feeling of using an ability collector. Coincidentally, she met this unlucky guy and thought she'd give him a taste. She first released an ice element ability nearby, a wave of icy chill attacking Bud from behind. In such sweltering heat, Bud suddenly felt a chill, looking around but seeing no one. Bud's shifty eyes darted around but saw no one. He scratched his head. Today is really strange, I just got out and this happened. Seeing as he just got out, Amaze actually felt lucky. It seemed they were quite fated. He wouldn't escape today's beating. Initially, she thought 2 months in confinement would teach Bud a lesson, so she wouldn't have to intervene. But he came straight to the gun's mouth. She couldn't blame her for what happens. Amaze increased her ability usage. A stream of coldness condensed into a faint ghost-like shape heading directly toward Bud. As he turned his head, he saw a translucent ghost-like thing behind him. White and light blue colors intertwined faintly, the chilling air flying straight at him. Oh. Bud widened his eyes and ran backward. How could Amaze let him off? She hurriedly intensified the pressure. The entire ghostly form pounced on Bud, slamming him into the ground hard, pinning him down as if the abilities were solid objects, preventing him from moving. Ghost. It's Ghost pressing me. Bud was terrified, talking nonsense. Amaze spun the ice spear in her hand a few times before fiercely stabbing it through his thigh, nailing him to the ground. Wearing a silver mask over her face and black cloth wrapped around her head, covering her entire body under the black fabric, Amaze slowly walked out. She didn't speak, using the other hand to summon another ability, the fire dragon instantly coming to life and rushing towards his upper body. With Bud's legs immobilized and unable to run away with his upper body either, he could only endure the fire dragon's licking, his upper body turning scorched, and Amaze could faintly smell the aroma of roasted meat. "Ah, who are you?" He screamed in pain while questioning Amaze. Unfortunately, she wouldn't answer. Her left hand solidified another ice spear and stabbed it into Bud's other calf. At this point, his lower body was completely nailed to the ground, while his upper body was surrounded by the fire dragon, experiencing both ice and fire extremes. Pain swept through his entire body. Bud rolled around in agony, struggling far more violently than last time. Despite his frantic writhing, he could do nothing to resist. He was just an ordinary person with no abilities at all. Amaze didn't intend to push him to the brink of death, but the punishment she inflicted was severe enough to leave lasting damage. Such injuries would be enough to keep him occupied for a long time. As she retracted her abilities, the ice spears gradually shrank and melted into puddles of water. All of Bud's hair on his upper body had burned off, his entire body drenched in sweat, and his skin turned into charcoal. The water from the melted ice began to evaporate under the sunlight. Amaze observed his scorched upper body and the 2 serious wounds on his lower half. She flipped him over again. Due to her abilities, his old injury on his waist was healed. She raised her foot and created another wound in the same spot as his old injury. Bud could still cry out in agony, but his voice was extremely weak. With wounds all over his body, he could barely move, lying like a dead fish as Amaze handled him. Amaze remained silent, turning around and leaving the scene. This corner was remote, with no surveillance equipment. Unless someone had the ability to specifically investigate like Amiel did, it was unlikely anyone else would find him. Such abilities were rare, so Amaze wasn't concerned. At this moment, Bud's breathing was shallow and irregular, his body sprawled on the ground. In this secluded area, whether anyone would come to his rescue was uncertain. Amaze had already left, and his survival from this point on depended entirely on fate. After dealing with this piece of trash, Amaze felt very pleased. She clapped her hands and removed the various disguises from her face. The flowers by the roadside seemed beautiful now, and the scenery was picturesque. She casually entered several shops, looting them empty, accumulating a lot of items joyfully. Chapter 156, Shock. Amaze organized everything into the system and discovered a vending machine. This was her secret to getting rich, wasn't it? She immediately returned home and sent a message to Ruben using the fixed-line telephone. Regarding supplies, reply when you're free. In less than an hour, Ruben hurried over. Do you remember that cabinet in the courtyard? I can place it in the Yunzhong base. Upon hearing this, Ruben's eyes lit up. Having lived in the courtyard for so long, he naturally knew what good things could be found in that cabinet. The items inside were reasonably priced. Even ordinary civilians could go to the vending machine every 1 or 2 days to buy some things to improve their lives. There were plenty of high-energy foods inside, which also served as a great way for the military to replenish energy during missions. Moreover, the vending machine has been upgraded and can now dispense boxed meals. The prices are slightly higher. One dish costs 5 or 8 first-grade crystals. For someone capable of fighting zombies, first-grade crystals were merely trivial. Even women and children without abilities would receive subsidies from the base, ensuring they could eat meat monthly if they wished. Ruben thought for a moment. This would indeed benefit the general public, but if only one large base had such a machine, there would likely be disputes and long queues, wasting time. If additional personnel were needed to maintain order, security costs would increase significantly. It shouldn't be placed outside as it might cause unrest. How about giving it to us first? We'll send a few people to retrieve items and sell them at designated locations. That way, others won't know where the items come from. Don't worry about the price, we'll keep it low. For more expensive items, we'll add just 1 crystal, while cheaper ones will include a 10% handling fee. All handling fees will go into the public account. Your earnings in crystals remain yours. Amaze agreed with Ruben's promise. After all, the initial purpose of these vending machines was simply to ensure everyone had food to eat. That was all. Additionally, she earned in with each sale, which was beneficial to Amaze. Alright, let you handle these matters. Remember, I can only provide one machine. Whether it becomes your political tool is fine, but don't reveal my identity. Protecting personal safety was important to Amaze, and this request wasn't difficult for Ruben to fulfill. Naturally, he agreed. Don't worry. What needs to be said, I know without saying. What doesn't need to be said, no one else can find out. A flash of silver light appeared as Ruben activated his ability, offering a commitment in his unique way. Thanks, where should I put it? Ruben thought for a moment, then sent a few messages via the communicator. After receiving confirmation, he led Amaze through a maze of corridors to a warehouse. Put it here. Place it wherever you like. Someone will come to operate it later. I'll teach them how to use it, so you don't need to worry. Amaze took out the vending machine, which was much larger than the one in the courtyard, nearly 3 meters long. It offered a wider variety of options, including the ability to directly order dishes by adding crystals. Compared to the Yunzhong restaurant, this machine offered much cheaper prices. Amaze trusted that the food provided by the system wouldn't taste bad either. Regarding compensation, besides the money you earn from our purchases, for every 10,000 items sold, you'll receive 1 third-grade crystal as a subsidy. This is the result of our discussions. It's not a buyout but rather treated as a shareholding dividend. For a large base like Yunzhong base, this wasn't much. With Amaze's low pricing, she could easily earn dozens to hundreds of third-grade crystals daily. Sure, I'll wait for you to deliver the goods. Earning crystals effortlessly made Amaze very happy. As they walked and chatted, Amaze asked, so when do you plan to end this? The zombie wave will end in 10 days. In 3 days, it will be the Jin family's turn. That's when the results will be revealed. By saying this, Ruben indicated that the Lei and Shu families were prepared for change. Their plan must be well thought out since they were revealing it to her. 3 days passed quickly, and she could wait. Through today's incident involving Bud, Amaze had truly developed a deep hatred for the Jin family. Even a minor figure like him dared to challenge the base's rules, harassing those who followed them faithfully. There would be retribution sooner or later. Not that it wouldn't come, but its time hadn't yet arrived. Amaze eagerly awaited the events of the next 3 days. After returning to the Shu family, she found the shopkeeper outside asking people about Amaze. Shopkeeper, is the thing I asked for ready? Ruben was still here, so Amaze, acting as if in a sudden fit of kindness, helped Dayton by not exposing him. This shopkeeper was impressive. Upon seeing Ruben, he didn't say much. Miss Lin, please follow me to see the finished product. Amaze nodded at Ruben and then left with the shopkeeper to the clothing store. Dayton was already waiting upstairs. As soon as Amaze pushed the door open, she saw him sitting on a stool eating. I came today to ask about that meat from last time. Dayton had guessed she would ask about this and handed her a stack of documents in front of him. These are all the recent vaccine research materials we've compiled. As for that meat, it has been confirmed to carry the zombie virus, but the infection rate is low. Due to its age, the virus's activity has significantly diminished. Even if ordinary people eat it, the chance of becoming a zombie is only around 30%, and those who do survive usually have abilities. It's possible no one has been infected yet. This data was both good and bad. The good news was that some people had eaten the meat without getting infected. The bad news was that, as evidence against the Jin family for Shu and Lei families, it wouldn't be as impactful as they hoped. To prevent potential harm, any meat that doesn't meet standards will be treated as a lightning strike. The plan is set, now it's up to the public's choice. She thought about the vending machine she gave Ruben today. It should help win the hearts of the people. First, revealing the news about the contaminated meat, followed by their safe, harmless boxed meals. Compared side by side, this move was clever. No wonder they were willing to give her so many benefit. Amaze tapped on the table, picked up a snack in front of her, and put it in her mouth. After thinking about it, I really have done you a lot of favors. This trip wasn't in vain, giving you evidence and supplies. Dayton wasn't uninformed. He naturally knew that Amaze had done a lot recently. Hearing her self-deprecating tone, he chuckled. Indeed, I'd feel guilty if I didn't give you more crystals. The already wealthy Amaze agreed. I hope Yunjong base thrives, then I can earn more. Her words were partly jest and partly a blessing. She genuinely hoped the largest base would get better, protecting more people. While she lacked the power to help more people directly, witnessing capable people like them take action was also a good thing. 3 days passed quickly. On an idle afternoon, Amaze brushed across a news article. Shock. Yunjong restaurant harbors secrets. Fake chicken, real toxic meat, how many victims? Accompanied by the photos and videos they had taken. The internet was buzzing. Yunjong restaurant was surrounded at the entrance by crowds demanding to see the toxic meat. However, the Jin family blocked the entrance with their hands behind their backs, holding back the crowd. Chapter 157 Conscience. The manager stepped forward and shouted to everyone, these news reports are all false. Please don't easily believe us, we will verify everything for you. Following this, the speaking manager brought out whole chickens, ducks, and pork. They appeared frozen, understandable given that resources were scarce in this post-apocalyptic world. However, the current civilians were not buying it. After all, putting on a show was something anyone could do. Let us see the meat in that warehouse too. Is it all as good as this? How could they possibly have so much good meat? The Jin family's repeated obstruction only fueled public outrage. Initially, the civilians were split 50-50, but seeing the attitude of the manager and those present, they now mostly believed it to be true. Let us go in and see for ourselves. The manager could only continue explaining, there are too many people. If you enter, it will affect the hygiene of the meat, making it truly spoiled. The meat is currently stored properly inside. Our Jin family has a very good reputation. Such feeble words could not silence the crowd. We just want to see for ourselves. The more you block us, the more determined we are to go in. Let us in to see. Let us in to see. The people spontaneously started shouting, hoping to uncover the truth. Faced with the agitated crowd, the manager had no control over the situation. He was also quite annoyed. Why did the ones who would eat the meat not include these poor devils who were finding fault? Reluctantly, he made a gesture, and others revealed guns hidden behind them. Seeing the guns, the people took 2 steps back, speechless, never expecting them to really pull out weapons. However, some brave souls knew they didn't dare fire. Do you think using guns to suppress civilians makes you tyrants? Many people on site were holding phones ready to upload videos. If someone fired and killed someone, the Cloud City restaurant might never clear its name, but their intimidating stance made the crowd hesitant to charge forward, though they did not retreat further. Both sides remained at an impasse, one dared not shoot, and the other dared not advance. When Amaze arrived to join the commotion, she saw exactly this scene. For the sake of its reputation, the Jin family wouldn't really open fire. Amaze decided to escalate things. She still had a vine brought by Bulang, which was perfect for the moment. From a distance, she used her ability to rapidly grow the vine until it was long enough, then chose a good angle and flung it out. The flying vine grew quickly in mid-air, wrapping around the 8-armed individuals and the innkeeper, tightly bound without any room for resistance. Seeing someone helping them, the civilians surged forward, seizing the guns. Some reinforced the vines, while others rushed to the kitchen. Opening the kitchen door, they found the meat at the entrance was still fresh, leaving them speechless. Only the manager's roar was heard, "We are a conscientious restaurant, and you'll regret this." Thinking they might have been mistaken, some people ventured further in only to find the meat inside drastically different from outside, greenish flesh clearly carrying the zombie virus. Look, it's toxic meat. Someone raised a piece of meat, revealing the truth to the crowd. Just as everyone was buzzing about the discovery and ready to confront the culprits, Lei family troops arrived at this small battlefield. They quickly controlled the situation, detaining the 8-armed men and the restaurant manager. Each family's army had distinct uniforms, so the manager quickly recognized them as Lei family personnel. "Captain Lawrence, we are operating legally. How can you detain us like this? Someone even wrapped us up. You should put these thugs in jail." He wailed painfully, thinking he had found support, unaware that Lei Feng had ordered Dallas to carry out this detention. "Edsel, your complaint is noted. We came because someone reported your use of firearms threatening the public. We didn't expect to find it true. According to the agreed-upon rules of Cloud City Base, you violated the law here and must face our justice. Take them all away. Yunjong restaurant used toxic meat, and our Lei family will thoroughly investigate this matter. We hope everyone stays calm. The Lei family has set up a special grocery store where we sell boxed meals, candies, and more at very low prices. Everyone is welcome to supervise and report any issues." Dallas's words were a stark contrast to Etzel's attitude just moments ago. The civilians, who had just experienced the incident, still harbored doubts. However, their attitudes were now clearly divided. They remained skeptical of Dallas but deeply abhorred the Jin family. With the Lei family's army efficiently controlling the scene, the incident concluded. Amaze only witnessed this moment, but in fact, many places like this restaurant all reported problems simultaneously. The Lei family arrested all members of the Jin family, rapidly compressing their influence. The Lei family, living up to their name, swiftly cleared out the Jin family's large and small enterprises. Only the extermination teams outside were left unscathed, while their main base faced various accusations and complaints. In no time, people started condemning the Jin family and expressing their admiration for the Lei family openly. Within just one day, the Yunzhong base changed hands, entirely managed by the Lei family. The Jin family members outside found themselves in a dilemma, unsure whether to advance or retreat. They could only lament the luxurious and arrogant lifestyle of their kin, which had made them despised by the people. Returning would not give them any grounds to reclaim power. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Realizing the situation was beyond saving, the patriarch of the Jin family, to preserve overall strength, had no choice but to slink away to another place, setting up a small base as an independent leader. However, due to their extravagant lifestyle, and without guidance from influential figures, the Jin family fell into chaos. They possessed considerable military power but lacked production resources. Internal strife soon erupted within the clan, though that is a story for another time. At this moment, the Yunzhong base thrived. The Lei family sold items from vending machines at low prices to the public, while Amaze kept restocking the inventory in the back. She watched as the back-end statistics climbed from 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, counting her crystal cores, which grew from 1, 2, to a mountainous pile, gradually numbing her senses. It felt incredibly exhilarating to accumulate so many crystal cores. Chapter 158, Relief. Amaze, who had been counting essence cores to get by, finally endured until the day when the zombie tide was about to end. On this final day, for some unknown reason, her heart was always uneasy. She took the initiative to find Reuben. Have any of the teams that went out recently brought back news? Reuben was studying a map at that moment and handed over the information on hand. Take a look. These are situations that may threaten the base. After Amaze took the note, she discovered that a group of zombies was rapidly approaching from the northwest direction of the cloud base. The number was extremely large. Do we have a plan? I want to go as well. These past few days, she had felt somewhat irritable, with an unsettled heart. It would be better to go out and fight. After listening to her words, Reuben drew a circle on the map. We do. Follow me, and we'll set off immediately. The two quickly arrived at the city gate, which was originally planned. They were all part of a large-scale military operation to exterminate zombies. Amaze also boarded the infantry fighting vehicle with Reuben. The advantage of this vehicle was that it had small-caliber shells on it, equivalent to a miniature tank. Behind the infantry fighting vehicle, there were small armored troop carriers providing supplies. Once everyone was gathered, the city gates opened wide, and the team slowly headed towards the northwest direction. This kind of infantry fighting vehicle wasn't very fast, much slower than when Amaze drove a car, but its advantage lay in safety, and it was equipped with many weapons. Not only did it have small caliber shells but also several machine guns. Things like these were what a small base like Bu Lang couldn't touch, yet things Alana could invent might not even be within reach for larger bases accustomed to thermal weapons. She poked Reuben beside her. Do you think Josephine Chignard's crystal core shells can be appreciated by the cloud base? Amaze asked casually, just to understand the market situation, not knowing if something from a small place like Bu Lang could meet the standards of a large base. Reuben hadn't really thought about it before. After being reminded, she pondered carefully. For now, it's not necessary. Crystal cores are more important to large bases. After all, weapons are easier to obtain for the cloud base compared to crystal cores. If Josephine Chignard invented something defensive, it would probably be quite popular. After all, the leaders need to prevent ambushes, and as you know, some mentalist zombies can be quite troublesome. Amaze did have something defensive. When battling the scorpion zombies, didn't Alana give her a set of defensive armor? It was just that she hadn't noticed because Reuben was missing at that time. Amaze immediately put on the armor Alana gave her last time. Due to the darker lighting at that time, Amaze hadn't paid much attention to its appearance. This time, it was daytime, and suddenly, she was wearing a black matte shell-like outfit, which seemed rather conspicuous. She touched the chest plate and found it quite comfortable, although she hadn't tested its defense yet but could try it. What do you think of this? Reuben looked closely at the armor Amaze was wearing. It was slightly oversized but showed the effort put into tailoring it specifically for Amaze. She tapped it lightly and found that the sound was muffled, indicating a suitable thickness and not too heavy. If the defense is adequate, it should work. Is this also made by Josephine Chignard? Cherries, it was given to me that day when we found you missing. While answering the question, Amaze couldn't help but tease Reuben a bit. Knowing she had fallen short as a friend, Reuben naturally offered to help Amaze get a good price. Let's make 2 sets, I'll help sell them. He said sell, but Amaze knew that in his hands, this thing would surely fetch a good price. Chatting along, they reached their destination. Scouts ahead had already informed them that a large group of zombies was advancing from a kilometer away, and the direction behind them was precisely the cloud base. Reuben's voice sounded slightly weary. After this wave ends, it should be about done, right? Amaze wouldn't foolishly think this was a question for her. Large bases already had their own monitoring equipment. As for whether this was the last wave, Reuben probably knew better than she did. Just as Amaze was wondering why orders weren't being issued, she noticed Dallas sitting in the front vehicle. Our home lies behind us, where our relatives and friends live. These zombies in front of us aim to invade our homes and kill our parents. Can we allow that? No, no. Dallas, being Daphne of the base commander, truly roused everyone's enthusiasm with those few sentences. Soldiers became spirited, eager to rush out and battle the zombies to their heart's content. Amaze was also infected by everyone's spirited demeanor. There was a place in her heart that was stirring. These soldiers in front of her were just like her, wanting to protect their loved ones and defend their homeland. Right ahead are the zombies. Everyone follow the plan. Kill, kill, kill. True soldiers are more valiant. They advance fearlessly upon orders. They all climbed into the combat vehicles and charged forward. The leading vehicles did not stop even if they encountered zombies, charging straight ahead, crushing the zombies under their tracks. Amaze could still see the armored vehicles swaying slightly as they crushed countless zombie corpses and charged forward. Some machine guns on the armored vehicles were set up, firing at the zombies. An endless barrage of gunfire suddenly erupted in Amaze's ears, creating a defensive line amidst the rain of bullets. The most advanced combat vehicles deep in enemy territory had extremely strong defense, unafraid of these bullets. However, it was the zombies who feared the bullets. Even if a bullet did not hit the head and knocked one down only temporarily, it would be struck down again by another bullet. This was the advantage of a large base, plenty of weapons. Amaze hadn't really handled such large-scale weapons before. Watching everyone using the machine guns so boldly against the zombies, she became excited. Can I try? This infantry fighting vehicle was equipped with 2 machine guns. Only one was being operated, while the other was idle between Amaze and Reborn. Reborn personally loaded the ammunition and taught Amaze how to shoot. Her hands rested on the machine gun, which felt incredibly heavy, unlike the crystal core shells. Pulling the trigger, dozens of bullets shot out in a flash, with an immensely powerful recoil. Even though she had prepared for it, she was still jolted backward a few times. Her fingers tingled from the recoil, but Amaze quickly adapted to the machine gun and even managed to hold it up close to her body. Countless bullets rained down on the group of zombies like hailstones, and watching them fall one by one gave Amaze an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This is much better to use. She laughed aloud, expressing her joy. She was very satisfied with the one-sided slaughter of zombies by humans this time. Chapter 159. Sure enough, the resources of the large base were excellent. This kind of unrestrained happiness was completely different from the previous feeling of having to aim carefully for each shot. Her joy lasted for about 10 minutes before Amaze started to feel bored. The body holding the machine gun had already become numb from the vibrations, and there seemed to be an endless number of zombies ahead. Reborn had already clearly told her that this time the reconnaissance team had found no especially high-level zombies in this wave. The highest level ones were just approaching level 3 from level 2. When all the zombies can be easily exterminated, one might feel it's not interesting anymore. And with so many level 1 zombies, these heavy weapons could not be effectively utilized because they would get tangled up in their actions. Then, Amaze stopped manual operation and switched to a comprehensive high-tech interface. By pressing a few buttons effortlessly, she could finish most of the work, and the rest was just watching the performance in front of her. You have spent more than a dozen level 3 crystal nuclei in a few rounds. Reborn said half-jokingly, I'll keep a record for you until then. After hearing this, Amaze pressed a few more buttons. Following her actions, several shells were fired from the front of the armored car along specific trajectories, directly drilling into the zombie crowd. Sparks flew, thick smoke rose, and a cloud of smoke exploded. For such small minions, the large base only needed to deploy a certain amount of weapons to solve them quickly. And today was the last day. People wouldn't have to worry about disgusting zombies falling from the sky anytime soon. So Amaze didn't have to count under the moon every day anymore. No one knew that every time she looked at the extremely clear and cold moon, she wondered who had dyed the moon blue, and who had torn the sky apart to transport zombies, polluting everyone's environment. These questions had not been resolved in the 3 years since the apocalypse began, and Amaze would continue to explore. Now, she wanted to go home and see it. If I secretly drive this thing back to Bulang, will I be wanted by Yunzhong base? Amaze imagined whimsically. If she drove this armored car back to Yunzhong base, it would waste a lot of resources on the way, but it would look cool. Reborn didn't expect Amaze, who was usually calm, to have such a crazy idea. Considering the quantity of supplies you gave us, if you drive this car back, you might as well keep all the crystal nuclei earned from the vending machines. The base might even make a profit. That didn't seem very profitable. Amaze pursed her lips and thought it was better to stay honestly here. Just after she handed over the ownership of the armored car to someone else on the vehicle, doing nothing, Reborn's communicator rang. He glanced at the words on it and then at Amaze. Your power, it seems you can control it independently now. Amaze saw a few words on his communicator, ready to send Miss Lin home. The sender was Dallas. So this is how it feels when dreams come true. Amaze was pleasantly imagining driving the armored car back. Do you want to go home quickly? Of course she did. She nodded urgently. It's Mid-Autumn Festival today. I miss home, what about you? After all, Amaze's home was far away while Reborn's home was just behind. Bulang is my home too. The two didn't say much. Reborn reloaded the armored car they were on with supplies and let Amaze take some. Only the two of them quietly set off. The security of the armored car was incomparable to other vehicles, but its speed was indeed a bit slow. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. A flash of silver light passed, and the armored car suddenly sped up considerably. Amaze, as if knowing she had caused trouble, hurriedly turned around to check Reborn's condition, considering he was overusing his power, but Reborn showed no reaction. Aren't you using your power? Reuben also felt strange. It doesn't seem like my power. I feel fine now. The two exchanged glances, but none of them could explain why. Amaze was also sure that she hadn't gained an additional power. Whether it was due to psychological suggestion or not, their car was indeed running fast. And with Reuben's experience of finding shortcuts, they actually arrived near Bulang that night and saw the trenches dug earlier. The front has sent people to dig the land together, so many zombies can't pass, which can serve as the first line of defense for the base. Amaze explained the changes around to Reuben. They got out of the car and used their powers to cross over. It was already nighttime, and the forest was quiet. They returned to the perimeter of the base and found that the fence was electrified while there was no light inside. I made the elderly, women, and children go to the air raid shelter when I left. They might be resting inside now. Their whispered conversation seemed to have startled the vines. Amaze heard a few rustling sounds, and finally, a huge vine appeared, as thick as a human thigh, covered with green blossoms. Amaze skillfully extended her ability to share the perspective with the vine and discovered that only a few people were patrolling inside the base. There was no one in the rooms. Can you pull us in? Amaze couldn't communicate with the vine like she would with humans, but the vine understood her. Twisting its body, it joyfully wrapped around Amaze, and in an instant, Amaze and Reuben were inside the base with the vine's help. Amaze patted the vine, noting one flower that was particularly large. It must have been the result of its battles over these few days. To reward the obedient vine, Amaze took out several bottles of crystal nucleus water from her system and rewarded it directly. Even in her absence, the vine could protect everyone. As the vine happily drank the crystal nucleus water, Amaze ran toward the air raid shelter with Reuben. Both moved gracefully under the moonlight, making it difficult for the naked eye to catch their figures. Who's there? The patrol seemed to notice something here but saw no one under the moonlight. You're too tense. There haven't been any zombies for days, don't be paranoid. The two hidden figures signaled each other, and with a gust of wind, they lunged at the patrol personnel below. One each, they took them down within a couple of moves. Then they helped their opponents up, brushing off the dust. You've worked hard these past days, but your skills need improvement. Keep training, I'll be watching. Only after she finished speaking did the man who had been knocked down and then helped up realize. Who are you? Which zombie dares to pretend to be my Josephine Jinghan? Probably because Amiel used his power to see what happened with Marshall, everyone has become so vigilant about others. Thinking of Marshall, Amaze's eyes darkened for a moment, but everything would get better. Chapter 160, Returning Home. Amaze raised her hand, using her power to attract the vines, which swung back and forth behind her with a proud posture. No one except Amaze could command this vine. It would only fiercely attack when zombies appeared outside, otherwise, it remained listless no matter what others said. Only then did he believe that the Amaze in front of him was truly Amaze. Big Josephine Jinghan, you're finally back. Another person, seeing that Reuben had helped him up, was also delighted. You're back too. We searched for you last time but couldn't find you. After chatting for a bit, they continued their patrol. Amaze and Reuben continued walking forward, encountering several teams along the way, evaluating their reconnaissance skills and combat abilities in different ways. Finally, Amaze made a decision. After this is over, everyone must train hard. Accompanied by their painful groans, the two finally arrived at the air raid shelter entrance. Then Nikki saw Hobart sitting on the largest tree. He immediately turned around and found that the newcomers were Amaze and Reuben. Balder. Amaze was genuinely excited. Since the apocalypse began, they had never been apart for so long. Hobart jumped down from the tree and swept Amaze into his arms, even spinning her around a few times. Amaze enjoyed this moment of peace in his embrace, feeling like she had returned to a warm harbor amidst the howling wind. Seeing their intimacy, Reuben quietly left. He preferred the room prepared for him in the villa and turned toward the villa, walking alone under the moonlight. Finally, Hobart stopped and gently set Amaze on the ground. You're back so soon. I thought we'd have to wait longer. Amaze hadn't expected Reuben to accompany her to such an extent, compressing a 3-day journey into one day just to return to the base on Mid-Autumn Festival. I didn't mention if I told you that today is the last day of the zombie wave. Amaze's eyes sparkled as she looked at Hobart. He must have been very tired these past days, patrolling, fighting, and helping care for Elroy Jarrett's feelings. These past few days have been tough. Hobart didn't speak but stared deeply into Amaze's eyes. Suddenly, he leaned down and gave her a gentle kiss. Amaze closed her eyes, and in that moment, they were the only ones in the world. Even the moon seemed superfluous. After resting for a while, Amaze took out several mooncakes from her system. Here, happy Mid-Autumn Festival. What she really wanted to say was that she was finally back with her family. Hobart understood her, took the mooncakes, and pinched her cheeks lightly. Elroy is still downstairs. Let's go see him. Upon seeing Amaze, Jarrett couldn't let her off easily. Why do you trust anyone so much? Amaric says to go, and you go. These days, Elroy hasn't eaten or slept well at all. Seeing Elroy's aging appearance, Amaze felt bad. Ever since Tasha left, Jarrett had been suffering. He forced himself to exercise and fight zombies daily to distract himself. The death of Amaric and her disappearance became the final straw, causing this once sturdy, respected man to collapse. Like a mountain crumbling, the person who supported Jarrett, Amaze, had been absent. She understood Elroy Jarrett's despair. Elroy, I'm back now. We'll have many more Mid-Autumn festivals ahead, and you can eat more mooncakes. Amaze's return wasn't just a joy for the Lin family. Other uncles and aunts also cared about her deeply. Seeing the situation, another aunt stepped in to ease the tension. Look at Jinghan remembering its mid-autumn festival. She's so thoughtful. They shared the mooncakes Amaze brought, each taking a small piece to celebrate together. In this shelter, they spent their first rudimentary mid-autumn festival post-apocalypse, but with family and friends nearby, it was still harmonious. After calming down Jarrett and Sierra, Amaze and Hobart returned to their old house. Reuben had been sitting there for a long time, not turning on any lights but lighting the candle stand before him. Sitting alone on the balcony, holding a glass of wine in his hand. 2 glasses of wine had already been prepared on the table. I knew you would come, and Mid-Autumn Festival has already passed. Checking the time, they realized it was past midnight. It was now the 16th day of the 8th lunar month. The moon is fullest on the 16th, cheers. Although this saying didn't quite fit the scene, everyone understood what Amaze meant. Timing was very important, but with family and friends around, the passage of time seemed less significant. The 3 of them chatted about everything under the sky, mostly focusing on the apocalypse world as Amaze revealed her knowledge. Listening to her words, Reuben silently noted in his heart the possible scenarios that might happen in the future. Every word she said could potentially save dozens or even hundreds of lives one day. Meanwhile, Hobart gazed at Amaze under the moonlight. She seemed like a goddess sent from above to rescue humanity. The night passed with the 3 chatting and sharing stories. Even though Amaze knew she was safe in the Yunzhong base, the string in her heart couldn't fully relax. A heavy stone always weighed on her mind, impossible to move or lift. Every night, she found it hard to sleep, tossing and turning. She didn't know what her destiny held, nor if her appearance post-apocalypse would affect its progression. Once back in Bulang, Amaze felt at ease even in an unprotected building. Outside was quiet, with vines guarding the area and her family nearby. The 3 of them didn't drink but only shared heartfelt conversations. This trip to Yunzhong base made me realize many issues I hadn't noticed before. Amaze looked at the moon and sighed. Tonight's moon had turned into a blend of pale blue and grey. The moon on the 16th day of the 8th lunar month was certainly large and round. Hobart hadn't visited Yunzhong base yet, but he found Amaze's reflections intriguing. Please tell us more. She adjusted to a comfortable position and explained. Previously, I focused more on everyone's safety, teaching them combat skills and weapons based on that. They have grown, but their growth rate isn't fast enough to keep up with the expansion speed of the base. Ever since Bulang gained fame, small groups of people arrived daily seeking refuge. The place was small, yet the population grew steadily. The safety range Amaze had set began to feel insufficient for everyone, and land resources were getting tight. I need to find some scientific researchers to develop powerful weapons. She truly envied how Yunzhong base had the previous government backing them, enabling them to produce strong thermal weapons. In contrast, Bulang's thermal weapons were limited, with only Alana working on them tirelessly. We should establish a good school to accept many children. Teach them academic subjects, martial arts, abilities awakening, ability enhancement, self-strengthening, scientific research, and revitalizing the base. The saying weakness invites aggression might be old, but it never lost its relevance. Currently, no large bases discriminated against smaller ones, depriving them of living space. However, in the future, there would likely be competition for population and territory, and such issues might not be avoided forever. At the same time, zombies would become stronger. Lagging behind would turn all of Bulang into food for the zombies. All members of Bulang, enjoying its superior supplies and protection, must contribute their share. They needed to study well, both adults and children alike. Only by shining in a particular field could they truly help Bulang grow stronger. Chapter 161, Treating Guests. The next day saw a normal sunrise and sunset. There was no massive horde of zombies tearing through the sky to invade their homes once more. Elder Josephine Jinghan, does this mean the zombie tide has ended? Someone asked Amaze this question. The past month had been dark for everyone, with safety concerns plaguing them every single day. The zombie tide has ended. Everyone can rest for 2 days. Hearing her words, everyone cheered. But after they finished celebrating, Amaze added, after the break, our team needs to double down on training our abilities and agility. Meanwhile, based on age groups, I will personally write a book to help everyone understand the post-apocalypse world, classifications of abilities, identification methods, and other related issues. People with abilities and without must participate and there will be examinations. Those who fail will be punished by me. After hearing this, everyone's heads drooped. Many did not expect that after already working, they still had to go back to studying and face exams again. But today, everyone can relax. I'm treating you all to roasted chicken. Oh, yay. Roasted chicken? We all get to eat it. Roasted chicken had almost become synonymous with luxury now. Everyone's stockpile had dwindled, and meat had become something they rarely touched anymore. During these few days while Amaze was away at the Cloud City base, Macy had taken excellent care of the chicks. Using crystal nucleus water as feed, many chicks grew to edible sizes and even laid numerous eggs. Now, there were enough chickens to be eaten. At the very least, she could treat 2 people per chicken. Amaze felt that was generous enough. Besides roasted chicken, there were many other foods that could be grilled eggs, duck eggs, and so on. Of course, eat your fill at home today. I'm footing the bill. Upon receiving this confirmation, everyone cheered again. The previous feeling of being struck was blown away like smoke. What couldn't be solved by a feast of roasted chicken? Even Sierra, who hadn't cooked in a long time, joined in the effort. They grilled chickens, ducks, vegetables together. Amaze had upgraded the automatic vending machine in the base, so they could purchase various meats and vegetables from it. Many young men ate to their heart's content, but Amaze didn't feel the slightest bit heartbroken about it. Once the joy of the day passed, they would receive her training. She hoped they could continue to enjoy such happiness in the future. This meal lasted for a long time. Everyone had been on edge, always staying alert. Now that they finally relaxed, talking among themselves, quite a number began to cry softly. They had feelings of helplessness and confusion about the future. Although it had been over 2 months since the apocalypse began, many had never killed so many zombies in such intense circumstances before. Faced with unknown dangers and this fantastical new world, they forced themselves to accept reality. However, the frustration and pain behind this acceptance had nowhere to vent until now. Eating and drinking together, everyone shared in this joy, and when one person's nerves broke, the others followed suit. Amaze did not interrupt them. Whether they were happy or sad, today was their only day. When the sun rose tomorrow, they needed to study harder. There was no time for distractions if they wanted to survive, they just had to do it. The atmosphere became bizarrely emotional, as if they were drunk, wailing and howling, while another group celebrated this brief victory with song and dance. Looking at the prosperous scene before her, Amaze was satisfied. After eating, she went aside to start drafting the training plan for the coming days. She wrote, paused, erased, and modified. Each time she finalized a plan, she smiled, lost in thought about something. Meanwhile, those outside remained oblivious to what kind of training awaited them. Everyone played until they were exhausted, falling asleep haphazardly. They were awoken the next day by vines gently nudging them awake. Once fully awake, they knew it was Amaze who called them. The precision of the vine wake-up call made them feel Amaze's concern. Soon after, the legendary voice arrived beside each one of them. Get up. Training assembly in half an hour. Responding lazily, they all showed up as agreed after 30 minutes. They looked forward to the day's training schedule, and Amaze lived up to their expectations by announcing the day's training plan and study arrangements. Row upon row of dense text undermined their confidence in learning. Hearing the seemingly impossible training plan, they all groaned in anguish. Josephine Jinghan, this military-style training is too difficult, right? We don't have much time to rest. One person said this, and a second chimed in. But Amaze wouldn't indulge them. Those who want to follow the training plan can train with me, those who don't, I won't force. But before you leave, please think carefully. After you leave the team, what contributions can you still make to the collective? Will your family still have someone standing in front of them, protecting them like you? If everyone leaves and doesn't want to endure this hardship, who will protect our Beulah? The murmurs of complaint grew quieter as they fell silent, unsure how to respond. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Amaze put down her training manual. The handbook only sets out times and courses for you. However, how hard you work, how powerful your talent is, and how strong your abilities are all depend on you. I am just an ordinary person with limited capabilities. Beulah needs everyone's effort. The team didn't hide their training from others. Many elderly people who couldn't sleep would come out to kick legs, practice shooting, and exercise their limbs along with them. This time, they gathered around the team, deeply moved by Amaze's words. This wave of zombies didn't cost Beulah many lives, but some people did leave forever. They had witnessed the death of one person after another, clearly knowing that Amaze was indeed just one person, slightly stronger than others. Cherit, there were places she couldn't reach. When she falls, the only one you can rely on is yourself. If you don't train now, if you don't strengthen yourself, then when the zombies come again, who will stand at the front, shielding all dangers from your family? Once everyone understood, Amaze began her brutal training. Daily, not only did she lead the physical training sessions, but Spencer, Reuben, Macy, and others also conducted classes based on their time and expertise, striving to train the team members in various aspects. Perhaps it wasn't specialized enough, and not everyone became proficient in everything, but knowing a bit of everything and acquiring more skills couldn't hurt. As time passed, the team members transformed from reluctantly enduring training filled with pain and groans to actively participating. Even when covered in bruises, their spirits shone brightly. Deep down, they understood that individual efforts alone wouldn't last long. Only by progressing together could Beulah's overall strength rise to a new level. Chapter 162, WANN. In early October, Alana, who had been quiet all along, finally gave birth. Fortunately, under everyone's care, she safely delivered a little girl. This was Alana's first child and the first little life to be born in the Beulah base. Amaze, as per her agreement, provided diapers, milk powder, and other supplies for Alana's baby, temporarily exchanging some items and placing them in the house. These things will be kept here for now. If anything is lacking, I'll get more for Ruby. But you should know that these are Ruby's offerings for calling me godmother. Once she can speak, after she calls you mom, she must call me godmother. Amaze negotiated with her, and Alana naturally accepted with pleasure. Being a single mother already comes with many inconveniences, but now there was another genuine mom who loved and cared for her. How could she not be happy for Ruby? Ruby is this child's nickname. She has yet to be given an official name. One reason was that Alana wanted her name to be simple and grand, and hoped Nikki would help choose it, but Nikki wasn't good at choosing names either and believed it should be chosen by the mother who carried her for 10 months. When the two of them couldn't decide, Reuben, who had previously been praised, stepped forward voluntarily. I remember you once thought my name was very good. So I'll give our Ruby a similar one. Under everyone's eager gaze, Reuben revealed his idea, Let's call her Wan, hoping she can overcome all difficulties and grow up in peace. Everyone was surprised and pondered for a long time. Finally, they agreed that Ruby's official name would be Wan. With Wan's arrival, many things in the base were progressing smoothly. In research, thanks to the data from Dayton's laboratory, Hyder and Farai's team made breakthroughs in vaccine development, and Dayton even brought many experts to learn from them. The number of chickens, ducks, and geese in the base was increasing rapidly, so Amaze had to open up some space on the barren hills for free-range farming. The large number of poultry was especially popular among young people every day. As for the air raid shelter, Amaze didn't abandon it and still had people clean it regularly. Inside, the armory gradually filled up with Alana's latest inventions. Because of resources and research, Bulang Base was no weaker than other major bases. The Yunzhong Base has always been friendly with Bulang, exchanging weapons and technologies. Alana finally got the chance to show her skills and used the shells of scorpion zombies to make several sets of armor and soft armor. She sold most of them at good prices to Yunzhong Base, leaving only the necessary ones behind. Now, exchanges between the two bases became closer, and Amaze earned more money. By November, the weather changed from the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees Celsius to a more bearable 30-something degrees, but it still felt like being trapped in a steamer. Everything seemed settled, except for one thing that Amaze kept worrying about. Didn't I mention to you before that the so-called Aidma master is Wansha Liangshan? Bulang Base and Yunzhong Base had a deal, and it's time for them to fulfill their promise. The deal's content was for Yunzhong Base to send troops and weapons to search Wansha Liangshan's villa for any hidden academic research. Yunzhong Base sent people out to search. After thoroughly searching everything, Amaze asked them to spend more artillery rounds to turn these bizarrely designed villas into ruins. The people sent out searched for quite some time but found no additional research materials. The place was empty, still looking like it did after the last fire, with no changes. Amaze didn't know whether to worry about him or be glad for the base. Wansha Liangshan and the zombie little girl might have been buried there forever, or perhaps they had already left. Amaze didn't understand why Wansha Liangshan was indifferent to everything. Due to issues with his parents, he grew up rather isolated, and Amaze rarely saw him smile. He remained aloof until this time when he obsessively treated Tasha, which gave Amaze a glimpse of his true feelings. She stood there, gazing at the scene indifferently, not knowing what was on her mind. Hobart walked beside her. Liangan has his own choices. Whether we meet again in the future depends on whether we're on the same path. Sometimes no news is the best news. Amaze agreed with this statement. Rather than worrying about where Wansha Liangshan went, she might as well imagine that he had already traveled far and wide across China with that little zombie, enjoying freedom and vastness. With their abilities, it was unlikely that any zombies would pose a threat to them in the short term. Although they didn't find the person, the Yunzhong base did uncover numerous research materials inside. Dayton, as per the previous agreement, made copies of these documents for Amaze to take back to Bulang for further study. After leaving that place, Hobart and his team also visited the Yunzhong base. He said goodbye to Amaze alone. Amaze knew that Hobart wanted to look for people and things from his former organization, so she didn't ask many questions. Because she trusted Hobart, no matter what decision he made, Amaze always held a very important place in his heart. Even if he chose to leave and return to the organization, Amaze would respect his choice. Not long after returning to Yunzhong base, Amaze was invited to the home of the vendor who sold the anomaly collectors. Miss Lin, I invited you here this time actually to let my child thank you in person. Upon arriving at their home, Amaze discovered that the injured child was quite young, now using crutches to slowly stand up and take a few steps. As soon as she entered, the little boy tried to kneel and kowtow to her but was stopped by Amaze. For me, it's not a big deal. I have seen Daphne's condition. If you don't mind, I can use my ability to help him again, but whether it will be effective, we'll have to wait and see. The vendor's wife, with tears shining in her eyes, wiped her face and left the room with the vendor, leaving only the 14 or 15-year-old boy and Amaze. The child wasn't timid at all. Knowing that this was the person who healed his leg, he wore a smile on his face. His bright eyes fixed on Amaze. Josephine, I will get better, right? There was hope in his eyes, but Amaze, though reluctant, chose to tell the truth instead of weaving lies for him. I can't guarantee it. But regardless of whether your leg improves or not, I hope you can live well. Your parents love you very much, even for their sake, you should try hard, okay? Immediately, Daphne's tears flowed, and Amaze felt uncomfortable too. Chapter 163 Healing. The child nodded while sobbing, and Amaze activated her power, directing it toward his leg. After the light green power entered his body, Amaze discovered that many of his meridians were blocked by some strange substances. But for Amaze, it wasn't entirely impossible to cure him. Previously, her uncontrolled power could help unlock his legs, and this time, she carefully controlled her power, avoiding vital parts of his body and gradually clearing out the toxins. Time passed slowly. Even with Amaze continuously replenishing her power with crystal nucleus water, she was drenched in sweat and her power was nearly exhausted. The child's feet still needed further cleansing. After a short rest, Amaze continued removing the toxins. The child had long fainted from pain, but this was inevitable. His body was not merely injured as the vendor said, but poisoned. Amaze didn't intend to investigate why Daphne was poisoned. After helping clear the toxins, he would only need to practice diligently to restore his legs, provided he did not get poisoned again and trained well. She opened the door, and the worried parents outside the room didn't dare to disturb. The child is almost healed. His legs weren't just beaten but also poisoned. As long as he practices diligently every day, his legs should return to normal within 1 or 2 years. I don't know the reason for the poisoning, you'll have to look into that yourselves. The vendor beat his chest and lamented, it's all my fault. If I hadn't made enemies, my child wouldn't have suffered so much at such a young age. Amaze had done her best by clearing the toxins from Daphne's legs. She did not wish to meddle further in their family affairs. After waiting for the vendor to calm down, she bid farewell. After the parents escorted Amaze out, she wandered aimlessly through Cloudbase, now entirely guarded by the Leahy family. This time, she found the situation much improved, with official stores selling items from vending machines. Amaze did not reveal her identity and entered a store like others. She browsed the shelves filled with various foods, each labeled with crystal nucleus prices. Clear pricing, no cheating. The waiters, after confirming orders, retrieved fresh items from refrigerators in the back. The weather was exceptionally hot, and if left out, the food might spoil quickly. Some items even tasted better when chilled. Without buying anything, Amaze left. Seeing everyone able to afford food eased her heart. Although most of the effort came from Cloudbase, she had helped care for more people. Walking along, she reached a desolate corner. Not knowing where she was, she didn't mind. Moving forward, she soon saw several guards standing tall at a gate, professional and armed. With no intention of entering, Amaze turned to leave. Soon after, she heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw Spencer and couldn't help but smile, her tone lighter. Finished so soon? She was genuinely surprised. Only 3 or 4 hours had passed, and she thought Spencer would still be questioned. Spencer ruffled her hair, what else did you expect? For them to arrest me? Holding hands, they strolled through the commercial street. The atmosphere in the large base was indeed different. They discussed the good points of Cloudbase and plans for Bulang's future development. Undeniably, Bulang was just an idea of Amaze. She wanted a simple shelter for herself and loved ones, never imagining so many would join and contribute to its construction. Since they trusted her, she would shoulder their trust and responsibility, planning a blueprint for Bulang's future. They stayed overnight at Cloudbase and, leaving, Amaze applied for another armored vehicle with a cannon. The previous one was left near Bulang. This time, she intended to take another one. This time, she spoke directly to Dallas. I will exchange a piece of information for an armored vehicle fully loaded with fuel and ammunition. Deal or no deal? Dallas stared at Amaze, then glanced at Spencer who stood tall but uninvolved. Deal. You can come to me with any information or demands. Because the value Amaze brought to their base far exceeded these few vehicles and artillery pieces. Even if the information was useful or not, it would be fine to give Amaze a favor. Mid-December, be prepared for the cold. In fact, it has been rather cold in mid-December every year. But this apocalypse was special. It was already November, yet the scorching sun still hung overhead, giving no sense of winter at all. They didn't know how long this high temperature would last. If a cold wave suddenly came one night, everyone would be caught off guard. Moreover, as the territory of the large base was vast, he needed more time to make preparations. The earlier he received the news, the better for them. Surprise couldn't be hidden from Dallas's face. He had anticipated that there would be a sudden drop in temperature one day, but he never thought that Amaze could provide such an accurate date. The supplies will be prepared for you outside the city. Just take them when you leave. From his words, it was clear that Dallas was quite satisfied with the news. See you in an hour. By the time Amaze and Spencer left the city, someone was already waiting for them. After a smooth handover, Amaze and Spencer bid farewell to others via their communicator and set off. Their destination was not Bulang, but another place. It was where Amaze's previous life ended, the territory of the infamous level 5 zombie. According to their brief encounter in her previous life, that level 5 zombie wasn't very powerful. The terrifying thing was the mutated willow tree. By the time the zombie reached level 5 in this life, it would likely be tough to deal with. It would be better to blow up the mutated willow tree completely now. Could that willow tree survive? Thus, driven by a vengeful attitude, Amaze and Spencer slowly drove toward that direction. They had water, supplies, and Bulang was safe for the short term. This trip might as well be considered a vacation. Chapter 164, No Wavering, Waiting for Us to Go Home. When Amaze set foot on this land again, she felt deeply emotional. The last time she came here, she was just a weak water element psychic. But now, she was here not with those traitors, her so-called teammates and elder cousin, but with the one she loved, with her family, setting foot on this place where Amaze's previous life had ended. Once, this place had been drenched in blood, the air thick with the scent of death. Now it was nothing more than a park adorned with willows and flowers. Hobart didn't know what had happened here, but seeing Amaze's expression made him feel complicated as well. What are you thinking about? Amaze turned back to look at him, her eyes slightly moist. I'm wondering if you remember this place. This was where Amaze had died in her previous life, and also where she first met Hobart again after the apocalypse. Upon hearing her words, Hobart walked into the area. He looked thoughtfully at the unfamiliar scene before him, deep in contemplation. Maybe I should have known before, but I forgot. Can you tell me about it? In fact, Amaze knew that by saying this, he meant that he had no idea what had happened here, nor did he know that the Hobart from her past had once helped her. But it didn't matter anymore. Whether it was the Hobart from her previous life who protected her until his last breath or this lifetime's Hobart, who by twists of fate had been with her before the apocalypse, they had helped each other through countless storms. It's not much, really. There was a little girl who was looking for her relatives when she was betrayed by another relative. Just when the little girl was in danger, someone saved her without hesitation. Sadly, the little girl couldn't hold on and left this world. Amaze felt a bit down. Events from her previous life were her personal experiences, and feelings would inevitably arise, along with some sadness. But this lifetime's Amaze already had the ability to protect herself and Elroy, and she hoped she could protect this person beside her as well. Hobart remained silent, seemingly understanding the story Amaze was telling. He only stroked her head gently. "It's okay, no matter when, I believe I will always protect you." Amaze nodded firmly. She knew what Hobart said was true, whether in her past life or this one. "Let's go in and take a look." Amaze pulled him through the gate of the park. The scene looked different from her previous life. The huge willow tree that could sway its branches wildly in her past life now had no psychic abilities and stood obediently there. It looked like an ordinary willow tree. The weather was scorching hot with no wind at all. The leaves of the tree curled up to avoid the sun, appearing completely different from its domineering aura in her past life. Amaze gazed at the tree and asked softly, "Do you believe that in the future, it will be completely different from now? It will be like a devil, snatching many lives and killing them one by one, working alongside a mummy-like zombie, becoming two deadly killers." Mummy. A flash of memory crossed Amaze's mind, but she let it go, deciding not to dwell on it. She smiled. "This time, I'm here to destroy it beforehand, leaving no chance for it." Hobart shifted his gaze from the willow tree to Amaze's serious face. He knew there must be a reason behind her thoughts. "As long as you want, I will do it." These words, he finally had the chance to say. Before, he had always acted accordingly but never got the chance to express himself. This time, he wanted to pour out his heart. "Whatever you want to do, I will be with you." Hobart raised his hand, summoning a soaring fire dragon which swayed twice before rushing toward the willow tree. Just as it was about to approach, the tree actually started to dodge. So it had developed sentience so early? Amaze was surprised. It was earlier than she expected. After dodging the fire dragon, the top half of the tree continued to evade frantically. Hobart missed his first strike and attacked again. Unfortunately, being a wood element entity that had only recently gained intelligence, its body was still firmly rooted in the ground, allowing it to only lash out with its branches desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Chariot, the fire from a fire element psychic was not so easily put out. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape the inferno. Coupled with the exceptionally hot weather, the tree's leaves burned away quickly, leaving only dry, bare branches trembling. Amaze would show no pity for its pathetic display. If she was going to do something, she would do it thoroughly. A sudden surge of energy flashed through Amaze's mind, giving her a feeling that something was off. Moments later, she felt a familiar sensation. Her water element psychic ability from her previous life had reactivated here. She raised her hand, and a faint blue light shimmered on her white jade-like fingertips. It was the familiar sensation she knew. After getting reacquainted with her ability, Amaze infused it into the willow tree. The moment the tree made contact with the water source, it seemed to encounter an oasis, devouring the water element ability frantically. However, once all the abilities were absorbed into its body, the willow tree faced its real disaster. These water element abilities looked similar to water on the surface but were completely different inside. The water element abilities in the willow tree only listened to Amaze. She urged the abilities to absorb all the remaining moisture within the tree. All the sparse water inside the tree gathered beside the water element abilities, leaving no moisture left in the trunk. The willow tree rapidly withered, without any chance to struggle. Meanwhile, Hobart's scorching flames continued to bake it intensely from the outside. With no place to retreat, the willow tree quickly turned into dead wood, reduced to ashes by Hobart's fire. A second-grade wood element crystal core remained, somewhat imperfect but providing an answer for the past life's Amaze. Hobart held Amaze's hand and walked to the ashes. He picked up the crystal core. Its green color was incredibly pure, making it hard to believe that this core belonged to the future killer, the mutated willow tree. It was pure as if it were a newborn infant, innocent and unadulterated. Holding this crystal core, Amaze placed it separately in a box, not storing it in the system. She hoped to use this core to motivate herself. It will grow into a 5th-grade mutant willow tree, under whose claws many people will die. What I can do now is to eliminate one potential hazard for the future. Hobart knew that Amaze had many secrets, but he supported any correct decision she made. Do you know about others? We can work together to find them. Amaze thought his idea was great. With 3 years of experience in the apocalypse, she knew the locations of many troublesome zombies. Even though these zombies might not appear immediately, she knew about many powerful ones from the 1st year, 2nd year, and 3rd year of the apocalypse. These were all future hazards. It would be better to find them at the right time and swiftly eliminate them before they caused mass deaths, extinguishing the fire before it spread. Since Notlang, their base, was now entrusted to Reuben and Macy, who were aware of the approaching cold wave in mid-December. Notlang wouldn't be their concern anymore. Perhaps. I know the birthplaces of 2 zombies, one of which is also a mutant plant like this. It shouldn't escape. Let's go. Hobart smiled affectionately. I'll follow your lead. Amaze pulled him back into the armored vehicle quickly. This time they brought plenty of supplies, enough to travel throughout the country. The two embarked on a new journey. Their hearts echoed. Notlang, waiting for us to come home. The end.